In simple terms, this is a tale of a time traveler endowed with a unique golden finger, reincarnating as the illustrious Duke of the continent of Westeros after Balon Baratheon. Chapter 1. The Night of Death. The cacophony of battle cries and the thunderous clattering of hooves filled the world, the pungent scent of blood mingling with the forceful clash of shields, akin to a heavy, battering ram, violently striking against his prominent yet fragile nasal bone. An intense, sour sensation surged instantly, only to be swiftly replaced by excruciating pain. This was not the end of his calamity. The tremendous force of impact compelled him to tumble from his steed, yet, ensnared by a stirrup clasped around his calf, he remained tethered to the chestnut warhorse beneath him, being dragged head first as the frenzied beast galloped at breakneck speed. His fully armored body dangled inverted alongside the galloping horse, his head encased in a steel half-helm rolling through the damp, muddy ground, wailing in agony, the muddied scent of earth slightly dulled by the injury to his nose. His eyes, too painful to open, perceived over a dozen riders sweeping past, possibly foes, yet perhaps allies. As he pondered this, the next moment left him no time to dwell. A faint whistling sound arose, and then the horse collapsed, accompanied by the whimpering cries of the steed and the tremendous force of a heavy object crashing to the ground. His legs, which were turned backward, were quickly crushed and contorted, ultimately snapping in half like a chopstick with a resounding crack. His desperate screams of torment had not yet formed in his throat before they were abruptly silenced. Beneath the thunderous roar, the light chainmail draped over the chestnut warhorse clashed violently with his own silver chainmail, the ferocious force resulting in a complete fracture of several ribs, his breath stifled under the weight of the massive entity, interrupted sporadically by the brokenness of his neck. Everything before him swiftly descended into impenetrable darkness. The clashing of weapons, the fluttering of the black, three-headed dragon banner in the wind, the thunderous sounds of galloping riders, screams, laughter, wails, roaring, and pleas for mercy. All was stripped away from the battlefield. At this moment, only pain remained his true adversary. His cheeks, neck, heart, and his entire being, an omnipresent agony, frenzied, sharp, cruel, and unbearable. He had been defeated, uncertain of the precise moment when this terrifying foe had vanquished him. As the darkness lifted, as the world transitioned from chaos to stillness, and as a small boy in a tower bedroom awoke with a scream from his feather bed, gasping for air, the outcome of his failure was unmistakable. The sound of footsteps resounded from outside the room, followed by a series of knocks. "I seem to have heard some commotion. Young Lord Balon, are you well?" The voice came through the door, muffled and subdued. "I am fine. Merely a nightmare," replied the suppressed, hoarse voice to the servant, as if reassuring himself. Alas, though the words were delivered with deliberate restraint, a mere glance downward revealed his delicate white hands tightly clutching the silver-gray bedding, along with his arms trembling uncontrollably, convulsing. The servant outside, evidently oblivious to these signs, continued with the rhythmic sound of footsteps, which soon faded away. The boy named Balon paid little heed to this, keeping his gaze fixed on his hands before him. In his striking cerulean eyes lingered the remnants of the torment inflicted by the nightmare. Yet alongside this, a peculiar transformation commenced. His hands, along with his trembling heart, swiftly regained their composure. Race level, LV1. This seemed to drift before his eyes, yet it felt like a unique revelation. Once this information was captured by his mind, he exhaled softly. False indeed, it is all false. I am still alive. I have not been crushed by my own horse, nor am I a full-grown knight. Murmuring to himself, he took a moment to fully embrace the reality. The overwhelming pain that had surged moments ago had indeed dissipated entirely, leaving only the lingering illusion in his memory to trouble him. But that was not real. He silently reassured himself, uncertainly turning his head towards the bedside table. Upon the low, old oak bedside table lay a few decorative garnets and moonstones, a half-melted white candle, and a silver-plated round mirror from across the narrow sea, crafted in mirror. As he gazed, the mirror's clear surface reflected a delicate child's face, no more than 4 or 5 years old, with dark hair and blue eyes, silently meeting his gaze, the bloodshot expression brimming with scrutiny. Another piece of information surfaced. Heraldry LV6, language LV1, etiquette LV1. Such data-oriented abilities did not exist in dreams. Thus he fully relaxed. Everything previously overlooked around him surged into clarity. This was a tranquil, diminutive bedroom, dimly lit, with a heavy brown wooden door situated less than 2 meters from the bed. A fireplace, choked with black ash, embedded quietly in the wall opposite the bed, separated by only a leg's distance. Above it, several exquisitely crafted pale golden tapestries hung, their satin surfaces embroidered with the Baratheon family's crowned stag emblem and some of the family's past glories. The Baratheon family was an ancient and honorable lineage, ranking among the 8 great feudal lords of the Targaryen dynasty, so it was not difficult to imagine the extravagance depicted on the tapestry. However, Balon did not linger on it for long, casting a fleeting glance before shifting his focus to the narrow window on his left. A beam of sunlight streamed through the glass of the window, slender and radiant, illuminating a patch of floor nearby, while casting a realm of invisible floating dust into view. At this moment, he was situated high within the towering keep of his family's Storm's End, surpassing the sight of the light, where only a hazy sky remained beyond the sunlight. Yet, a peculiar fragrance wafted in from outside the window, an odd scent reminiscent of ink mingling with parchment, yet with an underlying hint of charred aroma. Thus, Balon lifted the silver silk duvet, slipped on the shoes positioned by the feather bed, and donned a thin black velvet nightgown as he stepped towards the window. The sparse, fragmented sounds accompanied his steps, a result of the layer of rushes spread across the floor. Balon usually found the noise bothersome while walking, but at this moment he had largely disregarded it, focusing entirely on his objective. The window, embedded within the wall, was positioned rather high, making it difficult for him to reach. Consequently, he moved a nearby long bench to climb upon it, thus managing to push open the narrow square window. Accompanied by a creaking sound, a gentle breeze, hindered from entering, suddenly flowed through the window. The cries of seagulls echoed, and the salty sea air tousled his coal-black hair that brushed his ears, while the chill carried by the wind raised goosebumps on his fair arms. His gaze traversed the courtyard beneath the tower and a grove of sacred trees, extending to the horizon where morning mist enveloped the sea beyond the city walls, obscuring the vast expanse of ocean that should have been visible. In the distance, vague silhouettes of ships gently swayed within the depths of the fog, not merely one or two, but dozens, perhaps even hundreds. They formed a disciplined formation, encircling the coastal castle perched atop the towering cliffs, appearing like a cadre of dark knights stealthily concealed within the mist, poised on their steeds with long lances aimed at their adversaries, awaiting the sound of the horn to charge forth, targeting Wind's Rest Castle. The head of House Baratheon, his eldest brother Robert Baratheon, had previously instigated a rebellion against the royal Targaryen family, which had barely commenced before being dealt a severe blow by their loyal neighbors to the west, the Tyrells of the Reach, forcing them to retreat from their own lands, vanishing without a trace, and, consequently, Wind's Rest Castle fell under siege by the soldiers of the Reach. However, they had maintained their siege for over half a year without any significant developments. Ser Clyson, who instructed Renly, claimed that Wind's Rest Castle had never been taken in thousands of years. The Tyrells were evidently aware of this fact, thus opting for a strategy of encirclement rather than assault, hoping to starve those within as their supplies dwindled. Renly was uncertain of the validity of this assertion and lacked the interest to delve deeper, for if nothing unforeseen occurred, this castle would endure until the very last moment, until Robert Baratheon struck down the heir of the Targaryen dynasty, successfully seizing the Iron Throne. Naturally, he could not assert this with certainty. Although this was a world that felt familiar, it was uncertain whether events would unfold as he remembered. The tower loomed high, yet due to the constraints of his bedroom's position, Renly could only see the seaside view, which was hardly captivating. Thus, he shifted his gaze. From the rear of the tower, faint sounds of soldiers calling emerged, possibly engaged in daily training, or perhaps someone was delivering a speech. Peering down, he noticed 2 figures in the courtyard at the base of the tower, conversing face to face. The distance was too great to discern any words, and due to the altitude, they appeared as mere ants, one black and one gray, inconspicuous in nature. Nevertheless, Renly could distinctly identify who they were: Ser Clyson, the scholar of Wind's Rest, and Master Gavin Wilder, the instructor. Scholar Clyson routinely imparted essential knowledge to the noble offspring, and the time for lessons was drawing near. Yet, Renly's azure gaze was fixed upon the figure of Master Wilder, standing opposite the scholar. A scent reminiscent of books, yet tinged with a hint of burning, emanated from this particular individual. The distance made it difficult to discern, yet the aroma had long been present. As the third son of House Baratheon, though still youthful, Renly occasionally dined in the same hall as the instructor, thus he was quite certain of this. This raised a question: would a normal person exude such a potent and distinctive fragrance that could traverse such heights? Alternatively, could it be that something was amiss, and it truly was Master Wilder? Leaning against the window, he raised a hand to touch his nose, as if the lingering sensation of soreness and pain still resided. The boy pressed his lips together. He was uncertain how he had entered this world, which felt exceedingly harsh, having been reborn as a Baratheon, and the events preceding his identity as Renly were rather vague. However, the anomalies were glaringly evident. An inexplicable fragrance, the unique data, that subtly emerged with his gaze, and most importantly, this was not the first time he had experienced such dreams. Chapter 2. Heraldry. As Master Clyson concluded his conversation and ascended the stone staircase. Breathless, young Bran had already vacated his chamber and was waiting in the adjoining scholar's quarters. No longer clad in his night attire, but rather dressed in formal attire. The black wool trousers, tailored half a year prior, now fit him snugly, revealing a hint of his ankle as he rose to greet his elder. Master Clyson, however, was oblivious to this detail, instead complimenting the boy on his well-fitted velvet tunic, albeit noting that the color was ill-chosen, matching the trousers too closely. Coupled with his ink-black hair, the overall effect rendered him even more diminutive. While it was commendable that the child could dress himself without the assistance of a servant, he reminded him gently, "Do not forget, you are yet to reach 5 years of age. Accepting help and advice from your servants is the proper course." With this sage counsel, he took a seat at a small partitioned table by the window, cradling a hefty tome bound in sheepskin. Bran settled across from him, his clear eyes glancing curiously at the open pages before him, blinking in surprise. Once again, it was heraldry, a study of noble lineages, an exploration of the lexicon of common speech, and an introduction to the sigils of the lords. The elderly scholar, seated comfortably, turned to a specific page, smoothing out a wrinkle in the parchment before formally commencing his instruction. The layout of the rooms within the tower was largely uniform. However, Master Clyson's chamber boasted a larger window than Bran's sleeping quarters. Abundant sunlight streamed through, illuminating the aged yellow pages of the tome, each adorned with delicate black common tongue characters that seemed to emanate a sacred aura. The meticulously illustrated heraldic designs in the upper left corner or center of each page intensified this ethereal quality. The sound of the child's pure, melodious voice harmonized with the elder's warm and steady tone, creating a serene ambience devoid of any extraneous noise. The quiet metallic vessels and scattered glass jars adorned their surroundings, while a nearby desk held an open black sheepskin book, a quill nestled within an inkpot, emanating a unique aroma that evoked a curious sensation akin to that of rare delicacies. Previously, a cacophony of black crows had filled the air, their raucous chatter incessant. However, as the siege unfolded, most had been dispatched to seek aid, with a few remaining gradually fading from sight. Bran speculated that the old scholar might have sent them all to the castle's plump cook, who had recently been plagued by a persistent odor reminiscent of bird droppings in his meals. Notably, within the confines of Wind's Rest, breakfast and dinner were non-existent, as food was scarce and all residents were limited to a single meal. A silver seahorse against a sea-green backdrop. The Valyrian family of Driftmark. Their family motto: ancient, true, brave. Their history, tracing back to the fallen fortress of Valyria, once allied with the Targaryens, the Dragon Lords, and accompanying them to the continent of Westeros. The most illustrious figure of the Valyrian lineage was Lord Corlys Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake, celebrated 2 centuries ago for his fleet that traversed the known world. Master Clyson was a man well into his 60s, yet he appeared remarkably robust, save for a slight stoop beneath his gray woolen robe, which did little to diminish his vitality. His eyes, a striking shade of gray-brown, sparkled with wisdom as he spoke. With each turn of the page, the elder began with an explanation, inviting Bran to echo his words in return. Though Bran did not consider himself particularly clever, his adult-like mentality allowed him to grasp the lessons with relative ease. Moreover, he sensed an unusual sharpness in his memory today, leading to the elder's growing satisfaction. "I should suggest to Robert that he send you to Old Town for your studies. Indeed, I ought to do so, were he here. You are a natural scholar, child, destined perhaps to become a doctor." Bran held no interest in becoming a medieval doctor, especially knowing that the scholars of the Citadel were forbidden from marriage and progeny. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic, pointing to a brown stag suspended beneath a crossbar in the book. "Does the Hunter family harbor a grudge against us?" he inquired, his youthful voice tinged with curiosity. "Why do you say that?" the old scholar asked, puzzled before glancing back at the heraldry and chuckling softly as realization dawned. "It is merely a coincidence. Furthermore, the Baratheon stag is black, not brown." "Oh," Bran replied, before suddenly asking, "and what are the black dragon and the red dragon?" "The black dragon and the red dragon? A 3-headed dragon, 1 black and 1 red. The red is the sigil of House Targaryen, which I know. But which family does the black belong to?" This question momentarily stunned the old scholar. "A 3-headed black dragon?" "Yes, the 3-headed black dragon on a red field. That belongs to House Blackfyre, a noble bastard line that adopted a reverse design of the Targaryen sigil. Yet the last of the Blackfyres perished 21 years ago on the Stepstones, slain by Ser Balon Swan of the Kingsguard." Upon concluding, the old scholar inquired curiously, "This book does not record House Blackfyre. From where did you come by this sigil?" I forget which book it was, Bran replied, though he was aware that lying was not a commendable habit. I speak the truth. A 4-year-old was ill-equipped to deceive with such finesse. Yet Bran's earnest demeanor failed to convince Master Clyson, who noted, I do not believe there is any book within this castle that I have not read, child. He emphasized, and those, unsurprisingly, do not document House Blackfire. The scholar's expression was laden with significance, yet his words did not betray the boy. Very well, Master Clyson, I confess. I remember which book it was. Bran lowered his gaze, a hint of shame evident. But it was in Stannis' room, and he does not know I sneaked in. He added timidly, please do not tell him, for he has such a foul temper. It is brother you should call him, child, the old scholar corrected. Stannis is your second brother, and his temperament is not truly foul. He merely struggles with words. Indeed, that is how it is. Stannis Baratheon, the second son of House Baratheon, was a solitary figure, the most aloof of the 3 brothers. Apart from his servants, few dared approach his chamber, and Master Clyson was no exception. Thus, the topic of deceit was quietly set aside. However, Bran did not revel in this, as new information weighed heavily on his mind during the ensuing lesson. Why had he dreamt of a conflict between the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon, only to be slain by a Blackfire long lost to history? He pondered, or rather, why did he dream of becoming another person, slain by a knight of House Blackfire? He had never learned of the Blackfires, and his vague impressions of the current world bore no mention of them. How could he dream of that which he knew nothing? Moreover, it was not a singular occurrence. What is the motto of House Lannister in the West? The question posed from across the room was delivered in a gentle and unassuming tone, failing to arouse any significant wariness in Edric, who instinctively replied, a Lannister always pays his debts. Midway through his response, he faltered, blinking in innocence as he added, did you hear me roar? In the Citadel, many apprentice scholars had fallen prey to this very trap. They often sought profound knowledge within the tomes, dismissing the importance of rudimentary facts. Edric felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this, yet the old scholar did not pursue the matter further, waving his hand dismissively. The siege had deprived us of news from the outside world, yet Robert had already proven his valor in the Hall of Summer. Moreover, even if the war were to turn against us, this predicament should not weigh upon your thoughts. My dear child, you possess a rare talent, and your intellect far exceeds that of an ordinary child, though I find it difficult to ascertain whether this is a virtue or a flaw. I have watched your elder brother grow into adulthood. He is taciturn and reclusive, a soul deprived of childhood, and my heart aches for him. Yet you, despite your frequent laughter, seem to carry a heavier burden. Suddenly, he appeared to realize that such sentiments should not be expressed in the presence of a mere 4-year-old. And thus, with an air of regret, he closed his mouth. Nonetheless, traces of sorrow and concern lingered upon his wrinkled visage. Ser Cleos is a good man. Edric understood this. Scholars from the Citadel typically maintain a neutral stance in matters of politics. They serve the castle rather than any particular lord. Therefore, even if storms end were to fall, his life would remain unthreatened. Yet, the old scholar remained steadfastly loyal to House Baratheon, unreservedly worrying for the family and each of its members. I am simply very hungry. He attempted to divert the conversation. This was a half-truth, for he was indeed quite famished, yet the rationality of adulthood prevented him from displaying such sentiments, as mealtime had not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, the scholar opened his mouth, only to let out a sigh. You are aware of the rules established by Stannis. Food is indeed scarce. Be a good child and endure a little longer. Once we have finished these last few pages, mealtime should be upon us. Perhaps I should consider notifying the kitchen to prepare something special? Look, you have completed another book. Is that not a cause for celebration? Edric could not have agreed more. Yet this also evoked memories of an impending event, or rather, an imminent arrival. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Robert Baratheon's overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty, nor did he possess much knowledge regarding the siege of Storm's End. The only information he had pertained to a fellow known as the Onion Knight. If memory served, he was the one who had braved the siege to smuggle in a shipload of onions, alleviating the famine within the city, and was subsequently knighted for his efforts. Surely, it could not have been solely onions. How could onions suffice for sustenance? What else might there be? Perhaps a few crates of bacon? It would be splendid if some capons were included. When would he arrive? Each time hunger struck, Edric found himself thinking of the Onion Knight, though the anticipated fare varied each time. However, it was not long before he was too preoccupied to dwell on such thoughts. As the old scholar concluded the final page of the heraldry book, accompanied by a cough as his gnarled hand closed the tome, and the sharp sound of the chair scraping against the floor as he rose, the boy suddenly felt his heart race, the cacophony drowning out all surrounding sounds. Simultaneously, his mind became exceptionally alert. Involuntarily, knowledge of heraldry flowed through his consciousness, only to converge and vanish in an instant. Edric experienced an epiphany and turned to gaze at the mirror resting on the edge of the long table nearby. The smudged surface, marred by dried bird droppings, reflected the wide-eyed visage of a child. It also revealed a line of foggy, never-before-seen information. Heraldry skill level increased to LV7, derived trait, Spirit Heraldry. Chapter 3. The Green Turtle. The special provisions the old scholar had instructed the kitchen to prepare were, in truth, quite meager. A small portion of barley bread, a corner of somewhat hardened cheese, a shriveled green apple, a small serving of buttered turnips, and a bowl of thick, pungent meat broth. "What kind of meat is this?" came a loud inquiry from beside him. To his left sat a round-faced boy clad in a pale yellow shirt, glaring at the thick soup with his beady black eyes, shifting restlessly on the bench. "It isn't rat meat again, is it?" The slender, red-haired boy to Edric's right, who had been poking at a few floating peas in the broth with his dining dagger, hesitated at this remark, casting a dubious glance at the elderly man seated across the long table. "It is certainly not rat meat. In this small chamber." Ser Cleos regarded the trio of boys, varying in size, with a kindly expression. There were no rats left to catch in the castle. The chubby boy in yellow hailed from House Ismon of Greenstone. The late mother of the Baratheon brothers had belonged to this family, and because of their similar ages, he had been sent a year prior to be Edric's companion. The other slender boy with red hair came from House Targaryen of Blackport and had fortuitously found himself within the city during the siege, thus unable to leave. They were all vassal heirs of Lord Baratheon of Storm's End, and Ser Cleos deemed them to be fine children. Due to Edric's unique disposition of solitude, the scholar frequently sought opportunities during the siege for them to gather and play, as was the case now. "However, if young Lord Edric requires it, I can arrange for an experienced septa to instruct you on matters of table etiquette." The two boys turned their attention toward the dark-haired lad as the old scholar spoke. Noticing that he was now blinking innocently, as if awakening from a dream, having shifted his gaze from the chubby boy beside him. "I apologize." He stuck out his tongue and said, "But it looks very interesting." The arms of House Ismont were a green turtle upon a green field, which had always captured his attention, yet the current reasons were undoubtedly more complex. However, this was not something he could share with others. "I think so too," the chubby boy exclaimed, immediately patting the embroidered crest on his chest and declaring loudly, "Not only do they look splendid, but they are also edible. At high tide, we can never eat them all. My grandfather says that as long as we eat plenty, the sons we bear will eventually gather in droves, just like them." Upon saying this, a thought struck him, and he turned slightly, peering past Edric to the boy across the table. "You must be a nuisance, Beric. Surely, your Blackport does not always thunder, or else how could you be the only one left?" The sigil of House Targaryen was a purple lightning bolt on a black field, accompanied by several twinkling four-pointed stars. "That is because my father died young." The other boy rolled his eyes, but did not dwell on the matter. Instead, lowering his gaze to the thick soup, furrowing his brow as he asked, "If this soup is not made from rat, then what could it possibly be?" "It is cat meat." Before the old man could even open his mouth, Edric answered casually, "The horses and mules in the castle have long been consumed. Even the hounds and hawks my elder brother kept are no exception. Ser Cleos's ravens have not been seen for some time now, and those outside refuse to let even a fly through to us." After much contemplation, it became evident that aside from the few black cats utilized for catching mice, there could be no others. The learned bachelor nodded in agreement, prompting the two children to exhale in relief, and, with the bachelor's consent, they commenced their hearty meal. However, Lancel, the one known as Blue, remained indifferent. He had not forgotten that he had recently touched those very cats within the castle, and due to memories not belonging to this world, he felt an inherent aversion to consuming cat meat. "Might I offer my portion of this broth to Jomi?" Jomi was Lancel's devoted servant, responsible for attending to his every need. The old bachelor was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion. Why would he wish to give it to him? "I may be too full to aid in guarding the castle, but Jomi possesses that capability," Lancel replied with utmost seriousness. Only children would openly admit to their pickiness. Experience has shown that a duplicitous child can effortlessly achieve their desires, and this occasion was no exception, even yielding some unexpected gains. The elder beamed with satisfaction, while the golden red-haired Beric Targaryen, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. He then pushed his bowl of thick soup aside, rose to his feet, and expressed, "I too wish to give my portion to Lord Stannis. He will need it more than we do." His declaration seemed to reflect a newfound virtue gleaned from Lancel's words, and with a serious demeanor, He only reluctantly resumed his seat after the bachelor's lengthy persuasion, bowing his head in reluctant compliance to nibble on his coarse bread. "Since you do not wish to eat, may I have it all?" the chubby boy eagerly inquired, yet his request was met with silence. Lancel, feeling quite hungry, found that despite a certain transformation within himself pulling at his attention, it did not hinder his desire to satisfy his hunger. He successfully dispatched the cat broth, yet he accepted all other food items offered: the coarse barley bread, the sweet yet bitter cheese, and the buttery boiled turnips. The turnips were quite delightful, resembling radishes. They were colloquially known in his memories as Swedes, but upon preparation, they tasted akin to potatoes, soft and delectable, with a lingering flavor. While the subtle creaminess of the butter infused within the turnips wafted enticingly around his nostrils and palate, refusing to dissipate for some time. It was not until he had devoured his withered apple that the lingering aroma gently faded from his lips, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness as he sighed deeply. The lunch did not last long. Yet midway through, the old bachelor was summoned away in haste, leaving the three unsupervised children momentarily bewildered after their meal. The lanky Beric suggested they venture into the courtyard to see if any knights were training, while the chubby Ellen found the prospect of playing castle games in the Weirwood forest more enticing. However, Beric insisted on avoiding the Weirwood forest due to the frightening faces said to adorn the trees. Lancel remained silent, fixated instead on the green sea turtle embroidered on the chubby boy's garment. To others, this emblem appeared entirely ordinary, a deep green turtle resting on a green background, crafted from dyed thread. Yet to him, this turtle seemed animated. Initially, it lay motionless, but upon a transformation, it strenuously shed what appeared to be a heavy shell. Crouching down like a naked child, its turtle face reddening as it left a dark trace upon the green ground, before retreating back into the fabric, resuming its previous stillness. Thus, what once was a normal emblem morphed into a deep green turtle on a green background, accompanied by an intriguing little black up beside it. If one were to cease observing at that moment, no further changes would manifest. Yet as Lancel continued to gaze, the recently witnessed events would remarkably replay. Crawling, shedding the shell, crouching, the second little black dot appearing, retreating into the shell, crawling, shedding. The lines embroidered upon the garment wriggled and rolled in succession, resembling a brief, silent play crafted from dye and thread, repeating endlessly, leaving the observer increasingly bewildered, until the little creature he was fixated upon began to feel uncomfortable. "Someday, I shall invite you to Isman Island to feast on turtle," the chubby boy declared loudly to Lancel, only to be met with Lancel's inquisitive gaze. "Did you forget to wipe your bottom?" This comment rendered the chubby boy momentarily speechless, his round face flushing crimson, his voice dwindling to a stammer. "Nonsense. Ellen of House Isman always wipes. If you don't believe me, ask Peter." Peter was a mute servant who attended to Ellen, yet in his panic, the chubby boy evidently forgot this detail. Even a fool could discern he was lying, but Lancel chose not to expose his pretense, as his thoughts had already wandered elsewhere. The sigil of communion. He pondered his unique ability, falling silent for a moment. The chubby boy, relieved, soon discovered the lanky Beric making faces at him from the side, prompting him to glare and shout, "What are you staring at, you pest? Don't call me a pest. You're the real pest. I'll call you Stinky Bottom." Stinky Bottom Ellen. Their banter escalated, but they soon noticed the previously quiet dark-haired boy suddenly turning to walk outside. "Lancel, where are you going?" the lanky boy quickly inquired, evading the chubby boy's exasperated gaze. "I'm off to find Master Gawain," came the reply. Chapter 4. The Vanishing Vortex. Gawain Wild, the master of Windy Keep, was a man in his 30s with a tousled head of brown hair, clad in boiled leather armor and coarse trousers. When Lancel, accompanied by his two companions and their devoted servants, approached him, he was engaged in conversation with three fully armored knights. Upon their arrival, the knights appropriately ceased their discourse. "Good afternoon, Sir Gawain," Lancel greeted first. It may have been an illusion, but he sensed a hint of wariness in the blue-eyed knight's gaze directed towards their group. And after a brief nod, the three knights turned to depart. Beric and Ellen also greeted the master with politeness, to which he responded courteously and inquired about their purpose. The lanky boy, barely able to contain his excitement, eagerly spoke up. "We wish to learn about the ways of knighthood." Before the statement could elicit a response, the chubby Ellen interjected loudly, "And about sigils. Master Grellis has never spoken of a sigil divided into 4 petals like yours." In truth, the old bachelor had instructed them on these matters, but since Ellen had never bothered to attend the lessons after initially studying alongside Lancel, he had fabricated a tale of a headache to escape the task. Lancel remained silent, as all he wished to convey had already been articulated. Thus, he simply gazed upward at the emblem emblazoned upon Master Gawain's chest. Though a vassal of House Baratheon, unlike the servants, Gawain Wild hailed from noble lineage, allowing him to maintain the personal emblem of the Wild family, a golden background adorned with 4 blue-green whirlpools. Knighthood? Sigils? The middle-aged master rubbed his jaw thoughtfully, speaking ambiguously. The rules dictate that you may only engage in basic knightly training after the age of 7. So, lads, return whence you came. It is not yet your time. As for sigils, in my life, I have never encountered someone inquiring about the 7 layers of hell. His voice bore a hint of impatience, and upon finishing his words, he seemed inclined to turn away. Thus, Bran lifted his voice to ask, "Why is it you?" "What?" The instructor halted his movements and glanced down at him. Though they were all children, it was evident that he could not disregard Bran's question as he had done with the other 2. Master Crellies had mentioned that the instructors responsible for training knights within the castle were typically seasoned knights of considerable experience. Bran blinked, his expression a vivid illustration of the innocence encapsulated in the phrase childish candor, before exclaiming, "But you appear quite youthful." "That is because I personally vanquished 3 of those seasoned knights you speak of," the middle-aged instructor replied with a hint of pride. "Sir Titus of Stonehelm, Sir Morton Carlin of Night Song, and the bastard son of Storm, Sir Cedric. Though they possessed remarkable skills, my swordsmanship surpassed theirs. I am aware of the bastard Cedric," the lanky boy remarked, his face a mask of astonishment. "He single-handedly battled 3 Dornish bandits on the frontier and killed them. You managed to defeat him? He is a formidable opponent, but indeed, I triumphed over him." The instructor waved dismissively, his expression one of indifference. "How did you manage to defeat him?" Bran pressed, recalling Cedric from a martial competition he had witnessed at Cedar Shore. At this moment, Bran's attention strayed from their dialogue, for the unique and potent scent emanating from the instructor grew more pronounced, especially as he spoke. This intensified Bran's curiosity. Yet despite his extensive contemplation of the matter in the past, he had never attained any clarity. Now, he directed his focus entirely upon the newfound abilities he had acquired, gazing intently at the instructor's chest, appearing as though he were engrossed in a lesson. Initially, his scrutiny yielded no peculiar occurrences. However, after 4 or 5 seconds had elapsed, the surrounding environment began to take on a surreal, hazy quality, with even the sounds of their conversation seeming to fade. As if in silence, a peculiar pathway materialized between the emblem and Bran. With the formation of this pathway, the one static vortex pattern slowly morphed, and the 4 spirals began to rotate as if animated, swiftly converging towards the central point of the emblem. The turquoise hues intertwined and swirled, until ultimately, all the colors comprising the vortex vanished, leaving behind a blank expanse of golden emblematic background. The conversation persisted, as Bran, aspiring to become a knight, expressed keen interest in the middle-aged instructor responsible for martial training within the castle, bombarding him with questions. Meanwhile, the plump boy, Ellen, was not to be outdone. Yet being younger than Bran and less attuned to knightly matters, he could not formulate inquiries he deemed profound. Instead, he frequently interjected with queries regarding the emblem. "Why is it a vortex? Perhaps the gods above know the answer, young lad. You must understand. The Wilder family has been an ancient lineage since before the conquest of Aegon. And why 4 vortices? Because I am the 4th born in my family. How did it come to be on your attire? With needle and thread? Or perhaps a wood machine? It's about that simple. Now, child, refrain from posing such questions to me. Do I appear to be a scholar? Could it possibly be painted on? Painted on? How could that be possible? I've heard that the Dornish are quite skilled at painting on clothing. The Dornish are also adept at herding sheep." The instructor scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "All right, children, that will suffice. You should understand, I'm not a man of leisure." With that, he turned and departed, leaving 2 astonished children in his wake, and a contemplative, dark-haired boy. The Dornish herd sheep? Ellen's eyes widened as he gazed at the instructor's retreating figure, his expression akin to that of someone who had just stumbled upon a new continent. Despite his tender age, children in this world mature swiftly, even without complete understanding. They grasp certain concepts. Why would they do such a thing? Why question everything? The Dornish do everything and can achieve anything. Being on the frontier of Storm's Land, adjacent to the Dornish territory, Bran had more to say and expressed his disdain for the Dornish with a fierce countenance. Among the 7 kingdoms, as referred to in ancient times, the Stormlands and Dornish have historically been archenemies, with some nobles in the Stormlands holding a vehement animosity towards the Dornish. In recent years, relations had somewhat improved, but in the past, especially when the 7 kingdoms had not yet unified, during the era of the 6, numerous tragedies had unfolded on the border. making it easy to envision how they would malign one another. Is it even possible for sheep to endure such heat? The Dornish are desert dwellers. There's hardly any grass for them to graze upon. Bran interjected, attempting to remind his companions. His words were accompanied by a yawn, rendering his voice somewhat muffled. Nevertheless, the two children comprehended his meaning. Indeed, Dorne is a desert. It hardly supports any vegetation. What do the sheep eat? Ellen pondered, suddenly realizing the absurdity of the situation, casting a dubious glance at Bran, as if questioning his earlier pretense of understanding. Who cares about such trivial matters? The lanky boy blushed slightly, realizing he had not thought through the implications and had unconsciously disparaged the Dornish. Besides, sheep have so much wool. Standing on sand would surely suffocate them. Ellen persisted, fixating on this issue. Perhaps before they perish, they might complain to their Dornish masters. Why do you keep me? Don't you know I cannot eat sand? Are you purposefully raising me in sand, just to ensnare me? Could you kindly be quiet? Are you intentionally keeping me in sand for your own convenience? Children are indeed loquacious. As Bran listened to their debate, he led the way towards the tower. With the instructor's departure, he could not continue his observation, and perhaps due to the repeated activation of his abilities within a short span, he found himself feeling somewhat drowsy. Yet, despite his attention waning and his body instinctively yearning for rest, he endeavored to maintain his focus on the phenomenon he had just witnessed, or perhaps the omen it represented. The four vanishing vortices? Vanished, or rather, escaped. What did that signify? Throughout the journey, Bran pondered intensely, his brow furrowed. Although he had not achieved his desired objective, he felt no disappointment. After many previous encounters yielding no clues, he had learned to approach the matter with equanimity. Nevertheless, he had not returned empty-handed. Reflecting on all he had seen and considering the current circumstances within the castle, a flicker of doubt crossed Bran's eyes. Thus, upon returning to the tower, he employed a clumsy technique to inscribe a line on the scrap parchment he typically practiced with. He then summoned his short-statured attendant, whispering his request. Jomi, please deliver this to Master Crellies. Chapter 5. The Prisoner's Dentures. Instructor Wilder has been captured. When the news arrived, Bran was in a small chamber, attempting to read without the assistance of the old scholar. Despite his limited vocabulary and somewhat halting reading ability, he persevered through the pages of the tome entitled Rubies and Steel. This book recounts the tales of a peculiar race of female warriors adorned with rubies embedded in their faces, hailing from beyond the continent of Westeros. The lexicon employed by the esteemed scholar, Maester Nayland, was exceedingly strange, causing significant distress for young Bran. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his endeavor. The study of heraldry, which had occupied his time until recently, had reached a natural conclusion. The old Maester claimed that his understanding of it was no less than that of an ordinary scholar. As for other disciplines, he was either too young to pursue them, or the knowledge that Bran sought was not something the old Maester could impart freely. He required the consent of Bran's guardian, the current head of House Baratheon, Lord Robert Baratheon. However, the Lord was presently absent from the castle. Thus, the only area in which Bran could continue his studies was language. He bore no resentment towards this, for he recognized that language constituted a skill within his attributes, and he was evidently intrigued by his unique abilities, or what one might call his extraordinary golden finger. Yet, when the servant, Jory, interrupted him, he instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief, setting aside the obscure crimson sheepskin book and repeating the words of the servant. Master Willard, in collusion with Ser John, Ser Norton, and Ser Ralph, plans to secretly open the city gates and surrender, only to be discovered by Lord Stannis? Indeed, my lord, the portly Jory nodded vigorously. Yes, they've already been imprisoned by Lord Stannis. Jory, a stout servant in his 40s with brown hair and a simple, honest demeanor, donned a sleeveless leather jerkin and coarse woolen trousers, and he carried a cloth basket that emitted a tantalizing aroma. He placed the basket on the table and cheerfully exclaimed, Lord Stannis even instructed the kitchen to send food for you, my lord. Look, there are pigeon pies, oat cakes, pea porridge, and even a roasted apple. He glanced curiously at the pensive dark-haired boy, but refrained from inquiring further about the captured master of Whispering Keep, as it was evident that the food and the captured master were intricately linked. The scent of the food wafted through the air, further enticing Bran's already starved belly. Yet, at that moment, he paid little heed to the food beside him, instead contemplating the implications of this new information. It had been 5 days since he had reported the matter, during which no significant events had transpired, leading Bran to believe that perhaps he had been overly sensitive. Yet now, he was unexpectedly confronted with this revelation. In truth, he could not ascertain whether the master would act in a treacherous manner. He merely sensed the possibility. and thus the information he conveyed had been tentative and scattered. I accidentally overheard Master Gavin conversing with Ser John, Ser Norton, and Ser Ralph. They seemed to be discussing Stannis, and I heard words like caution and stay vigilant. I believe there may be some secrets involved, Master Cleason, and I think you ought to be informed of this. This was the content of the note, intended to alert them to potential dangers, while also ensuring that, even if the master was misjudged, his reputation would not suffer overly much. After all, a mere gamble, a moment of indulgence, or perhaps a lapse in vigilance during patrols could easily lead to suspicion of the master. Yet now it seemed clear. I must seek out Master Cleason. The food can wait, he declared abruptly, rising and hastily exiting without awaiting a response, leaving the bewildered servant standing in place. The old maester was easy to locate. He was quite advanced in age and, barring a summons from Stannis, rarely left the scholar's chamber within the tower, which was merely a few paces from Bran's own quarters. Upon encountering the elder, he found him seated at his desk, piecing together a fragmented sheepskin map. Bran's arrival did not warrant even a glance from the old man, although his words carried a hint of amusement. Once, Stannis reproached me for wasting food on you children, but it seems even a child may unexpectedly prove valuable at times. I wish to visit Master Willard in the dungeons, Bran stated directly, his small face grave. Clearly, he could not approach the dungeons alone. Even as the third legitimate son of House Baratheon, he was not exempt from this rule. Visit? The old man's hands paused in their task. There is nothing to visit. He is a traitor, intent on betraying us. He has aided me, Bran replied earnestly. Robert's hounds are fierce. It was he who helped me drive them away. Your brother's hounds would only wag their tails upon seeing you, the elder remarked, his gaze still fixed on the map, exposing the falsehood in Bran's assertion. Moreover, your second brother forbids anyone from visiting a traitor. No one is permitted. You wish to consume him, don't you? The old man's hands trembled slightly as he regarded Bran with wide, astonished eyes, as if struck by the gravity of the implication. Tell me, child, who has suggested this to you? The food supplies have been dwindling. The aromas wafting from the kitchen have grown faint, and even the coarse bread consumed by the stable boys has turned moldy. I recently heard someone say we might not last until next month. Who told you this? The elder's voice bore a grave undertone, yet Bran remained unyielding. You wish to consume him, he reiterated firmly. This is merely, the elder hesitated, appearing somewhat abashed. However, Bran did not wish to press him further on this topic, for that was not his aim. Take me to see him, the dark-haired boy reiterated solemnly, displaying a rare glimmer of determination beneath his otherwise carefree demeanor. I wish to see him. After a moment of silence, the elder regarded the unusually mature child with a penetrating gaze. Do not heed the mad ramblings of that traitor, he cautioned, setting aside the remnants of the map and grasping the gnarled cane leaning against the bookshelf. He then led the way towards the door. Observing this, Bran obediently followed, refraining from further words. The dungeons lay beneath the tower, accessible by a direct descent through the structure. As they proceeded, a stair-sweeping servant greeted them, and 3 laundresses made way for the pair, burdened with a pile of garments. 2 Baratheon soldiers stationed at the tower's entrance offered silent salutes, while a jester known as Patchface, who had been frolicking in the courtyard, suddenly burst into tears and fled upon noticing the two, leaving the scene shrouded in bewilderment. To this day, I cannot ascertain whether saving him was the right choice, the elder commented, perhaps intending to alleviate the somber atmosphere. The fool is a pitiful creature. Your great-uncle never cared for him before his passing, yet Stannis seems to hold some concern, albeit unexpressed. It is no wonder, alas. Bran paid little heed to the unfolding events, nor did he carefully consider the elder's words. His thoughts were predominantly occupied with the forthcoming meeting, and he was rife with apprehension. After so many attempts to uncover clues without success, would this occasion prove fruitful? Yet if he did not go now, he might never have another chance. Why did he smell so enticing? Fragrant. Did it truly necessitate consuming him? The notion seemed somewhat plausible. For a fleeting moment, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Thus, upon encountering the target within the shadowy confines of the dungeon, he couldn't shake the unsettling sensation that the figure before him was somewhat difficult to behold. Under the flickering torchlight, his azure eyes were irresistibly drawn to the unsightly beads of greasy sweat trickling down the other's forehead. Help me. Master Cregan, please help me. Upon sighting the 2 figures, the former master of Windswept Keep burst into tears and howls. From the adjacent cells, similar pleas for mercy echoed, filling the dimly lit corridor of the dungeon with a cacophony of despair. The old scholar offered no response, instead tightening his grip on Blue's hand as if to signal him to remain vigilant. In his other hand, He held a torch wrapped in oil-soaked cloth, casting a dim yellow glow that illuminated the previously dark space, revealing the disheveled visage of what had once been a rather handsome face. I acted upon impulse, and I am terribly hungry. Oh, merciful gods, Master Cregan, I beseech you to forgive me. The master of the dungeon, his tousled brown hair a stark contrast to his desperate demeanor, clutched the coarse wooden bars of his cell, kneeling in a pitiful display of tears and snot, only to be met with a gaze filled with silent compassion from the old scholar. His attention then shifted to another diminutive figure peering at him from outside the cell. Lord Blue, please implore your elder brother to refrain from this course of action. Tell him. Wouldn't he wish to become a monster? Would he? Yes. That is precisely what to say. Hurry, I implore you. His frantic words came to an abrupt halt as something unexpectedly dislodged from his mouth, tumbling into the filthy pile of straw before him, rendering his plea incomprehensible. Upon glancing down, he discovered what appeared to be 3 false teeth embedded in a wooden base, their dull yellow hue glimmering under the torchlight. The clamor subsided, leaving the dungeon corridor in an eerie stillness. Blue regarded the false teeth nestled in the straw, his eyes widening in astonishment. This seemed to ignite a fit of rage within the false teeth's owner, who ceased his supplication and instead rose defiantly, cursing vehemently. To the 7 hells with it. Let the stranger take that accursed Stannis away. And Robert too, especially him. He should have taken me along. Why must I endure this wretched hunger here? I could have sought glory on the battlefield. Why am I condemned to confront Stannis' stony visage? The mad king shall burn you all. Yes, burn you. And you dare label me a traitor? Clearly, in the face of such cruel reality, the once proud knight had succumbed to madness, or perhaps he was simply overwhelmed by the grim knowledge of his fate. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, weeping. Cursed old Wilder, why did you have to sire so many sons? So many. My elder brother perished, and I am left behind. Why must you be so cruel? Masquerading as the master of Windswept Keep? I should have become a mercenary knight. At least I would have had a hedge to sleep beneath. Indeed, a noble hedge knight. He sobbed and laughed, mumbling a song about 6 maidens bathing together. The dungeon of Windswept Keep was constructed within the cliffs beneath the castle, perilously close to the rocky docks below, where the sounds of crashing waves mingled with the trickle of water, bringing with it an unbearable scent of brine and dampness. Though the lyrics of the song were sweet and lovely, the melody was steeped in melancholy, echoing sorrowfully through the dungeon's corridors. Seizing the moment, Blue utilized the old man's cane to nudge the false teeth from straw. Chapter 6. The Capsized Onion. I fail to comprehend your intent with his false teeth. The old scholar inquired on their return journey. Yet, throughout the exchange, Blue offered no direct answer, instead responding with a cheerful hum. Relying on his youth, the scholar found himself powerless to press further, ultimately departing in resignation. The heavy brown door creaked closed, and the scholar's footsteps receded into the distance. The room fell into a profound silence, the scent of burning wax wafting through the air. The flickering shadows danced across the uneven rush mat on the floor, swaying in tandem with the flames. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Blue fixated on the lower set of false teeth, wrapped in a white silk handkerchief, 3 in total, seemingly extracted from a deceased individual. The roots of these teeth, where they were embedded in the wooden base, were darkened, while the upper parts gradually turned a sickly yellow, emanating a peculiar fragrance that, rather than being foul, was oddly aromatic as Blue's fingers toyed with them. The mingled scents of ink and parchment, tinged with a hint of char, permeated the air. Indeed, the fragrance did not originate from Master Wilder himself, but rather from his false teeth. An inexplicable urge to grasp these teeth surged within him, as if doing so would unveil their true purpose. However, despite having previously sought them, Blue now hesitated. What might transpire if he held them tightly? Why were they false teeth? Or rather, why teeth at all? A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, leaving him in a state of indecision. Yet, upon catching sight of the mirror resting on the nearby shelf, all his negative musings dissipated. Reflected in the glass was the visage of a boy not yet 5 years of age, with black hair and blue eyes, his face etched with perplexity and burdened by unspoken worries. An inscription quietly emerged alongside his reflection. Race level, LV1. Boy information. Blue resolved silently. He then withdrew the handkerchief and firmly grasped the seemingly grimy false teeth. In that moment, it felt as though he had touched the threshold of another realm, his thoughts growing hazy, akin to slipping into slumber. Everything around him became a blur, the red candlelight stretching across the room like a shooting star, the solid walls transforming into a weighty and distant dusky sky, and the feather bed felt as soft and cool as water. The black-haired boy fell back onto the bed without struggle, his small face momentarily displaying astonishment. Time drifted by silently. The newly lit white candle melted down a third of its height, the flame flickering as the wax dripped like tears, flowing down the candlestick and pooling in the brass dish below, gradually solidifying. Outside the tower, the once serene atmosphere began to shift. The tightly shut windows kept the tempest at bay, yet the booming thunder could not be silenced. The shuddering winds transformed the once tranquil chamber into a cacophony, the window panes rattling and moaning as droplets of rain infiltrated through the slightest crevices, gently yet persistently seeping in. Initially, Blue remained unfazed, his form sprawled across the bed, his face tranquil yet marked by lingering surprise. However, in a fleeting moment, following a blinding flash of lightning, the previously serene boy abruptly sat up, losing his balance and tumbling from the edge of the bed, landing on the rush mat beneath him, racked with dry heaves. His stomach empty, yet seemingly filled with liquid. Blue gasped for air, beads of saliva trickling down as he fixated on the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. Until he became aware of his surroundings, the tremors gradually subsided, his heartbeat transitioning from a frantic rhythm to a more tranquil pace, while the panic etched upon his visage slowly began to fade. This is also false, indeed. All of it is, he murmured, kneeling as he sat up, his heart still racing as he cast aside the dentures that continued to exude a fragrant aroma. However, to his surprise, a series of bone-like clinks echoed against the floor, revealing a thick strand of green that caught his eye. It was a piece of seaweed, silently adhering to the dentures like a wisp of hair. Upon closer inspection, its deep green surface still bore droplets of seawater, along with speckles resembling grains of sea salt. Staring blankly at this inconspicuous seaweed, he opened his mouth in astonishment, yet found himself unable to articulate the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. The small chamber fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the distant rumble of thunder and the fierce winds that lashed against the glass panes. The torrential rain seeped in like fine hair, pooling on the stone floor near the window, saturating the once dry bulrushes into a soft, fragile mass. After an indeterminate passage of time, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside, followed by a series of knocks at the door. "Young master, come quickly. A smuggler has brought us food. Come see." Onion Knight? As he instinctively turned to glance, all he could perceive was the trembling door. There are onions, indeed, but they are merely smugglers, not knights. "We must go and see, my lord. We can still catch a glimpse of them. They are awaiting the steward in the great hall." Without affording the servant a chance to enter, Blandley swiftly suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and rose to make his exit. After a brief exchange, he hurried alongside the servant towards the lower levels of the tower. The ground floor of the tower housed a vast hall, and it seemed that everyone within the castle had gathered there, creating a cacophony of noise. Amidst the greetings, Blandley spotted the kitchen helper Iju, the stable boy Amon, the family guard Ben, and the kennel master Hold. They were huddled together, engaged in lively discussions, their expressions oscillating between surprise and disappointment. Initially, Blandley paid little attention to the commotion, for his focus was drawn to three figures not far from the crowd, one with a square face, another with a round face, and the last with a pointed visage. They were clad in unremarkable black robes with brown linen trousers, draped in gray woolen cloaks, their hoods slumped against their backs, still dripping with water. Though they were clustered in a corner, it felt as if they were the center of attention, with the entire assembly pointing and whispering around them. Two of them visibly uncomfortable, while the leading figure, a slender man with brown hair and brown eyes, bearing an ordinary appearance, exuded an air of calm. "Are you Davos?" Blandley inquired, approaching with curiosity at this middle-aged man who seemed somewhat different from his recollections. "Indeed," replied the questioned smuggler, casting a glance at the short servant who had followed along, and at the boy's golden velvet attire, bowing with a hint of humor. "My Lord Blandley, I am at your service." He appeared perceptive and evidently well-informed about the castle's affairs. However, Blandley offered no response to this insight. Instead, he surveyed the gathering crowd and posed a question. "Is it only onions and pickled fish?" "I apologize," came the reply. "The sudden storm left us no time to react. In fact, had it not been for our reasonable swimming skills, you might never have seen us." His expression conveyed a profound sense of disappointment. The smuggler's vessel had capsized, resulting in the loss of the majority of its cargo, a fact that not only dashed Blandley's expectations, but also rendered the smugglers' perilous journey across the blockade to aid them seem trivial. The provisions they salvaged were scant. Although he did not witness them, the murmurs of the nearby crowd made it clear. Blandly even overheard the stable boy remark that the food brought by the smugglers was insufficient even for their own share, leaving 3 extra mouths to feed within the castle. I mean, before the shipwreck, was it only onions and pickled fish? He pressed further. Blandly was actually curious as to why their ship had capsized for under normal circumstances. It should not have. The Onion Knight was supposed to bring a ship full of onions, becoming the savior of Windwhisper Keep. Otherwise, why would he be called the Onion Knight? Yet, who could provide an answer to such a question? Clearly, events did not unfold as he remembered, and the implications of this deviation, along with the consequences of their food scarcity, were thoughts he instinctively wished to avoid. Only onions and pickled fish, Davos reiterated in response to the boy's inquiry. Blandly, feeling a complex swirl of emotions, sighed heavily, stepped back, and bid farewell, preparing to turn away. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to pivot and look back at the middle-aged man, who had begun conversing quietly with his companions. Have you ever been to the Iron Islands, Davos? Taken aback by the unexpected question, the smugglers seemed to have anticipated the inquiry, responding without hesitation. I have been there several times. The first was a decade ago, and the most recent was earlier this year. Are you familiar with the drowning ceremonies of the Ironborn? Davos found it peculiar that this nobleman's child would pose such a question, yet he answered nonetheless, it depends on what aspect you wish to understand. Death. How can one minimize the likelihood of dying during the drowning? One might hone their rescue skills post-event. Although the drowning priest of the Ironborn claims they execute the life-giving kiss of the drowned god, in truth, it is merely. What about the drowned themselves? Blandly interjected. His azure eyes shone like 2 fathomless depths in the dim light, exuding an enigmatic glimmer. I mean, if you were the one being drowned, what could you do to increase your chances of survival? This. Davos hesitated, unsure how to respond. He found the boy's question to be exceedingly strange. Chapter 7. The Song of the Drowned One. The smuggler Davos, who had dared to cross the blockade, brought a meager supply of onions and pickled fish. Yet, due to the shipwreck, the quantity was insufficient to alleviate the food crisis at Windwhisper Keep. Consequently, for the following days, lunch remained simple to the point of being meager. However, Blandly's attention had recently become entirely fixated on those dentures. Whenever he found a moment, he would retreat to his room to observe them, becoming increasingly troubled. The moment his gaze fell upon the dentures, he felt an unusual allure, as if a voice was subtly beckoning him to grasp them tightly. Yet, the consequences of such an action filled him with trepidation. Experience had shown that clenching them would inexplicably transport him to an island at the far end of Westeros, where he would become one of its inhabitants and ultimately drown, just as in his previous dream, when he became a knight only to be crushed by his own horse. Whether knight or islander mattered little. The sensation of death was profoundly terrifying. Yet, if the smuggler's advice proved effective, life is about transcending oneself. On the 6th day of lunch, as he scraped at 2 dry, salted fish with a silver dagger, a sudden wave of reflection washed over him. Possessing a treasure trove, yet failing to seize, it is akin to having painstakingly wed a beautiful bride, only to find oneself impotent. Impotent? The rotund companion nearby, perplexed, blinked in confusion. What does that mean? Fists? Why can't they be firm? Is it because he hasn't had enough to eat? Then I too am impotent. You know, Lancel, I've been quite famished lately. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at the 2 battered salted fish on Lancel's plate, then blinked again at his dark-haired friend. You seem to harbor a strong aversion to it? Perhaps. No, it's not about fists. Lancel interjected with a sidelong glance. It is likely a psychological affliction. With that, he plunged his silver dagger into the forehead of one of the deceased fish with a decisive thrust, then slid off the long bench, stepping towards the door while the rotund fellow watched in bewildered astonishment. However, after taking a few steps, the dark-haired boy turned back to retrieve the plate of fish. Better to have something to eat than nothing at all, he emphasized with a hint of disdain, prompting a sigh of resignation from his companion. We're planning to go to the Godswood soon. On the other side, the lanky figure, who had been sneezing while gnawing on an onion, called out to Lancel's retreating silhouette, quickly wiping away the tears that had streamed down his face. Don't forget, you two go on ahead. Lancel, without turning around, waved his hand dismissively. I am not one to idle away my time. The 2 exchanged glances, puzzled. Is he speaking in riddles? Perhaps Master Chiron has assigned him a new course? That could be the only explanation. He is truly remarkable, managing to endure such a tedious endeavor for so long. In truth, Master Chiron had not assigned Lancel any new lessons. Upon returning to his room, he carelessly left the plate of salted fish on the table for later, then retrieved a set of false teeth hidden within the bedside drawer, clasping them tightly in his hand. His movements were swift and fluid, as if fearing someone might snatch them away. Yet in reality, he was merely apprehensive about his own potential change of heart. His fears proved justified, for it was not long before he regretted his decision, albeit too late. Gripping the false teeth, Lancel's previously lucid thoughts began to scatter rapidly, plunging him into a peculiar state of half-sleep, half-wakefulness. This state lingered for what felt like an eternity, yet also seemed to pass in an instant. When a cold breeze swept in, he suddenly sensed several hands pressing against the back of his head and his arms, jolting him awake. Unfortunately, before he could even take in his surroundings, his head was forcefully submerged into the clear, shallow blue waters below. He was no longer Lancel, but a young man with robust limbs. Having been here once before, Lancel was somewhat prepared, so the peculiar circumstances did not leave him bewildered. He was merely anxious. He recognized that he was in a place known as the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands are one of the 9 major territories of Westeros, inhabited by a people known as the Ironborn, who practice a unique religious rite of drowning. Simply put, it involves submerging you in seawater until you suffocate. Naturally, the Ironborn believe that true devotees of their drowned god fear not drowning, for they shall be reborn thereafter. If fortunate, through the primitive resuscitation techniques employed by the drowned men, the priests of their drowned god, the drowned may indeed survive. At this moment, Lancel was undergoing this very rite, fervently hoping for such fortune. Simultaneously, he prayed that the incantations spoken by the smuggler, Davos, would guide him through this ordeal, for he was exceedingly curious about this dreamlike world and yearned to glimpse its true nature. Nevertheless, regardless of his sentiments, the immediate challenge he faced was how to avoid drowning. At the onset of the ritual, the ample oxygen allowed Lancel's senses to remain keen, and his wide-open eyes could vaguely discern the nearby sandy seabed, observing green seaweed swaying with the water and a silver fish darting away in panic, along with 3 peculiar lines etched into the sand. Despite the tense situation, Lancel found himself inexplicably drawn to those 3 lines of text, but alas, his vision was blurred underwater, and before he could examine them closely, a rough foot stomped down to his left, stirring up a cloud of sand that obscured everything from view. The surrounding silence was eerie, as the ocean muffled most earthly sounds, leaving only a faint, ethereal prayer echoing around him, as if it were descending from the heavens. O supreme God, who is drowned for our sake, let your servant Har be reborn from the sea as you were. Grant him the blessing of seawater, grant him the blessing of stone, grant him the blessing of steel. Most importantly, remain calm. Lancel silently urged himself. As he continued to hold his breath, the oxygen in his lungs diminished with the progression of the ritual, and soon, his body instinctively urged him to struggle to the surface. Yet the pressure at the back of his head and shoulders was steadfast. Time passed, and the agony intensified, making everything increasingly unbearable. Most importantly, remain calm. We could no longer hold on. He recalled the smuggler's advice. We are all facing death. How can one possibly remain calm? He remembered how he had responded to Davos at that moment. The specter of death is terrifying. If we do not wish to be entirely taken by it, we must confront it head-on. You must understand, this act is fundamentally a struggle for life amidst death. The reply had come. A struggle for life amidst death. The excruciating pain from holding his breath left Lancel's thoughts muddled and tense, and he fought to suppress himself. Suppress, until at a certain moment he could no longer restrain the primal urge to breathe, and thus he opened his mouth wide. The briny seawater surged in. Most importantly, remain calm, he murmured to himself. Yet as his mind became ensnared in the agony of drowning, as the icy liquid uncontrollably infiltrated his lungs, as the seawater made his entire body convulse violently, a contrary thought flickered through his mind. This is utterly absurd. Darkness then enveloped his being, and after an indeterminate time, a refreshing breath of life gradually emerged from the outside world, accompanied by what seemed to be a roar. The dead do not die. It felt as if a jagged stone lay beneath him, causing him considerable discomfort. He wished to push it aside, but his limbs felt stiff and immobile. The dead do not die. Another roar echoed, accompanied by a vigorous thump against his back, the impact seemingly thawing his entire body. The dead do not die. At the third shout, he instinctively felt he should respond, so he murmured and opened his mouth. We shall rise again. The words shouted were a well-known saying among the Ironborn. Thus he could respond. Yet he was uncertain whether he had spoken the words aloud. But everything around him rapidly came into focus. The refreshing sea breeze caressed him incessantly, while the icy tide licked at the soles of his feet. The pronounced sensation of swelling in his abdomen jolted him awake, prompting him to roll over and double over in a violent fit of coughing upon the beach. As he expelled the seawater with each cough, clarity surged in his mind. Shadows loomed around him, and he could feel 3 unwavering gazes fixed upon him, as if anticipating something. Surely, surely I shall rise again. He responded through his anguished coughs, then staggered to his feet, his legs trembling as he stood on the sandy shore. Shaking, he faced the 3 encouraging stares and managed to squeeze out the final proclamation of the ritual through gritted teeth. It shall be even fiercer. Chapter 8. The Song of the Drowned, 2. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays mercilessly scorching, yet the coastal breeze brought a soothing coolness. The survivor, Bran, trembled as he stood in the shallows, embraced joyfully by the 3 drowned ones who kissed his cheeks. Soon, someone handed him coarse linen garments. It was then that he witnessed the 3 drowned ones forcefully submerging another black-haired youth. Panic etched across his face. "O supreme deity who has drowned for our sake, let your servant," an elderly man clad in tattered black leather, barefoot and wearing rough shorts, approached and gestured for Bran to follow him. As the fervent chants faded into the distance with his departure, this allowed him the opportunity to observe his surroundings. He found himself on a curved sandy beach at the edge of an island, basking under the sunlight, where a throng of armored soldiers bustled about. Some wandered to and fro, others wielded harpoons to fish in the shallows, while clusters of 2 or 3 sat chatting together. The sea breeze was refreshing amidst the crowd. A short soldier with brown hair and black eyes raised a wooden cup and shouted at him as Bran passed by. "You have passed the ritual. You have proven your devotion. We welcome you, Bran of White Gull Village." The 3 companions seated beside him raised their cups in solidarity, and more voices joined in exuberantly. Bran glanced at them, shivering, but the elderly guide did not slow his pace, so he refrained from speaking and hurriedly followed. He soon encountered more enthusiastic soldiers, some calling his name, while others merely offered loud blessings. As he continued onward, he uttered not a word, instead quietly surveying the unfamiliar environment. It was evident that the iron-born soldiers stationed on the beach were generally quite welcoming, and they appeared genuine, as did the island beneath his feet. The soft sand felt delightful underfoot, and the pleasant sea breeze tousled a strand of his brown hair. Suddenly, a droplet of bird droppings fell from the sky, landing with a splat on his shoulder. Glancing at the white-green substance now smeared across his shoulder, he found it difficult to describe the odor, reaffirming to himself that this was indeed a tangible place and not some illusion or dream. What would I encounter if I were to run to Wind's Rest now? A comatose boy? Or, reflecting on the previous dream, he pondered thoughtfully. Yet he understood that it would be a challenging endeavor, given that the Iron Islands lay at the far western edge of Westeros, while Wind's Rest was situated on the eastern coastline of the continent. Moreover, he was now a brown-haired, iron-born lad, not the black-haired 3rd son of House Baratheon, rendering him unable to enter the Lord's castle. More importantly, he seemed not to be here for a leisurely stroll. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the 3 lines of text he had seen during his drowning, suddenly gaining insight. After his reincarnation, it seemed he had awakened some special possession system. The knowledge he had acquired in his previous life could now be digitized. Once his level reached a certain threshold, the knowledge he had learned could even manifest into traits. Encountering a special medium would trigger the true purpose of this system, to possess others and undertake tasks. Could such absurdity truly exist? He touched his rough, boyish face and frowned. The elderly man remained silent, leading him to a fenced-off tent at the rear of the camp where he received a set of equipment, a padded white undershirt, an old black leather armor reaching his waist, a grotesque half-helmet with a nose guard, a pair of slightly chewed brown leather boots, and a short brown bow accompanied by a heavy quiver of arrows bound with a long leather strap. He was ultimately guided to a small group beneath a coconut tree on the left side of the beach camp. Before any introductions could be made, a golden-haired soldier leaning against the tree sprang to his feet. "Bran, wonderful. I thought you and team make it." Clearly, this individual was familiar with the current Bran. However, lacking any inherited memories, Bran was oblivious to this connection. "You have proven your devotion." Another scruffy black-haired veteran nodded solemnly at him, then raised a leather wine pouch in his hand. "Thus, your life now belongs to the sea," the drowned ones often said. This gesture elicited a sharp glare from the usually silent guide. "Lord Lucas forbids us from drinking during the day." "Pious, I haven't been drinking," the veteran called Pious replied with a bewildered expression, gesturing towards his own open mouth, revealing a set of yellow teeth. "Don't believe me? Smell it." The guide merely shot him a disapproving look before turning to depart, leaving Bran standing before this small group. Excluding the veteran named Pious and the golden-haired youth, there were 2 others, An unremarkable black-haired, middle-aged man, squatting in the shadow of the coconut tree, diligently stirring a pot of thick fish soup with a spoon. And a younger, lean man, scrutinizing Bran and his bow with a critical gaze. "Can you use that, lad?" "Of course." Before Bran could respond, the golden-haired youth interjected. "In White Gull Village, Bran trained alongside me." He pulled Bran closer, gesturing to the others around him. "Let me introduce you. The one speaking to you is Kaelin. He is an excellent archer. This is our cook, Ryan, from the neighboring Red Crab Village. And that old drunkard you just heard is—" It was a hastily assembled squad of soldiers. Bran, who listened quietly and observed, quickly grasped the situation. Despite the apparent familiarity among them, it was merely superficial. "I'm glad you survived. See, Pig Rod, didn't he make it? If you had perished too, I'd have to take on the Oak Island men myself. They certainly wouldn't be happy to accept my iron payment, especially with no one to assist me. But now it's all good." After introducing his comrades, the freckled-nosed, golden-haired youth continued to chatter away. His name was Jaspy. Despite not asking, Bran gleaned this information from the surrounding conversation. He also learned more details, such as that he was currently called Bran and that he and Jaspy hailed from the same village, White Gull Village. The island beneath their feet was named Old White Island, and their king, Rhodaz, reigned by the faith of the drowned god, garnering the collective support of the drowned priests. Tomorrow morning, this small team, along with several others, is set to embark on a voyage by ship towards an island known as Oak Island, to fight for the king who hails from the drowned. Lancelot could not help but gaze up at the clear sky. Although heraldry primarily encompasses the general history and notable figures of noble families, he inevitably encountered other knowledge during his studies. Thus, he understood that Old Wyke and Oak Island are indeed two of the isles within the Iron Islands, allowing him to grasp the Ironborn's drowning rituals and their general procedures, thereby enabling him to swiftly ascertain his predicament as he tightened his grip on his false teeth. What caught his attention was the ongoing conflict between the Ironborn soldiers from Old Wyke and another group of Ironborn soldiers from Oak Island. Such internecine strife was rare among their kind, and since the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, wars have been virtually non-existent. Even disregarding other factors, Lancelot found this situation exceedingly peculiar. He recalled hearing from the old maester that the current Iron King, Balon Greyjoy, was cautious and prudent, governing his domain with great stability, rendering the outbreak of civil unrest inconceivable. It was equally implausible for anyone in his territory to claim the title of king. Lost in thought, Lancelot appeared distracted, responding only with nods or murmurs to the conversations of his companions, including young Jasper. No one found his silence surprising, as being drowned could be considered a life-threatening crisis, and it was normal to be somewhat shaken by such an experience. Soon after, a discussion among the group finally confirmed his circumstances. "I'd say it's better that that heartless bastard from House Hall was burned to death by the Dragon King. He never cared about our lives, only concerned himself with building that stone castle in the east. Look at this. Even stone armor can't withstand a single spit from the Dragon King." The speaker was the old drunkard, Pious, grinning wide, his missing front tooth particularly conspicuous. "My uncle was there at the time, and they say that Heartless King was so scared before he was burned that he wet himself." The cook, Lane, had just finished preparing fish stew, serving each person a bowl with a wooden ladle, casting a doubtful glance at the old drunkard. "Are you certain?" The entire castle was aflame. The whole Hall family was incinerated by the dragon. "If your uncle was really inside, how could he possibly be alive?" "That I do not know," the old drunkard replied nonchalantly, "but I suspect we carry the blood of dragons from Dragonstone. Have you heard that saying? True dragons fear no fire." At that point, Lancelot no longer paid close attention, as it was unnecessary. In ancient times, the continent of Westeros was divided into 7 kingdoms. The North, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Rock, the Reach, the Stormlands, and finally Dorne. The Baratheon family, to which Lancelot belonged, inherited their lands from the ancient Stormlands, bestowed by Aegon Targaryen, the founder of the Targaryen dynasty. Aegon was known as the Conqueror, for he, alongside his 2 sisters, who were also his wives, rode their dragons to conquer 6 of the 7 kingdoms. The North, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Rock, the Reach, and the Stormlands. Only Dorne was subdued later through marriage alliances. During the Conqueror's reign, Dorne did not yield and vowed to resist the Targaryen dragons to the death. However, resistance was not limited to Dorne. When the war first erupted, the king of the Riverlands, Harrenhal, attempted to resist the Conqueror's dragonfire with his colossal castle, the most formidable in Westeros, only to see his entire family perished in flames, resulting in the extinction of House Hor. The vast Riverlands subsequently reverted to 2 territories, the Iron Islands and the Riverlands, that had transpired nearly 3 centuries ago. and Lancelot had recently encountered this history while studying the heraldry of House Tully of the Riverlands. Now, casting a glance at the nearby Ironborn soldiers who continue their banter, and then at the massive encampment of Ironborns stretching along the coastline, Lancelot felt his heart race uncontrollably. A singular instance should not lead to hasty conclusions. Yet the similarities in their situations were sufficient for him to draw a definitive conclusion. He could ascertain that he had indeed arrived in an era over 200 years ago, before the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty. This realization was secondary. The most vital understanding was that he possessed not some nonsensical game of possession, but the power to traverse through history. Chapter 9. The Song of the Drowned. 3. The Hall family is a family that disrespects the gods. On the morning following the drowning, a tall, long-haired drowned man gathered nearly 100 individuals, including Lancelot's team, and proclaimed loudly, "Because they disrespect the gods." The great drowned god summoned the Valyrian dragons from the east, burning the heartless heron, annihilating the entire Hall family. "This means we are free. Free. Free." Some devout Ironborn echoed his shouts, but at a gesture from the long-haired drowned man, they fell silent. "Even though we have liberated ourselves from the cruel rule of House Hall, the great drowned god believes his people must not continue to be misled by other false kings who disrespect the gods. Therefore, he has sent his son, our sacred King Roderick, to lead us on the right path," he declared, raising his arm with fervor. "Behold, Ironborn, this is the supreme gift bestowed upon us by the drowned god. No one is more fitting than the son of the drowned god to rule the Iron Islands, and no one is more worthy of sitting upon the stone seat. Long live the son of the drowned god. Long live King Roderick." Some Ironborn roared, their necks bulging with veins, a significant number joining in the fervent chorus. Yet, their uproar was abruptly interrupted again by the long-haired drowned man, his voice laced with anger. But not all Ironborn recognize the greatness of the son of the drowned god. Not everyone follows him devoutly. His proclamation continued, but Lancelot, having rolled his eyes, found no desire to endure such predictable rhetoric any longer. Despite realizing he had traversed into the history of Westeros, this knowledge offered him little assistance. His intermittent noble education over the past year had equipped him with the ability to recognize the various heraldries of Westeros and their brief familial histories and notable figures. But a thorough understanding of the true history of this world was beyond his grasp. Thus, he was uncertain of the precise situation of his group, resigning himself to the circumstances, or rather, choosing to go with the flow and observe before making any decisions. At this moment, he blended into the crowd, clad in a worn black leather armor, a quiver and short bow slung over his shoulder, standing tall and ready for action. Indeed, Lancelot was preparing to depart this beach, bound for a place called Oak Island. Oak Island was the location of the irreverent enemies spoken of by the long-haired drowned man, and their objective was, of course, to confront those people. Lancelot's aim was also Oak Island, but not solely due to following the crowd. It was also because of the 3 lines he had encountered during his drowning experience yesterday. Successfully arrive at Oak Island. Kill 7 Ironborn. Prevent King Roderick from jumping into the sea. Evidently, his abilities extend far beyond merely traversing the annals of history. Yet, this realization only heightens Lancelot's vigilance. From the moment he drew breath, he has been vaguely aware of the enigmatic information that manifests upon his very being, though he has remained uncertain as to its true nature. How does it come to be? What purpose does it serve? What is its connection to his existence? Might it harbor any dangers? Countless questions abound, as they may well pertain to his destiny, and because such phenomena are decidedly absent in the lives of ordinary individuals. However, prior to that peculiar dream, and before he grasped the false teeth tightly in his hand, the revealed information had not provided him with any discernible clues, save for the subtly shifting numbers that accompanied his deepening study of heraldry. Now, with this new development, Lancel naturally places great importance upon it, albeit with increased caution. On one hand, he covets the extraordinary powers that the term golden finger may imply. On the other hand, he fears the potential pitfalls it may conceal. Yet, beneath this careful scrutiny, an instinctual voice within him persistently mocks his suspicions, as if whispering, "Should you truly worry about yourself?" Instincts aside, Lancel has not forgotten to harbor doubts regarding his golden finger, for he cannot fathom what it truly is. Nonetheless, he does not resist it. While he cannot ascertain whether it is benevolent, who could definitively claim it to be malevolent? Thus, he muses that, in addition to observation, attempting to bring these 3 matters to fruition might not be an unwise endeavor. However, a conundrum arises if he truly mingles with those around him to accomplish these tasks. he would inevitably find himself on the battlefield, potentially falling victim to a flurry of arrows. Lancel does not fear death, as his recent experiences have shown him that in this realm, dying merely returns him to beyond history, back to Windwhisper Fortress, where he may continue as the third son of House Targaryen. Yet, the agony accompanying death is indeed unbearable. Better to live on in misery than to die well. Each day survived is a small victory. Ideally, he would complete a task and witness what transpires next. Who will grant me rewards? To whom do I owe this? What might happen if I were to sire a son here on the Isle of Oak? Would there be a multitude of descendants 300 years hence? The young man with chestnut hair finds himself lost in reverie, beneath the blazing sun by the seaside, after nearly an hour of soaking in the warmth. The gray-haired priest finally concluded his pre-departure address, gesturing for the 100 or so Ironborn soldiers to board the long-prepared three-masted warship. With so many Ironborn embarking, the hold beneath the deck could scarcely accommodate them. After receiving a straw mat, Lancel settled alongside several familiar faces from his team at the edge of the deck. The cool sea breeze caressed them as the soldiers leisurely awaited the voyage's conclusion, their laughter and chatter creating an atmosphere of ease. "Hal, once we reach the battlefield, you shall follow closely behind me," declared the serious-faced blonde youth, Jasper, leaning against the ship's railing. "My axe is superior to your skills, so I shall lead while you provide cover with your bow." Lancel wished to protest that he had no proficiency with a bow, yet the words remained unvoiced. Facing the youthful visage before him, he merely nodded, contemplating how to navigate the impending challenges. Jasper, oblivious to his companion's unease, prattled on. "Though we have not seen battle, we cannot rush to the front unless commanded by an adult. I hope someone will accept the iron coin I paid. Upon my return, I shall be a true Ironborn. But my father insists that as long as I return, all shall be well." "How? Has your father spoken such words to you?" "I do not recall," Lancel replied candidly. "Are you homesick?" Jasper inquired curiously. "You used to be quite talkative." "And so are you," Lancel retorted, sidestepping the question. Lacking any memories of his previous life, he found it best to deflect inquiries back at his interlocutor. "I am not homesick. I am a strong person, and strong individuals do not yearn for home," the blonde youth asserted, extending a grayish-white stone flecked with warm yellow hues towards Lancel. "Here, I found this before leaving, just outside my door. I hope it brings you some joy." After examining the stone, Lancel accepted it with a word of thanks, to which Jasper earnestly replied, "The drowned god shall protect us." "He surely will. The great king of Rashis will pray for us. Hal, remember to stay close behind me. We shall return, bearing the identity of true Ironborn." The youthful voice brimmed with hope, and Lancel wished him success in his aspirations. Yet, fate is fickle. The summer sea resembled a capricious matron in her prime. With the sky still azure at dawn when the ship set sail, only to grow ominously overcast by midday. A tempest descended, wild winds surged, and the three-masted warship struggled against the gale, finding itself not only unable to advance, but even starting to retreat. Soldiers, either reclining or leaning on the deck, scrambled to their feet to avoid being trampled, while sailors busied themselves hastily lowering the sails. Unfortunately, a young red-haired sailor lost his footing from above, letting out a piercing scream as he plummeted into the churning sea, vanishing in an instant. We need not fear the wrath of the storm god, for the great drowned god has already opened the gates of his magnificent water palace for us. Let us not forget that the son of the drowned god has personally sounded the horn of our advance. We are blessed. On the deck, the long-haired seafarer, clad in a robe of gray, green, and blue, shouted with fervor, raising a wooden staff high above his head. His weathered face, akin to that of a steadfast farmer, flushed with excitement as he bellowed. Yet, a strand of his gray hair, caught by the wind, inadvertently lodged in his throat, forcing him to choke and cough violently, halting his rousing words mid-sentence. "Hal, be cautious," came a faint warning as Lancel strained to turn his head, clutching the taut rope at the ship's edge, only to see a rolling wooden barrel hurtling towards him with alarming speed. "Cursed luck," he muttered under his breath before dropping to the deck as the barrel, crafted from oak, narrowly grazed his scalp. He then grasped the base of the mast, refusing to let go. The gale howled fiercely, and the rain fell in torrents, as the slender warship rocked like a peppercorn tossed in a boiling pot. At times, the vessel's side almost kissed the surface of the sea, teetering precariously until the last moment when it righted itself, a stroke of misfortune amid fortune. Yet, ephemeral luck offers little solace, as long as this terrifying storm persists. The ship named Invincible Midwife faces a daunting journey ahead. Isn't it merely a matter of making haste? Shouldn't this be the simplest of tasks? Lancel pondered, rain-soaked and weary, wiping his face with great effort. Just then, he spotted Jasper, who had rolled across the tilted deck, crying out in alarm, prompting Lancel to extend his leg to block the impending collision. His foot barely caught the hem of the golden-haired youth's black leather armor, eliciting a loud expression of gratitude from the latter. Yet for Blaze's part, it felt as though his ankle had been cleaved in two by the hardened leather, processed in a boiling cauldron. Regrettably, his sacrifice proved futile. Amidst the tumultuous darkness, as a fierce storm reared its head once more, the indomitable midwife rocked violently, as if a colossal sea creature were dragging the fragile vessel through the tempest. The very earth trembled, and many iron-born soldiers were hurled into the ocean with anguished screams. The golden-haired boy, whom Blaze had just rescued, was among them. Blaze watched helplessly as the despairing, youthful visage of the boy faded from view, a heavy stone pressing upon his heart, rendering him breathless. Your father is waiting for you at home. He couldn't help but think. But soon, Blaze had no time to dwell on anything else. Amidst the lightning and thunder, in a moment of fierce upheaval, the already slick and cumbersome mast, made treacherous by the downpour, finally slipped from his grasp. The brown-haired youth plunged into the sea. Chapter 10. The Song of the Drowned. 4. The storm raged over the ocean, and the world beneath the waves tossed and turned, as if some deity of the sea was playfully shaking a fishbowl. The creatures within helplessly swaying to and fro. Darkness, coldness, and boundless expanse. The profound depths of the ocean swallowed the three-masted warship amidst the lightning storm, devouring countless iron-born soldiers as if they were mere specks of dust, along with the hopes of the Ironborn in their campaign against the enemy. It was not until the following day that this natural disaster gradually abated, ultimately yielding to tranquility. As the dawn's light bathed the tranquil sea in hues of gold from the eastern horizon, Blaze slowly opened his eyes. At first, he gazed blankly at the deep yet cloudless sky, but then, as if recollecting a thought, he raised his robust arm before him, feeling a sense of incredulity wash over him. I'm still alive? How could a non-swimmer who had plunged into an endless abyss of ocean possibly survive? As he pondered this perplexity, a voice emerged from nearby. Want to die? Just flip over. Turning towards the sound, a familiar face came into view, disheveled black hair, a round chin, a bulbous nose, and several deep lines etched upon his forehead, an appearance both aged and unattractive. He was clad in a coarse linen shirt, his trousers soaked, leaning against the bow of the boat, vigorously shaking a leather wine pouch, the hollow echoes of which seemed to express his disappointment. Blaze recognized him. It was old Drunkard Pies, part of his crew. Simultaneously, he realized he was lying at the edge of a mastless small boat, the deep sea now less than half a meter from his cheek. You saved me? He inquired as he propped himself up, though a frown involuntarily creased his brow. He felt as though he had been drained of all vitality, an overwhelming weakness engulfing him, and his stomach growled in protest, signaling his hunger. It was the cook. He was cleverer than us. Before being thrown overboard, he managed to cling to the deck of the small boat. Old Drunkard Pies gestured toward a brown-haired, middle-aged man sitting at the stern, focused on something in his hands. Upon hearing his words, the man looked up and smiled at Blaze. Are we the only ones? Blaze couldn't help but ask, scanning the small boat. What about the others? Have you seen Jasper? The golden-haired one from my village? The grand palace of the drowned god shall open its doors for our suffering brethren, and your friend shall become an esteemed sailor within his halls. The last remaining individual on the small boat weakly smiled at him. This stout figure, with disheveled gray-black hair obscuring half his face, clad in a gray-green-blue robe, was indeed the leader of the drowned priest. The great drowned god has not forsaken us. You see, he has sent his devout servant, Lion, to rescue us from the malevolent clutches of the storm god. He spoke in a subdued tone, finally succumbing to a fit of violent coughing, as if in great distress. Indeed, this is the will of the drowned god, old Drunkard Pies muttered. But why didn't he simply return us to the island? We cannot presume to fathom the designs of the divine with mere mortal minds. The long-haired drowned man coughed as he struggled to explain. Yet it is evident that he has different plans for us. From a closer perspective, he no longer bore the aura of a haughty zealot as in their previous encounters. Rather, he resembled an ordinary farmer in his 40s. Unfortunately, Blaze had little interest in the man's words. After a brief moment of silent mourning for the golden-haired youth, he redirected his attention. The cerulean waters swayed beneath the small boat, which bobbed gently in the dim light. The four of them were distributed around the craft, appearing quite spacious despite its modest size. Beyond the confines of the boat, the ocean stretched infinitely, with the southeast and southwest enveloped by a dreary expanse of water. A thin mist swirling at the water's surface, casting a shadow over Blaze's heart. Though he harbored concerns about their present predicament, despair had not yet taken hold. After surveying his surroundings, he turned his gaze toward the cook, Lion, who was engrossed in his tasks. The nickname Lion had been given by the golden-haired boy from his village was soon found to be somewhat misleading, for Lion was not merely a cook. The supplies aboard the boat were meager: a bundle of coarse rope, 2 tattered linen cloaks with bronze clasps, a bow, half a quiver of arrows, a short axe, and 2 long axes, along with a few miscellaneous items. Although they seemed of little use, Lion adeptly fashioned a rudimentary fishing rod from these scant provisions. He then carefully retrieved a piece of black bread wrapped in linen from his pocket. The bread was withered, moldy, and waterlogged. Yet Lion managed to extract a limp white maggot from it. "Had you prepared for this?" Blay inquired, leaning closer. "We from Lantern Island are accustomed to keeping a few worms on our person," the cook replied with pride. "For as long as we can catch a fish with them, we shall have ample meat for bait." Lantern Island was a diminutive isle among the Iron Islands, yet Blay was familiar with it, for it lay at the farthest western edge of the known world, beyond which lay an endless sea, unexplored by any. As long as bait was plentiful, the inhabitants of Lantern Island would never starve at sea. As the cook spoke, he set the worm bait in place and settled at the stern to engage in the art of fishing. Noticing Blay's interest, he began to elaborate further. "I am not well acquainted with these waters, but as long as we remain within the Sunset Sea, I know where various fish reside. Of course, the fish are not always predictable. You must understand their habits." He began to discuss common fish and fishing techniques, and unable to contain his curiosity, Blay asked, "Will our talking scare the fish away?" "That depends on the type of fish. The more fisherman-like cook," Lion replied. "Some fish might flee, while others may approach. You see, the water is quite clear. Timid fish will not venture near once they spot the boat, let alone hear sound." As he spoke, he forcefully lifted the fishing rod in his hand, revealing a large-headed silver-scaled fish with a sharp tail that was fiercely tugging at the end of the fishing line. Appearing not so much caught as unwilling to relinquish its grip, the fisherman promptly raised his arm, grasping the fish in his hand, and gestured towards Bran. "Look, these teeth have made it quite audacious." Bran curiously glanced at the fish, whose sharp teeth were prominently displayed. Although modern folk are well acquainted with various sights, he seemed to have never encountered such a creature firsthand. "Do the people of White Gull Village only know how to scrape stones for a living?" A nearby old drunkard, who had a clear view of the scene despite the small boat's confines, couldn't help but scoff, adding, "Or are you too busy eyeing the fisherwomen?" "That's not the case." Bran shot a glance at him, but chose to disregard the man, suggesting instead to the fisherman, "Shall I assist you?" The fisherman, despite his weary physique and elevated status, found the old drunkard's audacity hard to bear. Uncertainty loomed over how long the boat would drift aimlessly, and it wouldn't suffice for the cook to toil alone. Quickly assessing the situation, Bran decided against taking advantage of the fisherman's hospitality. "Fine," the fisherman acquiesced, "but you must handle the tools yourself." Bran nodded, and the fisherman continued to guide him verbally while maintaining his fishing stance. To fish, one first needed a rod, which was easily arranged with some leftover materials from the cook. However, while it appeared simple watching others craft a fishing rod, it proved to be a different matter when Bran attempted it himself, with the old drunkard incessantly offering unsolicited advice. It took nearly an hour before Bran successfully tied the prepared fishing line to the long pole. Yet, upon completing this task, he received an unexpected bonus. "You have learned a new skill, fishing gear crafting LV1. Accompanied by this quietly emerging information, vivid images of his recent endeavor to construct the fishing rod surfaced in his mind, deeply etched in his memory. With but a fleeting thought, Bran could recall even the most trivial details. He felt no particular excitement about this, as he doubted he would need such a skill under normal circumstances. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the mechanism behind this information's appearance. He had assumed that within such a historical narrative, no notifications would manifest, for he had seen none when observing himself. Yet it appeared that was not the case. Lowering his gaze to his current form, he still saw no floating text regarding race or level. It remained effective, yet did it require a true body to exhibit those attributes? Bran speculated. As he settled at the bow of the boat, using a piece of fish flesh caught by the fisherman for bait, another piece of information drifted into his thoughts. "You have learned a new skill, fishing LV1. This notification accompanied the emergence of a silver-scaled, short-tailed fish, which, under the sun's overhead glare, leapt and splashed water everywhere until it was silenced by a blow from the old drunkard's axe. The old man then began to voraciously consume the fish, disregarding its scales. "Live fish are best to eat," he mumbled through mouthfuls, "but only dead fish won't bite." Casting a glance at the brazen fellow, Bran rolled his eyes before turning back to continue his fishing. Unfortunately, his subsequent catches were few and far between, lacking paddles and uncertain of their direction. The small boat merely drifted aimlessly upon the vast, deep ocean, occasionally swaying with the waves. The old drunkard leaned against the long-haired fisherman, while the two anglers occupied the bow and stern of the boat until their provisions began to dwindle. Drinking seawater is better than dehydration. At least it has a bit of salt, the fisherman asserted, before sinking his yellowed teeth into the fish's belly, the creature still twitching slightly, its blood gushing forth from a wound. The drunkard and the fisherman feasted on the marine delicacy, seeming accustomed to raw fish. Bran, however, stared at his meal, blinking repeatedly. Once scaled and skinned, the fish's tender, translucent flesh was revealed to him, glistening in the sunlight, while the large, lifeless eye of the fish, now wide open, reminded him that it had previously wriggled in his hand. Even during the hunger at Windy Fort, he could at least have a morsel of proper food. But now his situation had sunk to a new low. Fortunately, he needn't fear parasites. Sighing, he took a bite. The fresh, cold flesh of the fish carried a hint of the ocean's brine, and surprisingly, it didn't seem so dreadful. He suspected he was merely comforting himself. The day after successfully surviving the submersion ritual, they set sail, only to encounter a storm that afternoon. In just a single day, Bran gradually adapted to life afloat. Surrounded by the boundless sea, the boat's slight movements made him feel as if he were confined within a narrow, oceanic prison. The state of the few occupants aboard remained relatively good. In their idle chatter, they expressed gratitude for their survival, quietly cursing the storm and the tempestuous god of the sea. Yet they showed little sorrow for their fallen companions. Clearly, they were no strangers to shipwrecks, storms, and death, and were quite adept at sourcing sustenance from the ocean. Drifting upon the waves became monotonous. A priest named Lucas, a member of the drowned, would raise his arms towards the sea at dawn and dusk, fervently praying for the drowned god to guide them to the shores of the fabled island, that they might continue to serve valiantly for the great son of the drowned god. Bran was uncertain of the priest's thoughts, with only the four of them. Reaching that island seemed more like delivering themselves as offerings to the enemy. At that moment, he harbored little hope of accomplishing the three tasks. Understanding that natural disasters differ from human folly, the sea would not adhere to their reasoning or rules. He felt that even a slight surge in the waves could capsize their boat, leading to their demise beneath the depths. Simultaneously, the vast azure expanse provided no clues for him to observe. Yet he remained undecided about whether he should simply surrender to fate, primarily because the thought of enduring such pain was unbearable. On the fourth day post-submersion, their drifting continued. Bran's fishing skill level had quietly risen by one, while the old drunkard, having consumed too much seawater, began to suffer from an upset stomach. Consider yourself fortunate if you haven't dehydrated, the cook, Ryan, consoled his companion, only to soon succumb to a high fever himself. Bran, wary of the two's cautionary tales, attempted to minimize his intake of seawater, though it was a challenge. He believed that as long as it didn't persist, he would be fine. On the fifth day, the drunkard and the cook resorted to drinking each other's urine to quench their thirst, leaving Bran aghast. However, that very evening, a large, tightly sealed barrel of wine floated by, resolving their water crisis, accompanied by a sizable platter of slightly sour hard cheese. The two who had resorted to drinking urine appeared somewhat regretful, though their rugged faces betrayed little emotion. Meanwhile, this timely supply somewhat alleviated the cook's fever. By the sixth day, although the cook appeared still quite frail, the seasoned old fisherman from Lonely Light Island had shed the listless demeanor that had marked him in the throes of fever. Nevertheless, confronted by the seemingly boundless expanse of the ocean, his spirits remained decidedly low. "I may not have long to live," he lamented, casting a glance towards the submerged priest huddled against the ship's railing. "Will the great god of drowning accept such an old and useless fisherman as I, Lord Lucas?" His voice was tinged with anxiety and anticipation. The priest nodded solemnly in response, declaring, "The flowing palace of the god of drowning will open its gates to all who revere him, provided they find themselves in the sea at the moment of their demise." Thus, the cook, Rain, smiled contentedly. However, circumstances took a turn by dusk on the seventh day. The setting sun bathed the ocean in a vibrant tapestry of colors as the small boat rocked gently upon the waves. The old fisherman, standing at the bow, raised his hand to scan the horizon, and, upon noticing something amiss, his weary eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising. "A ship! Come quickly and see!" At his exclamation, everyone rushed to the front of the boat to behold the sight. Yet, upon recognizing the sails unfurling, The long-haired drowned man suddenly slumped back against the deck, his countenance despondent. Great god of drowning, save me. That is a ship of House Greyjoy. Chapter 11. The Song of the Drowned 5. Amidst the vast ocean, the sails billowing in the sea breeze resembled the formidable tentacles of a fearsome sea monster. The drifting little boat strove to remain still and hidden from its gaze, yet all efforts proved futile. As the long-haired drowned man confirmed the identity of the approaching vessel, the three-masted warship surged toward their small craft with unrelenting force. Despite knowing escape was futile, the little boat began to turn and flee. Not long had passed since the burning of the treacherous Heron, and the Iron Islands were enmeshed in civil war. Practically every isle had its self-proclaimed king, rendering each island an enemy to the others. The sea monster has not claimed kingship, but he is no friend of ours, declared the long-haired drowned man, his expression hardening as the colossal warship drew closer. Without a second thought for his companions, he leapt into the sea with a resounding splash. Alas, this act bore no fruit. Once the others aboard the small boat were taken captive, several scantily clad enemy sailors plunged into the water and swiftly emerged, dragging the fleeing drowned man back. He appeared tall and robust, yet the weakness brought on by the storm had not fully abated. A pack of traitors. You shall not extract any message from me. The great god of drowning will surely punish you, he proclaimed defiantly as he was taken captive. Beside him, Balon watched with a grim expression, feeling the weight of misfortune. Storms, shipwrecks, and now captivity. Since his arrival, he had encountered nothing but ill fate. Was his next destiny to face execution, or to be submerged once more beneath the waves? He knelt upon the deck, held tightly by a one-eyed, bald sailor and a small, brown-haired crewman, while nearby, the drunkard and the cook shared a similar fate. My lords, this has nothing to do with us. We are merely honest fishermen, the old drunkard pleaded pitifully. Yet, after receiving a sharp slap from a stout sailor with a pointed chin, he fell silent. This journey is long, and I'm at a loss for amusement, one sailor remarked, licking his lips, but just then, a stir arose among the onlookers. A chorus of greetings erupted. Leader Vitcon, we have captured a drowned man. Balon craned his neck to see a tall, rugged man with pronounced features and deep-set eyes making his way through the throng of sailors. Vitcon Greyjoy. The drowned priest clenched his teeth at the sight. The newcomer's lips were tightly pressed, and although he bore no full armor, he was clad in leather armor and sturdy boots. Balon's attention was drawn to the embossed emblem on the front of his brown leather tunic. Like a ship's sails, the emblem depicted a golden sea monster against a black background. Yet unlike the sails, he was close enough for Balon to discern its details. Familiar with the Greyjoy name from his past life's memories of a tragic eunuch and a madman with the ability to teleport, Balon was also aware that, in his current understanding, the Greyjoy family held a status in the Iron Islands akin to that of the Baratheon family in Stormland, lords, dukes, and high nobility. Yet, that was a tale from Balon's previous era. Presently, he was less informed. What he did know was that, throughout history and in contemporary times, the ancient Greyjoy family was not to be trifled with, as their ancestral motto attested, take by strength, not by toil. Fixating on the writhing emblem, Balon squinted, appearing as though he were listening intently. In truth, the dialogue between the Greyjoy and the drowned man bore significant implications for their fates. Are you preparing to support the sinking of Bitterbridge? The words, devoid of tremor and superfluous tone, resonated with steadiness and authority, and with those deep blue eyes. The speaker exuded the aura of a commanding presence. Meanwhile, the drowned man, who had leapt into the sea in a bid to evade the sea monster, now stood tall and defiant, his voice rising. We fight for the great god of drowning. Before he could finish, the sailors restraining him shoved him down harshly. Yet this only fueled his indignation. The gods will punish you, you traitors. Yes, we shall see. You do not represent the great god of drowning. Especially not you fools who worship the so-called son of the deity. The newcomer replied expressionlessly, yet issued a command to his sailors. Release him. Thus, the drowned man staggered to his feet. This is but an inconsequential step on your path to redemption, he asserted. The leader, Vitcon, chuckled incredulously. I would not be foolish enough to take you to the island for punishment. Many would view that as a provocation against the god of drowning, he declared. Moreover, I lack the patience to listen to your ramblings. Therefore, if you do not surrender now, this vast ocean shall be your final resting place. In response, the drowned man erupted in laughter. We come from the sea and shall ultimately return to it. Kulme, I am ready to enter the flowing palace of the great god of drowning. Very well, let it be so. Vitcon Greyjoy waved his hand dismissively and turned away. For to him, This was merely a minor interlude. The three captives were dragged forth, prepared to be cast into the sea. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. According to custom, captives may be ransomed. Vidcon Greyjoy turned to regard the speaker, his expression one of surprise, as though he were noticing this individual for the first time. Yet, the subsequent words piqued his interest. The drowned man's name is Lucas. He is favored by the king. Spare him, and you may acquire something of greater value than a mere corpse. The customs of the Greenlands do not apply here, Vidcon Greyjoy replied, glancing at the brown-haired, blue-eyed youth in the distance. Moreover, the drowned man is not a lord. Keeping him will only bring trouble. Then interrogate him, the youth remarked. You appear to be bound for the Iron Islands? How fortuitous, for we were originally headed there as well, until we encountered a tempest. Are you not curious about our original intentions? Regardless of your motives, Greyjoy interjected, they have been swallowed by the sea along with the storm. If that is indeed the case, then why did the drowned man attempt to flee? The brown-haired boy, who was none other than Balon, reminded him. He knew full well that without a ship, leaping into the ocean would only lead to his demise, yet he did so nonetheless. He was aware that if he displayed enough bravado, you would not spare him, and, as it turns out, you are indeed poised to cast him into the sea, thereby fulfilling his desire. Do you possess inside knowledge? I am merely a foot soldier, the boy replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Aside from knowing we are to fight for the king at the Iron Islands, I am utterly in the dark regarding anything else, not even the identity of our foes. Do you deem this to be normal? What value is there in withholding the identity of the enemy? His words caused the drowned man beside him to change countenance, only to erupt in a tirade of curses, traitor, chameleon, and so forth. Yet Balon merely cast a sidelong glance at him before dismissing him entirely. A living drowned man may not be particularly useful, but a dead one is undoubtedly worthless, he asserted. Upon hearing this, Viking Greyjoy instinctively touched the hilt of the silver axe at his waist. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded the sailors to temporarily confine the cursing drowned man, then turned his attention back to the brown-haired boy with renewed interest. I might consider sparing the drowned man, but I see no reason to retain you knowledgeable ones. We have just betrayed Old Wick Island, Balon candidly stated. If we were to betray you as well, then there would truly be no escape for us. He glanced at the old drunkard and the cook nearby. The former nodded vigorously, while the latter hesitated, but under the watchful gaze of several sailors. He ultimately acquiesced with a nod. But what value do you possess? The other inquired with a nonchalant air. The cook, Lane, has exceptional skills in preparing stew, Balon asserted, indicating the trembling figure of the cook kneeling nearby, who hailed from Lonely Light and not Old Wick Island, a place renowned for its adept fishermen. Every sailor aboard this vessel could make that claim. A bald sailor laughed heartily. What do we need with a fisherman? We have no shortage of cooks. Fishermen may be dispensable, but you will inevitably need fodder for battle, Balon countered. Regardless of whom you face, place him at the forefront. The cost is merely some trivial provisions. Keeping you around would necessitate assigning someone to keep watch over you, and chameleons are not to be trusted. The laughing sailor's demeanor turned serious as he shook his head. You cannot possibly have only us as captives, if not now. Then there will surely be more in the future. Balon concluded, disregarding the expression of the other, and turned his gaze towards the only one present with authority. The one with black hair. As long as you provide him with a flask of wine before battle, he will fight more valiantly than anyone else. Indeed, the old drunkard eagerly nodded in agreement. He lacked the fortitude of the drowned man. Throughout their journey, Balon had discerned that this man held little reverence for the drowned god, merely seeking to profit from the war. And what of you? Do you also wish to be among those sent to their demise? Viking, the lord, did not spare a glance for the other two, focusing intently on the clever brown-haired boy before him, his interest intensifying. After all this talk, is that not the crux of your desire? Balon inhaled deeply, standing tall. I can read and write. Upon uttering these words, he felt the gazes of those around him shift entirely. Chapter 12. The Song of the Drowned, 6. As the brief interlude concerning the captives concluded, the warship known as the Reaver set sail once more. The boy from White Gull Village, Hal, had transformed into a scribe under the banner of House Greyjoy. Though his command of the common tongue was hasty and exaggerated, and despite his literacy not yet encompassing all texts, he nonetheless excelled in his role, and the elder scribe overseeing him appeared quite satisfied. At first glance, this may seem improbable, yet in the Iron Islands, educated individuals are a rare commodity. Here, the ability to read and write is tantamount to being cultured. The Iron Islands are marked by barren lands and savage customs, having thrived on plunder since time immemorial. Though their axes and iron swords are keen, Their knowledge of literature and arithmetic remains a significant shortcoming. The common folk are illiterate, and the lords and nobles are equally lacking. Indeed, throughout the history of the Iron Islands, few kings have ever possessed the ability to read. This cultural desolation has persisted for centuries. Even after the Iron Islands submitted to the Targaryen dynasty, it was only during the era of Colin Greyjoy, the time of Balon, that the Iron Islands began to adopt a scholarly class, leading to some improvement. However, a lack of education does not equate to a lack of need for it. Although the common Iron Men often regard the literate as sorcerers wielding strange powers, the lords and kings still require such specialized skills. Yet, their means of acquisition remain rooted in plunder, akin to how they procure other scarce resources. In the broader expanse of Westeros, while literate individuals are more numerous than in the Iron Islands, their presence remains relatively scarce. Thus, it is not difficult to understand why Balon was able to rise against the odds. Nevertheless, despite this newfound position, he had not gained their trust, even during work hours. He remained under scrutiny. Balon was unconcerned by this, as his primary aim was to secure better treatment on the journey ahead, harboring no other expectations. Under the clear sky, the somewhat cumbersome hull of the Reaver sailed leisurely across the sea. The oil lamps hanging from the deck swayed in rhythm with the ship's motion. And within a cabin below decks, an elderly man in a gray robe sat opposite Balon, observing him as he penned a letter. It was only when Balon completed the final stroke that the man felt at ease enough to withdraw his gaze. You possess the makings of a scholar, but alas, you were born in the Iron Islands. Balon smiled shyly at this, offering no further comment. The ability of the sigil was somewhat perplexing. Initially, it had allowed him to witness the plump Ismond's lack of hygiene and the potential treachery of the instructor at Windwhistle, and not long ago, he had glimpsed a sea creature calmly contemplating while seated on the throne, perhaps indicative of its character and future circumstances. Thus emboldened, he had spoken boldly, and the result had brought him relief. However, despite having evaded suspicion, adequate explanations remained necessary. Therefore, regarding his literacy, he fabricated a tale about being taught by a scholar who had washed ashore in his village during a storm. No one questioned his account, at least, not yet. Have a sailor's wages been accounted for? The elder inquired. He had once been a scholar in Old Town, assigned to serve at a castle in Westeros, but unfortunately, he had been captured en route to this remote locale known as the Iron Islands. Yes, the figures have been tallied. I will deliver them to the purser shortly. And what of the tattered tome the Lord requires? Do you encounter any passages you do not comprehend? Most can comprehend, yet there exists a term that eludes my understanding. As he spoke, he withdrew a stack of parchment from the shelf before him, locating a specific page to indicate a passage. Under the dim, yellow light, the elder leaned in, scrutinizing the text for an extended period before elucidating. This term refers to excrement. The entirety of the sentence conveys that dragon dung is scalding hot, and a certain Valyrian slave was once doused with dragon droppings, resulting in his flesh being seared alive. He began to explain word by word, while Lancel quietly listened. Following the demise of their king at the hands of a dragon, the entirety of the Iron Islands buzzed with discussions about dragons, and the captain of the Iron Victory, Victarion Greyjoy, had taken a particular interest in all knowledge pertaining to these creatures. He employed various means to collect fragments of text containing information about dragons, subsequently requesting the elder to read them aloud to him. However, this aged scholar struggled to read, hampered by his failing eyesight, leading to an inefficiency that persisted until Lancel's arrival. Throughout the course of their voyage, Lancel devoted each afternoon to reading aloud to the elder, transforming himself into a figure of momentary significance aboard the ship. Yet, those close to him knew the truth. Despite his apparent familiarity with the captain, he remained a mistrusted turncoat. After fulfilling the tasks assigned by the elder, Lancel rose, clutching the stack of tattered books, and made his way toward the deck. En route, he encountered a long-haired captive, bound to the mast, who regarded him not with anger, but with pity. "Child, you have lost your way." "I am certain we are bound for Oakenshield," Lancel shrugged, though in truth, the vessel was not making a direct course to Oakenshield, having taken a detour and even anchoring at another isle before ultimately heading for their intended destination. Lancel said nothing further, tightening his grip on the parchment beneath his arm before ascending the nearby wooden ladder toward the helm. Upon reaching the edge of the deck, the towering figure of the captain, with arms crossed behind his back, turned to glance at him as he heard the footsteps. "Shall we continue from yesterday's page?" "Indeed," Lancel replied. He did not expect the captain to harbor much curiosity about whether dragon dung could prove fatal, yet as a newly surrendered captive, he deemed it prudent to speak sparingly. Thus, He began to recount the text on the page with deliberate clarity. Lancel's voice resonated with precision, steady and unhurried. Ordinarily, the captain exhibited no dissatisfaction with such recitations, even when faced with topics less engaging than dragondom. However, today, the captain's demeanor grew increasingly impatient, culminating in a raised hand to halt Lancel's page-turning. "Stop!" Upon this command, Lancel's voice ceased, and curiosity flickered in his eyes. The captain gazed out toward the sea, remaining silent for a moment before murmuring, "Do you know why I spend my days listening to you read from these tomes? It is evident that you seek to contend with dragons," Lancel replied candidly. Victarion Greyjoy nodded. "With the death of King Harren, the archipelago has fractured into chaos. With foolish individuals scrambling to crown themselves as kings, believing Harren's demise presents an opportunity, yet their arrogance blinds them." He continued, his gaze drifting toward the distant land across the water, his tone laden with complexity. "Westeros is the true target of that dragon king. Yet he shall not relinquish the Iron Islands. When the great dragon descends, these fools will pay dearly. To declare oneself king in the presence of a dragon king?" He scoffed derisively, turning his gaze back to Lancel. "You are an astute individual. Why do you pledge allegiance to that drowned man, Roderick, who is destined to be burned alive?" "Faith," Lancel ventured. "Or do you truly believe that the so-called son of the drowned god can summon our deities to combat the dragons?" Indeed, many proclaimed themselves kings across the islands, with each isle boasting its self-proclaimed lords. Yet Old Wyke remained an exception, where the king was not a lord but a priest of the drowned god, supported by the entirety of the drowned men, thereby endowing this priest-king with considerable influence. "It is indeed faith, my lord," Lancel affirmed, recalling a particular task in his mind. He added deliberately, "the faith of the Iron Islands. What distinguishes it?" Victarion detected the underlying implications in Lancel's words. "Throughout the archipelago, all Ironborn worship the drowned god, and the drowned men serve as his voice. In a sense, they embody the will of the people, which is precisely why you sought to execute the drowned men at sea." The captain nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the moment, Lancel continued, "Therefore, I believe that when the flames of the great dragon descend, the drowned men shall cloak me in the armor of popular sentiment to face the invaders. Thus, I allied with them rather than those kings who arm themselves with power and wealth. Do you believe that Aegon will care about our Ironborn sentiments?" Victarion's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Why not?" Lancel countered. "He is a conqueror, intent on subjugating this land. Dragonfire will aid him in conquering the Iron Islands." "Dragonfire will only render the land to ash," Lancel retorted. "Who would be foolish enough to reduce their dominion to cinders? The Iron Islands have long thrived on plunder, notorious for their ferocity. Perhaps he is merely ridding himself of future threats." "Ferocity?" Lancel questioned. "Is there ferocity in dragons?" Victarion paused, taken aback by Lancel's inquiry, before bursting into laughter. "I do not believe your drowned king to be a son of the gods." He chuckled, turning his gaze back to the sea. "Yet sometimes I ponder, if he can summon fish, perhaps he can, as he claims, summon sea monsters, true sea monsters. If that were the case, even Aegon's Dragonfire could not compel the Ironborn to submit. Indeed, as long as there is a glimmer of hope." This notion was new to Lancel. Yet before he could ponder further, Victarion spoke once more. "According to our itinerary, we shall reach the northern shore of Oakenshield by tomorrow. Tonight, I shall converse with the drowned men, and should all go well, I will grant you your freedom on the morrow." Chapter 13. The Song of the Drowned Men, 7. You have acquired a new skill, Archery LV5. Beneath the blazing sun, as the left foot clad in brown leather boots pressed upon the soft sands of the desolate shore, a surge of information coursed through his mind. Simultaneously, a cascade of unfamiliar memories, not originally his own, began to materialize, scenes of practicing on targets and slaying foes upon the battlefield. He recalled the fundamental bow grip, as well as the advanced skill of wind deflection. It felt as though a drowsy individual had suddenly awakened to the realization of their identity, devoid of pain or peculiarity, as he stepped forward, leaving the shallows behind. These memories became firmly imprinted within the depths of his mind. Consequently, Lancel touched the blackwood short bow slung over his shoulder. "How? I thought you were truly a chameleon," came a voice of astonishment from beside him, belonging to the cook, Lane, clad in light chainmail. "I had prepared for a hasty retreat, yet I never expected they would release us so readily." The middle-aged fisherman, with his dark hair cropped short, gazed pensively at the increasingly distant sea monster ship, along with the small boats they had used to paddle ashore, his expression one of bewilderment. "The sea monster has returned?" He mused, recalling how they had previously regarded them as foes. How did you manage this? Victarion Greyjoy believes it better to befriend us. Renly shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. The fact remained that they were free, and their erstwhile adversary, in a gesture of goodwill, had even provided them with 3 sets of equipment. At this moment, he found himself contemplating another matter. Could the King of Rods truly summon schools of fish? That seemed beyond doubt. The voice belonged to the old drunkard. Pike, who was now adjusting the round half-helm perched on his head, the silver chainmail draping his arms and upper body shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. I've witnessed it firsthand. The king leapt into the sea, and lo and behold, the fish appeared. People call it a miracle. Were it not for this, we Wun-Ti have pledged our loyalty to him, he asserted, glancing at the low thicket towards the beach where the drowned folk were headed, and added in a hushed tone, I reckon it would have been safer to remain on the sea monster-esque ship. Now that we are free, what can we truly accomplish? We must fight for the great god of the drowned. The cook, standing nearby, sincerely chimed in, being a rather devout believer. Renly paid little heed to their conversation, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the priest king's mysterious powers, as a sense of eagerness began to well up within him. The recently acquired task reward seemed devoid of any cause for alarm. Having been directly infused with memories, Renly did not believe he could guard against his own recollections. Yet, he was quite curious about the mechanism of this memory infusion, which felt surprisingly profound, akin to the depth he had cultivated through years of practice. However, since he had yet to experiment with it, he could not be certain. Thus, the brown-haired youth drew his bow, adjusting his grip to assess the feel before loosing an arrow at a crooked coconut tree approximately 20 paces away. The sharp arrow swiftly pierced the air, vanishing in a flash of sunlight before embedding itself high in the tree trunk with a resounding thud, its fletching vibrating and humming. Satisfied, he nodded and explained to his astonished companions, just testing the feel. In another direction, a drowned man squatted momentarily before rising to beckon them. The trio hurried over. We are currently on the sandy beach at the northwest side of Oak Island, he spoke in a low voice. His brown eyes sparkled as he stood tall in a robe of gray, green, and blue, though his sunken cheeks betrayed considerable weight loss. There lies a mining village 3 miles from here, and we shall head there shortly. For now, let us set up camp and rest. We need sustenance. He paused, his gaze shifting to the upright, brown-haired youth, his tones softening considerably. How? Become familiar with your bow quickly. We shall soon put it to use. The drowned man was not one to easily forgive, exhibiting a certain coldness towards the previously surrendered cook and old drunkard. Yet he was markedly kinder towards Renly, who had not only restored their freedom, but had also secured a potentially powerful ally. The reason for calling him a potential ally was that Greyjoy had not explicitly declared his support for the drowned kingdom of Old Wick. He had merely hinted at such intentions, the specifics of which required further negotiations between the two parties. Nevertheless, this development was sufficient to elevate Renly from a mere chameleon to a valiant youth bearing the weight of humiliation. What exactly is our objective? The old drunkard could not resist asking. The drowned man pondered for a moment before replying. The Holy King Rod's recently dispatched warriors to seize the floating wood fortress in the western part of Oak Island. But now it is under siege by those who disrespect the gods, intent on reclaiming it. So, we are to provide support for that fortress? The old drunkard mused, smacking his lips. Just the 4 of us? We aim to rescue the fortress, but it will not be solely us 4, the drowned man replied coolly, offering no further explanation. Thus, this beleaguered group commenced a fire on the secluded beach and began to catch fish. While the other 2 were occupied, Renly stealthily approached the drowned man to inquire about the specific plans. Unfortunately, despite his favorable disposition towards Renly, the drowned man remained reticent. Clearly, he deemed this matter too sensitive to divulge. In response, Renly merely shrugged, suppressing his curiosity as the drowned man's actions did not conflict with his own goals. At this point, it was the 8th day since Renly had arrived in this historical realm. In these brief yet protracted 8 days, as a makeshift Iron Man, he had endured drowning, storms, shipwrecks, drifting, captivity, and betrayal. While caught in calamity, time had seemed to crawl, yet now, he felt as if he were adrift in a dream. It was as if, in a daze, he had stepped onto this island and accomplished one of the 3 tasks set before him. Having gained a preliminary understanding of the task mechanism, Renly felt he had met his basic requirements. If he could also fulfill the other 2 tasks, that would be splendid. If not, he would not be overly disheartened. This was, after all, his first foray into this historical world, and he had not expected to glean much. He found himself increasingly curious about whether he could alter history and, in turn, change reality, though he was uncertain what actions might lead to a notable transformation. Dragons? Conquerors? or something else entirely. On the beach, the cook, Ryan, began to ignite a fire using flint, propping a helmet atop branches to serve as a pot. While the old drunkard scoured the nearby woods for firewood, Renly ventured into the shallows, barefoot upon the soft sand, gripping an arrow with a sharp tip marred by several white scratches, searching among the pebbles for fish. Ultimately, the group partook in a meal of fresh fish soup and salted fish, before setting off in the wake of the drowned man towards the mining village he had mentioned. The name Oak Island suggested a connection to trees, yet the landscape was predominantly composed of parched, sun-baked rocky hills and sandy expanses, with only a few stunted yellow-green conifers dotting the terrain. Some nameless plants struggled to thrive in the crevices of the omnipresent rocks, appearing both unsightly and resilient. As their journey progressed, the chainmail Renly wore became increasingly heated under the sun, the weight on his shoulders feeling burdensome, and the oppressive heat away from the coastline caused beads of sweat to form on every brow. As they ventured deeper into the island, guided by the familiar drowned man, they traversed the remote paths without encountering any of the island's inhabitants. At last, they arrived at a small village nestled against a rising hillside. Under the radiant sun, the village appeared ethereal, with sparsely distributed wooden houses resembling a cluster of gray tombstones standing beneath the hill. Before this assemblage of tombstones, a few islanders clad in tattered white shirts could be seen gathering, wielding pickaxes to dig at something. Ryan, you go to the eastern edge of the village. There's an old camphor tree there. Hide behind it, and when you see someone emerge, don't hold back, shoot to kill. Pike, you take the northern approach. Find a hiding spot just like Ryan. Hal, you guard the western entrance. Ensure no one escapes. From a distance, the drowned man began issuing commands. Once you see me emerge, stay close. What is he planning? Renly observed the drowned man's demeanor and noted the resolute seriousness in his gaze, prompting him to hold his tongue as he followed directions to the designated hillside. Once he had concealed himself and cautiously peered back towards the path, he discovered the figure of the Ironborn draped in a coarse robe of gray, green, and blue had already stepped into the village, engaging in conversation with the gathered villagers at the entrance. A call for reinforcements? He stroked his chin, pondering a possibility. The storm had claimed an entire ship of soldiers, leaving only the 4 of them. Regardless of their objective, it was evident that they could not achieve it alone. However, if the Ironborn were to rally more men here, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Despite the enmity between Old Wick and Oak Island, the Ironborn wield considerable influence throughout the Iron Islands, even regarded as spiritual leaders. Yet, even if he could muster a crowd, what would it accomplish? This piqued the curiosity of Balon Greyjoy. Would a rabble be capable of providing aid to that so-called Wood Fortress? The Ironborn claimed their aim was to rescue the place known as Wood Fortress, and during a previous meal of fish stew, Balon had gleaned some geographical insights regarding the area. Whether summoning farmers for immediate assistance was feasible remained uncertain, especially since Wood Fortress seemed to lie on the opposite side of the island, quite a distance away. Information was scant, and the Ironborn remained reticent, leaving Balon feeling somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, considering his secondary task of slaying Iron Men, he did not seize the opportunity to depart. Instead, he pondered while keeping an eye on the situation at the village entrance. Before long, he observed the villagers crowding around the Ironborn as he entered the village, his figure disappearing amidst the thatched roofs of the cluster houses. Shortly thereafter, a furtive old man with black hair appeared at the village entrance, pausing momentarily before hastening towards Balon's direction. The brown-haired youth tightened his grip on the black wooden shortbow. Chapter 14. The Song of the Ironborn 8. An arrow, fletched with the feathers of a white seagull, vanished from sight the moment it was released by the archer's rough fingers. The twang of the bowstring echoed in the air, followed by a sudden, piercing scream. A hurriedly trotting blond man, just 10 meters away from the archer's hiding place, was struck in the chest by the arrow, causing him to tremble violently before collapsing to the ground, his forward momentum unable to sustain him. It appeared to be a fatal shot, yet the archer did not relent. Instead, he deftly retrieved another arrow from the dry ground behind him, knocking it onto the bowstring. The sun blazed overhead, and the young archer, drenched in sweat, felt beads of perspiration rolling from the edge of his iron half-helm down to his nose, stinging painfully as he drew back the bowstring. With a brief whoosh, another metallic thud resonated as the arrow found its mark once more, striking the blond man, who lay face down on the ground, causing him to spasm before succumbing to silence. The young archer then cast a glance towards the seemingly tranquil village, noticing no other figures approaching before lowering his bow and rising to drag the corpse before him. The chainmail draped over him clinked with each movement, and the bruise on his nose throbbed with intensity as he finally managed to pull the body to the stone behind him. Drenched in sweat, as if he had been completely submerged. Releasing the corpse's ankles, he let its feet fall against the stone, contorted and deformed. With difficulty, he removed the iron half-helm from his head, seizing the damp, soft cloth cap beneath it and tossing it onto the stone, inadvertently letting the tail of the cap brush against his nose, igniting a wave of pain that made him grimace. He glanced back at the dusty clearing where he had placed the corpse. The red-haired youth, the black-haired elder, and this recent victim, a man with short, pale blonde hair who appeared to be a blacksmith. The three corpses bled profusely from their arrow wounds, pooling beneath them in a dark red puddle. It was the afternoon of the 8th day since Balon had entered this place. If memory served correctly, today marked his first act of violence. Yet he could not discern whether the change in his mindset stemmed from the ingrained memories of his archery skills or was simply a facet of his inherent nature. Observing the vibrant life of those he had slain transform into lifeless flesh did not incite disgust or any other abnormal reaction within him. Instead, he found the situation absurd. Would I, too, appear as grotesque in death as they do? The pain in his nose compelled him to glance once more at the black-haired elder, whose eyes were wide open, staring vacantly at the sky. Despite the task at hand, Balon had initially refrained from delivering a lethal shot to the elder, aiming instead for his calf to impede his movement. However, the harsh realities of war and the consequences of his momentary compassion haunted him. As he lowered his bow to reprimand the elder, the man had swiftly grasped an axe from his belt and hurled it at Balon, catching him completely off guard. Had it not been for the iron helm shielding his head, he would have suffered a grievous wound. While the helm had deflected the axe blade, the nose guard had crumpled under the force of the blow, leaving his nose bruised and seemingly disfigured. Fortunately, this was not my true body. Murmuring to himself, Balon gazed up at the sky, realizing it was now dusk. They had arrived at this location around midday, yet the Ironborn had yet to emerge from the village. This left him to contemplate various scenarios, but did not deter him from taking a moment to don his helm and the tattered cloth cap once more. Originally, he had possessed 16 arrows in his quiver, but now only 11 remained untainted by blood, resulting in 3 Oak Island villagers meeting their demise at his hands. He now awaited a fourth. However, when a fourth figure finally appeared within his line of sight, Balon hesitated. It was a young woman hurriedly approaching, cradling a swaddled child. Her long brown hair was disheveled, and her light blue dress was riddled with mismatched patches. She walked with her head lowered, occasionally glancing around nervously. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to the true danger. A dark arrow shot through the dimming light, embedding itself in the dust before the woman, causing her to instinctively cry out in alarm. She then caught sight of the bow-wielding youth emerging from behind the stone, who was now drawing back his bowstring, narrowing his eyes to aim. "Stop! Take one more step and I will," the boy warned, but the woman, in a panic, screamed and turned to flee, clutching her child tightly and disregarding his words entirely. Balon found himself momentarily dumbfounded. "You are the most foolish woman I have ever encountered," he muttered, maintaining his aim at her retreating back, his fingers tightening around the bowstring. Yet he refrained from releasing the arrow until she dashed beyond his range, disappearing into the village. With a sigh, Balon lowered his bow, just as he contemplated whether he should escape before the villagers emerged en masse to retaliate against him. A crowd surged into view at the village entrance, brandishing pickaxes, sickles, and even wooden clubs, led by a towering figure of mixed hues, advancing aggressively along the path before them. One of the balding elders fortuitously encountered the fleeing woman and seized her, forcibly dragging her into the throng. They did not head towards Balon, but instead took the path that led to the cook, Rain. Recalling the commands issued by the drowned man before his departure, Balon swiftly retrieved several arrows embedded in the ground behind him and hurriedly pursued the group. Had the drowned man summoned a gathering of villagers? Where were they headed? Suddenly, a drunken old man clad in light chainmail darted out, trotting alongside Balon. "To fight for the great drowned god," he replied curtly. Balon found this statement rather nonsensical, yet he recognized that such absurdity was the only fitting response. Lagging behind the group, he observed Rain silently appear from another direction, trailing behind the crowd. Uncertain of the drowned man's true intentions, he refrained from advancing, and the old drunkard did likewise. They pressed on until the daylight faded completely, revealing an unprecedented siege. As the silvery moon cast its cool glow upon the pine needle-strewn ground, the villagers reached the towering rock fortress perched atop the hill. The castle lacked outer walls. A surging moat connected to the distant, faintly visible coastline. A crowd, barred from entry by the moat, gathered around the drowned man. while soldiers patrolling the walls shouted at them to retreat, yet none budged. The drowned man then sounded a strange, mournful horn, to Balon's astonishment. The previously elevated wooden drawbridge trembled and then crashed down. The castle gates swung open shortly thereafter. Was this the fabled magic? Balon stood momentarily stunned by the scene, while the old drunkard reacted swiftly, spotting the villagers rushing into the castle. He suddenly yelled in regret and dashed toward the fortress. Hurry, or we'll miss our chance. Chapter 15. The Song of the Drowned Man. 9. A fierce battle, beyond Balon's expectations, erupted. As the castle doors swung wide, the bells within tolled ominously, and the farmers organized by the drowned man surged in, their crude weapons raised amidst the cacophony of battle cries and terrified screams. The soldiers on the walls, finally roused to action, attempted to counter the onslaught, but they appeared few in number, and their efforts were ineffective. Under the moonlight, chaos intensified both within and outside the castle. The moat's waters surged, and stones fell from the wooden drawbridge, disappearing without a trace. The old drunkard sprinted ahead, though not out of bravery. Thanks to the crowd that had forged a path, their initial entrance through the gates met no resistance, allowing them to glimpse the lifeless faces of the slain in the nearby murder hole. Balon suddenly grasped the gravity of their situation. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Dozens of farmers had already scattered from the beast pen by the castle gate, rushing in all directions, while the soldiers hurried to regroup, only to be surrounded by an even greater number of foes. On the right flank, the battle had concluded. 5 villagers eagerly rummaged through the defeated for weapons and armor, heedless of their 2 wounded companions nearby. Meanwhile, at the left entrance of the castle wall, 3 armored soldiers found themselves encircled by twice as many farmers. One farmer, clad in a thin linen shirt, thrust a shovel at one soldier, but the blow was thwarted by the soldier's glistening black armor under the moonlight. The guard retaliated, cleaving halfway through the attacker's neck, but simultaneously, a bearded villager swung an axe, striking the soldier's helmeted head with a tremendous crash. The soldier staggered back, but the axe-wielding villager swiftly aimed for the exposed gap in the soldier's throat, delivering another blow that sent blood gushing forth. The remaining 2 guards were not idle. One was fending off attacks from 3 burly men, while the other withdrew a bloodied sword from the chest of an elderly man, only to tremble and collapse upon realizing he had been struck by an arrow. In quick succession, 2 more arrows flew, striking the last soldier in the shoulder and chest. Ending his struggle, the farmers wasted no time, surrounding the fallen and scavenging their weapons and armor. Balon did not linger, for the battle at the gates was drawing to a close. Scanning the path ahead, lined with thatched cottages and towering spires, he tightened his grip on his bow and strode forward purposefully. Balon had anticipated a stalemate, or even a disadvantage, within the castle, yet along his path he encountered no formal combat, only scenes of brutal slaughter. He saw a frail, gray-haired elder lying lifeless in a pool of blood, not far from the headless body of a small boy. He witnessed 2 villagers greedily grappling with a chestnut warhorse in the stables, while a 12 or 13-year-old stable boy, bloodied in the abdomen, huddled in a corner, weeping. He noticed a rotund cook, trembling with a knife in hand, facing off against villagers who merely mocked him. He even beheld a naked girl standing in the mud, wailing loudly, while not far from her, a young mother was being viciously assaulted by a balding elder. As bloodshed and tragedy engulfed the fortress, Balon stepped forward, delivering a punch that sent the assailant sprawling. The interrupted elder rose in fury, shouting at Balon, "Go steal from elsewhere, boy. She is mine." A sharp arrow silenced his words, thrust into his mouth like a dagger. Gurgling, the assailant knelt before collapsing lifelessly. "What are you doing?" "He asked one of us," exclaimed Rain, emerging from nowhere, grasping Balon's arm with a face etched in fear and anger. "Not anymore." Balon kicked him aside and continued striding deeper into the castle. Along the way, he encountered another companion, who was stealthily hiding in a corner with his hands tucked into his garments. Upon seeing Balon, he grinned widely. "How come quickly? I found a room filled with jewels. We're going to be rich." Unfortunately, his companion did not halt for the enticing words, merely glancing briefly before hastily departing, leaving the old drunkard bewildered. What has gotten into him? He muttered, glancing at the heap of jewels and trinkets in his grasp, which prompted a broad grin, only to be abruptly stifled as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings before scurrying away. Balon discovered the drowned man in an open tower hall, quietly conversing with a middle-aged man clad in gleaming chainmail. Upon noticing Balon, the drowned man waved him closer, prompting the man to depart. "Gode is a devout follower of the drowned god. He and his people helped us breach the castle gates, the tall drowned man explained. I can see that, Balon replied, casting a glance at the departing figure. The enigmatic figure of the priest, Yinzhong, has become increasingly clear to him. Their original objective was to rescue the place known as Floatingwood Fortress, yet their approach was not one of direct confrontation. Rather, it involved a strategic diversion to besiege the enemy. Yinzhong was well prepared, having recognized the vulnerabilities of this location, even arranging for traders to assist him. Unfortunately, a tempest claimed the lives of the soldiers he led, compelling him to recruit villagers as makeshift warriors. However, these soldiers were hardly ideal. At this moment, Lannister had regained his composure, yet the incessant cries and wails echoing from the hall beyond continued to vex him. Your men are like beasts, ravaging the indigenous inhabitants of this castle. This is their just reward. Dressed in a coarse robe of gray, green, and blue, Yinzhong replied. The faith in our mighty deity can sway those mining slaves to our side, yet only tangible benefits can compel them to grasp their weapons and fight for us. Is such benefit merely a license for wantonness? The youth could not help but question, although he had mentally prepared himself for this reality. Witnessing it firsthand filled him with repulsion. This is an essential form of recompense, Yinzhong noted, sensing the disquiet in the young man's tone. He furrowed his brow. You must remember, our great deity has never been a benevolent god. The Iron God was created to incite us to pillage and destroy. Is this true even for our own kind? Lannister inquired. They are not our kin. Their masters and men are currently besieging our fortress. Placing them among the ranks of traitors, Yinzhong replied coolly, then raised his hand to silence Lannister's forthcoming words. Let us leave this matter here. You are still young and have yet to experience the brutal realities of war, but in time, you will grow accustomed to it all. For now, there's a matter upon which you may assist me in contemplation. Lannister remained silent, his gaze penetrating the depths of Yinzhong's azure eyes, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. Our initial plan was to defend Long Whip Fortress, drawing the Tully family back to aid us against the siege of Floatingwood Fortress. However, the Storm God has left us without personnel, and I cannot be certain that our remaining forces can withstand a counterattack of Todd Tully. You need reinforcements. Lannister began to muse, recalling the myriad scenes encountered within the castle, until he realized how to articulate his thoughts. What you require are true warriors, not mere miners wielding pickaxes. It was sheer luck that they managed to seize this fortress. You cannot expect more from them. True warriors reside on Old Wick Island. Then send a message back to Old Wick Island, beseeching His Majesty for assistance. We lack the crows of the Greenlands to relay messages. It is simply impossible to send word. Dispatch the old drunkard, send Lannister, send anyone who can return to fetch reinforcements. Utilize a small boat. As long as the wind is favorable, it can be done swiftly, Lannister suggested. For now, the personnel within the fortress should be able to hold for a time. Moreover, it will take the enemy some time to return here. Yet that is still too slow, Yinzhong pondered with a frown. Do you believe we have any other options? He was a seasoned priest of the Iron God, adept at rallying followers and conducting rituals, but his expertise was limited to that realm. You could summon more local believers to aid in defending the castle, or you could leverage captives to threaten the Tully family, Lannister pointed out. But you cannot guarantee that those summoned will genuinely stand with us. They may, like God, secretly open the castle gates to our foes. After all, this is enemy territory. Without the baptism of war, I cannot discern the sincerity of the followers from Oak Island. Yinzhong's brow furrowed deeper. Yet I will never resort to using captives as leverage against the enemy. The Iron God would not permit such weakness. Perhaps the reasons are more complex than that. Lannister remarked with a shrug, remaining silent thereafter. You are correct. We indeed need to seek reinforcements. However, both Lannister and Pies are unreliable. After a prolonged contemplation, he voiced a sentiment Lannister had silently hoped to hear. I hope you will undertake this journey for me. Chapter 16. The Song of Yinzhong, 10. Chaos reigned throughout the night. Initially, this turmoil was merely the slaughter and plundering by the Ironborn. Yet in the latter half of the night, a once-caged hunting hound suddenly broke free, rampaging through the castle in a frenzy, exacerbating the madness of the situation. Nevertheless, the overall outcome remained unchanged. Thus, when the sun rose from beyond the distant horizon the following day, the castle known as Long Whip Fortress had completely changed hands. The white flag of the former ruling family, emblazoned with nettle and whip, was carelessly torn down and trampled upon. The armory within the castle had been emptied, and the villagers, once a group of mining slaves, now donned armor and weapons reserved for soldiers and noble lords, making them appear almost legitimate. However, the survivors who had endured the tragedies would forever remember what manner of people they truly were. During the subsequent cleanup, Dozens of corpses were removed from various corners of the castle and unceremoniously discarded into the moat, their silent disappearance accompanied only by the sound of splashing, as if they had never existed. The family of the former rulers, the Tullys, were now tightly confined within a high tower, overseen by the cook, Lannister, who should now be addressed as Captain Lannister. Accompanying him was the elder, the old drunkard Pies, who had transformed into one of the chief captains overseeing the castle walls. Quickly integrating himself with his new comrades, Lannister awaited Yinzhong's assignment of a ship and personnel to return to Oldwick Island for aid. During this time, he encountered the young woman he had previously assisted, yet she merely clutched her child tightly, casting a look of hatred at the fully armed young soldiers. He also saw the younger mother he had spared during the hunt, only to witness her now reduced to a mere head atop a spear, a victim of betrayal. She wanted to alert the enemy, thus God dealt with her, the old drunkard explained as Lannister observed. She was indeed quite foolish. Lannister nodded in agreement before turning to leave. As he looked back at him, the old drunkard stroked his stubbled chin, a look of suspicion in his eyes. After the battle, rumors circulated within the castle that Hal had personally slain one of his own and had pushed the relative of a victim who sought to confront him down a well. Consequently, some sought out priest Yinzhong to lodge a complaint, but the priest discreetly suppressed the matter. The wait was not long. That very afternoon, priest Yinzhong arranged for a small swift boat along with 6 accompanying sailors. The food supplies had long been prepared, leaving no room for hesitation. Lannister promptly made his way to the coastline not far from the castle. Do not fear the wrath of the storm god. The Iron God shall protect you, Yinzhong stated as he personally saw him off. You must return swiftly. We cannot hold this position for long. I promise to make haste, Lannister replied solemnly, nodding his head. It was the 9th day since their arrival here. Of the 3 tasks, he had already completed 2. The objective of reaching Oak Island was swiftly accomplished, thanks in part to the unexpected attack by a former miner who emerged from the shadows last night, thus culminating the task of slaying 7 Ironborn. At this moment, if one were to cast their gaze upon his left hand, they would discover that the once empty middle finger now bore a tarnished bronze ring, its darkened hue ominously glinting with the suggestion of ghostly eyes. The gaze of the deceased. This ring is forged from the concentrated thoughts of the dying, and by wielding it, one can summon the deepest fears harbored within the target's heart. 67. Originally, this ring could be utilized 7 times, though Baylor had already expended 1 use in a preliminary experiment upon acquiring it. This was a necessity, and he bore no regret. Rather, it ignited a new idea within him. Today, the sea breeze was favorable, and as the sails billowed, the small vessel began its journey towards the western shores of Oak Island. The youth stood at the bow, watching as the coastline and the towering figures of the drowned grew ever more diminutive until they vanished from sight, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. The ship was modest, merely a single deck, and a glance around revealed all aboard were easily visible. The 6 sailors aboard were engaged in spirited conversation, yet upon meeting the boy's gaze, they timidly lowered their voices. The Iron Islands adhered to a system of slave labor, with captives seized from the outside constituting the underclass of enslaved workers. Although these enslaved individuals differed from those who could be bought and sold, they were still regarded as inferior, devoid of freedom. Those present were indeed members of this enslaved class. However, as the vast and monotonous sea stretched before them, the sailors gradually grew more familiar with Baylor. Can the king of Roderick truly summon schools of fish and sea monsters? Inquired a young slave with chestnut hair, curiosity evident in his tone. It is said so, Baylor replied absently while leaning against the ship's bow, stroking the bronze ring adorning his left pinky. I intend to verify myself. If I offer myself to the great drowned god, will I truly attain freedom? Asked an elderly oarsman, hope flickering in his eyes. As long as you endure the drowning ceremony, you can shed your status as a slave and perhaps even become a priest of the drowned, the brown-haired youth assured. Your offspring will also be granted freedom. Though Baylor was not a native Ironborn, he had gradually come to understand many of their customs through his experiences adrift at sea. He even learned that the drowned Lucas had once been a slave. Did you capture any salt wives at Longwhip Castle? Another young oarsman inquired with interest. Was there a long-legged Jenny among them? She is quite beautiful. I hope it was you who took her. Perhaps you even captured Shauna as well? The customs of the Iron Islands were distinct from those of Westeros. They did not adhere to monogamy, instead raiding for women whom they would then force into concubinage. This was known as a stone wife or salt wife. Within the archipelago, each Ironborn could return with several, even dozens, of salt wives. Yet only one official wife was permitted, and she must be of local descent. No, Not a single one, Baelor shrugged, for I am uncertain whether, according to the rules, one may seize an Ironborn as a salt wife. This was merely an excuse on Baelor's part, yet the oarsmen were rife with debate. That does indeed seem against the rules. The rules also state that Ironborn cannot harm their own kind, yet that hardly seems to be observed. Those are not our kind. Lord Lucas claimed they were a band of traitors. The crew consisted of a red-haired lad, curious about everything, the taciturn Big Rob, the toothless old loom, and the one-eyed Wells. The sailors aboard the small vessel appeared to be decent folk, akin to the cooks, drunks, and drowned men of the past. They toiled diligently at the oars, rarely seen slacking under the watchful eye of the bald overseer, Inger. In their company, Baelor often found himself reminiscing about the village boy who had set sail alongside him, pondering the pebble he had lost to the depths of the sea, and recalling the tone of voice when discussing kings and drowned gods. What would his demeanor be if he had survived to reach Oak Island? Baelor was curious. Yet this question would forever remain unanswered. The return journey was relatively smooth, with little turbulence, and the winds were generally favorable. The group had taken 8 days to arrive, yet the return was decidedly swifter, or so it seemed. With the sun rising and setting, the small ship occasionally raised its sails, accompanied by the shouts of the oarsmen. 2 days later, a hazy coastline gradually came into view, signaling the end of their voyage. At Old Wyke's sandy shores, the encampment remained densely populated. Figures clad in leather armor moved to and fro, and many fishermen waded in the shallows with their trousers rolled up to their knees. Yet, it was a scouting vessel adrift at sea that first spotted the small ship. The vessel was intercepted by a scout ship, and upon Baelor explaining the situation, he bid farewell to the enslaved workers and was taken aboard the two-masted sailing ship. His Majesty is presiding over a ceremony, the bearded captain of the scout ship explained, envy lacing his voice. The lads being drowned today are indeed fortunate. I wager they will soon become renowned Ironborn. Are there many onlookers? Baelor inquired. Certainly. His Majesty seldom partakes personally. Baelor acknowledged with an "oh," his gaze drifting toward the sandy coastline, receding as the ship advanced. It appeared much as he had left it. A continuous array of coarse canvas tents stood densely. Wisps of smoke from bonfires dissipated into the wind. The cries of merchants mingled with the laughter of children at play. And in the distance, a long queue awaited their turn for the drowning ceremony beneath the towering hill where bones grew. Everything seemed to pulsate with vitality, exuding harmony and tranquility. It was there, at the shallows beneath the hill, that he caught sight of his king. A young man, bare-chested with chiseled features, stood waist-deep in the water, personally conducting the drowning ceremony for a golden-haired youth. Alas, despite his fervent prayers and the sanctity of his kiss, the convulsing initiate ultimately did not awaken, instead becoming a cold, lifeless corpse. Father needs him more than we do, declared the drowned god's king, rising without a hint of distress, asserting that he would become an excellent oarsman in his father's watery palace. The surrounding crowd erupted into raucous cheers, their voices reverberating with joy, as if celebrating a grand occasion. To be delivered by the holy son of the drowned god to the magnificent palace of the divine was an unparalleled honor. The bearded captain murmured in awe beside him. Baelor squinted, observing the young king as he resumed the ceremony, secretly solidifying his own resolve. Thus, when the priest-king had completed the 4th drowning and finally found the opportunity to meet him, the envoy returning from Oak Island, Baelor stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I bring a letter from Lord Lucas, along with another most significant piece of news. It pertains to Aegon Targaryen." Chapter 17, The Song of the Drowned, and though the drowned god's king mingled among his subjects to project an air of approachability, he was acutely aware that he could not incite panic among them. For the conqueror Aegon and his dragons were evidently the source of such trepidation. Thus, as the proclamation of Prince Aemon resounded, he promptly dispersed the throngs of onlookers surrounding the scene. The once bustling beach became significantly desolate, with numerous devotees barred from approaching by the king's soldiers. Only the king himself, flanked by 2 guards, stood before Prince Aemon. Upon closer inspection, the features of a drowned king were rather unremarkable. A flat nose, pale blue eyes, a square jaw, and a smattering of freckles upon his cheeks. However, his towering stature and long, dark green hair caught the eye, cascading down from the recently donned hood like a peculiar strand of seaweed. Notably, Prince Aemon's gaze was drawn to the emblem embroidered on the front of the king's woolen robe, a blue field depicting an arm raised, clutching a glowing driftwood staff. To the onlookers, this insignia seemed to epitomize the sanctity of the drowned. Yet to Prince Aemon, the luminous staff appeared to wither away, transforming into a frail, decaying root. This solidified his conviction. When the king inquired about the situation, Prince Aemon presented a parchment bearing a letter from Lord Lucas addressed to his majesty. The missive had indeed been penned by Lord Lucas himself, as he was illiterate and had dictated his thoughts to Prince Aemon for transcription. A tall, blonde guard stepped forward to accept the letter, but the drowned king seemed less concerned with this detail, eager instead to ask, "You mentioned Aegon Targaryen." A sudden scream interrupted his words, startling all present. The blonde guard, having taken the letter, turned pale and fled in terror, discarding the missive without a second thought. The king stood momentarily stunned, while another guard shouted after the fleeing figure. In that instant, the crowd of spectators erupted in gasps. For the brown-haired youth who had been delivering the letter lunged at the king himself. The series of events unfolded with alarming speed. Chaos ensued. Fleeing, shouting, shrieking, and assaulting. Amidst the cacophony, the dark green-haired drowned king found himself tackled to the sandy beach. After a moment of shock, a black-haired guard clad in light chainmail and leather roared, swinging his axe toward the assailant, only for the youth to roll aside, positioning himself beneath the king. The axe struck the sand with a resounding thud, sending up clouds of dust. The sudden shift in attack left the guard visibly frustrated, his round face flushing crimson as he gazed at the dagger now pressed against his king's throat, with its owner glaring malevolently at him. "Release his majesty," he bellowed, as the onlookers, previously held at bay, rushed towards the beach. "Stand back, or I shall not be able to restrain myself," the brown-haired youth declared, straining to pull the captive back. "Your name is Hal? You are meant to be our loyal warrior. Who incited you to act thus?" the captured king inquired, maintaining an air of calm, though soon afterward he winced as his ear was cruelly pinched. "Cursed be it, you are blaspheming the gods." The round-faced guard's eyes widened in fury, yet he dared not act, trembling with rage. The approaching throng of devotees seethed with anger, their expressions filled with a desire to devour the assailant, Prince Aemon. However, the youth's attention remained fixated on the king. With the ocean at his back and a mass of figures rushing towards him, he noticed ships stirring just offshore, while some soldiers aimed their arrows in his direction. The situation was perilous, and Prince Aemon's heart raced, his muscles tensed with anxiety, though the predominant feeling was one of trepidation. After all, this was his first encounter with such a scenario. Yet, he was not alone. The drowned king, despite his outward composure, trembled involuntarily, his voice quivering. "Release me, for the wrath of the drowned god approaches. You will be cast into the frigid abyss of the storm god." Prince Aemon paid no heed to his words, maintaining his grip on the dagger pressed against the king's neck, while his other hand gestured before the captive, scanning the surroundings before commanding in a hushed tone, "Watch my hand." Though reluctant to comply, the drowned king could not resist stealing a glance at the hand. It was coarse, with short, stubby fingers, filthy nails, and calloused palms, an ordinary ironworker's hand. The only notable feature was a bronze ring adorning the middle finger, not merely a ring, but a peculiar band, mottled with rust and bearing a grotesque visage on its inner side. It seemed that a mere glance was enough for the drowned king to feel his entire vision drawn into that tarnished, ghastly face, the surrounding clamor fading into insignificance, until only that terrifying, skeletal visage loomed larger and larger, engulfing his entire sight until it consumed him whole. In the depths, he glimpsed the divine. A scream of horror erupted as the young king, who had been struggling to maintain his composure, suddenly began to thrash violently in his captor's embrace. His eyes wide with terror, Prince Aemon tightened his grip to prevent the king from escaping, ultimately resorting to stabbing the dagger into the side of the king's face, which subdued him considerably. The onlookers were oblivious to the unfolding drama, yet they seemed to share in the emotional turmoil. Some began to weep, others shouted in despair, while many voiced their anger, demanding that the blasphemer be punished. However, the presence of the crowd offered little solace to the king, who continued to tremble, his eyes filled with dread. "Drowned god, save me. No, I did not intend this. I did not mean to impersonate your son. It was all they're doing, yes, all of them." Prince Aemon, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then spoke in a low tone. "I shall answer your earlier question. Indeed, it was the drowned god who sent me to find you. Now tell me, how did you summon the fish schools? How did you deceive these Iron Men?" "I merely used Naga, the powdered ribs of Naga. It is difficult to extract information through normal coercion," the trembling captive confessed, his voice quivering with emotion. "Just a sprinkle, a mere pinch, and the fish in the sea will, but I never intended to claim the throne. Yes, I did not. It was all they're doing. Yes, they forced me." He had inadvertently raised his voice, prompting the nearest guard to widen his eyes in disbelief, staring at his king. Suddenly realizing that this once sacred and formidable son of the drowned god had, beneath his robe, thoroughly soiled himself. So is all your lies? Son of the drowned god? The sacred kingdom? The interrogation pressed on. No, indeed. I am but an ordinary fisherman's son, not a scion of the divine. I speak louder. I cannot hear you. This proclamation momentarily caused the king of the drowned men to hesitate. Yet at that instant, Balon revealed his ring once more, a ghastly grin resurfacing upon his visage. The figure cradled in his arms suddenly tensed, and then, as if bereft of all strength, collapsed into a heap of soft flesh. Irrepent. I am a deceiver. A consummate fraud. His voice, a cacophony of sobs and wails, echoed across the beach, rendering the previously raucous and furious crowd as silent as if doused in icy water. From a young age, I excelled in diving, and many believed I possessed the talent. Thus, I became one of the drowned. The secret of the rib was imparted to me by an old drowned man who failed to exploit it. He was foolish, so I ended his life. And thus the secret became solely mine. When Heron was burned, I perceived an opportunity. Truth be told, I never aspired to kingship, yet those drowned insisted upon me. I also have a fondness for boys. The young priest, crowned king by 40 drowned men, now leaned against Balon, weeping as he confessed all his misdeeds. As the crowd approached, their increasingly furious faces drew near, wrinkled, weathered cheeks of the elderly, youthful visages of boys, dark-skinned fishermen, and women cradling children. The seething rage seemed to amplify the surrounding sea breeze, yet their ire was no longer directed at the assailant, but rather at their king. Once revered as the offspring of the drowned god. As the throng pressed closer, and the situation grew precarious, Balon abruptly shoved aside his captive and quietly retreated. No one paid heed to his presence. Every gaze was fixated upon their fallen monarch. The bizarre atmosphere swiftly extricated the king from his terror. He leaned against the sand, swallowed hard, then braced himself with his arms, pushing against the ground to distance himself from the enraged crowd. However, his former guard, who had been watching his every move, suddenly lunged forward, seizing the collar of his robe and bellowing in fury, "Fraud! Fraud! He is the true desecrator. The drowned god shall punish him. Falsehoods, all falsehoods. My poor child, a disgrace." The multitude erupted in a chorus of anger, like kindling set ablaze. The tumultuous scene intensified behind him, and Balon, slipping away unnoticed, sprinted toward his intended target. The Naga ribs sounded intriguing, yet Balon was well aware of their existence. In fact, at that moment, those very bones lay within his sight. They found themselves at the sacred coast, named for the nearby Naga Hill. On the encroaching hill, 44 towering ribs, resembling monumental white trunks, burst forth from the earth, akin to ancient, twisted white trees. The Iron Folk believed these bones belonged to the world's first sea dragon, Naga, the legendary ruler of the ancient Iron Folk. The Grey Sea King was said to have slain the sea dragon and fashioned its bones into a palace. Today, the remnants of that long-lost palace consisted solely of vast skeletal remains, yet the Iron Folk revered this site as sacred. And Old Wick Island thus became the most hallowed isle among the archipelago. Yet, this sanctified ground now echoed with chaos. Many furious individuals obstructed Balon's path. Yet in the face of the one who had exposed the ruse, they instinctively parted ways, allowing him to ascend the hill. This desolate, rocky hill afforded a panoramic view of the sacred coast and the ocean beyond. Sunlight poured down, casting shadows from the colossal ribs above, enveloping him in the semblance of an ancient and abandoned palace of bones. The roars of anger, mingled with terrified cries and lamentations, resonated clearly. Glancing down at the masses gathered on the beach, seemingly drawn like ants to a honeyed corner, Balon felt an urge to hasten his pace. He grasped the hand axe at his waist, wielding it with both hands, and struck forcefully at the nearest rib. He appeared as if he were chopping wood. Yet the impact yielded little effect. The coarse surface of the rib merely bore a faint crack. Dumbfounded, yet undeterred, Balon quickly bit down on the axe handle, employing all 4 limbs to ascend the rib's base. Beneath the expansive, radiant sky, the beach teemed with life. Yet the skeletal hill, traditionally regarded as sacred by all Iron Folk, was currently ignored. A diminutive figure crawled along a rib, ultimately straddling the arch top, swinging the axe with fervor. Thousands of followers roared in agitation, drowning out the king's lamentations. The dull thuds of the axe blended into the chaotic clamor, barely audible. As the Sea King, bruised and stripped of his garments, screamed while being hoisted by his furious subjects toward the ocean, the sound of chopping abruptly ceased. Ever since acquiring the bronze ring, Balon had been unable to shake a singular question from his mind. The mission's objective was to prevent King Rodis from plunging into the sea. But if the target were no longer the king, or if he were never afforded the opportunity to leap, would the task still be considered accomplished? Chapter 18. The Breath of the Mermaid. In a daze, the fractured bones before him faded, ultimately dissolving into darkness. The cacophony below the hill gradually subsided. Akin to the conclusion of a film, the curtain drawing closed as the credits rolled. In a profound stillness of darkness, Balon lost track of time, teetering between sleep and wakefulness. In a fleeting moment, two pieces of information surfaced in his mind. You have acquired a new skill, Dagger Mastery LV5. You have completed all events. You have received the item, Sacred Statue of King Rodis. When Balon awoke once more, he discovered himself reclining against a feather bed in a tranquil chamber. The stone floor was hard beneath him, the cold and rough texture palpable against his hands. The atmosphere was serene, with soft yellow silk drapes billowing in the cool sea breeze from the open window, while the intricate tapestry hanging by the fireplace rustled softly against the wall. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the distant sounds of children's laughter echoed, familiar voices prompting Balon to blink and draw a deep breath. Yet, a foul odor surged up his nostrils, emanating from a plate of salted fish upon the bedside table, instantly dispelling any sense of comfort. Salted fish, sea breeze, and those two little fools. It's only been a short while. Otherwise, Jomi would have discovered me collapsed on the ground. Muttering to himself, memories of dagger wielding surged in his mind, thrusting at foes, evading detection, and countering other weapons. Ultimately, everything became indelibly etched in his mind, akin to the earlier acquisition of archery skills. Baylor cast a downward glance at his own hands. They were the delicate, slender hands characteristic of a child. Yet the items they held were utterly transformed from what he had first encountered upon traversing history. In his right hand, what was once a set of dentures now lay as a handful of decayed, ash-gray dust, spilling onto the stone floor with every subtle movement of the boy's fingers. Indistinguishable from ordinary sand, devoid of any lingering scent. Had it vanished after the passage? Baylor furrowed his brow, shaking the remnants of dirt from his hand, and turned his gaze to the object resting on his left hand. A noticeably oversized, rusty bronze ring now adorned his left middle finger. While in his grasp was a slender, pale, and splintered bone, its fractured end clutched tightly. Baylor exhaled in relief. Although he had perished while entering with the dentures, he had inadvertently brought out a strand of seaweed, leading him to suspect he could extract items from this experience, and it appeared he was indeed correct. Yet, why was the severed item so short, and why did clothing or similar belongings not accompany him? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set aside these queries for the time being. Beside him, in addition to the ring and bone, lay a weathered, dim yellow wooden carving of a small figure, collapsed on the ground and resting atop a strand of pale green cattail. This seemed to be the final reward. Upon picking it up, Baylor examined it closely. The figure was carved from oak, its surface a rich brown hue, devoid of any artisan touch. The statue was distinctly angular, depicting a figure standing upright in a thoughtful pose, with lifelike facial features and robes that unmistakably resembled that of a drowned king. While Baylor scrutinized it, no information materialized, but he discerned a line of text carved into the base of the wooden figure in the common tongue of Westeros. "Perhaps I am a mermaid?" he murmured, and no sooner had the words left his lips than the seemingly ordinary statue suddenly cracked and collapsed, transforming into a pile of wood shavings that settled in the palm of Baylor's hand. A tingling, icy sensation blossomed from his palm as the brown dust quickly dissolved into his skin, akin to snow melting under intense heat, leaving no trace of its existence. However, the tingling sensation did not dissipate. Rather, it swiftly coursed throughout his body like a chill. At that moment, a piece of information materialized. You have received the blessing of the ocean. You have awakened the trait of mermaid's breath. He sensed a subtle change within himself, though he could not articulate precisely what had altered. After a moment's pause, Baylor directed his attention to the silver-plated mirror on the small table by the window, eager to inspect his recent acquisition once more. However, due to the angle at which he was seated at the bedside, only his forehead was visible in the lower half of the mirror. He rose and approached the mirror, also ensuring to close the green glass window tightly, muffling the sounds of children outside. The mirror clearly reflected his visage, and as he gazed, he was met with a pair of striking azure eyes staring back at him. Race level, LV1. Acquired knowledge, heraldry LV7, archery LV5, dagger mastery LV5. Acquired knowledge, fishing LV2, language LV1, etiquette LV1, fishing gear crafting LV1. Derived traits, spirit heraldry. Mermaid S breath. Several pieces of information appeared in succession, yet regrettably, the newly acquired mermaid S breath came without any explanatory text, leaving him momentarily bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, Baylor adjusted his slightly disheveled blue velvet tunic in front of the mirror and smoothed the creases of his brown trousers before donning a pair of flat sandals and stepping out of the room. At the doorway, he encountered his personal servant, Jomi, who appeared perplexed by his exit. "Where are you off to, young master?" "I'm going to find Master Clisson," Baylor replied as he walked. "I'll accompany you," Jomi called out from behind. "I have nothing else to do anyway." "Excellent. I could use a study companion," Baylor responded, prompting the diminutive servant to halt momentarily. "Actually," Jomi stammered, scratching his head, "I just remembered the kitchen assistant is ill, and I need to go help him. So, I want to be joining you. Farewell, young Master Baylor." With that, he turned and hurried away. Watching Jomi's hurried departure, Baylor smirked, feeling as though he was trying to save his sinking ship. The old scholar remained ensconced in his room, cluttered with jars and parchment-bound books. Upon Baylor's entrance, the scholar's gaze lifted from a crimson tome. "I hear you skipped lunch?" "I had a piece of salted fish in my room, dry and salty," Baylor replied, scanning the nearby bookshelf and extracting a manuscript from the dizzying array of handwritten tomes. He then ascended onto a stool opposite the old scholar. As his stature prevented him from sitting properly, instead, he knelt on the chair, straightening his back as he began to leaf through the book. Most of the pages were hastily skimmed until he halted at a passage towards the back. After the burning of Harrenhal, Aegon Targaryen and his sisters turned their gaze towards the remaining kingdoms of the 7 kingdoms that had yet to submit. The Iron Islands, bereft of a king, descended into chaos. On Harlaw, the leader of House Valyrian, Colin, claiming to be the legitimate heir of the Blackblood, was the first to declare himself king. On the sacred Old Wyke, 40 drowned priests gathered beneath the bones of Naga, placing a driftwood crown upon the head of one among them. The king, revered by the drowned men, was named Rhodaz, believed to be the son of the drowned god. In the year of conquest, Aegon Targaryen was crowned as the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm in the starry September of Old Town. The following year, Aegon, riding the great dragon Valyrian, descended upon Great Wyke accompanied by a vast fleet. The invasion from external foes brought an end to the year-long bloodshed and turmoil of the Iron Islands. The drowned king of Old Wyke sought the aid of his drowned godfather, hoping to summon sea monsters to repel the invading fleet. The sea monsters, however, did not appear, and the drowned king filled his robes with stones, walking into the sea to confer with his father. Thousands followed him into the depths. The Ironborn were powerless against the Conqueror's dragons and fleet, and the Iron Islands ultimately knelt in surrender. Aegon Targaryen permitted the Ironborn to choose their ruler, and thus a King Smoot was convened beneath the bones of Naga on Old Wyke, where the leader of the raiders from Pike, Victarion Greyjoy, became the ruler. A lineage that continues to this day. 37 years into the conquest, Aegon Targaryen passed away from a stroke on Dragonstone, and his son Aenys ascended the throne. Rebellions erupted across Westeros, led by Rhodaz, the priest king who claimed to have returned from his drowned godfather, who sought to usurp the position of the Greyjoy family. The rebellion ended in failure, and the head of the priest king was offered to the Iron Throne. In the tranquil confines of the chamber, the only sound was the rustling of pages. The elderly scholar, having closed the tome in his hands, cast a glance at the title embossed on the gray leather spine across from him and kindly inquired, "Have you suddenly developed an interest in the history of the Iron Islands?" Regardless of the setting, studious children generally possess an endearing charm, particularly when juxtaposed against a backdrop of apathetic dullards. Indeed, Lancel, somewhat distracted, nodded, his heart heavy with disappointment for not being able to rewrite history. Yet, he quickly collected himself, raising his gaze to add, "It is not merely the history of the Iron Islands that piques my interest. I'm fascinated by all history." Chapter 19. Calm and Death. Lancel struggled to open his azure eyes beneath the water, peering through the crystalline liquid at the basin's bottom, which had transformed from its originally bright and lustrous silver into a blurred visage, as if shrouded by a layer of frosted glass. A few scattered small bubbles clung to this surface, dancing erratically with the larger bubbles exhaled by the child, rising and vanishing into thin air. Inside Wind's Rest, myriad sounds filled the air, the rhythmic footsteps of servants ascending the staircase, the murmurs of guards patrolling and conversing, the admonishments of the steward, and more. Yet, once transmitted through the water, all these sounds seemed faint and ethereal, as if emanating from another realm. During his underwater sojourn, the chilling sensation of the liquid seeped into his cheeks, permeating his head and limbs, and gradually, the washwater felt akin to warm, soothing liquid. His eyes, initially stirred by the sensation, had long since acclimatized to being wide open in the water. Though maintaining the bent posture for an extended period had resulted in a creeping discomfort radiating from his spine throughout his body. Ultimately, he was compelled to straighten his back. As the water splashed, his youthful visage emerged into the air, greeted by a refreshing breeze. While clutching a nearby white wool towel to dry his face, he began to ponder. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? He mused, scrutinizing the basin before him. Despite the absence of any air supply during his diving, he felt as though the coolness of the water was continually replenishing the oxygen in his lungs, to the extent that his endurance seemed remarkably extraordinary. However, whether it was merely an illusion, he sensed that the water in the basin appeared to be somewhat diminished. Shaking his head, he reached for a ceramic cup, emitting a whiff of lilac from the small table beside the basin. Dipping a twig into the salt mixed with spices at the bottom of the cup before diligently commencing to brush his teeth. In this world, toothbrushes did exist, likely fashioned from pig bristles, yet Lancel found the concept of pig bristles rather unclean. Thus, he adopted the common folks method, casually selecting a tender twig to chew off one end for his dental hygiene. After all, without toothpaste, no matter how he brushed, it would never achieve the same cleanliness as in his previous life. Before long, a knock resounded from outside. "Young master, it is time for your meal." "Coming," he replied, muffled, before rinsing his mouth with water from another cup on the table, expelling a mixture of salt and a few bits of plant debris into the basin. He turned, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief as he walked away. This was perhaps a day of tranquility. Ever since his return from that historical realm yesterday, Lancel had particularly relished this serenity. "I shall take a bath tonight," he instructed the servant stationed at the door before making his way to the dining area on the lower floor. All chaos and discord had ceased with the shattering of that false tooth, yet Lancel, appearing unchanged, found the surrounding circumstances largely unaltered: siege, hunger, scarcity of food. Prior to the siege of Wind's Rest, Lancel had typically dined alongside his family. However, there were not many of them shortly after his birth. His parents had perished in a shipwreck, and his elder brother Robert had become a ward of the Duke of the Vale. The so-called family consisted primarily of his second brother Stannis, the old scholar Maester Crescent, his companion, the rotund Ellen, and his uncle Harbert, who had already passed away in the early days of the siege. Occasionally, some vassals, knights, and family bannermen would be present, but they were not numerous. Now, due to the siege, Stannis had essentially taken residence near the city walls, and the old scholar seldom joined the table. The only ones gathered were the three younglings. It was evident that children consumed their meals swiftly, especially in the context of limited and monotonous fare. Typically, lunch would conclude in under 10 minutes. However, today was slightly different. In the dining hall, at the long partition table, Lancel sat on the left side, with the other two opposite him. The dark-haired boy bowed his head, grimacing at the food on his plate, yet wielded his silver dagger with unwavering resolve. The dagger's tip plunged steadily into the head of the pickled fish, and with a gentle flick, the resilient fish head was effortlessly severed. The boy then adeptly sliced the entire fish into 4 pieces, each appearing remarkably uniform in size. Ultimately, with a deft twist of his slender fingers, the silver dagger was transformed from an inverted grip to a fork-like position, and like a miniature rapier, he pierced the salty fish fillets, separating a boneless piece of flesh. Ellen observed this spectacle, glancing at his own identical dagger, feeling it to be both clumsy and heavy. "Lancel, you seem a bit different from before." After the dark-haired companion had skewered the morsel and brought it to his mouth, he could no longer contain himself. "Is that so?" Lancel replied, chewing on the briny sustenance. His words mumbled, "I've heard that eating too much pickled fish can lead to bad breath." "Not bad breath, I mean belly. Have you noticed if you have bad breath?" The dark-haired boy's gaze shifted toward the lanky figure of Barry, who was presently engrossed in a battle with an onion, seemingly relishing the raw vegetable. "Eating this can help with bad breath." The lanky Barry gestured with his food, very effective. "I meant the dagger," insisted the stout Ellen, but was promptly interrupted. "Have you noticed if Ellen has?" This question prompted Ellen to glance toward his companion. "Who would pay attention to that?" He replied, somewhat dazed. "But I imagine he must. Look at how messy he is." The remainder of lunch devolved into a bit of a ruckus, but Lancel found himself largely detached from the fray. After finishing his portion, he politely bid farewell, yet failed to capture the attention of his 2 squabbling companions. With a playful tongue thrust, he made his silent exit from the scene. At that moment, the old scholar, having heard the commotion, hurriedly arrived and, after exchanging nods with Lancel at the door, stormed into the room with an imposing presence. Subsequently, Lancel overheard a series of reprimands and arguments. But he paid them no further heed. A peculiar scent wafted into his awareness. Yet before he could discern its origin, he was met with a rather curious piece of news. Patchface is dead, my lord. The diminutive servant, Jomi, murmured as Lancel returned to the threshold of his chamber. He should have died long ago. I mean, when I dragged him from the sea that year, he was already dead. In noble households, gossipy servants might face severe rebuke from their masters. Yet Lancel had always relished snippets of gossip. Not that he gleaned any valuable information from it, but primarily out of sheer boredom. In this world, where entertainment is scarce, gossip remains one of his few remaining interests. However, this matter transcends mere idle chatter. How'd he die? Asked Lannister, furrowing his brow. The fool with the patched face was the same jester who had been seen weeping and fleeing that day. Originally hailing from a free trading city across the narrow sea, he was rumored to possess a remarkable talent for comedy, though Lannister had never witnessed it. After the jester was purchased across the sea and was returning to Windspire Castle, a storm and hidden reefs sank the vessel he was aboard, and the sea swallowed him whole. When he was regurgitated, the jester had transformed into a simpleton. He fell ill, my lord. He has been unwell for some time. Jomi replied, but none of us noticed his illness, and he lay in his chamber, dead for what seems like several days. He shook his head, a note of sorrow in his voice. When I dragged him ashore, I even bruised his mouth. Afterwards, he spoke incoherently, his mind dulled. It's all my fault, alas. I had thought he was dead. He felt cold and clammy, like a corpse. Lannister did not wish to hear more, as he was already making his way toward the staircase. That strange odor still clung to his nostrils, reminiscent of the scent he had encountered before, yet distinct, now infused with an air of decay. Just as his figure was about to vanish at the stairway as entrance, his diminutive attendant finally reacted, hurriedly following in the wake of the boy. Despite the castle's safety, the current tense atmosphere necessitated that the servant keep a vigilant eye on the young Baratheon heir, lest someone harbor ill intentions. Lannister ultimately traced the source of the odor to a dilapidated courtyard within the castle, where a roaring bonfire blazed. 5 figures stood silently before the flames, their gaze fixed upon the pyre, from which the foul stench emanated. Unlike the scent within the tower, this one intensified as he drew closer, mingling with a charred, greasy odor. The shipwreck bay claimed their vessel, yet the sea returned this accursed jester to us. As he approached, someone addressed him. It was one of the 5 standing near the fire, the young leader surrounded by the 4 male attendants. His slender yet upright form clad in dark brown leather armor, with black hair and blue eyes that regarded Lannister with apparent indifference. He has become a simpleton. What use do I have for a dim-witted jester? The statement seemed less an inquiry than a murmured soliloquy. At the very least, you seem to have liked him. Lannister replied, I do not like him. I never have. Then why keep him around? I strive to retain him close. The youth hesitated, hoping perhaps to extract some joy from his presence. Yes, I have tried. I thought that maybe I could fulfill my father's dying wish. Lannister observed him silently, refraining from further comment, for the young man was not inquiring of him, nor anyone else. The shipwreck had not only rendered the jester a simpleton, but had also swallowed the Duke and Duchess of Windspire, his parents in this life, into the depths of the sea. At that time, Lannister had been an infant, cradled in swaddling, nursing from his mother's breast, and had not witnessed the calamity. Yet his elder brothers, Stannis and Robert, had witnessed the disaster firsthand. They had stood upon the castle's towering walls, watching helplessly as the ship in the bay succumbed to the depths. The storm raged in the darkened sky, leaving Lannister unaware of the emotions his brothers had felt at that moment. He had only learned fragments of the incident afterwards, such as that the disaster should not have occurred, being the result of a captain's error, or that the Duke and Duchess had brought many fascinating and peculiar toys from the free trading city. He also learned that Maester Crescent had once received a letter from Duke Stephen, sent from across the narrow sea, in which he spoke highly of the jester, claiming he could teach his reclusive second son to laugh. Clearly, the patch-faced fool was not a suitable jester, Lannister mused, since he began to remember. He had only seen his brother Stannis smile once, that being when they heard their parents were nearing Windspire Castle. After that, he had witnessed no such expression again. I do not like him. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment, and as the flames dwindled to reveal a charred corpse, the young man finally spoke. But I should have sent a maester to tend to him while he was ill, rather than allowing him to suffer and die so. Stannis's voice bore no hint of self-reproach. Rather, it conveyed a subtle weariness, evidently burdened by the current state of affairs within the castle. Yet his angular features remained as rigid as stone. A fleeting thought crossed Lannister's mind. Should he find a way to employ that Nagarib? He pondered, only to be abruptly startled. At this moment, the servants had begun to handle the charred remains. and he could clearly see that the blackened jaw of the corpse was noticeably missing several teeth. 3 in total, neither more nor less. Chapter 20. The Smuggler's Dilemma. Unlike Queen Visenya, Aegon's other wife, Queen Rhaenys, possessed a more vivacious nature and a penchant for dragon riding. Within the quiet confines of the Maester's chamber, the old scholar spoke in measured tones, while the 3 boys seated closely at the small table listened intently. Queen Rhaenys cherished the arts, reveling in music and poetry. Yet she also possessed a kind heart. She had once proposed to her husband the abolition of the Iron Islands custom of abducting women as salt wives, and had personally devised the 6 Maester's principles that we still adhere to today. Were the 6 principles? The rotund boy, attempting to lean across the table, interrupted the old man's discourse. The plump lad from House Ismont had little affection for learning, but after getting into a brawl with Targaryen the day before, he had been sentenced to attend the old scholar's history lessons for the next fortnight. However, this chubby boy was clearly not inclined to sit obediently and listen, as he loudly interjected with questions whenever a topic arose, feigning ignorance. A normal person would undoubtedly find this increasingly irritating. The rotund boy's mind raced with schemes. Yet the old scholar remained unfazed, even turning the boy's queries into a teaching moment. Lannister, do you know the answer to this question? The elder turned to the dark-haired boy. The 6 principles are legal stipulations set forth by Queen Rhaenys, stating that if a wife betrays her husband by committing adultery, she may receive no more than 6 lashes, and the implement used may not exceed the thickness of a thumb. Blue Lannister replied, and without waiting for further questions, he asked and answered himself, why 6 lashes and not 7 or 8 or 9? This is due to our belief in the 7 gods. At this moment, Lannister appeared as earnest as the slender Targaryen beside him, speaking slowly and deliberately, though much of his thoughts were elsewhere, drifting back to the events of the previous day. Ever since he had departed the history lesson, the false teeth he had possessed had disintegrated into dust, a fact he lamented, for he had yet to comprehend what those false teeth truly were. Until yesterday's cremation, he seemed to have grasped a faint glimmer of understanding. Yet, this remained an uncertainty shrouded in ambiguity. Bran did not dare to affirm that the 3 false teeth were indeed the fallen teeth of the jester. He could not fathom why it was teeth, rather than something else, and was even more oblivious to whether he would ever encounter such artifacts again. If those teeth truly belonged to the jester, what made them so unique? And if they did not, what was their origin? What connection did they have with the peculiar abilities he possessed? A multitude of questions plagued Bran's mind, hindering his concentration during lessons. However, due to the presence of his rotund companion diverting his attention, the elder did not notice his unusual demeanor until the conclusion of the class, at which point he addressed him specifically. Your 5th naming day approaches, Bran. Perhaps we should consider what gift to bestow upon you. Thank you, Master Crellies, but I believe anything would suffice except pickled fish. The dark-haired boy shrugged, then slid off his stool and strolled towards the door. The scholar's chamber was situated near the pinnacle of the tower, yet the boy's small frame concealed a robust vitality. He first returned to his own quarters to gather a few items, then hastened downward, arriving at the grand hall on the tower's ground floor, still breathing evenly. The sounds of 2 other boys' shouts and footsteps echoed from the slanted tunnel behind him. They presumed Bran was descending to partake in some amusement. However, upon reaching the hall, they found him seated at a makeshift table in a corner, facing a stranger, a middle-aged man with chestnut hair. Peering curiously from the stairwell, his portly friend glanced at the man, then turned to his companion behind him. I remember him. His name is Davos. Onion Davos, pickled fish Davos. The lanky boy nodded sagely. He is a smuggler, but he has brought us food, so we should be grateful. I don't like pickled fish. The stout boy wrinkled his nose at the remark, then muttered with a hint of confusion, what does Bran want with him? The smuggler, Davos, shared this curiosity, for when a servant had informed him that young Lord Bran of Windy Keep wished to see him, he had readily agreed to come. Yet, the words spoken by the boy left him utterly perplexed. You mean to say you have a way to procure food, but require my assistance? He hesitated, repeating the boy's statement incredulously. Indeed, Sir Davos. Bran nodded earnestly. At that moment, he was clad in a white satin shirt with gold-trimmed cuffs, a sleeveless leather vest, and the golden embroidered stag on his chest stood out conspicuously. I am not a sir, young Master Bran, nor am I an adult, the boy replied, extending his small hand to illustrate his point. You are destined to become an adult, child. Davos chuckled at his gesture, his mood lightening considerably. The boy's next words, however, amused him further. If you accomplish this task for me, I believe you too shall be destined to become a sir. The boy appeared earnest. Yet his youthful countenance made it difficult for Davos to respond with gravity, so he simply laughed and replied, Very well, young one, What do you wish me to do? Catch crows in the godswood. Recently, there had indeed been suggestions within the castle to venture into that ancient grove in search of sustenance. The servants and soldiers had even begun peeling bark to eat, and the wild birds residing there had become targets for these desperate foragers. I need you to take fishing gear in your boat, depart from Windy, keep at the cove, and find a place where fish congregate. Then sprinkle a handful of special powder into the seawater. Bran instructed, you shall know what to do next. At the base of the towering cliffs where Windy Keep stood, there was a crevice that served as a private harbor constructed by ancient storm kings, from which the smuggler had previously arrived at the castle. However, the waters there were shallow and strewn with rocks, making it impossible for small boats to enter except during high tide. Bran did not expect to find much fish there. Otherwise, he would not need to seek out Davos. Regrettably, despite Davos's attentive listening, he perceived the unfolding events as mere folly or the fanciful schemes of a child. I would love to assist you, but child, he hesitated, trying to find a way to express his reservations without dampening the boy's enthusiasm, eventually conjuring a perfect excuse. Your brother, Lord Stannis, would not permit me to leave Windy Keep. Why not? The boy pressed. If I were to do so, I would be branded a deserter, and no one would believe I was acting on your behalf. The smuggler's reasoning was sound, yet Bran did not relent in his plans. His choice to approach the smuggler stemmed from the fact that he was not affiliated with Windy Keep, or rather, not yet. If Bran sought others, there was no doubt the information would swiftly reach Stannis' ears, perhaps even be known by all. This bore unpredictable consequences, some of which could be favorable, yet others undoubtedly detrimental. Thus, he insisted, as far as I know, you are not one of Windy Keep's people. I'm not from here, but I am aware of the situation. If I leave the city, your brother will ponder whether I might seek refuge with his enemies and relay information to them. I believe our enemies are already well aware of Windy Keep's circumstances. Bran was not easily swayed by Davos's words. I also believe many outside know. Otherwise, why would you bring food here? Without waiting for a response, he continued, you might argue that the situation is different now. I must assert that it is far worse than before, when those outside learn that we are nearing the point of cannibalism. Do you suppose they will cheerfully continue to wait, or will they eagerly rush to attack? Davos was somewhat taken aback by the boy's astuteness. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted. Moreover, I do not believe you would betray us, the boy said, revealing a smile that only he comprehended. Were those words spoken by a typical individual, the smuggler might have felt touched, but the one before him was a child not yet 5 years old. Despite the child's evident intelligence, his words sounded more like the innocent musings of a young mind. Thus, Davos merely cleared his throat. Even if Lord Stannis were to allow me to leave the city, the fleet of red wine remains ever watchful outside. I do not believe they would grant me the opportunity to fish. Ahem, child, you're asking me to go fishing, correct? I'm asking you to save yourself. Bran shifted his tone. There are currently 7 prisoners in the dungeons, 2 of whom are afflicted with grayscale. You can surely surmise the choices we will face when our food runs out. Have you considered what will happen when those prisoners are consumed? What will we do next? Davos was taken aback, clearly unprepared for a child to articulate such grim thoughts, much less the implications behind them. Who is most likely to be cast aside here? Is it the native people or... Davos felt his throat constrict. I believe Lord Stannis would not do such a thing. If you think your understanding of him surpasses mine, you're free to hold that belief. Renly shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, I believe he will steadfastly defend the castle. To the bitter end. Do you comprehend the meaning of that term? Noticing a change in Davos's countenance, Renly leaned forward, resting one hand on the rough wooden table. His voice lowered to a whisper. Reflect on the purpose of your visit to Storm's End, Davos. You risked decapitation to breach the blockade of those fleets, delivering a ship laden with food during our direst hour. For what reason? To enlighten us on the unpalatability of your flesh? Perhaps Stannis would not behave thusly. But what of you? Will you content yourself to wait idly? Your vessel capsized. Otherwise, you might have received the reward you rightfully deserve. Alas, at present, your assistance holds little significance for us. I am a smuggler. My life is one of peril. Experience has taught me that not every venture yields a return. Davos instinctively replied, his tone cautious. Indeed, this may be my greatest gamble yet, but I shall not be disheartened. No, I shall not. His assertion was resolute, yet the tone betrayed some of his true emotions. Consequently, Renly chose not to pursue the conversation further, instead retrieving an object from the seat beside him and placing it on the table. It was a sealed iron box, appearing dull and unremarkable in the dim light. Now, the opportunity for redemption lies within your grasp. Seize it, and your risk will be wholly worthwhile. Trust me, this substance is particularly effective for fish. If you are skeptical, he said, placing a porcelain cup he had been holding next to the iron container. "I shall offer you a small fish. Test it for yourself." "I have not yet." Observing the two items before him, the smuggler expressed his doubts, and there are numerous questions surrounding it. "Contemplate it thoroughly before attempting. If you are not yet ready, return the items to me. You should be able to inquire about my whereabouts," Renly advised as he slid off the long bench. "This powder is exceedingly precious. Though I possess an abundance, you should exercise caution in its usage. Moreover, do not forget the fish. You are aware that acquiring fish is no easy task for Storm's End at present." He left this final remark. "If you are willing to act, then these items are yours, and you may consider their origin as you wish. The credit shall also be yours. Remember to maintain secrecy." The boy turned and departed. Davos's lips trembled at this, yet he could not decide what to say until the diminutive figure vanished from the staircase. After a prolonged pause, he lifted the wooden cup from the table and tilted his head back, draining the brown ale within in one swift motion, followed by a low curse. "By the seven hells, do the children of noble families mature so swiftly?" Chapter 21. The Game in the Sacred Wood. For Renly, the ensuing period was utterly tranquil. Little information surfaced regarding the matter of the false teeth and the copy. All he knew about the jester was that he had been purchased for Volantis, one of the 9 free cities of trade, only to be submerged by the sea for 2 days, emerging thereafter as a simpleton. Beyond that, Renly was oblivious, and no one else seemed to harbor any curiosity about a simpleton apart from him. There was no news from the smuggler regarding the fishing matter, which Renly deemed a positive development, though at times he pondered whether Davos truly regarded this issue with the seriousness it warranted. Perhaps upon his return, he simply cast the rib powder aside, disregarding it entirely. Such thoughts often stirred doubt within Renly, yet he did not allow them to unsettle him. For the Nagabone powder he entrusted to Davos was not the entirety of his resources. Aside from these 2 crucial matters, Renly was also engaged in a repetitive exploration of all the unique powers at his disposal. In terms of items, the bronze ring remained usable 3 more times. It was now too large for his current 4-year-old frame. He felt diminutive all over, including his fingers. The only digit could fit was his thumb, but that appeared rather peculiar, so he secured the ring with a red cord around his neck. As for skills, his etiquette, language, fishery crafting, and fishing levels were far too low to be of any practical use. However, his proficiency in archery and dagger handling was advantageous, albeit not without complications. Despite acquiring these skills, he felt as though he had practiced for years, yet the advanced software was hindered by inadequate hardware. Currently, with his slender arms and legs, even the most skilled archery was futile, as he lacked the strength to draw a bow. The mastery of daggers did not present this issue. Yet as a young lord of House Baratheon, even in his dire circumstances, it was difficult to envision a scenario where these skills would be applicable beyond the necessity of dining. The derived characteristic of heraldry, the ability to see through the sigil, allowed him glimpses into realms invisible to ordinary eyes, yet it was chaotic and disorganized. At times, he could faintly discern a person's temperament through the sigil. Other times, he could achieve a modicum of foresight or insight into the past. But more often than not, he remained utterly perplexed by the dynamic patterns and their meanings. The only ability that seemed reliable was the breath of the fishmen. Through trials in both the wooden bath and the wash basin, Renly discovered that this ability likely enabled him to survive underwater for extended periods. He had not determined the exact duration, but at times he could endure for over half an hour, while at others, it was merely 20 minutes. On one occasion, he even managed nearly an hour. This ability sounded intriguing, if one overlooked the difficulty of opening one's eyes underwater. 5 days later, news of the smuggler reached him once more. At that moment, he was leaning against a withered chestnut tree in the sacred wood, seated upon a rudimentary brown stool fashioned from planks. His azure eyes gazing at the layers of decaying leaves beneath the sprawling trees, where 2 children were engrossed in play. Towering trees surrounded him, their canopies swaying gently in the breeze, casting shadows that enveloped his entire being. A short servant had also brought over a stool to sit beside him, chewing on a sour grass, his blood-red-stained teeth moving as he spoke of the information he had gathered. "I heard that the smuggler intends to help his people escape." "Escape?" "Indeed, a bunch of cowards." "Are you certain it's escape and not something else?" Renly inquired, tilting his head. "What else could it be?" Musing to himself. Seeing Renly's serious expression, Jomi scratched his forehead and added, "It seems they mentioned going fishing, but everyone knows that's merely the smuggler's excuse." "Fishing, eh?" Upon hearing this, Renly felt a sense of relief and asked, "Don't you think fishing is a good plan?" "I wouldn't know, but according to Lame Tom, they're definitely not going fishing." He said you can't catch fish just anywhere in the sea. Renly, are you going to join us in the game or not? A loud shout echoed from a distance, as a lanky figure clad in wooden armor peered in their direction. The stout Ellen on the other end of the slender bamboo pole also cast his gaze over. At that moment, draped in a yellow woolen cloak embroidered with a green sea turtle, his hands placed defiantly on his hips as he sat with an imposing air upon a tree stump. My stomach hurts. I can't play, lamented Lannister, waving his hand dismissively. Why is your stomach always hurting? The stout boy complained loudly. How should I know? Thus, the two ignored him thereafter. The ancient Storm Kingdom was forged by the ancestors, who predominantly revered the old gods. Hence, despite the inhabitants of Wind's Rest venerating the Seven rather than the old deities, the sacred grove still thrived within its confines. Once a hallowed ground for prayers, it had now transformed into an ideal venue for leisurely strolls and playful antics. Presently, the two children engaged in a game of Lord and Knight. Lannister had not familiarized himself with the rules, but it seemed to entail one donning a cloak as the Lord and receiving the Knight's kneeling homage, accompanied by a slew of dialogue. There might also be discussions of lineage, personal feats, the identities they were portraying, and the enemies of the Lord that must be memorized upon swearing fealty. For the young noble scions, such games held significant educational value, enabling them to remember heraldry, the histories of prominent families, and age-old rivalries. Nevertheless, Lannister did not believe he required such methods to commit these matters to memory. He usually regarded these games as an amusing spectacle, preferring to observe the children act rather than languish inside the stone house. However, his interest had waned at this moment. Continue, he said, dismissing his companion, turning his attention back to Jaime. What else is there to say? Jaime blinked in confusion. Smugglers? Oh, they claimed they were going fishing. He frowned thoughtfully, then dryly remarked. But we reckon they are merely preparing to flee, as Crippled Tom said. Let us set aside what Crippled Tom said, Lannister interrupted. Did they actually go fishing? They say they're going tonight, Jaime nodded. We'd be glad to see 3 fewer mouths to feed in the castle. It seems Lord Stannis thinks likewise. Stannis undoubtedly contemplates more than you do, Lannister mused, stroking his chin. That elder brother of his, who seldom engaged with him, was a meticulous individual. Therefore, even if he desired fewer mouths to feed within the castle, he would not easily permit smugglers to leave. He might inquire about their detailed plans and could very well learn of the existence of the powder bone of Naga. Let us hope for a smooth endeavor. With a sigh, Lannister turned his gaze back to the two little companions, his scattered thoughts refocusing. Regardless of his desires, he remained merely a child at present. Chapter 22. The Shipbreaker. Let us run, Captain. As the single-masted flat-bottomed boat swayed out from the crevice between the rocks, Davos heard his companion as hushed words. The cool wind blew gently, dark clouds drifted across the sky, and the round moon intermittently appeared and vanished as it moved behind the clouds. Gazing ahead, the sea resembled an endless abyss of darkness, shimmering with countless star-like ripples illuminated by the silver moonlight. Now that's our chance to escape. It's as dark as when we arrived. That fool Redwine surely won notice. Indeed, another murmured, it's far better than staying in this godforsaken castle. Just listen to what they're saying, coward. If we were truly cowards, they'd have already dined on our corpses. That Stannis always wears a cold expression. He looks down upon us. It said he is quite stubborn and exceedingly averse to smugglers. We should have foreseen this, one of them replied as they paddled, their indignation growing with each word, prompting the brown-haired middle-aged man, who had initially intended to remain silent, to finally admonish them. Are they wrong? Are we righteous men? Are we not smugglers? But we helped them. We brought food, protested the freckled sailor, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Even if it's scant. They shouldn't let us remember our original purpose, Davos interjected, displeased. We don't do this for Wind's Rest, nor for those Baratheon lords. We do it for our families, for our children, for their future. To flee? You wish to run from this minor indignity? Do you truly want to be a smuggler for life? His words rendered the two sailors momentarily speechless. One of them, a square-faced lad, quietly remarked, Captain, even if we succeed, what can Stannis offer us? A few golden dragons? And I doubt we can bring back food. Another, with a pointed face, added, a barrel and the sea are not the same. The ocean is so deep. What use will that little powder serve? That is a different matter. We must attempt it to know, Davos replied, his mind involuntarily flashing to the peculiar child, his jaw tightening unconsciously. Our fourth just arrived, and the eldest and second are soon of age. Perhaps their future depends on this venture. The winds and tides muffled his words, yet they dissipated the sailors' grievances, and the little boat fell into silence. The vessel rocked upon the churning black waters, the oars occasionally striking hidden reefs, producing dull thuds. The night concealed all dangers, yet it did not entirely obscure them. In the distance, flickering lights emerged, resembling clusters of orange lanterns against the backdrop of the night sky. Belonging to a vast fleet under the dominion of the coastal nobles, poised menacingly to blockade the seas. The fleet was neither far nor close to Wind's Rest. This area was known as Shipbreaker Bay, fraught with numerous hidden reefs, and the closer one ventured to the castle, the more treacherous these reefs became. Thus, the fleet dared not approach too closely. This circumstance afforded the smuggler's small boat a fleeting opportunity. The single-masted vessel, its sails furled, continued to maneuver across the surface of the sea until Davos raised his hand to signal for it to halt. The dark-hued hull, under the dim moonlight, appeared rather inconspicuous. "Captain, where did you procure this powder?" The square-faced sailor inquired as he watched the brown-haired man cautiously retrieve a tin box from his bosom. "From the Jade Sea, from Crab Bay, from slavers, even from wildlings, damn it, from anywhere," the smuggler captain chastised softly. "Even if we traverse this route once, we must not be so careless. Can you all keep quiet?" The sailors begrudgingly fell silent, setting down their oars to pick up the fishing gear on the deck. The ship then bobbed on the surface of the sea, and they watched as Davos sprinkled a handful of powder into the ocean, stirring it with his gloved hand. Freckled sailor, tightening his grip on the net, silently praying, "May the gods protect us. I hope this truly works." Unfortunately, his prayers seemed far from sincere. Under the dim light, after more than 10 minutes, no unusual occurrences manifested beneath the surface. Staring blankly from the boat, the chilling sea breeze made them shiver involuntarily. After a moment, the square-faced sailor sighed. "I told you this stuff is useless." "Clearly, that fish, what can that fish signify?" "It is often said that there exists a distinction between a bucket and the vast ocean." The sailors murmured their discontent, while a middle-aged man with chestnut hair leaned against the bow of the ship, his brown eyes fixated on the depths of the ocean below, his heart burdened with mounting disappointment intertwined with the waning threads of hope. Suddenly, from the dark abyss beneath the surface, a fleeting flash of white appeared. Instantly, the tension in his taut muscles dissipated. He raised his hand in exuberance and struck the ship's hull, exclaiming softly, "Look, a fish has appeared." The sailors, upon hearing this, eagerly peered overboard, their faces lighting up with joy and excitement. However, it wasn't long before their expressions morphed into a look of bewilderment, mouths agape, in sheer terror. It was a school of fish. A shrill cry pierced the night sky, laced with panic. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted across the moon, unleashing a long-awaited chill of light, revealing the depths of the ocean teeming with countless silver specks, converging in a chaotic swirl akin to a silver tornado emerging from the depths. The nearby waters churned restlessly, causing the small vessel to sway violently, as the cool sea breeze did little to quell the beads of cold sweat that trickled down the smugglers' foreheads. After a brief moment of shock, Daphis hurriedly turned to grab an oar, barking commands, "Retreat, quickly." In the early morning hours, a faint rumble resonated from the sea beyond the castle, a sound neither loud nor easily dismissed, startling the watchful soldiers. As he brushed his teeth, Bran was left pondering the nature of this unexpected occurrence and whether it would disrupt the smuggler's fishing endeavors. Yet distracted by his thoughts, he inadvertently pressed a twig too hard against his gums, causing pain and a slow trickle of blood to seep from his teeth. To awaken to such a sight was truly an ominous sign, he muttered, as he grappled with whether to instruct a servant to investigate the matter or wait for someone to come forth with news. A cacophony of cheers and shouts erupted from outside the tower. "Long live Wind's Breath Castle! Long live the fisherman Daphis! Long live the Baratheons! Long live the shipbreaker Daphis!" The noise was chaotic and disorganized, yet was clear enough for Bran to discern the voices. He recognized the kitchen helper Aegon, the cobbler Mori, the blacksmith apprentice Amon, and even the exuberant shouts of two young friends. Had they succeeded? With a sudden clarity, he rushed to the window to peer outside, only to find a throng of people gathered excitedly around the entrance at the base of the tower. He then dashed towards the door and nearly collided with the hastily ascending servant, Jory. What transpired outside? He grasped the other's sleeve, inquiring urgently. The smugglers returned with a boatload of fish. "Live fish, my lord, all delectable herring." The servant grinned foolishly. "I adore herring. Surely, this must be a sign from the gods to aid us. Or anything else." Despite his elation, Bran was not so easily swayed by victory. He had distinctly heard sounds that hinted at something beyond mere fortune. Two ships have run aground nearby, in the river bend. They spotted the smugglers last night and attempted to pursue them, only to end up wrecked in Broken Ship Bay. What a delightful surprise. Bran couldn't help but chuckle. Yet his amusement quickly faded as another thought crossed his mind, his smile vanishing, brow furrowing. Chapter 23. The Horns of the Besieged. Within Wind's Breath Castle. In a straw hut adjacent to the inner city wall, 2 rows of knights clad in plate armor sat at a long table, the gaunt-faced Stannis presiding, silently listening to the surrounding discourse. Losing 2 ships might merely serve to awaken that fool, Redwine, but now they were aware that our food supply issue had been resolved, which could very well alter their strategy. That is a possibility, yet Wind's Breath Castle's defenses are formidable enough to withstand any assault. With just our meager numbers? You may have forgotten that we have endured within these castle walls for nearly a year. Then you seem to have neglected what we are discussing. The high walls of Wind's Breath Castle are sufficient. Indeed, our walls are high, but do you truly believe this castle was conjured by magic? For the love of the gods, let me be clear. There is no castle that is impenetrable. Good sirs, we are currently deliberating whether they will attempt an assault, not whether they can breach our stronghold. Isn't that the very crux of the issue? I do not believe Tyrell will risk an assault, even if we are outnumbered. He would require thousands of casualties to breach our defenses. I believe the key concern lies with Robert. The unrelenting sun cast its harsh rays upon the dry land outside. Yet within the confines of the meeting, shrouded by the straw hut, the heat was hardly felt. Nevertheless, even in the shadow, the armored knights were drenched in sweat. And it wasn't long before the meeting was adjourned. As the knights began to depart, they noticed a dark-haired boy under the care of a sturdy servant, crouching at the base of the castle's walls, while 2 guards, who should have been preventing anyone from approaching, stood by helplessly. That was Bran Stark, the 3rd son of House Baratheon. No one within the castle was unfamiliar with him. A few knights raised their hands in greeting, while others merely cast a glance before walking away, and one knight curiously inquired why he was present. There are 2 anthills, the boy responded, perplexing them. I discovered that they readily engage in battle with one another if I toss down a few breadcrumbs. The knights erupted into laughter at his words, with a brown-haired knight even kneeling to join him in observing for a moment before ruffling the boy's hair and departing. No one found any reason to question Bran's presence, nor did they doubt his words, until Stannis finally emerged. You should not be here, he said impassively. I was watching, the boy began, but Stannis' icy gaze shifted to his servant, Jory. Take him back to the tower. He has no business here. Instruct Gendry to give him lessons. With that, Stannis departed, leaving no room for Bran to respond, prompting an eye roll from him as he stood up and brushed off his trousers. Jory, let us go. Very well, my lord. The servant nodded, then kindly suggested, I saw a nest of ants by the back door of the kitchen, and there is also a nest of wasps. We could play there if you wish, my lord. Perhaps tomorrow. Bran waved his hand dismissively, turning towards the tower. He had merely been eavesdropping, not truly interested in ants. His reason for listening was akin to the knight's discussions, concerned that the sudden shipwreck and food supply might provoke the enemy. However, his worries could not alter the reality. Feigning interest in ants only left his mouth parched from the sun, and he had gleaned little, save for one crucial piece of information. His brother, Robert Baratheon, had joined forces with House Stark of the North, House Tully of the Riverlands, and House Arryn of the Vale to secure a victory at a place called Stonehall. This news appears rather outdated, originating from the smugglers who arrived first, unbeknownst to Stannis. While this realization brought him a modicum of solace, his greater anticipation lay in the news of Robert's triumphant dispatch of the royal heir. As for the rebellion, his memory of it was limited to this matter. He surmised that once the Targaryens faced inevitable defeat, the foes outside Storm's Inn would not dare to risk an assault. Who would choose to stand on the side destined for failure? He hoped that such an event had already transpired. Muttering to himself, he felt a lingering anxiety about whether those enemies outside might suddenly launch an attack, prompting him to consider what he could do if that eventuality arose. After much contemplation, he realized that aside from relying on the unique ability of the merfolk's breath to escape into the sea, he seemed powerless. Thus, over the next 2 days, Stannis prepared for flight. However, as time passed, no significant movements occurred outside the castle, apart from the occasional knight spurring forth from the gates to issue loud provocations. Little else transpired. The atmosphere within the castle had markedly improved. Provisions had been replenished, and many previously listless individuals were becoming increasingly animated, as if withered plants were regaining their vitality. Since the return of the smugglers, Stannis noted the growing smiles on the faces of everyone within the castle, a sight that pleased him greatly, especially since no one seemed aware of his connection to this turn of fortune. In this quasi-medieval world, people held a general disdain for sorcery. The smugglers had become the darlings of the castle, enjoying newfound popularity. No one knew precisely how they had managed to return with a ship full of fish. Most assumed it was due to their exceptional fishing skills. An old fisherman known as Lame Tom began to hover around one particularly sharp-faced smuggler, inquiring incessantly in hopes of learning this elusive technique. Stannis heard that he even introduced his daughter, who worked as a kitchen assistant, to the young smuggler. While it was unlikely he would learn anything, his daughter had already struck up a passionate connection with the man, and they were nearly discussing marriage. The servant, Jory, expressed his indignation at this development, particularly because his youngest son, who worked in the stables, had been courting that very daughter. He had even prepared the taxes to be paid to House Baratheon upon their marriage, only to find himself empty-handed in the end. Initially, Jory had jovially referred to the smugglers as the gods' great saviors, but now he blushed with anger at the mere mention of them. Stannis, however, maintained a detached curiosity regarding these events, observing the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement rather than empathy. Time passed uneventfully, filled with the routine of studying history and literature, dining, strolling, watching performances, and sleeping. This monotonous cycle continued for 2 months. Change arrived on an afternoon marked by a somewhat overcast sky. The situation inside and outside the castle had remained stagnant for some time, but that afternoon, the expected tranquility outside was abruptly shattered by the resounding sound of horns, their melodic echoes mingling with the crashing waves, reverberating in the ears of everyone within Storm's End. Were they to mount an assault? What had transpired? Gods be praised. As the horns blared, figures rushed out from various buildings in a state of panic. The head chef, kitchen assistants, stable master, stable hands, and many servants, cobblers, and barbers alike, drawn instinctively together in a courtyard near the towering keep. They sought refuge in the event of impending disaster. Yet, the reality was far from what they had envisioned. From a chamber atop the high tower, Stannis could clearly observe certain happenings outside. The enemy encampment, positioned just beyond the castle's range, was now abuzz with activity. A multitude of dark figures emerged from the tents, bustling about, and ultimately forming a defensive formation, seemingly anticipating an adversarial approach. However, the figures that eventually appeared were not an army, but rather a small contingent of perhaps a dozen riders, clad in drab attire. They approached the besieging forces, held a brief standoff, and, after an exchange of words, one figure, larger than the rest, stepped forth from the ranks, kneeling before the riders. It bore the sigil of the Stark family, the banner of the northern direwolf. Murmurs filled the air, and Stannis turned his head to see the usually composed maester with wide, astonished brown eyes. "Edach Doc," he whispered, seemingly in disbelief, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tully knelt in surrender without putting up a fight. "It must mean that your brother Robert has succeeded." "Indeed, it must be so." He grasped Stannis' arm tightly, his excitement manifesting in a broad grin. "Child, we have vanquished the Targaryens." Chapter 24. The Northerners at the Feast. The sound of the advancing army was thunderous. The mere footfalls as they entered the city rivaled the beating of war drums. The gates of Storm's End, which had been shut for a year, swung wide open, and a lengthy line of troops, resembling a sprawling serpent, began to enter the castle. At the forefront were a group of fully armored knights, continuously passing beneath the iron portcullis, their cloaks adorned with various crests. Some depicted horse heads, iron fists, water barrels, and crossed axes. Yet, the most striking among them was the emblem of the direwolf. The northern forces, under the banner of the wolf, took residence within Storm's End, while the besieging enemy, who had lingered for a year, retreated in disgrace. With the threat averted, a grand feast commenced. For the arrival of the Northerners not only alleviated the castle's siege, but also brought forth a veritable bounty of supplies: whole pigs, turnips, carrots, capons, cheese, bacon, and salted meats. There were so many people that initially, Stannis was confined to the tower, forbidden from wandering about, but when the feast began, it was inconceivable for him, as the third son of House Baratheon, to be absent. However, Stannis felt no sense of honor. Rather, he found the festivities overwhelmingly noisy. To put it bluntly, it was simply too loud. The expansive hall on the first floor of the great tower, which could accommodate hundreds, was now nearly filled to capacity. Long tables and benches were set up all around, and servants darted among the throngs, continually bringing forth platters of food. The bustling crowd was enough to unsettle anyone with a fear of crowded spaces, and without blocking his ears, the relentless cacophony of boasting, laughter, table thumping, and even shouting melded into a maddening din. The Northerners, initially imposing in their armor, now roared with boisterous revelry, as though each individual was eager to regale their neighbors with tales of valor and abundant victories on the battlefield. Stannis even spotted a burly, bearded man, bare-chested, thumping the table and laughing uproariously, his mirth sparked by someone else's claim of having kicked a southern bastard's teeth in on the battlefield. He appeared quite fearsome. Beside him, the wiry figure of Ben-Jen whispered to Stannis, "Does he not seem like a lord? Judging by the crest, he must be the head of House Umber." Stannis absent-mindedly replied, "Or perhaps they should be referred to as the Umber clan. They are one of the mountain clans of the north." "What are mountain clans on the other side?" the chubby boy curiously inquired. However, Bran chose to disregard this childish question, his gaze persistently roving towards a group of individuals not far from the burly man with a beard. At that moment, Bran and his companions were seated at a long table beneath the head of the banquet, while the individuals he observed were situated to his lower left, partially obscured by 3 tables occupied by northerners. Nonetheless, Bran was still able to catch glimpses of his target through the gaps between their heads. The figure he focused on was a young man who appeared rather slight and diminutive. Unlike the other northerners, he wore a somewhat faded, sleeveless bronze scale armor and spoke without any exaggerated gestures, exuding a quiet demeanor. In a lively banquet hall, which should have dulled his senses, Bran's intense scrutiny caught the young man's attention, who soon turned his gaze towards him, as if he had sensed the observation. However, upon realizing that he was merely a child, the gaunt young man dismissed it, offering a gentle smile from a distance before turning away. Bran, compelled by curiosity, stood up, preparing to approach for a closer inspection. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the fact that 2 individuals at the head table were whispering to one another and pointing in his direction. Just as he stepped out from a narrow gap of the long bench, a casual voice called out, "Bran, come meet Lord Stark." Following the sound, he saw his brother Stannis nodding at him. With a slight grimace, Bran did not resist and made his way over. While Stannis was seated at the center of the table, the true focus of the banquet was the young man beside him. This youth, appearing to be in his 20s, donned a brown woolen tunic embroidered with the sigil of the House of Stark in silver thread. He stood tall, his long face marked by unremarkable features, save for his striking gray eyes, which upon closer inspection held a certain allure, though the seriousness within them rendered him somewhat aloof. At that moment, his brow was furrowed, as if burdened by some concern. Nevertheless, upon Bran's approach and greeting, he managed to force a smile. "Robb often told me that his younger brother bore a striking resemblance to him during their childhood, and now it seemed he spoke the truth. My brother also mentioned that Lord Eddard was not one to smile often, but when he did, it was akin to the melting of winter's snow, bringing comfort to those around him." The boy's earnest words elicited laughter from the man himself, and the northerners nearby joined in hearty chuckles. Only Stannis, seated beside Stark, and the elderly maester standing behind him, remained stoic. The former was known for his serious demeanor, seemingly unaware of merriment, while the latter, accustomed to the boy's flowery speech, shook his head in resignation. However, this was merely a brief interlude in the banquet. After a short exchange, Bran returned to his seat, instinctively redirecting his attention to the remarkably peculiar diminutive figure. Regrettably, within that brief moment, the young man had vanished from his sight. The sigil of the man from earlier flashed through Bran's mind, prompting contemplation. The people of the Neck resided within the marshes, living in the Neck, which serve as the geographical divide between the north and the south of Westeros. Indeed, it was the gateway to the north, riddled with treacherous bogs, both visible and hidden, making passage arduous. Yet, to enter the north, one must traverse that place or take to the waterways. The reason Bran was so fixated on the small man was simple. He bore fragrance. It was a scent reminiscent of books, laced with a hint of charred essence. He had detected this aroma upon the cavalry's entry into the city, but it wasn't until the banquet commenced that he identified its source. Having experienced this once before, Bran did not believe the fragrance emanated from the young man himself, but rather from something he possessed. Unfortunately, he had not been afforded the opportunity for a closer inspection before the figure disappeared. Yet, finding him should prove easy. Simply following the scent would suffice. However, after a moment's consideration, Bran refrained from acting hastily. With so many eyes around, he resolved to wait until the banquet concluded. Thus, he shifted his focus back to Lord Stark at the head of the table. Regardless of the impressions from his previous life concerning Westeros, Eddard Stark was undeniably a significant figure. This young Lord of Winterfell had grown up alongside Lord Robert Baratheon of Storm's End in the Vale. Their bond akin to that of brothers, perhaps even closer than blood. Stark's sister had once been betrothed to Robert, but alas, the Wolf Girl was abducted by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, igniting a war. Initially, the rebellion comprised only the North and Storm's End, later joined by the Vale, and eventually the Riverlands, culminating in the involvement of the Westerlands and the Iron Islands. Thus, The nearly 3-century reign of House Targaryen met its end. Now, with the war ostensibly concluded and news of King S. Landing having fallen to the rebels, this man still bore a troubled countenance, evidently plagued by some concern. What Jon Snow? A name flickered through Bran's mind, but before he could ponder further, the chubby boy beside him, who had been gnawing on a roasted hen, discreetly nudged him and whispered, "Bran, look, that hefty fellow is staring at you." Hefty? Bran regarded the chubby boy with a perplexed expression, then followed his gaze. A robust young man with curly brown hair was seated in a corner of the banquet, surreptitiously glancing their way. As Bran focused on him, the young man instinctively withdrew his gaze, only to return it shortly after with a slight smile. Yes, not even hefty, Bran thought instinctively. But then he noticed the golden rose embroidered on the front of the young man's green velvet tunic. From House Tyrell of Highgarden? He pondered, somewhat bewildered. Their adversaries for the past year. How had they come to the castle and boldly participated in the victory celebration? Chapter 25, The Green Catastrophe. The current situation had become clear. Lord Mace Tyrell, as the representative of the South's surrender, awaited the terms of reconciliation from the army. The banquet continued, but Bran had already accompanied the old maester as they took their leave early. Ascending the staircase, the elderly man, breathless, remarked, "He may be observing you, but he might also just be keeping an eye on your brother Robert's family." As the leader of the rebellion, Robert's words were interrupted by a bout of wheezing, and after pausing on a step to catch his breath, he continued, "It's also possible that I've heard that his youngest daughter has just been born in Highgarden. Are you suggesting a marriage alliance?" The old man's words were vague, yet Bran could surmise the implication, prompting him to furrow his brow. "How long has it been since my 5th name day?" "It is quite normal," the old maester replied, unable to suppress a sigh at the boy's wisdom beyond his years. "Lords often use marriage alliances to solidify ties with allies. Many noble children are marked for such unions while still in swaddling clothes. To be honest, you're already somewhat late in the game." As he spoke, without waiting for a response from the boy, he chuckled, "You are of House Baratheon, born of noble lineage, making you quite the desirable match. The young lord aspires to forge a matrimonial alliance to ascend to greater heights, while the noble elite seek to unite with families of equivalent standing. A task that proves to be quite arduous. However, I am neither a second son, nor do I possess any claim to inheritance at present." As they conversed, they continued to ascend the staircase, and a dark-haired maid passed by, greeting them. The elder offered a nod in her direction, and, once she had moved away, resumed speaking. "Logically, it is indeed challenging for you to possess your own domain, yet your grandmother, Rhaella Targaryen, is the daughter of Aegon V, a true royal princess. By the principle of lineage, your elder brother, well, let us set that aside for now. In any case, my dear child, the current state of affairs is tumultuous. However, once stability is restored to the realm, a multitude of lords and nobles eager to betroth you shall undoubtedly emerge. You must be prepared." Having concluded his remarks, the elder smacked his lips, suddenly aware that he had perhaps divulged a tad too much. Yet, upon catching sight of the contemplative frown on Bran's face, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The boy was precocious, yet there were some matters beyond his grasp. Nonetheless, the old scholar had misjudged. Bran was not entirely oblivious to the situation, and indeed, his understanding was quite advanced. He was cognizant that if events unfolded as expected, his half-brother Robert would ascend the Iron Throne, while he himself would inherit this very castle and the vast expanse of Storm's End. However, whether such a trajectory would indeed materialize remained uncertain, given that there had already been occurrences that diverged significantly from his recollections. Bran paid little heed to this uncertainty. Regardless of territory, as a member of House Baratheon, a life free from want was assured. Thus, he harbored little desire for land or the title of lord. What truly piqued his interest was the hidden potential within him, the extraordinary powers it bestowed. In comparison, the mundane games of power seemed trivial. Yet, this assurance of abundance was not without its conditions. As Bran ascended the staircase, he ruminated on this matter, for according to the original narrative, Robert would meet his end at the tusks of a wild boar in a decade or so, a fate not without complexity, but its central conflict was singular. The Queen, hailing from House Lannister of the West, engaged in indiscretions with her own brother, producing 3 offspring whom the world presumed to be Robert's. And even Robert himself was led to believe so. Ultimately, it was discovered that they bore no royal blood. From this revelation ignited conspiracy, poison, betrayal, and chaos, leading to war. Thus, how could Bran prevent his half-brother Robert from being cuckolded? The boy's thoughts wandered. "You performed admirably today. However, you ought to have been more proactive in seeking an audience with Lord Stark rather than waiting for your brother to summon you," the old scholar chided. "Why?" Bran feigned ignorance, fully aware of the answer. Grasping the stone banister, the elder spoke earnestly. As a young master of House Baratheon, it is your duty to exhibit proper courtesy. As a child, I believe I possess the right to be shy, Bran retorted, unflustered. Moreover, I sensed he was preoccupied. It would not have been prudent to intrude. In truth, he had been completely captivated by the man from the Reach. For it would have been impossible to overlook Lord Stark, given his significance. Perhaps it was due to the specter of war. With war came death. And death was not easily overlooked. The elder halted to stretch his back and lowered his voice. Lord Stark likely does not frequent such gatherings. I observed his demeanor during the toasts, and it was rather stiff. Your brother, though somewhat aloof, managed to navigate the situation with some grace. Is there a distinction? Noticing a flicker of satisfaction on the elder's face, Bran felt a twinge of exasperation. At the banquet, he had only beheld two expressions as stony as granite, each more sour than the last. Were it not for the abundance of northerners, the atmosphere would have been utterly lackluster. However, this topic did not linger. As they had reached their destination, due to the necessity of caring for ravens, the elder's chamber was situated at the pinnacle of the tower, while Bran's bedroom was mere steps away. Yet, shortly after entering his room, he quietly emerged once more and began to descend stairs. The corridor was eerily empty, with only the braziers against the stone walls casting a dim glow, shadows flickering upon the floor and the arched ceiling above, creating a somewhat somber ambience. The ancient tapestries hanging from the walls whispered in silence, contributing to an overall atmosphere that could unnerve a child. However, Bran was no ordinary child. Thus, he paid little mind to the oppressive darkness surrounding him. Wrinkling his nose for a moment, he strode resolutely downwards. Yet midway down, an unexpected visitor halted his progress. Davos. Upon recognizing the gray-robed, brown-haired man ascending the stairs, Bran greeted him. Why did you not attend the banquet? He was curious how the smuggler had managed to ascend, given the guards stationed in the upper quarters. However, upon reflecting on the chaos below, it was likely that the guards had been derelict in their duties. Those northerners could certainly drink. Davos cleared his throat and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Lord Stannis has promised me a fief and knighthood as recompense for this venture, but only if I must pay the price for my past smuggling activities. Bran tilted his head in inquiry. They want you to sever a finger? How did you? I heard it from a servant. Davos opened his mouth to speak, but refrained from probing further. His discussions with Stannis had been private, and no one else could possibly know. Nevertheless, the peculiar essence of the bone dust had already cloaked the boy in an air of mystery. An additional layer would hardly astonish him. This incomprehensible sorcery stirred a sense of wariness and aversion within Davos, yet he could not dismiss the benefits it provided him. Thus, despite his inner conflict, he had sought out this seemingly delicate and enigmatic boy. I wish to express my gratitude, my lord. Were it not for you, is this not what we agreed upon? The credit is yours. I merely wish to satiate my hunger, Bran interjected, waving his hand dismissively. This is not the place for discourse. If you wish to thank me, do so at a later time. As the boy passed him on the stairs, Davos couldn't help but add, but the recompense is truly. Bran halted and turned back to regard him. The man's breath reeked of wine, and he appeared unsteady on his feet, clearly inebriated. Is it too steep? Or do you believe this affair tarnishes your honor? A smuggler has no honor. Yet this is indeed. A smuggler has no honor, Bran affirmed with conviction. Many had uttered such words. It was the first time they had emerged from the lips of a child. Davos opened his mouth, then awkwardly nodded. Very well, my lord. I apologize for disturbing you. He bowed slightly and prepared to depart. But soon you shall become a knight, Davos. Suddenly, from behind, Lancel spoke, a knight who esteems honor above life itself. This is what the tales say. I hope you can become such a knight. At this, Davos paused momentarily, unable to resist glancing back at the boy, who shrugged in response. Perhaps this is the finest gift I could receive, the boy remarked with a smile before hurrying away, leaving Davos in a state of contemplative astonishment. The surroundings were silent, save for the persistent sound of footsteps. It was only after the small figure vanished from view that the brown-haired man seemed to snap back to reality, a flicker of gratitude crossing his face as he hastened to follow. My lord, you are heading the wrong way. Your room is upstairs. Chapter 26. The Sorcerer of the Marsh. Escaping a drunken reveler was surprisingly simple. One merely had to retreat into the shadows of a corner and watch as the individual stumbled down the stairs. However, as had been observed, Lancel had no intention of returning to his chamber. He was determined to pay a visit to the Sorcerer of the Marsh. Indeed, a visit. He intended to make it an open and forthright one, rather than a furtive endeavor, for there was no need for subterfuge. The unique aroma was perceptible only to him, Who could possibly fathom his intentions and objectives? Yet Lancel did not plan to embark on this venture alone, as that would feel constricted. Thus, he first ascended to a certain level of the tower, summoning the stout Ellen and the lanky Beric, before continuing his descent. Why are we seeking out that sorcerer? Yawned the stout boy, his curiosity barely piqued. Children love their sleep, Lancel mused, noting that although this boy was eager to partake in the festivities, he often retired even earlier than Lancel himself. I heard the sorcerer consumes frogs, chimed in the lanky one, voicing his complaint. And they're all made of mud. Have you never heard that he possesses magic? Lancel casually teased. How could one not wish to witness such marvels? The scholars of Old Town claim that magic is but a trick, Beric retorted dismissively, while Ellen shrank back at the mention. Are you implying witches? I want to go. Witches are far too frightening. Despite his words, he did not turn to leave, clearly harboring some curiosity. Lancel seized the opportunity to add, I've heard he can make frogs speak. Upon hearing this, Ellen's interest was indeed piqued. As Lancel took a step forward, the stout boy unconsciously followed suit. Really? That is what I've heard too. We ought to see for ourselves, and besides, there are plenty of people around. What is there to fear? The children's chatter faded as their footsteps grew distant. The central tower of Windspire loomed large and imposing, housing even the armory within its massive structure. At this moment, situated in the upper echelons of the tower, Lancel was blissfully unaware of the raucous revelry echoing from the lower levels. No servants accompanied them, as the sheer number of guests overwhelmed the staff. The servants were tirelessly occupied, catering not only to the northern lords and nobles, but also to their knights, attendants, and a host of ordinary soldiers. In truth, the banquet in the hall on the first floor was merely the most central event. Throughout the various courtyards outside the tower, fires blazed and tents were pitched, the din of merriment and the aroma of food permeating the entire castle. With so many people present, issues abounded, particularly regarding accommodations within the castle, though this was primarily a concern for the common soldiers. As one of the principal lords of the north, the marsh sorcerer Lancel had encountered previously possessed his own private room. Following the trail of the enticing aroma, Lancel arrived at the door of the sorcerer's quarters and rapped gently upon it. Moments later, the heavy, antiquated wooden door creaked open, revealing a gaunt face framed by long, brown hair. Greetings, Lord Lyd. Lancel greeted him, well versed in the sigils of the noble houses across the Seven Kingdoms. Lancel recognized the emblem previously worn by this individual as that of House Reed, rulers of the Neck. Hello, child. The sorcerer regarded the three children outside with his deep green eyes, a curious expression crossing his features. Have you lost your way? We have come specifically to pay you a visit, my lord, Lancel replied, prompting Ellen to eagerly interject without needing a cue. Do you truly possess magic? Can you make frogs talk? Ellen asked, his small eyes betraying a mix of wariness and intrigue. Who told you that? The sorcerer inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. As a resident of the marsh, he was well aware of the various misconceptions held by the realm regarding their kind, strange customs, frog-eaters, mud-men, and shadows lurking about. Yet, the notion of wielding magic was not among them. Master Crellies mentioned it, Ellen stated without hesitation. He believed this was the truth, yet if pressed further, he would indicate that Lancel had said Master Crelly spoke of it, rather than claiming to have heard it directly. However, the sorcerer did not pursue the matter further, instead rubbing his rough cheek and patiently explaining, I do not possess magic. Your scholar master may have been recounting some whimsical tales, but such stories are ubiquitous throughout Westeros. What kind of tales? The stout boy pressed on. He had previously heard Lancel suggest that even if the sorcerer did possess magic, he would not readily admit it. Now, seeing the sorcerer's diminutive stature and slender frame, he felt emboldened by the absence of intimidation. Of course, the tales of the children of the forest. What are the children of the forest? Indeed, the children of the forest, the sorcerer replied, seemingly unaccustomed to such an inquisitive child. Nevertheless, he appeared to possess a kind disposition, patiently elucidating the matter. As the sorcerer spoke, Lancel fixated on his lips as they moved, yet the tantalizing aroma did not intensify. It contrasted sharply with the former master of Windspire. Thus, he understood that what he sought was not merely the sorcerer's words, but something else entirely. Lancel then directed his attention to the gray linen shirt worn by the sorcerer, whereupon he discerned an emblem resembling a crocodile, a lion-lizard hybrid, emblazoned upon it. After observing for several moments, his clairvoyant abilities ignited, and the once still crocodile fixed its hollow gaze upon Lancel, its body of black threads beginning to emit a faint green luminescence. Yet, before Lancel could decipher the significance of this revelation, The sorcerer abruptly ceased speaking and cast a peculiar glance towards the dim corridor outside the door. After scanning for any anomalies and finding none, he turned his attention back to the interior of his chamber. What did he discover? Lancel wondered, startled by the sudden shift. His azure eyes soon fell upon a dagger sheathed at the sorcerer's waist. A wooden-handled dagger nestled within a faded leather scabbard, from which the alluring scent emanated. With a flash of insight, Lancel exclaimed, "Lord Lyd, may I see that dagger?" The dagger? The sorcerer turned to face him, a smile gracing his features. "That is not permissible. This dagger is exceedingly sharp and should not be handled." Lancel sensed the situation might prove challenging, yet he did not relent. "I could wear gloves, or perhaps only touch the hilt." Regrettably, the sorcerer remained unmoved, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as he asked, "Why do you wish to see my dagger, child?" Lancel replied candidly, "Because I sense it is quite extraordinary." The other party was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Why do you say that?" "I don't know. It's just a feeling," the dark-haired boy replied earnestly, blinking as he observed the other's reaction. Unfortunately, his companion remained inscrutable. He neither probed further nor acquiesced to allow Bran to gaze upon the dagger. Instead, he simply regarded the boy with a penetrating stare. "There is nothing extraordinary about it, merely a bronze dagger." "Perhaps you are mistaken, child," he remarked, casting a glance around before casually stating, "Now, may I be excused to return to my chambers? The journey has been long and taxing." Bran felt a twinge of reluctance, but nodded decisively, offering a polite farewell. "Thank you, my lord. Sweet dreams." With that, he led his two companions away, the door behind them shutting with resolute finality. He could not wield magic. Once they had distanced themselves, the stout boy began to grumble, and I sensed he was rather timid, as if he feared someone might leap from the corridor to frighten him. He was quite diminutive in stature. The lanky boys scoffed, like those self-proclaimed sorcerers. Yet they cannot withstand even a night's strike. I once saw one in a red robe at Blackport. Bran paid little heed to their chatter. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to acquire that dagger. His previous remarks had merely been a probing attempt. Had the other not valued the dagger, he could have directly requested it. But alas, the situation was entirely contrary to his expectations. If gentle persuasion would not suffice, must he resort to more forceful measures? Lost in contemplation, Bran idly touched his chest, the soft green velvet fabric concealing a ring that provided him with a modicum of comfort. Yet he hesitated. That man from the Reach seemed far from simple. Regardless of whether Bran wished to take a risk or felt uncertain, reality offered him no opportunity to execute his grand plan. For when he awoke the following day, he was suddenly struck by the realization that he could no longer detect that scent. Shortly thereafter, he learned of an unexpected development. The man from the Reach has departed? While bending down to don his boots, Bran paused, lifting his gaze to the approaching servant, Jory, who called him for breakfast. "Indeed, Lord Stark has left with several other lords from the north," the diminutive servant confirmed. "I saw them leaving the city before dawn, without an army. I wonder what has them in such haste." A sigh escaped Bran's lips, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. There was no time to act. He could only wait for their return. He pondered, knowing that the northern forces still lingered within Winterfell, and, as one of the chief lords of the north, that man from the Reach would surely return. Unless, however, this notion was soon disrupted by another unforeseen occurrence. To King's Landing, in Master Crescent's chamber, the dark-haired boy furrowed his brow at the words spoken by the elder. Chapter 27, Departure. As Bran rushed to his history lesson, he was abruptly struck by a shocking revelation. Robb summoned Stannis to King's Landing. "Why must I accompany them?" The boy protested from across the small table in the scholar's quarters. He had been contemplating ways to pilfer the dagger from the diminutive man from the Reach upon his return, but now, if he were to travel to King's Landing, he might miss his chance altogether. "I believe there must be a reason for it," the old man replied, as the morning sun streamed through the narrow window embedded in the rocky wall, illuminating half of his smiling face. Despite the multitude of wrinkles, he exuded vitality, while the shadowed side appeared remarkably aged. "Perhaps Robb misses his dear younger brother." "Oh, spare me," Bran retorted, rolling his eyes. When he was not yet a year old, his parents had perished in a shipwreck, leaving the old scholar and a recently deceased uncle to care for the three brothers. Yet, this could hardly compare to the warmth of one's biological parents. Moreover, despite being siblings, he and Robb and Stannis were separated by over a decade, creating a significant generational gap. They were not of the same ilk. Robb had long since taken refuge in the Vale as a ward, rarely returning, while Stannis perpetually wore an expression as though the world owed him a debt. In such circumstances, while their encounters bore a semblance of familial affection, the three brothers shared little true kinship. "Can I decline?" I feel a bit unwell. Perhaps I am ill. He attempted to evade the matter. That is of no concern. The elder replied unhurriedly. There are 3 days until departure, my child. I shall see to it that your ailment is treated. If I accompany them, will I not hinder their progress? Bran feigned concern. What if Robb insists that Stannis has urgent business? That is not something to fret over. The old man waved dismissively. The matter is not so pressing. But I cannot ride. How will I travel? Why, of course, there will be a cart. Bran felt a tad at a loss for words. After a sigh, he redirected the conversation. Will you accompany us, Master Crescent? I serve this castle, child, the elder replied, shaking his head. I shall assist Ser Lomas in managing this stronghold until your return. Ser Lomas, the uncle of the stout boy, was named Lomas Isman and appeared to have been appointed as the acting lord of Winterfell. Child, King Landing is not so fearsome. You are already a young man. It is time you ventured into the world. This sounded quite patronizing, and Bran rolled his eyes at the remark. Very well, we depart in 3 days? Indeed. Once the main force is prepared. Nodding, Bran ceased to inquire further on the matter and instead began to ask about the day's lesson. The elder replied, Today, we shall discuss the conquest of Dorne, authored by King Daeron I of House Targaryen, the 8th to ascend the Iron Throne. He is also known as Daeron the Good, having taken the throne at the tender age of 14. Are you truly leaving, Bran? The stout boy, Ellen, approached him at the end of the lesson, accompanied by Barrett Tondarian. We promised to journey to the Isle of Isman, and I told my uncle that I would prepare the largest sea turtle stew for you. We shall see upon my return, Bran replied, clutching a leather-bound tome under his arm, one he needed to study for his assignments. When will you return? Ellen inquired eagerly, bounding down the stairs. I am uncertain, Bran sighed. To be honest, I do not wish to go. I am leaving as well, Barrett chimed in, returning to Blackport. The war has concluded, and my family's knights will come to fetch me. Many knights from House Tondarian had followed Robb to war, leaving him and 2 guards at Winterfell. Ellen's spirits sank further. If you all depart, then I shall go as well. Winterfell is hardly entertaining. Did your father summon you home? The lanky boy queried. Why must my father be the one to call me home? Otherwise, how will you return? Swim back as a sea turtle? Sensing the conversation veering into precarious territory, Bran interjected, But your uncle and cousin remain here, do they not? I harbor a deep-seated aversion towards my uncle. He persistently delivers playful slaps to the back of my head. The rotund figure, with his flat, rounded eyebrows furrowed, seems oblivious to the fact that striking a child's head can render them rather dull-witted. I suspect that this is precisely his intention, to transform me into a simpleton and thereby usurp my rightful inheritance. As you may be aware, his position in the line of succession is considerably inferior to mine. Children, of course, possess their own unique troubles, yet the rotund one refrains from discussing such familial matters, instead casting his gaze towards the slender figure and squinting his eyes. Barry, how about I bestow upon you a new nickname? He proposes. Forget it. Do not even think of further tarnishing my name. The other replies, eyeing him warily. Lightning Boy. The rotund one declares, oblivious to the warning. I've pondered this name for quite some time. What do you think? I find it rather peculiar, comes the retort. What about Lightning Old Man? No good. How about Lightning King? And what will you be called, Turtle King? I believe Prince of the Sea Turtles from Isman Island has a more melodious ring to it. The Prince of Sea Turtles who doesn't wipe his bottom? The capricious nature of childhood emotions flares up and dissipates in an instant. The sorrow of parting initially dampens their spirits, yet it soon evaporates. And they do not regard it as a significant matter. From the high tower to the courtyard, and from the courtyard to the sacred wood. Although Blaine typically does not relish the playful antics of the 2 little ones, he finds himself feeling quite wistful at the prospect of leaving. Over the course of a year, they have practically seen each other daily, inseparable companions. After unsuccessfully attempting to extract a sparrow's nest from the dense sacred woods, they leaned against an oak tree, sharing their aspirations for the future. The slender figure, Dandelion, aspires to become a great knight, while the rotund Ellen believes that as long as he can inherit his family's Isman Island in peace, he will be content. Blaine wishes for them both to achieve their dreams. And you, Blaine, what do you plan to do in the future? The slender one inquires. I wish to be a traveler, Blaine replies, reclining in the shade of the tree, having turned the tome The Conquest of Dorne into a makeshift cushion. I intend to journey north to see the Great Wall, to Dorne to witness the desert, and I also plan to visit the free city-states across the narrow sea. I have heard there is a rather peculiar city where the inhabitants are governed by the chimes of 3 large bells, dictating their waking and sleeping hours, as well as their work and rest. Setting aside the advantages afforded by fortuitous destiny, Blaine genuinely intends to pursue this course. That sounds exceedingly strange, comments the slender one, while the rotund one poses a more pragmatic question. Are we to regulate our urination? I am curious about that as well. When you discover the answer, be sure to return and enlighten me. No problem. But do not forget, I have always felt that your memory is rather lacking. Regardless of the fluctuations in human emotions, time continues its relentless march at a steady pace, neither hurried nor delayed, and remains impervious to anyone's will. 3 days swiftly elapsed. After bidding farewell to his 2 companions and acquaintances within the castle, on the 3rd day, a gloomy morning, Blaine climbed into a carriage, officially embarking on his journey to the capital of the 7 kingdoms, King's Landing. Chapter 28. The Essence of King's Landing. What can one gold dragon procure? On the 4th morning after their departure, crouched before the extinguished campfire, Blaine turned to inquire of Davos, who sat beside him. At that moment, they found themselves in a dense forest, with a pale yellow tent adorned with a crowned stag embroidered upon it behind them. Scattered around were 7 or 8 such tents, hastily erected by the travelers the previous evening. Beyond the encampment, the relentless rush of a nearby river filled the air with its incessant sound. The morning forest air was invigorating, seemingly awakening the vitality within the group. Thus, despite the early hour, most knights and attendant soldiers had long risen, some meandering through the camp, others grooming and feeding their horses or stretching their limbs in morning exercises. If we disregard the embroidered insignia, that tent behind us would likely be worth a silver stag, replied the gaunt former smuggler, dressed in black linen and brown trousers, his cloak still dull and unremarkable. Seated before the smoldering ashes of the fire, he absent-mindedly poked at the embers with a stick in his right hand, while his left, wrapped in bandages, lay across his knee, too afraid to move. Stannis had previously severed the tips of 5 fingers from his left hand and personally knighted him. However, the granting of lands required the approval of Robert, the current Lord of Storm's End, a privilege Stannis did not yet possess. Thus, Davos was compelled to accompany him to King's Landing. So, a single gold dragon could procure 210 tents? Blaine mused, stroking his chin. Not merely 210. If one were to purchase in bulk, the price would be even lower, Davos corrected, his pale complexion rendering him appear a decade older. For nearly 4 gold dragons, we could acquire a complete suit of armor, including chainmail, throat guards, neck protection, and a helmet. Of course, the precise pricing would depend on the prevailing market conditions. All goods experience fluctuations in price. One must also consider the location of purchase and the quality. For instance, armor and weapons from the Iron Islands are generally more expensive than from other regions due to their superior craftsmanship. As a blond knight from the Reach passed by and overheard the mention of the Iron Islands, he cast a wary glance in their direction. Nearby, 3 northern soldiers huddled together, their attention similarly drawn, yet they remained silent. If Dorne is the bitter rival of the Stormlands and the Reach, then the Iron Islands have enmities with the North, the West, and the Reach, for the coastal borders of these regions lie to the west of the continent, separated from the Iron Islands by the sea. In truth, the Stormlands also bear a grudge against the Iron Islands. In ancient times, the land of the Riverlands was once ruled by the Storm Kings, only to be seized by the Iron Islanders. In summary, the Ironborn are unwelcome anywhere, as their history is one steeped in bloodshed and plunder. The company currently consists of men from the Stormlands, the Reach, and the North. While the majority of northern troops are stationed at Storm's End, some have been dispatched to escort the 2 Baratheon brothers to King's Landing. The men from the Reach are there purely as attendants, led by Mace Tyrell, the Lord and Protector of the Reach, who is presently accompanying the group to King's Landing to negotiate terms of surrender and reconciliation. However, the burly brown-haired nobleman exhibits none of the demeanor of a defeated man. He appears entirely unconcerned about his fate upon arrival in King's Landing, and along the journey, he engages in jovial conversation with his knights. At that moment, he even took the opportunity to practice swordplay leisurely by the riverbank with a knight from the Reach. Gentlemen, regardless of who claims kingship, His Grace King Aerys has granted us permission to fell trees and hunt within this forest. He has given his word, and you cannot renege on that. From another direction, sounds emerged as well. The true leader of the expedition, Stannis, clad in black leather armor, stood before his tent with a stern expression, listening intently to the ramblings of 2 hunchbacked old farmers dressed in coarse linen garments. Of course, if we raise pigs in the woods, we shall owe a portion of the profits. But beekeeping has also been permitted by his grace. Indeed, a knight in a white cloak named Davos explicitly told us so. The clamor of the world faded into the background as the procession continued its journey, having departed from Wind's Rest. They passed through Coppergate City and the Wendell River, and now traversed the royal hunting grounds reserved for generations of kings. This vast forest had been their path for 2 days, with villages and estates occasionally breaking the monotony, while countless rabbits and elk fled in panic upon catching sight of the caravan. Yet, for the most part, the travelers were surrounded by trees, brown, pallid, and tender green, whose leaves, sparse or lush, interwove to create a tapestry above the forest path, casting shadows that danced in the sunlight. When would they arrive at King's Landing? Sitting in the swaying carriage, boredom gnawed at him, and soon the dark-haired boy could no longer resist glancing at Davos, who rode alongside them. "We still have half the journey ahead," Davos replied, turning his head. Stannis had few, capable men at his disposal. Thus, this recently knighted former smuggler had become a temporary protector for Loras. Davos bore no resentment towards this role after their conversation on the stairs. His initial aversion towards Loras had dissipated entirely. Loras was eager to continue the dialogue, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a small, gaunt figure kneeling at the edge of the forest path and could not help but turn his gaze. The northern soldier, clearing the way, seemed to have already dealt a beating to the little obstruction, for the boy appeared bruised and battered. Yet he persisted in his kneeling position among the underbrush, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Unfortunately, neither the Knights of the Riverlands nor the Men of Storm's End paid him any heed as they pressed onward. "Is he begging?" Loras inquired. "He is selling himself," Davos observed, glancing at the boy. Sickness, debt, even hunger marked his existence. The world was vast, and there were always those who could not survive. As he spoke, he cautiously loosened his grip on the reins with one hand, reaching for his coin pouch, only to find it empty, letting out a resigned sigh. Delivering supplies to Wind's Rest had required no coin, and now that the siege had just concluded, he had not had the chance to replenish his funds. Seeing this, the dark-haired boy extended a gold dragon through the carriage window towards him. "That is far too much," Davos quickly shook his head. "1 gold dragon for a life is hardly excessive," Loras replied. The steward had provided him with 10 gold dragons for expenses before their departure. Yet Loras had yet to determine how to utilize such wealth at his tender age. "And I have only gold dragons." This remark prompted Davos to regard him quizzically, before asking, "Do you intend to buy him, my lord?" Despite having shed his previous reluctance to interact, he still found it difficult to treat this boy as an ordinary child. "What need have I for a little beggar?" Loras retorted, casting a glance at the small figure who was drawing closer to the caravan. The child appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, dirty and bruised, his features obscured, save for a pair of striking green eyes that shone brightly. Yet, under Loras's gaze, the boy timidly averted his eyes, quickly lowering his head. "I shall not buy him. Consider it a gift from me," the dark-haired boy declared before retreating back into the carriage. Davos, after casting a profound look at him, tightened his grip on the gold coin and rode closer to the child. He had thought this matter concluded, but shortly thereafter, Davos returned to Loras, speaking in a hushed tone. "This child is no ordinary one. His arms and fingers differ from those of typical farm children. He has clearly undergone training in archery. Perhaps he is the descendant of some brigand from the Brothers of the Kingswood." "The Brothers of the Kingswood?" Loras inquired. They were a band of brigands that had been eradicated. 2 years prior, they had infested these woods, abducting nobles and extorting ransoms. And the Mad King Aerys dispatched troops on several occasions to no avail. Ultimately, he was forced to send Ser Arthur Dayne of the King's Guard and the indomitable Ser Barristan Selmy to lead the assault. Time seemed to crawl during their journey. Yet as they neared their destination, Loras felt a fleeting sense that days were passing swiftly. The path was nearly complete, but the memories of life within Wind's Rest lingered as if they had occurred but yesterday. As they departed the Kingswood, the sprawling, gray-white walls of King's Landing expanded before them, and a peculiar scent began to waft through the air. Initially, Loras believed it might be the aroma of another medium, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. However, as they drew nearer, he quickly covered his nose and rolled his eyes. "This is the foulest city I have ever encountered," he remarked to the former smuggler. Yet, not long after officially entering King's Landing, he found himself forgetting his earlier words. His spirits lifted. He truly caught a whiff of that distinctive scent. Chapter 29. War and Enmity. The odor emanated from a towering hill known as the Rainey's Hills, surrounded by dense brick and stone buildings, with a dilapidated circular structure perched atop. The sun was obscured by the hill, casting shadows over the buildings and flat streets below, which somewhat mitigated the oppressive heat that accompanied their entry. As they passed this way, that unique scent gradually replaced the surrounding stench, drawing Loras's attention towards the summit of the hill. He had considered that the vastness of King's Landing might harbor the treasures he sought, yet when they finally materialized, his heart raced with excitement. Regrettably, the caravan's objective lay deep within the Red Keep of King's Landing, and he did not believe he could venture away from the group at will. Nor did he expect a request to alter their course would be met with a favorable response. Thus, Loras merely cast a deep glance in that direction, committing the location to memory before diverting his attention elsewhere. The procession wound its way through a throng of people, led by a young man clad in a golden velvet tunic and a neat green cloak, while his attendants shouted at the pedestrians to clear the way. The citizens of King's Landing regarded them with scornful glares, yet, due to the presence of the gold-clad soldiers flanking the procession, they had no choice but to obediently retreat to the sides of the street, their resentment palpable. It was evident that the inhabitants of this locale did not welcome their presence. Loras discerned this easily. He observed a middle-aged fishmonger, wrapped in a headscarf, glaring at the procession while hawking his wares, and witnessed a woman clutching a filthy, naked child tightly to her chest as she hurried away. He even spotted a scruffy old beggar leaning against the wall of a brown brick house, spitting in their direction. Such scenes were frequent after their entry into the city. They say the Lannisters plundered this city before handing it over to Lord Robert. Davos explained from his position alongside the carriage. The Lannister family of the Westerlands had remained neutral during the rebellion, only deciding to join the insurgents after Robert Baratheon had slain Prince Rhaegar Targaryen at the Trident. However, their method of joining was rather duplicitous, masquerading as royal reinforcements, deceiving the gates of King's Landing, and upon entering, immediately unleashing a wave of violence and pillaging in the name of the rebel leader, Robert, before finally surrendering the city. It was thus apparent that the people of this place regarded the Baratheons as little better than the Lannisters. Davos's expression was somewhat peculiar when he spoke of the matter. Perceiving something amiss, Lancel inquired, "Are you from King's Landing?" "I was born in Flea Bottom," came the reply. The other person instinctively clutched a small pouch hanging from his chest, which contained the 5 severed finger joints he had suffered. It seemed to serve as a source of solace for him. Flea Bottom was a haven for the impoverished denizens of King's Landing, and it was likely that the noble Lannister would look down upon such a place. He might have hoped for otherwise. Yet as their company passed near the so-called Flea Bottom, what met their eyes were numerous collapsed shanties and dilapidated structures. Consequently, this former smuggler fell silent for the remainder of the journey. King's Landing was a grand medieval city, densely populated, with a chaotic array of buildings. The scars of war still lingered, evidenced by charred remnants of fires, the ruins of collapsed houses, and bloodstains on the streets that had yet to be cleaned. Even the nearest city gate through which they had entered had been damaged and repaired, leaving one to wonder how such a gate could be broken without a siege. The inhabitants appeared particularly sullen and wrathful. Thus the atmosphere of the entire city was palpable. What they observed along the way was a pervasive gloom and silence, devoid of much vibrancy or noise. Additionally, a persistent odor reminiscent of a foul cesspool mingled with the stench of rotting flesh clung stubbornly to his nostrils, prompting Lancel to withdraw his gaze from the ancient city and retreat into the carriage, contemplating how to procure the source of the scent emanating from a nearby hill. This task seemed simple enough. Once they settled in, he could easily concoct a reason to wander about and ascend the hill. It was a ruin, and Lancel surmised that it was unlikely anyone resided within, making his target a likely abandoned object. His initial thoughts were swiftly solidified, yet not long after. He suddenly wrinkled his nose. Was it an illusion? Or something else? The peculiar scent that had quietly dissipated as they distanced themselves from the hill now surged back to him. Upon realizing this, Lancel peered outside, only to discover that they had arrived at a castle gate constructed of pale red stone. This was a formidable fortress, with towering walls and a bronze gate guarding its entrance, standing stoically in the heart of the city. Its great doors were now ajar, the sharp iron portcullis having long been raised, casting a shadow over the open space ahead. As 2 rows of guards observed quietly, the procession entered through the gateway. As they advanced, the distinctive odor grew increasingly potent, enveloping Lancel in a sensation akin to stumbling into a treasure trove, causing him to forget all prior disdain. However, upon entering the castle, they were required to disembark from their carriage. Surrounded by numerous people, he could not immediately discern the source of the scent, and thus chose to momentarily disregard it, shifting his focus to his surroundings. The Red Keep. This royal castle had been the residence of the Targaryen kings and their progeny for generations, yet now it lay open to the families of usurpers. Despite being the abode of royalty, it appeared little different from Storm's End, save for its greater spaciousness, cleaner floors, and more elegantly arranged courtyards and columns. Lancel soon lost interest. The escorting soldiers clad in golden robes remained stationed at the castle gates, while others were directed elsewhere. under the guidance of their leader. The dwindling group proceeded along the paved path, passing several towering towers and fortified courtyards, until they finally arrived at a grand hall with an oak door wide open. The hall was magnificent, deep and expansive, with 2 rows of intricately carved stone columns standing tall, each filled with elegantly attired nobles of both genders. The floor was laid with checkered marble, and the surrounding walls were adorned with exquisitely crafted hunting tapestries. At the far end of the hall, a jet-black, grotesquely shaped iron throne loomed ominously, clearly the seat of power, yet it bore no resemblance to a conventional chair. Rather, it appeared as a mass of spikes, sharp angles, and twisted metal. Presently, the throne stood empty, with no one seated upon it, but beneath it sat 4 individuals of varying heights and ages, gathered around a long table. After a brief scan, Lancel's gaze landed on a robust young man with short, coal-black hair and a clean-cut, handsome visage. However, the hall was vast and crowded, and the young man did not currently notice those at the entrance, as he was quietly listening, along with 3 companions, to the speech of a rotund man clad in silks, who appeared somewhat bored. "This is the rule, my lords. Upon the death of a shopkeeper, his widow must either remain a widow or marry another within the trade. She is absolutely forbidden from marrying an outsider. My lords, she has violated this rule. Hence our guild has the right to seize her deceased husband's shop." The speaker was a portly middle-aged man with golden hair, dressed in a light blue silk robe. His expression one of self-importance. "What a ridiculous rule!" the youth beneath the throne exclaimed, prompting a nearby elderly man with white hair to shoot him a warning glance, leading him to stifle his retort. Following this, the elder addressed the petitioner with a stoic demeanor. "We respect the customs of your guild, but the veracity of your claims must be thoroughly verified. For now, return and await our news." Thus, the rotund merchant bowed and withdrew. At this point, the young man in the green cloak who had been waiting at the entrance stepped forward, raising his voice in announcement. "Lord Robert, I am honored to present to you Lord Stannis Baratheon, your younger brother Lancel, and the captured Mace Tyrell of Highgarden." No sooner had the words left his lips than every pair of eyes turned toward them. Chapter 30. Not a good man, Varys. In Lancel's recollection, Robert was a jovial man, fond of laughter and jest, save for a time just before the war when his face was grim with anger. Otherwise, he resembled a simple giant untroubled by woes. Now, upon the green cloak's announcement, the robust young man with dark hair erupted into hearty laughter, disregarding the gawking onlookers, before striding over to clap Stannis on the shoulder and then stooping to pinch Lancel's cheek, appearing genuinely delighted. It was uncertain whether his joy stemmed from reuniting with his familial brother or from escaping the burdensome affairs at hand. Only after did he cast his gaze toward Mace Tyrell behind the 2 brothers, his smile becoming somewhat restrained. "By the gods, I smell the foul odor of roses," he remarked, gesturing toward a middle-aged man in white robes at the side of the hall. "Bayliston, take my little brother away and arrange for him to have lodgings and sustenance." The man beckoned, clad in polished white armor, tall and imposing yet pale, as if he had suffered significant injury. Upon hearing his name, he bowed slightly and then approached, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "Come, child, follow me." Lancel nodded, casting a final glance at Stannis, who was quietly observing him, before turning to accompany the white-robed knight. "What fine young man, Lancel Tarly. Had it not been for—" The voice trailing behind grew fainter, while the clinking of armor and weapons beside him became increasingly pronounced. Simultaneously, as they moved toward the direction behind the king's hall, the peculiar scent intensified once more. In the course of a single day, encountering 2 leads related to the media, Bran felt remarkably fortunate. However, his unfamiliarity with the people and objects within this castle left him uncertain as to the exact source of the scent that intrigued him. Thus, he turned his gaze toward the knight clad in white beside him. Upon closer inspection, this middle-aged man, named Barristan, possessed a handsome visage, albeit marred by signs of age. His brown hair was interspersed with strands of silver, and the deep-set wrinkles flanking his eyes hinted at a life of trials. His pallid complexion suggested frailty, and he coughed intermittently as he walked. Yet his striking blue eyes sparkled brightly, and combined with his dashing white enameled armor and flowing white cloak, he appeared somewhat younger than his actual years. "Are you the legendary Ser Barristan?" Bran inquired, noting the knight's reticent demeanor and contemplative expression, which hinted at a weighty burden upon his mind. The name Barristan Selmy had reached his ears in both past and present lives. He was known for infiltrating rebel towns alone to rescue the captured king, and for personally slaying the last heir of House Blackwood during a war that had plagued the Targaryen dynasty with division for nearly a century. His most recent tale involved Davos recounting the annihilation of the Kingsguard on the way to King's Landing, with this very knight among the leaders. He was one of the 7 Kingsguard sworn to protect the king, a knight of great renown and numerous accomplishments, who, despite his Stormlands origins, had once fought valiantly for House Targaryen. Yet now, it seemed he had yielded to House Baratheon. Barristan Selmy, the honorable knight of Harvest Hall, is my father. The white-clad knight replied, nodding in response to Bran's query. His gaze upon the boy was complex, revealing a mixture of rejection and profound pain. This emotional turmoil puzzled Bran, but he refrained from probing further, instead voicing his thoughts. They say the king's hall is adorned with dragon bones, yet I have not seen them. Lord Robert detests anything related to dragons. Thus he ordered the bones removed from the throne room, Barristan replied, coughing as he spoke. They are now stored in the cellar. May I go see them? Bran asked eagerly. Having never visited King's Landing before, his memories of this place were scant. But he had heard tales of the king's hall filled with the massive bones of Targaryen dragons. The media he sensed seemed to be anything but ordinary. First, there was the false tooth, then the dagger from the Riverlands, and now, within this red keep, he could conceive of nothing more extraordinary than dragon bones. My task is to ensure your proper accommodation. The White Knight shook his head, denying Bran's request. If you wish to see, child, you may discuss it with your brother Robert at a later time. Bran frowned at this response. I merely wish to take a glance. That is not permissible. Why not? Lord Robert's command is to see to your accommodation, not to escort you to view dragon bones. Are all King's guards so inflexible? Bran retorted. No, child. We simply must adhere strictly to our orders. Bran blinked in surprise, then shifted the conversation. My brother instructed you to arrange my lodging. The boy pondered aloud. But he did not forbid me from exploring this castle. Did he? He did not specify that, Barristan conceded. Precisely, he did not, Bran pressed on. So what harm is there in wanting to see my surroundings? Surely Lord Robert did not bring me all this way to confine me? The White Knight regarded the dark-haired boy with astonishment, his tone wavering. Yet Lord Robert's orders are, my brother is very kind to me. He would never wish to imprison me. Bran interrupted, feigning contemplation, then turned to the knight. Sire, you appear unwell. Are you injured? Is it serious? Indeed. I was wounded on the battlefield, Barristan replied casually, only to realize the implication of his words moments later, his face flushing. Child, do not misunderstand. My condition is not due to my injuries. It is quite all right, sire. I understand. Let us proceed, and you should rest properly afterward. The boy's words seemed excessively considerate, yet they rendered Barristan increasingly uncomfortable. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Follow me. I will take you to the cellar, and then we shall head to Maegor's Holdfast, where your accommodations will be arranged. Really? Bran asked, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Come with me. Are you certain you are all right? Thank you for your concern. Child, but I am quite certain. Bran acknowledged with a simple "oh," and thus their originally direct path became a meandering route, the tall, imposing figure of the White Knight leading the black-haired boy through the castle. The castle's expansive grounds were paved with red bricks, and its towers loomed ever higher, while the courtyard bustled with a multitude of hurried servants traversing the colonnades. After a while, Bran felt somewhat disoriented from all the wandering. The White Knight evidently commanded a significant reputation within the castle, as they were greeted by many along the way. An elderly laundress burdened with a pile of clothing, a kitchen boy carrying water, a young noblewoman clad in finery, and a squire polishing armor. They even encountered a rotund, bald man dressed in a pink robe. This man, wearing soft slippers and a glossy satin robe, had a round face and projected an air thick with the scent of perfume, greeting them in a high-pitched voice. At the sound, Bran instinctively glanced downward, only for the man to deftly tug his robe to shield himself, shooting Bran an annoyed glare. A good boy should not have such prying eyes. You charming little rascal, the man chided, prompting Bran to roll his eyes. The man chuckled and sashayed away, leaving the boy bemused. That fellow is quite amusing, Bran mused, casting a final glance at the plump man before signaling for the White Knight to continue onward. That was Lord Varys, our spymaster. We call him the Spider, Barristan remarked, his brow furrowing with concern as he cautioned Bran. He is cunning, and I must say, he is not to be trusted. Best keep your distance. Is it because he raises spiders? Bran asked, intrigued. One might say so, hence he is quite dangerous. As they conversed, the White Knight led Bran into a somewhat desolate hall, where he plucked a burning torch from the wall and crouched to reveal a fan-shaped wooden entrance in the corner. He then turned to the boy and said, This is the cellar, child. The dragon bones you wish to see are just below. Bran nodded, the rich scent that enveloped him igniting a spark of joy within. Clearly, his intuition had not misled him. Chapter 31. Re-entering. The entrance to the cellar was rather narrow for the White Knight, yet Bran traversed it with ease. They proceeded deeper into the gloom, descending stone steps that soon enveloped them in a chilling atmosphere, raising goosebumps upon Bran's arms. Upon entering the cellar, the environment turned exceedingly dim, with the White Knight holding the torch aloft, leading the way. The light from the open entrance behind them flickered, gradually diminishing as they descended the stairs, until it vanished entirely. As they continued their journey, the peculiar scent intensified, enveloping all other aromas in the vicinity. The vibrant orange flames blazed atop the torch, casting a narrow shadow behind the night, while a vivid black shape flickered at the corner of their vision, quickly dimming as the light receded. It was a skull, no larger than a small dog's bone, languidly sprawled at the edge of the cellar, which caught Bran's curious glance before his attention was drawn to a greater dragon skull ahead. The torchlight was dim, yet it illuminated the surroundings with clarity, and with the crisp clanking of the knight's armor echoing in the air, the bones they beheld grew progressively larger, sized like a hunting dog, a calf, a horse, a bison, and even a dragon. The obsidian skulls piled one upon another, each more towering than the last, the deepest of which reached towards the ceiling, as if the cellar could scarcely contain it. The eye sockets of this colossal skull were hollow and profound, its jagged teeth resembling tall pillars standing resolutely, the flames casting a flickering glow that appeared to envelop the dark surface in a shimmering film of fire. The grandest of them all belonged to Valyrian, the Black Dread. The white-robed knight remarked, Aegon the Conqueror rode this dragon to unite Westeros under his dominion. Bran remained silent, his thoughts entirely consumed by the skull before him. In that dim environment, the boy gazed in awe at the colossal relic, as if beholding a miracle. Despite his prior knowledge that he had been born into a world steeped in mystery and fantasy, and his ability to traverse through history, the sight of a dragon's skull, a remnant of a creature far beyond his comprehension, left him profoundly astonished. In that moment, he momentarily disregarded the enticing aroma that beckoned him. His gaze fixated on the immense dragon skull, swaying gently with the flickering light, his heart brimming with curiosity about its true nature. However, his actual objective was not the largest skull, but rather the second largest one nearby. It appeared slightly smaller, with a longer snout, yet unlike the others. It emanated that peculiar fragrance from its surface. After a few glances, Bran diverted his gaze and spoke to the knight beside him. "Let us proceed, my lord. Thank you for bringing me here." The knight was somewhat taken aback by his readiness to depart, having expected the boy to linger in fascination. After all, most children seeing dragon bones for the first time either cried in fear or were stirred by overwhelming curiosity, eagerly asking questions or rushing off to explore. The white-robed knight, intrigued yet silent, simply nodded and led the way back. The atmosphere shifted into silence. On the return journey, Bran's mind was consumed with thoughts of the dragon bones, leaving little room for conversation. Although he had been awestruck by the skull, it did not cloud his judgment. The second largest skull, while the source of the alluring scent, would not be an object of his special abilities in the presence of others. Once he entered that realm, his physical form would likely lapse into unconsciousness. While that alone posed no significant concern, he was uncertain what would transpire if he were to sever the connection to the medium facilitating his entry into that realm. If he truly succumbed to unconsciousness here, the knight beside him would not simply stand idly by until he concluded his affairs. Moreover, even if he could wait, allowing outsiders to witness such an occurrence was decidedly inappropriate. He needed to devise a plan to prevent discovery. Contemplating this dilemma, Bran eventually stepped into a square fortress protected by a dry moat within the castle. The ensuing period was marked by a tumultuous yet tranquil atmosphere. It seemed that since their arrival, the festivities within the Red Keep had not ceased. Every evening, the throne room would host exuberant and raucous feasts. Numerous attendees filled the banquets, with singers and jesters performing in succession. Lannisters from the west, Tullys from the Riverlands, Arryns from the Vale, and even the newly surrendered Tyrells from the Reach. Many prominent families had sent representatives to King's Landing, their vassals in tow, as if the entirety of Westeros' noble class had converged here. The singular reason for such an influx was the impending coronation of a new king. In truth, had they not been waiting for the return of Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, the coronation would have commenced long ago. For a nation cannot remain without a sovereign, and prolonged delays inevitably invite unforeseen occurrences. Yet, none of this concerned Bran, for the moment. He only needed to feign the demeanor of a polite child. In the morning, he shared breakfast with Stannis, Robert, and a certain Jon Arryn of the Vale. And in the evening, he was whisked away to the grand banquet, where ladies from various regions circled him, whispering and pointing, while children his age approached to play. He also encountered several figures whose appearances diverged significantly from his expectations. Jaime Lannister looked to be merely 17 or 18, clad in the white garb of the Kingsguard, his striking golden hair gleaming, and when he smiled, he appeared quite handsome, albeit rather arrogant. Tywin Lannister, Jaime's father and the Duke of the West, was one of the most powerful nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Stoic and imposing, he was invariably surrounded by a retinue of golden-haired companions, whom Bran had heard were Tywin's brothers. However, despite the Lannisters' apparent prominence, they were not well received at present. Their every appearance prompted others to retreat and murmur under their breath, resulting in Bran rarely encountering them. Aside from them, he also met the new wife of Jon Arryn, Lisa Tully, who, in his recollection, had a sharp chin and a harsh demeanor, yet now appeared as a round-faced, slender, and charming young woman with striking chestnut hair. At merely 17 or 18, she sat beside a man nearing 60, resembling a grandfather and granddaughter rather than a married couple. Yet they were indeed wed. Her disposition seemed pleasant, as she frequently smiled at Bran during meals, her bashfulness evident in her demeanor. Nevertheless, Bran sensed an unusual sadness in her gaze directed towards him. Her sister, Catelyn Stark, the wife of Eddard Stark, had not come to King's Landing, as she had just given birth to a son and could not travel. Beyond these few individuals, Bran had little impression of the others, paying them scant attention. In contrast, he found himself far more enamored with the banquet fare. The exquisitely crafted cream swan was sweet and fragrant, yet it paled in comparison to the allure of true swan meat. After tasting the goose-like dish, Bran grew increasingly curious about the roasted bear meat slathered in rich sauce. Additionally, there were delectable butter-baked quail, crispy fried trout, honey cakes, snail soup, and roasted capons stuffed with spices. The world was momentarily engulfed by a plethora of delectable cuisines, awakening within Lancel a peculiar passion. Each day, he indulged to the point of roundness, his mouth perpetually slick with oil, and after each feast, he would retreat to his chamber, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to a deep slumber. It was not long before he sensed a significant increase in his girth. His mornings and evenings were predominantly consumed by the act of eating, while at other times, he did not sequester himself in his room. Instead, he ventured forth with the family guard assigned by Robb to seek out the Kingsguard, Barristan. He ostensibly admired the myriad legends and victories attributed to him, but in truth, he was merely familiarizing himself with the routes, preparing for the moment when he could slip into the cellar at the slightest opportunity. That opportunity soon presented itself. During one of his aimless wanderings, Lancel seized the moment when two guards were distracted by an irate black cat and swiftly turned his steps, vanishing behind the crumbling wall of a ruin. He then hastened in a direction he knew all too well. Shortly thereafter, shouts and hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Yet they veered towards another path he typically frequented, oblivious to his true whereabouts. Lancel breathed a sigh of relief and hurried along the base of the wall towards his destination. He navigated past the squat fortress, the somber chapel, the dilapidated semicircular tower, and the deserted courtyard, carefully evading all personnel until he arrived at the abandoned hall he had visited not long ago. With considerable effort, he pushed open the heavy, fan-shaped wooden door and stepped down into the cellar. The atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, foreboding and cold, reminiscent of a dungeon. Yet at that moment, the boy was devoid of any torchlight for protection. Initially, his vision was enveloped in nothingness, rendering him blind. After a brief adjustment at the entrance, his sight gradually returned, albeit in a haze. However, this was sufficient. Cautiously, he continued to navigate through the inky blackness, stepping over peculiar corpses with hollow eyes, until he finally stood before his objective. Looking up, he beheld the dragon skull, its deep eye sockets both vacant and strange, as if two orbs were intently fixated on the dark-haired boy before it, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Rubbing his arms, Lancel inhaled deeply and then plunged into the gaping maw of the dragon skull, slumping within, legs outstretched, fingers tightly gripping the menacing black teeth that loomed above him. An odd sensation, warm yet chilling, enveloped him, but he had little time to ponder it. As he exerted pressure with his hands, his previously lucid thoughts rapidly became unfocused and scattered. The surroundings darkened further, ultimately dissolving into complete blackness. Chapter 32. The Fallen Dragon. 1. Heat, scorching and intense, assailed him, as if flames were pressed against his skin, jolting Lancel from his daze. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself sprawled face down upon a rubble-strewn expanse of sandy earth, flames erupting all around him. To his side, a wall had collapsed, and he found himself pinned beneath a pile of yellow bricks. A sharp pain throbbed at his forehead, while his right arm and legs burned with a searing ache. Not far away, A pool of viscous blood gleamed ominously in the firelight, and three strange lines of text emerged as Lancel gazed upon the bloodied surface. Rescue Rhaenys Targaryen. Survive for 30 days. Safeguard Rhaenys Targaryen to the hands of Aegon the Conqueror. The air was suffused with a stifling heat, and all around, structures were ablaze, their silhouettes distorted by the inferno. Shadowy figures dashed about, frantic footsteps mingling with piercing screams and urgent shouts, punctuated by the faint sound of arrows slicing through the air. The scene was fraught with peril. There was no time to contemplate the cryptic lines of text as Lancel prepared to rise from the ground. However, barely lifting himself, he was suddenly struck from behind with tremendous force, the impact sending him crashing back to the earth with a muffled grunt. He initially presumed it to be an enemy's assault, yet what he beheld was a soldier, clad in a helmet and brown leather armor, rushing past him. Wielding a spear and shield, his shield had evidently been the instrument of Lancel's fall. That soldier was not an enemy, but before Lancel could ponder this anomaly, a blinding silver-red fireball plummeted from the sky, engulfing the running soldier and collapsing the surrounding structures in a cacophony of destruction. The deluge of silver flames rendered everything before him unbearably bright, yet the fire did not linger. It surged forward like a powerful jet, sweeping towards the looming tower structures in the distance. While water can bring relief, fire only leads one towards the abyss of death. And the echoes of wails and curses accompanied the advancing inferno, cleaving the sandy fortress in twain like a cake. Lancel considered himself fortunate, as the flames surged in the opposite direction, yet this did not ease his anxiety. Rather, it heightened it. Close by was a stable ablaze, while behind him stood a series of towers and lowly dwellings. Not far ahead loomed a rocky city wall, where soldiers were fleeing from the consuming fire, their cries of despair ringing out. Struggling to rise from the debris, Lancel sought a place of refuge, but as he scanned his surroundings, the scene was lit with flames in every direction, devoid of any hidden spot for concealment. It appeared that the remains of the wall beneath which he crouched offered the most safety. A resounding roar echoed from the distant sky, prompting Lancel to look up. A massive figure, wings outstretched, circled above the castle, occasionally swooping low to unleash torrents of silver-red flames, incinerating the walls and towers, while those trapped within, like ants in boiling water, could only await their grim fate. Lancel was one of those ants. Rhaenys Targaryen. The name flashed through his mind. His study of Westerosi history had been brief, yet he recognized at least 3 figures associated with that name. However, considering the architectural style, the banners, and the dragon soaring above, coupled with the task he had just glimpsed, Lancel quickly deduced the identity of the dragon rider above and the gravity of the current situation. Aegon Targaryen, hailing from Dragonstone, began his path of conquest upon landing in what would later be known as King's Landing, setting fire to Harrenhal, invading the Stormlands, and unleashing a devastating inferno upon the fertile plains of the Reach, annihilating the royal Gardner family and their numerous heirs, as well as the king of House Lannister at that time. The king in the north, recognizing the dire circumstances, knelt in surrender, while the Vale offered up its crown after the arrival of the Dragon Queen. Among the ancient 7 kingdoms, only Dorne stood firm against the Dragon Queen, with its lords abandoning their castles to hide in the vast desert. In the year of conquest, Aegon was crowned king in Old Town, thereafter preoccupied with quelling the chaos across the realm, neglecting the unyielding Dorne. Yet, such neglect would prove only temporary. For years into his conquest, Aegon launched the First Dornish War, ultimately retreating in disgrace due to the enemy's guerrilla tactics. Once again, the assault was unleashed after 7 years of conquest. Aegon and his petite queen rode dragons to incinerate the castles scattered across Dorne, while the Dornish people, in a frenzy, retaliated with fervor, engaging in military operations along the borders of the Stormlands and the Riverlands, dodging the onslaught of the mighty dragons. This cycle of vengeance escalated rapidly, fueled by the flames of hatred. The fall of Rhaenys Targaryen elevated this animosity to unprecedented heights. During the incineration of a fortress known as Hellgate, the dragon ridden by the Conqueror's petite queen was tragically struck in the eye by a crossbow bolt, leading to the demise of both dragon and dragon rider upon the ancient soil of Dorne. The lordly house residing in Hellgate was named Uller, their sigil depicting interwoven flames of yellow and deep red, and at that moment, a tattered banner, mostly consumed by flames, hung limply from the battlements. Thus, Loras realized he was indeed at Hellgate, and he surmised that the one scorching the fortress above was none other than Rhaenys Targaryen, the sister of the conqueror Aegon and a founding figure of the Targaryen dynasty. He found himself amidst this historical event, having traversed back over 2 centuries to the time when the Targaryen dynasty had just been established. If the annals of history were accurate, he was about to witness the tragic fall of the formidable dragon rider in the sky, provided he did not meet an untimely demise in the flames first. "Why should I save her if she doesn't spare me first?" murmured a young man with disheveled black hair, crouched behind the crumbling wall of debris in a chaotic and cacophonous environment. He glanced down at his current state. His brown and black leather armor was marred by scorch marks, and his rough, thin linen trousers bore several tears. The sleeve of his left arm, reduced to charred remnants, mingled with muddy blood, sending sharp stings coursing through him. The only solace was the dagger sheathed at his lower back. Yet, what use was this dagger against the flames of a dragon? Thoughts raced through his mind as his gaze swept across the surrounding battlements. Historical records indicated that the dragon ridden by the petite queen, Meraxes, had been slain by a crossbow bolt. Thus, if he could destroy the crossbows in advance, perhaps he could avert disaster. However, he soon discovered that the wall nearby bore no sign of any crossbows, only charred corpses ablaze and remnants of wooden machinery strewn across the battlements. This realization caused him to hesitate momentarily, yet he understood that inaction could lead to imminent failure. Gritting his teeth, he dashed toward the firelit path at the end of the ruins, heading toward a tall tower on the left side of the castle. He intended to find a bow, positioning himself in a secure yet advantageous spot to eliminate the soldiers operating the crossbows within the castle, thereby accomplishing his mission. The tower at the end of his sight seemed quite suitable. Although the flames surged fiercely, they appeared unable to fully consume the stone. Unfortunately, before he could reach his destination amid the chaos, a heart-wrenching roar of agony erupted from above. Loras, sheltered in the shadow of the wall, instinctively looked up, witnessing a colossal figure plummeting from the sky, growing larger within his view. Chapter 33. The Fallen Dragon. 2. Beneath the dim sky, the descending figure resembled a silvery meteor. Its mournful cries echoing through the air, great wings beating chaotically, accompanied by a tempest of wind and flames. The dragon writhed in the air, struggling against its descent, yet ultimately crashed with a thunderous impact onto the scorched earth not far from the wall. The ground trembled, and a storm of sand and debris surged forth, compelling the surrounding structures, already ablaze, to bend low. The once firm surface of the earth was instantaneously torn asunder, and a nearby brick wall succumbed to the dragon's tail, collapsing in ruin. The violent impact heightened the dragon's cries, amplifying its pain as its neck twisted in agony, unleashing a torrent of dazzling silver-red flames that swept across the vicinity. The inferno intensified, transforming the area into a veritable purgatory. Loras, hastily taking refuge behind a ruined wall, felt the silver tongues of fire racing overhead, cold sweat trickling down his brow, and his heartbeat quickening. The site where the dragon had fallen was precisely where he had just stood, surrounded by flaming pathways and buildings on all sides. The wall he leaned against grew increasingly hot. However, the flames that had surged from above gradually subsided. Taking a deep breath of the searing air, Loras cautiously peered over the edge. Below, in the charred expanse, a dragon covered in shimmering silver scales lay writhing in agony, its wings spread like trembling silver lakes, while its elongated tail undulated, adorned with sharp spines. This dragon possessed a long neck, and its fearsome visage radiated a unique beauty. Loras noticed an arrow embedded deep within the eye facing him, the source of its tragic descent and agonized roars. Yet, despite its terrifying cries, the dragon remained still, merely moaning in distress. Upon its neck, Loras spotted his target, a figure clad in silver armor, seated upon a specially crafted saddle. The helmet that should have adorned her head had been dislodged, leaving a cascade of silvery golden curls in disarray, obscuring her features as her head hung low. She appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness due to the impact, yet the saddle straps ensnared her, preventing her from being thrown off. Loras narrowed his eyes at the sight. Meanwhile, he was not the only one to notice the plight of the dragon and its rider. The soldiers, tasked with slaying the dragon, reacted swiftly. A group of men donned in leather armor cautiously approached, the frontmost soldier brandishing a bronze shield, while those behind gripped their bows and spears tightly. However, before they could knock their arrows, the seemingly weakened dragon suddenly raised its head, letting out a roar filled with wrath and anguish. Its massive body struggled, trembling as it surged forth, and from its gaping maw erupted a torrent of silver-red flames. The flames shot skyward, but the cascading sparks fell like a torrential downpour, engulfing the soldiers completely. Their anguished screams pierced the air as they frantically shielded their faces and fled. Yet the inferno consumed them mercilessly, their cries growing ever more desperate. Only one soldier, recognizing the imminent danger, darted behind a nearby wall for cover. The anguished cries of the Dornish soldiers seemed to invigorate the weakened dragon. Its piercing roars filled the air as its hefty, silver-scaled body swayed and struggled toward the source of the noise, while its elongated tail lashed out violently, creating thunderous echoes that further plunged the area into chaos. But amidst the turmoil, opportunity arose. As the dragon crawled forward, surrounding structures crumbled under the weight of its movements. Just as the dragon's long tail shattered a section of the ruined wall, a shadow darted swiftly from the debris, crouching low to avoid the sweeping tail. With a sudden leap, the figure sprang up, swiftly landing upon the fractured wing of the dragon, and scuttled toward its neck. The dragon's scales were heavy yet smooth, and it was incessantly flapping its wings in an effort to advance, causing the shadow upon its back to stumble precariously, nearly tumbling off several times. Fortuitously, throughout this tumultuous endeavor, the dragon refrained from turning its head to unleash fire. Instead, it continued to roar fiercely ahead. Eventually, the shadow managed to draw closer to the neck of the dragon, where the knight was situated. Surrounding them was a cacophony of chaotic, blinding flames intermingled with distant screams, suffusing the atmosphere with an apocalyptic ambience. Beneath the luminous night sky, with blood and sweat cascading down his brow, Bran clenched his teeth as he yanked open the clasp. In his hand, a dagger swiftly severed the straps binding the silver-haired dragon knight to the saddle, and he yanked him free before leaping off the dragon's back and sprinting away. Sensing its master's departure, the colossal dragon roared and stretched its neck, jaws agape to bite, but this seemed to aggravate its ocular injury, transforming its fierce shriek into a mournful wail. Yet deep within its gaping maw, a silver-red flame still brewed. However, it ultimately refrained from unleashing this attack, instead emitting a sorrowful cry before turning its head to struggle onward. At that moment, Bran was crouched behind a partially collapsed wall, panting heavily while clutching the heavy dragon knight. The sounds of crashes and roars were distinctly audible outside, gradually receding into the distance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a nearby burning tower, its walls trembling under repeated impacts. Just then, Bran heard some rustling and turned to see an unfamiliar figure emerging from the shadows. "Well done, lad. We've managed to capture that bastard Egan's wife." "Huh." The man laughed heartily as he reached for the long hair of the woman Bran was holding. His dark, rugged face was alight with excitement and malice. But his laughter was abruptly cut short. In the flickering firelight, a dagger flashed forth, swiftly slicing open the man's swollen throat. With wide, horrified eyes, blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering onto the sandy ground before him. The young man, with black hair, sprang to his feet, snatching the yellow silk cloak draped around the assailant's waist and wrapping it around the woman in his arms. Ignoring the dying man who clutched his throat and gasped desperately, he sprinted toward the smoke-enshrouded city gates without a backward glance. No one obstructed his path. Only the burning buildings and charred corpses lined the way. However, upon reaching the city gate, Bran found a squad of 5 spear-wielding guards gathered there, peering into the inferno engulfing the castle. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, but as their gazes turned toward him, his expression morphed into one of urgency and agitation. "Step aside. My lord has been burned. I must find water at the moat." "Move aside," a Dornish soldier interjected. "The well behind the kitchen is closer. The dragon is over there." "Do you want my lord to die?" Bran shouted in rage, his pace unrelenting. "Someone is gravely wounded behind. Hurry and assist." "Our duty is to guard this position," a soldier replied, while another questioned, "What is happening inside the castle? Did we succeed?" "We'll discuss that later. Saving lives is paramount." The guards hastily cleared a path. Then, they witnessed their black-haired companion leap without hesitation, plunging into the murky waters of the moat with a resounding splash, his figure vanishing beneath the waves. "Why'd he jump in?" One of the spear-wielding guards frowned. "We have no water buckets," another explained, clearly oblivious to the notion that their black-haired companion might be a traitor. However, when the minutes passed without any sign of him resurfacing, even the dimmest of minds began to sense something amiss. Exchanging glances, the guards with their spears approached the drawbridge, intent on uncovering the truth. Coincidentally, an enraged roar erupted from within the castle, causing their movements to freeze. "There's a traitor. Lord Euler has been slain. Egan's dragon whore has been rescued." Chapter 34. The Fallen Dragon 3. The footsteps along the banks of the Yellow Sand River were swift and unceasing. As throngs of Dornish soldiers clad in charred yellow-scaled armor raced under the bright light of the full moon, wielding spears and shields, their faces etched with fury and anxiety. Behind them rose a ruinous castle, billowing thick black smoke and flames. Figures emerged from within, scurrying in all directions, and soon, numerous Dornish riders on horseback appeared along the distant desert horizon, encircling the castle and preparing for action. The night air in the desert was frigid, even causing breaths to plume with vapor, yet the atmosphere was charged with fervor. Amid the dim twilight, shouts in the common tongue of Westeros, tinged with a Dornish accent, resounded incessantly as countless figures converged from all directions, ultimately gathering along the banks of the river named the Sulphur River, meticulously searching every inch of land. The Dornish men arriving from afar seemed endless, and before long, the entire riverbank had been thoroughly scoured. More individuals then dispersed from this focal point, fanning out into the depths of the desert in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. Regrettably, as the heat dispelled the cold and the sun began to rise the following day, the Dornish found little to show for their efforts. Frustration brewed among the searchers. Yet they did not attribute the lack of findings to their own shortcomings. Rather, they suspected more traders were aiding their quarry, secretly hiding them away, or having already relocated. Thus, the enraged Dornish turned their gaze further afield, eyeing their once reliable camp with suspicion. After suffering countless casualties, they had successfully slain a dragon, only to have a traitor whisk away the young queen. Unable to quell their inner fury, they found it difficult to trust what they once believed was a united Dornish front. Alas, their perceived direction of normalcy was fundamentally flawed, for the very areas they had thoroughly searched had not been entirely cleared. As the clamorous crowd dissipated and the Dornish vanished from the riverbanks, two heads suddenly broke the water surface from beneath a large stone, surveying the surroundings before swiftly crawling ashore. The pair presented a rather peculiar combination. It appeared they had been lurking in the river for quite some time. One was a silver-haired woman, still unconscious, yet the gentle rise and fall of her chest indicated she had not drowned. The other was a striking young man with short black hair, possessing an aquiline nose and thin lips. His sun-kissed, brown skin and somewhat exotic features marked him unmistakably as a Dornishman, yet the reality was starkly different from appearances. Surrounding them were rolling yellow hills, while the rushing river beside them roared with the sound of turbulent currents. The wounds on their foreheads and other parts of their bodies, having been submerged for an extended period, had dulled the pain, though the linen bandages had long since been soaked crimson with blood. Raising his gaze to the increasingly blinding sun, Bran instinctively frowned, then turned his attention to the woman lying before him on the ground. The young queen, known as Rhaenys Targaryen, ought to be in her 30s, yet she appears to be merely in her late 20s. Her once glimmering silver-scaled armor has been discarded in the depths of the water, too cumbersome to bear. Now, she is draped only in the yellow cashmere cloak that was seized from the outer garments of the man named Blue, along with a white padded leather vest and an inner silk gown. Her cascading curls of silvery blonde hair lie quietly upon the ground, mired in river mud and debris. And though her face is equally soiled, it does not diminish her beauty. With a high nose and a smooth forehead, Rhaenys embodies the Valyrian legacy of dragon taming and striking allure, possessing that unique beauty characteristic of her lineage. However, the dark-haired youth, after crouching to survey her, swiftly unsheathes a silver dagger from its leather sheath at his waist, grasping her lovely tresses to begin cutting. The dagger, though not particularly sharp, finds the delicate strands of her hair surprisingly vulnerable. Locks of her lustrous, sunlit hair are severed and cast aside into the flowing river. And when the youth finally retracts his dagger, the once beautiful woman, adorned with radiant silver-gold curls, has now transformed into a figure with an oddly cropped hairstyle. Pleased with his handiwork, the dark-haired youth nods in satisfaction, only to suddenly recall something. He raises his hand to his chest, but finds no ring-like object present. Looking down at his hands reveals no extraordinary occurrences. Blue's brow furrows unconsciously. The situation had been tense. He had leapt into the moat with the intention of swimming beneath the surface to evade the watchful eyes of the Dornishman. However, upon entering the water, he discovered that the abilities he thought could not be accessed were indeed functional. Moreover, the moat was connected to this larger river, reeking of sulfur, which made his plight considerably easier. Amidst the relentless pursuit of the Dornishman, he simply held the rescued woman close and concealed himself in the river, submerging when someone passed by and surfacing in the absence of onlookers, taking refuge in the shadows cast by stones beneath the water, repeating this routine throughout the night. As he contemplated, His gaze inadvertently fell upon her rosy lips, but he immediately raised his eyes, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The sun now ascended high in the sky, casting an oppressive heat upon the river, which billowed with thick steam. The banks of sand and stone lay dry and scorching, leading to an unending expanse of desert and hills beyond the yellow earth mounds. Though obscured by a high hill, the castle known as the Hellgate Fortress was no longer visible, yet Blue felt he had not ventured far. After a brief respite to alleviate the chill in his bones, he hoisted the unconscious woman onto his back and hastily retreated in the opposite direction. Escaping the encirclement of the Dornishmen seemed an impossible feat, yet considering the identity of the burden he carried, Blue felt that by enduring for a time and awaiting aerial rescue, salvation might be within reach. However, the question of where to hide remained. Access to water and food was paramount, for even if they eluded the Dornishmen, starvation could prove fatal. While Blue was unfamiliar with the geography of Dorne, food was not an immediate concern, as the river beside him offered a source, albeit murky, from which sustenance could be procured. He pondered another dilemma. What constituted a rescue? Was awakening necessary? Among the three tasks, he believed he had already risked his life to complete one, yet since last night, no rewards had manifested, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, this did not impede his actions. Though he hoped for rescue, the proximity to the Dornish castle was too great for him to remain hidden in the river indefinitely, and finding a concealed spot unknown even to the locals was implausible. Thus, he set forth downstream, determined to distance himself from the location. Along the sandy banks of the river, the silhouette of a man bearing a woman slowly advanced. As the sun ascended ever higher, its rays grew increasingly intense, and the once damp, thick leather armor and trousers dried pleasantly, becoming parched. The weight of the woman upon his back intensified his discomfort, as her padded leather cloak now felt like a furnace, emanating oppressive heat. Essential for armor, it had become somewhat burdensome in the sweltering conditions. Despite this, he refrained from shedding the thick outer garment like he had with his armor, enduring it as best he could, and when the heat became unbearable, he would temporarily halt his journey, plunging into the adjacent river to cool off. Perhaps distracted by other thoughts, he encountered no Dornishmen along the way, nor did he observe any changes in the environment, as if the river and the barren desert stretched on infinitely. When nightfall quietly descended, the cumbersome cloak transformed into a vital source of warmth against the chill. Under the dim moonlight, Blue, weary from his travels, sat shivering on the yellowed earth of the riverbank, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering woman before him, feeling that the yellow cloak draped over her was somewhat superfluous. Yet, before he could decide whether to pull it off to wrap himself, he suddenly noticed a finger of hers twitch slightly against the ground. Blue froze. But before he could closely examine her, a message flashed in his mind. You have acquired a new skill, Poison Crafting LV5. Memories of gathering, processing, and identifying toxins surged within him, and as everything settled, Blue experienced an epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted from the world. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a gray stone that had previously seemed unremarkable, now revealing itself as a potential hiding place for venomous Dornish red scorpions. A nondescript patch of gray grass at his feet was actually laced with a special paralyzing toxin, capable of ensnaring anyone who touched it. Moreover, not 5 meters away, a seemingly ordinary patch of sand concealed a venomous sand snake, camouflaged and poised to strike. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he crouched to pick up the stone, weighing it briefly before hurling it with force. The snake reacted swiftly, lifting its head, only to be struck on the forehead by the stone, emitting a series of hisses as it writhed in pain. Blue swiftly approached and severed its head with a single strike of his dagger, the serpent's blood seeping into the sand below. Breathing a sigh of relief, he turned to retrieve his task target and leave this treacherous locale, only to find himself face to face with a woman who had risen to glare at him. "Who are you?" she demanded, her expression wary beneath the cool moonlight. Upon recognizing Blue's Dornish features, she instinctively recoiled, her slender frame betraying none of the fierceness she had exhibited during the fiery assault on Hellgate Fortress the previous night. "The one who saved you," Blue replied, sheathing his dagger to signify his lack of hostility, which offered her some reassurance. "Save me?" she murmured to herself, surveying her surroundings, when suddenly she felt something was amiss, prompting her to instinctively raise a hand to touch the crown of her head. "Where has my hair gone?" Her previously hoarse voice sharpened considerably. The anxious little queen, no longer able to contain her fear, glared furiously at Balon. "Did you cut my hair?" "Your hair was singed by fire, so I merely tidied it up a bit." "I believe this is better for both of us," Balon replied. gesturing toward the cloak draped over her shoulders. If you wrap it around your head, you'll resemble a Dornish woman quite closely. This was a casual remark, as Balan had never actually seen a Dornish woman's attire. Yet upon hearing his words, she paused, her furious expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Ultimately, she hastily pulled the cloak up, wrapping it around her head, creating a rather comical appearance. "Apologies, my lord. I misjudged you," she said politely, hesitating before continuing. "May I ask about my dragon?" "It is dead," Balan shrugged. It was struck in the eye by a crossbow bolt, and then fell into the lair of the Dornish. As he spoke, noticing her expression change, he added, "But do not mourn too deeply. Had I not brought you down, you might have been crushed by that dragon." Unfortunately, his words brought her no solace. She merely nodded silently, then redirected the conversation. "What is your name, my lord?" "I am called Balan. You may simply refer to me as Balan." "Lord Balan," the cloaked Rhaenys said with a serious promise. "Thank you for saving me, my lord. When we reach King's Landing, my husband will reward you. What would you like? A castle, land, or riches? Those hold no value for me." Balan waved his hand dismissively, a thought flickering in his mind. "I will ensure your safe passage from here. And in exchange, you shall provide me with a dragon egg." "How's that sound?" Rhaenys was taken aback, her brow furrowing. "What do you need a dragon egg for?" "Naturally, it is of great use. Besides us, no one can hatch a dragon egg, nor can anyone ride a dragon. I could keep it as a collectible." "That is unacceptable. I cannot agree to your demand." Rhaenys shook her head resolutely. "Our family possesses only adult dragons, no eggs." "How unfortunate," Balan sighed. "Then I shall have to keep you here. I have already betrayed Dorne, but escaping alone is preferable to carrying a burden." He said no more, standing up and brushing off his clothes. "We can offer you riches beyond measure, or any other wealth and status you desire. Whatever you wish, it is yours." "I only desire a dragon egg," Balan replied. "Otherwise, why would I risk my life to rescue you from the wrath of all Dorne? A dragon egg is of no use to you." "That is my own concern," he retorted, causing her to fall silent for a moment, before she finally asked, "Will you truly help me escape?" "That is uncertain," Balan shook his head. "If I fail, I suspect I will be slain as a traitor by the Dornish. You will be captured, and, if they are rational, they might take you hostage, but I doubt they will maintain their reason, considering you have burned so many alive." He shrugged. "So what do you say? I am risking my life here. Will you agree? Our family does not permit the leakage of dragon eggs." Yet, gazing at the black-haired Dornish woman before him, Rhaenys nodded. "Deal. So swift?" Balan regarded her with suspicion, sensing that his negotiation had gone rather smoothly this time. "Do you swear?" "I swear by the honor of House Targaryen. As long as you bring me out of danger, I will give you a dragon egg," she replied earnestly. The atmosphere fell into a quiet stillness. Balan opened his mouth to say something, but after a moment's contemplation, he chose to remain silent. For the remainder of the time, neither spoke. One was lost in thought, while the other sat huddled in her blanket, occasionally casting wary glances around and inadvertently at Balan. However, it was not long before she dozed off, seemingly forgetting her vigilance. Balan, on the other hand, found no inclination to sleep. He had to remain alert for any sudden appearances of the Dornish, and the cold was too biting to allow for rest. Initially, he managed to maintain his wakefulness, but as the night wore on, he began to feel drowsy from the lack of sleep since his arrival. In a haze, a sudden shriek jolted him awake, and he sprang to his feet, scanning for the source of the sound. He spotted the little queen, terror-stricken, staring at a golden lizard crawling upon her. Furrowing his brow, Balan stepped forward, swiftly capturing the lizard in his hand. With a flash of his dagger, he severed the creature cleanly, its writhing tail losing its strength. Previously, he might have resorted to brute force, but his knowledge of toxins had granted him expertise beyond that, allowing him to handle poisonous creatures with the deftness of a true Dornishman. The little queen exhaled in relief and murmured her thanks. Balan ignored her, kicking the lizard's head into the nearby river, then placing the still bleeding lower half of the lizard on the ground, his dagger slicing with precision. "Lord Balan, what are you doing?" The hoarse voice inquired curiously. "It is poisonous, but there are still parts that are edible," Balan replied without looking up. "And I'm not a lord. Just call me by my name." Her words seemed to spark a realization in her, prompting her to ask, "You didn't bring any food?" As Balan was skinning the lizard's golden hide, he shrugged. "Indeed, we must make do with whatever we can find." "And water?" "Isn't there water in the river?" Rhaenys turned to glance at the murky water behind her, instinctively frowning, then eyed a towering cactus nearby. "I have heard that Dornishmen can find water in plants. At least this one cannot, unless you wish to suffer from severe stomach distress." Thus, the Targaryen queen fell silent. Sitting on the ground with her chin resting on her hand, lost in a state of melancholy. After the commotion, she seemed to have lost all desire for sleep. Balon, seeing this, advised her to remain alert, while he moved aside to catch a brief nap, ensuring that by dawn's first light, he had regained most of his energy. However, at that moment, a new problem arose before them. The slender woman, wrapped in her cloak, appeared normal as she stood, but after taking a few steps, her feet stumbled, and she cried out, collapsing to the ground. Balon rushed to assist her, noticing the furrow in her brow. A sense of foreboding crept over him. The little queen bit her lip, looking down in shame. My backside hurts. Chapter 36, The Fallen Dragon 5. A somewhat translucent yellow scorpion cautiously emerged from the shadow of a concealed rock, peering out momentarily before darting swiftly toward the riverbank. Yet, it had scarcely taken a few steps when a foot clad in coarse rope sandals suddenly descended from above, crushing the scorpion with a sickening crunch that echoed as its shell burst, releasing a vivid green viscous fluid, a cruel testament to the abrupt end of an innocent life. The owner of the foot, glancing down, exhibited no trace of compassion. Instead, he irritably scraped his foot against the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The relentless sun cast its scorching rays over the riverbank, rendering everything in sight a distorted haze. Seated nearby was a striking woman adorned in a red dress trimmed with silver, her hair short and tousled. Fixated on a nearby man whose bare upper body glistened with sweat, or rather, on the stone he stood before. On this relatively flat rock, the man steadily sliced thin strips of tender white snake meat, and the heated surface of the stone had, in no time, transformed into a sizzling iron skillet, causing fat to ooze out with a sizzling sound. The transformation of the snake meat from raw to cooked was accompanied not only by a change in color, but also by the release of a distinctive aroma. As a dagger pierced through the meat, threading it onto a skewer, the scent intensified, capturing the attention of the woman by the riverbank. However, upon noticing the dagger, she could not refrain from cautioning the man, a dark-haired, brown-skinned figure with a hooked nose, known as Bailey. That dagger is poisoned. Poisoned? Where's the poison? You used it yesterday to extract snake venom. Yesterday is yesterday. Today is today. Rest assured, it has long since lost its toxicity. Really? The young queen regarded him with a look brimming with skepticism. Even if it does contain poison, a modicum of it might enhance the flavor, Bailey remarked, lifting a piece of snake meat to his mouth. It can also alleviate pain. Rhaenys responded with a soft "oh," gingerly accepting the dagger and lowering her gaze to eat. Bailey nodded in satisfaction, finding this spirited young queen, often characterized in history as headstrong, surprisingly agreeable. Whether it was the initial matters concerning her hair or subsequent events, as long as the reasons were explained, she would silently accept without voicing complaints or sulking, though her curiosity was undeniably insatiable. This marked the third day since her awakening. Having restored her energy briefly, Bailey hoisted her onto his back and resumed their journey, while her hoarse inquiries persisted from behind. They say your lords and ladies of Dorne openly keep lovers. Many even prefer the same sex. Is that true? Do I resemble a lord to you? I heard you all uphold love and desire, viewing marriage and procreation merely as obligations. Perhaps that's the reason? Bailey remained silent, yet she continued unabated. Are the Dornish well acquainted with such matters? I mean, the desert and its venomous snakes? Are you familiar with your own home? Bailey inquired. Of course I am. I grew up on Dragonstone, she began, only to realize midway through her sentence, abruptly losing her voice. Yet soon, new questions arose. Why did you save me? Was it merely for the dragon egg? What other reason could there be? Perhaps you have many enemies in Dorne? Did hatred compel you to side with us? Did someone steal your fiancé? Indeed, I was publicly jilted by my betrothed, and thus I established a truce of 3 years. Is that truly so? What does that entail? A duel? Are you certain you're 35? Can you sing? Do sing us a song. I feel a bit bored. I cannot. Come on, sing one. Just a single song. I genuinely cannot, and I am no bard. Do you fancy men? As the oppressive heat enveloped them, her incessant chatter rendered Bailey as though besieged by a swarm of buzzing flies. He questioned whether his demeanor had appeared too harmless, allowing her to feel so at ease. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she wore a pensive expression on his back, which soon morphed into shock, followed by a startled exclamation. For they had plunged into the adjacent river. The startled cry was accompanied by a splash as the murky waters engulfed them, and after swallowing a few mouthfuls of water, Rhaenys clung desperately to a rock to steady herself, only to feel hands pulling at her from beneath the surface, prompting her to scream. What are you doing? No one answered her. When the hands ceased their grip, they vanished without a trace. The young queen's face morphed from anger to regret. for the distant sound of hoofbeats echoed from upstream, growing ever louder. "Bailey, where are you? Someone is coming," she whispered urgently, yet the flowing river offered no response. And a glance around revealed no cover to hide behind. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled deeply, pinched her nose, and submerged herself. Dragonstone lies off the eastern coast of Westeros, a secluded island where she had grown up. Naturally, this first queen of the Targaryen dynasty could not lack swimming skills. However, her concealment had come too late. As the hoofbeats approached, 3 Dornish riders sped toward their location, evidently alerted to the commotion. Initially, they may have only sensed a disturbance without comprehending the specifics. But as they drew nearer, the foremost dark-skinned rider suddenly spotted the yellow cloak that had stealthily slipped away on the riverbank, and he froze, then bellowed in fury. "It's that dragon whore, hurry!" As he spoke, he dismounted and seized a spear, charging forward, while the other 2 hastily followed suit. The murky river appeared unremarkable, yet the experienced riders had discerned the faint traces of footprints and the splashes of water. Consequently, one rider remained on the bank, bow drawn, while the other 2 swiftly entered the river, intent on extracting the individuals within. Yet as they entered the water, the rider on the bank suddenly felt a constriction around his ankle, and before he had a chance to react, a tremendous force yanked him into the depths. As he gasped in shock, the slender Dornish rider found himself submerged, struggling against the current. Water splashed wildly at the riverbank, but when a sharp object cruelly sliced across his neck, his struggles rapidly diminished. The incident unfolded with astounding swiftness. As the scream echoed, the 2 in the water turned to witness only their companion's wide-eyed astonishment and the blood pouring from his neck beneath his hands. The convulsing corpse drifted with the current, the crimson liquid spreading across the surface, leaving the remaining 2 riders seething with rage. "It's that traitor!" One figure, roaring in fury, turned and swam towards the riverbank, while another, heedless of the danger, pressed forward beneath the surface of the water, where he spotted a faint, delicate silhouette hiding against the rocky outcrop. As he advanced, he caught a glimpse of the increasingly terrified, beautiful visage submerged beneath the river, which imbued him with a sense of strength, compelling him to stretch out his hand in an earnest attempt to seize this deeply adversarial foe. Unfortunately, despite being so near his quarry, he failed to grasp his intended target. A dagger suddenly emerged from the water surface, silently poised against his throat, and simultaneously, the hand wielding the dagger was firmly seized by another. A shadowy figure with sopping black hair surfaced nearby, blocking the sunlight and appearing remarkably imposing, its brown eyes gazing down with quiet intensity. The brown-haired man trembled at the sight, and without looking back, he shouted a command. Yet, the only response came from this towering presence, casting a shadow over him. "He is already dead. Now only you remain." "Impossible," the man retorted, disbelief flooding his mind. Yet the absence of any sound from behind him plunged his heart into despair. Upon realizing they were under attack, he and his comrade had instinctively sprung into action, one continuing to swim towards the target, while the other made haste to the shore, poised to eliminate the enemy. This strategy ensured that regardless of which of them faced assault, the other would fulfill their objective. Yet, he had never anticipated that this adversary would move with such swiftness. Disregarding the enemy's thoughts, the black-haired figure, none other than Balon Greyjoy, commanded, "Now, come ashore." "You are a traitor," spat the brown-haired man, floating upon the water's surface, his face contorted with hatred. Balon remained unmoved, tightening his grip on the dagger, threatening, "It is coated with the poison of a red scorpion. Should you refuse to comply, you will taste its effects. The water will wash away your poison, traitor," the man retorted, spitting defiantly. "Care to test that?" Balon inquired, as the brown-haired man's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. Ultimately, with a begrudging glare directed at Balon, he was compelled to swim towards the shore. He might have harbored thoughts of retaliating during his ascent, but alas, his foe acted more swiftly before he could fully emerge. Balon delivered a brutal blow to his vital area with his knee. The sudden agony sapped the man's strength, eliciting a cry of despair. And by the time he was dragged ashore and regained his wits, the dagger had already returned to threaten his throat. "What is the situation at Harrenhal?" Balon inquired. "I will not tell you, traitor. Has Euron not yet arrived? He has grown fearful. We have slain a dragon," the brown-haired man declared proudly, his sunburnt face betraying a smirk. "So he truly hasn't come," Balon mused, casting an involuntary glance at the woman who had just crawled ashore behind him. Her brow furrowed as she listened intently to their exchange. Realizing he had fallen into such a simplistic trap of language, the man's fury intensified. He turned his head with great effort to glare at Balan, seething, "You will not have a good end, traitor. You and your dragon whore shall meet a dire fate. All the lords of Dorne seek to apprehend you. Even if no one knows you are here now, they will surely find out. Indeed, wait and see. They will find out. But that is clearly not the case at present," Balan replied, then asked, "Do you have any last words?" The man merely sneered in response. Balan regarded him for a moment longer, before withdrawing the dagger from the man's throat, only to swiftly plunge it into his heart, while his other hand muffled the sound of protest. The dull thud of metal piercing flesh was accompanied by a spray of blood, saturating the linen of his chest in deep crimson. As he beheld the convulsing body beneath him and the rapidly dilating black pupils, Balan gently closed the man's eyes. He then turned to the small queen, who had managed to crawl ashore. "What, has your rear ceased to ache?" Chapter 37. The Fallen Dragon 6. Under the scorching sun at the riverbank, the fierce battle had drawn to a close, with 2 riders' corpses consumed by the murky waters, leaving only one motionless figure lying on the riverbank, blood seeping into the sandy earth, revealing a deep crimson stain. "What, has your rear ceased to ache?" The slender woman in a drenched red gown was now standing beside the black-haired man, who was crouched before the corpse. The unexpected remark flushed her cheeks, yet she refrained from retorting, instead curtsying gracefully. "Please forgive my cautiousness, Sir Balan. After all, I am merely a fragile woman, and I hope you can understand." "Fragile enough to choke me painfully?" Balan silently scoffed, yet recognizing the nature of their mutual probing and adjustment, he held no resentment, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing his response, she visibly relaxed, then, with a flicker of her eyes, she remarked, "Just a moment ago in the river, I thought you might have ulterior motives towards me." Balan, still crouched, as he searched the ground for spoils, glanced at her. "Rest assured, we are not of the same ilk." The flippant remark bore considerable weight upon hearing it. Rhaenys involuntarily looked down at herself, her expression tinged with indignation, but she opted not to pursue the matter further, instead shifting the conversation. "When I return to King's Landing, I can introduce you to noble girls of your age. I know all the unmarried, noble women across the 7 kingdoms, and I'm sure I can find you a suitable match." Balan paid her suggestion no mind, prompting her to follow suit and crouch down beside him. "You appear rather melancholic," she observed. "I am well enough. It just feels as though I am dreaming," Balan replied, rummaging through the remnants of battle. He found himself somewhat disoriented, struggling to discern the boundary between reality and illusion. Previously, he had inquired of her regarding the Iron Islands, receiving answers that bore little divergence from what he had learned in reality. This indicated that what lay before him was merely a historical recounting rather than a repeated world. Yet if it were all an illusion, why did these individuals seem so vividly real? Emotions, sensations, everything felt indistinguishable from reality, including Rhaenys, who was both playful and cunning. But ultimately, what was she? The bloodshed and the thrill of battle surged his adrenaline, yet they also plunged him into a moment of melancholy. The sun shone brightly around them, yet the atmosphere had grown significantly somber. "Indeed, the act of killing can be quite unsettling," a slightly hoarse feminine voice remarked, her tone subdued. "It is akin to extinguishing burning candles, although the room may be filled with many candles. Each one that is snuffed out seems to dim the light of everything around." "Then wouldn't you spend your days cooped up in a dark room?" Balan queried, regarding her with curiosity. "At least 1,000 must have perished." "That was my dragon's doing, not mine," the small queen interjected defensively. Yet she did not linger on the subject, her expression turning serious as she continued, "I do not wish to dwell on this. We ought to discuss more pressing matters." This statement caused Balan to pause in surprise, as she straightened her posture, frowning as she said, "My husband may believe me to be dead, or perhaps he has not yet received word. However, I suspect the former is more likely. If that is indeed the case, then we must continue onward. If I recall correctly, this river flows southward into the sea. Perhaps we could venture by sea and then proceed to Old Town or Chintian Island, which is our territory." Rhaenys' words bore a weighty gravitas. Previously, they had harbored hope that the conqueror might hear their plight and navigate upstream in search of them. Hence they had lingered around this river. Yet now, it seemed that such hopes were dwindling. "Are you not inclined to seek assistance from your husband? Although he has not yet arrived, surely if he believes you to be dead, he would come seeking vengeance?" asked Bailey with an air of intrigue. "The longer we remain here, the more perilous our situation becomes. Even if we manage to evade their search, and if we were to encounter my husband, we would be unable to appeal to him for help, for from the back of a dragon, the world below is obscured. He would only see us as foes to be incinerated," Rhaenys replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. We cannot afford to fly too low when mounted on dragons, as dragon riders are the greatest vulnerability of the great beasts, and low-altitude flight can lead to dire consequences, as you have seen. Bailey nodded in understanding, then shook his head. Taking the sea route is a sound strategy, but we must not follow this river. Why? Water is an invaluable resource in the desert, regardless of its location. The fervor surrounding your attack on the Keep of Torment has yet to dissipate, which is why we currently see no one. But just because we do not see anyone now does not mean that will always be the case. Bailey suggested, I wager that if we continue downstream, we are bound to encounter a village of Dorne or some water seekers, which would be akin to sheep willingly wandering into the jaws of a lion. Noticing the peculiar inflection in the words of the dark-haired Dornishman, Rhaenys furrowed her brow and inquired, Are you unaware of their gathering places in this vicinity? I hail from Starfall, Bailey replied unflinchingly. I am well acquainted with the mountains of Dorne, but I am not familiar with the deserts or rivers here. Are you of House Dane? Rhaenys asked, her curiosity piqued. The Danes of Starfall? Do you not possess a sword known as Dawn? That sword is called Dawn. Sword of the Morning is merely an appellation for its wielders, Bailey clarified, bemused that this woman lacked such fundamental knowledge. Yet he did not press further on the matter and began to examine the scant items he had scavenged. In truth, there was little to be found. The heat was oppressive, and apart from a dagger sheath and his personal garments, the Dornish rider possessed no superfluous belongings. He turned and approached the 3 horses. Unlike ordinary steeds, war horses do not panic and flee in the face of battle, and since the prior conflict had unfolded primarily in the water, they remained undisturbed. As he drew near, Bailey felt a twinge of concern that they might bolt or kick him, prompting him to tread cautiously. Yet, he soon discovered that these horses were remarkably docile. One black horse even lowered its head to nuzzle his arm. Thus, Bailey relaxed and began to rummage through the saddlebags strapped to their backs. Inside, he found water-filled skins, flint for fire starting, oilcloth, leather armor and cotton garments shed due to the heat, bronze scale armor, antidotes, tents, and bedding rolls. The assortment of provisions suitable for long journeys filled him with a sense of serendipity, akin to witnessing the clouds parting to reveal the moon. The subsequent discovery of a letter penned on silk, adorned with a seal, ignited a spark of ingenuity in his mind, leading him to conceive a plan to exploit the situation. He turned to Rhaenys, who was vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In truth, following this river is not entirely out of the question. It merely depends on your courage, he suggested. Chapter 38. The Fallen Dragon, 7. The desert night was frigid, with the breath of man and beast manifesting as white frosty wisps. Yet the Dornish people, accustomed to the sweltering heat of the day, were equally adept at navigating the stark temperature contrasts of night. Many Dornish preferred to carry out their activities under the cover of darkness rather than in the daylight. The waters of the river sulphurously surged nearby, their tumultuous sounds echoing clearly to a village nestled beneath a sandy hill not far from the riverbank. Dornish architecture typically comprised earth and stone, intermingled with the resilient flora that thrived in the desert, rendering it imbued with an exotic charm. However, whether it was the inhabitants of this land or certain outsiders, they seldom took notice of such details. At this moment, the village was bustling with activity. The raucous calls of scouts roused the villagers from their slumber, compelling them to emerge from their homes and gather, wary of the approaching riders. From a distance, the sound of hooves could be heard, and the Dornish, armed with sticks and farming tools, anxiously eyed the direction of the noise, though some elders remained calm. If it were cavalry from the north, our lord would have notified us by now. Those dragon-riding bastards wouldn't be on horseback. This must be our own people, proclaimed a bald elder, chewing on a stalk of grass. Yet the increasingly loud hoofbeats drew the villagers' focus, their anticipation mounting as they prepared for either battle or flight. However, as they discerned the riders' attire, their tensed nerves abruptly relaxed, prompting a flurry of speculation. What has transpired now? In this day and age, it surely cannot be good news. Could it be that the dragon bastards have come for vengeance? Half a month had passed since the dragon's demise at the Keep of Torment, and the riders had previously reached this locale, heralding the news of the dragon's slaying. Yet, the Dornish were not privy to the full details. Their kinship was strong, but certain information was deemed unsuitable for universal knowledge, lest it lead to indiscretion. However, their conjectures soon ceased as the 2 riders drew near enough for clear observation. Clad in the brass scale armor and trousers worn by the Lord's soldiers, they bore no helmets but were shrouded in cloaks with hoods, their lower faces obscured by sandy-colored scarves. As they neared the village's perimeter, one of the riders raised his voice, proclaiming, "By the command of Lord Euler of the Keep of Torment, a bounty is offered for the capture of a male and a female fugitive. Any information should be reported immediately, for the Lord shall offer substantial rewards. Though the riders were wrapped in scarves, their fluent common tongue, tinged with Dornish accent, unmistakably revealed their identities. As they spoke, they shook a silk cloth in their hands, revealing two rudimentary likenesses that drew the attention of the approaching villagers. Silver hair? Is that the dragon whore? One villager inquired after scrutinizing the sketches. The dragon whore is dead, the rider retorted sharply, admonishing, do not be swayed by rumors. But I heard she escaped, another villager interjected. The rider did not respond to the query but stood tall, asserting, do not ask questions that need not be asked. Merely remember Lord Euler's command. With that, he spurred his horse onward, leaving the Dornish to ponder his words. While the other dark-skinned rider glanced back at them before silently following suit. No one perceived anything amiss with the two riders. They appeared to be the usual messengers dispatched by the Lord, yet the reality was far from that. The two riders trotted along, one following the other, until the figures behind them were distanced to the point of being entirely out of sight. The black-faced rider at the rear gave his horse a sharp kick and surged forward, directing a mocking laugh at the rider at the front, who appeared calm, but was, in reality, quaking in fear as he clutched the belly of his steed. Good sir, can it be that you cannot ride? The voice, slightly hoarse, was unmistakably not that of a man. I have told you, I am not a sir, grumbled the stooped rider, shooting an irritable glare at his counterpart. In Westeros, knights are referred to as sirs, and those who are not knights would typically take delight in such a title. Yet Lancel was left with the distinct impression that the other was intentionally ridiculing him. In truth, he had yet to reach an age suitable for learning to ride. The fact that he could manage to ride at all was a testament to his exceptional talents. Many who were not knights could also ride, including women. There are always exceptions, Lancel retorted, but the other rider did not linger on the topic. His dark, purplish eyes, which appeared even darker in the night, swept over Lancel's form with a glint of amusement. You know, sometimes I feel you are not truly one of Dorne, despite the fact that you are. With that remark, the black-faced rider squeezed his horse's belly and galloped ahead. Watching the retreating figure, Lancel quietly scoffed. This marked the 16th day since he had arrived in this historical replica. Recently, the three Dornishmen who had attacked them were, in fact, responsible for carrying messages across the lands. Upon discovering this, Lancel resolved to masquerade as one of them, hoping to navigate the upcoming journey under this guise. This was not an impossible feat. Although a counterfeit, his voice instinctively mimicked that of the other Dornishmen, and in this era, no devices existed to capture images, leaving only the possibility of someone sketching their likeness. Yet, if the artist had never seen a real person, the resulting artwork could hardly be considered lifelike. The shoddy silk portrait he possessed served as proof of this. Moreover, the young Queen Rhaenys was skilled in the art of disguise, adept at utilizing local materials like charcoal to alter her appearance, making it unlikely anyone would notice anything amiss in the dead of night. Thus far, their journey had encountered relatively few obstacles, save for an incident where they were nearly unmasked by two overly enthusiastic Dornish women. Now, the dark coastline was faintly visible, the sound of waves echoing in the distance. Upon truly reaching the shore, this leg of their journey would conclude, and the dangers posed by Dorne would largely be behind them. The next stretch would involve traversing the sea, contingent upon their ability to procure a vessel. Under the moonlight, the two riders sped southward, the hooves of their horses kicking up a fine dust that mingled with the cool lunar glow, drawing them ever closer to the ocean. The wind around them began to intensify, growing colder as they approached the beach, where they encountered the last Dornish village. From afar, the sound of hooves began to diminish, and they became alert to the presence of any scouts nearby. Will there truly be a ship here? Rhaenys inquired, peering towards the village at the horizon. They hoped to acquire a small boat from this settlement to make their escape. The Salt folk primarily make their living through fishing. They must possess some vessels. Lancel replied quietly. He had perused a book titled The Conquest of Dorne, which detailed the ethnic groups of Dorne, all collectively referred to as Dornishmen. However, much like the northern folk being labeled as such, it was merely a generalization. In reality, the Dornish were divided into three categories, as the author of that book had named them: the Stone Men, the Sand Men, and the Salt Men. The Stone Men resided among the mountains of Dorne, fair-skinned and beautiful, while the Sand Men lived in the deserts, their skin generally tanned a deep brown. Lastly, the Salt Men inhabited the southernmost coastal regions of Dorne, characterized by their black hair and olive-toned skin, distinct from other races. At the time the author penned that book, he had yet to be born, but many of these details have been passed down through generations. Even without having read it, one would expect to find fishermen in a seaside village, a notion Lancel felt quite certain of. As for what to do once they secured a boat, that could be addressed later. Anything would be preferable to remaining within enemy territory. However, before they could approach the village, a sudden thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground reverberated around them. Upon hearing this, Lancel's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he turned his horse to flee. Unfortunately, he barely managed to pivot when he found himself surrounded by a circle of Dornish riders converging from all directions, closing in rapidly. Under the moonlight that bathed the desert, a group of riders encircled them, scrutinizing their every move. One towering figure, after casting a few glances at Lancel, burst into laughter. The traitor and his dragon whore have come to find us. The priest was indeed correct. Chapter 39, The Fallen Dragon, 8. In a dimly lit night, the throng of Dornish riders who had arrived from all directions encircled Lancel and his companion. Each was cloaked in black, clad beneath with brass-scaled armor and leather, their spears gleaming with a sharp luster under the moonlight. Lancel had not anticipated this sudden appearance and could not fathom how they had learned of their route in advance. Yet he had no time to ponder this. Confronted by this hostile assembly of Dornish riders, the young man with black hair found his heart racing. Thoughts racing through his mind as he gazed at the boisterous giant. Do you know me? The burly rider, with his wild black hair and olive skin, was evidently the leader of this group. Lancel noticed that the other riders, like their leader, bore the same olive skin. What, now that you become a chameleon? You refuse to acknowledge your former adversary? The man grinned wickedly, drawing nearer on horseback, his spear gesturing dismissively towards Lancel's form. But it matters not. A traitor such as you is hardly worthy of being considered an opponent. Do you suppose I shall pierce your neck or your little eggs? This provoked a hearty laugh from the surrounding Dornishmen, their eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and hatred as they regarded Lancel and Rhaenys behind him. Should you not resist, we shall grant you a swift death, intoned a gaunt elder cloaked in a tattered mantle, who appeared less a soldier and more one under conscious protection. Lancel noted this, but chose to focus on the burly man, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking. Are you certain you recognize me? If you truly do, how could you not know what manner of person I am? Of course, a traitor. The giant spat. What else could you be? You are always vile, resorting to trickery, even to steal women from me. Only a coward would act so. He did not command an immediate attack, and the others remained in a tight formation, seemingly cautious yet reveling in their victory. This, however, provided Lancel with a sliver of opportunity, albeit a rather precarious one. Do you truly believe I would betray my own kin? The truth is, you have betrayed us. The giant retorted, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he held the reins of his horse. Yet I never expected you to stoop so low. Blood feuds abound. And not even the most despicable among us has betrayed our kin, except you. He shook his head, then spat towards Lancel, the blood-tinged liquid dissolving into the sand. Glancing down, Lancel suddenly raised his voice. I have not betrayed Dorne. The truth is, I have neither betrayed Dorne nor you. This sudden outburst caused the surrounding riders to instinctively tighten their grips on their spears. One horse even whinnied restlessly. Yet, none of this deterred the resolute Larys, whose heart raced, yet maintained an outwardly solemn demeanor. He scanned the crowd and proclaimed in a resonant tone, "The dragons of Valyria have risen once more, and 6 of the 7 kingdoms have already succumbed to their dominion. Dorne shall not escape this fate, unless I journey to the Mother of Rivers in Lorne, to offer this woman, who bears the blood of dragon lords, as a sacrifice to our great mother. Only then can Dorne be saved. Do not delay this crucial matter." Upon hearing his words, the riders momentarily froze, staring at him, as if he were a fool. What was he saying? He mentioned the Mother of Rivers. What does that have to do with the Mother River? To them, the Mother of Rivers referred both to a river and a belief. The continent of Westeros is primarily inhabited by 3 human races: the First Men, the Undulls, and the Rhoynar, all of whom were interlopers, sequentially arriving in this sun-drenched land and driving out ancient races such as the Children of the Forest from the annals of history. However, unlike the First Men and Undulls, whose footprints span the entirety of the continent, the last arrivals, the Rhoynar, chose to remain in Dorne, the place of their initial landing, merging with some of the indigenous inhabitants. As time flowed on, the people of Dorne generally inherited the mixed blood of the Rhoynar, with the Salt people being the most representative of this lineage. The Rhoynar are characterized by their olive skin and dark hair. Their deified entity is the river they revere, known as the Mother of Rivers. Yet, this was a faith of the ancient Rhoynar, and it is highly likely that the present-day mixed-blood Dornish Salt people have long forgotten it. However, upon hearing the tone with which they referred to the Mother River, Larys felt a surge of reassurance and turned once more to address the burly man. I dreamt of the Mother of Rivers. I have come to understand her will, and thus I must take this woman to be sacrificed to her. You do not comprehend this, so I can forgive your misconceptions about me. But now, clear the way, and prepare a ship and oarsmen for me. The day I successfully return will mark the moment you are finally freed from the scourge of the dragon." Though the young man spoke with audacity, his words did not yield the desired effect. Instead, they only intensified the scrutiny of the riders, each of them stirring with their weapons. "Even if you are a traitor, you dare not jest with the mother of rivers." The leader, a stout man with black hair, sneered. "Or are you merely a northern bastard?" "I'm not jesting," Lares retorted fiercely, his solemnity transforming into ire. "I carry the blood of the Rhoynar. My elders instilled in me the greatness of the mother of rivers from a young age. I would never joke about it." With that, he spat on the ground and fiercely addressed the leader. "I thought you could understand, but now I see I was mistaken. You have insulted me and threatened me. Mark my words, I will take my vengeance." His words ignited further outrage among the surrounding men, and one long-faced youth raised his spear, preparing to charge. However, before he could make a move, the disheveled-haired leader grasped him firmly. The leader then regarded Lares with a hint of skepticism. His demeanor appeared far too brazen, entirely uncharacteristic of one who was surrounded, and he bore no semblance of a remorseful traitor, exuding instead an overwhelming arrogance. Normally, he would not allow such a provocateur to go unpunished. Yet at that moment, this traitor's behavior was distinctly abnormal, and the leader had some prior knowledge of Lares. Though he was somewhat despicable and fond of poison, he did not strike him as someone who would suddenly rebel. "On what grounds do you make such claims?" "I have none," Lares shouted, his anger flaring. "But why would I betray my own people? For selfish desires? Or for wealth? A fool could see that I would not survive after betraying all of Dorne. Even if I escaped to the free cities, Dornish assassins would eventually find me. Do I seem like a fool to you?" This statement rang true. Offending a lord or two in Dorne might be bearable, but to offend all of Dorne would be a consequence few could endure. Historical records detail that during the most intense moments of the First Dornish War, both sides sent assassins to eliminate each other's leaders, with the conqueror Aegon nearly assassinated in King's Landing, which led to the establishment of the Kingsguard. Though the Dornish riders were unaware of this, they possessed a blind confidence in their own side, and upon hearing Lares, they exchanged glances, their hostility waning considerably. Even the leader fell into contemplation, but just then, a gaunt elder beside him spoke ominously. "Who knows what you truly think? Perhaps you have fallen for this dragon whore, or perhaps you have other reasons. I warn you, boy, if you continue to deceive us in the name of the Mother River, I shall make you feel the true wrath of the Mother River." As he spoke, all the riders turned to him, including the leader, as if he held a position of some importance. However, Lares was not silenced by this. Despite his racing heart, he erupted in anger. "You old fool. If I truly wished to save her, why would I not hide away? I could have fled anywhere and sought refuge when Aegon came to retaliate against us. Instead, I come here to your foolish hands." The elder's expression darkened at this, yet Lares did not cease. Instead, his words flowed more freely, intensifying with fervor. As if he had transformed into a true Dornishman, his utterance of the Mother River imbued with fervent devotion. That would have been the best route for rescue. "Why am I here? It is because of the people here, because of you, because you share the blood of the Rhoynar, because you understand the greatness of the Mother River, because you can help me achieve this. Otherwise, why would I come here? Why? Huh? Tell me, why is this so?" This declaration caused the Dornishmen to waver once more, exchanging glances, their gazes shifting between the leader and the elder beside him, who were likewise caught in hesitation. The Dornish people had been profoundly influenced by Rhoynar civilization, which is why their cultural customs starkly differ from those of other regions. This influence is particularly pronounced among the Salt people who dwell by the sea. Thus, even if they may no longer worship their former deities, they cannot wholly disregard them. Without needing to scrutinize further, Lares discerned the shifting resolve of these men, yet it was not yet time to relax. Seizing the moment while their reactions were still delayed, he continued to speak passionately. "Most Dornishmen do not understand these matters. Their veins run with the blood of the first men and Undulls, devoid of Rhoynar heritage. Therefore, I must distance myself from them. They will obstruct me. Their eyes are blinded by hatred, and they will lead Dorne to ruin amidst the dragon's flames. The dragons of Valyria have risen once more, seeking to lay claim to our last bastion, and indeed, they possess the capability to do so. Only the Mother River can save us. You fools, by sacrificing this woman to the Mother River, we shall attain our redemption. To obstruct the will of the Mother River of Lorne, you are indeed the true traitors." As he spoke, he had already cast aside the weapon in his hand, embodying a visage of fearless defiance. Yet, the more audacious his demeanor became, the more it seemed to validate the veracity of his words, even eliciting a look of astonishment from Rhaenys, who stood nearby. Initially, she had assumed this was merely a ploy by Larys, but the more she listened, the more she sensed the truth in his claims. The Targaryens originally hailed from another continent, a realm known as the Freehold of Valyria, where they were merely one of many dragon-riding families. It was only after Valyria's catastrophic demise that they ascended to become the last dragon lords of the world. The rise of the Freehold of Valyria was accompanied by the fall of numerous other civilizations, among which the Rhoynar stood out as one of the most tenacious resistors. In essence, the Valyrians and the Rhoynar were mortal enemies. Consequently, Rhaenys possessed a certain understanding of Rhoynar history. This civilization wielded a unique water magic inherited from the river known as the Mother of Lorne, which, at its zenith, rivaled the dragons of Valyria. Although they ultimately had to abandon their homeland in a tragic defeat and flee to Westeros, they inflicted significant losses upon Valyria. As a Valyrian, Rhaenys could not be ignorant of this history. However, her awareness only intensified her understanding that Larys spoke no falsehood and that sacrifices indeed took place. What sacrifice could possibly rival the potency of a Valyrian bloodline that once brought ruin to the Rhoynar? Thus, she grasped his true intent, awakening within her a blend of anger and despair, as she recognized her previous naivety in believing the words of this cunning Dornishman. In contrast, the Dornish riders surrounding her, though largely illiterate, had grown up hearing tales of their ancient ancestors' grand exploits, and thus could not remain oblivious to the intricate truths hidden within those narratives. One elder, gaunt in visage, even prided himself on being a priest of the Mother River. Indeed, he possessed a certain enigmatic power. His constant prayers had seemingly granted him a modicum of foresight. For instance, tonight's ambush was inspired by a dream he had of a silver dragon gliding along the river. Moreover, due to his esteemed position, he was privy to the true outcome of the events at the gates of hell. Yet, this priest now found himself confronted by a man who claimed to be the messenger of the Mother River. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Although the riders did not rush to confront Larys, they lingered in a state of indecision, casting uncertain glances toward the elder priest and the dark-haired giant. Meanwhile, these two stood in silence, their brows furrowed, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. Larys, sensing the moment, clenched his jaw. "I know you fools doubt me, but fear not. The Mother River has bestowed upon me strength, and I shall reveal it to you, so you will know what course to take." This proclamation caused the pondering elder priest to lift his gaze, his murky eyes betraying a mix of anticipation and skepticism. What power could you possibly demonstrate? That night, under a sparse moonlight, a large flat-bottomed fishing vessel, seldom used, was untethered by a dusky-skinned Dornish rider, who, along with a group of others, embarked upon the ship. Hoisting the sails and rowing gradually away from the shore, one crew member murmured, "If the Mother River truly grants protection, then why is he ill?" Gesturing towards the dark-haired man, languishing at the stern, who appeared to be feverish. "But the priest often falls ill as well," another countered, speaking in hushed tones due to the priest's proximity, as he conversed with the leading Dornishman at the bow. "He has managed to remain at sea for so long without drowning. I believe he speaks the truth." The speaker's expression was one of reverence. "I have seen him before. He could not have done this before. Perhaps it is some sinister craft," another suggested. "If the priest believes it to be true, then it is indeed true," replied a supporter in a low voice. "Moreover, he has no reason to betray us, nor to come to us. I feel he is not lying," another chimed in, nodding in agreement. This essentially encapsulated the sentiments of the majority aboard the vessel, all of whom were formerly those mounted soldiers. The decisive factor was Larys holding his breath underwater for 3 hours. Initially, despite his many declarations, the Dornish remained skeptical. However, as supernatural occurrences unfolded, most unwittingly came to trust him, subsequently fostering a strong belief in the sacrifice in the Mother River. It was difficult to ascertain whether they were persuaded by words or inspired by that peculiar power to defy the Dragon Lords. But at that moment, the ship's company of over 20 souls included both Larys and Rhaenys. The small queen, her countenance darkened, found herself tightly bound and seated against the mast, facing a sea of hostile gazes filled with fury, despair, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. In contrast, her former companions received far better treatment. The very Dornishmen who had initially harbored animosity towards Larys now courteously welcomed him aboard, with the most cordial among them being the brooding elder. Nevertheless, despite this apparent hospitality, Larys had not fully earned their trust. Prior to boarding, all his weapons had been confiscated, and 2 soldiers remained stationed close by, ostensibly at ease. yet vigilantly watching for any attempt he might make to leap overboard. Yet this was still a favorable situation compared to being slain on the spot. Larys felt satisfied, believing that all endeavors must be approached step by step, and that this was merely the beginning. At present, he had but one task: to feign illness. Indeed, he was genuinely engaged in this act, lying motionless at the stern with a visage of frailty. Since emerging from the sea, he had appeared rather unwell, and once aboard, he slumped against the ship's rear, seemingly lost in a stupor, rendering any attempts at communication largely ineffective. This inevitably stirred a modicum of doubt among those surrounding him. Yet Larys had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The rationale was simple. He was a false Dornishman, a pretender to the Rhoynar lineage, possessing only a superficial understanding gleaned from books. While he could deceive for a short duration, continuing the charade would surely expose him, especially with a supposed former adversary present. Thus, he had to maintain this facade. Yet, Larys was not merely feigning illness. He was genuinely feeling unwell. His throat ached profoundly. The exertion of shouting and hollering had yielded effective results, but also some unfortunate consequences. Of course, this discomfort was manageable. But a more pressing issue loomed beneath the surface. The sensation of being submerged in the ocean was entirely different from that of being in a basin or river. In the vast sea, an unrelenting chill surged through him, allowing him to survive submerged for extended periods. Yet, the cold steadily siphoned away his body's warmth. The longer he remained submerged, the more acute the cold became. If he could occasionally surface for air, it might have been somewhat more bearable. However, in his pursuit of results, Balon gritted his teeth and persevered, to the point that when he finally broke through the water's surface, he was trembling all over, his complexion ashen. He surmised that if he continued to endure this strain, he might very well succumb to the chilling grasp of death. Thus, whether intentionally or not, Balon's illness appeared strikingly genuine, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Nevertheless, discussions surrounding him did not cease, regardless of the circumstances. The Dornish aboard this vessel were at odds with the broader Dornish populace, and faced with such overwhelming pressure, they were inevitably restless and agitated. This situation had arisen abruptly, yet he wielded undeniable power, which everyone had witnessed. At the bow of the ship, the old priest was currently offering solace to his compatriots. Words may be deceptive, but the blessings of the Mother of Rivers are unequivocal. One cannot remain submerged for such an extended period, nor can I. He possessed remarkable courage, and it seemed the great Mother of Rivers had indeed recognized this quality in him. The elder, once filled with hostility, now appeared to have transformed into a fervent admirer of Balon, expressing admiration and anticipation in his discourse. I harbored little doubt about his words. The black-haired Dornish giant conversing with him shook his head in denial, voicing his concern. What if Lord Euler were to learn of our actions? Initially enthusiastic about gathering forces for an ambush, they had spent several days lying in wait for their target, only to find themselves negotiating with a traitor who fled towards the sea. Although they did not yet consider the traitor a true defector, outsiders would remain unaware. If this matter were to spread, it might lead to dire consequences. Lord Euler's castle lies a fortnight's journey from here, the old priest remarked. Even if someone were to send word, we would have already reached the Greenblood River by then. With that, he let out a hum. By that time, we will have met with the high priest and secured his support. Even if Euler learns of our actions, it will be too late to alter the course of events. In the eastern region of Dorne, there exists a river known as the Greenblood River, home to the pure-blooded Rhoynar, who refuse to assimilate into the Dornish culture and steadfastly uphold the ancient customs of Rhoynar civilization, from which the old priest had emerged, provided that our actions are justifiable. The giant replied sullenly. Despite now believing Balon's words, lingering doubts and considerations remained until the reality materialized. Otherwise, do you think the high priest would still support us? The old priest smiled faintly at this. We cannot be certain that what he says is true, but no one can claim it is false. The truth of the matter will be discerned by the high priest himself. There were unspoken thoughts, yet the individuals aboard the ship were acutely aware of them. Though some were illiterate, they were not devoid of intelligence. If Balon spoke the truth, all would be well, but should it prove false, the only cost would be the effort of a journey. With the captive in their possession, they could decide when and how to deal with her. Furthermore, capturing this enemy of Dorne, Rhaenys, could potentially yield greater rewards if handled adeptly. Of course, the majority of the riders had not contemplated such matters. But the priest had long harbored this notion. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, the events unfolding that night were fortuitous for them. Clearly, the old priest did not anticipate any unforeseen occurrences. Regrettably, he had not accounted for the cunning of an individual. although Balon had been thoroughly searched prior. Stripped of most weapons save for his garments, he had cleverly concealed a dagger, a skillful hiding that eluded the Dornish. At that moment, slumped at the stern of the ship, Balon appeared utterly weakened, yet he remained vigilant, poised to seize an opportune moment to strike. The Dornish aboard the vessel were numerous. But being at sea, relying on the breath of the merfolk, Balon believed that even if he could not overcome them, he could leap into the ocean and attempt to breach the hull of the ship. At that moment, he would seize the initiative. Alas! Before his plan could come to fruition, an exceedingly peculiar accident transpired. A storm had arrived. Chapter 41. The Fallen Dragon, 10. As the ship set sail, the wind direction on the surface of the sea was favorable, allowing the paddling Dornish to relax. Some huddled on the deck in slumber, while others gathered around a roaring fire, idly chatting and occasionally pointing at the woman ensnared in the rigging. However, as the surrounding winds intensified, they were no longer able to afford the luxury of distraction. The tempestuous winds propelled the vessel forward at an alarming speed, yet the tumultuous waves below rendered the ship exceedingly unstable. The 6 watchful Dornish, witnessing this, hurriedly began to secure the sails while rousing their sleeping comrades. But this did not bring about any fortuitous outcome for the small, flat-bottomed fishing boat. The fierce winds soon extinguished the flames of the fire, plunging the surroundings into an oppressive darkness, while ominous clouds gathered overhead, flashing with intermittent bursts of lightning, and torrents of rain began to fall rapidly. In the face of this chaos, the Dornish cried out in panic. Some gripped their oars with fervor, striving to combat the turbulent waves, while others dashed about the ship in a desperate bid to maintain balance. The black-haired leader shouted commands, while the frail old priest knelt at the bow, hands clasped in silent prayer towards the eastern sea. Unfortunately, neither the sailors' oars nor the priest's supplications could avert the increasing instability of the vessel. After a futile prayer, the old priest cast a frantic glance towards the stern, hoping that a certain individual would prove reliable as claimed. But his gaze fell upon an empty space, the young queen tightly bound to the mast, unable to suppress a laugh, only to receive a sharp slap from the leading giant. In the next instant, a monstrous wave surged from the left side of the ship, engulfing the fishing vessel entirely. The wave descended with the force of a collapsing sky. The ship screamed as it was violently overturned, and soon splintered apart, casting more than 20 Dornish into the sea, each frantically swimming beneath the dark surface, only to be separated by the tumultuous currents, their terrified faces vanishing in every direction of the deep ocean. The young queen, still tightly bound, found herself inverted in the water, her violet eyes wide, cheeks puffed as she struggled against her bindings. However, with the oxygen in her lungs dwindling, she remained unable to free herself. Just as she was on the verge of losing consciousness and opening her mouth, a familiar figure emerged beside her, eliciting both surprise and anger. Yet this caused her to momentarily lose her breath, and her mouth, already wavering, failed to hold out any longer, flooding with seawater, as everything around her seemed to spiral into chaos. Only when she felt the omnipresent water recede did Rhaenys regain a semblance of clarity. In the midst of the stormy night, after expelling a copious amount of seawater, she raised her hand and struck the indistinct figure beside her. Then darkness engulfed her as she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke again, it was the following day, under calm and tranquil skies. As she opened her eyes, gazing vacantly at the clear sky above, unblemished by a single cloud, Rhaenys felt the rigid, damp wooden planks beneath her. After a moment of dazed contemplation, her gaze shifted to the dark-haired man beside her, who was scrutinizing her with his head lowered. Once again, "I thought you truly meant to betray me," she murmured. "Last time by the river, you suddenly hurled me into the water, and I assumed you had changed your mind. This time, your pretense almost convinced me. Are there truly individuals in this world more deceitful than you?" "If I were not deceitful, we would have been slaughtered long ago," replied Bailey, his brown eyes scanning their current predicament before nodding in satisfaction. The other party appeared pallid, with one side of her face swollen and bruised. Yet she seemed to possess a fair amount of vitality. "Could you not at least greet me?" Her hoarse voice expressed evident displeasure. "Why should I?" His retort was abruptly interrupted as she seized the front of his clothing, yanking him down with considerable force, sealing his lips and transforming his unfinished words into muffled sounds. He stared wide-eyed at the woman with striking violet eyes, an overwhelming confusion enveloping his thoughts. How could she possess such strength? The cold sensation on his lips was quickly replaced by a sharp pain, and as the grip on his body loosened, an irritable remark came from beneath him. "That sensation is unpleasant, isn't it? Well, that is precisely how I feel right now." Bailey touched his bleeding lips, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he regarded her. Is this your way of seeking revenge? If such an incident occurs again, you must inform me in advance. She did not respond directly, but instead propped herself up and glared at Bailey before turning her attention to their surroundings. Her expression soon morphed into one of bewilderment. Beneath them lay a substantial wooden plank, seemingly a fragment of the vessel they had once been aboard, floating on the sea like a battered tabletop. The light was bright and plentiful, yet no matter which direction she looked, only the vast, desolate ocean greeted her eyes. What shall we do next? She could not help but turn back to Bailey, her voice involuntarily diminished. I salvaged some food and water, he remarked, currently using his sleeve to cover his injured mouth, gesturing behind him with irritation. Renais then noticed a thick rope tethering scattered barrels and bundles to the wreckage. As long as we do not encounter another storm, we could endure for another month, Bailey continued, suddenly frowning. He sensed something was amiss. Why did misfortune always find him at sea, be it shipwrecks or storms? And after that month, she inquired hastily, if fortune smiles upon us, we may come across a ship. If misfortune prevails, I could attempt to dive for fish. But that would not last long, as we lack a water source. Bailey's mind wandered. Are you suggesting we might perish of thirst at sea? If you prefer, you could always plunge into the depths and drown. That might be a better fate than dying of thirst. The little queen shot him a glare. But then an idea struck her, and her curiosity piqued. She leaned closer, her violet eyes fixed on Bailey as if observing a rare creature. You can hold your breath underwater for that long? How do you manage it? It is a gift bestowed upon me by the great Mother River. Only a fool would believe the words of a deceiver like you. Now, tell me, how is it done? I do not wish to share. How about I trade you my secret? I am not interested. Well, I thought you were fascinated by dragons. Life adrift at sea was somewhat familiar to Bailey, having recently experienced it, yet the current situation differed significantly. The wooden plank beneath them was not part of a seaworthy vessel, and he constantly worried it might suddenly sink. Sleep eluded him, for without any guardrails, a single jolt could send them both into the ocean. While Bailey harbored no fear of water, Renais lacked his fortitude. Yet ironically, it was Bailey, the one unafraid of the sea, who found himself restless each night, haunted by the fear that upon awakening, he might discover the mission target beside him had drowned. Initially, the little queen shared his trepidation, but she soon realized that with Bailey's presence, there was no need for excessive concern, and, as a result, she began to sleep soundly, feeling inexplicably warm, her defenses against him gradually dissipating. This, however, left Bailey feeling somewhat envious, particularly as she seemed less affected by the cold than he. The night air on the ocean was significantly colder than during the day. While not as starkly contrasting as in the desert, it was still enough to induce shivers. Yet, despite wearing the leather armor and garments of a Dorn rider, she appeared entirely unfazed by the chill. Our family members are not particularly susceptible to cold, she explained, responding to Bailey's puzzled glance. And you're not afraid of fire? That is merely a rumor. Renais shook her head in denial. We can endure high temperatures, yet we are not impervious to flames. Fire can still harm us, albeit to a lesser degree than ordinary folk. This statement caused Bailey to furrow his brow, recalling a certain pea shooter from his memories, and he could not resist probing further. Is there truly no one who is completely unafraid of fire? If there are, they would likely be the ancient dragon lords who mastered the long-lost Valyrian magic, Renais replied, nodding. After a moment, she added, but it cannot be said to be lost. Rather, it has become ineffective. I possess those spells, yet I have never succeeded in casting them. As she spoke of her frustrations and melancholy, Bailey, intrigued, prompted her to recite a spell. Without hesitation, she began to mumble a series of seemingly nonsensical syllables, showing little regard for its significance. He attempted to commit it to memory, yet for some inexplicable reason, he could not retain it, leading him to abandon the endeavor in exasperation. As the sun rose and set, the two castaways found themselves increasingly unable to avoid one another, with conversation being their sole occupation. Gradually, they became confidants, sharing tales of childhood and experiences with dragons, while Renai's suspicion of Bailey's true identity deepened. During one particular exchange, she casually remarked, I suspect you are a faceless man from Bravos in disguise. Those individuals have always shown interest in our family. Bailey vehemently denied this. Yet Renais merely shot him a knowing glance, refraining from further inquiry. Initially, the atmosphere remained relatively calm, but as their provisions dwindled, the mood aboard the small vessel grew increasingly oppressive. Concurrently, the tranquility of the sea began to fade, and on a night cloaked in ominous clouds, the wind intensified, ultimately culminating in a torrential downpour that assaulted the remnants of the ship and the two individuals within. Once again, a storm had arrived with sudden ferocity. Chapter 42, The Fallen Dragon, 11. The thunder roared as if it were the furious bellow of a deity amidst the clouds. The tempestuous winds howled violently above the dark ocean, and the torrential rain fell like arrows, occasionally illuminated by flashes of pale lightning that cast a ghastly light upon the two figures, drenched and pitiful, amidst the tumultuous waves. The battered planks that had once sustained their survival were now swept away by the relentless sea, along with a significant portion of their provisions and supplies, leaving only what they clung to desperately, offering no solace whatsoever. The surrounding waters thrashed wildly, while the cacophony of the storm engulfed their entire world. Rhaenys, tethered tightly beside him, attempted to convey something to Blaine, but her words were lost amidst the chaos. Leaning closer, she shouted in his ear, "Are we going to die?" "Perhaps not," Blaine shouted back at the beautiful woman with silvery golden hair plastered against her face, but before he could finish, a colossal wave crashed down, engulfing them entirely. The storm above the sea showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified, causing the vast ocean to churn violently, while the undercurrents raged like fierce gusts, tossing everything within into disarray, leaving them utterly disoriented. Time slipped away, and the tumultuous waters continued their relentless assault until, at last, the tempest began to ease, the dark clouds gradually dissipating. A ray of sunlight pierced through the cloud cover, illuminating a patch of the sea and spreading warmth across the water's surface. Ultimately, as the clouds cleared, the once dark ocean transformed into a brilliant azure. Daylight had long since broken. Upon a sandy beach of an island adorned with palm trees, the waves washed ashore two unwelcome guests, bound together by ropes. After lying motionless on the beach for what felt like an eternity, one slender figure trembled as she unfastened the bindings and struggled to rise, her steps unsteady as she made her way toward the end of the beach. The other figure remained huddled in a shivering heap, soaked to the skin, as if ice shards clung to his face and exposed skin. Though the sun shone brightly around them, it did little to dispel the chill that enveloped him, rendering him incapable of moving even an inch after half a day had passed. Before long, the first figure returned, plopping down beside the trembling one, her voice hoarse and filled with despair. "This must be a deserted island. I haven't seen any signs of life." "A deserted island is surely better than falling into enemy hands." The dark-haired man on the beach quivered, seemingly regaining a modicum of strength after basking in the sun for a while, and he exerted himself to sit up, leaning back against the sand. "But we have no food, nor water," Rhaenys murmured. "Even if we could hunt, are we to eat raw flesh?" Without a word, Blaine shakily offered her a brown leather pouch with a loosened strap. Rhaenys accepted it, opened it, and discovered a flint and 2 silver daggers inside, which made her gaze up at him in astonishment. "You anticipated this all along? If I had foreseen it, how could I have ended up in this predicament?" Blaine, his complexion pale, replied with tremors. The strain of diving had clearly exceeded his physical limits, and he felt as if the cold had seeped into his very bones, a chill that clung to him relentlessly. He seriously suspected that if this were indeed his true body, such an ordeal would surely leave him with some lingering affliction, prompting him to be vigilant and cautious outside the confines of this trial. Rhaenys, oblivious to Blaine's contemplations, noticed his unusual expression and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "Are you having regrets?" Indeed, Blaine managed to nod. "We should walk along the shore or devise some alternative plan. Taking to the sea is undoubtedly a terrible choice." This statement rendered Rhaenys momentarily speechless before she abruptly shifted the topic. "Was this how you intended to save me from the very beginning?" "What?" "You know precisely what I mean." "I have no time for riddles," he replied, rubbing his hands together before unsteadily rising to his feet, slowly pacing along the sandy beach. Having lost track of his boots, his bare feet sank into the soft sand, a surprisingly pleasant sensation, though the gentle breeze from the ocean made him shiver uncontrollably, compelling him to venture deeper onto the beach. Was it truly just for the dragon egg? The young queen gazed at his retreating figure, her expression lost in thought. Dragon eggs are precious, but they do not equate to dragons. Unless one possesses the bloodline of the Valyrian dragon lords, acquiring a dragon egg will not yield a dragon. Moreover, even if one could hatch it, lacking the appropriate lineage would render them incapable of taming a dragon. While the rarity of dragon eggs might fetch immense wealth, if it were merely for riches, wouldn't it be far more straightforward to demand it outright rather than seek the egg? As she pondered, a sudden thought struck her, prompting Rhaenys to call out to the figure pacing at the edge of her vision. "Did you know me before?" In a manner of speaking came the distant, faint response. "I saw you in a book." "What do you mean?" It means someone chronicled your tale in a book that I happened upon. Rhaenys furrowed her brow at this revelation, an unexpected surge of anger bubbling up within her, prompting her to rise and stride purposefully toward him. How many of your words are true? I've forgotten what I've said, Blaine answered from the beach's edge as he continued to pace, attempting to warm his blood and dispel the cold. You claim to be from Dorne. Isn't that rather obvious? Then tell me, where's House Coger's territory in Dorne? What is their sigil? In the western part of Dorne? At Stone Town, their sigil features 3 black scorpions on a red field. And House Vel? Along the Bone Road, their castle is named Vel Castle, near the Dorne border. What about House Dane? Starfall, in western Dorne, on the edge of the Summer Sea. As Blaine spoke, he glanced at the woman now before him and couldn't help but suggest, if you're bored, why not try one of your family spells? Perhaps one will prove effective and resolve our current predicament. How far is Starfall from the area? Or how long would it take to travel there? Who is the head of the family? You mentioned you hail from Starfall. Rhaenys disregarded Blaine's remarks, her eyes narrowing as she pressed on with her inquiries. This question made Blaine blink in surprise. The various houses of Westeros often boasted histories spanning over a millennium, and while much of what he had learned applied in this moment, knowledge acquired from books did not equate to first-hand experience. No matter how much he had studied, he could not accurately gauge the distances between locations unless such information was documented. Yet, there was nothing of the sort, or if there was, he had not studied it. Thus, Blaine frowned and quipped, "You have halitosis. Have you not brushed your teeth in days?" This remark caused Rhaenys, typically so composed, to flush with indignation, and she angrily seized Blaine by the collar of his linen tunic, pulling him closer. "Do not attempt to change the subject. Now tell me, who exactly are you?" Once again confronted with immense strength, Lannister realized that despite the delicate appearance of the woman before him, she possessed extraordinary power, to the extent that he now found himself unable to extricate himself from the proximity of her face. What of it? Such matters seemed trivial. Sensing her emotional turmoil, he attempted to remind her, "I promised to rescue you, in exchange for a dragon egg. It's a straightforward arrangement." The young queen paused at his words, then abruptly released her grip and stepped back, regarding him with quiet contemplation. "Do you genuinely believe I would part with a dragon egg? Or, do you truly think I would honor a promise? You swore an oath. I place my faith in no gods, and the dragon lords of Valyria have never revered deities." Her tone, tinged with a peculiar quality, continued, "Even if I were to break my vow, who would come to punish me? You swore by your family's honor." "Only my brother cares for such concepts of honor," she retorted. "Can it be consumed? Does it slay our enemies?" "I saved you," Lannister asserted. "You cannot be ungrateful. There are myriad ways to repay a debt, yet a dragon egg shall not be among them. So you intend to default on your end of the bargain?" "Indeed. I formally declare that I have no intention of keeping my promise," Rhaenys admitted with a calm nod. "What will you do about it?" Lannister stroked his chin, refraining from answering that question, instead looking at her with a bemused expression. "Why bring this up now? You could have continued to deceive me. Is it of any consequence?" The young queen countered, surveying their surroundings with a bitter tone. "We have drifted at sea for so long, utterly oblivious to our location. If we do not even know where this island lies, who could possibly come to our rescue? You cannot fulfill your promise, and hence I can offer you no dragon egg." "Perhaps that is not the case," Lannister shrugged. "It is entirely possible that a ship may pass by here in a matter of days." "I do not believe I shall be so fortunate," Rhaenys scoffed. "Did you know that aside from their eyes, adult dragons possess no weaknesses, yet they were precisely struck in the eye? That does not prove anything." "What, that peculiar old man? The storm?" "A single storm may be coincidental, yet we have encountered 2 in succession." At her words, Lannister involuntarily coughed. He suspected that the storm might have been summoned by his own presence, though he remained uncertain as to why. However, he could not divulge this to her. So he reassured her, "Do not worry, there will be a solution." "What solution?" she pressed. "None at the moment, but there will surely be one." In silence, Rhaenys gazed at him for a while. It was not until he unconsciously furrowed his brow that she suddenly spoke. "I told you I would not give you a dragon egg, yet you do not appear the least bit angered. You continuously assert that your motive for saving me is solely the dragon egg. Do you find that reasonable? If you truly do not intend to give it to me, what recourse do I have? Do I appear a fool to you?" The sharpness of her question elicited a raised brow from Lannister. Yet, after taking a deep breath, Queen Rhaenys' voice turned calm. "I have just examined the area. From here to the other side of the island is scarcely a mile, and I have not encountered any prey or found a water source. All around us is the sea, with not a sliver of land in sight. How long do you believe we can survive in such circumstances? Are you afraid? Are you not?" Lannister did not answer, instead turning his gaze deeper into the island. It was no wonder she was agitated. This island was indeed quite small. From the edge of the beach, beyond a rocky outcrop, he could see the faint outline of the opposite coastline. A ring of sand encircled the island, within which grew dense, upright palm trees. And through the gaps in the foliage, there were no signs of animal life to be found. I could attempt to catch fish, he proposed as he turned back to her. We have flint, a dagger, and trees here. Sustenance should not be a concern. And the water? I shall venture into the woods shortly to investigate, Lannister replied. Perhaps I shall discover some thirst-quenching plants. Rhaenys remained silent, observing him intently for a moment, before mumbling to herself, Why do you exude such confidence? Do you not feel the slightest despair? We have fallen, been captured, faced shipwreck, endured storms. And now we find ourselves on this wretched little island. Yet you have never once voiced a complaint, even if we find food and water. Do you genuinely believe we will navigate through this turmoil unscathed? There is always hope in survival, Lannister replied, noticing her silence. He offered a reassuring pat on her arm before his gaze wandered over their surroundings. The island was enveloped by the sea, its edges a vibrant green, with the outer waters a deep azure, and beyond that, there was no sign of land or other islands. Only the vast, dark sea extended endlessly to the horizon, a desolate expanse that made them feel utterly lost, as if this island had become their entire world. Lannister furrowed his brow. The reason he had not succumbed to feelings of frustration or despair was simple. He was not of this place. This realization inadvertently brought to mind three matters. The first had long been accomplished, the second posed no concern. Although time felt somewhat chaotic, he estimated that only a few days remained in the month. Only the final matter lingered. Contemplating this, Lannister tilted his head skyward. Having come this far, how could he possibly give up? He murmured to himself, lost in thought. At this moment, the sun hung high above, illuminating the sky with the brilliance that followed the recent storm, casting warm and pleasant rays, while the sea breeze brushed against him, carrying a hint of saltiness and refreshing coolness. Chapter 43. The Fallen Dragon. 12. The situation was, in fact, not as dire as it initially seemed. After dispelling the chill within him, Lannister commenced a thorough exploration of the island. He soon discovered that although the island was not particularly vast, it was rich in resources. Palm trees, hibiscus, banana plants, coconut palms, and even lemon trees filled this small isle with diverse flora. Moreover, he stumbled upon a small, murky pond, cleverly concealed beneath stones in the depths of the forest. The pond's water was dirty and yellow, likely due to rainwater accumulation or seepage from underground sources. Initially uncertain of its drinkability, Lannister observed for a while as numerous small creatures, including mice and ants, approached to drink, even birds. This observation lent him reassurance. In terms of food, Lannister encountered a red and green venomous snake, a natural enemy of the island's rodents. Yet to one with knowledge of toxins like Lannister, it merely served as a potential meal. Furthermore, he found a fearsome-looking crab that feasted on coconuts. Despite its intimidating appearance, its meat proved to be delicious when roasted. The beach was also frequented by ordinary crabs and sea snails, while various shells adorned the sand. The larger shells could be utilized to collect rainwater or serve as small pots for boiling water and making soup. After establishing a preliminary sense of stability, Lannister even brewed a pot of lemon tea using the leaves of the lemon tree and shells. Thus, for the time being, they were not lacking in food or water. In terms of habitation, although he did not discover a natural dwelling, such as a cave, he adeptly gathered material from the surroundings to construct a makeshift shelter using palm fronds and banana leaves. The ropes fashioned from resilient tree bark proved remarkably sturdy, while the beams of branches positioned across the forks of two lemon trees were securely anchored at both ends, swaying not an inch even when the winds swept across the island. Such a feat, of course, was not easily accomplished, yet, owing to the unique system within him, his craftsmanship became increasingly refined with each attempt, rendering the young Queen Rhaenys utterly enchanted by his skill. Once Larys transformed the grass hut at the forest's edge into a low triangular abode, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Have you studied these skills before?" "First, you think, then you act, and it will come to you," Larys replied with a shrug. In truth, he also drew upon vague memories and experiences from his past life, but he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on this to the young queen. Throughout this endeavor, he reaped benefits as well. His culinary skills, construction techniques, and previously acquired abilities in horseback riding and swimming, although merely at the most basic level, seemed to accumulate into a form of achievement. However, Larys felt that apart from riding and swimming, the other skills would hardly be of use beyond this realm, as he had no intention of becoming a chef or a stonemason or carpenter. Nevertheless, due to his series of actions. The once despondent young queen gradually regained some of her former vivacity and cheerfulness, laughing more frequently and bustling about behind Larys, assisting him. No longer staring wistfully at the sea in despair, seemingly resigned to their current predicament. Her inquiries also multiplied. Initially, Larys patiently responded, but over time, he felt as if a swarm of flies buzzed incessantly around his ears. On the 7th night, after being marooned on the island, as a fire crackled in the hut, Rhaenys crouched beside it with her hands wrapped around a conch cup, inhaled the steam rising from the hot lemon tea, which veiled her cheeks in a soft haze, yet could not conceal the curiosity glimmering in her violet eyes. How do you faceless ones change your faces? Is it magic or special masks? Larys, seated on a stump and tending to the fire, cast her a sidelong glance. I've told you before, I am not one of the faceless. Then how do you transform into a Dornishman? Are you so certain that I am not a Dornishman? Of course, and you have not denied my suspicion. The young queen continued. So how did you become a Dornishman? Larys chose to ignore her, yet she persisted. Did you anticipate my appearance at the gatehouse? Or did you have other business there? How did you manage to breathe underwater? Are you married? Do you have children? Do you find me bothersome? If you could refrain from so many questions, Larys sighed, perhaps I might find you charming. As his words fell, silence lingered between them, prompting Larys to glance up, only to find her face awash with tears. What is wrong with you? He stammered. I was just joking, don't take it to heart. I actually find you quite intriguing. She shook her head, staring vacantly into the fire for a moment before murmuring, I am the Queen of Westeros, a Targaryen. I can have whatever I desire. I am also a mother, and my son in King's Landing is only 3 years old. Do you understand? He is merely 3. I should be watching him grow into a great king. Yet now, I find myself trapped on this wretched island, clad in the foul garments of a Dornishman, reeking of decay, with no knowledge of how much longer I might live. The only companion I can converse with is so enigmatic that not a single truth can be extracted from him. Larys opened his mouth to respond, but she suddenly buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably, as if she could bear it no longer, her cries piercing and heart-wrenching, utterly disregarding her dignity and royal composure. Observing this, Larys sighed, rose, and crouched to exit the leafy hut. The flickering flames cast a surreal glow behind him, illuminating a narrow shadow that danced alongside him, while he silently listened to the resounding weeping echoing from behind, for the first time feeling a twinge of oppression within. Her sorrow stemmed not merely from their current plight or his deceit, but from a longing for home. Pondering this, he gazed upwards at the vast and profound starry sky, the absence of clouds casting doubt upon his earlier thoughts. Yet apart from this, he harbored no other musings. Was he truly destined to be trapped here? He murmured, furrowing his brow. Besides death and the completion of his quest, he was uncertain of any other means to escape this realm. Yet he sensed that remaining here indefinitely was improbable. However, to abandon it halfway through as he pondered, a peculiar coolness blossomed in his mind, and simultaneously, a message materialized before him. Successfully enduring 30 days, you have been granted a mysterious transformation. Your fishing knowledge has evolved, granting you the trait, homing bait. Chapter 44. The Fallen Dragon, 13. Beneath the ocean, all sounds seemed faint, and his ears, submerged in seawater, felt a subtle swelling sensation. Sunlight pierced the shifting surface above, casting a gentle luminescence as if from another world. This soft glow illuminated the dark expanse, while also revealing countless minuscule particles suspended in the water, akin to dust. From the sand beside him, a brownish crab claw emerged, stirring a cloud of fine, murky sand, and soon this diminutive crab, resembling a hermit crab, scuttled around Larys before finally crawling up his pant leg. At that moment, Larys sat cross-legged at the base of a coral reef, his gaze fixed upon the deep and murky underwater world, his expression blank and unyielding, while his hair floated upwards like a mass of dark seaweed. An unrelenting chill seeped into his body from all directions, the penetrating coldness intensifying, yet he felt no pain or suffocation from the lack of oxygen. A slight coolness also encroached upon his eyes, diminishing the sourness brought by the seawater. Larys had long since acclimated to this sensation, so he paid little heed to the changes within him, remaining focused on the obscure depths of the sea, his heart silently yearning for something. It was not long before transformation occurred. A silvery black eel suddenly burst forth from the murky water, charging menacingly towards Larys, but upon reaching him, it altered its demeanor entirely, leisurely circling around him and occasionally brushing against his bare skin with its cold snout. Larys ignored the eel, his attention still riveted ahead, awaiting the emergence of a target. Soon, another eel, adorned with brown and black stripes, darted forth, echoing the previous one's behavior as it began to swim around Lares. Following this, more fish appeared: the stout, brown-spotted cod, the flat-bodied silver pomfret, the grotesque pike, and the densely packed little herring. The denizens of the ocean's depths initially approached in scattered numbers. However, as time elapsed, the influx of fish swelled exponentially, ultimately enveloping Blue Ray in a shroud of darkness. It was only then that he seized a plump salmon, propelling himself upward with a powerful push of his legs, stirring a cloud of murky sand in his wake. The startled fish scattered in every direction, only to coalesce once more around his legs like a swirling dark vortex. It was not until he broke free from the water's surface that they reluctantly dispersed into the vastness of the sea, clambering onto the rocky shore. Blue Ray exhaled a breath of cool air, then bent to retrieve a linen shirt from the rocks, its sun-warmed fabric providing a comforting warmth. However, he soon furrowed his brow and shook out his pant legs, sending a small crab tumbling away. In his grasp, the silver salmon writhed uneasily, though its resistance was mild, as if it harbored no intention to defy him. "At this rate, I almost feel guilty for consuming you," he murmured, casting a glance at the ocean beside him and then thoughtfully surveying the gathering clouds above. He then proceeded toward the forest at the edge of the beach, clutching the compliant fish. The unique property of the homeward bait he had recently acquired was particularly intriguing. It allowed Blue Ray to attract schools of fish to him in the water, as though he had transformed into an irresistible lure himself. This rendered his underwater fishing endeavors remarkably effortless, enabling him to be selective, akin to perusing a fish market. At that moment, Blue Ray donned a brownish-yellow linen short-sleeve shirt, paired with trousers of the same hue and fabric. His bare feet sank into the pebbles of the beach, leaving a trail of damp footprints. The water-soaked fabric of his trousers appeared somewhat heavy and dark, yet soon felt lighter due to the surrounding warmth. Stepping into the palm-fringed grove carpeted with fallen leaves, a symphony of rustling sounds ensued around him: sneaky mice, quietly lurking snakes, buzzing beetles, and the seemingly robust and plump coconut crabs stretching their pincers atop the trees. A triangular shelter constructed from leaves and branches stood at the edge of the grove, near a water source, surrounded by palm trees. A low rock nearby bore a sun-drenched red dress and two brownish-black leather jackets. A black-backed silver gull was perched atop his jacket, pecking at the soft lining of the leather. Seeing this, Blue Ray hurried forward to shoo the bird away, causing it to flutter off in a panic, followed by a chorus of laughter from behind. Turning around, he observed Rennies, dressed similarly to him, squatting in a clearing before the leaf shelter, kindling a fire to boil water. Upon noticing Blue Ray's gaze, she feigned displeasure, saying, "Why did you chase it away? I was betting on whether it would poop on your clothes." "Betting with yourself? Now that's quite tedious," Blue Ray retorted, rolling his eyes as he approached and handed her the fish. "Strange. How do you manage to catch salmon every day? Are there schools of salmon nearby?" she inquired, puzzled. However, the moment the fish slipped from Blue Ray's hand, it began to thrash vigorously. Caught off guard, Rennies fumbled and dropped it, exclaiming as she quickly bent down to salvage the situation, gripping the fish tightly. Though there was no visible movement, her slender fingers concealed an unexpected strength, causing the fish's eyes to bulge as its struggles weakened. Blue Ray observed this with a flicker of concern. Yet, Rennie seemed unfazed as she stood up, tossing the fish into a nearby pot of boiling shells without a hint of disdain for the dirt and leaves clinging to it. This marked their 25th day on the island. Ever since Rennies had cried not long ago, she had become more docile, or perhaps more willing to bear burdens, no longer dwelling on the past or exuding negativity. Aside from occasionally sitting on the beach in a pensive mood, she appeared to have regained her spirits, actively participating in various chores and even attempting to make fish soup. The large shell beneath the fire was charred from the flames, boiling water spilling over its edges in frothy bubbles. As the fish's thrashing ceased, a peculiar odor began to waft through the air. This was clearly not a pleasant scent. Blue Ray, who was sharpening a twig with his dagger, suddenly recalled that she had not scaled or prepared the fish at all, but had simply tossed it in as it was. However, seeing her enthusiasm as she squatted by the fire, he hesitated to offer a word of caution. Thus, it became evident that this fish soup would be a lost cause. The steaming fish was ultimately cleaved in two by the dagger, and as he gazed at the half-fish, steaming and mingled with its innards, Blue Ray felt his pickiness resurface. Raising his eyes to the woman seated across from him on a stump, he noted her apparent satisfaction with her creation as she sliced a piece of fish meat to savor. He decided to think no more of it, sighed, and began to carefully cut his portion. Yet, As he worked, he sensed an unusual silence and looked up to find Rhaenys had set down her food. Resting her chin in her hands, her violet eyes fixed intently upon him. "What is it?" Blu-ray asked. Rhaenys remained silent for a moment. But just as he was about to dismiss her, she spoke. "You know, when I was a child, I often wondered what my life would be like had I not been a Targaryen." Blu-ray raised an eyebrow at her words, but she continued unabated. "If I were a Westlander, I might have been born into a lord's family, thereby entangled in the fate of arranged marriages. If luck favored me, I would wed someone my age. If not, I could end up with an old man. Should I hail from a lesser lord's family, perhaps my parents would be too impoverished to afford a dowry, and I'd be sent to a convent, or forced to lower my status by marrying some fortunate knight. Becoming a nun might not be so bad, but it would certainly be dull. Being a farmer's daughter would be dire. I would likely be wed to a foul-mouthed man, perhaps a drunkard or a spineless coward. I might even attract the unwanted attention of a lord, bearing a brood of bastards, regardless of my consent." As she spoke, Rhaenys noticed Blu-ray's peculiar expression and shot him a glare. "What are you looking at? It's only natural for someone as beautiful as me to attract attention. The lords of Westeros are notoriously barbaric. Do you know how I felt when I first heard of the dreadful rite of the first night? I can't say, but I can imagine." Blu-ray shrugged. "Actually, that's not the worst of it," Rhaenys continued. "Beyond Westeros lies a world filled with slaves, subject to beatings and abuse, with no one to defend them if they are killed. If you are beautiful, you are sent for training as a slave girl at a young age, learning all sorts of unspeakable things. If I had been born there, I would have preferred to die young." "Indeed, you are fortunate," Blu-ray concurred. "As a Targaryen, you are in a position to enslave others. Who would dare to enslave you?" "Indeed, the Targaryen proverb speaks of blood and fire," she murmured, then sighed heavily. "But without dragons, whose blood would be shed, whose home would burn?" The young man, Baelor, who stood poised to ascend as a member of the royal family, could have offered profound insights on the matter, yet he remained silent, recognizing that her words were merely reflections born from the loss of dragons. The atmosphere descended into a contemplative silence. Baelor refrained from speaking, while her gaze, fixed on the flickering flames, wandered into a distant reverie. It was not until the fire dimmed somewhat that she turned her attention back to him. "Am I beautiful?" she inquired. Her once-cropped, silvery golden hair had grown to shoulder length, framing a face that was both exquisite and neat. Her violet eyes shimmered with an enigmatic blend of joy and sorrow, imparting a delicate vulnerability yet exuding a unique charm. This was an obvious truth, prompting Baelor to nod in affirmation. Her lips curled into a smile at his response. "And what impression do you hold of me? What do you feel?" "I sense you bear no resemblance to a woman of 35, Baelor replied, eliciting a narrowing of her eyes, which soon transformed into a radiant smile. "In fact, you seem more akin to a 15-year-old girl." Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "You know, at first I doubted your affinity for women, but I later realized that your reticence was merely a reflection of your courtesy and refinement, unlike those loathsome men of Westeros. So, is this yet another test?" Baelor perceived a hint of flirtation in her tone. "You may regard it as such." Rhaenys rested her chin on her hand, intently observing the dark-haired man before her. "I am, in truth, quite prepared. If we remain trapped here, what alternatives might we entertain? You are a commendable man, knowledgeable and polite, although you are prone to deception. I can sense your genuine desire to assist me. Most importantly, I do not harbor any dislike for you." As she spoke, her eyes conveyed a mixture of emotions, joy and sorrow, relief yet tinged with an elusive sense of oppression and despair. Baelor, upon hearing her, remained silent, casting a few contemplative glances her way before setting down the shell dish, rising to depart toward the forest's edge. "I shall procure another fish. This one is utterly inedible." Rhaenys paused, momentarily taken aback, then called out, "Return swiftly. The weather does not appear favorable." Baelor, without turning back, waved dismissively, his gaze lifted toward the sky. Beyond the intricate canopy of trees, the once clear heavens had darkened ominously, and a chilling breeze began to stir. The eve of the storm was anything but tranquil. The distant rumble of thunder echoed overhead, and the roar of the waves crashing against the shore filtered through the trees, while the palm fronds encircling their makeshift shelter rustled chaotically, producing a cacophony of sound. The two, who had previously engaged in leisurely conversation, now busied themselves fortifying their humble abode. Nearby, they arranged an abundance of shells upon a flat stone surface, though they possessed a water source. It was murky and diminished with every draw, recovering only slightly by the next day. Thus, when the opportunity to replenish their supplies arose, they seized it eagerly. However, when the storm finally descended, they discovered that their preparations proved utterly futile. The dark clouds obscured the previously clear sky, and the fierce winds accompanied by torrential raindrops lashed down, the sounds of leaves colliding with the deluge mingling with the forest's violent upheaval, creating a scene of chaos. Soon, the rain intensified into a torrential downpour. The force of the water combined with the gale scattered their neatly arranged shells in every direction. And even those secured with care were not spared, most vanishing into the encroaching darkness of the woods. Rhaenys, however, was unperturbed by the storm's arrival, for she was no longer at sea, claiming she never fell ill. The moment the rain began, she dashed outside, tilting her head back to drink deeply, only to return moments later, drenched and disheveled, resembling a bedraggled creature. Can you imagine the sensation of water incessantly slapping your face? Baelor, vigilant, scrutinized the surrounding shelters, anxious about their ability to withstand the tempest. He glanced at her, but quickly diverted his gaze. Her chatter continued unabated. There have always been tales of calamities emerging from the land of the setting sun, which is why the ancient dragon lords established a mere outpost on Dragonstone at the edge of Westeros, never intending to venture here. I used to doubt it, but now I find myself inclined to believe. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck her, and with a mischievous smile, she pranced playfully in front of Baelor. Yet, in her exuberance, she inadvertently stepped into a slick puddle at the edge, tumbling down with an undignified thud, her already disheveled appearance rendered even more comical. Laughter and shrieks echoed within their triangular shelter. Regrettably, their mirth was short-lived. As Baelor had feared, the small shelter could not withstand the storm for long. A powerful gust of wind caused the wooden frame, firmly anchored to the ground and the tree branches, to creak and collapse sideways, leading to the rapid deflation of the entire structure. They were compelled to hastily clutch large banana leaves and flee to the side of a nearby boulder. Yet the stone offered little respite from the elements, leaving the two huddled together, increasingly drenched. The tumultuous sounds of the storm reverberated around them. The darkened sky rumbled overhead, and the surrounding woods loomed in impenetrable blackness, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that revealed the stark, rain-soaked landscape. A noise nearby caught their attention, but the surrounding clamor obscured clarity. Soon, Baelor felt the woman beside him shrink into his embrace, burying her face against the fabric of his shirt. The warmth of her breath against his skin contrasted sharply with the chill of her dampened form, stirring a peculiar emotion within him. Yet this feeling dissipated rapidly in the face of the relentless cold. The downpour was relentless, the cacophony of rain engulfed in the encompassing darkness, while the fierce winds were only partially mitigated by the large stone at their backs. The ground beneath them, elevated compared to the surrounding terrain, remained free from pooling water. Yet the constant drenching from above was unbearable. Within the forest, the distant sounds of crashing waves against the rocks could be faintly heard, and a small, drenched brown squirrel, having sought refuge, cautiously observed Baelor, its nose twitching. Upon noticing it, he scooped it into his hands. Moisture pervaded their surroundings, and an unrelenting cold seeped deep into his being, rendering him drowsy and, ultimately, he succumbed to sleep, the chaos around him fading into the depths of darkness. When he awoke once more, tranquility had enveloped the area. The sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays steadily dispelling the chill within. The ground beneath his palm remained damp, yet the large rock behind him had become significantly drier. The gentle rustle of leaves in the sea breeze was leisurely, while the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks was equally discernible. The person he had held in his embrace had mysteriously departed, and the small squirrel in his hand had likewise vanished without a trace. Rising to his feet, he stretched, the sound of cracking bones breaking the stillness. Balon surveyed his surroundings, faintly hearing a rustle. He then made his way towards the woods on his left, soon coming upon Rhaenys, who was tilting her head to pluck banana leaves. "Come quickly, we must begin anew." She evidently heard the commotion, calling back without turning. "I want to fall ill, but you might. You ought to be grateful for that. Otherwise, we have two troubles on our hands." "I hope you truly want to fall ill," Balon mused silently. Yet he did not decline her invitation and proceeded to gather the necessary materials for recovering their shelter. However, he held little optimism. "I have a premonition that this effort may be in vain." After plucking a banana leaf, Balon addressed Rhaenys beside him. "Why?" she inquired, glancing at him with curiosity. "Because of the storm," Balon replied. "I believe we are currently in a season of heavy rains. Just look at how many times we've encountered them." Rhaenys nodded in agreement, but quickly added, "That doesn't mean we should do nothing. You may be willing to sleep on the rocks, but I certainly am not." Balon chuckled at her words and shifted the subject. I'll head to the beach. Perhaps something has washed ashore. Return soon, Rhaenys nodded, suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on Balon's left cheek, then flash him a smile before turning back to her tasks. Balon stood momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his words. We want to be stuck here forever. There's no need for such despair. Really? She asked, not bothering to turn, seemingly taking his words lightly. Even if this doesn't work, I can think of other ways. If all else fails, it will be you who is trapped, not me. Balon hesitated, glancing at her busy silhouette, then sighed and turned towards the beach. He wandered somewhat absent-mindedly, but upon reaching his destination, he steeled himself to examine the surroundings. Regrettably, after circling the entire island, he found no signs of the hoped-for objects. The sunlit shallows were devoid of anything but a few coconuts and a dilapidated wooden barrel. Disappointed, he cast aside any lingering thoughts, stripped off his upper garments, and leaped into the water from the edge of the rocks. With a splash, his dark-haired figure vanished into the shallows, and after a while, he resurfaced, clutching a plump salmon and making his way back to their dwelling. The situation appeared to revert to its previous state. However, not long after, another storm unexpectedly engulfed them. Despite having just weathered one, the second left them in disarray, and once the winds calmed, Balon discovered he had caught a cold. This troubled him, while Rhaenys expressed her concern, though a cold was not particularly serious. In their current state, without any medical resources, it could prove fatal. Balon, unfazed, strode toward the beach to see if there were any gains from this storm. Even before his clothes had dried, dragging along a broken sail still attached to its mast, he returned. Rhaenys, vexed by the messy camp, was at a loss as to where to start until she heard the commotion and turned to see Balon, momentarily stunned. Red wine? She gasped, looking at him as he nodded. A cluster of deep purple grapes on a blue field, the sigil of House Redwine. Though the name might seem inconsequential, it was of great importance to them. House Redwine was loyal to House Tyrell of the Reach, but in reality, their lineage was far older than the Tyrells, who had only become lords of the Reach after the conquest. Renowned for their wine production, the Red Wine Fleet was one of the few formidable naval forces in Westeros. Balon was well acquainted with this family, as it was their waters that had been blockaded during the siege of Storm's End, with the Tyrells and other Reach lords responsible for the land. He also knew that the lands of House Redwine, located on the arbor in the southern Summer Sea, were essentially aligned with the coast of Dorne, where they had previously found themselves. Surely, a ship from the Red Wine Fleet had been wrecked in these waters last night. Noticing Rhaenys' dazed expression, Balon continued, We must keep a close watch. Perhaps castaways will be swept ashore, or we might see this island drift towards us. Just as we did. Are you suggesting that we might be rescued because of this? Rhaenys asked, unable to restrain her curiosity. While mere castaways would not be able to save them, if someone were to come searching these waters, that was a different matter altogether, and Balon nodded in confirmation. Indeed. Rhaenys' lips twitched as she tried to maintain her composure, yet could not help but break into a smile, ultimately embracing him in a fit of joyous tears. Balon gently patted her back, feeling her heartfelt delight, and in that moment, a weight seemed to lift from his heart. Though it was a glimmer of hope, such matters ultimately rested in the hands of fate. As it turned out, fate seemed to favor him. However, he had not been anticipating the Red Wine name, but rather a vessel from Dorne. He believed that the recent departure from some location in Dorne could not have remained concealed from the Dorne lords for long, and should they become aware, they would undoubtedly endeavor to search for them. Now, while the circumstances of the Red Wine's presence in these waters remained unclear, it simplified matters considerably. Following this, both remained silent, immersed in the pleasant news. It was morning, with fresh air wafting through, warmed by the gentle sea breeze. The sun hung brightly above, casting its comforting glow, while the surrounding trees rustled and the waves continued to lap against the rocks. Yet within their ears, there was a deeper resonance. However, it was not long before Rhaenys' excitement suddenly cooled. She stepped back from the embrace, her violet eyes gazing at Balon with a complex expression. What's wrong? Balon asked, casting her a quick glance, still smiling. She opened her mouth, then managed a weak smile. It's nothing. I just think we should repair the shelter first, or we'll be bitten by mosquitoes tonight. Then you find the materials, and I'll keep an eye on the beach. With that, Balon turned to leave, discarding the broken sail behind him. Regrettably, that day he found no further treasures beyond the sail. Upon returning to the camp, the atmosphere, now steeped in silence, rendered him somewhat melancholic. That evening, the inadequately constructed shelter led to a restless night for both. However, upon awakening the next day, the ambience seemed to revert to its former vibrancy, with the cheerful young queen regaining her spirited demeanor. Once we return to King's Landing, I shall take you to see a hill named after me, where I intend to create a magnificent garden," she remarked, squatting at the campsite while sipping on breakfast tea infused with lemon leaves. With a smile directed at the similarly crouching Lares, she continued, "I have been planning this for quite some time, yet I have yet to find a suitable gardener. Perhaps I should visit Highgarden, as it is said that many there possess the knowledge I seek." "I have no intention of accompanying you to King's Landing," Lares replied, his voice muffled as he used a twig to brush his teeth with ashes from the fire. "That city reeks. Indeed, it does have a foul odor at present, but it shall improve in time," Rhaenys asserted. "Much like my kingdom, it will flourish." Lares, upon hearing this, could not help but glance at her. "What is it? Do you not believe me?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Of course I believe you," Lares nodded. The establishment of the Targaryen dynasty heralded a new era for the continent of Westeros. Previously, the Seven Kingdoms operated independently, with warfare seemingly a constant presence. Yet, following unification, despite the incessant internal strife and political machinations, the situation proved far superior to the earlier chaos. Alas, this dynasty was not destined for longevity. Compared to the ancient feudal families and the venerable Seven Kingdoms with their millennia-long histories, the Targaryen dynasty was overthrown after a mere 3 centuries, led by none other than Lares' older brother. Ironically, the usurper's kin now found himself engaged in casual conversation with the progenitor of the Targaryen dynasty. Lares pondered what her reaction would be upon learning these facts. He then recalled that every king of the Targaryen lineage was a descendant of the very queen before him. If one were to adhere strictly to bloodlines, she might indeed be his ancestor. In the ensuing days, Lares discovered numerous battered ship planks and broken timber along the beach of the small island, alongside various items bearing the marks of civilization, silver platters, tattered wine barrels, and the like. On the 3rd day following the storm, he encountered the ghastly sight of a pale, male corpse, its remains ebbing and flowing with the tide. A vision that rendered him momentarily silent, though he did not allow this somber emotion to permeate the camp. The following day, he stumbled upon several more corpses and even greater quantities of supplies, which, while of limited utility, bolstered their spirits. Although subsequent days yielded no further discoveries, both remained hopeful. Life seemed to return to a semblance of normalcy, albeit with subtle shifts in the atmosphere. For instance, Rhaenys no longer casually engaged in physical contact with Lares, and her attire became markedly more formal than her previous casual wear. Her demeanor grew more serious, and each night, as they prepared their bedding, she would deliberately maintain a considerable distance from him. It was evident she sought to avoid any unnecessary implications, a development Lares had anticipated. He understood that her earlier emotional turmoil was merely a manifestation of despair stemming from a sense of hopelessness. Perhaps she instinctively sought emotional solace in him, a means to navigate the remainder of her days. This was not a desire born of passion, but rather a reluctant choice, a burden he felt responsible to bear. As a transient in her life, he neither wished to shoulder this responsibility nor believed that they would be eternally trapped in this predicament. At least, he was certain he would not be. Thus, he consistently responded with reticence, though he could feign ignorance and indulge in carelessness. Some truths were too profound to deceive with mere words. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerged amidst their plight, as Rhaenys seemed less inclined to dwell on such matters and instead desired to preserve their friendship in its purest form. Lares found this arrangement agreeable. At the very least, he no longer had to grapple with the question of whether he was a fool. However, one day, she inadvertently initiated a conversation that would alter the course of their interactions. "This place is truly small. There is so much we cannot see," she mused. "What do you wish for?" At that moment, Lares, squatting on the ground and using a leaf to wipe his nose, glanced up at her. "Nothing much." Rhaenys blinked, then suddenly inquired, "Do you know what elderflower is used for? And safflower?" Taken aback by her question, Lares was momentarily speechless, but she merely smiled and turned away. 5 days after this exchange, a fierce storm descended upon them once more, comparable in intensity to previous tempests. Yet, when Lares ventured to the beach the following day, he discovered a person, an actual living being. Chapter 47. The Fallen Dragon. 16. The tranquil woodland encampment now harbored a pallid young man, leaning against a palm tree. He donned a woolen gray cloak, sodden from seawater yet dried to a wrinkled state, beneath which he wore a red and blue satin shirt. His boots, crafted from fine calfskin, discreetly revealed his status and wealth. Yet, before the woman in simple linen attire and short hair, he appeared akin to a beggar in the presence of the wealthiest merchant in town, stammering with awe. "Is it truly you, your Highness Rhaenys?" At this moment, Rhaenys had shed the demeanor she exhibited before Lares, adopting a much graver countenance. Upon hearing his question, she nodded, saying, "We were pursued by Dornishmen into the sea, and the storm cast us ashore here." Her words compelled the young man, leaning weakly against the tree, to glance at Lares, whose Dornish features left him momentarily stunned. However, he refrained from probing further, instead offering a faint smile to the young queen. "I am Leo of House Redwine. My father is Serlau Redwine. Your Grace, I am honored to serve you, though I lack the strength to rise and bow." "I shall not hold that against you, Ser Leo," Rhaenys replied, observing his frail state. "Rest assured, once you regain your strength, I have many inquiries for you." "Thank you for your understanding, Your Grace." He managed to bend slightly at the waist before collapsing back against the tree, gasping for breath, his countenance reflecting utter exhaustion, as if he might perish at any moment. Fortunately, after consuming a bowl of hot fish soup and resting, his weakened condition improved somewhat. As he faced their queries, he began to elucidate. "We were originally in the vicinity, pursuing a Dornish fishing vessel while searching for some of our compatriots who had recently met with disaster, only to be caught in the storm. You may not yet be aware, but everyone is saying you were killed in Dorne. King Aegon has commanded our family to dispatch a fleet to blockade the Dornish coastline, preventing them from venturing out to fish. Yet, this accursed storm has cost us dearly. I cannot ascertain whether anyone will come to rescue me, Your Grace, but if my father learns of my ship's sinking, he shall undoubtedly come to find me. If my memory serves me correctly, a few vessels weathered the storm, and perhaps they will remember where we met our misfortune. Yet, I cannot be certain, Your Grace. I cannot be certain. If those ships truly remain intact, how did I end up here? King Aegon is currently in Dorne avenging you. However, we remain unaware of His Majesty's exact whereabouts. It has merely reached our ears that the Dornish have attempted to confront him with crossbows, resulting in grievous losses. It appears that the Dornish have succumbed to internal strife, as I gathered from a captive who mentioned that many lives were lost. Yet, the particulars remain elusive. They have frantically set out to sea in small boats. We were initially ignorant of their motives, but now the reason is clear. The noble scion, known as Leo, soon succumbed to a deep slumber, still weak in body, yet the influence he carried, or rather the aftermath of his presence, utterly transformed the prevailing circumstances. On the fourth day since his recovery, 5 majestic multi-masted ships materialized from the horizon, initially not heading toward the small island. However, at the shore, blue-garbed figures seized the opportunity to raise a signal of black smoke crafted from damp leaves and branches. Consequently, the ships altered their course shortly thereafter. These 5 vessels ultimately did not approach the island's coast, but floated on the waters nearby, while a few small boats, propelled by eager oarsmen, drew closer, and a group eventually disembarked. Among them, an elderly man, whose features bore a resemblance to Leo, adorned in a satin garment embroidered with the sigil of House Redwine, approached with palpable excitement. The young noble, having regained some mobility, stepped forward, while Bluegar and Rhaenys stood firm on the beach. Before long, the elderly man hastened toward them, dropping to one knee to respectfully kiss the outstretched finger of the young queen. "It is an honor to see you alive, Your Grace. House Redwine stands ready to serve you." The month-long ordeal on the island had come to a close, in the presence of the resurrected young queen. Those who had come were filled with reverence. Rhaenys, whom Bluegar perceived as a mere girl, now exuded the grace and dignity of a true queen, her demeanor commanding and regal, akin to a saint perched upon a cloud. Yet, when she finally detached herself from the throng and found Bluegar seated at the roots of a tree at the beach's end, her expression softened, returning to the familiar smile of yore. "We are leaving this place. Are you happy?" Bluegar shook his head. "I wish to remain on the island." "I shall not accompany you. Are you still asleep?" she asked with amusement. "Or has your temper flared again?" "I am quite serious," Bluegar replied. "I intend to stay here for a while longer before departing." "How will you manage that?" "You know of my capabilities," he asserted earnestly. "The sea shall not hinder me. I do not believe you can simply walk away from here." Rhaenys frowned slightly. "Moreover, what purpose would your stay serve?" "A matter of great importance, which I cannot disclose to you." This statement momentarily startled the young queen, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Are you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Bluegar queried, bemused. "It is not as if I have never sailed before." Rhaenys bit her lip, her expression tinged with annoyance. "You ought to be rejoicing." Bluegar disregarded her demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. "Though we may count ourselves as friends, many issues remain unresolved. Yet, for now, I shall refrain from elaborating. I neither seek your coin nor your dragon eggs, nor can I offer you further assistance. As for you, having returned home safely and freed yourself from my burdensome presence, what a splendid turn of events. I am angry. Cease your jesting. It truly is not." Observing her expression, Bluegar clenched his teeth. Very well, I shall speak plainly. Despite my ignorance of the reasons, the storms of late have been summoned by me. Therefore, I cannot leave with you, for should we encounter another storm, it would result in further casualties, rendering all efforts futile. Regrettably, she did not accept his words, merely narrowing her eyes at him. Did you just assert that I should be happy? Indeed, Bluegar affirmed with a nod. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Bluegar sighed, feeling as though he were playing a game of the boy who cried wolf. This farewell, barring unforeseen circumstances, would likely be eternal, and he found himself burdened with an array of emotions. Yet, despite his reluctance, their worlds were inherently disparate. A farewell was inevitable, and it was better to be decisive in their parting, ensuring a pleasant conclusion to their acquaintance. However, moments later, footsteps approached from a distance. Upon glancing up, he saw the young queen returning, this time bearing a wooden cup. Here, let me brew you a cup of tea as a token of my gratitude, she declared, extending the cup toward him with an impassive countenance. Are you serious? Bluegar raised an eyebrow at the proffered cup. What? Are you afraid I might poison it? Rainey scoffed. You saved my life. I cannot simply neglect to express my gratitude. However, there was nothing aboard the ship, and I recall your fondness for lemon tea, so I thought to prepare you a cup. You must understand, not just anyone is worthy of drinking tea I have prepared. Bluegar chuckled at her words, accepting the wooden cup and setting it aside. Rest assured, I shall visit you in King's Landing when the opportunity arises. After all, we are indeed friends now. I hope you will still recognize me then. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, overwhelming force struck him at the back of his head, causing him to stumble. He rose swiftly, though dizziness clouded his senses, and he glared at the beautiful figure before him, now appearing as a mirage. You foolish girl. Before he could utter another word, a fist collided with his face, plunging him into darkness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. You know nothing. You are the foolish one. Rainey's gazed down at the bruise forming on his forehead with a twinge of sympathy, only to swiftly kick him once more. Now I am happy. With a huff, she turned and shouted orders to the nearby crew. Someone, bring him aboard the ship. Chapter 48, The Fallen Dragon, 17. A sudden tempest struck, resulting in the sinking of 2 of the 5 ships, with dozens of crew members lost, their fates akin to death. The remaining 3 vessels sustained significant damage from the storm, with one listing perilously, declared beyond repair. Fortunately, the crew consisted of seasoned sailors, and through their valiant efforts, they managed to avert total disaster. As the storm subsided, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a sliver of dawn-esque light illuminating the damp deck. The ocean stretched endlessly, the waves tossing and turning, as the surviving sailors busied themselves with repairs both inside and outside the ships. Having set sail some time ago, the desolate island was now a distant memory, yet certain events from that place lingered vividly in her mind. Thus, once the storm had passed, the noble Rainey's emerged from her quarters, striding toward a specific cabin deep within the ship. At this juncture, she had donned a silver gown adorned with Milray lace, the long sleeves revealing a golden silk lining, while her once disheveled hair had been arranged neatly and smoothly, the silvery golden curls making her appear a decade younger. Her footsteps echoed upon the wooden floor, with red wine guards following closely behind, ever vigilant in their duty to protect their queen, though upon reaching their destination, they were ordered to stand guard outside the door. The young queen, having tidied her slightly disheveled bangs, gently pushed open the ebony door before her. The creaking sound drew the attention of a young scholar clad in a gray woolen bacheloress robe, who promptly stepped forward and bowed, greeting her with, Your Majesty. The young queen nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze shifting to the dark-haired figure slumbering in the corner of the sealed chamber. How is he? She inquired. He awakens every night, the young scholar replied in a hushed tone, to eat and move about. Has he uttered anything? The queen could not help but ask. Following your instructions, we have kept him confined within this room, daring not to approach. However, we have vaguely overheard some remarks. The scholar glanced hesitantly at the queen, his tone faltering. Yet, under her stern gaze, he continued, some disrespectful words. I apologize for my impertinence, Your Highness. But they were terms like fools and idiots. Do not pay heed to his words, Rennies replied dismissively, casting a glance at the slumbering figure. He is a deceiver. Remember, not a single word he utters should be trusted. The young scholar nodded in agreement, and then suggested softly, I propose we switch to using the dream flower, Your Majesty. The effects of the slumber grass will diminish with repeated use. I fear it will not be long before he becomes entirely immune to it. You mentioned that the dream flower could be fatal, the queen remarked, frowning. The risk is exceedingly low, Your Highness, provided we control the dosage and refrain from frequent use. That is still unacceptable. I merely wish for him to rest peacefully, without any danger, Rennies countered firmly. Keep a close watch on him. If it proves impossible, bind him or keep him locked away. The young scholar proposed. Shackles might be an option. Shackles are ineffective. You must ensure he does not leave this room. But your highness, without shackles, we may. I will assign 2 additional guards to assist you. Anticipating his concerns, the young queen interjected. However, they are merely to assist. I need you to remain vigilant. Report any changes in his condition to me immediately. And if he does regain his faculties, it is advisable that you refrain from conversing with him and remain cautious of any peculiar abilities he may exhibit. May I inquire why, your highness? The scholar could not help but ask. If I must attend to his condition, it would be difficult to avoid speaking with him. You must remember what I just said. He is a deceiver. As Rennie spoke, she could not suppress a slight smile, though her expression soon turned serious as she admonished. If you do converse with him, exercise utmost caution. The scholar nodded in compliance, though inwardly skeptical. However, Rennie's paid no heed to his thoughts. Her amethyst eyes fixed on the figure in the corner, her expression becoming somewhat complex as she commanded, Now leave. I wish to be alone for a while. With that, the young scholar bowed and exited, while Rennies gathered her sleeves and seated herself in the chair at the bedside. The room fell into a brief silence until, after a while, the solemnity on the queen's face quietly dissipated, replaced by a melancholic sigh. Do not blame me for this, but I truly do not wish for you to leave, nor do I want you to deceive me and slip away. You possess the ability to do so, and if I do not take measures, I cannot prevent you. Yet, I cannot fathom what you're truly thinking. Fear? The benefactor has not instilled fear in you. Why would you fear this? The figure remained in slumber, offering no response to her inquiries, yet Rennies required no reply. Sitting at the bedside, she gazed intently at his face, murmuring to herself, I have already penned a letter. I have resolved to uphold my promise. Our family possesses a golden dragon egg, and I have summoned it to me. Once it arrives, I shall consider gifting it to you. Indeed, I can contemplate this, leaving you with no reason to depart, correct? As she spoke, she could not resist reaching out with her slender fingers to caress his cheek. The normal warmth of flesh caused her brow to furrow involuntarily. Who are you truly? Even a faceless one must have a name, yet I have yet to learn what you are called. What do you truly look like? Are you hideous? Why did you save me? How many of your words are genuine? The multitude of questions tightened her brow further. In truth, you are a consummate liar. Yet I shall uncover your secrets, unless you truly desire to forfeit the dragon egg. With that, she furrowed her brow, lost in thought, as if many matters weighed heavily upon her. However, after a brief moment, the worry etched on her face gradually eased. Leaning forward to examine the sleeping figure once more, she smiled, then gathered her skirts and prepared to depart. Yet, just as she turned, a thought struck her, and she turned back to the man on the bed. You had best be able to sing, for I have a fondness for men who can sing. With that, she hummed a melodious tune as she made her way toward the door, her spirits evidently lifted. However, the moment she pushed open the grand door, the joy that filled her heart suddenly evaporated. Sister Visenya, when did you arrive? Chapter 49, The Fallen Dragon, and Sister Visenya, when did you arrive? Outside stood a silver-haired warrior, adorned in a complete suit of glossy black and crimson-scaled armor, accompanied by a velvet cloak embroidered with dragons and flames. The clasp securing her cloak was a small golden dragon encrusted with rubies. Tall and statuesque, her deep purple eyes now regarded her sister, who bore a slight resemblance to her. You have fallen for him? Her voice was sharp, her words piercing, clearly having overheard some sounds from within the room. The unexpected query left Rennies momentarily speechless. She stared at her sister in astonishment, opening her mouth but finding no words. Yet, it was unnecessary for her to speak. Visenya could clearly discern everything she sought to uncover from the expression on her sister's face. Lowering her voice, she cautioned, Do not forget that you're already married. This remark provoked a raised eyebrow from the stunned Rennies. Indeed, to my own brother, and as one of his 2 wives. The elder queen furrowed her brow at this. Do not be so reckless. You are no longer a little girl. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the unconscious man in the cabin, her frown deepening. He saved your life, and we shall reward him as he deserves. But it would be best for you to keep your distance from him and ensure that Aegon does not see him. That is none of your concern. The young queen retorted without a moment's hesitation, then swiftly changed the subject. Well, my dragon egg. Visenya pointed to the floor by her feet, where a silver-edged cedar box lay quietly. Upon seeing it, Rennies crouched down to open it, a flash of gold blooming before her eyes, causing her to squint involuntarily. The elder queen, looking down at her sister, spoke. The benefactor claimed to have captured you, yet they could produce no token of your existence, leading us to believe you had perished. It was he who saved me. I have already mentioned this in my letter, Rhaenys replied absently. Upon hearing this, Visenya frowned once more. I came immediately after receiving your letter, but I have yet to inform Aegon. The young queen could not resist the urge to glance up at her elder sister, who remarked, Your husband is currently in a fit of rage, seeking vengeance on your behalf in Dorne. I shall inform him at once that you are still alive. Would you like me to deliver a message? Perhaps ask him to incinerate a few more Dornish folk for me. Without a moment's hesitation, Rhaenys responded, especially those at the gatehouse tower. Is that all? Her sister inquired. What more is there to say? Tell him I am on my way to King's Landing, and he need not worry. I hope you do not come to regret this. After casting a deep gaze upon her sister, Queen Visenya turned and departed. Meanwhile, the vessel continued to sway gently upon the undulating surface of the sea. 3 grand sails emblazoned with intricate grape motifs billowing tautly, yet the deck was devoid of sailors, clearly having vacated in anticipation of trouble. Above the ship, a dark yellow dragon, endowed with magnificent wings, circled the skies. As Queen Visenya emerged from the cabin, her shrill cry summoned forth the dragon's resounding roar, which echoed through the air and startled the sailors aboard a nearby vessel. The dragon descended, causing the ship to creak ominously under its weight. Ascending deftly onto the dragon's back, Queen Visenya signaled, and the newly landed beast sprang from the sea with a powerful thrust of its legs, soaring into the high heavens until it became a mere speck, vanishing from sight. Though there were no farewells, the external commotion was unmistakable. Once her sister had departed, Rhaenys finally exhaled in relief, turning to regard the man in the room with a pained expression. What am I to do with you? She entered the room with a chest in her arms, carefully closing the ebony door behind her, and seated herself upon the chair before the bed, contemplating. Gently, she placed the dragon egg she held into the man's armpit. After a few moments of scrutiny, she sighed softly and murmured, Sister instructed me to hide you. But in this vast ocean, where could I possibly conceal you? Hesitating, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. Why should I hide you? They know nothing. You saved my life, and I owe you my gratitude. What more is there? Aegon ought to repay you. This thought somewhat steadied her emotions, yet a lingering worry remained, prompting her to sit in silence once more. Alas, it was not long before her temporarily placated heart was once again stirred. A terrifying roar reverberated from outside the cabin, its clarity penetrating even the wooden walls of the ship, sending shivers down Rhaenys' spine. She hurried to the deck to witness 2 dragon riders swiftly approaching the vessel from the sky, the one trailing behind being none other than Visenya. And the colossal black dragon ahead was unmistakable. Aegon Targaryen, her brother, and also her husband. Rhaenys felt a surge of panic. Yet there was little time for her to react, as the massive black dragon descended upon them, its enormous form casting a shadow over the ship, while the winds whipped fiercely, knocking sailors who had just emerged from below deck off balance. The dragon, named Valyrian, did not land on the deck, as there was no room, but as it flew low, a tall figure leaped down from above and hastily approached the woman at the end of the deck. Rhaenys, he called, grasping the young queen's hands with a face full of excitement and joy. Aegon, how did you arrive so quickly? She stammered, her expression one of shock and confusion. The newcomer, noticing her demeanor, recalled the whispers he had heard, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Where is the Dornishman who saved you? He is a warrior, a hero. I must repay him, and if possible, I wish to reward him further. Rhaenys opened her mouth to respond, but before she could speak, Aegon turned his gaze towards the ship's cabin entrance, releasing her hands as he strode forward. Wait, Aegon. The anxious voice behind her failed to capture his attention as he donned his heavy armor and entered the cabin, the wooden steps creaking beneath his weight. Others approached, bowing in respect, and he ordered them to clear the way. I have much of importance to discuss with you, Aegon. Please just wait, the young queen urged, hastening to follow him. There is nothing more significant than my current gratitude, Rhaenys. I cannot fathom life without you. You cannot imagine the despair I felt upon hearing the news of your death. He spoke fervently, yet his pace remained unrelenting. Rhaenys' heart raced with anxiety, but soon determination etched itself upon her features, as if she had resolved a crucial decision. I must share something with you. The statement caused Aegon's form to shudder, quickening his steps further. However, all thoughts and impulsive actions came to an abrupt halt as they reached the door to the designated room. At that moment, both Rhaenys, with her eyes fixed intently upon him, and Aegon, who raised his hand to push the door open, froze in disbelief. A cloying sweetness wafted through the air, the distinct scent of lingering potions, yet the room was entirely empty. Inside, The quietude was palpable, with several vials of blue liquid scattered atop a table alongside navigational charts. In the corner, a wooden bed lay devoid of its expected occupant. Only a heap of decaying white dust remained, mingled with tattered linen and brown trousers, resembling a humanoid silhouette filled with dust, akin to a mound of sand. Beneath this outline, a seemingly shrunken golden dragon egg rested quietly, its metallic surface shimmering in the light that streamed through the doorway. Chapter 50. Return. Day after day, he awoke and slept and slept and awoke, ensconced within the swaying confines of the ship's cabin, oblivious to his exact whereabouts. The prolonged slumber had rendered Aegon's mind foggy, and upon awakening, he lacked the inclination to struggle for freedom. The voyage had commenced, and the situation was inevitable. During his moments of consciousness, he would idly peruse books, occasionally muttering curses in hopes of summoning that foolish woman who avoided him, but she remained absent. Thus, he ultimately grew weary of such chaotic thoughts, accepting the meals laced with a peculiar soporific substance as if they were merely a part of his routine. He had been roused during a tempest the previous day, but the situation had not escalated to its direst form, so he chose to feign ignorance, remaining obediently in his chamber, awaiting the arrival of a certain moment. He was uncertain when that moment would arrive, but he knew it would come eventually, so he slept soundly. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, until a peculiar roar stirred his dormant mind, and a familiar, albeit indistinct voice reached his ears. Soon after, another thunderous roar jolted Aegon fully awake, and he heard footsteps retreating rapidly. Turning his head, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver hem disappearing into the corridor beyond, and then he realized that he was clutching a golden dragon egg beneath his elbow. This moment left him momentarily bewildered as he cradled the egg, scrutinizing it with careful attention. Yet, before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped him swiftly, and all sounds around him abruptly ceased. An extreme silence descended, and in that pitch-black void, countless memories surged forth in his mind, accompanied by two notifications. Successfully escorted Rhaenys Targaryen safely to Aegon the Conqueror. Your swimming skill level has increased to LV6. You have completed all events. You have obtained a special item, Rhaenys' Hope. The flood of memories quickly settled in his mind, and a particular name intertwined with the information stirred a mix of resignation and irritation within Blaine. However, as he opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he was met with a profound sense of melancholy. Everything before him was shrouded in darkness, and amidst the haze stood numerous colossal black skeletons, quietly surrounding him. Perched beside a massive dragon skull, Blaine noticed that his diminutive frame was coated in a layer of soot-black dust. The surface beneath him was cold and hard. Looking up, what had once been visible of the dragon's skull had vanished without a trace, revealing the faint outline of a shadowy ceiling above. Blaine realized he had escaped that historical moment and returned to King's Landing nearly 3 centuries later, presently situated in the dungeons of the Red Keep. The dragon skull that had once loomed in this place had now reduced to mere black dust. Miracis, he murmured the name of the dragon, though his thoughts were drawn to its lady, Rhaenys Targaryen, the last child of Illion Targaryen, Lord of Dragonstone, and Lady Valyrian of Valyrian, sister and queen to Aegon the Conqueror. Born on Dragonstone 25 years before the conquest, her spirited nature, insatiable curiosity, and impulsive temperament led her to revel in dance and music. During the conquest, she rode the great dragon Miracis alongside Aegon's founder, Orys Baratheon, to assail Storm's End, ultimately delivering a decisive blow to King Aegon of Storm's End in the battle known as the Last Storm. Following the surrender of Storm's End, Orys Baratheon wed the king's only daughter, thus establishing the illustrious Baratheon lineage that persists to this day. Rhaenys subsequently participated in the battle famously referred to as the Firestorm, where she and her siblings obliterated the coalition of the Reach and the Riverlands, resulting in the annihilation of a royal family that had reigned for millennia. The Tyrell family, once stewards to the Riverlands, ascended to become its new lords. After this conflict, Rhaenys flew south to Dorne, aiming to compel submission, but her efforts were in vain. For years later, war erupted officially, yielding little success. Ultimately, she met her demise in the 10th year of the conquest at Dorne's Hellgate. Blaine had memorized the scant historical records of her life, but what had once been mere text now bore a deeper significance for him. Lost in tumultuous thoughts, Blaine sighed with a complex expression, then turned his gaze downward to his hands. He recalled the dragon egg, and as his eyes scanned the space beneath him, he was startled to find an egg obscured by the dimness, nestled within the folds of his seated legs. Was it a chicken egg? Momentarily taken aback, He reached out to extract the peculiar egg, which, despite resembling a chicken egg in size, appeared to be adorned with golden scales. It felt surprisingly light, yet upon grasping it, its weight was akin to that of an iron lump. "Is this the dragon egg?" he murmured, lifting it to his eyes for a closer inspection. His expression rife with uncertainty. If memory served him correctly, he had previously seen an egg the size of an infant's head. How had it transformed into this? He involuntarily recalled the last time he had exited a mission, where the Naga's ribs had similarly diminished. So small, could it truly hatch a dragon? Furrowing his brow, he suddenly realized that even if this were indeed a dragon egg, there was no guarantee he could successfully hatch it, nor could he even ride a dragon. Despite possessing Targaryen blood, many families throughout the dynasty's extensive history had acquired dragon lord bloodlines through marriage, not solely the Baratheons. Moreover, historical accounts indicated that even Targaryens occasionally struggled to hatch or ride dragons. Thus, he casually tucked the egg into the pocket of his clothing, deciding to further investigate its potential upon returning. His cerulean eyes then fell upon the last remaining item beside him, a bundle of silken red strands entwined with silver golden hair. As he picked it up, its texture was smooth and supple, as if freshly cut from the head of a beautiful woman. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an inscription on the red silk, and as he read the words, he was momentarily taken aback. "I like men who can sing." As the words registered in his mind, it felt as though a playful female voice whispered mischievously in his ear. In an instant, the strands of hair transformed into a shimmering amalgam of gold and silver motes, akin to a swarm of silver golden fireflies, which floated gently from his palm. The soft glow emitted by the fireflies dispelled the surrounding darkness, casting a flickering light upon Blaine's face. Ultimately, as these luminescent specks ascended to align with his line of sight, they converged, tenderly kissing his forehead before vanishing. Simultaneously, a notification accompanied by a surge of related memories emerged in his mind. "You have acquired the profession, Bard." Chapter 51. Rumors and Secret Passages. A deluge of memories involving various musical instruments flooded his consciousness. Flutes, ancient harps, violins, hand drums, seemingly encompassing every instrument found in Westeros. Additionally, vivid scenes of singing in bustling taverns and streets intertwined with melodies he had casually heard in his past life, which now re-emerged vividly. This influx of memories was overwhelmingly vast. Seated beside the dragon skull in darkness, Blaine felt as if his mind were swelling. However, the memories came swiftly and retreated just as quickly, merging seamlessly with his existing recollections, as though he had lived them firsthand. He extended his fingers, and, as he did, Blaine sensed a profound transformation within himself. Yet, before he could fully grasp this newfound awareness, his once steady heartbeat quickened, the rhythmic thumping resonating like a drum in his ears, echoing loudly in the stillness of the dungeon. "You have acquired the profession trait, musical sensitivity." As his heart raced, a peculiar tingling sensation coursed through his ears, yet his mind remained remarkably clear, leaving him in a state of dazed awareness. Gradually, he began to perceive sounds previously inaudible, the scurrying of mice within the walls, the buzzing of insects flitting through the dark, a faint cold breeze seeping from a corner of the dungeon, and hurried footsteps approaching from an unknown source. Feeling the shift around him, Blaine instinctively glanced down at himself. Race level, LV1. As if information, eternally unchanged, floated forth, devoid of any other attributes, Lancel's heart was heavy with resignation. The system he possessed was remarkably rudimentary, and accessing information was far from straightforward. For instance, at present, when he gazed at himself, he could discern only his physical condition. To acquire comprehensive information, he would have to seek out a mirror to scrutinize his visage or engage in a gaze with his own eyes. Contemplating this, he rose to his feet, casting a final glance at the desolate floor beneath him, before striding towards the exit of the cellar. He was but 5 years old. 7 hells. How could you possibly lose a child of that tender age? And you dare to claim he wandered off on his own? Pray tell, how could he have done that? The throne room erupted with furious curses, the sound reverberating through the vast hall, resonant and tremulous. I ought to summon 2 toothless old crones to serve as guards. Indeed, that would be prudent. At the very least, they would not misplace my little brother. You two are nothing but useless dolts, incapable of accomplishing anything. The bellowing was accompanied by a chorus of gentle reassurances and a resounding clash of chairs being kicked aside. Some servants passing by the hall could not help but quicken their pace, and even the 2 fully armored knights stationed at the entrance swallowed nervously, as if fearing the long-erupting volcano behind them might spill over. Lord Robert Baratheon's younger brother, Lancel, had mysteriously vanished during a leisurely stroll within the castle, and the two guards assigned to escort and protect him could offer no clues beyond an encounter with a black cat. This incident transpired early this morning, and now, as the clock struck midnight, the child remained unfound. The Red Keep was vast, yet despite the exhaustive searches conducted by hundreds of personnel, nothing had been discovered. The soon-to-be crowned king was incensed, initially berating the two guards before dispatching others to intensify the search. Even the dungeons of the Red Keep were scoured, yet no leads emerged, save for a laundress who claimed to have seen a child sprinting towards the direction of the Maideness Tower. However, within that rectangular fortress, no trace of a child was found, as every conceivable location was thoroughly examined. The Handess Tower, Maegor's Holdfast, the White Sword Tower, and the Godswood. Ser Barristan Selmy of the King's Guard even mentioned the dungeons, stating that the boy had once expressed interest in the dragon bones housed there. Yet his subsequent search yielded no results. A living soul had vanished without a trace. Such occurrences were common in the slums of King's Landing, but were decidedly abnormal within the royal castle of the Red Keep. The multitude of nobles present in the capital could not help but spread whispers about the commotion. Speculation abounded that an enemy assassin had infiltrated the Red Keep to abduct the child, while others theorized that the assassin might have been one of their own, striking at an opportune moment. There were even those who believed it to be the vengeful spirits of Prince Rhaegar's slain wife and children, seeking retribution for their torment in life by targeting the usurper's kin. This last theory gained some traction among the nobility, for unlike other conjectures, it was bolstered by tangible evidence: the black cat. The two guards had been attacked by a black cat, and in the blink of an eye, the Baratheon boy had vanished. While it seemed inconsequential, many nobles were well acquainted with the Red Keep from the prior reign, and most remembered that Prince Rhaegar's daughter, the little princess of Targaryen blood, had owned a black cat named Valyrian. Furthermore, folklore associated black cats with witches and phantoms, inciting a wave of anxiety among the young noble women, some of whom vowed to their companions never to wander the Red Keep for fear of encountering the restless dead. Yet, when fresh news emerged, they were met with disappointment. The lad named Lancel had been found, or rather, he had emerged of his own volition, from none other than the very Red Keep that had been searched repeatedly. Some were incredulous, struggling to fathom how a place that had been scoured so thoroughly could still harbor someone unseen. Robert Baratheon, still seething with rage, and his courtiers even suspected that this was merely a pretext of a 5-year-old's fabrication, perhaps masking a deeper truth. However, when confronted in the throne room, the child staunchly denied such allegations, producing a rehearsed defense. There are secret passages within this castle. I accidentally stumbled upon a switch and fell inside, which is why you cannot find me. Upon hearing this, the gathered assembly exchanged glances of astonishment. The kingdom's master of whispers, the eunuch known as Varys, narrowed his eyes, then inquired softly, his curiosity piqued, "And where precisely is this secret passage, child?" "I forgot where I fell in," Lancel replied, turning to him with an innocent expression. "But there is a secret passage." Chapter 52. The Vanished Lancel. Legends of hidden secrets within the Red Keep had circulated for ages, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. The castle's construction began during the reign of Aegon the Conqueror and was not completed until the reign of the third Targaryen king. Maegor Targaryen. King Maegor, often referred to as Maegor the Cruel, was notorious for his brutal deeds, one of which involved ordering the execution of all the craftsmen who participated in the castle's construction once it was completed. No one knew his reasons, but astute minds could surmise that he sought to conceal something. Thus, if indeed secret passages existed within the castle, it would not be entirely surprising. However, to hear such a claim from a child's lips, without any concrete evidence, naturally bred skepticism. Yet skepticism aside, the fact that a mere 5-year-old child could vanish within the castle for an entire day without detection spoke volumes. When Lancel voiced this claim, the previously furious Robert's attention was abruptly diverted, and the nearby Lord John Arryn, the Warden of the East, inquired into Lancel's approximate whereabouts. Engaging in discussions with other ministers regarding the matter, the portly figure of the Master of Whispers, particularly attentive to Lancel, actively participated in the conversation, and none could discern any irregularity from his countenance. "He certainly knows how to maintain a facade," Lancel mused. His knowledge of the Red Keep's secret passages stemmed from a poorly conceived television series he had once watched, but he retained this particular detail due to the presence of Varys, the so-called spider, not far away. If memory served correctly, it seemed that only Varys knew of those passages, which allowed him to eavesdrop on many clandestine affairs. Yet now, this man appeared to be an unconcerned bystander, his demeanor impeccably innocent, almost convincing enough to evoke sympathy. Lancel, thus began to ponder certain thoughts, but at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with a more pressing question. Why had he not been discovered? After being interrogated in the throne room, he was escorted back to his quarters within the castle by the White Cloak Knight, Barristan. Along the way, Lions of Lannister casually inquired, "Sir Barristan, I hear you sought me out in the cellar?" "Indeed, my child," replied the knight. "I recalled your keen interest in dragons, and thought perhaps you might venture there on your own." He could not help but ask, "Is it truly a secret passage?" "Of course," Lancel nodded. "It is dark and filthy. Just look at me." The knight cast a brief glance at Lancel, noting the deep green velvet coat and trousers, which were indeed coated with black dust, far from the remnants one would find in a dilapidated structure. "It is regrettable that you do not recall the exact location." The White Cloak Knight sighed, feeling a sense of unease. He harbored a firm belief in the boy's honesty. Lancel appeared far too astute to utter falsehoods, and the events of the day could only be elucidated by the presence of a secret passage. However, if such a passage did exist, as a member of the Kingsguard, Barristan felt a profound sensitivity towards this matter, believing that if a hidden passage were to exist unbeknownst to him, it would be a dereliction of duty. Having served 2 kings before Robert, he pondered the possibility that the monarchs he once safeguarded may have faced threats due to such a passage. Thus, Barristan's spirits grew somewhat somber, and Lancel remained silent, mulling over the knight's earlier statement. He had indeed searched the cellar, yet found no trace of himself. Lancel furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although hiding amidst a pile of bones was rather concealed, it seemed implausible that one could not be noticed if actively sought. Moreover, the substantial bones had shattered, and it appeared he had not detected it. Had they only broken upon his return? The two, each lost in their own thoughts, traversed the remainder of the path in relative silence. They proceeded along the cobblestone road towards the central area of the castle, and soon the structure known as Maegor's Holdfast came into view. Named after the brutal Maegor, the builder was self-evident. It served as the residence for the royal family throughout the ages, a veritable castle within a castle, a colossal square fortress with towering, robust walls, and a dry moat adorned with metal spikes for protection. At that moment, the drawbridge over the moat had been lowered, and 2 guards at the entrance bowed to the White Cloak Knight, who returned the gesture before leading Lancel inside. Upon entering the ground-level hall, they ascended through the building, ultimately arriving at a room with a stone floor covered in a light green carpet, his residence for quite some time. The White Cloak Knight then took his leave, and as he shut the thick oak door with a creak, Lancel momentarily set aside his other thoughts and instinctively reached into his pocket to touch the egg-shaped object within. Upon his return, he had been preoccupied with the various individuals outside, leaving him little time to ponder the significance of his recent acquisition. He remained uncertain of how this egg might be utilized, yet it was undoubtedly one of his few exceptional possessions. In addition to the egg, he also wore a bronze ring capable of being used thrice around his neck, and beneath his bed lay a wooden chest concealing half of a peculiar bone, which seemed unnecessary at the moment. Contemplating, he took several steps towards a silvered mirror hanging beneath golden brocade on the side of the room, his gaze fixated upon it. Race level, LV1. Class bar, class level, novice. Class trait, sensitive to melody. Knowledge acquired, heraldry LV7, swimming LV6, archery LV5. Knowledge acquired, poison crafting LV5, dagger mastery LV5. Fishing LV2, horsemanship LV2, LV1 omitted. Derived traits, spirit heraldry, siren's breath, homing bait. As he gazed intently, a cascade of information emerged from the mirror like mist. This mechanism of manifestation was peculiar. It appeared to reveal itself upon the surface of the mirror, yet any attempt to touch it with his hand met with nothingness, causing the fog-like words to dissipate entirely. Lancel surmised that these inscriptions were not truly existent, but rather reflections of his own thoughts, as he could perceive such information even without a mirror, merely a matter of quantity. That perception felt as if his own ideas coalesced in his mind, rather than being presented in the guise before him. He was well accustomed to this phenomenon and paid it little mind, his attention drawn to the traits appearing beneath the class title, which piqued his curiosity. The emergence of a previously unknown class category could not be overlooked. Although Lancel held little interest in the bard profession of singing for a living, the traits derived from it commanded his attention. At present, it seemed this class was merely at the novice level, and he wondered if actively advancing in this profession would yield new traits. Unlike skills and knowledge that became increasingly challenging to elevate with higher levels, this class appeared relatively easy to progress, given its current status as the most elementary. Simultaneously, he found himself contemplating the implications behind such a classification. If bard was a profession, then what of knights, scholars, sailors, even wizards? It appeared that the golden finger he possessed concealed many yet undiscovered facets. As Lancel pondered, he suddenly frowned, directing his gaze towards the fireplace in the distance. His heightened hearing allowed him to discern peculiar sounds, seemingly the scraping of saws against the ground emanating from behind the hearth. Chapter 53. The Young Nobleman. Be obedient. Young Master Lancel, you're quite filthy. Come now, first remove your clothes. Look, the water is warm, not cold at all. In a certain room within Maegor's Holdfast, a conversation unfolded between a maid and her young master. Removing my clothes is fine, but I do not require your assistance in bathing. The boy's voice was filled with childish innocence, tinged with the amusing affectations typical of a child attempting to sound grown-up. I can wash myself. You won't wash properly by yourself, young master. Be obedient, there is no need to be shy. The young maid's voice followed, soothing and gentle. Seemingly well-versed in the art of caring for children, yet the boy before her appeared unyielding to such persuasion. Who is being shy? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? The tone carried a hint of displeasure, yet it quickly shifted. However, you may help me unfasten this button. It is tied too tightly and is covered in dust. The maid complied, followed by a flurry of rustling sounds, but soon the boy's discontented voice rang out once more. I asked you to unfasten the button, not my trousers. I said I could do it myself. Then allow me to unfasten the button for you, young master. My apologies, the maid hastily replied. What is your name? The boy inquired. Belina, young Master Lancel. I am called Belina. Very well, Belina. Now take my clothing outside and close the door tightly. I shall bathe by myself. If you find yourselves with idle time, feel free to seek out some amusement. We shall remain outside, Lord Larys, should you require our assistance. No need, leave at once. The quintessential demeanor of a spoiled aristocrat caused a certain rotund eavesdropper to shake his head, concluding that the ensuing sounds of splashing water and footsteps, followed by the creaking of a door, rendered further listening unnecessary. He stealthily maneuvered away from the dark wall ahead, pondering that his concerns had been unfounded and his suspicions overly acute. However, just as he was about to depart, the child, who had been crouched in the bathing tub, suddenly cast a glance in his direction, surveying the unused hearth that had been abandoned due to the oppressive summer heat, his expression contemplative. His heightened sense of hearing, sharpened after recent experiences, detected some unusual noises behind the hearth. Though somewhat unexpected, this revelation was not altogether surprising. After all, he had unveiled a certain individual's secret, or rather, a crucial trump card, thereby inevitably drawing attention. Yet, he had not anticipated such swiftness from the other party. When the Kingsguard, Barristan, accompanied him back to Maegor's Holdfast, numerous individuals within the throne room were still engaged in discussions regarding the secret passage he had mentioned. However, mere moments after he arrived at Maegor's Holdfast, the very individual who was supposed to be attending the meeting in the throne room rushed over, which was indeed quite unforeseen. Initially, Larys was on high alert, suspecting that this individual might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps even contemplating murder to silence him. Thus, he cautiously withdrew to a corner by the hearth, hidden from view, ready to strike first should the situation turn dire, regardless of who it might be. Yet, after a considerable time had elapsed without the activation of any traps or similar sounds, only silence prevailed until the arriving maids brought in bathing water, and still, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Consequently, Larys came to understand the intentions of the hidden figure, followed by a wave of instinctive repulsion, shaking his head unconsciously once the individual departed. Indeed, there was a reason why spiders were not welcomed. Muttering to himself, he recalled matters concerning the kingdom's master of whisperers, only to realize his memories were rather hazy. It seemed that this information broker, akin to an octopus, had once held allegiance to a potential dragon mother who had yet to be born, only to later plot against her due to her tyranny, culminating in his decapitation. The timeline of that drama was notably extensive, and the latter parts featuring this character were woefully scant. Larry struggled to remember what had transpired before he had rescued a certain dwarf through the secret passage. Was it for the nation or the people? This impression struck him as peculiar, as he had heard that Varys was not a native of Westeros, but hailed from a free trading city on the neighboring continent, where slavery still prevailed. He felt that if such a mindset truly existed, it would be unlikely for him to traverse such a great distance to realize his ambitions. With scant memories, he decided to bury such thoughts deep within and temporarily disregarded the situation at the hearth. Leaning back against the small wooden tub behind him, he embraced the comforting warmth of the water enveloping him. With a contented sigh, his azure eyes unwittingly wandered around the room. The chamber was modest yet elegant, adorned with exquisite tapestries and furniture, the cold hearth meticulously cleaned, and a feather bed capable of accommodating 3 adults dominated the center of the space. Draped with sea blue silk curtains and featuring intricately carved oak bedposts depicting deer and birds. Directly ahead, a protruding stone balcony boasted large windows, their light curtains swaying gently in the cool evening breeze, while a round table and stool were positioned near the window, upon which lay several neatly stacked parchment books, all of which Lares had been instructed to bring and read by Maester Crescent before departing from Storm's End. What pleased Lares most was the presence of a tidy, dry marble toilet, its entrance located in the corner near the main door, even the brown wooden door adorned with charming floral carvings. Overall, this room was far more exquisite than his chamber in Storm's End, and barring the recent discovery, the environment was quite soothing. Thus, Lares shut his eyes. Despite the fact that less than a day had passed on the surface, the reality he faced was vastly different, the prolonged journey having left his spirit utterly fatigued. Coupled with the recent intrigues among these individuals, he yearned to empty his mind of all thoughts and simply enjoy a comforting bath. Alas, despite the warmth of the water surrounding him, his mind remained restless. The realities, or perhaps illusions, from the ordeal, the bizarre storm, his own transformations, a certain capricious woman, the anomalies that had evaded discovery in the cellar, and that egg, all flooded his thoughts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the bed not far away, beneath the silk pillow of the feather bed. A glimmer of gold became apparent as he focused his attention upon it, causing the dark-haired boy in the tub to instinctively stroke his chin. How to utilize it? Should he devise a means to hatch it? At such a size, the prospects seemed bleak. Contemplating this, he resolved to inquire the following day about the whereabouts of a library within the castle, to investigate if records existed regarding the existence or hatching of dragon eggs of such dimensions. If precedents were found, he would attempt to hatch it. If not, turning back to his thoughts, his chaotic musings slowly drifted, and the sensations around him began to lull him into a state of drowsiness. Ultimately, his eyelids grew heavy, and he quietly slipped into slumber within the wooden tub. Lares dreamt of a time long past, finding himself in a restaurant where a silver-haired waitress approached him to inquire what he desired to eat. He ordered a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chapter 54, Bloodletting. Despite his determination to clarify matters regarding the dragon egg the following day, upon awakening, Lares found himself devoid of any desire to rise. His diminutive form sank deep into the soft embrace of the feather bed, his azure eyes unfocused as they gazed at the gently swaying sea blue curtains above. He felt as though he were clad in nothing at all. Upon touching himself, he confirmed this indeed to be the case. Lares was baffled as to how he had ended up in bed. His last memory was of bathing, followed by a heavy slumber. How could he have slept so soundly with that hearth there? Silently chastising his own carelessness, Lares soon felt a throbbing headache. Not merely a mild discomfort, but a genuine ache. Additionally, his throat felt parched, his nose somewhat congested, and he sensed an overall lack of strength. Had he caught a chill? A cold? The boy lying in bed could not help but frown. Then he raised his arm to inspect his little hands. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply. A traverser of realms, to perish from a fever would surely be a jest. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he surveyed his surroundings before laboriously extending his arm to ring the gilded bell atop the bedside table. The clear chime rang out, and shortly thereafter, a dark-haired maid hurried into the room. Upon noticing the boy's condition, she rushed out the door in search of the maester to provide treatment. In this era, even a common cold could prove fatal, particularly for frail children. The medical conditions were severely limited. Even the offspring of kings faced great difficulty in reaching adulthood, let alone the common folk and farmers. Fortunately, when Lancel was born, he had the good fortune of timely medical attention when he fell ill. Before long, an elderly man named Maester Pycelle, with a balding head and a neatly groomed white beard, entered the room carrying a medical kit. Under Lancel's wide-eyed gaze, he extracted a wriggling black leech with silver tongs. "What do you intend to do?" Lancel exclaimed. "Bloodletting is not a common practice, yet it is surprisingly effective. However, you are still too young, my child, for formal bloodletting. Thus, I must resort to the leech. Do not fret. It is not as dreadful as it seems. But I have merely caught a chill. Why must I undergo bloodletting?" Lancel queried in astonishment. He had experienced colds before at Storm's End, but at those times, Maester Crescent mostly prescribed him potions, which, although seemingly ineffective, were not as extreme as the current situation. "This is indeed necessary. We all know that illness stems from the body's humors. Fear not, child. It will not be long before you are restored to health." "I refuse this," Lancel retorted incredulously. who employs bloodletting to treat a cold. This seems utterly unreliable. If memory serves, a certain founding president of a superpower perished from bloodletting. Good child. This will only cause a slight discomfort and will not be too painful. Now, come here. The old man disregarded the boy's protests and lifted Lancel's arm, preparing to apply the leech. In response, Lancel quickly withdrew his arm and narrowed his eyes at the white-bearded elder, threatening, "Should you dare place that upon my arm, I shall inform Lord Robert that you are harassing my maid." The remark made the elder shudder, his moist eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the boy. How can you speak thus to an elder? Such behavior is not polite. As a maester who had served 3 kings, he believed he had the right to demand respect. Say what you will. If you dare to proceed, I shall raise an outcry, Lancel replied dryly. The old town's citadel had cultivated a class of scholars that spanned the entire continent of Westeros, aiding local nobility in governance. Those who assisted the king were known as maesters, and there was only one per region. The maester was responsible for the health of the king and his family, managing raven correspondence, and could attend meetings of state, making him a significant figure in the kingdom. It was a role suited only for those of great repute. However, if memory served, this elderly maester, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, was rumored to frequent brothels, thus casting doubt on his character. The child's tantrum seemed rather unreasonable, prompting the old maester to concede. After prescribing several potions, he instructed a servant to bring a brazier for warmth and hurriedly concluded the treatment with a few cautions. After such a commotion, Lancel found himself lacking faith in the potions provided. When the maester departed, he poured the concoctions into a chamber pot and then prepared to huddle under the covers to sweat it out. Feeling utterly drained, he had his lunch in bed, where a servant set a small table beside him, and 3 neatly dressed maids brought forth platters of aromatic dishes. There was crispy white bread, vegetable salad, fried sweet corn cakes, crab pies, roasted lamb with leeks, and baked beans with bacon. The abundance of food, after a prolonged diet of fish broth, left Lancel momentarily overwhelmed, though his appetite was quite diminished. After being fed a couple of strawberries by a brown-haired maid, he felt unable to eat more, yet reminded himself that one must eat well when ill. Thus, he forced down a small piece of soft bread and half a corn cake before signaling for them to leave, sinking into the feather bed and drifting into a deep slumber. For 3 consecutive days, this sudden illness gradually subsided. During this time, his elder brother Robert visited, though he departed quickly, clearly preoccupied with numerous matters, while his second brother Stannis remained absent. It was said that Stannis was occupied at the port of King's Landing, diligently preparing a fleet to assault Dragonstone, the last bastion of the remnants of House Targaryen. Indeed, despite the capital being seized, the Targaryen family had not been entirely eradicated. The former king's queen and their royal fleet had hastily retreated to Dragonstone before the fall of King's Landing. All of this was of little concern to Lancel. As his health improved, he redirected his focus to the closed fireplace in his room. The matter of the dragon egg was not urgent. It was securely hidden and could not simply vanish, having only recently emerged from the confines of the narrative. He intended to rest for a while and had no immediate plans to venture outside the Red Keep to acquire the source of the other scent he had detected. Although he considered grinding levels for his newly acquired profession, he recognized that it was a long-term endeavor that did not require immediate action. Thus, after enjoying his first breakfast post-illness, he dove into the narrow fireplace and began to explore. His small frame allowed him to maneuver within the spacious chimney, but initially, he found nothing. It was only after several attempts, relying on his keen hearing, that he detected a hint of something amiss. He pressed a stone in the chimney's upper corner, causing the wall beside the fireplace to creak and reveal a dark, yawning passage. A chill emanated from within the opening as Lancel hurried to fetch a candle, then crawled into the passage. However, he soon returned, a grimace of frustration on his face. Why construct a secret passage only to turn it into a maze? He muttered, extinguishing the candle with a breath and feeling for the switch he had just discovered, thus sealing the entrance once more. Lancel crouched before the fireplace, lost in thought. Despite the rigorous search underway in the Red Keep due to his previous comments, it appeared that none of the servants had yet discovered the true entrance to this secret passage. Initially, he had claimed the existence of a passage merely to evade his brother Robert's inquiries and to provide himself with a plausible excuse for his whereabouts. However, the more he engaged with the idea, the more significant it became, reaching a point where it must be addressed. Previously, Lancel had contemplated whether he could utilize the passage. After all, if it led outside the Red Keep, it would afford him greater freedom during his confinement. However, he now deemed this passage a severe threat. At present, his paramount concern was to grow up safely, Everything else, be it the potential titles he might attain in the future, the longevity of House Baratheon, or even the exploration of enigmatic powers, was secondary. This secret passage was a considerable risk, for it seemed to connect with every room within Maegor's Holdfast. Even if Lancel were to vacate this chamber, he could not escape its reach, and with Maegor's Holdfast being the safest place within the Red Keep, he pondered the dangers posed by the other structures beyond it. Larys did not believe he could depart from the Red Keep, or even King's Landing, in the near future. Thus, he might very well reside here for an extended period. He contemplated eliminating the one who possessed knowledge of the secret passage, thereby monopolizing this clandestine information. Yet he could not guarantee that only Varys was privy to it. Therefore, the most effective and swift solution to mitigate the threat at present was to expose this newfound discovery to the public eye, ensuring that everyone became aware of it. However, the method of revelation required careful consideration. This situation differed from that at Windy Hill. There, he had no reservations, as everyone was familiar. But the intricate power dynamics of King's Landing and the Red Keep were far more complex, and relationships with the Baratheon family could hardly be deemed friendly. He was still quite young, and a mere cold had already overwhelmed him, making him reluctant to draw further attention, particularly regarding the matter of the secret passage, which he had already mentioned once. Thus, Larys found himself in a state of hesitation. But upon discovering that a pair of twin neighbors had suddenly moved into the Maegor's Holdfast, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Chapter 55. The Twins of House Redwine. The newcomers were a pair of orange-haired twin boys, one named Horace Redwine and the other called Hobber Redwine. It was evident that they hailed from the Redwine family of the Arbor, or more precisely, they were the two sons of the current Redwine Lord. Due to their youth and the overwhelming presence of individuals within the Red Keep, they had been assigned residence in Maegor's Holdfast. Upon their arrival, the twins wept and wailed, their cries unmistakable. With his keen sense of hearing, Larys discerned that one of them had apparently sustained a facial scratch from a black cat after entering the Red Keep. Rumor had it that the injury was not severe, merely a disfigurement, yet the affected boy seemed relentless in his lamentations, as if half of Maegor's Holdfast could hear him. Seven save me! How could they possess such loud voices? Not only were they boisterous, but their tempers were equally formidable. As a servant passed by, murmurs of gossip ensued, and even while seated on the balcony, Larys could catch snippets of their conversation. I recalled a midwife from my countryside home, whose cries while working were louder than those of the women giving birth. I remembered once, she frightened a woman from the neighboring village. If only all the noble young lords were as quiet as Lord Larys, though they too occasionally exhibited fits of temper. Indeed, the little fellow had his merits, though he was somewhat prone to shyness. As the whispers gradually faded, Larys selectively ignored the remarks regarding himself, instead pondering the useful information within. Ultimately, he cast his gaze toward the nearby fireplace, stroking his chin in contemplation. That night, the newly settled twin brothers, deep in slumber, were abruptly roused by a series of chilling sounds, intermittently punctuated by what seemed to be the cries of a child, mingled with the sinister laughter reminiscent of a gargoyle. The eerie noises were low, yet distinct, yet their source remained elusive. Consequently, one of the shorter orange-haired twins was so terrified that he cried and wet his bed, while the slightly taller one screamed and bolted from the room, shouting about ghosts. Maegor's Holdfast was soon filled with commotion, and by the time someone had calmed the two twins, it was well past midnight, and dawn was imminent. Despite the number of agitated individuals, no one paid heed to the ghostly tales spun by the little ones, merely attributing their fright to nightmares or the discomfort of a new environment. However, when the clock struck midnight the following night, the twins erupted into panic once more, crying out for home and insisting they could not stay there any longer. The servant tasked with their care conferred with the castle's steward, but the rooms within the fortress were largely occupied. To relocate the twins, it would require sending someone to tidy up some neglected towers. Otherwise, they would not have been placed in this royal residence. Thus, the elder could only choose to continue soothing the two young lords, ultimately managing to fulfill this duty, albeit with difficulty. On the third day, after breakfast, Larys feigned a leisurely stroll and found the two seemingly wilted twin boys in a courtyard by the fountain. Approaching them with curiosity, he inquired, "Did you truly see a ghost?" On the morning following the twins' arrival, the steward had arranged for them to meet, so they were somewhat acquainted. Indeed, the sound was frightful. The taller, orange-haired boy replied, his voice quavering, while the shorter one shrank back at the recollection, only to shake his chubby fist in indignation. His freckled face contorted in anger. "Even if it were a ghost, let me see it. Otherwise, I will make it feel the wrath of my father." Larys responded with a gasp, then glanced at a group of guards not far off, whispering, "I doubt it was a ghost." This statement left the two similarly featured boys momentarily stunned. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? It must be a person, Lares asserted. You see, you're unaware. But this castle harbors numerous secrets, including hidden passages within the walls. Hidden passages? The irate shorter boy wrinkled his nose. My father says only rats dig tunnels. Does the king's abode truly have secret passages? Of course, Lares nodded. Just the other day, I fell into one. It was dark but quite spacious. I suspect someone is using this passage to frighten you. Why would they want to frighten us? The shorter boy asked, bewildered. How would I know? I don't believe you. The taller boy shook his head, insisting, it must be a ghost. How could it possibly be a person? You live not far from Old Town. Surely you've heard the scholars there say that such supernatural beings do not exist? Lares countered. At this, he scoffed, but whether you believe it or not, I intend to find that hidden passage. They may not believe my words, but once I uncover it, I shall earn their respect. And then they'll owe me a plethora of splendid gifts. You understand, discovering something unknown to everyone is a remarkable achievement. This declaration caused the twin brothers to exchange glances. Is it truly a person? Is there genuinely a hidden passage? They asked in unison. Indeed, it is so. There are individuals in the hidden passage, Lares affirmed, then, suddenly, with enthusiasm asked, so what do you say? Would you like to join me in the search? Why should we join? They queried. What is in it for us? Incentives? Lares pretended to ponder. The benefit is that I will gain credit, and you will have the opportunity to apprehend the one who frightens you. Do you genuinely believe it is a person? The shorter boy reiterated. Of course. I refuse to accept that ghosts exist, as the scholars assert. I'll join. Without waiting for Lares to finish, the boy clenched his small fist and nodded, his freckled face set in determination. The taller orange-haired boy, meanwhile, cast a curious glance and asked, you mentioned credit. Is there truly credit to be earned? Absolutely. This is the Red Keep, the residence of the king. If I uncover a secret unknown even to the king, that would be monumental, Lares declared, feigning seriousness as he revealed another ulterior motive. However, if we wish to catch the one who frightens you, we cannot immediately disclose our findings, even if we locate the hidden passage. Why not? Have you ever heard the saying that disturbing a pile of grass may awaken the snakes hidden within? If we were to uncover such a secret and divulge it, that person would undoubtedly cease to reappear. Thus, upon discovering the secret passage, we should discreetly inform my elder brother, Robert, urging him to apprehend the culprit. My brother possesses remarkable skills. This way, we can secure both glory and capture that impostor. Of course, the accolades will belong to me, and you must not attempt to claim them. The dark-haired boy's words suggested a certain admiration for Robert, yet deep within, he harbored a profound distrust towards him. If that rough-and-tumble brother were truly dependable, he wouldn't have resorted to such convoluted schemes. He could simply have reported the matter directly, perhaps contemplating how best to present himself as a child in the process. Comparatively, the second brother, Stannis, though somewhat surly, at least wouldn't indulge in drunken ramblings. But regrettably, he had been absent of late. Why should it belong solely to you? The diminutive boy unwittingly followed Lancel into a corner. Naturally, it is mine, else whose could it be? Lancel feigned displeasure in his response, causing the other's face to flush, appearing somewhat vexed, while the taller boy interjected. We can search for it ourselves. This assertion momentarily startled Lancel, who then furrowed his brow. You would be unable to find it on your own. Why not? The small boy, now fully aware, retorted playfully. Why should you be able to find it while we cannot? Because I have fallen into it before. Everyone knows that. We are unaware of that, and we shall search regardless. Indeed, we shall pursue it, and once we find it, the glory and that impostor will be ours. They proclaimed, making faces at Lancel before scampering away in laughter. They dashed off with great speed, seemingly unable to contain their excitement. Lancel scratched his head, sensing a bit of trouble brewing. Although he had intentionally provoked them, it was merely a prelude. He hadn't anticipated their impulsive reactions. His original plan had been to involve himself, making all previous statements seem reasonable. He had envisioned casually wandering with these two and then inadvertently stumbling upon some clues. After discovering said clues, he intended to provoke them further, encouraging them to abandon him and pursue their own paths, thereby extricating himself from the situation. Or, should he find himself unable to do so, he would at least have two scapegoats, significantly alleviating his burden. Instead, they had turned against him directly. Chapter 56. The winds of change. Though he sensed that these two youngsters were a tad too hasty, Lancel resolved to adhere to the original plan, reasoning that it was not a dire matter. However, such thoughts vanished entirely once events unfolded, leading Lancel to a stark realization of what mischievous children truly embody. Shortly after their conversation, the two children, in a bout of indoor play, unwittingly discovered a secret passage hidden behind the headboard wall. Yet, the seemingly audacious twins were soon reduced to tears, frightened by the inky darkness that lay within. In such a state, they could hardly recall Lancel's previous admonitions, and their panicked screams summoned the guards, revealing the entrance to the secret passage within Maegor's holdfast hall. Maegor had ordered the execution of all the craftsmen who constructed the Red Keep. We should have anticipated this. The Duke of Tywin remarked to his 3 brothers upon learning of the incident. How did those 2 children stumble upon the passage? They accidentally triggered a switch while playing. The youngest brother, Gildain Lannister, chuckled. I heard they even demanded credit from Robert for their discovery, declaring it a grand accomplishment. I am quite curious how our Lord Redwyne has managed to raise such amusing sons. Indeed, it is a significant achievement. The other brother, Tygat Lannister, snorted disdainfully. I am more curious as to how our Lord Robert intends to reward these 2 rascals from the Reach. Lord Redwyne is hardly inclined to send his sons as hostages. That is of no concern to us for the time being. The Duke's second brother, Kevin, remarked, casting a glance at their quietly listening elder brother. I have heard that Stark has taken his men to Dorne. For his sister? Beyond that, I cannot conceive of any other reason, Kevin suggested, implying that Rhaegar had abducted the wolf girl long ago, and whatever was destined to transpire had likely already occurred. This could represent an opportunity. Our dear niece is not inferior to any maiden, provided Robert. That is unlikely. His brother, Gildain, frowned. I have heard that our Lord Robert is infatuated with that Stark girl. Infatuated to the extent that he cannot resist visiting brothels every other day. Tygat, with his brilliant golden hair, scoffed. I have also heard he has an illegitimate daughter in the Vale. That merely indicates he possesses considerable vigor in certain respects, though it does not necessarily impede his affections. What lord does not have an illegitimate child or 2? Gildain added, suddenly recalling something. He added, except for our elder brother. The subject of their discourse merely cast a silent glance at his younger brother, then calmly stated, I have some thoughts regarding Cersei, but for now, we should focus on Jaime. Since Robert intends to claim the Iron Throne, the King's Guard from the previous reign may no longer be of significance. The King's Guard is a prestigious position, responsible for protecting the king, sworn to lifelong celibacy. And entering the order signifies a renunciation of previous status and rights in exchange for a lifetime of honor in white robes. However, not everyone is eager to pursue such an honor. At least, Duke Tywin has long been dissatisfied with his heir being appointed as a Kingsguard by the Mad King. Having only one competent son, that appointment implies he must relinquish the inheritance of House Lannister of the Westerlands, which is evidently a malicious maneuver. Within King's Landing, numerous nobles abound, each with their own aspirations and demands. Victors prepare to share in the spoils, while the vanquished seek to salvage their losses. The transformations wrought by war are capable of altering the fate of entire families, let alone instigating regime change. Yet, amidst the undercurrents, the matter of the secret passage within the Red Keep still captivated their attention. The Tully family from the Riverlands, the Tyrell family from the Reach, the Lannisters of the Westerlands, the Aarons of the Vale, and their respective vassals, all families of a certain stature, could not afford to overlook this event. Some even breaking into a cold sweat at the thought. Whispers of the secret passage within Maegor's holdfast had previously circulated, yet they garnered little attention due to the lack of clues and sufficient evidence to substantiate them. However, the truth now lay before them, demanding their utmost consideration. In truth, the secret passage within Maegor's holdfast was not particularly alarming, as it served as the royal residence, aside from a few great nobles with familial ties to the crown. Most nobles did not perceive any connection between themselves and Maegor's holdfast. However, if a secret passage could be found even within the most significant part of the Red Keep, what about elsewhere? The Hand's Tower, the Throne Room, the White Sword Tower, the Maiden's House, and even the Holy September within the castle. The Red Keep, as the heart of the kingdom, naturally serves as the epicenter of politics and power. Yet, it is difficult for the lords of Westeros to claim that they have no members residing or having served within these walls. Countless political decisions, myriad conspiracies, poisonings, betrayals, and sordid power struggles abound. While most individuals maintain a facade in public, who would dare to don a mask within the sanctity of their own chamber? Let alone the secret passages that not only facilitate eavesdropping, but also grant unimpeded access to royal quarters. If even the king's abode is compromised, how much less secure are the other domains? Many are fervently eager to uncover the multitude of secrets hidden within the castle. Thus, on the day following the revelation of the secret passage, a thorough search commenced within the Red Keep. Unlike previous inspections, this one, attuned to the gravity of the situation, bore a hint of destruction. Unsurprisingly, one after another, secrets were unveiled within various edifices, leaving all who beheld the shocking truths in a state of profound agitation. The entire Red Keep seemed to have been riddled with vulnerabilities. Consequently, even before the new king had donned his crown, proposals for the reconstruction of the Red Keep lay upon the temporary council table. Overall, this incident could be deemed fortuitous, as it coincided with a period of dynastic change. Past transgressions, irrespective of their nature, would likely be rendered insignificant. Even if many sordid details came to light, they were remnants of the previous regime. And could the new king truly pursue accountability? Yet, amidst the joy of many, there were those who lamented, while the majority relished the exposure of the secret passages. One particular portly bald man, enamored with self-adornment, found himself embroiled in troubles. As the master of whisperers, it was difficult not to suspect that Varys, the enigmatic spider, had long been aware of the existence of these passages, renowned as he was for his unexpected mystique and unparalleled information-gathering prowess. Was it possible that his knowledge of the Red Keep's secret pathways was the reason for his current predicaments? If so, just how many secrets did he possess? A torrent of both overt and covert hostility was directed at the seemingly innocuous, rotund eunuch, thrusting him into a state of distress. During the previous reign, he had served as the informational minister, enjoying the favor of the Mad King, and now, despite the change in stewardship of the Red Keep, he retained his position, not due to Robert Baratheon's lack of suspicion towards a former adversary, but because Varys had demonstrably proven his worth and capability. Thus, he had managed to preserve his status. However, at this moment, he felt an unsettling disquiet. How was it that the first boy had just tumbled into the secret passage, only for another pair to be intimidated thereafter, and, subsequently discovered, had adversaries unearthed his secrets and sought to manipulate children against him? A myriad of faces flashed through Varys' mind, yet none could be confirmed. Unbeknownst to him, due to the unreliability of the twins, he had narrowly avoided stepping into a trap set by another, where the situation could have been far graver. Yet, as it stood, he found himself in a precarious predicament, grappling with how to dispel the suspicions of others, conceal his past actions, and regain the trust of the new king. Fortunately, an occurrence transpired that momentarily overshadowed his troubles and alleviated some of his burdens. The Duke of the North, Eddard Stark, was returning from Dorne en route to King's Landing, and a raven bore news that the Duke's sister, Lyanna Stark, the betrothed of Robert Baratheon, the wolf maiden who ignited war, had succumbed to illness in Dorne. This news was swiftly followed by the ensuing dilemma of the future queen. Chapter 57. An Interrupted Breakfast. Too young, and unlike the circumstances at Winterfell, no one approached Renly to inform him of this matter, so by the time he learned of it, it was already the third day since the news had arrived. Renly had been back for nearly a week, and the weight of his prolonged role had left him somewhat spiritually fatigued. Thus, aside from the incident concerning the secret passage, his days had devolved into a cycle of eating and sleeping, with little inclination to ponder much else, including the bardic profession. Surrounded by lavish feasts, he often found himself too lethargic even to partake in his meals, leading a life devoid of hardship, devoid of the hustle and bustle, and with no incessant chatter to disturb his peace, a veritable existence of languor. Of course, amidst his leisurely strolls after meals, he did attend to some pressing matters, such as poring over tomes to unravel the mystery of the dragon egg. However, the feedback he received was far from promising. He had never encountered an egg so diminutive. He had anticipated such a revelation. After all, a dragon's egg and a chicken's could hardly be expected to share similar dimensions, and if memory served him right, this egg was not meant to be this small. Given its current state, he harbored grave doubts about whether it had been irreparably damaged during his temporal travels. He pondered what its flavor might compare to that of a chicken's egg. During one of his contemplative sessions, Renly recalled the dream he had upon his return. This led him to question, could this egg be toxic? Despite these musings, the hope of hatching a dragon egg lingered in his mind, and he was reluctant to act hastily. After all, chicken eggs were plentiful, but this singular dragon egg, if consumed, would be lost forever. Thus, he began to contemplate methods for incubation, but before he could finalize his thoughts, he overheard the news of Lyanna Stark's demise at the dining table, which reminded him of another pressing issue. We must secure the support of House Lannister. Otherwise, your claim to the throne will be precarious. At the long table within the dining hall of the Red Keep, an elderly man with a balding head and a gaunt visage, known as Jon Arryn, was slicing a piece of bacon with a dagger while addressing a robust young man with dark hair seated across from him. Yet, after a considerable pause, the strikingly handsome young man remained silent, instead continuing to chew on his dry crust of bread. Noticing this, Jon Arryn could not restrain himself from speaking again. I extend my condolences regarding Lyanna, Robert, but I must remind you of the present circumstances. Spare me, Jon. I have no interest in your reminders. Robert muttered impatiently, his words muffled by the food in his mouth. Just let me enjoy my breakfast in peace. Cersei Lannister, the virgin daughter of Lord Tywin, was but 17, breathtakingly beautiful, heralded as the light of the West, yet also gentle and virtuous. Old Jon continued to speak, oblivious to Robert's reddening countenance, and before he could finish, the dark-haired youth suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, causing silverware to clash and food to scatter, making the two servants behind him flinch in alarm. I said I don't need it. Let Tywin's wretched daughter go to hell. He cursed angrily, but almost immediately he seemed to realize his outburst was excessive, tempering his ire slightly. Or perhaps you could ask Stannis if he is interested. He is my heir and eligible for a marriage alliance. I'm already betrothed. Stannis, who had quietly been consuming his breakfast, shot a cold glance at his older brother upon hearing this. A pact with House Florent of the Stormlands, established personally by our father before his passing. His tone was resolute, clearly indicating no room for negotiation. Robert cast an irritable glance at his younger brother, but chose to remain silent, redirecting his attention to the quiet figure at the end of the table, who had yet to make his presence known. Then let it be Renly. Just look at his handsome visage. He resembles me in my youth to a remarkable degree. This is utterly absurd. The elder, upon hearing this, replied with a tone of resignation. Rob, how old is Renly? For heaven's sake? 7 hells, Jon. Why not marry that Cersei? Rob impatiently interrupted, completely disregarding the darkening expression of his adoptive father. That way, you might gain a couple more heirs. Do I need to remind you, Rob? I'm already wed to Lady Lisa. The elder, somewhat annoyed, retorted. I also believe that the issue of my heirs will be resolved in due time, and I do not require your interference. Then do not meddle in my matrimonial affairs. The king's marriage is of utmost importance to the realm, but I'm not yet king. This blatant evasion incensed the hawk-nosed elder, who set down his utensils and lowered his voice to the dark-haired youth across from him, saying, Lyanna is dead, Rob. How can I make you comprehend this? She is gone. This proclamation rendered Rob, who had maintained a semblance of composure, suddenly grim, as he fixed his blue-eyed gaze on the elder for a prolonged moment before finally gritting his teeth to articulate a response. Jon, damn it, I know Lyanna is dead. Then you should. The elder's words were cut short by Rob's irate interruption. But I have declared that I will marry no one but her. I have said it countless times, so do not mention that Lannister whore in my presence. No, not a single word. I do not wish to hear it. You must hear it, unless you have no desire to sit upon the Iron Throne. To hell with the Iron Throne. Rob abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze as he pointed an accusatory finger at the elder, cursing vehemently. I have had enough, Jon. To hell with the Lannisters. If you wish to marry, do it yourself. As he ranted, he kicked his chair aside and stormed out, exclaiming, all I wanted was Lyanna, and what did I get in return for my struggles? That hideous, unforgiving chair. His curses faded into the distance, leaving the hawk-nosed elder sitting in silence, his countenance darkened. After a moment, he sighed heavily, while Stannis, expressionless, observed his brother's retreating figure, absent-mindedly slicing a piece of cheese with a silver dagger, inadvertently nicking his own finger, prompting him to frown slightly as he looked down. Casting a glance at the two remaining individuals at the table, Renly suddenly spoke up, I am full. Without waiting for a response, he hastily slid off the bench and departed, appearing almost startled. In truth, however, Renly was contemplating the resolution of a particular matter. Possessing that unique golden touch and a background of affluence, he was poised to soon attain a status far exceeding that of most. Renly had numerous plans for his future, yet he also needed to prepare for eventualities. For instance, he contemplated how to address the issue of that proverbial green hat. While he had few ideas on the matter, he had some, and given Rob's demeanor today, it was evident that he was quite resistant to the prospect of his future bride. Thus, what Renly needed to consider now was how to furnish him with an excuse for refusal. As for whether this excuse would hold any true efficacy, that would depend on its creation. Chapter 58, Scrying Magic. As Stannis' retainer, the former smuggler Davos, though not stationed in the heart of the Red Keep, was not excluded from its vicinity, residing instead in a military camp near the castle walls alongside other knights and guards of House Baratheon. Now, a knight himself, Davos' status had significantly elevated, and his extensive knowledge of ships had garnered him Stannis' favor, as the latter was in the process of assembling a fleet to assault Dragonstone. Notably, the emblem Davos chose upon becoming a knight depicted a small black ship against a gray background, with an onion motif on its sail and 2 fingers seemingly reaching down to pluck the onion, as if just having placed it aboard. When Renly found him, Davos was conversing with a young stable hand in the stables. Renly waved at him from a short distance, prompting Davos to approach swiftly. "Good morning, my lord Renly." He greeted with a bow, his demeanor markedly more deferential than others. "Do you require my assistance?" The dark-haired boy nodded, but his gaze shifted to the two Baratheon soldiers behind them. "Will, Edith, step back. I wish to discuss a secret with our Onion Knight." He spoke with a serious tone characteristic of children, eliciting slight amusement from the two soldiers. "We are quite curious about Lord Renly's secret. May we listen?" "No." The boy shook his head. The two soldiers exchanged glances, feigning a sigh as they stepped back a distance. Further away, Renly commanded. The soldiers complied, retreating even more. Although two of their comrades had recently faced punishment for losing the young lord, they now trusted Renly's assertion of secrecy and felt no need for vigilance. Moreover, as seasoned soldiers who had followed House Baratheon from Storm's End, they were familiar with Davos, who was working to resolve the food issues of Storm's End, and thus felt at ease in distancing themselves. However, Davos, the subject of their conversation, did not feel honored. Instead, he grew serious. Others might not realize it, but he understood that this boy was far from an ordinary child. This pretense clearly served a purpose. "My lord, has something occurred?" He could not help but inquire. "I recall you mentioning that you were born in Flea Bottom." Renly looked up at him, confirming Flea Bottom in King's Landing. Davos nodded. "Then you must know some locals." "Yes. Prostitutes, barbers, tavern keepers, mess hall managers, even Udo Wells. I know them all, my lord." "Then I require your assistance with a task, Davos," Renly stated solemnly, his expression starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. The middle-aged man in the black robe half-kneeled, positioning himself to listen intently. Renly began to whisper, and the more Davos listened, the wider his eyes grew, until he could no longer contain himself. "Do you have proof, my lord?" "I possess evidence, but I cannot provide it to you." "Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but slandering a noble is a grave offense, particularly against a powerful family like the Lannisters, not to mention the siblings you speak of. The charges of murdering and pillaging King's Landing would be far more serious. The Lannisters act in your brother's name. That is precisely why I say that House Baratheon should keep their distance from them. Why should we willingly take a bite of the foulest, most rancid dog excrement?" Renly replied with evident disdain. "It is already well fermented. But such slander is not the action of a respectable person, my lord. I beg your pardon. This is the truth." Renly assured him earnestly. "I swear by the Seven, this is not slander, if there is even a hint of falsehood. May I meet a wretched end." Davos, clearly unaware that Renly held no belief in the gods and had already faced a wretched end multiple times, opened his mouth hesitantly. "Perhaps we should inform Lord Stannis or Lord Robb of this matter. They will not believe it." Renly shook his head. "They will ask, 'What is the source of this information? How'd you come to know?' I cannot possibly claim that I beheld this through magic. Can I?" Davos furrowed his brow upon hearing this. After several encounters, he sensed that Gendry harbored no malice. Thus he did not entirely reject him. However, he was also deeply skeptical of the magical assertions spoken by Gendry, or rather, he felt a strong aversion towards such arcane practices that he did not comprehend. Yet, considering that it was this very sorcery that had granted him his knighthood and a fief, the former smuggler found himself wavering, uncertain whether to acquiesce. "I shall not compel you," Gendry sighed at this juncture. "I beseech you by the name of House Baratheon, assist us, not for my sake, but for the greater good." The sincerity of this statement was difficult to ascertain, yet it proved more effective than any coercion. Following this pronouncement, Davos, the knight appointed by Stannis himself, unconsciously grasped the small pouch adorning his chest, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, recalling the brutal scars of plunder that marred King's Landing, he gritted his teeth and resolved, "I can enlist a few trustworthy friends to disseminate this matter, my lord, but I cannot guarantee its efficacy. I mean, it is quite likely that such an endeavor may prove futile. Do your best, and if that fails, I shall consider other avenues." Gendry shrugged, adding, "Moreover, there's a saying in Westeros, words are like the wind. I believe that what is believed will eventually spread." As he spoke, the hostile gazes he encountered upon entering the city flashed through his mind. The war had only recently concluded. If the common folk of King's Landing bore animosity towards House Baratheon, what the Lannisters, who had personally engaged in the slaughter and plunder? He refrained from vocalizing this thought, but he trusted that Davos would contemplate this angle. Their discourse on the matter reached its conclusion as an individual approached from a distance. The newcomer was broad-shouldered and robust, clad in a snug gray woolen tunic and a black leather coat, his physique taut as a bowstring, while his gaunt cheeks and unruly black hair resembled the sharp tip of an arrow. Lord Stannis, Davos exclaimed upon sighting the figure, quickly rising to his feet and stepping forward to bow. You ought to be at work, Davos, came the expressionless reply. Coddling children is a task for a wet nurse. Very well, my lord, Davos nodded in response, casting a discreet glance at Gendry before swiftly departing. Meanwhile, Stannis lowered his stern, stony visage towards the small boy before him. I expected to find you at Dragonstone, yet here you are loitering in the stables with my Onion Knight, wasting time. His tone bore a hint of reproach, though Gendry had grown accustomed to disregarding the undertones in Stannis' words, focusing instead on the underlying message. You sought me? The dark-haired boy responded, astonished. For what purpose? Such an occurrence was indeed rare. During their time at Storm's End, Stannis had never felt the need to speak to him unless absolutely necessary. This was understandable. What was there to discuss? Though they were brothers, Gendry had always regarded Stannis as a stern elder, despite the fact that the latter had yet to reach 20. Ignoring the boy's expression of confusion, Stannis continued, Before we departed Storm's End, Garland instructed me to look after you. I do not comprehend why a servant is required to summon me for this task, but he insists it is the duty of an elder brother. Why utter such words? You can ponder that yourself, Gendry replied, his countenance darkening. After Stannis regarded him for a moment longer, he suddenly nodded and turned to leave. Robert has not been in good spirits lately. I shall instruct the servants to deliver your breakfast to your chamber in the coming days. Ensure you eat on time. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, pausing momentarily. I was testing a ship at sea recently. With that, he departed. What does that mean? Gendry pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered by Stannis' cryptic nature. However, as he watched the figure retreat, a realization began to dawn upon him, prompting him to squint in suspicion. Is this what they called Sundara? Chapter 59, The Black Cat and the Night. The seeds have been sown. Whether they take root and bear fruit lies in the hands of fate. As a 5-year-old child unable to leave the castle, Gendry could only patiently await news. This method was far from ideal, for noble marriages have never been solely dictated by the desires and circumstances of the parties involved. Nevertheless, he resolved to take one step at a time, for perhaps his hot-tempered elder brother might indeed act rashly and vow to never wear the crown. Another effective course of action to resolve this matter would be to eliminate the paramour or one of them. However, the future queen currently resided in the Westerlands, while her brother and lover, Jaime, remained within the Red Keep. Yet, apart from a few limited occasions, he had been sequestered within the confines of the Kingsguard stronghold, the White Sword Tower. During a visit to the Kingsguard, Gendry had glimpsed him in a white cloak, leaning against the tower window, but most of the time, he was nowhere to be seen. Of course, even if the opportunity arose, Gendry did not truly believe he could eliminate him. To say nothing of the fact that as the youngest member of the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister was not someone to be trifled with, unless one resorted to underhanded tactics. Alas, the price of high status is the scrutiny it invites. Amidst ample material comforts, one inevitably attracts unwarranted attention, making it exceedingly difficult to undertake certain endeavors. After Stannis departed, Gendry proceeded towards Dragonstone with 2 guards. Yet before he could reach his destination, he was suddenly met with a cacophony of shouts and shrieks. What do you mean I should give it to you? Old man, are you in cahoots with that black cat? A coarse, menacing voice boomed from a nearby garden corridor, capturing Gendry's attention. He focused intently, recognizing the figures as the 2 cowardly twins of House Redwine. They were currently engaged in a heated exchange with a figure obscured by a column, which Gendry felt was familiar, prompting him to approach. I don't care what you say. Move aside, or I shall tell my father. The brash voice continued, while another child complained, It scratched my face all to pieces. Why should we release it? Gendry glanced at them, observing that the taller twin held a black cat, its limbs bound by ropes, writhing and screeching in protest. It was then he recognized the figure confronting the twins, none other than one of the remaining Kingsguard, Ser Balon Swan. Gods created us not to torment animals, children. The white-cloaked knight admonished. Release it. If you desire a toy, I can summon a servant to fetch one for you. We do not want a toy. We want this. The taller boy gestured to the black cat, his freckled face alight with pride. Indeed, I care not what you say. It has marred my brother's face. The shorter boy declared. Upon hearing this, the taller boy immediately protested. I am the older brother. We agreed that whoever grew taller would be the elder. Look, I have surpassed you this year. That does not count, the shorter boy retorted defiantly. Everyone knows I am the older brother. You are the younger. You ought to relinquish your toy to me, for our father has stated that an elder brother should yield to his younger sibling. No, everything belongs to the elder brother. Father also mentioned that in the future, all the toys on Qingting Island will be mine. Therefore, I am the elder brother, and you are the younger brother. As these 2 engaged in their spirited debate, It seemed they began to escalate their rivalry, leaving the knight in the white robe, who stood awkwardly to the side. Unsure of how to intervene, Lancel, perceiving the absurdity of the situation, stepped forward and gently patted the shoulder of the slightly taller boy from behind. The boy instinctively turned to face him, only to find that the cat he had been holding had been taken into the embrace of his counterpart. "What are you doing?" he asked, bewildered and momentarily caught off guard. "This cat now belongs to me," Lancel declared. "On what grounds is it yours?" The shorter boy inquired, scrunching his nose. "We captured it." "Who witnessed that it was you who caught it?" Lancel countered. "My family's servants saw it. They all witnessed it," replied the taller boy. Lancel remained silent, glancing back at the two guards following him. One of them spoke up. This was captured by young Master Lancel. Otherwise, how would it be in his hands? "Indeed, look at my face. I got scratched while catching it," the other added, wincing and clutching his cheek. This left the twin brothers, adorned with grape embroidery, momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause to touch their own scratched faces, the taller boy whispered to his brother, "He is bullying us." It was evident that the expression on the shorter boy's face turned hostile, his eyes narrowing, as if he were ready to confront Lancel. However, after glaring for some time without action, he ultimately retreated. With a huff, he tugged at his brother and turned to leave. "Just wait and see. I shall summon my father to come and punish you," he shouted as they walked away. His words received no response from the dark-haired boy. Instead, his twin brother tugged at his sleeve. "Father is not here," he whispered. "Moreover, we cannot compete with their family. What shall we do then?" The shorter boy appeared troubled. "If I had known earlier, I would have invoked grandmother's name." Their grandmother, Olenna Redwine, hailed from the esteemed Redwine family, yet had married in a house Tyrell, earning her the moniker Queen of Thorns, a name that resonated far and wide in their circles, regarded as even more formidable than their father. "Grandmother is not here either," the taller boy remarked, his eyes darting thoughtfully. "However, we could seek out our older brother. We discovered a secret passage, but we have yet to negotiate what credit we deserve. I have decided we shall claim that cat." "No, that is too little. We want all the cats of the Red Keep." "That idea is splendid." The shorter boy nodded in agreement, but soon hesitated. Casting a glance at the servants trailing behind them, he leaned close to his brother's ear and whispered, "But it was that arrogant Lancel who first informed us of the secret passage." "I assent that a bit unfair." "Who said that?" retorted the taller boy. "It was clearly our own discovery." The shorter boy scratched his head, then nodded. "Indeed, it was our own discovery." The two children exchanged glances, then eagerly dashed toward the throne room, intent on seizing the opportunity to formally present their demands while the future king was occupied with petitioners and nobles. Meanwhile, Lancel remained blissfully unaware of the scheming minds of the two cowards. He was cradling the cat, gazing up at the knight's admonishments. "Forceful acquisition is not a commendable solution, young one," Sir Bollistan, the knight in white, solemnly addressed him. "Nor is it a virtuous habit. Yet it is the swiftest means to an end," Lancel retorted with conviction, having spent considerable time seeking opportunities to slip into the cellar. He had engaged in many exchanges with the knight before, albeit under the guise of distraction. Nevertheless, we should engage them in reasoned discourse, elucidating what is right and what is wrong, for only then can we address the issue at its roots. "So, sir, how long did you lecture them just now?" Lancel inquired curiously. "Did it have any effect?" The question left Bollistan momentarily speechless, and he shook his head in resignation while his gaze fell upon the cat in Lancel's arms, which had inexplicably grown quite docile. "Her name is Valyrian. When I first encountered her, she was but a kitten, much like her master." The knight's tone turned somber, prompting Lancel to regard him with curiosity, though Bollistan continued. "Lost in reminiscence. At that time, the atmosphere in the Red Keep was oppressive. Everything King Ares did became increasingly intolerable. The little girl was our sole source of joy. I recall one occasion when she noticed our gloomy demeanor and danced for us, a Dornish dance like none I had ever seen. And I shall never behold its beauty again." "Are you referring to Rhaenys?" Lancel queried. The name resonated with a familiarity, though he knew it was not the same person, but rather the daughter of Prince Rhaegar and his Dornish wife. Lancel had never met her, but had heard of her, rumored to be younger than himself. "Yes, Rhaenys. A remarkably beautiful little girl," Bollistan affirmed, nodding as if recalling a bittersweet memory, his expression a blend of anguish and regret, which inadvertently reminded Lancel of their first encounter. However, the white-cloaked knight offered no further elaboration, sighing as he addressed Lancel. "May the gods be merciful. Take good care of her, my child. If you wish to keep her, ensure her well-being and shield her from harm." "I would not harm her," Lancel replied, glancing down at the cat, notorious for her ferocity within the Red Keep, his expression contemplative. "But I cannot guarantee she will not harm me." The somber-faced Bali stand could not suppress a chuckle at this, then knelt to pat Lancel's arm. She appears to be quite fond of you. I trust she would not do such a thing. I hope so, Lancel responded, raising his hand to gently touch the cat's nose, prompting a soft meow from her, her pale blue eyes regarding him with the shyness of a bashful young girl. A young girl? Lancel mused, sensing that perhaps he was overthinking the matter. Chapter 60. An Unexpected Encounter. The tavern was dimly lit, with greasy candles flickering on each table, while torches bound to wooden pillars blazed fiercely, illuminating the faces of patrons, some disheveled, others intoxicated. Several scantily clad courtesans entertained men in their embrace, while tavern maids scurried between tables, the air heavy with the scent of meat and a noxious odor, mingled with a cacophony of raucous laughter and boisterous shouts, crafting a quintessential portrait of a medieval tavern. This establishment was quite rudimentary, nestled within the flea-ridden confines of King's Landing, with an unpaved earthen floor and a wooden ceiling long blackened by the smoke from candles and torches. Yet, it served as a common haunt for the local populace to indulge in drink and merriment. You need not pay me, Davos, the tavern owner, a thin man sporting a handlebar mustache, was currently ensconced in a clandestine meeting within the back room of the tavern with a brown-haired, middle-aged man clad in coarse black garments and a dark cloak. I care not whether the matter is true or false. The Lannisters harbor enmity towards me, and indeed towards us all. That knowledge suffices. Employing mercenaries entails considerable expense, a necessity one cannot evade. The middle-aged man with brown hair shook his head at this remark. It cannot be said that you labor in vain. Why must our courtesans engage in idle gossip at an additional cost? The tavern keeper scoffed. As for those minstrels, they are ever eager to uncover the sordid affairs of all the noble lords across the Seven Kingdoms. Mark my words, Davos. Though we may not best those mounted and armed, we shall not be mere victims, cowering in silence. Do you understand? The other day, as I ventured out for supplies, my sister was assaulted by a Lannister. Were I to discover the name of that wretch, I would flay him alive. May the gods protect her. The brown-haired man sighed upon hearing this. 5 days had elapsed since his conversation with Renly, and during this time, aside from his regular duties, he dedicated all his spare moments to orchestrating this affair. Was it out of fidelity to that individual, or perhaps from the indignation within his heart? He could not ascertain. The situation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Renly's allocated funds had scarcely been depleted, and he had nearly exhausted his search for trustworthy allies within the flea-ridden den. The tavern owner, the kitchen chef, the cobbler, the barber, the fishmonger, and even the down-and-out minstrel, each of them had readily agreed. United by their grievances against the Lannisters, whether they were large or small, yet grievances nonetheless. Of course, Davos also possessed some old friends who had remained unscathed by the war, yet he deemed it prudent to tread carefully in that regard. A lifetime of smuggling had exposed him to a myriad of characters, along with numerous unexpected betrayals. Even those he had contacted were approached in secrecy, never daring to draw close in public view. After partaking of a mug of brown-hued ale within the tavern, Davos bid farewell to his old friend and stepped outside. However, scarcely had he left the clamor of the tavern behind when he sensed an unsettling gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found no one in sight. Not long ago, a light rain had rendered the narrow path muddy, and the windows of the 3-story wooden houses flanking the sides were tightly shut. The stalls along the roadside, hastily erected, stood devoid of any life, shrouded in the cloak of night, with his gloved hand brushing against the hilt of the sword hanging from his black cloak. Davos strode toward the street outside. The gaze that had seemed to pierce through him appeared to vanish shortly thereafter, yet he did not lower his guard. Instead, he quickened his pace. Just as he was about to exit the constricted path, a slender figure suddenly leaped forth from the shadows of the wall. The Onion Knight? Davos halted, instinctively tightening his grip on the sword hilt at his waist. Who are you? He inquired. A friend, came the reply from a figure standing in the cold street, her back turned to the moonlight, cloaked in black, making her features indistinguishable. Yet her voice was gentle and distinctly feminine. Nevertheless, Davos remained vigilant. A friend would not stalk me. Stalk? The woman's voice lightly chuckled. No, we merely happen upon you here. We? The mention of that word tightened Davos's chest, but before he could react, someone clapped him on the shoulder from behind. If we were enemies, you would have been slain already, Davos. The voice, rough yet tinged with mirth, compelled the brown-haired man to grip his sword tighter, though he refrained from making any rash moves, slowly turning to face the source of the voice. A somewhat familiar face emerged before him. You are Ben? He asked hesitantly. Indeed, it is I, the rotund Ben, the figure affirmed, nodding. Clad in coarse garments, his corpulent frame and round face, beaming in the moonlight, were unmistakable. I am rather displeased with that moniker. I ought to be called Strong Ben instead. As I understand, you're dead? Ben dead. No, no. Arthur Dayne bribed those scoundrels. But not all have betrayed us. Davos, upon hearing this, understood. Before him stood a member of the Kingswood Brotherhood, a gang that had once thrived within the royal hunting grounds, known for abducting and extorting nobles, obliterated 2 years ago by the Mad King's forces. It was said that Sir Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning, had been able to eliminate this band of brigands by bribing the villagers who harbored them. Yet, it was evident that the claim of complete extermination was far from accurate. The man known as Ben was one of the notorious leaders of the Kingswood Brotherhood, rumored to have perished, yet here he stood, very much alive. The boy who sold himself? Davos inquired. He had crossed paths with this individual during his smuggling days. Though their encounters had been limited, it was clear they had sought him out. Davos could not fathom why they would come to him. Aside from the boy he had seen not long ago. His name is Tobin, the gentle-voiced woman interjected. He's my son. We are in dire need of funds. He heard about a noble caravan passing through and rushed to it. You are Winda, the White Doe Winda? Davos queried. He had never met the White Doe, a leader within the Brotherhood, but he could surmise her identity. Now I'm called Jenny, golden-haired Jenny, Ben added. The name White Doe Winda certainly carries more weight than ours. Huh, but what can one expect? Women are meant for childbearing, as everyone says. Though they appeared devoid of hostility, Davos did not relax his vigilance. The tasks he undertook necessitated discretion, and being approached by these former brigands did not bode well. Do you seek me for a matter of importance? He asked. Indeed, we have a matter to discuss. Shall we not find a nearby tavern to sit and converse? I beg your pardon, my friends, but I have business to attend to shortly. Do not be anxious, my friend. We merely seek your assistance with a small favor. The rotund Ben remarked. As you can see, while we may have perished, we are not truly dead. Thus, one who has not truly died must have many needs. Such as he seemed to ramble, and before he could finish, his companion interrupted him. We would like you to introduce us to that noble lad from House Baratheon. Nothing more, nothing less. What do you wish to see him for? Davos frowned at this. To serve as a squire? As mercenaries? It amounts to the same thing. We have seen plenty of noble lord squires and the like, Ben remarked. Those wretches cannot compare to any of us. Are you suggesting that you intend to pledge allegiance to a mere boy? Despite knowing the boy possessed significant capabilities, Davos could not help but find the notion absurd. Have you seen him? We have not seen him, but we have certainly heard of him. He is but 5 years old. Ben was momentarily taken aback. 5 years? We had heard he was 6. However, this is of little consequence. He will inevitably mature. Indeed, he shall grow. We are still relatively young and have long abandoned our days as brigands. In the present, as long as he casually tosses a couple of gold dragons our way, just as he did that day, we would be willing to assist him with anything, truly anything, regardless of his age. The former smugglers suddenly realized that these two were treating Bran Stark as a mere prize. Why not pledge allegiance to Lord Stannis? He attempted to remind them. The boy you seek lacks the authority to summon mercenaries, and the gold he possesses is managed by his family steward, thus cannot be squandered at will. This is not an attempt to undermine, but a stark reality. It may seem that the young lord of House Baratheon is unrestrained. Yet in truth, the selection of those around him is conducted with great rigor. Be it servants or guards, they are meticulously chosen. With considerations extending back 3 generations, there is no room for casual inclusion. Furthermore, Davos harbors little trust in them, yet the two appeared undeterred, pondering how to redirect their focus or hoping they might reconsider after a few missteps. However, upon hearing this, the two merely shook their heads. In truth, our initial intention was to align ourselves with Stannis, for he accepted you, a former smuggler. However, a woman, known as Jenny, gazed gently at the middle-aged man with brown hair. Does your fingers still ache, Davos? This prompted Davos to instinctively touch the small pouch hanging from his chest. While the rotund Ben intervened, we cannot fathom why you would allow him to sever your finger, nor can we understand why he felt compelled to do so. Good deeds cannot absolve misdeeds, nor can misdeeds obscure good deeds. Having been engaged in smuggling for over a decade, I must pay the price. Davos replied earnestly. Lord Stannis' punishment was just. There is likely no one more just than he in this world. It sounds promising. Justice is certainly preferable to being regarded as less than human, but we do not possess your lofty ideals. If you asked me to sever a finger, I would refuse. Ben chuckled. Moreover, for those of our ilk, should we truly align ourselves, it may not be a finger that gets severed, but rather our heads. What use is a headless man to serve the Lord? The woman laughed lightly, clearly not intending to retreat. Hearing this, Davos frowned, but it should not involve a mere boy. Do you not find this notion laughable? Well, There's a degree of validity to that. Ben remarked, Robb Stark is quite generous. We have met him. It is said he is soon to be crowned king. And perhaps he will not be stingy towards his two remaining brothers. In due time, the boy you speak of may very well become a lord. It is not uncommon for boys to ascend to lordship. Our judgment rarely fails us. Indeed, this is a gamble, but even without such a prospect, I observe that the boy exhibits a certain flair. We are not deceiving you. Nobles we have encountered plenty, yet never have we seen one as lavish as that lad. Frankly, we were quite taken aback. A few casual gold dragon gifts could sustain us for years, far exceeding what we earn raising pigs in the woods. What say you, friend? You have achieved a degree of renown. Might you extend a hand to us poor souls? Do you truly believe that lad is easily misled? That he could be persuaded to part with gold without hesitation? At this, Davos subtly shook his head, yet he could comprehend some of their sentiments. Across the Seven Kingdoms, many knights lie in poverty, sleeping in the wilds, not to mention these former brigands. They are neither knights nor clean individuals, and finding a patron is no simple task. It is commendable that they have focused their attention on a mere boy. I can relay this matter to him. He contemplated, but I am uncertain if he would wish for your company, and I will not conceal your identities on your behalf. The two exchanged glances before nodding. Of course, if he takes issue with our identities, that is that. However, we would be grateful if you could speak a kind word on our behalf. We have long since washed our hands of our former ways and resolved to lead an upright life. Ben stated earnestly, and upon seeing Davos nod, he continued. However, prior to that, I believe we could assist you. Speaking ill of House Lannister is well within our expertise. Consider our recompense. This statement left Davos momentarily taken aback, prompting him to respond with caution. You are all aware? You are quite astute, the other replied with a chuckle. But we have been observing you for quite some time. Chapter 61, A Prelude to History. Eyes raised to meet the sun, galloping tirelessly beneath the castle of the high mountains. The melody of a singer resonated from a brothel on Silk Street. Voices elegant, tones mellifluous. At this hour, still early in the morning, patrons were few, yet not absent were those willing to listen. A handful of early rising courtesans and scullions gathered around the singer, quietly absorbing the rare beauty of this morning song. Inherent in its obscure love is an indelible allure forged across the ages. The singer, a lanky young man with a scruffy beard, wore a brown sleeveless tunic and trousers. Today he sat at a table in the hall, legs crossed, facing an audience, some seated, others standing. He cast his gaze downward, ignoring them. His expression focused and gentle as he stared at the wooden harp cradled in his arms, long fingers plucking crisp notes, each note entwined with his voice, crafting a melody that bore an enigmatic meaning to the listeners. Yet, for this place, morning was a time of idleness. Aside from a few servants murmuring as they turned to leave, the onlooking courtesans observed with growing interest the destitute minstrel offering them a free serenade, gradually beginning to discern the essence of his song. Insects resist danger, unaware of their enmity with the world. I can see yet remain unseen, bodies entwined beneath lavish robes. That is the purity of love by birthright. As the singer reached this point, he paused, gazing at the surrounding crowd before resuming with a fresh note. What does honor matter? The song continued, and the subsequent lyrics piqued the curiosity of the courtesans, until the scruffy young minstrel completed his performance. Leaping down from the table and bowing to the audience, a youthful red-haired girl eagerly inquired, Good singer, did you compose this song yourself? Indeed, dear girl. He replied with a bow. I am honored that you enjoy it. What does it sing of? Another courtesan asked with intrigue. A tale of two insects in love? If they are insects, they must surely be the most beautiful in the world, the singer responded, and noticing the curious gazes upon him, he modestly added, It is quite an interesting tale, yet destined for rejection. Not long ago, I heard of it from a flea-ridden den and subsequently crafted this song. Upon hearing this, the audience's curiosity intensified, and through a series of coaxing, a cliché yet sufficiently sensational story was slowly revealed by the singer. Recently, the winds of change have swept through King's Landing. Noble lords from various regions of the continent have begun to converge, causing the inns within the city to overflow, unable to accommodate the influx. The citizens of King's Landing, still reeling from the aftermath of war, find themselves swept up in the bustling tide of the aristocracy. With the coronation of a new king imminent, the upper echelons of nobility are engrossed in myriad dealings, both overt and clandestine. Meanwhile, the common folk experience a modicum of relief. The fish markets, brothels, smithies, and bakeries teem with patrons, offering a plethora of opportunities that allow many to temporarily forget their previous hardships. Yet, beneath this thriving facade, a sinister undercurrent stirs, gradually spreading its tendrils through the bread shops of Flower Street, the brothels of Silk Street, the fish stalls of Mud Street, and the refuse-laden square of Stinking Bay. In the flea-ridden corners of King's Landing, food supplies are scarce, and the establishments selling thin broth serve as vital dining spots for the impoverished. During mealtimes, long lines form outside these eateries, and the lengthy wait often leads to idle chatter filled with scandalous gossip, far more explicit than the coy tales of wandering minstrels. If you ask me, it's not surprising. The noble lords are all quite unruly. That Aegon II, ISNT, he rumored to have dallied with his own daughter? Sibling affairs are hardly uncommon. But that S Targaryen for you, ISNT it? What is the difference? It's Aegon III, not Aegon II. How can it not be? I distinctly recall it being Aegon II. Dragons and lions are hardly the same. I do say this tale is fabricated. How could the Kingsguard behave so scandalously? With his own sister, no less? The sun blazes mercilessly above the crowded buildings in the height of summer, yet it cannot drown out the fervent discussions among the populace. Rumors regarding the incestuous entanglements of the golden-haired twins of House Lannister have emerged from unknown origins, yet once they surfaced, they captured public attention. Jaime Lannister, the erstwhile heir of House Lannister, is noted for his striking appearance and is the youngest member ever to join the Kingsguard. Cersei Lannister, Jaime's sister, hailed as the Light of the West, is reputed for her extraordinary beauty, making her the object of desire for countless noble suitors. They are the children of Lord Tywin Lannister, one of the most powerful nobles in the West, and among his 3 offspring, they have now seemingly transformed into the protagonists of a sordid tale, marked by themes of forbidden love, rebellion, depravity, and debauchery. Of course, in some narratives, they are portrayed as tragic figures. Initially, such gossip only took root within the flea-ridden corners of King's Landing, but it soon spread, propelled by various individuals, both intentionally and inadvertently, and fueled by the populace's morbid curiosity, particularly amidst the general disdain for the Lannisters. The whispers wafted through the air like a tempest, the animosity toward the Lannisters serving as its impetus, allowing it to proliferate rapidly and infiltrate the nobility, where discussions surrounding it even briefly eclipsed the impending coronation of the new king. Following the demise of the direwolf maiden in the north, many have begun to speculate that the future queen would undoubtedly hail from House Lannister, making the emergence of such scandal all the more provocative. Noble houses, both great and small, have reacted with astonishment. Some express disbelief, others harbor skepticism, while a few are outraged, and still others merely find amusement in the unfolding drama. As one of the most formidable noble families in Westeros, House Lannister possesses a plethora of allies and equally numerous foes. Their reactions to the scandal vary considerably. Within the city, several Lannisters are incensed, with the usually composed Lord Tywin Lannister's face flushing with rage upon hearing the news. After a prolonged silence, he gritted his teeth and uttered 3 harsh words. Yet, he refrained from commanding his subordinates to suppress the rumors, for it was already beyond containment and would only exacerbate the situation. Instead, he ordered an investigation into the perpetrator of the slander. House Lannister demands retribution, and Lord Tywin, a staunch defender of family honor, is determined that whoever the vile rat may be, they shall pay for tarnishing his children's reputation. However, they remain oblivious to the deeper implications of this rumor, or rather, aside from a certain innocent-faced, dark-haired boy within the Red Keep. No one has yet grasped the hidden truths beneath the surface of these tales. It is not merely a simple story of incestuous sibling love. The Targaryen dynasty, having existed for less than 3 centuries, may seem brief, yet in reality, it spans a considerable length of time. Among the Targaryen kings, there exists one known as the Foolish King, Aegon IV, the 11th to ascend the Iron Throne. He is regarded as one of the most despised monarchs in history. However, while studying the history of this king, Stannis has noted striking similarities between the Foolish King and his own ne'er-do-well brother. For instance, the peculiar circumstances surrounding Aegon IV's ascension, his subsequent arrogance and excess, and his insatiable lust for women. Furthermore, Aegon IV fathered numerous bastards, far too many to count. His reign was marked by foolish decisions akin to those of some extravagantly wasteful individuals. Notably, his queen, who was also his sister, was once in love with another brother, Aemon, but their union was tragically thwarted. The brother, Aemon the Dragon Knight, is famed as the noblest knight in history and served as the Foolish King's Kingsguard. This final point is crucial to the rumor. The Kingsguard, charged with the king's protection, shared an inseparable bond with the queen, who happened to be his sister. How eerily reminiscent this historical scenario is of the potential future that could emerge from a union. Stannis surmises that if his wayward brother were to reject this union, then the metaphor would bear little significance, and he would be pleased to see it come to fruition. However, should Robert consent to the Lannister alliance? Would this rumor not serve as a poignant reminder? Having been groomed as the heir to the Duke since childhood, would he really not make the connection? Even if he initially failed to grasp it, would he not inevitably recognize it when he sees the Lannister twins constantly flitting before his eyes? If he could draw parallels, then the crux of the matter arises. The foolish King Aegon perished tragically before the age of 50, and the circumstances surrounding his death were rather dubious. During his later reign, whispers circulated that his heir, Prince Daeron, was not his son, but rather the offspring of Kingsguard Aemon and Queen Aerys. Aegon IV became exceedingly corpulent as his reign progressed. Chapter 62, Disputes and Compromises. As the de facto Prime Minister, Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale has been exceedingly busy lately. With the new king's coronation approaching, there are numerous matters to consider, encompassing both the great and minor houses of nobility. The reconstruction of the Red Keep is also a pressing issue that demands attention. While the notion of reconstruction may seem straightforward, a multitude of factors must be taken into account. Essential supplies, such as stonemasons and building materials, must be procured promptly, and decisions must be made regarding the extent of the reconstruction, whether to raise all existing structures, and whether to undertake a complete redesign, among other considerations. The various checkpoints necessary for maintaining the state's operations require a reallocation of personnel, and the Kingsguard, which should number 7, currently boasts only 2 members, leaving the seats for the Royal Council deliberating matters of state still unfilled. The war has only recently concluded, and the new king is on the brink of his coronation, with everything poised for reconstruction. Meanwhile, Jon Arryn must also consider the emotional state of the would-be king. The death of his betrothed has profoundly affected Robert. Although through persistent persuasion, he has relinquished his earlier vow of lifelong celibacy and has gradually ceased to reject a marriage alliance with the Westerlands, his honesty remains questionable. For instance, he has recently taken to drowning his sorrows in drink and frequenting brothels. These behaviors alone are enough to vex the elder Jon, but to make matters worse, rumors have begun to circulate within the city regarding an incestuous affair between the Lannister siblings. Such scandals might merely elicit a sigh from others. But the Lannisters are a different matter altogether. After having painstakingly persuaded Robert to accept the alliance, this latest development provokes an almost visceral urge to curse the heavens. Thus, when a raven-haired youth, buoyed by the news, rushes in, Jon suppresses his frustration and responds, "I shall arrange for a nun to ascertain whether Lord Tywin's daughter retains her virtue before the engagement." However, noble offspring have been trained in horsemanship from a young age, which may compromise certain areas of that assessment. Thus it cannot serve as definitive proof of her maidenhood. Sunlight pours through the circular window behind him, casting an aging pallor over the solitary elder seated in the Prime Minister's chair, poised to sign a document with a quill in hand, remaining seated as he speaks. By rights, he ought to extend more deference to a king. Yet given that this one is his adopted son and has not yet been formally crowned, he feels less bound by protocol. Robert, for his part, shows no concern for the elder's demeanor, though he clearly bristles at the implications of Jon's words. He slides into the chair beside him, a grimace of distaste etched on his face as he retorts, "Then there shall be no inspection. Am I to wed Cersei then? By the gods, there are women across the 7 kingdoms who would leap at the chance to marry a king." The elder tightens his grip on the quill, a surge of pent-up anger rising to the surface as he retorts, "Let me remind you, Robert, our union with the Lannisters was never intended to secure you a bride of your choosing. So even if the rumors are true, you shall marry her. Am I to wed a woman who has committed incest with her brother and lost a child, and be a laughingstock to all the realms?" The youth bursts into laughter. "Do you think I am some meek, submissive fool? By the gods, if victory leads to becoming a pathetic creature, I would have preferred to serve the Mad King. I consider you a king." The elder interrupts sternly. "A king capable of bringing prosperity to this land, one who can end the Mad King's tyranny. I never aspired to be king. Do you not understand? I merely, if you do not wish it, you may turn and leave at once." The bald elder with a hawkish nose raises his voice. "I will travel to Dragonstone to welcome Queen Riella and Prince Viserys back, and then, following tradition, I shall support Prince Viserys as the new king." The words cause Robert's face to flush crimson, his hands pressing down on the table as he leans forward, glaring fiercely at Jon, teeth clenched as he snarls, "You will do no such thing. Jon, I have vowed to slay every last Targaryen. Do you hear me? All of them. I intend for them to die as cleanly as dragons." The elder observes the furious youth, making no sign of yielding. Only when he sees Robert's anger begin to harden from the prolonged stalemate does he shift the conversation. "You and Ned are close allies. The north is in dire need of a stable kingdom during the winter, so do not fret about the north. The Vale is under my watch, and my heir will not oppose your rule. I have allied with the Riverlands, and you need not concern yourself with House Tully for the time being. The elder's voice is imbued with reason. Storm's End is your domain, and the lords hold you in high regard. We have slain Princess Myrcella and her children. Dorne will not remain passive, but at most, we can only control the southern border of the kingdom. Prince Dorian of Dorne is astute. He would never dare to march against us without a chance of victory. The Reach is thriving, having suffered minimal losses during the war. Yet they harbor centuries of enmity with Dorne, and neither side will cooperate. Meanwhile, we hold the heir of House Redwyne captive. The Redwyne fleet will not dare to act rashly. The Reach will be constrained by the overall situation unless the Westerlands offer assistance. Most importantly, the Westerlands. Lord Tywin has already expressed a willingness to ally. In the Seven Kingdoms, only the Reach and Dorne remain unstable, perhaps with the Iron Islands added to the list. However, these three factions are embroiled in blood feuds and will not collaborate. If you fail to unite the Reach, the Westerlands, and the ever-watchful Dorne and Iron Islands, you will essentially command only half a kingdom, with territories spanning half a kingdom and hundreds of noble houses, without their lord's dominion. What basis do you believe they have to submit to your rule? By virtue of your Targaryen blood? How long can our status as victors endure? The elder's relentless discourse gradually diminishes the anger on Robert's face until it vanishes entirely, leaving him pale and slumped back into his chair as if drained of all spirit. Jon, witnessing this, exhales a sigh, his stern demeanor softening. I will arrange for the nun to conduct an examination before the wedding, he reiterates tiredly. Regardless of the outcome, the High Septon will declare that Tywin's daughter, Cersei, remains a maiden. Yes, he will say that. Thus, no one shall question the matter further. Following that, I will commence a purge of the remaining Targaryens within King's Landing, ensuring that all are made aware of the truth. What does that amount to, Jon? Robert, leaning against the chair, replies bitterly. The Dragon Knight Aemon and his sister Naerys, engaging in an affair beneath the very nose of Aegon IV? Am I then to be the foolish and incompetent king? Perhaps the future heir will not even be of my blood. The elder's expression reflects a sense of helplessness. Robert, you must remain calm. A good king must discern between rumor and truth. Aegon IV's suspicions led to what? The kingdom's fragmentation and the Blackfire Rebellion, leaving 5 generations of Targaryens to clean up the mess. This is a lesson steeped in blood. Do not allow such words to mislead you. Silent. Robert seems to have lost all interest in conversation. Observing this, Jon cannot resist adding, I will uncover the truth. Robert, I promise. Enough, Jon, you are right. The truth matters little. Robert waves his hand dismissively, his face a mask of disinterest. I trust you with this matter. Whatever you say shall be accepted. The elder hesitates, contemplating his next words, but ultimately sighs and refrains from speaking. In truth, he has already gathered some leads. The intelligence officer Varys, facing a crisis of trust, has been diligently working, ensuring that any news reaches him, the would-be prime minister, promptly. Among the leads is one called Ben, a newcomer, who is highly suspected to be the source of the rumors, and they have already begun efforts to apprehend him. The atmosphere in King's Landing was tumultuous due to Lancel's indiscreet revelations, yet the young man at the center of it all appeared oblivious, serenely playing his flute atop an open-air platform on the terrace of the Maegor's Holdfast. This elevated platform was situated at the pinnacle of the structure, surrounded by stout, gray-brown columns standing sentinel. The boy perched at the edge, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of the sea, dotted with a myriad of anchored vessels. The refreshing sea breeze wafted through the air as he played, his fingers deftly dancing over the instrument, producing a melodious and crisp sound. The exotic tune resonated with a peculiar joy, albeit its cadence was interrupted, significantly impairing the rhythm. Nearby, 2 guards stood, one named Will, leaning against a column with arms crossed, remarked to his companion, Young Master Lancel plays beautifully. The other nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the finest flute performance I have ever heard, and I have never encountered such a melody. Could it be an original composition by our young master? By the gods, that would be truly remarkable. Their voices were deliberately raised, not far from the dark-haired boy, easily audible even to an ordinary listener. This prompted Lancel to cast a sideways glance at them, which only intensified their praises. Rolling his eyes in disinterest, he resumed his practice. His unique talents bestowed by his profession allowed him to discern subtle imperfections and unnatural nuances in the piece he played, enabling him to refine his performance in subsequent renditions. However, at that moment his lung capacity was limited, and his playing was far from harmonious. Yet, it seemed he alone possessed the self-awareness of this fact. Not only the guards, but even the animals appeared to grasp it. Basking in the sunlight, a black cat, initially sauntering along the stone edge of the terrace, was drawn closer by the music. After a moment, it sprang onto a low table before Lancel, settling there. The boy glanced at the feline, but paid it no heed, while the cat fixated on him with its pale blue eyes, intently observing his focused expression and the flute in his hands, seemingly enamored. Soon, feeling unsatisfied with its distance, it leapt into Lancel's lap, nuzzling against the fabric of his tunic. The flute's melody abruptly ceased as Lancel looked down at the creature. Displeased, he said, "Shoo, shoo. Get away from me. You shed fur everywhere. Don't you have any sense of decency?" The cat, hearing this, curled its head tighter, seemingly unperturbed. Lancel, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and playfully flicked its head. The cat let out a pitiful meow, casting a lingering glance at his abdomen before jumping down to rest on the tops of his small leather boots, its little head tilted upward, gazing at Lancel, its fluffy tail swaying as if to curry favor with its new master. That look made Lancel shiver. While a clingy cat could be amusing under normal circumstances, he now harbored serious doubts about whether this feline was possessed by a shapeshifter. Although some clever animals could comprehend their owner's commands through prolonged interaction, understanding every word was certainly not typical. If memory served, this world did indeed harbor shapeshifters capable of inhabiting animals, much like a certain future king who would later achieve effortless victories. Thus, Lancel believed his suspicions were not unfounded. Yet, he could not fathom why this cat was so persistent. This very cat had displayed no such intelligence when the maids bathed it, exhibiting a temperamental demeanor. Yet it transformed into a remarkably obedient and clever creature in his presence. It was yet another enigma, akin to many others he had encountered before. Shaking his head, he raised the flute once more, only to set it down again shortly after. Guided by a servant, a middle-aged man with brown hair approached from the stairway. "Good morning, Davos," Lancel greeted, raising a hand in salutation. The man bowed respectfully, then glanced at the flute in the boy's hands. "What were you playing just now?" he inquired curiously. "Two lions?" Lancel hesitated, as the tune was actually inspired by two tigers, though he was unsure how to express tiger in the common tongue. "It doesn't sound like our usual style," Davos remarked approvingly, "but the melody is exquisite. You play remarkably well, my lord." At this compliment, Lancel chuckled, feeling somewhat enveloped by sycophantic praise, and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Did you come to see me for something? Lord Stannis sent me to deliver this." As Davos spoke, he placed a box on the table before Lancel, a wooden toy from Bravos, acquired from smuggler. The man, well versed in the intricacies of smuggling, evidently contributed to maintaining certain order in King's Landing. Lancel opened the box to reveal a lifelike wooden figure of a Titan warrior, complete with movable joints. Uninterested, he glanced at it before closing the box, intending to discard it later in the chest that housed the remains of a Naga rib, essentially his makeshift trash bin. "Nothing went awry, I hope?" he asked in a hushed tone. The toy was merely a pretext. Lancel had previously expressed a desire for toys to Stannis, relying on an inexplicable maternal instinct that had blossomed in the latter, making the request rather uncomplicated. Some unexpected events occurred. "Several former members of the King's Guard wish to seek your favor," Davos revealed quietly, recounting his earlier experiences. Initially, Lancel was taken aback, but soon he grasped their intentions. "Are they trying to take advantage of me?" "Take advantage may be one way to put it," Davos replied, finding the metaphor somewhat peculiar, but not dwelling on it. "However, if you require assistance, you might consider them, albeit with caution." "Forget it. What would I want with a group of unknown individuals?" Lancel shook his head. Although he lacked the means and manpower for action, he was not inclined to accept just anyone. Who knew if those individuals were spies sent by rival families? Though the likelihood was slim, it was not impossible. Lancel harbored many secrets and aspirations, yet he was certainly not inclined to follow the absurd suggestions of those seeking to ingratiate themselves. Even with Davos, his interest stemmed from memories of past lives and opportunism. A group of strangers whose true motives remained opaque failed to pique his interest. Davos, sensing Lancel's disinterest, nodded and proceeded to update him on current developments before taking his leave. Once he departed, Lancel found no inclination to continue playing the flute, calling out to his two guards as he descended the stairs back to his quarters. Without needing to call for him, the black cat at his feet whimsically flicked its tail and trailed behind him, continuing its pursuit until they reached the bedroom. Just before the door closed, it nimbly darted inside, rubbing against Balon's legs while letting out a few soft mews, as if fearful that the boy might banish it from the room. Balon paid no heed to the feline, and after the guard had shut the door, he stepped onto the plush carpet, making his way to the fireplace. The hearth had been bricked up, rendering the secret passage within nearly unusable. At that moment, the sunlight streamed brightly onto the balcony, yet Balan stood on a stool, lighting a tallow candle on the narrow ledge of the fireplace. The smoke curled upwards, and the flickering candlelight appeared dim in comparison to the surrounding brightness. A makeshift tray fashioned from a lantern was then inverted over the candle, and atop it, Balan placed a golden egg, its surface glinting in the light. Leaning over the ledge, he fixated on the golden egg as it sat under the persistent heat of the flame, his small face clouded with melancholy. Initially, he had harbored hopes for a miraculous transformation, but those hopes waned as he realized the egg was as hard as stone. Just a few days prior, while playing with the egg on the balcony, it had slipped from his grasp, nudged by the cat, and tumbled out the window. Balan had been startled, yet when he hurried outside to search for it, he discovered that the egg had fallen from such a height and remained unscathed. This revelation had sobered him considerably. After much contemplation, he fetched a small hammer only to find that no matter how he struck it, the egg refused to shatter. Balan then attempted to cook it, but alas, the egg showed no fear of fire. The candle, the kitchen stove, no matter how he tried to roast it, the egg remained resolutely raw, truly akin to a stone, neither edible nor hatchable, and impervious to being smashed. It would have to serve as a mere keepsake. Muttering to himself, Balan glanced at the black cat, which was curiously gazing up at him from beside the stool, and momentarily entertained the thought of tossing the egg to his pet as a plaything. However, after a moment's deliberation, he chose to stow it away instead. Its surface was cold and hard, devoid of any warmth from the flames. For the time being, he resolved to set aside thoughts of the egg and focus on honing his own skills, planning to venture out to retrieve the remaining medium at an opportune moment. Yet, just as he was about to toss the egg into a corner box to gather dust, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 64, The Trash Bin. As a 5-year-old boy, despite lacking parental affection and receiving little attention from his 2 older brothers, Balan was not subjected to any stringent deprivations in terms of material needs. From childhood, he had been provided with the finest food and clothing, and his education was undoubtedly commendable, although the living quarters seemed somewhat modest in his perspective. That was merely his impression. In terms of entertainment, he lacked for nothing. During his early years at Windfall Castle, a great-uncle had taken a liking to him, often bringing back intriguing toys whenever a trade caravan passed through. Wooden knights, plush dolls, building blocks, exquisite garlands, and handcrafted items were among the treasures he received, even including puppets that only professionals would handle. After his great-uncle's passing, it fell to Scholar Crescent to care for him, who would occasionally procure toys for him, and even craft simple armor and toy sword from tin and wood. These items accumulated significantly, serving little purpose for Balan, yet he never discarded them, occasionally gifting a few to playmates of his age. Now, these toys had amassed into 2 large boxes, which the steward had brought along when they departed from Windfall Castle. The servants at Maegor's Hold would come daily to clean his bedroom, changing bed linens and curtains, but they generally paid no mind to Balan's toy boxes. Moreover, both boxes were locked, the key currently hanging around his neck along with a bronze ring. Consequently, for Balan, nothing could rival the toy boxes as a secure hiding place. Previously, a Naga rib he had retrieved from the Iron Islands, known for its remarkable ability to attract fish, had been cherished by Balan and stowed within a box. Now, having deemed the miniature dragon egg a worthless trinket, he planned to cast it into the same box. However, the moment he did so, something remarkable transpired. Inside the wooden box, when the golden miniature dragon egg made contact with a broken white bone he had hidden at the bottom of the toy pile, it quivered as if animated. Initially, Balan thought he might be imagining things, but when he could no longer resist the urge to bring both objects out and collide them, he found the egg trembling once more. What could this mean? He pondered, examining the 2 items in his hands, repeating the experiment repeatedly. When held apart, nothing occurred, but upon contact, both the egg and the bone would shudder unexpectedly. Indeed, not just the egg, but the bone itself began to vibrate, albeit faintly, yet distinctly perceptible. This tremor only manifested upon first contact. Thereafter, even when pressed together, no further changes were observable. After observing for a considerable time, Balan was left in a state of bewilderment. After conducting numerous trials with no new developments, he ultimately decided to wrap the 2 items in a white handkerchief edged in silver and gently place them at the bottom of the wooden box. That day, he appeared somewhat distracted, and after dinner, he eagerly crawled beneath his bed to open the box, only to find no new changes. However, upon rising the following morning and opening the box, he was startled to discover that the egg, once seemingly enveloped in golden scales, was now speckled with sparse, bone-white granules. The adjacent bone seemed to have rounded slightly. He felt a flicker of suspicion. In the days that followed, he frequently checked the condition of the toy box. Soon noticing that the bone-white granules on the egg were gradually increasing, while the broken rib continued to smooth and shrink. Beyond that, no other changes were apparent. Nevertheless, Balon's anticipation grew, as he speculated that once the rib vanished, the egg might reveal its true transformation. Unfortunately, just as he sought to witness this change, an unforeseen piece of news arrived. The former bandits spoken of by the smugglers had been encircled by the gold-clad soldiers, and a man named Oswin had been captured. At the moment he received this news, Balon was seated on the balcony of his bedroom, gazing out at the multitude of ships anchored in the sea, contemplating whether the curse he bore might also be activated in the present moment. As he drifted aimlessly in thought, a servant ushered in a middle-aged man with brown hair. Following a lead from a singer, they had traced the members of the Kingsguard. After dismissing the servant, the first words from Davos caused Balon to startle, and he fixed his gaze intently upon him, noticing that the former smuggler's expression bore a grave seriousness. Without a whisper of wind, the golden-robed guards suddenly encircled the inn where the bandits were lodged. The rotund Ben was slain on the spot, while a bandit named Oswin was gravely injured and captured. Only the White Doe, Wendell, and her son, who were residing in a separate room, sensed the impending danger and leapt from the window to escape. "Have they come to seek you?" inquired Renly. "Indeed," Davos replied with a furrowed brow. "I have concealed them in a safe haven within the flea-ridden quarters. The golden-robed guards should not be able to locate them." However, despite these reassurances, neither the smuggler nor Renly felt much solace. After a moment of silent contemplation, Renly asked, "Will he betray you?" This was the crux of the matter. Wendell asserted that Oswin would never turn against them. Davos interjected, "Yet I have never encountered him. I cannot ascertain his character." With a bitter sigh, he continued, "It was my imprudence that led to our being targeted by those bandits." "You mustn't blame yourself," Renly responded gravely. "I entrusted all these matters to you. In truth, I desire to take action as well." Davos shook his head. "The Lannisters have taken many of my friends." Renly fell silent, his head bowed in contemplation, as thoughts of possible solutions began to swirl. The volunteers had now been captured, suggesting that traces could likely lead back to Davos, which represented a significant threat. Though he could stir chaos in King's Landing, that was only due to their presence in the shadows, where others had no means to act. Should they truly be apprehended, their position would be utterly untenable. Renly was not overly concerned for his own safety. Even if this captured individual divulged the truth, it would be difficult for anyone to believe that a mere 5-year-old child could orchestrate such a plot. However, it felt utterly disgraceful to leave those who had been tirelessly working on his behalf in peril, while he distanced himself and feigned ignorance. His mind raced as he recalled various aspects of the current situation in King's Landing, and a thought began to crystallize. "Do you consider the Duke of Mace Tyrell from the reach of Fool, Davos?" Chapter 65, The Vanished Flavor. "Do you consider the Duke of Mace Tyrell from the reach of Fool, Davos?" Outside, a gentle breeze flowed, and the sunlight on the balcony was bright and warm, prompting Davos to shake his head at the boy's words. "I have never had the pleasure of engaging with that Lord of the Reach, my lord. No matter. This does not impede our forthcoming endeavors." Davos appeared taken aback by this, then promptly crouched down to listen intently. "Mace Tyrell has a sister," Renly said, sitting on a small chair while organizing his thoughts. "She is approximately 11 or 12 years of age. During their time at Storm's End, the old maester had provided a detailed account of the Tyrell family during the siege, leaving Renly with a vivid impression, which he now intended to exploit. Though she may be somewhat young, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Her appearance is unknown, but she must be more comely than Cersei of House Lannister. As for her exact features, that is for you to ponder. So what is your intent?" Davos tentatively inferred the boy's thoughts, but remained uncertain. Renly's gaze remained unwavering as he replied, "We shall extol her virtues, proclaiming how splendidly she compliments my brother Robert, praising her for her abundant beauty from a young age. And most importantly, how deeply she admires my brother. When the Duke learns of our opposition, how he quarrels with his family." An idea suddenly struck Renly, and he added, "We must emphasize that she possesses a wild spirit, akin to that of a she-wolf." And then he began to articulate the plan in detail. The noble families of Westeros numbered in the hundreds, yet only a handful could stand on par with the Baratheons, capable of presenting a suitable match for the new king and contending with the Lannisters. The North's lord was Robert's close ally. The Vale's lord was Robert's foster father. Yet neither had eligible female kin. The Lord of the Riverlands was an ally, but of lesser stature. While some resided in King's Landing, their influence was insufficient, and their daughters were already wed. Dorne and the Iron Islands had no candidates, and the Baratheon family's domain was Storm's End. After much contemplation, Renly concluded that the newly surrendered Reach could be the focal point for their machinations. Although they were unlikely to successfully orchestrate a marriage with Robert, Renly did not harbor such lofty expectations. Targeting the Reach primarily served to draw attention, a diversionary tactic, or perhaps he believed that if fortune smiled upon them, that foolish Duke of the Reach might already be scheming on this matter. Especially given Cersei's current disrepute due to rumors, an unfavorable situation for the Lannisters but a rare opportunity for others. If they could indeed coordinate with the Duke of the Reach, the deception would be even more potent. This endeavor seems somewhat dishonorable, Davos remarked, feeling increasingly pressured as he listened. Finally, he could not help but say, if she's truly a girl of merely a decade, is this not a family affair, not a private decision? Renly replied, it is all about the Duke's desire for his family to produce a queen, rectifying the decline brought about by choosing the wrong side. What concern is it of the young girl? It sounded peculiar. It was indeed the truth, though Davos remained hesitant. But if this incites turmoil, will we not be branded as villains? If such trivial matters could incite chaos, the Seven Kingdoms would have descended into chaos long ago. Thus, Davos begrudgingly nodded. Observing his acquiescence, Renly added, the results may not be favorable. A second attempt carries considerable risk, so we need not follow the same approach as before. You should primarily target bards and minstrels, urging them to compose new songs and perform them in the streets, at brothels, anywhere nobility may congregate. Our goal is for the Lannisters and my brother to become aware of this. You need not act personally. You may enlist the aid of beggars or similar individuals to facilitate contact. This may require considerable funds, yet the valuables within the Maiden's Tower are plentiful. I can procure some, and you should have a means to convert them. Might this bring you trouble, my lord? Davos inquired. No, not at all. Renly waved his hand dismissively. After all, the matter of the secret passage has not yet faded. It is entirely normal for thieves to utilize it for their larcenies. After deliberating the finer details, Davos bowed and took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Renly sighed deeply. I hope this proves effective. In his musings, he suddenly recalled that the Duke's younger sister had seemingly been betrothed from a young age. Damn it, he silently lamented, feeling a headache coming on, as the unfolding of events seemed utterly nonsensical. A mere gold coin had spiraled into this chaotic situation. How foolish must those bandits be to seek refuge with this mere child? For a period following, Renly did not encounter Davos again. The latter was likely preoccupied or perhaps faced with some unfortunate circumstances. In any case, ensconced within the Red Keep, Renly was deprived of timely information, hearing little of substance. Thus, he spent his days practicing instruments near the Maiden's Tower. Upon acquiring the profession, a myriad of memories concerning instrument usage resurfaced. Yet mere familiarity did not equate to mastery. Although he commanded all available instruments to be brought forth, his physical condition was woefully inadequate. His attempts at playing the flute were short-lived, resulting in only intermittent notes. The skin is too tender, playing the harp causes discomfort in my hands, and binding my fingers with cloth proves to be of little use. Only the violin remains somewhat manageable for practice. Yet recently, Maegor's hold has echoed with piercing shrieks. It is difficult to ascertain whether this is due to Lancel's lack of skill, or if his mind is preoccupied with some matter. The recent theft at Maegor's hold has drawn attention, but as Lancel anticipated, no one suspects an insider's involvement, nor would anyone consider that the true thief might be the younger brother of the future king. Meanwhile, the fusion of the dragon egg with the shattered bone continues, appearing to progress slowly yet never ceasing. Each day, Lancel observes these two entities, quietly awaiting the potentially forthcoming good or ill news. However, when the Duke of the North and his entourage return, he can no longer remain unperturbed. Although he currently does not feel an urgent need to seek such a replica medium, investigating the situation is, nonetheless, essential. He has not forgotten the existence of a remarkable person from the lands of the North. Thus, upon hearing the news, he hastily departs from Maegor's hold with his guards, making his way to the throne room. It is then that he suddenly catches wind of a conversation regarding a rumor. Someone praises my sister's beauty. Why should I intervene? Is my sister not beautiful? The elegantly accented voice from the corner of the square outside the throne room drifts toward him. As Lancel approaches along the cobbled path from behind, he involuntarily turns his gaze in that direction. A familiar tall figure with brown hair comes into view, elegantly attired and handsome, though seemingly displeased. It is indeed a good thing for a singer to offer praise. What logic is there in asking me to intervene? The individual he converses with is a middle-aged man, cloaked in a black woolen short robe and breeches, facing away from Lancel. Yet his voice is clear enough for Lancel's keen ears. This is a conspiracy, my lord. We must not allow ourselves to be exploited. A conspiracy? Of course. I am aware it is a conspiracy, thus we can investigate who is manipulating us. But why stop the singers? The Duke of the Riverlands speaks with evident excitement. We should be promoting this. In the current situation, we are at a disadvantage. But if my sister could become queen, do you not comprehend what that signifies? That is impossible, my lord. Moreover, Miss Jane is already betrothed to the Fords, and publicizing this would be tantamount to open humiliation. Indeed, my sister is engaged, yet the marriage has not yet been consummated. Are you not aware that betrothals can be annulled? I have 3 sons. I could easily arrange for one of them to marry a daughter of House Greenapple. They would gladly release us from the engagement. What unforeseen consequences could arise? After all, there is but one king. The conversation does not continue, as Maester discovers Lancel's approaching party. He does not suspect his words have been overheard. Upon seeing the dark-haired boy, he greets him with a cheerful wave. Lancel responds politely, revealing nothing of the prior mischief. However, it seems that Duke Maester is still enjoying himself. The weight in the dark-haired boy's heart slightly eases, and upon entering the throne room, he encounters a long-awaited figure. The long-absent Stannis stands near the Iron Throne, flanked by the smuggler Davos, who appears unharmed. Upon seeing Lancel enter, Stannis discreetly gestures a reassuring sign toward the boy. Lancel's heart settles, and he turns his gaze to Eddard Stark, who stands at the foot of the throne, reporting to Robert. Upon seeing him again, Lancel notices that Eddard seems slightly sunburnt. His cheeks gaunter, yet his posture remains resolute. Nearby, Lancel spots the true target of his interest. However, as his gaze falls upon the short man from the lands of the river, an overlooked detail suddenly resurfaces in his mind, causing him to pause in surprise. He no longer detects that scent. Chapter 66, The Calm Storm. The bright sunlight spills from the sky, as white flower-like tufts dance in the air, carried by the sea breeze from the distant castle, resembling countless dandelions in flight, akin to the familiar summer snow of his homeland gently descending. Yet, these are merely the seeds of poplar trees blown from the sacred woodlands of the Red Keep, reminiscent, yet ultimately distinct. Standing before the window, silently observing this scene, Eddard Stark wears an inscrutable expression, though his gray eyes brim with complex emotions, anticipation, melancholy, and an undeniable hint of sorrow. The last time I visited King's Landing, it was in disarray, yet now I behold a brand new kingdom. His voice is subdued, low enough to be heard clearly. Within the room, behind him, the diminutive man from the Riverlands sits quietly, polishing a dagger with oiled cloth, responding, "Everything is changing, my lord, including this castle." "Indeed, including this castle," Eddard murmurs, suddenly breaking into a smile. "When Bran was little, he bet me which castle in the 7 kingdoms was the strongest. I claimed it was Harrenhal in the Riverlands, while he insisted it was the Red Keep, for it is the king's residence. Your brother may be disappointed now," the Riverlander remarks pointedly. "The Red Keep is likely the most perilous place in all the 7 kingdoms." "He will not be disappointed, for he later changed his mind," Eddard replies. "He said the Black Castle beneath the wall is the strongest." "The Black Castle? Do you not know, Holland, that it has no walls to speak of? How can it be called strong?" He shakes his head. "He said that when we return, he wishes to become a Night's Watchman." The words seem innocuous, yet the Northern Lord remains entrenched in the grief of his sister's death. The Riverlander sighs quietly, sharing the sentiment, then awkwardly shifts the topic. "They say House Tyrell aspires to produce a queen." He references the recent gossip circulating among the nobility in King's Landing. Duke Maester of the Riverlands has allegedly bribed some unscrupulous individuals in the capital to spread rumors about the Lannisters of the West, while hiring singers to extol the virtues of his sister, all in a bid to supplant the Lannisters, who may become royal in-laws, thus reversing the disadvantages brought on by the recent war. It is said that the Lannisters and Tyrells have quarreled over this, though the Riverlander has just returned and has not witnessed it firsthand, leaving him somewhat regretful. Maester sided with the Targaryens in the war, and his vassal, Lord Tarly, has caused Robert much distress. "But if I were to choose, I would select a woman from House Tyrell as my wife rather than a Lannister," Eddard states, his words laden with implication. The Riverlander contemplates this, asking, "Has Lord Robert already made his choice?" 3 days hence, the new king will be crowned, and news of King Robert's impending marriage to a Lannister woman will soon sweep across the 7 kingdoms. Eddard's tone is laced with complexity. In fact, Lord Tywin has already written to Casterly Rock, summoning his daughter to come, which means we are soon to attend a wedding. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on the world outside the castle, his eyes blinking not once, and his voice carried an unfeigned melancholy. I am weary, Horland. Once Robert's wedding concludes, we shall return to the north. The man from the Vale nodded silently in response, and a heavy silence enveloped the room, until a sudden thought crossed the mind of the man at the window, who turned to his subordinate, lowering his voice instinctively. Is the child well? Of late, he has ceased his cries. The new wet nurse possesses considerable experience and cares for him admirably, the man from the Vale replied. My lord, I suggest we take her with us when we return. She must have an ample supply of milk, Eddard mused, a hint of concern crossing his features regarding the woman's stature. This matter requires careful deliberation. It will be difficult to find another wet nurse on our journey. Then, is our involvement concluded? A melodious voice chimed from the balcony of Maegor's Holdfast, where a boy clad in exquisite black leather sat upon an intricately carved chair, addressing a middle-aged man with brown hair seated opposite him. The sunlight poured in, illuminating the golden stag crest on the boy's chest, its silver-eyed emblem twinkling with each subtle movement. He wore loose brown trousers and was barefoot, presenting a casual domestic appearance. A fluffy black cat lounged at his feet beneath the round table, rolling over and over as if it were a mere plaything, yet it showed no sign of impatience, instead purring contentedly with half-closed eyes. The man opposite, Davos, sipped his barley tea, appearing to have just finished speaking, and nodded upon hearing the boy's inquiry. The Lannisters have ceased their inquiries, but the Tyrells are still pursuing matters. However, they are short-handed in King's Landing and do not pose a threat to us. Loras nodded in agreement, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. He had previously erred in his recollection, forgetting that the Duke of Tyrell's sister was already betrothed, which had stirred some anxiety within him. Yet, whether it was foolishness or confidence, the Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, seemed intent on contesting for the Queen's favor, heedless of his prior engagement and the potential ramifications. His audacity had dispelled all suspicions, solidifying the belief that the recent rumors had indeed originated from House Tyrell. Consequently, the wrath of House Lannister was redirected to the Reach, and perhaps, as some had claimed, the captured brigand had not betrayed them, as no trouble had arisen concerning Davos. In sum, by the fourth day of the Northerners' return, this matter had effectively reached its conclusion. Loras felt a tinge of regret, for the Duke's aspirations had crumbled, and the slander he had meticulously crafted had been entirely consumed by his elder brother, signifying that the once smiling Cersei would still ascend as queen. Yet, Loras was not overly disheartened. He could hardly believe that any rumors persisted. He doubted that Cersei would dare to engage in an affair with Robert, nor did he believe that his sister-in-law would bear a golden-haired son that Robert would naively assume was his own. In a sudden thought, Loras inquired, "What a white doe, Maya? What news does she bring?" He referred to the remaining brigand, who had been secretly sheltered by Davos. She intended to rescue her comrades, but the captured brigands have already met their end. She has nowhere to turn and plans to return to the Red Keep with her child, Davos replied. Unable to suppress a remark, "She is quite resourceful, my lord. You might find her of great use." Use her for what? Loras asked, puzzled, sensing Davos's apparent optimism towards the female brigand. She could run errands, serve, be a maid. Anything would suffice. It would be a shame to send her back to tend pigs. The former smuggler expressed with admiration. Moreover, she is literate. Literate? Loras paused, considering, then asked, is she dependable? I believe her to be trustworthy, for she has proven so in the past, Davos replied. Is she well acquainted with the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms? She previously made a living by kidnapping nobles, Davos answered. Kidnapping? At this, the boy's mind involuntarily conjured an image of the Vale woman, causing him to squint. I shall write her a note, and you will deliver it to her. If she can assist me in this matter, I will take her son as my servant. Should I become a lord, I could even consider training him as a knight, and she herself could. He paused, suddenly furrowing his brow, and glanced down at the table, where the black cat was playfully gnawing at his heel, mewing in discontent at being observed. What manner of creature are you? Cat, human, or dog? Loras mused, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic feline. However, having previously studied the cat without unraveling its mysteries, he dismissed the thought and rolled his eyes, resuming his playful assault on the affectionate creature. She could serve as my maid, or even as a bodyguard, should she be willing, he added, redirecting his focus. Davos nodded in agreement and engaged the boy in further casual conversation before departing, a parchment filled with script in hand. Yet, barely had he exited Maegor's Holdfast when he encountered Stannis, who was observing him intently from a nearby corridor. This is the umpteenth time you've sought out Loras? Stannis inquired. Chapter 67. The egg is cracked. This is the umpteenth time you've sought out Loras? The seemingly emotionless question tightened Davos's chest. My lord, I. The former smuggler hesitated, then lowered his gaze. I was merely recounting tales of the outside world to Lord Loras. He is quite curious about King S Landing and enjoys hearing about its customs and intriguing anecdotes. As he spoke, Davos felt a pang of guilt. He had pledged his loyalty to Stannis, and his current status was due to the man before him. Yet here he was weaving a falsehood. However, the complexity of the matter left him with little choice, as he had committed to addressing it without revealing the truth. Your words appear harmless, yet I sense an anomaly. Stannis remarked perceptively. Lord Loras, has a decade of smuggling instilled such reverence in you for a mere child? Or is my Onion Knight simply a remarkably courteous individual? Davos felt a surge of dread at the implication, yet the skills acquired from his smuggling days had imbued him with more than just sailing expertise. He lowered his head and responded, It is simply because the boy insists on addressing me as sir, thus I refer to him as my lord. You see, at Storm's End, before you knighted me, he called me thus. Upon seeing Stannis still scrutinizing him, the brown-haired man continued cautiously. I once stated that I was not a knight and could not be called sir. The boy countered that he was not a lord either. And so we settled into this mutual form of address, a habit we've grown accustomed to. I see, Stannis replied slowly, nodding as he regarded Davos with keen eyes. He has always been rather peculiar. The brown-haired middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by the words spoken, yet the other party seemed indifferent to his expression, narrowing his eyes as if lost in a reverie of the past. On the day of the shipwreck that claimed my parents, I had presumed he would be utterly oblivious to the calamity, considering he was merely an infant of less than a year old at the time. However, reality proved to be the antithesis of my assumptions. In the aftermath of that tempest, many of the servants wept alongside us, while my great-uncle concealed himself in his chamber, wiping away tears. But who truly mourned? The servants swiftly resumed their duties in the new duke's investiture, casting aside the memory of the late duke as if it were a fleeting shadow, and my great-uncle incessantly engaged Robert in idle chatter. Clayson continued to send missives announcing the birth of the young duke across the Seven Kingdoms, as if it were cause for celebration. As he spoke, his cerulean gaze sharpened. Returning to the brown-haired gentleman before him, I scrutinized everyone within the castle, and it seemed that only that infant, scarcely a year old, continued to grieve for his parents. In retrospect, I often believed that perception to be a mere figment of my imagination, for he had been far too young to comprehend the gravity of loss. These thoughts caused Davos to hesitate, contemplating whether to respond, yet the other had no intention of awaiting an answer. After a moment of silent contemplation, he suddenly chuckled. He relished the conversation. Thus, one should indulge him further. With that, he shook his head and turned away, watching his retreating figure. Davos instinctively touched the small pouch on his chest, a flicker of peculiarity passing through his eyes. Had this gentleman truly failed to discern anything, or was he merely feigning ignorance? Blue, oblivious to the fact that he had been targeted since infancy by none other than that loathsome elder brother of his, now preoccupied himself with other matters. The rumors surrounding the secret passage and the Queen had largely subsided, yet new concerns emerged, namely the Zadie people and their dagger. The Zadie possessed a dagger that served as a conduit for accessing historical narratives. Initially, upon realizing he could not detect its scent, Blue had assumed the Zadie had forgotten it. However, upon closer inspection, he uncovered the truth. The dagger remained unsheathed, nestled securely within its leather scabbard at the Zadie's side, distinguishable by a unique mark resembling a fish leaf upon its wooden hilt. Yet, this raised a pressing question. Why had the dagger's scent vanished? This revelation warranted his utmost attention. Was it merely a replica, indistinguishable in appearance, while the real dagger lay elsewhere? Or had something within it evaporated? Or was the issue rooted within himself? A myriad of doubts swirled in his mind, yet futile speculation bore no fruit. Thus, Blue resolved to complete what he had left unfinished at Windfall Keep, to obtain that dagger. Alas, the Zadie did not reside within the Red Keep. After their initial encounter, he had not laid eyes upon him again. The throngs of the Red Keep were too numerous and watchful for Blue to trail the Zadie alone, much less attempt an ambush. Hence, he would have to enlist the aid of others. He could not ascertain whether this endeavor would bear fruit, yet he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. At that moment, he even sought an excuse to venture out of the Mygel Tower, let alone gallivanting boldly into the city beyond the castle walls. Thus, Blue awaited in silence. 3 days later, Robert would be crowned, a matter of little consequence to him. He only needed to play the part of an observer and a mere ornament. The upcoming wedding might require him to serve as a page. But Blue did not consider it a significant affair. However, he was resolute in not remaining idle any longer. The situation with the Zadie had altered his mindset. Therefore, Blue decided to seek an opportunity to exit the Red Keep and procure another conduit from the hilltop, should that too lack assent. Apart from that, there remained only the egg. Contemplating this, Blue paused his foot massage on the balcony, then slid from his chair and crawled toward the nearby featherbed. The black cat followed, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by Blue. He then used the key hanging from his neck to unlock the heavy wooden chest before him and opened it. Inside, shrouded in a handkerchief and nestled among a jumble of wooden and fabric toys, lay an object. Upon extracting it, Blue unveiled a thumb-sized broken bone alongside a peculiar egg. The bone had shrunk considerably, and the egg no longer resembled its former self. Now, it appeared as a splendid artifact, its oval surface smooth and natural, adorned with a dazzling interplay of gold and pale gray, reminiscent of a scattering of exquisite gemstones. Its value was immediately apparent. Yet, aside from the external transformation, Blue observed no other significant changes. Surely, nothing else could have transpired? He pondered silently, shaking his head. Regardless, any change was preferable to stagnation. Had the situation remained unaltered, he would have had no choice but to leave the egg in a corner to gather dust. Now at least it looked far more valuable. As he contemplated, he weighed the egg in his hand, considering that should he ever find himself destitute, selling it could yield a handsome sum. However, just as he engaged in this train of thought, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a mere exertion of force, an innocuous action suddenly caused the egg to emit a distinct cracking sound. Before Blue could react, a message materialized before him. You have discovered a potent source of life. Upon consumption, your body will undergo a profound and mysterious transformation. Chapter 68. Coronation and Slumber. What difference exists between the taste of a dragon egg and that of a chicken egg? Blue discerned no remarkable divergence. Both were equally viscous and bore a fishy aroma. Yet the dragon egg imparted a unique spiciness, lingering on the palate long after ingestion, and even a slight touch of its juices left a similar sensation on his fingers. It evoked memories of the burning sensation he had felt when slicing chili peppers in his past life. Of course, if one considered the colors of the dragon egg's whites and yolks, they could be distinctly differentiated from those of chicken egg. The liquid was not the typical semi-transparent, viscous substance, but rather a vivid red with hints of gold. And after considerable contemplation, Blue struggled to find an apt descriptor. Rose gold seemed somewhat inaccurate, while dark gold was decidedly improbable. Thus, his musings revealed that he was rather idle, not experiencing any immediate benefits or profound transformations from consuming such a rare delicacy. Nevertheless, it was clear that after receiving that message, he had indeed consumed the egg, albeit after much internal conflict and hesitation. The message had alluded to a source of life, yet had not explicitly stated what transformations might occur. Were they overt or concealed? Were they beneficial or detrimental? Would scales sprout upon his skin? Ultimately, despite his trepidation, Blue swallowed the egg whole, yet he felt nothing beyond the initial spiciness. This sensation, while not severe, was akin to a myriad of tiny insects gnawing gently within him. After waiting for an eternity, no extraordinary occurrences transpired, not even the slightest hint. Standing by the bedside and smacking his lips, Renly glanced down at the colorful eggshell in his hand, which had been entirely emptied, and pondered whether the absence of any effect was due to his failure to consume the shell entirely. Thus, he plucked a seemingly translucent shard of the dragon shell and slowly brought it to his mouth to chew. The dragon eggshell was delightfully crisp, yet its flavor bore an unpleasant aroma reminiscent of durian mixed with stinky tofu. Not merely in scent, but in taste, it exuded a hint of decay, intertwined with an intolerable sourness. After forcing down a mouthful, his delicate features contorted in distaste, and he ultimately spat out the second bite in utter revulsion. Perhaps it was best to abandon this endeavor. Who could say if it would lead to an upset stomach? Yet, he felt a twinge of wastefulness in not consuming it, as he recalled that eggshells were often nutritious, and it seemed that many oviparous creatures consumed their shells shortly after hatching. After some contemplation, he wrapped the eggshell in his original handkerchief and placed it back into his wastebin. That day passed without incident, save for a minor choking episode during dinner that prompted a flurry of concerned servants rushing to his aid, their panic palpable. Aside from that, everything remained as usual. Alone in his chamber, he lit a candle and kept vigil through the night, yet Renly felt no exceptional sensations arise, not even a hint of gastrointestinal distress. Thus, he succumbed to slumber with a sense of regret. That night, he dreamt of a colossal dragon, its body adorned with molten gold-like scales, gazing down upon him from the depths of a dimly lit hall shrouded in mist. The dragon's head was both fearsome and exquisite, its crimson eyes resembling two gory wounds, vividly reflecting the image of the small boy gazing up in awe. The dragon then opened its maw, and a torrent of blue flames surged forth, engulfing the boy entirely. His skin withered and blackened, peeling away like old wallpaper, followed by the decay of muscle, blood, and viscera. Yet, at that moment, Renly felt no pain. Instead, he was inundated by an overwhelming chill, the blue breath that consumed him feeling less like fire and more akin to the boundless sea. The following morning, as he reflected upon the dream, he struggled to recall its details, only to acknowledge that it felt oddly familiar. That evening, the dream returned with a vengeance. The pattern continued for the next day, yet still, nothing remarkable unfolded. Change arrived on the third day, coinciding with King Robert's coronation. The coronation of the new king entailed an intricate process, anointing with holy oil, reciting oaths, and conducted within the grand halls of the Great September of Baelor by a rather rotund archbishop alongside several other bishops. The solemnity, gravity, and sanctity of the ceremony imbued the expansive hall with a palpable atmosphere, rendering it eerily silent, save for the archbishop's sonorous chants. At this moment, hundreds of elegantly attired nobles gathered to witness the event, standing quietly amidst the tall columns of the church, observing the black-haired youth kneeling before the archbishop. Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, Hoatine Fry, Eddard Stark, dukes and lords from all corners of the realm, rarely seen together, had converged here, accompanied by their subordinate lords and a multitude of lesser nobles and knights. As the younger brother of the new king, Renly could not be absent from such a momentous occasion. He stood not far from the archbishop, alongside his elder brother Stannis, allowing him to clearly observe the taut expression on his older brother's face and the spittle that flew from the archbishop's lips as he recited the lengthy vows. The archbishop's declarations, though tedious and elaborate, eventually came to a close. With both hands, the plump archbishop gently placed the golden crown, adorned with rubies and black diamonds, atop Robert's head, proclaiming him king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Robert I of House Baratheon, the young king, rose, marking the conclusion of the ceremony, while the bells rang out in harmonious chorus, their sound reverberating throughout the city. Amidst the cheers, the lords knelt on one knee, and Renly joined them, albeit in a daze, feeling slightly disoriented as though the multitude surrounding him was a mere mirage. Shaking his head, the sensation dissipated, leading him to suspect it was merely a bout of low blood pressure. Next came the king's procession through the streets of King's Landing, the majority of the lords and nobles following in tow, creating a grand spectacle that resembled the march of an army. Most participants rode horses, though carriages accompanied them as well. As a child, Renly found himself within one of the carriages, and thus, once aboard, no one noticed his wan demeanor, his eyelids heavy and drooping, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. The previous night had witnessed a torrential downpour, but now the skies had cleared, leaving the ground muddy. Under the bright sun, the ornate carriage, its wheels squeaking against the axles, proceeded slowly along the filthy streets of King's Landing, flanked by gold-cloaked guards maintaining order, with a throng of common folk observing from the periphery. The cheers of the crowd never ceased, mingled with an array of colorful flowers thrown from above. While the gallant King Robert rode at the forefront, basking in the adoration of the onlookers, his face finally revealing a long-hidden, exuberant smile. Behind him trailed a procession of dukes, all resplendent in their finery, their horses bedecked in gold and silver, making them impossible to overlook. In such a scenario, no one paid heed to the carriage amidst the throng, nor did anyone notice as the wheels rolled over the paved yet muddy ground. A murky fluid inexplicably coalescing and then dispersing as the carriage moved on. Chapter 69, The Year of Conquest 284. The chroniclers later recorded a plethora of mundane phrases, extolling the new king's grace and the noble's elegance and noble demeanor. Yet in truth, many noteworthy events transpired on the day of King Robert's coronation. As the procession passed by Flea Bottom, an unknown assailant from a 3-story building hurled a pile of filth that struck the back of the resplendently armored Tywin Lannister, tarnishing his crimson cloak emblazoned with a roaring lion, the spectacle prompting an uproar as some of the splatter even rebounded onto the face of one of his brothers. The scene erupted into chaos, drawing the attention of the entire procession. Simultaneously, a voice from the crowd broke into a prolonged, beastly call, seemingly mocking some unspoken event. The usually composed Tywin Lannister wore a dark scowl, while the new King Robert erupted in fury, demanding a thorough investigation to unearth the culprit who dared to disrupt his coronation. After a flurry of confusion, Several individuals were apprehended, yet the true perpetrator remained elusive, delaying their progress further. After a brief respite, the party resumed its journey. However, not long thereafter, a disheveled woman rushed towards them, loudly calling out a name just beyond the cordon of the gold cloaks. A short man, riding closely behind the Duke of the North, approached her, only to return moments later, his expression transformed with alarm, whispering something that prompted him to hastily abandon the group. Eddard Stark chose not to follow the retreating figure. Yet Robert's steadfast brother appeared increasingly distracted as they continued on their path. Later, the party encountered a disheveled drunkard, urinating openly in the street, while a mentally unstable old beggar approached, loudly begging for alms. Several prostitutes lurked behind the wooden windows, provocatively exposing themselves to entice the knights passing by on the street below. This spectacle was caught by Ser Stannis, who, already displeased from earlier events, promptly sought out the commander of the gold cloaks responsible for King's Landing's order, demanding the closure of the unruly brothel. Despite these disturbances, the overall journey remained largely unaffected. After a full afternoon of successful patrol, the party began its return to the Red Keep, marking the conclusion of the coronation ceremony. What followed was a grand feast. The Master of Whisperers had been diligently preparing for this banquet for several days, and in the coming days, King's Landing would host a tournament to celebrate the new king's coronation. A multitude of knights, eager for glory, animatedly discussed their intentions to seize victory both at the feast and in the tournament. It was then that someone discovered that the king's younger brother, Renly, had been unconscious in the carriage for an unknown duration, his body cold and pale, appearing gravely ill. Following a flurry of chaos, the ailing boy was taken back to Maegor's Holdfast, with the Grand Maester Pycelle hastily following after him. The banquet within the Red Keep, however, continued unabated. Yet that evening, a fierce wind swept through, dampening the fervor of the festivities. Outside, the wind howled, and despite the revelry within, the atmosphere was profoundly affected. Soon after, a torrential downpour further plunged the feast into a low point. The rain surged relentlessly, while the lords and nobles at the heart of the hall remained largely unperturbed, continuing to eat and laugh. Conversely, the outdoor seating and some lesser nobles near the entrance were drenched to the bone. By the end of the banquet, the ambitious aspirations of certain groups, once fervently discussed, had been cast aside, replaced by concerns over potential chills they might catch. Indeed, it was reported that several did fall ill with severe colds. The deluge persisted into the following day, with the darkened sky rumbling ominously, rainwater cascading over the stone streets, while the muddy roads crackled underfoot. The storm severely impacted the anticipated tournament, dousing the celebratory atmosphere surrounding the new king's coronation. The only silver lining was that the air in King's Landing had become noticeably clearer, no longer as foul as before. This seemed to silently signify the turbulent storms that the new dynasty might soon face, as if the gods above, sensing the establishment of House Baratheon, chose to send rain to cleanse the capital of its past filth. In any case, whispers and rumors proliferated, contingent upon where one stood. At this moment, the conquest of Westeros had become a mere whisper of history. Now 284 years passed, while the eastern seas of King's Landing appeared to be brewing a storm, with rain continuing for several days. In the aftermath, Grand Maester Pycelle claimed that the tempest brewing in the Narrow Sea could be the most significant in Westeros's recorded history. Consequently, another rumor began to circulate, that the Storm King's usurpation would inevitably usher in unending gales and tempests upon the Seven Kingdoms. However, following the storm, a stretch of clear weather ensued, and thus the murmurs gradually faded away. With King Robert's ascension, the realm was poised for rejuvenation, necessitating the fulfillment and implementation of prior promises and decisions. Land allocations, adjustments among courtiers, and the reorganization of tax collectors all required attention. The nobles who had gathered in the capital began to disperse once the rains ceased, returning to their respective domains, though many families retained members in King's Landing. Anticipating the imminent wedding of King Robert to Cersei, the daughter of Lord Tywin of the Westlands, a celebration destined to be grand and cannot be missed. Amidst the bustle within the Red Keep, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, presented a piece of news. During the storm, the royal fleet of the former Targaryen dynasty, gathered at Dragonstone, had suffered considerable damage and was no longer a concern. The garrison on Dragonstone was prepared to pledge allegiance to the newly ascendant Baratheon dynasty, earnestly hoping for the royal forces to arrive and welcome them. Consequently, the not yet fully assembled fleet, under the command of Stannis Baratheon, set sail towards Dragonstone. Unfortunately, upon their arrival, They found the island devoid of any Targaryens. This turn of events incensed King Robert, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the remnants of the dragon lineage, leading him to chastise his younger brother Stannis for his failure. Observing the proceedings was the newly appointed hand of the king, Jon Arryn, who shared similar doubts. Recently, while the rumors had been attributed to the discontent of the Duke of the Riverlands, it was the testimony of the captives they had taken that diverged from this narrative, pointing instead to another name. This name bore a distinct connection to the current heir of the kingdom. That very captive, after revealing the name, succumbed to the torment in his cell that same night. With scant clues to follow and the Tyrell family stepping forward, Duke John found it easier to believe that the machinations were the work of House Tyrell rather than implicating the kingdom's heir, Stannis. Yet despite this, a lingering suspicion remained in his mind, surfacing intermittently, compelling him to ponder deeply. The transition of dynasties seemed inescapably tainted by the corruption of power, with undercurrents swirling beneath the surface of apparent vitality, leaving one to wonder where this troubled land of Westeros would be led. However, an event transpired that alleviated some of the prevailing atmosphere within the castle. After more than half a month of slumber, King Robert's younger brother, Renly, finally awoke. Chapter 70. The Curse of the Embers. A cacophony of chaotic dreams assailed him. One moment he was struggling in the tumultuous sea. The next he was engulfed by the flames of a fearsome dragon. The violent storm tormented his diminutive form upon the ocean surface, while the dragon's inferno reduced him to mere ash. Alongside these horrors came visions of sea monsters, swimming fish, thunder, and torrential rain. Countless images ebbed and flowed, entwining and re-entwining like the tides. Lost within these myriad dreams, Renly's consciousness drifted, his thoughts scattered and unfocused, unable to discern whether he was awake or merely dreaming. Initially, this state of confusion was profound, but gradually it subsided. The storm began to abate, the dragon's wings withdrew, and ultimately, all dreams dissipated like mist. He found himself enveloped in darkness, yet his fragmented thoughts slowly coalesced into clarity. His senses gradually returned. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. Yet keen ears could discern a symphony of delicate sounds. The melodic chirping of birds, the soft murmur of conversation, the gentle scraping of a mop against the floor. And, naturally, the rhythmic footfalls of people. Weighed down by an overwhelming lethargy, he felt the dryness of his lips and instinctively licked them, only to be met with a simultaneously sour and bitter taste, reminiscent of some lingering medicinal concoction. As he gradually opened his eyes, the familiar ceiling and exquisite canopy of the bed allowed him to swiftly ascertain that he was indeed within his own chamber. A slight turn of his head revealed the absence of anyone else in the room. However, his gaze fell upon a few shriveled, dark gray leeches, motionless atop a silver tray on the bedside table, which sent a jolt through the recently awakened Bran, sharpening his mind considerably. He then lifted his arm to inspect it, discovering abnormal red and swollen marks adorning his skin. Yet, Bran paid little heed to this predicament, instead fixating on his emaciated arm, lost in contemplation. The arms of a child were already slender, yet the one before him now, while not quite skin and bones, appeared exceedingly frail, a stark contrast to the plumpness he had previously known. How long had it been? The boy, ensconced in the featherbed, could not suppress this question. His recollections prior to his slumber were hazy. All he could remember was that it was the day of his elder brother's coronation, after which he had drifted off into a cloud of dreams. Yet now, those dreams eluded him, shrouded in fog. He felt as though he had only slept a single night, but the current state of affairs suggested otherwise. Why had this occurred? Bran's mind immediately drifted to the dragon egg he had consumed, which had initially elicited no response. Taking a deep breath, he laboriously propped himself up against the headboard, directing his gaze toward the silvered, circular mirror embedded in the wall opposite the bed. A pale and gaunt youthful visage met his eyes, far more haggard than usual, with hair that had grown considerably longer, the bangs clinging to his forehead due to perspiration, giving him a disheveled appearance. Bran noted that his hair seemed to have taken on a deeper shade of black, and the color of his eyes had subtly shifted. However, the information that soon emerged compelled him to set aside these observations and focus on the attributes displayed in the mirror. Race level, LV2. Class bar, class level, novice. Class traits, sensitive to melody. Knowledge acquired, heraldry LV7, swimming LV7, archery LV5. Knowledge acquired, poison crafting LV5, dagger mastery LV5, fishing LV2, horsemanship LV2. Derived traits, spirit conduit. Valyrian bloodline, mutation, curse of the embers. His race level had ascended to 2, inexplicably raising his swimming skill by 1 level, while the others remained unchanged. Yet, it was the final traits that made him furrow his brow. 2 new traits emerged, while 2 had vanished. No, if swimming had risen to LV7, it should have resulted in the derivation of an additional trait, implying a total reduction of 3. As he pondered this, his focus honed in on the trait that had replaced the others. What had begun as a subconscious action unexpectedly transformed into something new. As his gaze intensified, the misty information on the mirror gradually faded away, replaced by a fresh line of text. Valyrian bloodline. Mutation: the faint Valyrian blood coursing through your veins has fused with the powers of curses and derived traits, enhancing your physique. You possess certain mysterious characteristics inherited through your bloodline, granting you the ability to survive in an underwater realm and mimic illusions, albeit attracting some unwelcome troubles. This sudden explanatory text left Bran momentarily dumbfounded, prompting his attention to shift to another entry. Cursed by the embers. You harbor remnants of a certain cursed power, rendering you immune to most curse effects. However, while submerged in the ocean, you have a slight chance of triggering a storm. The awakening of his bloodline, its fusion, and mutation, though somewhat extraordinary, were concepts Bran could grasp. Nevertheless, the emergence of the curse made him frown. During his time in the dungeon, the bizarre storm had already ignited his suspicions, yet there had been no clues to elucidate its origin. Now, it seemed clear that the storm was no coincidence or mere happenstance. It was indeed a curse. But the pressing question remained. Who had cast this curse upon him? Or rather, what was it? A sense of caution enveloped his thoughts, yet before he could delve deeper, the sudden sound of trivial movements caught his attention. Looking down in the direction of the noise, he beheld a black cat emerging from beneath the bed, prancing forward on tiny, delicate steps. Initially unaware of the boy's gaze, the feline stretched languidly on the pale green carpet, yawning before settling down to groom its plump front paws. However, as it continued to groom, its actions abruptly halted, and its head turned slowly to regard the headboard. A sharp and melodious meow erupted, as if startled, yet also conveyed a sense of delight. This commotion triggered a flurry of activity outside the door, as the guards rushed in, exclaiming in excitement, "Quick, come quickly! Young Master Bran has awakened." The news of the young prince's revival sent ripples of excitement throughout the bustling Red Keep. The patient had regained his senses, prompting the Grand Maester to hastily arrive for a medical examination, while servants bustled about, preparing food and nourishment. An atmosphere of joy and relief spread among a small circle. And soon after, Bran's 2 elder brothers arrived in succession, remaining with him for a considerable time. The newly crowned king wore a broad smile, his genuine laughter and gleaming eyes enhancing his appeal. Yet, Bran could still discern a flicker of agitation beneath the surface. Meanwhile, his second brother, Stannis, maintained his usual stoic demeanor, though a hint of despondency and fatigue lingered in his expression. Initially perplexed by their demeanor, Bran soon learned from the servants' discussions what had transpired. The remnants of House Targaryen from Dragonstone had evaded the pursuit of the Baratheons and had vanished without a trace, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. Among the missing were the former Mad King's queen, Rhaella Targaryen, her young son, Viserys Targaryen, and a newborn girl whose name remained unknown. Their disappearance posed a ticking time bomb for the nascent and ill-gotten kingdom, and it was no wonder that Robert was troubled by it. Yet for Bran, this held an additional layer of significance. He pondered the appearance of the Dragon Mother. What could she possibly look like? The dark-haired boy mused. Surely, she couldn't be a peculiar sight. This seemed unlikely, as the individuals he had encountered bore no resemblance to those from the tales he had observed. This was indeed reasonable. If they looked alike, that would be odd. However, at this moment, Bran found little inclination to contemplate the future mother of dragons, for he was acutely aware that his condition was far from ideal. His entire being seemed to have withered down to mere skin and bones, rendering him as frail as an elderly man in the twilight of life, devoid of the spirited vitality one would expect from a child. Upon awakening, Lannister found himself unable to rise from his bed. However, after several days, his strength gradually returned, enabling him to walk with considerable effort. This evoked a complex mix of emotions within him. Typically, an upgrade would be a cause for celebration, yet the sensation of being utterly drained was far from comforting. Nonetheless, as his health improved, he began to perceive the transformations occurring within himself. His strength had significantly increased, his mind appeared sharper, his memory had been notably enhanced, and even his skin, while still retaining its youthful softness, had gained a newfound resilience. A comprehensive improvement, he mused. The emerging Valyrian blood within him was unlike anything he had anticipated. It seemed to amalgamate his previous attributes associated with the sea and a peculiar ability of illusion mimicry. Regrettably, he had not yet had the opportunity to test these newfound capabilities in the ocean and remained uncertain of their specifics. However, he had attempted to wash his face once, noticing that while the initial chill persisted, its intensity seemed somewhat diminished. Having spent a period recuperating within the confines of the Mager's holdfast, the outside world felt temporarily disconnected from him. Yet, during a stroll in the courtyard, the middle-aged, brown-haired Davos approached him to discuss a matter. Lady Whiteheart had informed him that she had completed the tasks entrusted to her, and was inquiring when he might be available to meet her. Whiteheart, at first, the name struck Lannister as unfamiliar, but he soon recalled it belonged to the brigandess who had sought refuge with him. And he remembered the instructions he had given before his unconsciousness regarding the people of the Reach and the dagger. Thus, he replied to Davos, "I can meet her tomorrow." Chapter 71, The Dagger of the Reach. Lady Whiteheart had long been curious about the child who had so casually bestowed a golden dragon upon her son without demanding anything in return. Was he a typical aristocratic boy, mischievous and playful, a boisterous little glutton, or perhaps a kind-hearted and gentle soul? Each time, she held the golden dragon. These questions occupied her mind, and when her companions deliberated abandoning their mundane lives in the Kingswood to seek out the boy, her thoughts intensified. Now, finally in his presence, she felt a peculiar sense of wonder. Adorned in a loosely fitting black velvet coat edged with silver and similarly baggy trousers, the boy appeared exceedingly frail. The golden threaded stag emblem on his chest glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and his pallid complexion suggested a certain frailty, as rumors had indeed indicated he had been gravely ill. At first glance, he seemed merely a sickly child, unremarkable aside from his lustrous black hair that one might be tempted to touzle. Yet when he turned his striking blue eyes toward her, her perception shifted dramatically. Those eyes were calm, yet discerning, evoking a contrasting impression to his youthful visage. However, she was more captivated by the color of those eyes, a breathtaking icy blue, resplendent and profound, yet devoid of coldness, exuding an unusual allure that enveloped her like a refreshing sea breeze on a sweltering day. "How did you manage that?" The slightly hoarse voice of the child interrupted her reverie. Gathering her thoughts, she answered, "I observed him for several days and discovered he had no soldiers accompanying him. He was residing in an inn with only a small infant and a nursemaid." She paused, noting the boy's earnest attention, then continued. "On the day King Robert was patrolling the city, he was absent, so I seized the opportunity to climb through a window and secretly took the child away." Initially, Whiteheart had feared the boy wouldn't comprehend her words, so she spoke slowly, but observing his calm demeanor encouraged her to quicken her pace. "I left him a note, instructing him to bring a ransom to redeem the child, and I demanded he disarm and present himself at a specific location before I would reveal myself. However, when he arrived, I had already re-entered the inn and taken everything he left behind. Fortunately, I had anticipated needing to repeat this several times to achieve my goal." The woman, clad in a light green cloak, squatted down to pat the rough wooden chest at her feet. "It's all here, my lord." Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously employed a term of respect. At that moment, they found themselves in a soldier-esque guardroom near the edge of the Red Keep. To meet this brigandess, Lannister had forged a letter purportedly from Storm's End, which Davos had presented, granting her passage through the gates of the Red Keep. Before the guards could announce them to the busy King Robert, Lannister had strategically appeared, fortuitously intercepting the encounter. Given that the throne room was currently embroiled in matters of state, he was unperturbed by the possibility of Robert hearing the letter and hastening over. Moreover, Stannis was not present in the Red Keep, allowing him to comfortably host the woman before him. As she spoke, she opened the chest, and Lannister glanced inside, spotting his desired target amidst a jumble of leather belts. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but refrained from retrieving it immediately, instead inquiring of the enchanting woman, "What has become of the infant?" "I returned him," she replied. "He is quite a nuisance, crying and shouting, and even urinated all over me." Upon hearing this, Lannister understood her character better, recognizing her as a true brigandess. Well-versed in the art of kidnapping and extortion, she displayed little sorrow for the death of her comrades. Exhibiting a blatant disregard for the law, her methods ruthless, with the singular focus of achieving her objectives. Yet she was not merely a common brigandess. She appeared quite astute. And interestingly, while typical brigands are often illiterate, this one could read and write. Such a trait was rare, for even among noble families, many remained illiterate. The lordly class only needed to be able to read and write, relying on scholars for the rest, rendering further education unnecessary. Moreover, the populace generally showed little interest in learning, preferring instead to wield swords and axes. Where did you learn to read and write? Lannister inquired with curiosity. The woman, seemingly around 30 years old, tall and slender, with her golden hair cascading loosely, possessed an undeniable beauty. My father was a mercenary knight, she replied. He taught me to read and write from a young age. Lannister nodded, not probing further, instead detaching a small gray pouch from his belt and handing it to her. If you truly wish to serve as my vassal, there will naturally be a fixed salary, but until that time, you're not yet in that position. So this is your remuneration. Having depleted his supply of golden dragons, the pouch contained something other than coins, yet it bore significant value coming from Maegor's holdfast. As she opened the pouch, a glimmer of joy illuminated her expression. Upon witnessing this, Gendry smiled softly, his gaze shifting toward the boy who was nervously tugging at the corner of the woman's cloak. The boy, clad in a brown, waist-cinched coarse cloth shirt and fitted trousers, possessed an endearing visage, his bright green eyes sparkling with curiosity. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, his face impeccably clean, devoid of the dirtiness one might expect from a child of common birth, suggesting he had been tidied up prior to this encounter. Yet under Gendry's gaze, his pristine complexion flushed crimson, and he instinctively lowered his head, exuding a palpable nervousness. Is she a girl? Gendry inquired, bemused. It's a boy, replied the woman, who had just secured her coin pouch, standing upright and affectionately patting her son's brown-haired head. Top, greet the lord. Deedy lord, the boy stammered, his words laced with shyness, a clear indication of his innocence. Gendry found this endearing, as he had a fondness for honest souls. Thus, he addressed the woman. You may remain in King's Landing for the time being. Once I depart from the Red Keep, you can bring your son to join me. If any matters arise, seek out Davos. The Davos he referenced was not present in the room, but rather outside, engaging in idle conversation with the guards, serving to draw attention. The woman nodded in acknowledgement before discreetly leading her son away. She was not well acquainted with Gendry, only understanding that Davos could connect her to him. When tasked with this errand, she had been quite astonished. She had intended to inquire why the boy was so determined to procure weaponry from the northern lands, but ultimately, the question never left her lips. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of restraint before this child, who appeared younger than her son, as if a commoner stood before a lord of higher standing. Yet she was no commoner. She was a bandit, previously thriving on the oppression of noble lords. This dissonance felt somewhat unnatural. Perhaps she was overly concerned about this opportunity, she mused. After the Brotherhood without banners was eradicated, former bandits like her were left to scuttle about in survival mode. Given her profession, she was familiar with numerous nobles, and stepping out of the woods made her cautious, fearful of being recognized and subsequently hanged or executed. However, the covert existence of hiding in the woods and raising pigs was not a life any of them desired. And this dissatisfaction peaked when an old comrade fell ill and lacked funds for treatment. Thus, when the Golden Dragon appeared, they resolutely set forth toward King's Landing. Initially, they had contemplated seeking refuge with Stannis, given the precedent of smugglers. However, upon learning the particulars, they abandoned that notion and turned their gaze toward the owner of the Golden Dragon, the young lord of House Baratheon. They hoped to extract some coin from this child. Although the feasibility of such an idea was dubious, nonetheless, it was better to have a plan than none at all. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and, instead of acquiring wealth, they lost 2 lives in the process. Disheartened by the death of her companions, Wenda resolved to return to the woods and resume her humble existence, only to have the noble boy, whom she had previously deemed unreachable, present her with a note and an enticing offer, the prospect of training her son as a knight. For some, a knight may be perceived merely as a hired muscle, summonable at will with a purse of gold. However, for the majority of common folk, becoming a knight represented the pinnacle of success, an elevation to a status that could take a lifetime to attain. Although Wenda was not an ordinary peasant, she understood the significance of such a promise. Thus, despite the uncertainty in his words and the fact that he was merely a 5-year-old child, she exerted every effort to fulfill this endeavor. The journey, while seemingly straightforward, was fraught with hardships and dangers that only she could comprehend. For her child, everything else paled in comparison. 2 large chests were carried into Gendry's chamber within the Maegor's holdfast by the guards. The boy claimed these were toys and clothing previously sent from Storm's End, and none of the guards questioned this assertion. After a flurry of activity, the room fell silent, save for a curious black cat that prowled around. Gendry, however, paid it no mind, instead focusing on opening the chests with keen anticipation. Having previously displayed an interest in daggers before the wildlings, he had wisely withheld his true desires from the woman, resulting in a plethora of items within the chests. Most of the contents were garments, alongside some leather armor and chainmail, yet Gendry's attention was captured solely by a wooden-handled dagger concealed among the clothing. Without hesitation, he seized the dagger, examining it closely. It appeared rather ordinary, its handle crafted from mahogany, the iron blade glistening sharply in the sunlight streaming through the balcony, indicating it had been well cared for. However, upon closer inspection, Gendry detected a faint scent lingering on the dagger, one he had previously noted. Now only a whisper of its former strength. Had it been depleted, or something else? He pondered, choosing not to test whether it could transport him into the realm of adventure at that moment. Instead, he placed it into his makeshift refuse bin. Weakened in body, his spirit mirrored that fatigue. He felt devoid of energy, still far from regaining his health, and lacked the inclination to embark on any escapades. Thus, despite the peculiar nature of the dagger, he refrained from conducting any experiments, for the prospect of being thrust into the unknown was daunting. Once he had recuperated, a fleeting thought crossed his mind as he glanced toward the bedside table, where a bowl of fragrant pea and bacon soup sat, left over from breakfast, which he had not instructed the servants to remove. After all, consuming more would aid his recovery, and he had resolved to take full advantage of this time to indulge. As Gendry contemplated how to balance his nutrition in his bedroom, a conversation of profound relevance was taking place within the royal residence of Maegor's Holdfast. Chapter 72, The Question of Titles. Though situated within the confines of Maegor's Holdfast, the king's quarters were markedly more spacious than Gendry's. The balcony offered a sweeping view, the floor adorned with opulent silver carpets, and the golden bed large enough to accommodate more than 6 adults. The corner cabinet brimmed with wines imported from across the 7 kingdoms, and every piece of furniture exuded an air of grandeur and luxury. The room was bright, yet it presently hosted only 2 individuals seated at the cabinet, an elder and a youth, leisurely savoring Dornish red wine while engaged in discussions of state affairs. Like the wine in their glasses, their conversation revolved around Dorne. The hand of the king, Jon Arryn, prepared to dispatch the young king to Dorne following his wedding, aiming to soothe the Martell family. Robert himself held little hope for the endeavor, but did not outright reject his adoptive father's suggestion. However, the topic of Dorne did not linger long. After a preliminary decision was reached, the young raven-haired king shifted the discourse, stating, "I intend to grant Gendry the title of Lord of Storm's End." The utterance left the elderly man, a balding figure adorned with a fringe of pale golden hair, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the discourse was far from concluded. It persisted unabated. Observing the pallor of his countenance, one could almost fear for his health. Robert, with a flourish, drained his glass of wine and poured himself another, appearing to be in high spirits. Perhaps this news might hasten his recovery. However, the elder placed his silver goblet back upon the cabinet with a solemn demeanor, asserting, "I find this notion troubling, your grace. Lancel is still but a child, frail and unproven in valor." "Unproven valor," Robert retorted, somewhat displeased. "By that logic, should I not bestow our ancestral stronghold and land upon another? My intent, your grace, is that you may retain Storm's End. You are the rightful heir of House Baratheon, possessing such prerogative," Lord Jon elucidated. "It would be prudent to defer any grants until your son is born, thereby ensuring a judicious choice. Yet I am not yet wed, and you're already contemplating my son's future," Robert chuckled. "Moreover, whether the child belongs to the Lannisters or the Starks remains uncertain." This statement momentarily stunned the elder, who then widened his eyes in disbelief at the audacity of the young king's words. Robert, witnessing this reaction, burst into hearty laughter. "Look at you, Jon, utterly flabbergasted. Have you grown so old that you cannot discern jest?" As his mirth subsided, he added, "However, should Cersei dare to stray post-marriage, I shall not hesitate to take her life, regardless of the implications for the realm. When that day comes, we must earnestly consider how to eradicate the Lannisters completely." The elder responded without hesitation, a hint of resignation gracing his features. "But how many times must I reiterate? Robert, those are mere rumors. Reflect on Aegon the Unworthy. I fear you might be misled by words and commit grave errors." His concerns were unabashedly evident, prompting Robert to fall silent for a moment before he remarked, "You are a good foster father, Jon. At times I feel like a complete scoundrel." The elder found solace in this admission, only to be met with Robert's subsequent declaration, "Yet regarding the matter of my brother's fief, that is solely within my purview. All 7 kingdoms belong to me, and it would be unconscionable for my brother to remain without a title. How shall I face our parents after my demise? The Clinton family has already been stripped of all lands and wealth by the Mad King. Your grace might consider granting Storm's End to Lancel," the elder proposed. There is no necessity for Storm's End, however. Storm's End is merely a castle, but it symbolizes House Baratheon's authority over the Stormlands, which in turn represents the suzerainty of the majority of noble lords in the region. The title of suzerain holds immense significance for the nobility. It equates to wielding half the power of a king. It was evident that Robert intended to bestow the title of Duke of Storm's End upon his younger brother Lancel, effectively elevating a mere 5-year-old to the status of a lord. Indeed, Storm's End is a considerable territory. Yet you are aware that I have already pledged the lands of House Clinton elsewhere, Robert countered. Even that dilapidated castle is destined for Ronald Clinton. For he fought on my behalf. I must grant him some reward. What of a rental? John queried. The Merryweathers have likewise been dispossessed by the Mad King, and now it lies empty. For the God's sake, John, do not tell me you are unaware that it is a castle in the Riverlands. It could equally belong to the Stormlands. True, but we have already granted a section of Harrenhal to House Tarly. Shall we also surrender that castle? Robert shook his head. The Riverlands are quite placid at present. I have no desire to provoke them further. John found himself at a loss for words. This was the same man who had once been reduced to a quivering wreck by the armies of the Riverlands, and even after the war concluded, had shown no restraint in mocking the Tyrells. Yet now, it seemed he had conveniently forgotten the bitterness he had harbored regarding that defeat. The reason for this shift was not difficult to discern. Lord Mace Tyrell had recently made numerous overtures to curry favor with Robert, and somehow, he had struck a chord that delighted the king. He was not a fool. He knew when to impose penalties for defeat, and he had indeed taken a substantial piece of the Riverlands' wealth. However, it appeared that hostility towards the Riverlands had dissipated. This was not necessarily a bad thing for a king, as he would eventually need to consider the nation as a whole. Nevertheless, while the war had ushered in a new era, the overarching dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms had not drastically altered. The pie was still small. Aside from the Targaryen royal domain, the other two opposing factions, the Riverlands and Dorne, were either too distant or remained formidable, rendering them difficult to contend with. Let Storm's End be. With Robert at the helm, the lords of the Stormlands will not dare to cause unrest, John mused, only to be suddenly struck by another thought. Do you intend to bestow Dragonstone upon Stannis? He is my heir. Of course, Robert replied matter-of-factly. The King's heir must be granted Dragonstone. Dragonstone, situated in the waters east of King's Landing and separated from the port by a bay known as Blackwater, was small yet significant. The Targaryen dynasty had consistently conferred the title of Prince of Dragonstone upon the heir to the Iron Throne for nearly 3 centuries, a tradition all lords had tacitly accepted. It could even be said that to be granted Dragonstone was tantamount to announcing one's status as heir. However, at that moment, Lord John found it increasingly difficult to regard his foster son's younger brother with customary detachment. The mere mention of him evoked recollections of certain matters tied to recent rumors. Although everyone attributed those tales to the machinations of the Tyrells, was that truly the case? What if it were not the Tyrells' doing, or if they too were merely pawns in a larger scheme? What if those rumors had been instigated by the king's younger brother, Stannis? If that were so, what could his motives be? John could not help but think back to the era when the Targaryen dragons still soared through the skies, a time when another king's brother, filled with ambition and wild spirit, had coveted the title of Prince of Dragonstone. This notion instilled a sense of caution within the newly appointed hand of the king, prompting him to address the young monarch before him. Stannis is your heir at present, yet that does not guarantee he will always remain so. This statement momentarily startled Robert, a contemplative furrow forming between his brows. You cannot perpetually lack a son as your heir, the elder continued. Yet that contradicts tradition, Robert replied reflexively. The tradition is that the king's heir is to be the Prince of Dragonstone, John slowly countered. But Stannis is unlikely to become your heir, unless you fail to sire a son. This assertion caused Robert to ponder for a moment before he nodded thoughtfully. That holds merit. Yet if we are to follow the line of succession and valor, Stannis should rightfully be granted Storm's End. The king's words caused the elderly man to furrow his brows. But before he could utter a response, the other party suddenly erupted with a curse. By the gods, why must we adhere to the traditions of House Targaryen? Those are the decrees set forth by a bunch of silver-haired bastards. Why should I heed them? Your Majesty, you have inherited the Iron Throne in the name of Princess Rhaella Targaryen's bloodline, and thus you are bound to honor the customs of old. That was before my coronation. Robert interjected. Now that I am king, who dares to oppose me over such trivialities? Upon hearing this, the elder's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping upon him. So, your Majesty means to say, of course, we shall abolish it, Robert replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 73. The welcoming banquet Loras was utterly unaware that his recent illness had prompted Robert to consider bestowing upon him an earlier title. Nor could he fathom that certain actions of his would inadvertently lead to remarkable changes in the future. Within the confines of the Red Keep, he was recuperating, indulging in lavish feasts, occasionally venturing out for a stroll, and practicing various musical instruments. At this moment, his constitution was far stronger than before, his lung capacity had increased, and his skin had become more supple. What once hindered him from prolonged practice now posed no obstacles whatsoever. Living a life of leisure within the royal castle, feasting and resting well, he appeared frail, yet in truth he was not as weak as he seemed, and this outward frailty was gradually diminishing. There were no upheavals or unexpected occurrences. No one paid much attention to the young lad, and his days flowed by in serene tranquility. However, during one of the evening banquets at the Red Keep, an unexpected visitor approached him. Amidst the harmonious melodies of the harp and flute, elegantly attired nobles were swirling in dance at the heart of the hall when a tall young man with soft brown curls seized the opportunity while Loras discreetly indulged in a strawberry cake in the corner. "Good evening, child," he greeted with a broad smile, a silver goblet adorned with rubies held in his hand, a faint aroma of wine wafting from it. Raising his eyes to the amiable giant who had initiated conversation, Loras swallowed his morsel, leisurely retrieved a handkerchief from his inner pocket to wipe his hands and the corners of his mouth, and then stood to respond politely. "Good evening, Lord Tyrell." The boy displayed impeccable manners, yet the nobleman unceremoniously pulled out a chair from beneath the long table and seated himself opposite Loras, his expression imbued with concern. "By the grace of the gods, child, how fares your health?" "I am much improved. Thank you for your concern, my lord," Loras replied with a gentle smile, his eyes curving slightly in response, which startled the nobleman, prompting him to exclaim, "Your eyes are truly beautiful, child. They evoke envy in those who behold them." "I envy your towering stature, my lord," the boy earnestly replied. "I hope to be as tall as you when I grow up." At a loss for further flattery, he resorted to this comment, yet the nobleman, lacking the gift of mind-reading, burst into hearty laughter upon hearing it. "Your father is quite tall, and your brother is no less so. I dare say you shall not be short in your future, and I hope every word you speak comes to pass." The boy responded earnestly, which elicited another round of laughter from nobleman. The middle-aged attendant trailing behind him could not help but shake his head in amusement. "You must visit High Garden someday, Loras," the Duke of Tyrell remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of casual sincerity. "I have 3 sons and a daughter. Along with a host of nephews and nieces, you shall not lack for companions there." "That depends on my elder brother's approval," the boy replied. "But I eagerly anticipate your invitation, my lord. I have heard the apples of Highgarden are exceptionally sweet." "They're not the only sweet things," the Duke said with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Loras feigned the need to visit the restroom to extricate himself from what he perceived as the slightly foolish Duke of the Reach. However, the nobleman's impression was quite the opposite. He gazed appreciatively at the boy's retreating figure, his smile lingering long after he had departed. Eventually, he turned to his accompanying steward and remarked, "What a fascinating young lad. I am inclined to take him on as a squire." The steward, a middle-aged man hailing from a knightly lineage, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but I doubt His Majesty Robert would consent to such a proposal. He would likely interpret it as a demand for hostages." "What right do the vanquished have to demand hostages?" The Duke scoffed. "I merely wish to foster goodwill. Although I come to kneel and submit, we cannot return in disgrace." "Can we?" "His Majesty would not think so. I do not believe he would be so suspicious," the Duke asserted. "Loras is merely his younger brother, not his son. Even if he holds some value as a hostage, it is negligible. I believe His Majesty understands this. He held little regard for my sister, yet he must appreciate the Tyrell's dedication to nurturing children. Old Town is my domain. Who in the 7 kingdoms can rival the Tyrells in this regard?" After a few encounters, he had grown more familiar with Robert, his words now laced with a hint of unspoken resentment. Yet, the steward did not share the Duke's optimism. "It may not be of utmost importance, yet it is not something to be casually offered to former adversaries." "Former adversaries?" The Duke frowned at this statement, though he refrained from voicing any objections. After some contemplation, he declared, "If His Majesty truly disapproves, I shall send one of my sons to keep Loras company instead. Let me see. Loras is not yet 2 years old. In comparison, he would be quite suitable. We can wait a few years until Loras departs the Red Keep. That is of no consequence. Your confidence in Baelish is admirable. Why not propose sending a son to serve King Robert instead?" The steward mused inwardly, but outwardly responded, provided that Loras is to be made a lord in the future. He will undoubtedly be made a lord, the Duke asserted confidently. His Majesty Robert is renowned for his generosity. As he spoke, he regarded his steward with interest and asked, "What do you suppose his lordship will be granted? Is the Stormlands a likely prospect?" "I hope not, my lord," the steward replied rationally. "I believe Stannis stands a good chance of being granted the Stormlands." Stannis? The mention of this name caused a flicker of discomfort in the Duke. His own family had encircled Storm's End for a year, not causing any casualties, yet nearly forcing the inhabitants to resort to cannibalism. Furthermore, that Stannis was known for his harsh and stubborn temperament. Such a man harbored grudges. Nevertheless, that was not all. Stannis's betrothed hailed from House Florent, an old noble family of the Reach that had never been particularly compliant with the Tyrells. They continually claimed their bloodline was closer to the ancient royal family of the Reach, obliterated by dragon fire, even more so than the Tyrells, from which the steward descended. The Stormlands were adjacent to the Reach. If Stannis were indeed granted Storm's End, I believe he will be granted Dragonstone, the Duke mused, unconsciously sipping from the ruby-red wine in his silver goblet. By the line of succession, he is His Majesty's heir and should rightfully be granted Dragonstone. But he will not remain His Majesty's heir forever. The butler failed to perceive the peculiar demeanor of his lord, the Duke. After reflecting on the matter, he reasoned, the existence of a bastard daughter in the Vale is sufficient evidence of King Robert's ability to sire heirs. Furthermore, Stannis has successfully held Storm's End, a significant achievement in the eyes of the king. If one disregards the matter of succession, Dragonstone Island indeed appears rather desolate. We are merely the ones delivering the commendation. The Duke cast a displeased glance at the butler. Do you genuinely wish for Stannis to be awarded Storm's End? He silently contemplated whether it was time to replace his butler, who clearly lacked the art of conversation. Meanwhile, the exchange across the room was not particularly amiable. And there stood Lancel, feigning a casual stroll before returning to the banquet hall, his gaze sweeping the area until it settled upon a small figure in the corner, diligently tearing into a greasy chicken leg. This individual, seated sideways to Lancel, revealed a prominent forehead and shoulder-length golden hair. He was clad in a scarlet velvet-fitted jacket and loose trousers, his short legs dangling from the chair like a child's. Indeed, he was a child. Lancel estimated he was likely only a few years younger than himself. He approached the boy, who was none other than Tyrion Lannister. The reason for this evening's gathering was to welcome the Lannister family's future queen to King's Landing that very night. Lancel had already encountered the radiant beauty of the West, and while she was undeniably striking, he found himself far more intrigued by the presence of the one known as the Imp accompanying his sister. Tyrion was preparing for the forthcoming wedding. However, perhaps due to sensitivity to his surroundings, the small child noticed the approaching dark-haired boy before he could draw near, turning his head to reveal a face both ugly and youthful. "Are you here to mock me as well?" he inquired, his mismatched eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 74. The sudden oath, "Are you here to mock me as well?" The unexpected question caught Lancel off guard, prompting him to pull out a chair and sit opposite the boy. "I have no habit of mocking others," he replied, "nor do I typically converse with strangers." The child regarded Lancel with a cold gaze, his features twisted into an unappealing grimace in the dim light. Very reclusive, Lancel mused, yet he remained unfazed, comfortably seated. As he extended his arm, his sleeve shifted, revealing a glimmering silver dagger that slipped into his grasp. Leaning forward slightly, he deftly used the dagger to slice off a piece of chicken wing from the platter before Tyrion, all while under the boy's astonished gaze. Under the glow of the nearby fire, the succulent, greasy piece of chicken wing was thus liberated from Tyrion's reach. Lancel added, "I find your chicken quite appetizing, which is why I sought a portion." As he took a bite, the dark-haired boy remarked, his voice muffled, "But you seem unwilling, so I had no choice but to resort to force." Though his words bore a semblance of bullying, Tyrion scratched his head and, to Lancel's surprise, pushed the platter of roasted chicken toward him. "Here, it's yours, though I don't think it's particularly delicious," he said, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with the inherent innocence of youth. Lancel estimated the boy to be around 8 or 9 years of age. "Is that so?" Lancel inquired, taking another piece of the chicken leg for himself. "Then why do you eat it so eagerly?" "I'm quite hungry," Tyrion replied. This seemed plausible, though Lancel sensed a hint of reluctance in the boy's tone, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward a group of children nearby, who were frolicking together. Reflecting on Tyrion's earlier remark, Lancel quickly deduced what had transpired, yet he refrained from probing further, choosing instead to shift the conversation. "Your name is Tyrion, correct?" "I am Lancel." "I know your name is Lancel." Perhaps reassured by their earlier exchange, the future protagonist now spoke with less caution, though he still lacked warmth. My steward informed me in Casterly Rock. My sister even brought you a gift. This prompted Lancel to glance over, spotting his half-brother Robert dancing with a gracefully dressed girl with wavy blonde hair. The distance was too great and the crowd too dense to discern her features. But even without a prior meeting, he recognized her identity. Cersei Lannister, a well-known figure in King's Landing, was also the subject of much of Lancel's scorn. Her appearance starkly contrasted with his memories, leaving him uncertain if she favored feigned smiles. With that thought, Lancel returned his focus to the little dwarf before him, who was nearly of his own height. I eagerly anticipate your sister's gift, though if it's a toy, I must decline. I already possess 2 large chests of them. Tyrion shook his head, indicating ignorance of such matters, clearly disinterested. Seizing the opportunity, Lancel redirected the conversation. I hear Casterly Rock is built upon a massive stone? A stone larger than any mountain. Tyrion nodded, responding politely. It's quite close to the sea, somewhat similar to here, but far taller. Can you hear the sound of the waves? Of course. During high tide, it sounds like thunder. How could it sound like thunder? When you go beneath, it resembles thunder. My brother Jaime and I often played in the Hall of Heroes, so we always heard it. The Hall of Heroes? That belongs to our family. As Tyrion spoke of Casterly Rock, he became more animated, though his words lacked humor, reflecting the formal education of a noble family, a stark contrast to Lancel's expectations. Yet, given Tyrion's tender age, it was only natural that his personality had yet to fully develop. Lancel provided subtle prompts to keep the conversation flowing, allowing Tyrion to speak at length. When Lancel felt the time was right, he interjected, I would like to invite you to explore King's Landing, Tyrion. The Red Keep lacks any interesting places, far inferior to your home. I heard there are dragons in the Red Keep, Tyrion exclaimed, his grotesque face lighting up with anticipation. Only a pile of dragon bones, all collected and not particularly fascinating, Lancel replied, noting the disappointment that crossed Tyrion's face. He quickly added, however, there's an abandoned dragon lair on the Rhaenys Hills, a place where the Targaryens once raised dragons. I've always wanted to see it. How about it? Would you care to join me? Tyrion hesitated, yet seemed intrigued. I must ask my father for permission. He doesn't like me wandering about. Then I shall ask my brother. He is the king. If he consents, your father will have no choice but to allow you to roam. As Lancel spoke, he observed that Tyrion offered no objections, prompting him to slide off the long bench and stride toward the center of the hall. The little imp, who had once piqued his interest, was now merely a reclusive child shunned by others. Yet, given the potential implications of their adventure beyond the Red Keep, Lancel was determined to pursue the matter further. As a mere 5-year-old child, even with the protection of guards, it was exceedingly difficult for him to venture beyond the confines of the Red Keep. However, if he were to have a companion to partake in activities that would foster familial bonds between both their houses, such a possibility might indeed arise. Recently, the twin offspring of House Redwine had come to mind as potential playmates, yet he had heard whispers that they were sent as hostages and could not roam freely. Thus he abandoned that notion. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize the opportunity at hand. Bluebell, with shrewd intent, approached the young king, a figure just emerging from a dance, now seated and indulging in wine at the center of the grand hall, to broach the subject, and found no opposition. In fact, the king erupted into hearty laughter, while a golden-haired maiden at his side regarded him with a gentle, benevolent smile. However, just as Bluebell was granted permission and prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After draining the crimson wine from his silver goblet, the young king, adorned with a golden crown and possessing a mane of raven-black hair, suddenly rose to his feet, clapping his hands. The men and women, who had appeared to be engrossed in their own pursuits, ceased their activities and gradually encircled the unfolding scene. The melodies of the musicians and the performances of acrobats fell silent, and soon the expansive banquet hall was enveloped in stillness. The young king then approached Bluebell, a serious expression gracing his features as he gazed down at the boy and issued a command. Kneel. Taken aback by the unexpected directive, Bluebell felt a twinge of bewilderment, yet complied by lowering himself to one knee, while the king raised his hand above him in a gesture of solemnity. House Baratheon S. Bluebell, do you pledge your loyalty to the kingdom, swearing to never betray? The king's voice resonated with gravity, and in that moment, Bluebell comprehended the weight of the situation, his thoughts swirling chaotically. However, his inner turmoil did not hinder his response. I swear. The boy's clear voice echoed through the banquet hall, prompting the surrounding nobles to assume a more formal demeanor. Do you vow to protect the kingdom's lands, safeguarding the royal family, and swearing to repel all invading foes? I swear. Do you commit to upholding the law, protecting the subjects of your domain, swearing to wield sword and scale in the pursuit of justice? I swear. King Robert nodded, and then proclaimed loudly, "Then, in the name of the king of the Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Man, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and guardian of the realm, I hereby appoint Bluebell of House Baratheon, my younger brother, as the Duke of Dragonstone." At the conclusion of his declaration, Bluebell was momentarily taken aback, while the once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Clearly, Robert's decision was not a mere whim. Following the brief oaths, he commanded his attendants to bring forth formal parchment, which was stamped on the spot, thereby enacting Bluebell's appointment. The nobles, witnessing this unprecedented event, were initially incredulous, for Dragonstone had long been the fief of the crown prince. Yet, some quick-witted individuals soon discerned the significance of the king's bestowed title. Understanding his true intent, by bestowing the title of Duke of Dragonstone upon his younger brother in front of all the nobles, while bypassing the current heir, Stannis, Robert was clearly signaling a break from ancient traditions. Such a revelation, while astonishing, proved far more palatable than the notion of the king appointing his younger brother as heir. Consequently, applause and cheers swiftly filled the banquet hall. Regardless of the nobles' internal sentiments, their outward expressions masked with sincerity and well wishes. This development, however, disrupted Bluebell's original intentions. He had approached the king with careful calculation, only to find himself unwittingly returning with a lordship decree, utterly puzzled by how he had been granted dominion over Dragonstone. Shouldn't it have been Storm's End? The trajectory of events he had anticipated seemed to have been irrevocably altered. Shortly thereafter, King Robert conferred the title of Duke of Storm's End upon Stannis Baratheon, thereby inciting further chaos. During the proceedings, Bluebell noticed the previously jovial Duke Tyrell turning away with a darkened expression, which prompted a fleeting thought, yet he dismissed it as irrelevant to his own concerns. Subsequently, King Robert announced his impending nuptials to Cersei Lannister, scheduled to occur in 6 days, formally inviting all present to attend. Amidst the jubilant uproar, the tumultuous banquet drew to a close, and as the dark-haired boy returned to his chambers in Maegor's Holdfast, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Soon succumbing to a deep slumber, what transformations would accompany his newfound status as a duke? Following that fateful evening, Bluebell pondered this question with great care. He now possessed his own territory, an island located at the eastern terminus of Blackwater Bay in King's Landing, a place he had yet to see, but had heard was modest in size, home to a volcano that was rumored to continuously emit steam, potentially erupting one day and consuming the island. He had acquired a castle, a peculiar stronghold said to have been constructed by the ancient Valyrian dragon lords using magic and dragon fire, its design purportedly distinct from any other fortifications in Westeros. He had also gained a handful of vassals, once loyal to House Targaryen, who had surrendered to House Baratheon after the remnants of the Targaryens fled their own fleet. Ravaged by storms, the few vassals who remained were now within King's Landing, and the morning following his appointment, they had come to pay their respects, kneeling before Bluebell to pledge their fealty, appearing far from rebellious. Furthermore, he had been granted the right to design his own sigil, as his elevation signified a departure from House Baratheon of Storm's End, effectively granting him a measure of independence. Bluebell had no particular thoughts regarding heraldry, and thus chose to retain the existing crowned stag without alteration. Initially, he believed that once bestowed, he would soon journey to the narrow yet enigmatic Dragonstone to take up residence, harboring concerns about whether the curse he bore would manifest. Despite indications that the so-called curse had been subsumed by his bloodline, leaving only remnants, it still ominously proclaimed a slight chance of invoking storms. However, he was subsequently informed that he would remain in the Red Keep for the time being, with the royal family managing all matters concerning Dragonstone until he was older and better suited to take office in 2 years. This meant his appointment was merely titular at present. Perhaps it was a consideration of his frail health, or perhaps other reasons were at play. Regardless, once the tumult subsided, Bluebell realized that his life had not changed significantly, apart from the fact that people now addressed him as my lord. "Make way! Clear the path for Duke Bluebell!" shouted the guards as they rode forth, their steeds' hooves echoing against the narrow streets. A throng of modestly clad common women hurriedly gathered their laundry from doorsteps, casting irritated glances at the unexpected noble procession. On either side of the road stood 3-story earthen brick edifices, while the ground beneath was uneven and parched, a testament to the drying mud. Further ahead lay a winding path leading to a desolate high hill, and 4 guards trailed closely behind and in front of the carriage, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Inside the carriage, young Renly Baratheon paid no heed to the commotion outside. Instead, he sat somewhat bored, peeling an apple. His dagger glinted with sharpness and dexterity, as spirals of apple peel were deftly stripped away, ultimately extending to over half a meter in length. It was now the third day since Renly's elevation to lordship, and he had successfully passed through the gates of the Red Keep, embarking on his journey toward the intended destination. However, he found himself alone within the carriage. Originally, he had intended to bring along the infamous Lannister imp. Yet for reasons unknown, the latter had abruptly reneged on their earlier agreement made during the banquet, retreating to the confines of the Red Keep to bury himself in books. This, however, was of little consequence, as Renly had gained a degree of freedom following his ascension to Duke, and merely being able to leave the castle was a testament to that newfound liberty. As the carriage progressed, it swayed rhythmically along the uneven terrain, the creaking of the wheels resonating continuously. The noxious odors that had previously permeated the air gradually gave way to a distinctive scent, which became increasingly pronounced as the carriage came to a halt at the narrow path's end. Ahead lay a staircase path that ascended toward the hilltop, and after finishing his apple, Renly discarded the core carelessly. Accompanied by the watchful guards, the dark-haired boy set forth toward the peak of the hill known as Renny's Hill. His purpose for this expedition was to retrieve a certain replica medium he had discovered upon entering the city, which resided atop the hill. As they continued their ascent, the sloping stairs were soon left behind, and the group ultimately arrived at a desolate, flat plaza. At the far end of the square loomed a towering, dilapidated domed structure. Turning to gaze back, Renly could see a cluster of earthy yellow buildings huddled closely together below the hill, resembling a series of small, protruding mounds. In the distance, two other hills stood majestically, one crowned with the great September of Baelor, while the other bore the imposing Red Keep. Aegon's Hill, Visenya Hill, and Renny's Hill. These were the iconic landmarks of King S Landing. It was upon this very shore that the conqueror Aegon officially landed on the continent of Westeros, and these three natural hills were named in honor of him and his sisters. Yet, as time has passed, despite the enduring existence of these hills, they are now steeped in a history that has transformed them beyond recognition. This place is hardly suitable for a garden, Renly muttered to himself after surveying the barren hilltop. Then followed the enticing scent toward the ruins known as the Dragon Pit. The grand domed structure, now long abandoned, bore a charred exterior, thick with cobwebs and dust. A heavy bronze door stood shut, yet not far from it was a gaping hole that allowed unimpeded access to the Dragon Pit. Upon stepping inside and meandering through the ruins, Renly confirmed that the scent did not emanate from the surface of the Dragon Pit, but rather from beneath it. He thus twitched his nose in search of the source, eventually arriving at a dilapidated wall of the Dragon Pit, his gaze fixated on the dust-laden wooden floor beneath him. "What are you looking for, my lord?" One of the guards, who had been closely following him, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired as Renly paused in his steps. They had observed the young duke for quite some time and noted that he did not seem to be here for idle exploration. "There is something hidden beneath," Renly replied, beckoning the guard to approach. The wooden plank was pried open with the guard's longsword, revealing a dark underground passage that came into view. Aside from Renly, the others were taken aback. However, seeing him step forward, they did not hesitate to follow suit. As they entered the passage, the scent intensified in Renly's nostrils, while his companions remained alert, scanning their surroundings for any unforeseen dangers. Yet, no such peril materialized. Upon traversing the tunnel, they arrived at a dim, foreboding cellar, where rows of dusty clay jars rested upon wooden shelves. Renly cast a curious glance toward the jars, but did not dwell on them, instead moving deeper into the cellar. Following the scent, two guards trailed behind him, while the others curiously examined the concealed cellar. "What are these?" one guard inquired, holding a torch closer to inspect the jars. After scrutinizing them for some time, he found no discernible markings on the sealed containers. He then picked up one of the jars, intending to break it open for a closer look when another guard, a local, hesitated and spoke up. "These appear to be wildfire." The moment those words left his lips, the guard holding the jar froze mid-motion. The dark-haired boy, who had just picked something up nearby, turned to glance back at the shelf he had initially dismissed as mere refuse, his heart quickening as he beheld the row of jars and the guard's sudden apprehension. Chapter 76, An Unexpected Revelation. Wildfire is a special flame crafted by alchemists, notoriously difficult to extinguish once ignited. It can seep into clothing, wood, leather, and even burn on water. In the annals of Westerosi history, wildfire holds a prominent place. The Mad King Aerys was infatuated with it, relishing in its use to incinerate his foes. The incompetent King Aegon, whom Renly had recently encountered, had once harbored delusions of constructing a war machine that spewed wildfire to assault Dorne. It had exploded upon reaching the Kingswood, incinerating a significant portion of it. Over 50 years prior, a Targaryen heir had even crazily consumed a jar of wildfire, believing it would transform him into a dragon. The outcome was, of course, disastrous. The existence of this flame has profoundly influenced House Targaryen, altering their fate. Moreover, Renly recalled that in the play, the future Queen Cersei had used wildfire to obliterate the Great September of Baelor, showcasing its formidable power. Yet, upon delving into the true history of Westeros and understanding the political dynamics across the Seven Kingdoms, Renly deemed such events implausible or, if they were to transpire, they would undoubtedly alter the entire continent's landscape rather than simply be forgotten after an explosion. In summary, he possessed a fair understanding of wildfire. This flame is exceedingly lethal. Even the slightest spark or elevated temperature could trigger an eruption. However, mere moments ago, the guard's torch had been pressed against the surface of the jar containing wildfire. A crisis had quietly unfolded, bringing Renly to the brink of genuine peril. Although he had faced death several times, he felt he had not yet fully lived. The thought of perishing in his current form filled him with dread. In haste, he led his guards out of the cellar, then hurriedly returned to the carriage. Once they had distanced themselves from Rennie's Hill and merged onto a broader road, he finally exhaled in relief, having made a crucial decision. The matter of wildfire must be reported. Otherwise, should an explosion occur, it could ignite all of King's Landing, a risk that could not be taken lightly. Gently stroking the object nestled within his cloak, Renly contemplated whether it would be put to use that very night. No one can guarantee the correctness of this matter, Your Grace, but I believe it is prudent for you to consider it with caution. I have given it thought, Jon, Renly replied. Stannis' appointment as the Guardian of Storm's End has made the Duke of Mace quite anxious. He wishes for my trust, and I too hope he proves worthy of it, which is why I have acquiesced to his request. If he desires your trust, why does he not send his son to serve you? Jon queried. Even if he is reluctant to part with his heir, he has a second son, or even a younger one. Isn't this a question we've already addressed? Jon, I insisted on having hostages, yet you argued against being excessive. As a result, we ended up with merely the two fools from House Redwine. Now, we are to send him hostages? Hostages? Let us not frame it so negatively. Renly is merely a bridge to ease relations. I have no intention of sending him to the Seven Hells as a hostage, Jon. Do you truly believe the Riverlands still harbor treachery? If those people were still inclined to rebel, then my marriage to Cersei would be utterly futile. The conversation within the room was abruptly interrupted by a series of hurried knocks, followed by a young page entering at King Robert's beckoning, hastily reporting, Your Grace. My Lord Hand, Duke Renly has discovered a cache of wildfire in the Dragoness Vale. The mention of wildfire left both men momentarily stunned. Exchanging glances, Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, promptly inquired, How much? Approximately 300 jars, the page responded. The Hand turned to Robert and stated, Your Grace, we must dispatch men to secure the Rennie's Hills forthwith and summon the pyromancers to assist in clearing the area. King Robert nodded gravely, and the Hand quickly exited to issue commands. The situation could escalate or diminish. Under normal circumstances, the discovery of wildfire would warrant a mere cleanup. Yet, with nobles from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms gathered in King's Landing, any mishap could lead to catastrophic consequences, leaving no room for negligence. The Rennie's Hills were cordoned off for the entire morning, allowing for the bulk of the hazardous materials to be removed. However, discussions surrounding the incident did not cease. Rather, they intensified. Why had the long-abandoned dragon lair concealed wildfire? This question was posed at the King's Council. While wildfire itself was not particularly alarming, reports from soldiers indicated that the cache did not appear to be hidden away by a king from history, but rather placed there quite recently, raising immediate concerns among the king's chief advisors. What had transpired not long ago? Anyone in King's Landing could answer that question. The war between the Targaryens and the Baratheons. During the conflict, considerable amounts of wildfire had been buried within the dragon lairs. What was the intent behind this? Who had buried them? The truth was easily surmised. It was well known that the Mad King Aerys had placed immense trust in those clandestine pyromancers, the only ones capable of producing wildfire. At the council table, Maester Pycelle wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and tremulously addressed King Robert. Your Grace, I suspect there is more wildfire hidden within the city. He continued, If the Mad King intended to utilize wildfire against you, then these caches would not be confined to just the dragon lair. They could be scattered throughout the city. By the gods, what a mad notion. His comment was redundant, as all present had already considered this possibility, realizing the likelihood was considerable. After all, if a command had been given to bury wildfire, it would hardly be confined to a single location. What are the others? Why had they not ignited? Was it a matter of timing, Or were there still those lurking in the shadows, poised to ignite those dreadful materials at any moment? Such thoughts cast a pall over both King Robert and Jon Arryn, while Ser Barristan Selmy, captain of the King's Guard, clenched his jaw around the hilt of his sword, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the Master of Whispers, Varys, sat across the table, receiving Stannis' penetrating gaze filled with suspicion, causing him considerable distress. Regardless of their speculations, the proposal for a thorough search of all King's Landing was swiftly executed, leading to a series of discoveries of hidden wildfire caches. Flea Bottom, Flower Street, Cobbler S Square, even beneath the Great September of Baelor. The continuous findings sent chills down the spines of the nobles within the city, as they felt themselves precariously perched atop a volcano that could erupt at any moment, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Consequently, discussions regarding the madness of former King Aerys once again dominated conversations among the people of King's Landing, with expressions of relief at their fortunate ignorance. Then, a peculiar trend emerged. If I recall correctly, it was that boy who first discovered the secret passage beneath the Red Keep. During a Lannister family meeting, Tywin Lannister's younger brother, Kevan Lannister, mused what would compel him to venture into the Dragon Lair. This question was akin to asking children what occupied their minds all day. Tywin's second brother, Lancel Lannister, chuckled. Moreover, that secret passage was uncovered by the two children of House Redwyne. We even discussed this matter, brother, have you forgotten? It is you who has forgotten, Kevan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at his sibling. It was that boy who first fell into the passage. You must not overlook that detail. And so, what does that prove? A boy adept at uncovering secrets? Or merely one prone to unfortunate incidents? Lancel, with his brilliant golden hair, scoffed. You are being overly sensitive, Kevan. Tyrion has informed me that the boy once invited him to play in the Dragon Lair. As Kevan prepared to speak again, Tywin interjected, there is nothing more to discuss. We should devote our time to considering the matter of Tyrion. At this, his expression darkened. For since the day of the King's coronation, the Lannister patriarch had remained in a foul mood. Tyrion? Tywin's two brothers exchanged glances. We cannot yet take action against him. Can we, brother? The quietest of the three, the youngest, Tyrion, spoke up, his expression equally grim, haunted by the memory of being splattered with filth. Though there had been a subsequent manhunt resulting in several deaths, his resentment remained unresolved. To be precise, I currently possess no clear plan, Tywin stated, but a Lannister always pays his debts. Renly remained oblivious to the consequences of his journey to the Dragon Lair, unaware of how many things would change as a result, nor did he realize that a certain matter he had previously undertaken was still far from concluded, with currents stirring beneath the surface. His mind was preoccupied with his own affairs, for upon returning from the Dragon Lair the following morning, he was informed of a significant development. After the King's wedding, he was to journey to the Riverlands alongside that Duke of Tyrell. Highgarden is the most beautiful castle in all the Seven Kingdoms. Renly, you shall undoubtedly adore it there, and the climate of the Riverlands is splendid, beneficial for your health. As Robert squatted before the boy, patting his arm with utmost seriousness, he declared, once you arrive there, make sure to feed me well. You're so thin. What will you do when you marry a wife in the future? Lancel's reaction to this news was one of genuine surprise. While he was aware of the common practice among the noble classes of Westeros to send their children to serve as pages in other households, and despite having received an invitation just days prior, he was still taken aback. Am I to serve as a cupbearer for that Duke Mace? He hesitantly inquired, knowing that one must reach a certain age before assuming such a role, as a page's duties typically included some knightly training, which he was not yet ready for at his current age. A cupbearer? Robert erupted into hearty laughter. You are already a lord. How could you possibly serve as a mere cupbearer? Then what am I to do? Simply be a guest? You shall be an adopted son, King Robert replied. You will serve as the adopted son of Lady Olenna Tyrell. Lancel was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Olenna Tyrell, also known as Olenna Redwyne, was the widow of the late Lord of the Reach and the current mother of the Tyrell Duke, remembered as the grandmother of several key figures in the Tyrell family, famously dubbed the Queen of Thorns. Chapter 77, Re-entry. That day, aside from learning that he would soon be sent to the Reach as an adopted son, Lancel also encountered the smiling Duke of Tyrell, who greeted him warmly. It seemed that the Duke was rather pleased to have gained a new brother. This was understandable. In a world where adopted children held no claim to inheritance, the nobility exchanged sons and daughters as a means of diplomacy, fostering ties through the act of nurturing and educating one another's offspring. In truth, children belonged to their biological families regardless of such arrangements. Lancel's own half-brother had been sent to the Vale as an adopted son years ago, and now his adoptive father served as the hand of the king, a position of great power. However, Lancel sensed that his circumstances were somewhat different from those of Robert. Nevertheless, he held no strong objections. By the time he learned of this decision, it had already been firmly established. His thoughts were a jumble, yet this did not hinder his preparations for the upcoming events. In 2 days, Robert was to be wed, and at that moment, the servants within the Red Keep were bustling about in a flurry of activity. This chaotic atmosphere suited Lancel perfectly, so upon returning to his chamber, he retrieved from his inner pocket a medium he had discovered within the dragon's lair. It was a broken wooden sword hilt, roughly the size of his palm, its edges charred, as if it had endured a fierce conflagration. On its surface, a faintly visible, gray 7-pointed star pattern hinted at the hilt's original identity. Lancel pondered this, squeezing the dagger he had previously acquired, noting no immediate changes, and thus reached a decision. However, he did not grasp the hilt just yet. Instead, he took a deliberate trip to the tower where Maester Pycelle resided, rummaging through several tomes. It is worth mentioning that Maester Pycelle, the Grand Maester of the Red Keep, was presently quite reluctant to engage with Lancel, not only due to their initial encounter during his treatment, but also because of Lancel's persistent questions upon awakening from his prolonged slumber. Every time Lancel sought his healing, he would question Pycelle's medical expertise or inquire about various matters, which, after several encounters, led Pycelle to perceive the boy as rather irritating. Yet, being the younger brother of the king and the Duke of Dragonstone, Pycelle could not treat him as he would an ordinary troublesome child, and was thus compelled to muster his patience and respond politely. If you wish to learn about the history of Maegor I would earnestly recommend this book, The Bridge of Sorrow in Stone, which meticulously chronicles the Battle of the Stone Bridge and the lives of Maegor's 6 brides. Upon seeing Lancel extract several volumes from his bookshelf, Maester Pycelle quivered as he rose from behind his desk to offer one of the books to the boy, seemingly attempting to mend their relationship. Glancing at the tome in Pycelle's hands, Lancel accepted it without refusal. "Thank you, Maester Pycelle," he replied courteously, appearing exceedingly polite, though the Maester's expression soured at the mention of his title. "It is Grand Maester, my Lord Lancel. I must emphasize that I am distinguished from a mere scholar. I possess greater erudition and wisdom than the average scholar." His incessant ramblings continued, yet Lancel scarcely absorbed his words, offering only vague acknowledgments as he cradled the books and exited the door. This elicited a resigned shake of the head from Pycelle, who found the boy's lack of manners quite exasperating. The charred 7-pointed star hilt was an unmistakable symbol, representing the deities of the faith of the Seven. While a historical organization known as the Starry Knights used this emblem, the Starry Knights, also referred to as the Poor Fellowship, were one of the 2 principal martial factions within the ancient faith of the Seven. The other armed force was the Kingsguard, also known as the Warrior Sons, primarily composed of knights from the church. These 2 military entities boasted a long-standing history, having existed well before the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty. Yet they were voluntarily disbanded by the church several decades after the conquest, a direct result of conflicts with the secular authority of the Targaryens. The outcome was clear, though the process was fraught with struggle, and upon discovering certain characteristics, Lancel felt he had stumbled upon a general objective. He sought books, read them, and revisited a particular historical period until he finished his lunch. After closing the book, he reflected for a moment and deemed it sufficient. Thus, he reminded himself to rest and instructed his servants not to disturb him that evening. He then secured his chamber door from within and finally sank into the plush embrace of his feather bed. After settling into a comfortable position, the boy tightened his grip on the hard sword hilt resting upon his abdomen. A familiar sense of disorientation began to take hold, rapidly spreading throughout his mind. His hazy thoughts had yet to fully awaken when a sharp pain surged through his head, causing an instinctive discomfort. The ground beneath him felt unstable, evoking memories of his days adrift at sea. However, it did not take long for him to ascertain that he was not adrift upon the ocean, but rather on solid ground. He could hear the bleating of sheep. Not only sheep, but the air was thick with snippets of conversation, suggesting the presence of many people. And he could also detect a sour scent of sweat mingling with the smell of livestock waste, flooding his nostrils. Weak and feverish, he slowly opened his eyes. The first sight greeting him was a clear sky, unmarred by clouds, granting him a wide field of vision. Lancel realized he was reclining in a cart laden with various goods, and upon lowering his gaze, he could clearly see the muddy path behind the cart and a shepherd guiding a flock of sheep. On either side, a group of men, women, and children clad in loose, simple garments followed on foot, their conversations audible, though as the cart progressed, they gradually fell behind. What the High Septon said is undoubtedly correct. King Aegon arranged for his son and daughter to marry, which is nothing short of monstrous. Did not his grace Aegon also wed his own sister? Such a situation is quite different. When the old king wed, the seven kingdoms had yet to unify. What relevance does this hold? It bears significant importance. By eavesdropping on recent conversations, the information that permeated allowed Bran to ascertain the era in which he found himself. The discussions from those further afield, however, were devoid of substance, revolving around trivialities such as the pleasantness of the weather, what they would eat next, or how long it would take to reach King's Landing. Bran realized that he had transformed into a tall figure with long legs and golden hair, and the attributes bestowed upon him by his bardic profession rendered the surrounding dialogue distinctly audible. Moreover, the mutated bloodline within him seemed to gradually awaken, alleviating his overall frailty. All of this was rather astonishing, yet Bran paid little heed to these incomprehensible matters. Instead, he gazed at a solitary white cloud that had quietly materialized in the sky. This cloud emerged slowly from nothingness, its appearance quite peculiar, its shape unlike any ordinary cloud, resembling three lines inscribed with white chalk against the azure expanse. These three lines bore words not of this world, granted the title of knight. Participated in the church's trial of the seven sons against Maegor, I, in the name of the sons of the warrior, and emerged victorious. Guided the son of chaos towards the righteous path. Chapter 78. The Trial of the Seven Sons, 1. As the clouds in the sky gathered and formed, they dissipated once more after Bran cast a few glances at them. Yet before he could ponder further, an elderly voice suddenly inquired beside him. Lemon, feeling better? You seem stronger than yesterday. Turning his head, he noticed an elderly man, hunched and white-haired, seated beside the cart, now looking at him with evident concern. Lemon? It was common among commoners to name their children after various plants and fruits. Names like lemon, aster, turnip, castor, and bean were all popular. Am I now a commoner? Bran mused silently, but refrained from speaking, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The old man smiled at this, revealing teeth stained red from years of chewing a plant akin to betel nut. Then rest well. I shall call for you when we stop, he said, gently patting Bran's forehead, his demeanor surprisingly affectionate. Bran nodded, feigning weariness and closing his eyes to rest. However, he remained acutely attuned to the conversations around him, and with the peculiarities of the clouds he had just observed, a clearer understanding began to form within him. In the 37th year of the conquest, Aegon the Conqueror passed away on Dragonstone due to a stroke at the age of 64. His eldest son, Aenys, ascended the throne thereafter. King Aenys, feeble and ineffectual, presided over a tumultuous reign marked by chaos throughout the Seven Kingdoms, most notably in his conflicts with the Church. The Targaryen family had long practiced intermarriage, yet this tradition clashed severely with the Church's doctrine against incest. While Aegon lived, the Church had tacitly allowed this, and even sanctioned his polygamous unions. However, after his death, the contradictions became glaringly apparent, particularly with a weak king at the helm. The first eruption of this discord arose when King Aenys' brother, Maegor Targaryen, married his second wife, committing bigamy. Although this led to Maegor and his second wife fleeing to the free cities, the Church was evidently displeased. This incident sowed the seeds for a more violent clash to come. In the 41st year of the conquest, following family tradition, King Aenys arranged for his daughter to marry his heir. In response, the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven issued a stern declaration from the Starry September, excommunicating the king and denouncing him as a monstrous king. The populace rallied to this call, directing their hostility towards the Targaryens who had once ruled them. At that time, the Church boasted not only the poor fellow soldiers, but also the sons of the warrior, both armed factions, alongside their autonomous judicial rights. Following the declaration from the Starry September, the sons of the warrior began fortifying the defenses of the September of the Whispering, located atop the Rhaenys Hills of King's Landing, assembling forces to prepare for an assault against the royal stronghold of the Red Keep. Some fervent members of the poor fellow soldiers even scaled the still unfinished walls of the Red Keep, infiltrating it in an attempt to assassinate the king. While they failed, their actions terrified the ineffectual king, prompting him and his court to flee back to the Targaryen stronghold on Dragonstone, leaving King's Landing completely under the Church's control. Shortly after returning to Dragonstone, King Aenys succumbed to illness, and although he had a son, the throne was not inherited by him, but rather by his brother, Maegor. Maegor's mother, Queen Visenya, challenged all who denied Maegor's rule after her son was crowned on Dragonstone. The commander of the Sons of the Warrior accepted the challenge, stipulating that it would take the form of the ancient and brutal trial of the Seven Sons. King Maegor accepted the challenge. This encapsulates the series of events confronting the current era. Bran observed that those around him were deeply engrossed in discussions regarding the High Septon's declaration, evidently still captivated by the novelty of it all. Coupled with other snippets of conversation he had overheard, he ultimately deduced that they were being summoned to King's Landing, en route to protect the September of the Whispering at the pinnacle of the Rhaenys Hills, to confront the yet-to-escape King Aenys. This path did not contradict the three matters he had previously witnessed, granted the title of knight, participated in the Church's trial of the Seven Sons against Maegor, in the name of the Sons of the Warrior, and emerged victorious, guided the Son of Chaos towards the righteous path. Bran felt an increasing weight of difficulty in these matters. The title of knight was not insurmountable for him, as tradition in Westeros allows any knight to confer knighthood upon another. If taken literally, he could easily procure some coin to bribe a destitute knight into bestowing the title upon him, although such a bestowal would lack honor and legitimacy, and carry the risk of being questioned for its authenticity. It would technically grant him the status of a knight. However, considering the second task, Bran realized he could not simply skate by. The poor fellow soldiers and the Sons of the Warrior were the Church's two main armed factions. But while anyone could join the poor fellow soldiers, the Sons of the Warrior only accepted knights after a rigorous selection process, with a strict requirement of knightly skills. For Bran, who had never received knightly training, the notion of joining the Sons of the Warrior and then winning the trial of the Seven Sons seemed utterly unattainable. The trial of the Seven Sons was akin to a typical one-on-one duel, yet it involved 7 against 7. And could only be halted if one party withdrew or if a participant perished, meaning that one side must ultimately prevail over the other. While this was daunting, facing ordinary foes might not completely eliminate the possibility of victory. However, this trial would represent a confrontation between the long-established church and the nascent secular dynasty, with participants expected to be the finest champions selected from both factions. A novice, yet to attain knighthood, opposing the continent's elite knights? Lannister harbored no illusions about defeating him in direct confrontation. In fact, he was utterly at a loss as to how to infiltrate the tribunal. Moreover, the third task left him in a state of bewilderment. Neither the annals of history nor his own recollections ever mentioned the term Child of Chaos. Who, or rather what, could this entity be? How was he to guide it? A multitude of questions rendered him momentarily powerless. Yet overall, Lannister did not allow his confidence to wane. After all, this was merely a side quest. He resolved to persevere and fight valiantly, for if he failed to accomplish these tasks, death would simply be the worst outcome. Thus, he dismissed his brooding thoughts and surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the elderly figure clad in a rainbow cloak who rode at the forefront, leading the way. This procession, making its way towards King's Landing, comprised a mix of ordinary citizens and members of the poor fellows gathering, typically led by a son of a warrior. The rainbow cloak worn by this individual served as irrefutable evidence of his lineage, marking him as the leader of these militia men, and Lannister could not overlook him. Regardless of the means by which victory was achieved, joining the Order of the Sons of the Warrior was an essential prerequisite. Chapter 79. The Judgment of the Seven. 2. The company to which he belonged originally numbered fewer than 100, all members of the poor fellows gathering, having congregated and set forth from a castle known as Acorn Hall in the Riverlands. However, the main duty of the poor fellows was to safeguard the faithful from harm along their journey, and they frequently encountered travelers en route to the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Consequently, the group gradually swelled to over 200 souls. The influx of these individuals significantly hampered the speed of their advance and rendered the entire assembly rather chaotic, yet also afforded certain conveniences. For instance, the rickety ox cart beneath him was not a possession of the poor fellows, but rather provided by an elderly man who had joined the midway. The elder, named Walter, was accompanied by his young son, who drove the cart, although they were not particularly acquainted with Lannister, having met only recently. The elder's inherently kind nature led him to care for the ailing Lannister, even allowing him to ride. He extended similar courtesy to those around him, though he appeared somewhat timid. The clergy often proclaimed that we are born with sin. During a casual exchange, the elder lamented, "Fortunately, the gods have granted us hands and feet to atone for our transgressions." To this, a middle-aged shepherd, who had been lingering at the rear of the cart, burst into laughter. "So lend a hand, would you? I find myself in urgent need of relief. Do keep an eye on these bleeding little ones, will you?" The elder cheerfully dismounted to assist, yet as hours passed, the shepherd failed to return. Lannister glanced around, realizing that the man had long since wandered to the front of the procession to engage in idle chatter with another shepherd. In truth, This marked the third occasion he had entrusted the elder with watching over the flock, while he himself shirked responsibility. While many in the group were devout, not all were virtuous. From the hunchbacked elder, Lannister learned that he had already been burning with fever since the moment they found him by the roadside. Thus, he could ascertain that no one recognized him. This explained why he lay alone in the cart, with no one coming to inquire after him. Aside from his conversations with the elder, Lannister's primary concern remained the knight leading the party, yet he found little opportunity to engage with him. His frailty rendered him incapable of leaving the cart, and the knight seldom ventured near their rear. Throughout these past 2 days, Lannister observed that during each evening's encampment, the knight would sit alone by the campfire, silently offering prayers, occasionally mingling with 3 core members of the Poor Fellows gathering. However, the distance was too great for Lannister to discern their discussions. The group was diverse, featuring all manner of individuals. Aside from the members of the Poor Fellows wielding rudimentary weapons, he frequently spotted shepherds, farmers, merchants, beggars, and women accompanied by children running amok. This chaotic milieu, while disorderly, allowed the keen-eared Lannister to glean valuable information. Through casual conversations, he managed to learn quite a bit. For instance, the knight was named Laren, having joined the Sons of the Warrior in his teens, and now boasted over 40 years of experience as a seasoned knight. Laren frequently traversed the route between Acorn Hall and King's Landing, safeguarding travelers. Originally hailing from the Westerlands, he had been a nobleman until his family met with misfortune, compelling him to join the faith. Such revelations sparked contemplation in Lannister's mind. During one of Laren's patrols, Lannister caught a glimpse of the knight's black cloak draped over his armor and the emblem emblazoned upon his shield, a crystalline longsword weeping tears. The radiant, multicolored sword against the dark background was the distinctive insignia of the Sons of the Warrior, while the tears were a sight visible only to Lannister. This inspired a train of thought, yet he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to remain in the cart and recuperate, biding his time until he regained his strength. It seemed that each time he entered such an episode, he was bound to inhabit the form of a target ensnared in perilous circumstances, thus rendering Lannister perpetually reactive. However, since awakening, his weakness had steadily abated, as if the altered Valyrian blood coursing through his veins endowed him with an innate resistance to ailments. By the 3rd day, post-awakening, he had nearly regained full mobility. Yet, with an ox cart at his disposal, why would he choose to walk? Hence, he continued to feign illness. And others paid him little heed. As the procession swayed along, he occasionally conversed with Walter or his son, all the while pondering how he might fulfill the 3 tasks set before him. Simultaneously, the transformations he experienced after consuming the dragon egg, albeit unsettling, compelled him to consider whether he should procure a new dragon egg or something equally extraordinary in this era. Historical records indicated that during the latter years of King Aegon I's reign, 12 hatchlings had emerged on Dragonstone. The path along which they traveled meandered through lush, fertile fields adorned with wildflowers and grasses, while behind them trailed a dozen filthy sheep, bleating as they trod upon the sun-baked, solid earth, leaving behind scattered droppings. To the right, a series of towering mountains loomed hazily in the distance, receding slowly as the cart advanced, whereas not far to the left flowed the swift Blackwater River, which wound its way from the Riverlands to King's Landing, ultimately spilling into the sea, one of Westeros's major waterways. The sounds of rushing water, bleating sheep, and the footsteps and chatter of people filled the air, creating a unique melange of scents from the sheep and the odorous old ox pulling the cart. Lannister wished his affliction were merely a cold, with the accompanying nasal congestion. Alas, it was not. At this moment, he inhabited the form of a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed giant, possessing a broad chest and long, straight legs. When he stood, it seemed as though he could survey everything around him, standing at least 6 feet 3 inches tall. Such towering stature alone would confer considerable advantages when clad in knightly armor. Thoughts of dragon eggs and similar pursuits were futile at this stage. Lancelot decided to defer those considerations until they reached King's Landing. For now, his primary concern was how to become a knight, or, more precisely, a knight under the command of a warrior's son. His initial strategy was to wait until his body was fully healed before attempting to approach the warrior's son leading their group, hoping to learn from him. However, this resolution did not last long, as an intriguing development within the company caught Lancelot's attention. "Help me out, old what? We're off to gather some wild nettles for tea. Keep an eye on these little lambs for me, and we'll share some tea when I return." The scruffy shepherd, clad in a tattered cap and sporting a face marred by pockmarks, returned after a brief respite. Upon seeing that the elder had no objections, he patted Wat's shoulder with a grin and turned to leave. How many times had he slipped away now? As Lancelot observed the shepherd's receding figure, He stroked his chin and then looked up at the young man driving the cattle cart. Wat's son? Tommy, do you know the shepherd? He inquired. He joined us on the road. We don't know him. The young man, with a tousled mop of red hair, replied, his grayish face brimming with dissatisfaction. Clearly, he had grown weary of his father's constant subservience to the whims of others. Does anyone know him? Lancelot pressed. Aside from the shepherd who always hangs around him, I haven't seen anyone else recognize him. They always chat. Why not mix the two flocks together? Because they wouldn't be able to tell whose sheep are whose. The young cattle driver scoffed. Look at him, that scoundrel. If the two flocks mingled, all the fat lambs would surely end up in his hands. Our village has seen this happen before. Lancelot nodded in agreement. This seemed quite logical, yet he pondered why a typical farmer would not be more protective of his assets. How could he so readily entrust his sheep to another, only to wander off and engage in idle chatter? Even if what was an honest man, it seemed uncharacteristic. Considering the current climate, a flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. Over the next 2 days of travel, he paid particular attention to the seemingly smooth-talking, disheveled shepherd, observing that whenever the latter excused himself from the flock, he merely engaged in conversation with another shepherd. This behavior seemed unremarkable. After all, everyone has their own social circles, and it is natural not to know all members of a traveling group. It was quite normal to chat with acquaintances from one's village during the journey, avoiding contact with unfamiliar faces. Yet, Lancelot remained convinced that the shepherd was suspicious. His doubts peaked when he pretended to relieve himself and overheard a conversation that hinted at something nefarious. They were discussing whether to abscond. Chapter 80. The Trial of the Seven, 3. How should one respond upon overhearing such evidently suspicious dialogue? One could choose to observe quietly and gather more information or discreetly report the findings. However, after shaking off his nerves, Lancelot fastened his belt and strode purposefully toward the two shepherds standing by the riverbank. His unreserved approach alerted them, prompting a swift change in their conversation toward the matter of trading sheep. Yet, they could hardly fathom how keen Lancelot's ears were. Their attempts at concealment only served to expose them further. Lemon, have you recovered from your illness? The familiar scruffy shepherd feigned surprise as Lancelot drew near, smiling playfully. Indeed, I am now filled with vigor, Lancelot replied. Without warning, he raised his leg and delivered a sharp kick to the shepherd, who let out a cry of shock and doubled over, clutching his groin. But before he could recover, a massive fist struck him on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. You have been exposed, Lancelot shouted as he struck. The other shepherd momentarily froze, but upon hearing the accusation, his expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he turned and leaped into the turbulent waters of the Black River a few steps away. The splash startled the gathering crowd, drawn by the first shepherd's cries. And at that moment, Lancelot shouted, Don't let him escape. They are traitors. He picked up a pebble from the dusty ground and hurled it toward the fleeing figure thrashing in the river, confident in his aim. The distance was not great, and he had experience. The gray, oval stone traced a perfect arc through the air before striking the shepherd's head, causing him to tremble and then disappear beneath the surging waters. The sequence of events transpired rapidly, and by the time the onlookers comprehended what had occurred, both shepherds had been dealt with. Lancelot sought to retrieve the unconscious shepherd from the water, but two young men wielding clubs blocked his path. Big Lemon? What madness is this? One of them asked suspiciously. Given that several in the group shared the name Lemon, they had to use nicknames for distinction. Though they were not well acquainted with this golden-haired giant, they recognized him. They are traitors, Lancelot declared, surveying the crowd, which had now surrounded the riverbank, drawing the attention of those at the front of the line. He added, I overheard their conversation. They are traitors. At this point, no further explanation was necessary, as someone had already jumped into the river to retrieve the dazed shepherd, and the sound of galloping hooves approached. The knight clad in a rainbow cloak, Sir Llewellyn, rode swiftly to the scene. The onlookers parted to create a path, allowing him to reach Lancelot, where he looked down and asked, You say they are traitors? Perched upon his horse, the knight was adorned in silver armor, with gray hair and dark eyes, his stature commanding, yet his voice revealing age. His face, lined with wrinkles, suggested he was over 50. Indeed, they are traitors, Lancelot affirmed, gently kicking the shepherd's unconscious form, prompting a faint groan from him. They were discussing their escape. This statement ignited a stir among the crowd, a mixture of farmers, craftsmen, and assembly members who seemed utterly unprepared for such revelations. Their expressions a blend of disbelief and confusion. Yet, the discerning among them could perceive that something was amiss. If there were no wrongdoing, why would the other shepherd leap into the river to flee? The old knight dismounted, crouching down to search the unconscious shepherd before him, scrutinizing his appearance closely. It wasn't long before he unearthed a dagger and several items that certainly did not belong to a shepherd. The situation rendered the seasoned knight's countenance stern, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Rising to his feet, he called out to the gathering throng behind him. "There are 2 thieves among us. Disperse at once." Upon hearing the mention of thieves, the onlookers promptly lost interest, leaving only Sir Lelyn and the core members of the poor fellowship in their midst. "I must thank you. Lemon, if I recall correctly?" the old knight inquired, receiving a nod in affirmation. He continued, "This may impact our forthcoming journey. I hope you can keep this matter confidential." Blue Rieger, upon hearing this, nodded and suddenly posed the question, "Will there be a battle?" "Perhaps," replied the old knight. "I wish to partake," exclaimed a burly man behind the knight, laughing heartily. The Starry Knights welcome all faithful believers, big fellow Lemon. His enthusiasm was palpable, but Blue Rieger's intentions did not align with joining the poor fellowship, prompting him to shake his head and declare, "I wish to join the Sons of Warriors." His straightforwardness elicited laughter from the trio, and the leading knight shook his head in resignation, perceiving this young man's lack of understanding. He kindly advised, "Only knights may join the Sons of Warriors, Lemon. The church has set forth such regulations. It is not a matter of mere desire." Upon hearing this, Blue Rieger promptly retorted, "I can become a knight." "Becoming a knight is not as simple as you think, lad," the burly man responded. Yet, this very statement played into Blue Rieger's hands, for his intention was not to seek out traitors, but to draw the old knight's attention. And now he had succeeded in doing just that, steering the conversation towards his desired topic. With a feigned look of bewilderment, he replied, "My grandfather was a knight. On what grounds can I not become one?" This claim once again provoked laughter from the members of the poor fellowship. "There is no inheritance in knighthood," remarked a tall, slender man with a smirk. "If there were, we too would be knights by now." Most young individuals harbor dreams of becoming knights during their youth, often nursing an unrealistic aspiration to attain such a status. Thus, Blue Rieger's current demeanor was quite normal, albeit lacking in worldly knowledge. The old knight, however, seemed to take a keen interest. "You claim your grandfather was a knight?" he queried. "What was his name?" Feeling a sense of relief within, Blue Rieger promptly provided a name he had pondered long and hard over. His name was Pavin Osgray. As the words left his lips, the old knight's expression momentarily faltered. "Are you certain it was Pavin Osgray?" the knight inquired, his countenance betraying a peculiar mix of emotions. Blue Rieger felt a twinge of confusion at this unexpected reaction. There had been many named Pavin throughout history. Yet the Pavin Osgray referred to by the knight was undoubtedly not a distant figure, but rather an heir from the era of the Conquest Wars. A lord from the Riverlands who had met his demise at a young age during a battle known as the Scorching Fury. Blue Rieger had deduced this name after much deliberation, initially as a mere ruse. However, given the knight's reaction, it seemed plausible that he was acquainted with the individual in question. Indeed, during his time, the Osgray family was a minor noble house in the Riverlands. But in contemporary terms, they had risen to prominence among the nobility. It would not be outlandish to assume that this knight from the Westerlands might have known the person Blue Rieger had mentioned, considering the geographical proximity of their respective regions. That is the name, Blue Rieger thought, maintaining an outward demeanor of contemplation as he stroked his brow. "Pavin Osgray. I am certain that is the name, my lord. My father spoke it to me directly." "What was your father's name?" the old knight inquired further. "His name was Flower, my lord," Blue Rieger replied. The surname Flower is among the many that denote bastards in Westeros. In the realm, noble bastards are forbidden from inheriting their father's surname. Yet they are not entirely without name. Each region of the Seven Kingdoms has its respective bastard surnames. Flower in the Riverlands, Snow in the North, Storm in the Stormlands, and so forth. Blue Rieger sensed that the old knight might possess some familiarity with the Osgray family. Yet this would not impede him from asserting the identity he had crafted for himself. After all, even if the knight were acquainted with the individual, he was unlikely to have any familiarity with the bastard offspring. Moreover, this particular bastard was a mere fabrication. Upon hearing this, the knight did not press further, but instead furrowed his brow in deep thought, seemingly lost in recollection. Blue Rieger felt a sense of unease creeping in. He had invoked this name not with any ulterior motive, but rather to bridge the gap in their rapport, as well as to elevate their social standings. This endeavor required a deft touch. The Osgray family, prior to the Conquest Wars, had been one of the significant noble houses in the Riverlands, notable for their wealth and power. However, following the devastating losses suffered by the Osgray family during the Scorching Fury, their fortunes began to wane. ultimately leading to a decline that saw them reduced to a family of landed knights by the time of Blue Rhaegar's era. While this narrative merely encapsulates the rise and fall of a noble family, considering the background of the old knight complicates matters further. From what he had gleaned, this knight hailed from the nobility of the Westerlands, but had abruptly renounced his family's wealth and claim to inheritance of 41 years prior, opting instead to join the church. What kind of calamity could compel someone to forsake their family estate and seek a life of simplicity as a knight of the church? There could be numerous possibilities: internal family strife, matters of the heart, or perhaps a sudden epiphany that faith holds greater value than material wealth. However, reflecting on the timeline and the events that transpired in the Westerlands, Blue Rhaegar could not help but entertain a particular notion. Had this knight participated in the scorching fury? Or did his forebears partake in that battle? Perhaps the loss of loved ones had profoundly affected him, leading to his eventual conversion to the church. The likelihood of this scenario was considerable, as both the Riverlands and the Westerlands had suffered grievously during that tumultuous conflict, with many perishing in the flames of the dragons. While Blue Rhaegar could not ascertain this with certainty, he pondered how an elder whose life had been irrevocably altered by that battle would perceive the descendant of a noble family whose fate had also been transformed by the same conflict. Although one hailed from the nobility of the Westerlands and the other from the Riverlands, they were both bound by the shared experience of suffering in that dreadful battle. Thus, even the most aloof of individuals would likely find it difficult to remain indifferent in the face of the misfortunes befalling a kin of a fellow sufferer. Of course, to successfully navigate this charade, one must possess a certain level of historical knowledge. At the very least, one ought to be familiar with their own family crest and lineage. Ignorance of such matters would be utterly unacceptable. Otherwise, one would be exposed as a charlatan, riddled with inconsistencies. Furthermore, one must avoid selecting a noble house that is too closely related, as proximity could easily unravel the facade. Most critically, one must never claim to be of the direct line of descent, for how could one be in such dire straits? Believing that the Osprey family had been irrevocably altered by the flames of wrath, Lannister was still oblivious to the current state of that lineage. Consequently, he viewed himself as a bastardy scion, or rather, the son of a bastardy scion, a figure largely unknown and reduced to the status of a commoner, yet still retaining a memory of his noble birth. The act of masquerading as such was not particularly arduous. After all, a commoner, whose life revolved around the village, and who recognized few beyond his lord, could easily weave tales of aristocracy, thus hinting at a more complex identity. Moreover, Lannister's ability to read and write further underscored his distinction. Thus, he became a pitiable offspring of a once great noble family, fallen to misfortune due to the conflagration of the Riverlands. Though of humble status, he was certainly superior to the average peasant, and the potential camaraderie stemming from shared misfortunes might elevate his standing significantly. With an enhanced status, Lannister could more readily pursue his ambitions, seeking to acquire knowledge and skills related to knighthood from his newfound companions, leveraging their identities to ascend to knighthood himself, eventually joining the ranks of the Sons of the Warrior. It was only by becoming a knight, or at least appearing as one, that he could partake in the forthcoming trial of the Seven Sons. This was a chain of interconnected tasks, and Lannister had readied himself for the first step of his arduous journey, which commenced with the night before him. However, as he took that initial step, a complication arose. The old knight, oblivious to the multitude of thoughts concealed within Lannister's simple words, would soon discover the profound connection he shared with Lannister's reference to Paitwin Osprey. Indeed, the old knight was intimately acquainted with him, perhaps more so than Lannister had anticipated. Thus, he pondered deeply over the implications of Lannister's statements rather than eliciting a sympathetic response or dismissing them as irrelevant. After a lengthy contemplation, he seemed unable to reach a conclusion. Under Lannister's anxious gaze, he scrutinized the young man's visage before finally placing a hand upon his shoulder and sighing, instructing his subordinates to escort the two awakening shepherds away before turning to depart. This left Lannister in a state of bewilderment, accompanied by a nagging sense of foreboding, which soon manifested into reality. That very night, after they had set up camp, the old knight unexpectedly sought him out. After a prolonged examination of Lannister, he declared, "I do not go by the name Laren. My true name is Weiss Osprey." Stunned, Lannister listened as the knight continued. "The Paitwin Osprey you mentioned is my elder brother." Though not entirely incorrect, Lannister felt a disconcerting resemblance to a character from folklore. His embarrassment laid bare upon his countenance as he faced the quietly observant old knight. How could a noble of the West now claim ties to the Riverlands? Yet, here he was, an Osprey nonetheless. His expression of disbelief did not seem to surprise the old knight, who, under the moonlit banks of the river, remarked, "As far as I know, my brother left no heirs, not even illegitimate ones." Lannister had no retort, yet the knight continued, musing aloud. "But he passed when I was but a lad, so I suppose that even if he had fathered an illegitimate child, I would be none the wiser. Yet, you bear no resemblance to him, save for your golden hair." The old knight shook his head abruptly. "Perhaps the traits of your maternal lineage have muted my brother's bloodline. It is not uncommon. Our blood tends to be overshadowed in marriage." He sighed, casting a solemn gaze upon Lannister. "I cannot ascertain if you are indeed his descendant, and there is none here who can validate your identity. However, I do not believe you intend to deceive. Those who knew my true surname have long since perished or are incapable of revealing it. I doubt anyone remains who could leverage this knowledge against me." He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "After all, what threat could a fallen knight pose?" "What then do you mean?" Lannister felt as though the knight was more entangled in his own thoughts than he was, which somewhat alleviated Lannister's own discomfort. He contemplated how to navigate this complex situation. However, it seemed that silence was the most prudent response, and so he maintained his gaze upon the knight, as if still reeling from the revelation, saying nothing. The old knight, noticing Lannister's silence, suddenly smiled. "You possess a certain quality, Lannister. The two shepherds you discovered have proven invaluable to us. Yet, as you have previously noted, conflict may soon arise. Therefore, go join them and take up arms to defend yourself and these innocent souls. This world is rife with peril. Aside from fervent prayer, we must clutch our weapons tightly." With that, he patted Lannister's shoulder and departed, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. So, he simply walked away? Lannister stared vacantly at the retreating figure of the knight, his emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and contemplation. He had carefully crafted a facade to draw near, believing it would pose little risk, only to find himself ensnared in familial entanglements. Initially, upon revealing his true identity, he had instinctively prepared for flight, yet it now seemed unnecessary. Retrieving his gaze, Lannister furrowed his brow in thought before ultimately deciding to remain passive. Clearly, the old knight harbored hopes of a descendant existing within Lannister. Yet he appeared skeptical regarding Lannister's true identity, resulting in his evident conflict. This scenario felt decidedly precarious, leaving Lannister with a sense of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he discerned a more straightforward path amid the complexities. If all else failed, he would reassess. Standing by the riverbank, illuminated by moonlight, he gazed at the rushing waters of the Blackwater River. The deeper one ventured southward, the more profound it became. What began as shallow waters now appeared to reach waist height. Thus, should danger arise, he could swiftly plunge into the river, using it as a means of retreat or escape. One must not trust hearsay, he mused, kneeling to dip his hand into the slightly murky waters. After a brief struggle beneath the icy surface, he swiftly caught a yellow-spotted trout in his grasp. Since awakening his Valyrian heritage, he had yet to experiment with its peculiarities. The following day, Lannister took the initiative to seek out the bearded man, one of the 3 core members of the impoverished gathering, expressing his desire to join their ranks. The man did not decline. Rather, he welcomed Lannister's entrance with hearty laughter. Then, a tempered wooden spear was assigned to Lancel, its tip charred and seemingly quite rudimentary. However, this was to be expected, as the poor fellowship, by its very name, was a militia formed by a congregation of impoverished yet devout individuals, akin to a band of beggars. Its alternate title, the Starry Warriors, may sound impressive, yet in truth, it merely signifies that the members of this gathering are as numerous as the stars in the sky. The assembly comprised roughly 70 members, tasked with ensuring the sluggish caravan reached King's Landing safely. In their daily routines, apart from remaining vigilant of the surroundings, they also engaged in training. Upon his induction, Lancel found himself positioned at the forefront of the group, responsible for clearing the path alongside his fellow comrades. During their leisure, they were naturally required to train together. He was quite enthusiastic about the training, yet he was not well versed in the use of spears. His close-quarter combat experience was limited to daggers, which were markedly different from the spear's application. Nevertheless, drawing upon his innate skills, his combat experience was relatively extensive, leading to an engaging bout with a young, black-haired companion during his first training session. The clashing of their weapons resonated as they advanced and retreated along the riverbank, prompting the curious gazes of over a dozen assembly members who had gathered to observe. Ultimately, one of the 3 leaders of the assembly, a bearded man, could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "You wield a spear, Lemon, not a club. I mean, although you're using a practice staff, you ought to treat it as a spear." He bellowed, Use the pointed end to stab your enemy if you wish to slay them, rather than using it to bash heads. For heaven's sake, lemon, while you may strike with the blunt end. It is the pointed tip that draws blood and facilitates the killing. Lancel nodded obediently in response and began to follow the bearded man's guidance, attempting to thrust the spear's point at his opponent. The black-haired, lanky fighter he faced possessed considerable experience with the spear, though he was not particularly skilled, and had previously been thrown into disarray by Lancel's unorthodox assaults, ultimately resorting to wielding the spear like a club himself. However, once Lancel focused on using the spear's point to attack, he swiftly gained the upper hand, forcing Lancel into a series of retreats. The length of the weapon felt somewhat awkward in his hands, and the narrow striking area of the spear's tip often resulted in his attacks being deflected. He found himself torn between the impulse to swing the spear like a club and the desire to stab with its point, which significantly hampered his combat effectiveness. Yet, he realized that to improve, he must learn. Without practice, he would remain inept. Thus, he began to intently observe every movement of his opponent, retreating while his mind raced with strategies. Gradually, he reduced his thrusts, focusing on entangling and obstructing his opponent's attacks, and each time he struck, he created a moment of confusion for his adversary. This rapid adaptability astonished the onlooking assembly members. During the practice, Lancel noticed the old knight silently observing from the outskirts of the crowd, which fueled his determination to perform even better. On the very day he joined the assembly, he had grasped the fundamentals of spear mastery, achieving level 1, which made his application of the weapon appear more competent. By the next day, he was able to exchange blows with his opponent in a manner that seemed evenly matched. Alas, before the anticipated events could unfold, a group of cavalry unexpectedly ambushed them on the morning of the third day. Chapter 83. The Trial of the Seven Sons 6. The sky was clear and bright at the time of the ambush, as the chaotic caravan was gradually crossing a narrow stone bridge over a river. Just as they were nearing the end of the bridge, a line of small black dots suddenly materialized on the distant horizon, rapidly approaching, a clear indication of cavalry. Uncertain whether they were friend or foe, the leading old knight did not hesitate, promptly commanding the assembly members to form a defensive formation while urging the leisurely crossing caravan to hasten their pace. In truth, his commands were scarcely necessary, as those who sensed danger had already begun to stir restlessly, with many farmers and commoners joining the throng in a frantic push to cross the bridge. At the bridge's head, one of the assembly's leaders, the bearded man, gauging the speed of the approaching cavalry against the pace of the crowd crossing the bridge, allowed a sigh of relief before tightening his grip on a long axe. "It seems we have not escaped their notice," he remarked, glancing anxiously at the old knight who had dismounted beside him. The knight responded with a wry smile. "Our trail has been too conspicuous. After capturing 2 shepherds that day, they became aware of our ill intentions and altered their planned route. Though we appear to be traveling boldly, we remain ever vigilant of our surroundings." It was difficult to ascertain who the enemy was, but it was likely the local lords loyal to the king. Otherwise, there would be no reason to attack these church members. However, the old knight was not overly concerned, despite the imposing demeanor of the approaching knights. The strategic advantage of the stone bridge should allow them to hold their ground effectively. Regrettably, this notion was soon to undergo a dramatic shift. The small black dots on the horizon grew larger, but before they could charge, chaos erupted among the crowd that had already crossed the bridge, accompanied by the panicked screams of women. The old knight swiftly turned to witness a sight that chilled him to the bone. Emerging from a thicket on the opposite bank of the bridge was a group of masked riders clad in leather armor. Now, no more than a few hundred meters away from the crossing crowd. "Do not panic, retreat to the bridge," the old knight bellowed as some individuals began to flee from the main group in terror. Unfortunately, his words bore little fruit. Some of the ordinary townsfolk scattered chaotically, while others followed his orders but struggled to maintain any semblance of order. Their frantic movements thwarted the assembly members' attempts to establish a defensive stance. The air was thick with panic, and the sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly distinct. The enemy was numerous and attacking from both front and rear, plunging the old knight into despair. For reasons he could not fathom, he suddenly thought of the young man with golden hair, and as he scanned the area, he caught sight of the figure leaping off the bridge and plunging into the raging river. The sight incited a mix of anger and amusement, but he had no time to dwell on the cowardice of one whose bloodline was still uncertain. Amidst the chaos, the assembly members positioned at the end of the stone bridge braced themselves, gripping their weapons tightly as they confronted the increasingly imminent threat of the approaching enemy. The scene was utterly chaotic, with a dozen abandoned sheep bleating as they wandered on the opposite bank. some darting away from the incoming cavalry, while others remained frozen in place, only to be trampled or serve as a hindrance, tripping several unfortunate riders. Nevertheless, none of this impeded the main force of the cavalry, nor did it grant the assembly members a moment of respite. Behind him stood the faithful congregants of the church and weary travelers they vowed to protect, while before him loomed a ferocious enemy, brandishing spiked maces and long spears, causing a young man with chestnut hair, gripping a wooden-handled axe, to tremble with fear. Yet his companions beside him erupted in a chorus of furious roars. Amidst the cacophony of clashes, the scene unfolded with a brutality that was difficult to comprehend. While the situation over there teetered on the brink of calamity, upstream on the Blackwater River, a quartet of riders ambled leisurely along the riverbank. The king had not commanded us to suppress the church. "I believe this course of action is ill-advised," remarked one golden-haired knight as he removed his helmet and tucked it under his arm, addressing his chestnut-haired companion. The latter chuckled lightly, his glazed green armor gleaming with a polished sheen in the morning light. "Do not forget the Red-Heart Herald and that Janos Island. Do you truly believe that when our good king issues his orders, the situation will not escalate?" The other offered no reply, prompting the chestnut-haired knight to scoff. "King Innes is weak and ineffectual. As his subjects, we must adopt a firmer stance, or this kingdom shall not endure." "But this might provoke the church. They are already opposed to the crown," his companion countered. "Are you truly afraid of inciting them?" The chestnut-haired knight interrupted derisively. "Besides, as long as we conduct ourselves discreetly, who will ever know of our actions?" As he spoke, the chestnut-haired knight's gaze drifted toward the distant stone bridge, where the battle lines were contracting, a glint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. His true intention was to let the church become aware of the unfolding events. Such a notion of discretion was utterly naive. Contemplating the impending chaos that might engulf the kingdom, he silently anticipated the turmoil, but a sudden sensation caught his peripheral vision. Turning his head, he discovered a school of trout meandering through the waters of the Blackwater River. How could a school of fish appear here? He murmured in bewilderment, noting that his companion shared the same astonishment. While it was quite normal to see fish in the river, it was peculiar to observe a group of them congregating in the center, thrashing about and refusing to drift downstream. After a careful examination through the relatively clear water, they discerned nothing amiss apart from the fish themselves. Even the aquatic vegetation on the riverbed was hazily visible. The chestnut-haired knight then turned to instruct the two attendants following them to investigate. The attendants, having no objections, dismounted, stripped off their heavy garments, and plunged into the river. However, as if startled, the previously motionless school of fish suddenly darted away, evading in the opposite direction. The attendants hurried after them, but the fish merely shifted elsewhere. After several attempts, one attendant stumbled and fell into the river, narrowly avoiding drowning amidst his frantic struggles. Yet, he could not muster the strength to enter the water again. The two knights, growing impatient with the clumsy antics of the attendants, especially the one who had swallowed a mouthful of river water, exchanged glances and resolved to take matters into their own hands. The impoverished members of the assembly on the stone bridge were nothing more than armed farmers. No mishap could arise against their elite forces. And now, with such an extraordinary phenomenon occurring in the river, it could very well be the result of some rare treasure. They were determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 84. The Judgment of the 7-7. The river water surged past Blue Ray's body, flowing over his sides and head, carrying with it a blend of dirt and fragments of grass that occasionally clung to him. The world around him was enveloped in silence, save for the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat, while an icy sensation enveloped him, chilling him to the bone, yet simultaneously providing a surge of vitality from the water. At that moment, Blue Ray crouched in the river, silently awaiting his moment. The water reached a depth that obscured his view above, compounded by the school of trout swirling around him, which further obstructed his line of sight. Nevertheless, this would not entirely hinder his objective. In the hazy depths, he sensed the approach of a peculiar force, a distorted layer of light enveloping him as the river water swirled around him, imparting a sensation of merging with the flow. In truth, he had not blended into the river. He had transformed into a fish, a trout. Upon entering the water and brushing his fingers against a passing fish, he became one of its kind, a trout. At that moment, Blue Ray could discern little of his own form, but to outsiders, specifically the two noble knights who had shed their upper armor and waded into the water, there was no sign of human presence, only the sight of fish, either still or gliding slowly. Perhaps it is a special fish? One knight pondered aloud. I have never heard of any fish capable of attracting others. Not having heard of it does not mean it does not exist. They conversed, cautiously drawing their swords, preparing for a surprise attack against the fish school. Yet, before they could execute their plan, a rather rotund, yellow-spotted trout suddenly lunged toward them from the depths of the water, prompting the others to follow suit in a frenzied rush. Both knights were momentarily stunned, but then the golden-haired young knight felt an overwhelming force tugging at his feet. Catching him off guard, with a startled cry, he floundered and collapsed into the water. The sudden deluge of river water enveloped him in panic, and just then, a sharp pain struck his temple as if he'd been dealt a mighty blow, causing his frantic struggles to dissipate entirely. His chestnut-haired companion, taken aback, saw no sign of abnormality. He assumed his friend had merely slipped and fallen into the water. He bent down to grasp his arm and called for the two attendants on the shore to assist. However, before his voice could fully escape his lips, a searing pain shot through his lower body, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he doubled over in agony, only to be replaced by utter bewilderment. He could clearly see the plump yellow-spotted trout leaping from the depths of the river, only to transform into a golden-haired man upon breaching the water surface. "You!" Confronted with that face mere inches away, he screamed in terror, but a massive fist collided with him, plunging him into darkness, followed by another blow that sent him reeling before he ultimately fell into the river, flailing helplessly. The impact to his head, combined with the choking sensation of being submerged, made for an excruciating experience, yet the two together did not render him unconscious immediately. Instead, they left him in a daze. In his hazy state, he heard the furious shouts of the attendants, but their voices faded away before long. Then, he felt himself being dragged ashore before being bound by something. He yearned to struggle, to distance himself from the creature that had emerged from the water, but his body was devoid of strength, and even the slightest movement alerted his captor. Consequently, a sharp kick to the back of his head plunged him into complete darkness. The entire episode lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes. On the riverbank, the drenched, blue-haired figure of Gendry stood with his hands on his hips, gazing down at two unconscious knights ensnared by their own garments, his expression one of delight. The mutated Valyrian blood coursing through him provided an inexplicable sense of buoyancy in the water, while his unique camouflage ability rendered his stealth utterly seamless. Although he had previously experimented with this capacity during his travels, this was the first time he had truly put it to use, and the results were indeed promising. Contemplating this, he raised a hand to brush the incessantly dripping river water from his golden locks, then cast his gaze toward the distant, hazy battlefield, his joy subdued, knowing that to strike the rider first is to strike the horse. He had unhesitatingly chosen to retreat upon realizing the ferocity and superiority in both numbers and quality of the approaching enemy. Initially, Gendry had assumed that the enemy leader would be lurking behind the troops, even contemplating an escape should he find no opportunity to exploit. However, after cautiously observing the scene beneath the stone bridge for a moment, he discerned the situation along the riverbank and decisively made his way there. Everything had gone smoothly. He effortlessly captured 2 knights who seemed to be leaders, yet the battlefield was a maelstrom of chaos, akin to a meat grinder, leaving the fate of his former comrades uncertain. He silently hoped that those 2 attendants would hasten their pace. Behind him, the unmistakable sounds of anguished screams pierced the air, while the excruciating pain in his forehead rendered Hark somewhat disoriented. The relentless onslaught of enemies before him consumed the remnants of his dwindling energy. One by one, his comrades fell, long-faced Op, Grohl, the limping Jerry, and even the commanding Sir Laren. Those still standing were few, and the enemy had lost none of their initial ferocity. Instead, they now hesitated, as if deterred by the staggering casualties on their side. Nonetheless, this did not impede their assault, as waves of enemies continued to surge across the bridge, trampling over the corpses of men and horses alike, intent on the cluster of defenders gathered at the center. Hark had no choice but to endure. He gritted his teeth and vigorously wielded his spear, piercing the throat of an approaching adversary clad in leather armor, only for another foe to immediately take their place. Though the flail swung at him could not reach, it ensnared his spear with a vice-like grip. Exhausted, Hark could not struggle, watching helplessly as a long axe surged towards him from another direction. Am I to die? This thought flitted through his mind, oddly accompanied by a sense of relief. Yet, he soon realized he had not met his demise. A brown-haired young comrade had blocked the attack, prompting a weary sigh from him. The young man, who had trembled in fear at the onset of battle, was now desperately swinging a long sword he had scavenged from the ground, crying out as a long axe blade had embedded itself deep into his left shoulder. The enemy struggled to extract it, causing blood to spurt forth as the axe remained lodged firmly in the young warrior. The splattering blood ignited a surge of fury within Hark, who suddenly roared in defiance, yanking the flail that entangled his weapon towards him, then wielding his spear like a club, striking down the enemy before him with a resounding thud. He charged like a frenzied bull at the foe ensnared by the axe. The clear sunlight bathed the stone bridge, while the rising mist from the river enveloped the battlefield in a shroud of obscurity. It could not obscure the sounds of brutal combat emanating from within. With renewed vigor, Hark fought valiantly, but the defenses on the other side of the bridge had long since crumbled. The enemy surged into the very populace they had been sworn to protect, howling like ravenous wolves among a flock of sheep. Hark felt powerless to intervene. As one of the assembly's leaders, he could not prevent the slaughter of his comrades. After the initial eruption of violence, the fatigue in his body seemed to intensify. He defensively thrust his weapon, blood staining his vision, and through the haze, the silhouettes of figures grew increasingly dizzying, as if the enemy multiplied. Amidst the murkiness, a sharp pain suddenly radiated from the back of his head, and in an instant, the conviction that had sustained him dissipated, leaving him to collapse onto the bridge, unaware if it was the body of an enemy or a comrade beneath him. Amidst the cacophony of furious roars, he could not discern whether they belonged to friend or foe. Through his blurred vision, he caught sight of legs rushing past, splattering blood, and through this chaotic movement, he perceived two figures galloping toward him from a distance. Reinforcements? The thought flickered through his mind, extinguishing any remaining hope for survival. Yet what followed left his already frail consciousness in a state of shock. The surrounding enemies suddenly retreated. This unexpected turn momentarily cleared his muddled thoughts, though his fatigue rendered him incapable of rising. The retreating foes left behind a tide of blood that obscured his vision in a dark crimson haze, and faintly, he could hear a series of surprised exclamations. Was that Lemon? Chapter 85. The Judgment of the 7-8. The fierce conflict upon the stone bridge ceased with the arrival of two knights clad as attendants. The relentless assault of the enemy ebbed like a receding tide upon the sound of a resounding horn, retreating from the battlefield. Subsequently, they faced off against a distant golden-haired knight, exchanging furious shouts for what felt like an eternity before finally conceding defeat. As the dust settled, the survivors were momentarily dazed, as if struggling to comprehend the gravity of their circumstances. However, at Gendry's urging, they snapped to attention and hurriedly began to clear the battlefield. Yet, amidst their frantic efforts, their gazes continually drifted towards the towering figure clad in silver chainmail. In truth, the sight was somewhat comical. The armor appeared ill-fitting and overly constrictive, while the greaves and boots were equally mismatched, not to mention the copious array of armor and weaponry dangling from his black steed. Altogether, he resembled more of a brigand than a noble knight. Nonetheless, this seemingly thieving individual commanded a profound sense of gratitude and reverence from all the survivors. Though the skirmish had unfolded in less than 10 minutes, the original band of over 200 had dwindled to fewer than 30, the majority of whom were injured. Yet, had it not been for the golden-haired giant, or rather, had he not daringly captured two enemy leaders, none of the remaining souls would have likely survived. It was Lemon who first suspected treachery. As he assisted an injured comrade, one of the surviving members of the assembly remarked to his fellow, "He is courageous and astute. A true knight." "Indeed," came the reply. Yet, despite the elation of victory occupying a corner of their hearts, the loss of their fallen comrades weighed heavily, highlighting the cruel hand of fate. Those who had once shared laughter with them were now forever silenced, and the atmosphere on the brutal stone bridge grew increasingly somber. Even silent, from over 200, they had plummeted to fewer than 30. While some had fled before the battle commenced, the majority had met with death. In this harrowing confrontation, each individual has suffered the loss of familiar faces, cherished friends, beloved family members, colleagues, and even spouses and children. The leader of the impoverished assembly is now reduced to the lone figure of the bearded Hark, whose frail condition suggests he may succumb at any moment. The civilian population, devoid of any combat capability, has endured catastrophic casualties, and even Lancel has felt the repercussions. Although his acquaintances are few, the kind-hearted old what, who initially offered him respite on a cart to recuperate, his red-haired son who assisted with the cart, and even a young man from the assembly with whom he practiced combat, have all now been transformed into cold corpses, if one could even call them that, as their remains are barely intact. Simultaneously, the Knight of the Vale, once a beacon of hope, has been unearthed from the mound of corpses and blood. His once silver armor, now marred with crimson stains, festooned with gaping wounds at the joints and under his ribs, ceaselessly oozing blood. Fortuitously, The protective nature of his armor allows for the faintest breath to escape him, though it remains uncertain whether he will ever awaken. This revelation extinguishes the flicker of relief that Lancel had briefly harbored, plunging him into a profound heaviness as he contemplates the brutality of war. In this dismal scenario, the sole consolation lies in the fact that they have captured 2 prisoners, alleviating the concern that adversaries might pursue them. Yet, the distant shadows of enemy scouts remain discernible. Thus, they hasten their pace. After clearing the battlefield and rescuing a few comrades who have not yet succumbed, the survivors hurriedly enter the fallen and prepare to move once more. The ox that had drawn their cart lies dead, yet a number of horses, left behind in the enemy's retreat, provide some measure of relief to the survivors. Consequently, not only can Old Wat's cart be utilized once more, but the remaining members can also pair up to ride, rather than trudging along on foot. Upon reaching King's Landing, I shall surely report your deeds to the esteemed bishop. Lemon, perhaps this could elevate you to the status of a knight. During their afternoon journey, the bearded Hark, gasping for breath in a corner of the cart, spoke to the tall, blonde rider beside him, recalling the words of a newcomer who had expressed a desire to become a knight and join the order of the warrior's sons. Lancel, mounted and riding forth, merely nodded in acknowledgement. In the realm of Westeros, the path to knighthood is fraught with rigorous training from a young age, or through the achievement of notable deeds, the latter being the primary means of advancement for common folk. Lancel harbored no grand illusions regarding the magnitude of his own contributions. Yet the mere prospect of recognition was preferable to utter despair, provided he could successfully escort the survivors to King's Landing. With this thought in mind, he cast a glance back at the 2 prisoners, bound tightly and struggling to keep pace. These men bore no heraldry or signs of noble lineage, evidently cautious in their demeanor. Regardless of the survivors' interrogation efforts, they remained obstinately silent, displaying an admirable resilience. Yet, despite their strict secrecy, fear was palpable in their eyes when they beheld Lancel, particularly in the case of the brown-haired youth, who could not suppress his screams whenever Lancel's gaze fell upon him, as though he regarded him as some monstrous apparition. Once they arrived at the sept, Lancel was confident they would eventually speak. The bearded Hark, pallid and consumed by hatred, mumbled about the necessity of retribution for the multitude of lives lost, insisting that the enemy must pay dearly for their actions. He continued to murmur, consumed by fatigue, before slipping into slumber. Observing this, Lancel shook his head and summoned 2 nearby survivors on a single horse to tend to the gravely wounded in the cart, while he galloped to the forefront. With assistance, he had donned the plate armor acquired from the prisoners, overlaid with his own clothing and chainmail. And although the glossy green armor did not fit him perfectly, it imparted an imposing presence, marking him as the most formidable combatant in their company. The others bore visible injuries, a testament to the fierce battles they had endured. However, if one were to assess the hierarchy of esteem within the group, it would undoubtedly fall upon the blonde knight, who seemed to have cunningly evaded scrutiny, having emerged as the savior of the remaining survivors. Lancel had transformed from a mere foot soldier into a figure of command, though no formal declaration or appointment had been made. The remaining members of the impoverished assembly, now fewer than 10, frequently sought his counsel, as did the surviving farmers. Yet, Lancel found little pride in this newfound authority. Rather, it burdened him. With many elderly, weak, and injured, he was left with only 4 or 5 who could still fight, while a few others could barely contribute. At the same time, his own aspirations appeared increasingly elusive. Although he had secured a full set of knightly equipment from the recent skirmish, he remained troubled by the uncertainty surrounding the necessary skills and his potential enlistment in the Order of the Warrior's Sons, especially in light of the old knight's unconscious state. The only flicker of hope for Lancel lay in the possible reward that might accompany his achievements. However, as night descended and the company halted to make camp, the bearded Hark, brimming with vengeance and intent on claiming credit for Lancel, could not be roused, and upon checking for signs of life, Lancel discovered that he had inexplicably ceased to breathe. Chapter 86. The Judgment of the Seven. 9. The rear of the company remained shadowed by a contingent of riders, the remnants left behind by the enemy. Lancel had dispatched a seasoned assembly member to ride ahead post-haste to seek assistance, while also recalibrating their route, directing them toward the nearby settlement known as Stone Hall, home to a sept and a gathering place for the local Order of the Warrior's Sons. Yet, he could not guarantee that reinforcements would arrive, nor could he ascertain whether they would successfully reach this haven. Although they had 2 prisoners in their possession, who could assure their reliability? If their lordly house feared the prisoners would divulge secrets, would they not send forces to silence them? Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. For the nobility of Westeros invariably prioritized their own family interests. And though the church, fragmented in its power and currently at odds with the Targaryen dynasty, still represented a formidable entity, any reckless exposure could invite catastrophic repercussions. Thus, despite the multitude of injured among their ranks, Lancel insisted on maintaining a relentless march. The verdant fields appeared endless on either side, and the path beneath them had become treacherously muddy following a recent rainfall. They occasionally encountered scattered travelers, including farmers seeking protection. Yet despite the assembly members' murmurs of dissent, Lancel resolutely declined to resume such duties, fearing the presence of potential traitors. On the third day following the bearded Hark's demise, the company passed through a village where a member of the assembly claimed familiarity and trustworthiness, prompting them to halt and rest. The local villagers welcomed the travelers warmly, offering shelter and sustenance, allowing the group to spend the night in relative comfort. Originally, Bailey intended to rise early the following morning to resume their journey. But perhaps due to the restorative rest he had received, the once unconscious old knight suddenly awakened. Sir Llewellyn regained consciousness at dawn, while Bailey, unable to sleep, was atop a watchtower overlooking the fields enveloped in the soft light of dawn. Upon receiving the news, he hastily made his way to the cottage. As he entered, the old knight, now awake, took a deep breath and gestured for a member of the gathering who was feeding him porridge to withdraw. "I have heard of your situation," he said weakly when only the two of them remained in the humble abode. "I initially thought you might attempt to flee." Bailey, reflecting inwardly, instead blurted out another question. "How is the knight's health?" "Feeling rather well," the elder replied with a faint smile, leaning against the earthen wall. "But even if I were to perish now, seeing my brother's descendant before I go brings me some solace." These words startled Bailey, yet the old knight had already closed his eyes in weariness, leaving him to say nothing further. After the sun rose, the group continued their journey, though once more they faced a reduction in numbers. Several members, who originally did not belong to the poor fellowship, chose to remain behind, and some severely injured individuals were also left to recuperate, with plans to return for them once reinforcements were found. Bailey had initially intended to leave Sir Llewellyn behind as well, but the old knight insisted, struggling to accompany the group. He claimed that it was the duty of a warrior's son to lead the members of the fellowship, asserting that abandoning them was not an option. The elder was quite obstinate about this, and Bailey sensed that he harbored another motive. The following days were filled with relentless travel, and with fewer than 10 members remaining, the group's pace remained brisk. The old knight, whom Bailey was particularly concerned about, fluctuated between consciousness and unconsciousness, waking intermittently to speak with Bailey. Bailey felt deeply that the knight's time was limited. However, one day, the awakened knight appeared unusually animated, his pallid complexion taking on a rosy hue. Summoning Bailey to the back of the cart, he habitually scrutinized the tall, golden-haired youth before speaking. "Did you know? I'm a deserter." Bailey was taken aback by this revelation, yet the knight continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. "I was a squire to your grandfather, joining him and your great-grandfather in the war that led to the extinction of House Hoare. When your grandfather fell, I should have stayed by his side. But those 3 dragons. His voice faltered momentarily. "So I fled." Sir Llewellyn's speech flowed much more smoothly than before, devoid of emotion, resembling that of an ordinary elderly man reminiscing, seemingly uninterested in any response from Bailey. "Filled with guilt, I forsook the family legacy and chose to join the church in atonement. I devoted half my life to worshiping the gods above. Yet I still frequently dream of that fateful day, my father and brothers fighting valiantly while I turned and ran. They perished, and I survived. It truly is a nightmare." "That is quite understandable, my lord," Bailey comforted. "If you had remained there, you too would have perished." The knight shook his head in disagreement. "You say it is understandable. But if given the chance, I would have preferred to die in that war." Bailey remained silent, sensing the depth of the knight's nostalgia for the past. And he could clearly perceive the lingering shadows beneath the rosy cheeks of the old man, which made him feel uneasy. The old knight, noticing this, smiled softly and, after gazing at Bailey for a moment with his clouded eyes, said with a hint of melancholy, "I had hoped to teach you myself. You are a promising talent, quick to learn, and most importantly, you understand how to think. Yet I do not expect my time to come so swiftly. I have long awaited this day. But it should not be now. It should not be at the moment I have just encountered the descendant of my brother." He sighed, raising his hand to pat the side of the cart, prompting it to halt. Then he struggled to rise, using the cart's side for support, and with Bailey's assistance, dismounted. After catching his breath, he gazed up at the overcast sky and turned to Bailey, stating, "I can no longer impart any lessons to you, Lemon. But remember this, A knight is not merely someone who rides a horse with a lance and dons armor. That does not define a knight. No matter how sharp your lance, how strong your steed, or how skilled your swordsmanship, without the spirit and conviction, you cannot truly be called a knight, nor can you even claim to be alive. Bailey was taken aback by these words. Yet the knight drew his sword from his side and rested it upon Bailey's left shoulder, delivering a solemn command. Now kneel, bastard of House Osprey. Chapter 87. The Judgment of the 7-10. The old knight passed away on the very night he knighted Bailey. Bailey soon understood the reason for the knight's determination to accompany them. He wished to be buried in the very plains where his father and brother had fallen, rather than in some nameless village. This was a request he had repeatedly made of Bailey before his demise. This task was not particularly difficult, as the route from the Acorn Hall and the Riverlands to King's Landing conveniently traversed those plains. This path had been the one the old knight had patrolled for decades. Although they had faced countless deaths prior, the sorrow among the remaining members of the group was palpable after his passing. For Bailey, the survivors had spent considerable time with Sir Llewellyn. Despite his often silent demeanor and reluctance to converse, his steadfast guardianship of travelers had earned him the respect of all. Bailey, too, felt a tinge of sadness, coupled with a sense of guilt for deceiving the old knight. Regardless of his feelings, the journey must continue. The following morning, the now diminished group set forth once again, and soon someone noticed that the green-armored knight leading them seemed different from before. If I hadn't known he was just knighted last night, I would have thought Lemon was already a knight, remarked a member of the fellowship riding behind. With their reduced numbers, they now had enough mounts for each member. Gazing at the figure ahead, his companion instinctively nodded. The tall silhouette riding ahead appeared unremarkable at first glance, his posture straight, hands holding the reins as he rode with his chin raised. Yet compared to before, he seemed more composed. It was not a matter of temperament, but rather the way he sat upon the horse. Although they had not paid much attention to his riding posture, they recalled that he had previously resembled a novice, capable of riding but somewhat clumsy in his movements. However, at this moment, that figure seated steadily atop the horse resembled a grand mountain, unaffected by the bumpy terrain beneath, exuding an aura of calm and ease. As though he were a seasoned knight. It seems he has been affected by the loss, remarked a middle-aged man riding behind, shaking his head with a sigh. Although the specifics remain unclear, it is evident to everyone within the group that the deceased Sir Llewellyn shares a bloodline with the emerging leader, Lemon. In the days leading up to his death, the elder often called upon Lemon to converse, predominantly imparting words of counsel. With the size of their company having diminished significantly, it is likely that all had overheard these exchanges. What relevance does this have to the current distress? A voice from the crowd cast out. It is of great significance. We have one in our village. The murmurs behind him were barely audible to an average person, yet Lancelot, not being an ordinary individual, could discern them clearly. He shook his head in silence, sensing that the tendency for gossip seems to exist in every human being. However, those conversing behind him were not mistaken. He indeed differed from yesterday or any previous day. Having been knighted by the elder, he had naturally completed the first task of the quest, which rewarded him with an elevation in his equestrian skills to level 6. Lancelot felt that this level was akin to that possessed by seasoned knights. Sitting astride the black steed, he experienced a vague sensation of becoming one with the creature beneath him. Of course, this was merely a metaphor and not as mystical as it sounded. Nevertheless, the journey felt remarkably effortless as he instinctively adjusted his posture to the horse's movements, thereby avoiding any discomfort. This realization left him with a tinge of regret. He wished there had been more tasks available to him upon entering the quest, for perhaps then he would have needed no formal training. Completing various tasks might have sufficed to elevate him to the status of a top-tier knight. Lost in thought, Lancelot suddenly perked up, turning to glance behind him. 6 or 7 members of the assembly were mounted, with 2 burly figures seated alongside 2 bound captives on a cart, while the body of the old knight lay covered by a mound of grass atop the cart. This constituted their current contingent. However, Lancelot's gaze was not fixed upon his companions, but rather upon the verdant expanse further behind, his expression growing grave as he grasped a longbow hanging from his saddlebag. The members of the group exchanged glances, then swiftly turned to look behind them, only to discover a swarm of small black dots rapidly approaching the horizon. Enemies? How did they catch up so suddenly? Curse it, prepare for battle. After a brief moment of disarray, the sound of metal weapons being drawn filled the air. Thanks to their prior skirmish, although they were few in number, each member was clad in leather armor and wielding iron swords, with 4 or 5 even equipped with bows, an upgrade from the previous armaments. The distant black dots appeared to outnumber them significantly, yet they were not without the capacity to fight back. However, As the points of black began to magnify and became distinguishable, the members of the group exhaled in relief. It was their own kind. Had Matt summoned reinforcements? It must be so. Why were they approaching from behind? The murmurs of relaxation conveyed their collective relief, and rightly so. For the newcomers were a contingent of knights clad in silver armor, their rainbow capes billowing in the sunlight as they galloped. They were a band of sons of the warrior. Approximately 40 to 50 of these warriors charged forth, presenting an imposing semblance of a grand army. Lancelot, lowering his bow, felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. After a relentless journey, what he feared most was an unexpected enemy encounter. Yet now, instead, they were greeted by a group of ecclesiastical knights, seemingly signaling that their peril had subsided. In a short while, the sons of the warrior arrived, the sounds of their horses slowing down, echoing through the air. The assembly members turned to Lancelot, who nodded in affirmation, prompting a senior member to ride forth and negotiate with one of the approaching knights, while the others remained in place, awaiting further instructions. Lancelot noticed that they were gesturing in his direction while conversing, which did not come as a surprise to him. Before long, a middle-aged knight, seemingly the leader of this band of warriors, galloped over. "Sir Lemon?" he inquired. Lancelot bowed in response. The knight continued, "I am Morgrel, the leader of the sons of the warrior from Stonehall. I have heard of your deeds in that village. May we speak privately?" His demeanor was expressionless, yet his tone was courteous enough. Lancelot had no objections. Thus he followed the stout, middle-aged knight as they rode away from the group. Once they had distanced themselves from the assembly, the knight spoke again. "Have you not yet laid him to rest?" It was clear whom he referred to, and he evidently recognized the old knight. Lancelot replied, he wished to be buried near the Golden Road. Upon hearing this, Moreg sighed, seemingly familiar with the elder knight. Yet he refrained from elaborating further, and shifted the topic. "You have made significant contributions. Since Sir Lurlin knighted you before his passing, I believe I understand his intentions." He paused, fixing Lancelot with a serious gaze. "However, I cannot yet admit you into the sons of the warrior, for I believe you still require guidance." Lancelot was taken aback by these words. Chapter 88. The Judgment of the 7-11. Regardless of the weapon wielded or the adversary faced, mastering the range of both party strikes is of paramount importance. This sense of distance dictates one's ability to evade or launch an assault. The sons of the warrior from Stonehall had not actually come solely for rescue. They had initially intended to head toward King's Landing, but encountered a distress signal from the company's dispatched messenger shortly after setting out, prompting them to change course. However, due to a divergence in their path, they had inadvertently ended up at the village behind Lancelot and his group, and after a swift ride, they barely managed to catch up. Since their integration into the company, Lancelot had not seen the riders who trailed behind them, as it seemed the crisis had abetted. He was uncertain who had dispatched those riders, yet the sons of the warrior claimed an investigation would be undertaken, and they subsequently took custody of the two captives. Thus, Lancelot refrained from inquiring further. King's Landing was still a considerable distance away, and it was impractical for them to travel continuously without rest. Therefore, whenever they paused, the knight named Morgrel would summon Lancelot to impart various combat techniques or have his squire spar with him, which evidently constituted the guidance he had mentioned. Swordsmanship relies not merely on instinctive slashing, dodging, or blocking, but rather on intellect. Understanding the adversary's behavioral patterns and discerning whether their temperament is cautious or aggressive is essential in devising a strategy, which must then be executed. This should be your foremost consideration. The sound of wooden swords clashing resonated alongside the middle-aged knight's stern instruction along the riverbank. Surrounding them were some of the sons of the warrior observing, while many others busied themselves in the nearby camp, preparing meals, creating a lively atmosphere. With the knight's involvement, the company began to attract travelers along the way, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of an ambush. Lancelot speculated that there might be some form of assurance involved, yet at that moment, he had no inclination to ponder the matter further, choosing instead to immerse himself wholly in his training. Western swordsmanship may appear devoid of intricate techniques, yet it still encompasses many established maneuvers, offense, defense, and fundamental stances. These were the elements Lancelot had been diligently studying of late. Once the fundamental knowledge has been thoroughly acquired, it is imperative to embark on a relentless journey of practice and translate that knowledge into practical application. In this regard, Gendry felt rather out of his depth. Although he possessed a wealth of combat experience, it was primarily confined to the realms of bow and dagger. Even though he had dabbled in the use of the spear, the act of wielding a longsword, gripped with both hands for defense and offense, remained an enigma to him, compounded by the cumbersome weight of the full armor he donned. He relied on instinct to gauge the sword's dimensions, striking range, the strength of the blade, and the so-called tactics involved in combat. His sparring partner was a squire of Ser Morris, a diminutive young man with brown hair and a youthful visage, whose armor rendered him slender and agile, appearing considerably younger than Gendry. Yet, during their bouts, the larger figure found himself steadily retreating before the onslaught of the smaller one. The wooden swords clashed, with Gendry in a predominantly defensive stance, appearing flustered, while the metal of his armor clanged with each impact. A gathering of knights, observing the spectacle, often offered their commentary, though they refrained from mockery. Despite Gendry's somewhat lackluster appearance as a knight, his prior martial accomplishments commanded a measure of respect from those around him. Ser Morris, responsible for his training, was unreserved in his critiques, seizing upon every misstep to admonish Gendry, who welcomed the corrections. In addition to mastering the longsword, Gendry's daily regimen included the handling of a shield, which, unlike the sword that allowed for a back-and-forth exchange, was predominantly a passive exercise in enduring blows. Furthermore, after evaluation, Ser Morris deemed Gendry's horsemanship satisfactory, noting, "You exhibit proficiency in riding that surpasses most knights, which is quite rare for one of your age." Gendry merely smiled in response. Clad in heavy armor and enduring relentless practice, he often emerged drenched in sweat and fatigue, yet invigorated in spirit. Freed from the burdens of leadership, he found solace in the physical and mental exertion of training. The observing knights were astonished to witness Gendry, initially overwhelmed by the squire's attacks, progressively enduring longer and ultimately engaging in a more balanced exchange. This improvement became increasingly evident, prompting admiration for this grassroots knight's remarkable talent. During one sparring session, the discussions reached a crescendo when Gendry, after a series of defensive maneuvers, suddenly thrust his sword to deflect the opponent's longsword, subsequently delivering a sharp tap of his wooden blade against the squire's helmet. Then, seizing the moment, he brought the blade down to lightly strike the exposed gap in the armor at the squire's neck, producing a muted clang of metal. This signified his victory. The swift execution elicited applause, with some stepping forward to pat him on the back in encouragement. Even the squire, genuinely pleased, embraced him momentarily. Although panting and weary, Gendry felt a surge of joy as he realized that in that victorious moment, his proficiency with the longsword had reached level 4, while his shield-blocking skill stood at level 3. However, after a brief celebration, he reigned in his exuberance, understanding that a single victory does not equate to a guarantee of future success. Each battle is a new beginning, and even seasoned knights cannot assure victory in every contest. Moreover, while his skills were advancing rapidly, the challenge of leveling up increased with each step. Based on Gendry's past experiences, level 13 was the most easily attained, while progress beyond level 4 required painstaking dedication, as levels 6 and 7 demanded relentless practice. Given his current skill level, he was ill-prepared for the trial of 7. Even if he qualified, such abilities were secondary, as the paramount skill required for the trial was not the longsword but the lance charge. The history of the Targaryen dynasty recorded only 2 trials of 7, one imminent and another occurring over a century later. Gendry was not well versed in the details of the current trial, as literature on the subject was scarce and often contradictory. However, he had extensively read about the latter event. The trial of 7 commenced with a direct lance charge, and if executed proficiently, the outcome could be determined in a single exchange. Regrettably, while he had the opportunity to practice the sword and shield, training with the lance was altogether unattainable. Although knights asserted that lance charges primarily relied on horsemanship rather than lance technique, the significance of mastering the lance itself could not be overlooked. Nonetheless, Gendry had begun to discern a potential advantage. The armor of the current age appeared markedly different from that of the future, not in terms of defensive capabilities, but rather in certain auxiliary functions. Pondering this, he inquired of the young squire with whom he practiced during a break from training, "Will my armor need to be custom-fitted upon joining the Sons of the Warrior?" "Indeed, the armor you currently wear is ill-fitting and will hinder your performance in actual combat." "The armor of the Sons of the Warrior is standardized," the squire replied. Reassured, Gendry committed himself wholeheartedly to his training. Although Ser Morris had initially stated he could not yet accept Gendry, the knight's demeanor had softened considerably over the days of travel, leading Gendry to believe that joining the Sons of the Warrior would indeed come to fruition. This may be attributed to the legacy of the old knight, a testament to Gendry's own efforts and talents, or perhaps a combination of both. At this juncture, Gendry's sole focus was ensuring his successful induction into the upcoming trial of 7. Lacking a clear plan, he resolved to take it step by step, and as the days of travel and training flew by, time seemed to slip away rapidly, until one gloomy morning, the shadow of King's Landing came into view, only for Gendry to discover that the city was engulfed in chaos, even on the brink of war. Chapter 89. The Trial of the Seven, 12. The capital of the Seven Kingdoms, which would later become notorious for its stench, emanated a foul odor even in this moment, though it was comparatively mild. Its exterior bore little difference from what it would appear in the future. The towering walls stretched outward, resembling a hulking, ochre beast lying in wait. However, Gendry had no time to examine this unfamiliar city in detail, for as the party approached, the cacophony of battle cries and screams wafted through the air. The sound caused Ser Morris's expression to shift dramatically, prompting him to command the ordinary civilians in their midst to remain behind, while he called upon the sons of the warrior to ride forth at full gallop. Though not yet a son of the warrior, Gendry was among the group, and with a kick of his spurs, he surged forward, charging through the open city gates alongside the other knights. Under the brooding sky, the thunderous sound of dozens, if not hundreds, of hooves galloping in unison echoed as they streamed through the towering gates, encountering no guards to impede their passage. Upon entering the city, the first sight that greeted the eyes was a disarray of rotting fish and nuts strewn across the ground, while the vendors appeared to have vanished without a trace. In the shadows of the buildings on the right side of the street, a seemingly paralyzed old beggar trembled in fear, watching the scuffle of dozens of men in the center of the thoroughfare. The combatants were clad in tattered leather armor and wielded rusted weapons. Yet one faction was easily identifiable by their emblazoned seven-pointed star insignias, with some even branded with the sigil on their foreheads and arms. This was the emblem of the Poor Fellowship. Upon sighting a horde of the Sons of the Warrior charging in from outside the city, the individuals engaged in combat with the Fellowship members turned pale and, without hesitation, fled. However, their attempt to escape proved futile, as it only provided the struggling members of the Fellowship an opportunity to strike back, resulting in a significant number of casualties among the enemy. Those who remained on the run did not get far. Under the rallying cries of the knights, they were swiftly encircled in a corner of the street and ultimately surrendered, laying down their weapons in defeat. "Kill them, knights, they have slain many of our comrades," cried an elderly man with disheveled hair as victory seemed assured. "Our foes are none other than the Targaryens," Ser Morris replied loudly. The adversaries, upon hearing this, exchanged glances of discontent but said nothing, instead beckoning a dozen companions to turn and charge towards other battlegrounds deeper within the city. It appeared that the city was engulfed in chaos, prompting the knights to leave a few to guard the surrenderers while the rest pressed onward into the heart of the city. Amidst the turmoil in King's Landing, a throng of panicked commoners hurriedly evaded the various skirmishes erupting along the streets and alleys, though it seemed that neither side was intent on slaughtering the unarmed civilians. The Sons of the Warrior continued to delve deeper into the city, resolving one conflict after another, though not every encounter ended in overwhelming victory, leading to a succession of deaths as they progressed along the thoroughfares. Opposing the members of the Poor Fellowship were the city's current garrison, which included not only the city guard but also some well-equipped soldiers. While these soldiers did not match the fully armored knights in prowess, their sheer numbers proved troublesome. Inevitably, the formation began to falter, and amidst the chaos, Ser Loras found himself isolated and sought refuge in a narrow alley. Just as he made his way to safety, an arrow suddenly pierced the air, striking his breastplate with a resounding thud. He felt fortunate to be clad in armor, yet his emotions did not hinder his reflexes. Adopting a defensive stance, he glanced upwards to find a disheveled archer crouched atop a nearby roof, grinning down at the cumbersome knight below. With a huff, Loras swiftly seized the wooden bow hanging from his saddle and aimed a shot at the archer. His movements were decisive and rapid, and at such close range, precision was unnecessary. The archer, caught off guard, barely managed to evade before the arrow struck true, sending him tumbling from the rooftop with a scream, lifeless upon impact with the ground. Yet, this was not the only foe present. No sooner had the archer fallen than a burly man brandishing a spear lunged from the alleyway, bellowing as he thrust his weapon toward Loras's steed. Loras had just released his arrow and was momentarily unprepared for the assault from behind, but his experienced horse deftly sidestepped the incoming spear, kicking back in a swift motion that sent the assailant sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Loras, recovering quickly, turned and thrust his spear downward, silencing the man with a fatal blow. Unfortunately, misfortune seemed relentless, as the alleyway erupted with three more soldiers clad in leather armor, one of whom aimed an arrow at Loras while the others rushed forward with shields and swords drawn. Unclear about the nature of the battle, but unable to ignore the threat, Loras squeezed his horse's sides, charging toward the trio. The galloping steed bore down upon them with ferocity. Loras hunched low, narrowly avoiding the arrow aimed at him. The two soldiers raised their shields in defense, but their weapons were ill-suited to counter the reach of a spear. As Loras's horse barreled past, one soldier screamed as the weapon pierced his neck. The other, caught off guard, turned to witness his companion felled, only to be met with the sound of a heavy impact as Loras's steed trampled him, leaving the archer's body convulsing on the ground, blood spilling forth. However, this did not signify Loras's victory, for 6 more enemies wielding spears emerged from the shadows, prompting a change in his expression. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse, preparing to rely on his solid defense to break free from the encirclement. Just then, the thunderous sound of hooves approached from afar, causing the surrounding foes to panic. Ignoring Loras, they turned to flee, allowing him to take aim and dispatch one of them with another arrow while the others scrambled into the alleyways. A group of unfamiliar sons of the warrior burst onto the scene, though Loras did not recognize them. Their capes revealed their allegiance. With the colorful cloak draped over his shoulders, he was swiftly beckoned to follow by one of the passing knights. Realizing escape was no longer an option, he resigned himself and galloped forth. Entering the city, battling and battling again, an overwhelming series of events unfolded until the midday sun cast its glow upon the ochre-hued medieval city, and the solemn chimes of bells resonated, signaling the end of the conflict. Members of the poor fellowship cheered exuberantly throughout the city, while the resistant soldiers and city guards suffered heavy losses, many slain or captured. It was only then that Loras, now stained with blood, spotted Ser Morris, who had been elusive since their arrival. He hurried over, breathless. "What transpired, my lord?" he inquired, panting heavily, still trying to comprehend the situation in the city. Ser Morris, clad in full armor and slumped against a blacksmith shop, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, replied wearily, "Last night, someone infiltrated the Red Keep to assassinate that monstrous king, but failed, inciting a backlash from the soldiers within the city." Taken aback, Loras paused, and then exclaimed, "My lord, may I leave first? My uncle resides on Flower Street. I intended to seek refuge with him upon arriving in King's Landing, and I fear for his safety." Ser Morris, having gleaned Loras's lineage and purpose, frowned at his request. "Do you not intend to join the sons of the warrior?" "Certainly I must join, but I wish to ascertain his safety beforehand, for he is my only kin, my lord. Shall I seek you out at the church once matters are settled? The city is in turmoil. It would be prudent for you to hasten." The other nodded in acknowledgement. "The Hall of Remembrance upon the Rennie's Hills is easily located. Should you struggle to find it, simply inquire of anyone, and they shall direct you." Clearly, he did not refuse, and thus, Ser Loras expressed his gratitude before hastily departing from the street, his demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency. Sir Meryn observed this with satisfaction, deeming it virtuous that this towering bastard, having risen to prominence, still held concern for his family. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the golden-haired giant's destination was not Flower Street, but rather the harbor of King's Landing. Historical accounts reveal that following the assassination at the poor folks' gathering, King Aegon fled back to Dragonstone in fright. Now, Ser Loras intended to chance upon him at the port, perhaps fortuitously encountering the king himself. Chapter 90. The Trial of the 7-13. Despite harboring certain unwholesome intentions as he raced towards the harbor, before Ser Loras could reach it, he was suddenly met with a resounding roar of a dragon, causing an uproar among the bystanders, who speculated that the king within the Red Keep must be employing a dragon against them. However, a subsequent, more distant roar left them perplexed. Ser Loras had a vague inkling of what was afoot, and as he galloped towards the port area, he found himself amidst a damp dock reeking of fish, littered with various goods, and the clamorous assembly of the poor folk. After a brief inquiry, he discovered that royal vessels had already begun to depart, accompanied by a shimmering dragon. It seemed that the monstrous king had eluded them, though his iron-born guards and dragon had been witnessed. Upon being questioned by the assembly members, they noted the rainbow cloak draped over Ser Loras's shoulders and curiously inquired, "My lord, are you the son of a newly joined warrior? Your armor appears different from the others." Ser Loras merely nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the few ships barely visible in the sunlit expanse of the sea, inwardly scoffing. It is worth noting that King Aegon is indeed the son of Rhaenys, yet it seems he has inherited none of her courage. Despite possessing dragons, he has allowed himself to be cornered to such an extent that he fled from the capital. One wonders what he could possibly be thinking. However, Ser Loras felt no ire toward his shortcomings, though he was the son of an old acquaintance. That acquaintance was not the individual he himself had known. This world-esque counterpart likely did not even recognize him, even if he had not perished in Dorne. Pondering this, Ser Loras shook his head and turned his steed back towards the city. Although he had squandered some time on this excursion, he did not feel particularly disheartened, or rather, even had he arrived in time, it was uncertain whether any advantage could have been gained. It was merely fortuitous that he had stumbled upon this news. The rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground echoed crisply as the golden-haired knight retraced his steps, observing that the once chaotic city was gradually settling down. He could see some common folk peering out from their windows, while the bolder among them ventured outside to inquire about the unfolding events. Disregarding all of this, Ser Loras intended to report to the Hall of Remembrance upon the Rennie's Hills. However, as he passed along a narrow street lined with camphor trees, he suddenly caught the faint sound of a dispute. Straining to listen, he discerned it to be the voice of a boy, leading him to instinctively believe that the remnants of the city's earlier turmoil had yet to dissipate. Thus, he urged his steed closer to the source of the sound. "That necklace was left to me by my grandmother. You filthy scoundrels, do not touch it." The words he overheard caused him to pause momentarily, and he spurred his horse into a faster gallop, ultimately discovering a scruffy old beggar tightly clutching a wet, shaven-headed boy dressed in luxurious, drenched velvet garments, while another beggar persistently tugged at the gilded buttons and various adornments on the boy's attire. The scene was evidently one of robbery. Ser Loras frowned at the sight. Yet before he could intervene, the two beggars, having glanced back at the sound of hooves, were suddenly struck with fear upon seeing the rainbow cloak draped over Ser Loras's shoulders. Without hesitation, they abandoned the boy and fled. Seizing the moment, the boy yanked back a necklace from the old beggar's grasp and turned to face Ser Loras, momentarily startled, yet quickly rose to his feet and bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. They were so barbaric. I appreciate your rescue." The boy's voice was tinged with nervousness, as if he was unaccustomed to such encounters. However, the earlier declaration he made did not seem so meek, and the necklace he clutched struck Ser Loras as somewhat familiar. Thus, he inquired with a hint of skepticism, "Did you fall in the water?" "I slipped to the dock." "My lord," replied the boy, his head bowed. "By accident? My family is nearby. My lord," the boy continued, "I sneaked out to see what was happening outside. I was robbed by them. I owe you my life, my lord." "Nearby?" Ser Loras responded, "I shall escort you. You need only guide me." "Thank you, my lord. But I can return on my own," the boy replied, his tone playfully defiant. "I scarcely believe that such a brief journey could encounter thieves twice, my lord. King's Landing is not nearly as chaotic, especially with your presence." While this statement appeared innocuous, Ser Loras couldn't shake the feeling of déjà vu. It was as though he were witnessing his own youthful self attempting to deceive others. Thus, he regarded the boy with keen interest, remaining silent until the boy hesitantly glanced up at him. "Lift your head, so I may see you. Why do you persist in keeping it lowered?" "I have a mild case of albinism, my lord, and I fear the sunlight." "Yet there is no sunlight in this alley," Ser Loras remarked, tightening the reins of his steed, the war horse snorting loudly in place, which lent his voice an air of authority. "Lift your head, or shall I assist you?" This prompted the boy to pause for a moment, then slowly raise his head, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. For one so young, his features were undeniably charming. Deep blue eyes complemented a smooth forehead and two small dimples, giving the impression that he might be a young girl. Nevertheless, Ser Loras was certain he was a boy, and quite an intriguing one at that. Gazing at the vaguely familiar visage and scrutinizing the boy's eye color, he felt a sense of amusement. "You hardly appear to suffer from albinism." "It is merely a mild affliction, my lord. Not very pronounced," the boy mumbled, his gaze evasive, and his hands nervously twisting the edges of his garments. Ser Loras considered that the boy had every reason to be anxious. After all, even a child of such stature would be unnerved in such a situation. "Your father has fled. Why did you not accompany him?" he asked with genuine curiosity, dismounting his steed and approaching the boy. The boy instinctively took a step back. "I do not comprehend your words, my lord. Allow me to guess." Blaine disregarded his words, stepping closer and lifting the boy's chin for a closer inspection. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he remarked, "Your appearance, Aegon Valyrian, seems inconsistent with your age. So, you must be Jaehaerys? Jaehaerys Targaryen, the youngest son of King Aegon?" His tone was resolute, while it may be challenging to identify others. Recognizing a member of the Targaryen family was a straightforward endeavor. One need only observe their hair and eye color. Not to mention this familiar visage and the necklace the boy clutched. Blaine's words sent a shiver through the boy, who stared at him in disbelief, mouth agape, utterly astonished. "Your father has fled. Why did you not accompany him?" Blaine inquired again, as this questioned the very reason for the young prince's presence here. Jaehaerys Targaryen, also known as Jaehaerys I, was the fourth Targaryen king to ascend the Iron Throne after Queen Maegor. Following his coronation, he negotiated with the church, successfully disbanding its two military forces, earning him the moniker Jaehaerys the Arbiter. His reign was marked by wisdom and sagacity. He unified the laws of the Seven Kingdoms and constructed the King's Road, connecting the realm. His tenure was the longest among the Targaryen monarchs, and many considered it the zenith of the Targaryen dynasty, a stark contrast to the decline that followed under his successors. In short, this boy was destined to become a good king. Blaine, however, knew little of this good king's childhood and could not fathom how this Targaryen boy had ended up alone here, robbed by two beggars, especially when both his parents had recently fled by ship. Was this an obscure incident not recorded in historical texts? Chapter 91. The Trial of the Seven Sons, 14. Clearly, despite whatever wisdom and brilliance he may possess in the future, he was still just a child, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. Though his intellect was more developed than that of an ordinary child, he could not possibly match Blaine's adult reasoning and guile. Thus, faced with Blaine's assured inquiries, he soon relinquished his resistance. I believe my father's decision was misguided, so I had Beans pretend to be me while I jumped off the ship. I thought this way, he would stop wanting to return to Dragonstone. He spoke with indignation, seemingly furious at his father's weakness. Unfortunately, your plan failed, as he has already departed, Blaine replied, not inclined to inquire further about who this Beans was. Impossible. He will come looking for me. He cannot have just left. The boy retorted without hesitation. Even if he does not come looking for me, my mother will, as soon as they realize it was Beans and not me. The fact was, the port had already been seized by them, and their ship had long since vanished. You lie. I do not believe you. The little fellow shot him a skeptical glance, and suddenly turned to flee. However, Blaine merely lifted his arm, catching the back of his collar, disregarding the boy's struggles and kicks, and said with a smile, believe it or not, lad, but I have not seen any of the king's men at the port, and can clearly see that your family's ship has sailed far away. Only a White Walker would believe your words. You merely wish to capture me and hand me over to your archbishop. Do not think I cannot see through your ruse. If I truly had such intentions, why would I bother with an excuse? Blaine countered, I could simply take you away like this. As he spoke, he shook his wrist, causing the boy to dangle helplessly in the air, appearing utterly defenseless. This prompted the little one to react swiftly, his expression turning bewildered. They really have left? No. Do you believe it? Blaine responded. He had initially expected the boy to become furious or burst into tears, yet all he witnessed was a contemplative little face. Could it be they did not realize I had escaped? Beans is my height, so it would be hard to notice I was missing under the covers. He mused aloud. Yes, that must be it. Brother is ill, and the servants are busy tending to him. They may truly not have noticed my absence. As he concluded, his expression fell into despair, but soon the child rallied, turning to Blaine with a serious demeanor. But they will definitely come back for me. They must, bringing Dragon Fire. Blaine remained unfazed, shaking his wrist once more, causing the boy's face to droop again. Stumbling upon a little prince while merely wandering the streets filled Blaine with an overwhelming sense of fortune. He had previously pondered how to extract benefits from a formidable Targaryen family, and now he had a hostage in hand. Yet, despite this fortunate turn, Blaine felt a flicker of doubt. Was the weak king truly indifferent to his son being in King's Landing? It seemed improbable. Historical records indicated that he, despite his indecisiveness, cared deeply for his children. How had this incident been resolved in history? Or had it even transpired at all? As he pondered, an unexpected thought crossed his mind, prompting Blaine to suddenly ask, your grandmother is Rhaenys Targaryen, is she not? Everyone knows that, the boy replied. When did she die? She is not dead, the boy exclaimed. Vexed you, a knight, should know better than to speak such nonsense. Not dead. Blaine paused, tightening his grip on the boy's collar unconsciously. Then where is she? I do not know. How can you not know? My grandmother has been missing for many years, long before I was born, the boy replied. Did she not perish in Dorne? My father, said grandmother, nearly died in Dorne, the boy recounted, but a Dornishman saved her. He then looked perplexed. I have never understood why a Dornishman would save my grandmother. When I asked my grandfather as a child, he never answered. Have you never met that Dornishman? That was so many years ago, the boy replied, looking at Blaine with a bewildered expression. At that time, my father was not as old as I am now. Blaine paid no heed to the boy's incredulous expression, instead asking earnestly, I mean, what happened to that Dornishman afterward? I do not know. I have never seen him. Perhaps he has also vanished? As the boy spoke, noticing the golden-haired giant deep in thought, he felt a tinge of curiosity. Though still young, he He sensed that this knight bore no ill will toward him, unlike those from the church outside who referred to his family as monsters. Gradually, he began to relax. Though relaxation did not equate to a lack of vigilance, he remained cautious with his responses while instinctively attempting to foster a connection, hoping to cultivate goodwill. Overall, however, the knight's questions seemed harmless, allowing him to speak candidly. Yet why did this golden-haired giant's expression seem somewhat peculiar? The boy could not discern the answer and had no time to ponder it, for after a moment of contemplation, the golden-haired knight raised his gaze to him once more. Do you have acquaintances in King's Landing? I am only acquainted with members of my family, the esteemed Grand Maester Gavin, and the Imperial Guard of our household. The boy replied, presuming that this individual intended to release him. He suggested, you might escort me back to the Red Keep, where my father has retained some personnel. Upon hearing this, Lares remained non-committal, opening his mouth to inquire further, what of the clergy within the city? Have you encountered any of them? This question prompted a flicker of realization in the astute young lad, who cautiously replied, I am familiar only with Brother Mirren. But he was recently dismembered by some lunatics from your church, merely for presiding over my sibling's wedding. That is fortunate, Lares sighed in relief, then abruptly seized the boy and stood him up. From this moment forward, you shall be known as Igo, he declared. Igo, why must I bear such a name? The boy queried, taken aback. Because you share a name with a predecessor who is also bald, Lares answered. This remark seemed to provoke contemplation within the clever child. So, you do not intend to turn me in? He probed. I am Lemon. My uncle is Peter, who owns a bakery on Flower Street and is quite wealthy. He even clandestinely kept a violet-eyed courtesan from Lys as his mistress, only to suffer misfortune due to the war. Severely injured and on the brink of death. I am left as his only illegitimate child, encountering you during your visit. Lares dismissed the boy's inquiry, continuing with his own narrative. It is highly likely that no one will care about your existence. However, should your identity prove insufficiently convincing, I shall claim to have been deceived by my late uncle, unaware of your true lineage. Thus, you would be wise to present yourself convincingly. If you succeed in deceiving them, you will be regarded as my newly acquired squire. The mention of Peter, a real figure who had indeed perished in the recent turmoil of King's Landing, prompted Lares to provide further details about his appearance. What do you desire? The boy, now understanding the implications of Lares' words, hastily suggested, we could negotiate. I shall assist you in extorting my father. There is no need for us to venture to your sanctum. It is far too perilous. I seek something you cannot provide, Lares stated, hoisting him as one might a small chick and turning toward the horses. This action incited a sense of indignation within the boy. You are neither a devout knight nor a courteous one. To you, however, I am a good knight, Lares retorted. Chapter 92, The Judgment of the Seven Sons, 15. On the journey back with the child, Lares visited a tailor's shop, procuring a larger brown linen tunic and trousers for him, along with boots that were more befitting of a typical wealthy child, rather than those that would immediately betray their exorbitant cost. Yet, there remained a flaw. The boy Igo possessed deep blue, violet-tinged eyes, which, while seemingly innocuous at first glance, became glaringly evident upon closer inspection. Nevertheless, Lares had prepared for this eventuality. Among the peoples of Westeros, purple eyes are exceedingly rare, primarily found within House Targaryen and the Dane family of Dorne, renowned for the Dawn, the sword of legend. Conversely, across the narrow sea in the free city of Lys, such eyes are relatively common, as it was once a realm of indulgence for the ancient Valyrian dragon lords. Thus, Lares had contrived an identity for him as the illegitimate son of a baker and a courtesan from Lys. Lares deemed this sufficient, as it was improbable anyone would conduct a thorough inquiry, and even if they did, it would likely remain superficial. No rational person would believe that the king had fled, while his under-10 son lingered in the vicinity. Are you afraid my father will return and incinerate you with dragon fire? After his transformation, the boy, now perched upon a horse, tilted his head and inquired, is this why you are holding on to me so tightly? As a shield? Perhaps that is indeed my intention, Lares replied. I have also considered using you as a bargaining chip for a dragon egg. A dragon egg? The boy turned to him, a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. We possess no dragon eggs, only dragons. All the eggs have been hatched into dragons. Lares had encountered similar assertions before and dismissed the concern, maintaining his posture upon the horse while casting an intentional yet casual glance around. Under the cloak of dusk, the aftermath of chaos bore an unusual tranquility. Tell me more about your grandmother, he prompted, since her return from Dorne. You are rather peculiar, the boy replied evasively. Are the knights of your church so ignorant of such significant matters? I'm a knight of the Vale, Lares stated, and I am well aware of what has transpired in King's Landing. Yet my grandmother has visited the Vale and returned from Dorne, the boy noted. What was her purpose? She claimed there were many gardeners in the Vale and intended to hire a group to plant flowers in King's Landing to mask the stench. However, it seems the undertaking was too grand and ultimately fell through. Did she share anything else that you were privy to? Of course, but not from her. It was my father who disclosed it to me. So what truly transpired? That depends on what you wish to know, he replied. For instance, why did she go missing? Even my father does not understand this. How would I know? You might as well inquire elsewhere. It was evident the young lad possessed considerable knowledge, prompting Larys to engage in deeper questioning. Thus, he began to unearth the deviations from the original historical narrative of this world. For instance, Dorne and the Targaryen dynasty had signed a truce prematurely, and for various reasons, Dorne remained tumultuous, alleviating numerous troubles for the Targaryens. Additionally, a rebellion had erupted in the north, but it was quelled by dragons. Meanwhile, in the far north, beyond the wall, peculiar events seemed to be unfolding. Moreover, the free city of Braavos had recently forged closer ties with the Targaryen dynasty. The ruler of Braavos, the Titan, had even visited King's Landing during the reign of the Conqueror, who himself had also flown to Braavos atop a dragon. In the period leading up to Queen Rhaenys' disappearance, she had been instrumental in orchestrating numerous unions. While all these circumstances appeared to bear little immediate consequence for Larys, contemplating these matters, or the chain reactions resulting from the survival of one who was once thought dead, compelled him to pay heed. Would the history of this world still align with the chronicles recorded in the annals? Would the frail king Aenys succumb to illness? Would his brother Maegor ascend to the throne? Would the trial of the 7 sons still come to pass? Moreover, what weighed heavily on Larys' mind was why the timeline of the Iron Islands he initially inhabited had been altered without any feedback, while the last one remained unchanged. What precisely was the nature of this situation? A myriad of questions clouded his thoughts as they extended beyond the confines of the current narrative. If history could indeed be rewritten, why had reality remained unaffected? Was it due to different dimensions, different worlds, or some other rationale? Would future narratives no longer adhere to the histories he had come to know? The cascade of thoughts that surfaced during the journey rendered him somewhat distracted. However, as they neared the Royne Hills, he steadied his resolve, preparing to assist the young lad in their charade. At this moment, King's Landing did not appear as crowded as it would in later times. The buildings were arranged with relative neatness, and beneath the Rhaenys Hills lay a rather dry street. On either side of the street, the yellow brick houses primarily housed members of the impoverished gatherings, with the occasional sighting of a robust warrior son. There was a small tavern with an open door, where a son of a warrior, with disheveled black hair, was slumped against the wall. When Larys passed by, he shouted a few remarks at him, suggesting that his breastplate was worn incorrectly and his cloak was not properly donned, leaving Larys bewildered. He paused to engage in a brief conversation, only to find that the drunkard seemed too inebriated to even recognize himself, prompting him to abandon the interaction. As he continued on his way, a kind old man informed him of how to find Ser Mori, which Larys had inquired about. He soon realized that the knight had quite a reputation in this place, and his standing was not to be underestimated. However, for the time being, this did not concern him much. His immediate goal was to locate the knight, which necessitated a visit to the chapel. Larys did not take the child with him immediately, but instead rented a room at a nearby inn to settle him first. Only then did he proceed along the path towards the rising hills ahead. The Rhaenys Hills bore little difference from how they would be perceived in the future. However, at the summit stood not a dragon's lair, but a grand and square-shaped cathedral. The Chapel of Faith had originally been constructed by the conqueror Aegon in memory of the late Queen Rhaenys, but had now transformed into a gathering place for the sons of warriors opposing the Targaryen dynasty. Larys had pondered prior to his arrival. If the young queen had not perished, why did this chapel still exist? Now he could see clearly. The cathedral, located deep within the square, was elegantly designed, with its elongated structure extending on either side, adorned with numerous recessed sculptures of human figures, exuding a sense of the sacred. At the center of the square stood a distinctive fountain, within which a statue depicted a human figure standing in the pool, its left hand naturally grasping a dagger, while its right hand was open and raised before its chest, with a steady trickle of water flowing from its palm. The statue appeared noble and upright, carved to resemble one clad in leather armor, with tousled hair, yet its face was entirely blank. At present, Captain Nancy Tabak was not at the chapel. Thus her application for admission must await his return for processing. Ser Mori evidently did not anticipate Larys' swift return, resolving family matters on the very same day. When Larys approached, Mori had just concluded his prayers in a side chamber of the church and was seated on a bench in the grand hall, engaging in casual conversation with others. The name of the warrior's son leader, Nancy Tabuk, was unfamiliar to him, further illustrating the extent of change in this world. Historically, during this period, the leader of the warrior sons was known as Daemon Morrigan, not Nancy Tabuk. Yet, upon realizing that his past actions had influenced the course of this world's events, he felt somewhat prepared for such revelations. "You seem unwell," Ser Mori remarked upon observing Lares. "Has something unfortunate transpired?" "My uncle has died," Lares replied in a hushed tone. Mori paused, taken aback, then rose to pat Lares' shoulder without uttering a word. The atmosphere grew heavy, prompting a middle-aged knight, who had been conversing with Mori, to deftly shift the topic. "Good sir, you're called Lemon?" he inquired. Lares nodded, casting his gaze upon the middle-aged man with slightly curled black hair, who was now tilting his head to study him. "I have seen you before," he declared this morning. "You fought alongside us. It was my first time witnessing a knight wielding a bow. I believe many of my comrades felt the same." His words were laced with amusement, seemingly an attempt to lighten the somber atmosphere, or perhaps he found it an amusing anecdote. Nevertheless, the knightly class typically held a disdain for archers, as some considered bows a weapon for the weak, asserting that true knights should engage in close combat with swords and spears. Lares found such sentiments to be rather foolish. However, despite the jest in the man's tone, it did not come across as mocking. "I do not recognize your title, sir," Lares replied candidly. "In truth, I currently know only Ser Mori among the sons of warriors. Beyond that," he shook his head, appearing somewhat resigned. Upon seeing this, the man laughed heartily. The sons of warriors, apart from their height and build, donned identical armor, capes, and insignia. Once they donned their visors, it was nearly impossible for newcomers, or even some veterans at times, to distinguish fully armored comrades. "He is a bloodline descendant of Ser Laren," Ser Mori interjected, "a knight appointed by Ser Laren himself. Skilled in horsemanship, though he requires further training. You shall take good care of him now, Sir Owen. May our esteemed Ser Laren rest in peace." The knight referred to as Owen solemnly offered prayer, then smiled. "I will train you well, Sir Lemon. Be prepared. However, I believe I also have much to learn from you. Sneaking a troop and capturing the leading antagonist to force the enemy's retreat? That truly sounds delightful, to be frank. I relish this tale. Minstrels are fond of stories," Ser Mori remarked with a frown. Displeased, "there is nothing amusing about it. You ought to grasp how perilous it can be." "Of course, my good sir, I am well aware. Relax, y arbo no intentions. You should know, before becoming a knight, I was indeed a minstrel." It seemed they had already accepted Lares as one of their own. Their conversation flowed freely without reservation. Lares sat beside them, quietly listening for a while, sensing the atmosphere was rather harmonious. During this time, he mentioned his need for a squire, to which Ser Mori raised no objections, as knights typically made their own decisions regarding their squires, rarely concerning themselves with such matters. The knight named Owen bore no surname, having risen from the ranks of commoners, yet now held a significant position, essentially serving as a training officer within the Chapel of Faith. Ser Mori believed Lares still required training. Thus he had earlier discussed this matter with Owen, who was said to have a background as a minstrel. Furthermore, he insisted that Lares must reside within the chapel for the sake of convenience during training. In the Chapel of Faith, aside from the clergy, there were also servants, though not servants in the traditional sense, but rather akin to volunteers, comprised of nearby common folk who believed that assisting within the chapel was a way of serving the divine, and naturally, these individuals were exceedingly devout. After meeting with Ser Mori, a servant led Lares into the rear area of the main structure of the chapel, where a cluster of low square buildings stood in close proximity, constituting the living quarters at the hilltop. In truth, this residential area was not extensive. Lares initially presumed that accommodations would be scarce. However, upon entering, he discovered an unexpected sense of tranquility within. The servant asserted that this place typically housed only a few elderly monks and nuns, while the majority of the clergy resided in the vale below. For the ascent to the hills was a mere few steps. The residences within the sanctum were sparsely occupied, yet they remained tidy and dry, devoid of furnishings. Comprising a square-shaped chamber of yellow bricks, furnished with 2 hard wooden beds and a narrow window, free from dampness, sufficient to meet basic accommodation needs. After depositing some of his belongings, Bramley promptly descended to the vale to fetch his attendant, Igo. No unforeseen events transpired. Aside from the fact that upon Bramley's arrival at the inn, the little fellow was peering stealthily at the conditions of the road outside. It was evident that the lad was reluctant to accompany Bramley, though he found himself with nowhere to flee. The area was swarming with ecclesiastical guards. After his father had fled, The entirety of King's Landing had essentially fallen under the church's dominion, and even the Red Keep appeared to have succumbed to siege. In such circumstances, even disregarding the chaos following the recent war, the city offered no semblance of safety for him. In contrast, residing within the sanctuary felt comparatively secure. If my grandmother were to learn that this church had become a stronghold for the enemy, she would undoubtedly reconsider her intentions to renovate here. Once ushered into the spacious chamber-like abode, the bald-headed boy expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "Who would willingly construct a nest for the enemy?" To which Branley replied, "The root of the problem has never been the church." The boy refrained from further comment, turning his gaze to assess their current living conditions, his small face reflecting dissatisfaction. Yet he remained silent in his grievances. That night, Branley's thoughts were tumultuous, and he felt he had scarcely slept. The following day, upon discovering the little one still nestled in the corner of the hard bed, indulging in slumber, he shook his head with a sense of resignation, donned the coarse garments provided by the church, and sought out Knight Moray. To his astonishment, he found that the commander of the Sons of the Warrior was none other than the black-haired drunkard he had encountered the previous day in the Vale. This revelation left Branley quite taken aback, though the man evidently did not recognize him. After a moment of prayer beneath the statue of one of the 7 gods in the towering hall of the church, the commander, Nansidebek, solemnly conducted Branley's initiation into the order, ultimately smiling as he declared, "Welcome, Sir Lemon. The Knights of the Sons of the Warrior are honored by your presence." Branley bowed in humility, thus solidifying his membership in the Sons of the Warrior. This signified that he had effectively completed half of the 3 tasks before him. However, Branley did not allow himself to relax, for the remaining half was of paramount importance. Chapter 94. The Judgment of the 7 Sons, 17. You must aim at the critical moment, Lemon, rather than revealing your intended strike prematurely, for that would alert the enemy. You must understand that while you launch an offensive, you must also establish a defense. This is something the enemy will likewise undertake. A skilled knight is one who renders the adversary incapable of anticipating his charge. The words echoed across the training ground, accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of hooves, punctuated by the sharp sounds of impacts and the creaks of rotating axles. In the sunlit expanse, a fully armored knight was seen charging repeatedly at a long, rotating spear target. Clad in dark green armor and wielding a training lance made of sturdy wood, each time he charged towards the T-shaped target. The tip of his lance struck the circular bullseye at the edge, causing the long target to spin sharply. The iron chain at its rear slicing through the air towards the knight seated upon his steed. The chain either missed entirely or clanged against the knight's armor, producing a series of dull thuds. At the edge of the training ground, Sir Owen, a knight of Bardic lineage, stood with arms crossed, observing Branley's performance from a distance. His white linen garment with bell sleeves lent him an air of refinement at a glance. He resembled an artistic poet rather than an ecclesiastical knight. Aside from maintaining balance atop the steed, the strength of your arms and the grip on your lance are equally crucial, as they influence the weapon's impact. However, this can only be acquired through years of rigorous training. Lemon, your physique is robust, yet your arms lack specialized conditioning. Your strength is rather average among knights. As he observed, he offered guidance, and Branley listened intently, silently committing the instructions to memory and adapting his attack strategies accordingly. Thus, after a series of drills, noon arrived. Ultimately, at Sir Owen's beckoning, Branley galloped over, dismounting with the clattering of his armor, and with the knight's assistance, he removed his knightly helm, causing sweat to cascade forth. Sir Owen smiled at this. "Well done, Sir Lemon. Your talent is remarkable." Branley chuckled at the compliment, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries and inquiries, this session of practice came to a close. Days spent within the sanctuary appeared no different from the journey to King's Landing. It was a continuous cycle of training, and more training. The number of knights training in the grounds was quite limited, as most of the Sons of the Warrior were already seasoned knights, requiring no additional training beyond routine physical conditioning and skill refinement. The squires of the knights naturally had their own masters to oversee their training. Branley's situation was relatively rare, allowing him to experience a degree of noble instruction. In addition to his daily training, he also participated in the ritual of prayer with the other Sons of the Warrior, albeit he had yet to fully memorize the church's prayers. However, this was of little consequence, for the prayers here were recited silently in one's heart. Furthermore, there had been no news regarding the Targaryen royal family for Dragonstone. King Aenys, having lost his son, seemed disinclined to return in search of him, or perhaps he had acted in secrecy, unbeknownst to others, especially considering that King's Landing was now under ecclesiastical control. In sum, A tranquil half-month passed, seemingly devoid of any significant events. The mornings were dedicated to lance practice, while afternoons focused on close combat weapons and shield mastery. And in the sword and shield exercises, he faced not squires, but genuine knights, two exceptionally skilled twin knights. At this juncture, the number of sons of the warrior gathered in King's Landing reached several hundred, among whom many were distinguished knights. Yet, Branley believed the two he sparred with were among the elite. Their exchanges of attacks and defenses appeared balanced. Yet in reality, should they exert even a modicum of effort, Branley would find himself vanquished in an instant, with no time for reaction. A master swordsman must learn to anticipate the enemy's strikes. As he deftly maneuvered around the towering blonde, a strikingly handsome young man with a tousled head of brown hair kept his gaze fixed upon Branley, his words flowing continuously. You can listen with your sword, or discern based on the enemy's movements. There are many methods. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, his weapon slicing through the air with apparent ferocity. Branley, recognizing the threat, hastily raised his sword to block, only for the assailant to instantly retract his attack. I excel at leveraging my opponent's instincts to guide them. This is akin to a different form of anticipation. The brown-haired youth sheathed his sword and paused to elucidate. However, one must exercise caution when employing feints. A single misstep could result in your own suppression. Upon finishing his words, he noticed that Lannister appeared to be deep in thought, nodding thoughtfully. Suddenly, Lannister blinked and posed an utterly incongruous question. All right, that concludes today's training. Now it is time for inquiries. Pray tell, Sir Lemon, am I Almond Caswy or Amon Caswy? You are Almond Caswy, Lannister replied with a hint of resignation. Are you certain? The other inquired, narrowing his eyes. Absolutely certain. What gives you such confidence? The youthful man with brown hair maintained a serious demeanor, seemingly intent on reminding Lannister. Yet Lannister merely chuckled in response. Because I deliberately left a mark on the back of your collar yesterday, and you clearly do not possess the habit of laundering your garments frequently. This statement left the other momentarily taken aback, before he raised a hand to feel the back of his neck, discovering an unexpected tear in his collar. Unable to suppress a laugh, he exclaimed, You truly are a cunning fellow, Lemon. I shall consume a few of your lemons to vent my frustration. Lannister shrugged at this. His training partners consisted of two individuals, the one before him, Almond Caswy, and Amon Caswy, who were twins. Initially, Lannister mistook them for one person. Given their identical appearances and attire, it was only later that he grasped the truth. The brothers seemed to take turns every other day, treating their practice sessions with Lannister as a form of entertainment, and they were quite intrigued about when he would genuinely distinguish between the two. It was evident that these twin sons of warriors possessed a rather whimsical nature, yet they were undeniably entertaining. Due to their shared training sessions, they frequently invited Lannister for drinks, and he gladly seized the opportunity to learn from them. Today, however, he had to politely decline their invitation, as he had a significant matter to attend to, one that pertained to his chances of success in the Trial of the Seven. Chapter 95, The Trial of the Seven, 18. This is a splendid idea, my lord, though I cannot be certain of its execution. Within a blacksmith shop on Steel Street in King's Landing, a stocky old blacksmith pondered thoughtfully after hearing the words of a tall, blond man opposite him. I have never heard of a casting method that incorporates fixed accessories into breastplates. Hence I shall need to experiment. Shall I require payment? No need, my lord. The church has already provided me with the materials and compensation I require. However, if you are in haste to use the armor, I suggest you consider renting a ready-made set for me. Indeed, we have various armors crafted, including those that would suit your physique. I'm not overly pressed, Lannister replied with a shake of his head, feeling somewhat financially constrained. He was currently involved in designing his own armor. Since joining the Sons of the Warrior, he had qualified for standard knightly armor, and due to the necessity of measuring his height, shoulder width, and head size, he was able to engage directly with this blacksmith. Yet, due to the recent influx of knights in the city, the blacksmith was exceedingly busy, and only now had he found the time to commence Lannister's crafting. Thus, Lannister shared his concept, or rather, introduced a piece of equipment that had become popular among the knightly class over 200 years later in the realm of Westeros, a lance holder. In ancient times, a knight could only grip the lance tightly with their arms during a charge, relying solely on muscular strength to maintain control. However, the limitations of human strength, regardless of its magnitude, would inevitably be reached, and at the moment of impact, one's arms would instinctively recoil, thus diminishing the force. Yet, by incorporating this lance holder and accompanying rings, the responsibility of securing the lance would not rest solely upon the arms. Rather, it would distribute the recoil throughout the knight's entire body, allowing the muscle groups to absorb the impact rather than just the arms alone. Consequently, both the force generated during the charge and the mastery required to wield the lance would differ significantly. Lannister had noted this during his training en route to King's Landing, discovering that the current era lacked such an inconspicuous yet vital piece of armor. Thus, he intended to utilize it as a formidable tool for victory, or at the very least, a significant means to address his shortcomings. The experienced blacksmith, upon hearing Lannister's words, nearly discerned the purpose of this contraption. However, he remained cautious, despite Lannister's belief that it could be easily crafted. Lannister expressed his reluctance to rent armor, and the stout blacksmith took it in stride, offering a reminder. The process may take some time, my lord. Once the forging is complete, I will send my son to notify you. Lannister nodded, then added, I hope Master Dairy can keep this confidential. Of course. I am a man of faith and principles, the old blacksmith replied without hesitation. The church's exclusivity in commissioning armor for me attests to that. And you must understand, my lord, my son is also a son of the warrior. We both comprehend the value of honor. This revelation caught Lannister off guard. Yet the blacksmith chuckled and called toward the back of the workshop, prompting a dark-skinned, bald young man to emerge from behind a soot-stained curtain. Father, what is it? This is Sir Lemon. You should meet him. Following his father's introduction, the bald young man turned his gaze to Lannister, sizing him up before breaking into a smile. May the gods bless you, Sir Lemon. I have heard of your exploits. Am I truly so renowned? Lannister asked, surprised. The young man explained, I am tasked with guarding the 2 captives you captured from the Riverlands. One of them incessantly claims you are a monster, a merman. He rambles on about it, appearing quite deranged. With that, the bald youth grinned. I'm quite curious about how you frightened him so. Perhaps the methods employed by those responsible for his interrogation were a bit excessive, Lannister replied, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with the blacksmith's son, named Dean, he took his leave. The modifications to his armor could address a significant shortcoming, and his ongoing training would ensure his continuous growth. However, he remained uncertain about how to join the trial team. Of course, this uncertainty hinged on the presumption that the trial would still occur. Lannister dared not take that for granted, yet preparing in advance was always prudent. Deep in thought about this matter, Lannister soon returned to the residential area of the September at the summit of the Rainey's Hills. Yet, upon entering his quarters, he discovered that his young attendant was nowhere to be found. This left Lannister momentarily stunned, prompting him to step outside and venture into the narrow alleys of the vicinity. He initially intended to inquire if anyone nearby had seen the child, but soon he heard some familiar commotion emanating from another direction. Intrigued, Lannister hastened toward the source of the sound. The buildings in the September residential area were closely packed, with narrow, somewhat convoluted alleys between them. However, having resided there for some time, the complexity had grown familiar. As he progressed further, the noise became increasingly pronounced, suggesting a child was embroiled in a dispute with a woman, which spurred him to quicken his pace, feeling a twinge of curiosity. His little attendant, usually quite obedient and sensible, understood that he could not simply run away on his own. Thus he seldom left the confines of their quarters. Even when he did venture outside, he would appear bashful and timid in the presence of others, speaking little. How curious it was then that he now seemed embroiled in a quarrel. Puzzled, the golden-haired knight turned a corner, allowing the previously muffled voices of contention to emerge with remarkable clarity. Just at that moment, however, a figure collided with him, letting out a muffled yelp before bouncing off and collapsing onto the ground. Looking down, he beheld a nun clad in a white robe, her disheveled black hair framing her face. Are you all right? He inquired, and as she raised her gaze, he was met with a pair of strikingly unique eyes, bright and timid, with iridescent golden irises partially concealed beneath her untamed locks. The unusual hue momentarily startled him, but she quickly scrambled to her feet and fled, leaving him with a strange sense of regret for not having the chance to observe her further. His attention was then drawn to the ground where she had fallen, where a necklace adorned with onyx leaves lay abandoned. Frowning at the sight, he bent down to retrieve the precious item, subsequently looking towards the source of the commotion. In the shadows of the wall, a boy named Egan, dressed in coarse linen, was engaged in a heated argument with a middle-aged nun, his small face serious and his words emphatic. Regardless of the circumstances, striking someone is simply wrong. When one errs, punishment must follow. This is a principle the gods have decreed we must adhere to. And pray tell, what sin did she commit, dear nun? The boy retorted, I cannot disclose that, child. Which knight serves as your master? I wish to speak with him, the nun replied, just as she noticed Blair approaching, prompting her to ask, My lord, is this boy your attendant? Blair nodded in affirmation. then you must discipline him properly. Impetuosity is not a quality befitting a loyal attendant. But you were the one striking her. How can you lay the blame on my impulsiveness? Egan exclaimed in disbelief. I merely came to witness the spectacle, not to act rashly. She is a sinner, child. If you do not comprehend this, you may inquire with your master. Is it the excuse you employ to justify bullying others? Egan scoffed, crossing his arms. You label her a sinner before striking her, thus giving yourself a reason to hurt her? Then tell me, how is she a sinner? I have asked you repeatedly, and you remain silent. Now that my master is present, surely you must elucidate. I cannot disclose this matter to your master. It is complicated. The nun's face flushed slightly, revealing her embarrassment and helplessness. Blair, intrigued by the unfolding scene, chose not to press further, but instead placed a reassuring hand on Egan's shoulder and handed him a necklace. Upon glancing at the necklace, Egan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. My necklace? He asked, reaching into his pocket only to find it empty. I distinctly remember placing it in my pocket. How did it end up in your hands? That is a question for the innocent sinner you seem to speak of, Blair replied, giving the boy a gentle pat on the head. Egan paused, then scanned the vicinity, quickly realizing that the black-haired nun had vanished. Rather than feeling anger or shame, he wore a look of confusion. I intervened on her behalf, yet she still stole my necklace? Recovering from the initial shock, Egan felt a surge of indignation at having been deceived. Though he did not express it at the moment, he became increasingly agitated upon returning home, vowing the next day to seek out the young nun and confront her directly. Clearly, the tranquility of recent days had allowed this young prince of House Targaryen to relax considerably. Blair remained non-committal on the matter, although exposing their attendant posed a risk. It seemed peculiar to confine him to their quarters indefinitely. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that the boy likely had a sense of his own boundaries. Thus he refrained from intervening. Besides, his own training left him exhausted each day, rendering him disinterested in trifling matters. Egan, displaying remarkable efficiency, began to chatter incessantly upon Blair's return home the following day. Her name is Rhea. She grew up nearby, in a place not far from ours. Orphaned? Blair inquired casually as he removed his sword and leaned it against the wall. Rumor has it she is an orphan, Egan replied, scrunching his nose. An elderly nun took her in, but that nun has since passed away. Passed away? Blair echoed, intrigued. They say she died of frustration brought on by that mute. Egan continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Mute and strange, she is also quite wicked, always stealing from others. I ponder, my lord, perhaps we should refrain from confronting her. It is hardly reasonable to expect an apology from a mute, is it? Clearly, the necklace incident had soured Egan's opinion of the nun named Rhea, his tone becoming increasingly brusque. However, Blair had never intended to confront her, merely nodding in agreement. He suspected she might be an odd character, but thought little of it, recognizing that the world was filled with peculiar individuals. Nevertheless, Egan's incessant chatter inadvertently piqued his interest. But she truly is a wicked person, my lord. Not only does she steal, but she also delights in destruction, favoring all manner of grotesque insects, shunning sunlight, and lurking in shadows. It is said that wherever she goes, misfortune follows. Hence, the elderly nun who adopted her never allowed her to leave the premises. I suspect it is a curse. You know what curses are, don't you, my lord? Is that so? Blair mused, not addressing the boy's question, but instead contemplating aloud. Wherever she goes, misfortune follows? There was a great fire in King's Landing many years ago, Egan affirmed. Blair nodded. I remember that fire. It claimed many lives. The nuns say it was her fault for wandering outside, Egan added. Besides that, there was an incident with a flea market that turned deadly, also attributed to her presence. He continued, though he admitted to knowing little about it. Then how is it that the sept has remained unscathed? Perhaps it is due to the gods above. The boy replied without hesitation. You believe in the gods? Blair asked, casting a curious glance at him. My father believes, as does my grandfather. Why shouldn't I? Egan replied. But that has little to do with the church. I do not think the church can represent the gods above. Blair shrugged, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Egan then shifted the conversation, asking, my lord, do you think my father has sent someone to rescue me? He likely has, Blair answered. However, given the current circumstances in King's Landing, even if someone were dispatched, they would have to be discreet, which diminishes the chances of you being found. He spoke with little concern, unafraid that the boy might simply run off, though he had long harbored the notion of exchanging this little fellow for a dragon egg. The thought did not possess a strong hold on him. Rhaenys had been a friend for many years, and while Lannister did not reciprocate the feelings the other held for him, he regarded her as a companion nonetheless. Faced with the offspring of this friend, it was difficult for him to cultivate any ulterior motives, especially while ensconced within the hallowed halls of the Shrine of Remembrance. Through prolonged exposure, the boy had evidently discerned certain attitudes of the golden-haired knight, which gradually led him to lower his guard. Particularly in light of the recent realization that his parents showed no inclination to seek him out, he had become notably more docile, contrasting sharply with the initial defiance he had exhibited. His willingness to assist in the cleaning of the armor was a testament to this change, albeit it was a task that a squire was expected to perform. "Cannot we take the initiative to search?" Upon hearing Lannister's words, the boy inquired with a glimmer of hope. "And where do you suggest we look? Whom shall we seek?" The boy fell silent at this, and then, with a tone of bitter discontent, lamented, "Why did my father not come to rescue me himself? Riding a dragon. What would it matter if the entire city of King's Landing were filled with the church's followers?" Lannister shook his head, unable to fathom the situation. Logically, even the most ineffectual of parents would be stirred to action upon the disappearance of their child. Yet this particular individual exhibited no such reaction. Historians in the original timeline had posited that King Aenys refrained from confronting his enemies on Dragonback due to the trauma of his mother's death in Dorne, which left him with a lingering fear of dragons. However, in this altered era, his continued weakness rendered him perplexing. Their discourse on this matter was brief, as the weary Lannister soon succumbed to a deep slumber on the wooden bed, while the young squire, Igo, silently washed the armor with a furrowed brow, evidently in a rather dour mood. The following day commenced with a routine training session, yet Lannister concluded the afternoon's practice prematurely as he needed to ascertain a few matters. Upon returning to his quarters, he shed his armor with the assistance of the bald squire and donned a set of lighter garments before venturing out. Under the sun's embrace, the hills of Rhaenys resembled a realm of towering mountains, where one could faintly discern the subtle sounds of the bustling city nearby, the cries of knights, the restless whinnying of horses, the fervent prayers of the faithful, and a myriad of other mundane noises. At present, King's Landing had fallen under the church's dominion, with even the royal red keep not spared from its grasp. The warrior sons within the city appeared to lead leisurely lives, yet the church's hierarchy seemed to be engaged in a covert struggle. Discussions regarding the fortification of King's Landing, the loyalists within the city, strategies to confront the Targaryen dynasty, and the discontented noble houses across the continent were rife. Numerous events unique to this era were unfolding, yet Lannister paid little heed to them, as his thoughts were consumed by the impending judgment and the nun he had discovered the previous day. 3 matters occupied his mind. The first had been resolved. The second was in progress, and Igo's words provoked thoughts of the last task, the most enigmatic of them all, guiding the child of chaos toward the righteous path, a designation that struck him as perplexing, devoid of clarity. The term child of chaos suggested a boy or man, yet it could equally apply to a girl, particularly given that this girl appeared to be quite unusual, possessing a pair of exceedingly rare eyes and a past seemingly intertwined with chaos. However, having once been burned by unreliable rumors, Lannister did not fully trust this information. He resolved to investigate further and observe with his own eyes. The results of his inquiries were promising. The boy's claims were corroborated by many elders, and none seemed to be fabricating their accounts. To confirm the veracity of this information, Lannister even visited the site of the recent fire and uprising. Subsequently, he embarked on a prolonged period of covert observation. This was not an easy task for Lannister, as his stature made him conspicuous in the nuns' quarters. However, it was not insurmountable, for his keen hearing and skills related to daggers afforded him some understanding of stealth. Thus equipped, he discovered many intriguing signs that very afternoon. For instance, the nun named Leia appeared to have a penchant for thievery. Sitting quietly on a bench in front of the church, she seemed both meek and solitary. Yet her gaze often wandered to the ornate trinkets adorning passers-by. On several occasions, she reached out to touch them, thwarted only by the vigilance of those around her. Furthermore, she seemed to delight in marring anything that was once whole. She would scratch and deform sturdy tables, and the vibrant flowers in the garden frequently fell victim to her destructive whims. Even the walls of the living quarters, intended to shelter from the elements, bore several holes she had gouged, through which she would shove insects or peer inside. It appeared she harbored suicidal inclinations, pausing occasionally at the edge of wells to gaze into their depths, and often lifting stones to press against her forehead, though she seemed fearful of pain. Preventing these tendencies from manifesting into action, she also relished the opportunity to spit into others' food when they were not looking, and, upon being discovered and punished, she remained unrepentant, continuing her mischief once the punishment was over. It was a mystery why the other nuns, all seemingly occupied, found the time to disdain the mute nun. Each one met her with scorn and indifference, unwilling to offer even a modicum of companionship. Yet Lannister sensed that this was entirely of the mute nun's own making. As he continued to eavesdrop, the night deepened, and the nuns returned to their respective abodes. Leaning against the wall, Lannister could faintly hear peculiar, evocative sounds emanating from within the house behind him, causing him to lament in exasperation. What manner of wretched person could she be? Chapter 97. The Trial of the Seven Sons, 20. Does a respectable person necessitate the guidance of others to find a righteous path? This question was painfully clear, and despite the grimness of all he had witnessed and heard, Lannister found himself bolstered with newfound confidence. He felt as if he had identified his target for the task. Or rather, that none he had encountered thus far could be more fitting than her. However, upon further inquiry and a thorough understanding of the nun named Leia, he was left utterly astounded. She was mute, not due to any defect of her vocal apparatus, but because she was deaf, rendering her incapable of speech. In simpler terms, she was a deaf-mute, around 15 or 16 years of age. In such circumstances, even basic communication posed a challenge. How could one expect her to guide another? Lannister had little familiarity with such individuals, and this world lacked the refined sign language systems of his former existence. Upon this realization, he felt as though he had stumbled upon an impossible task. Reluctant to relinquish his pursuit for several days, Lannister maintained a steadfast routine of observing his target and contemplating strategies, despite not yet initiating any direct action. The information he gathered was disheartening, even severely undermining his confidence. Yet, he discerned certain patterns in her daily life. For instance, each morning, she would sit on a bench in front of the chapel, where she spent approximately 10 minutes in quiet prayer, appearing most serene during this time. Moreover, she harbored a peculiar fondness for insects, often scouring her surroundings to catch them and carefully storing them in a small jar, treating them as treasures. Additionally, it was evident that, although she was free from supervision or concern from others, she never ventured beyond the confines of the chapel, residing exclusively within the elevated region of the Rhaenys Hills. Despite her frequent gazes into the outside world, filled with longing, she remained steadfastly within her limited sphere. Furthermore, while she tended to wreak havoc upon the flowers in the garden, she showed remarkable restraint regarding the mint, initially leading Lannister to believe her preference lay solely with mint blossoms. However, he soon realized that her affection for mint was manifested through consumption. Sister Rhea delighted in the leaves of the mint, yet the garden's meager supply necessitated moderation. She typically indulged in just 1 or 2 leaves a day, thereafter carefully refraining from further plucking. Upon discovering these details, Lannister resolved to take action, not through direct contact but by offering mint. Though the chapel's supply was scant, the city of King's Landing presented no shortage of sources. Given her circumstances, it was clear that conventional dialogue would not suffice to establish rapport. Thus, he opted for a more subtle approach. While the act of gifting may seem trite, it remains an effective means of fostering connections. And since Lannister's primary objective was to guide Sister Rhea onto a more virtuous path, engaging in conversation with her was a prerequisite. However, this initial condition required finesse, as her temperament was rather idiosyncratic. Rather than presenting himself directly, he discreetly placed a sprig of leafy mint at her doorstep each morning before her departure, subsequently immersing himself in his training. This endeavor was executed with great stealth, yet it was not devoid of self-awareness. Initially, there was little response, but Lannister soon sensed a pair of eyes observing him from behind the window each time he delivered his offering. As the week progressed, Lannister noted that whenever he casually strolled past Sister Rhea, he captured her attention. An ordinary reaction, considering anyone would be intrigued by a stranger repeatedly bestowing gifts of mint. This curiosity, however, laid the groundwork for future interactions. Thus, after covertly observing her one day, he witnessed the disheveled girl pilfering from another, only to be caught and reprimanded. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. While the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel may be overly familiar, its effectiveness cannot be dismissed. Indeed, the prevalence of such a strategy is a testament to its practicality. Beneath the radiant sun, the gallant, golden-haired knight intervened, grasping the arm of the outraged, middle-aged nun and positioning himself protectively in front of the petite Sister Rhea. He inquired, feigning ignorance, "Cruelty is hardly a virtue, sister. What offense has she committed that warrants such violence?" "She stole my scarf, my lord." "She is a thief, irredeemably so," the nun retorted, visibly indignant. "Stolen scarf? Yet, I see you still wearing it upon your head," Lannister countered. "Of course, it is my other scarf, my lord, taken by this wretched girl. Look at what she holds." To his surprise, Lannister observed that Sister Rhea clutched her own scarf. According to Lannister's anticipated sequence of events, this exchange would serve as a precursor to his initial engagement with Sister Rhea. However, before he could proceed, a sudden flurry of footsteps interrupted, and upon turning, he saw the slender figure hastily retreat, oblivious to the unfolding scene. This unexpected turn left Lannister momentarily stunned, his frustration palpable. After feigning understanding of the situation, he apologized to the middle-aged nun and dejectedly returned to his quarters. "You appear rather glum, Sir Lemon," remarked his bald attendant, Igo, as he absent-mindedly fiddled with a necklace upon Lannister's return. "Did you face a setback in the training yard?" "Address him as master," Lannister shot back, casting a disgruntled glare. He then bent down to retrieve a box from beneath his bed, gesturing for Igo to approach. "Igo, come here." "What is it?" Igo replied cautiously, suspecting he might be reprimanded. It was not uncommon for knights to vent their frustrations upon their attendants, and although Lannister had previously exhibited kindness, it did not preclude such behavior. "Your hair has grown back. Allow me to shave it for you," Lannister replied, indicating the sharp blade he had procured from the box. Igo, intrigued, stepped outside to apply soap to his forehead before obediently returning to stand before the golden-haired knight. Lannister's shaving skills were evidently lacking, as he inadvertently nicked Igo's forehead, yet the boy merely stifled a grunt of discomfort, standing there quietly and obediently. This prompted a silent sigh from Lannister, who mused that if his target possessed even half of Igo's amiability, his task would be far simpler. Since being captured, Igo had caused no trouble. Could there be a more agreeable captive in the world? "I suspect my father has encountered an unfortunate incident," the boy suddenly remarked, feeling his head manipulated back and forth. "Otherwise, he would not be so quiet," he continued. Lannister remained silent, but the boy pressed on. "He is gentle, always striving to please everyone, yearning for respect. Much like my grandfather. Yet, that does not imply he is feeble. He loves us dearly. When the rabble invaded the Red Keep and injured my brother, he resolved to return to Dragonstone. It was not out of fear, but for the sake of family. The Red Keep is still unfinished and undeniably unsafe." "And what do you believe may have befallen him?" Lannister inquired casually. "Illness? I suspect it may be magic," the boy replied gravely. "Dark magic." Though unsaid, Lannister comprehended the implications. Whispers circulated that Queen Visenya, wife of the conqueror Aegon, was at odds with the line of Innis, and it was rumored that she had delved into dark magic and poisons since childhood. Some even claimed that her only son, Maegor, was born of dark sorcery. Lannister found such narratives dubious. After all, society often cast aspersions upon those deemed undesirable, and the future Maegor, who would earn a reputation for cruelty, was particularly scorned. Nonetheless, if there were any truth to these tales, he would not be entirely surprised. This world was no simple medieval realm, but rather a fantastical one. The two fell into a contemplative silence, Lannister lost in his thoughts while the boy appeared preoccupied. As night quietly descended, they prepared for slumber after the haircut. The boy was still quite young, and his thoughts came and went as swiftly as the wind. Lying on the small bed tucked in the corner, he soon fell into a deep slumber, while on the adjacent wooden bunk, Lannery remained awake, preoccupied with his own musings. Before long, he was startled by the sound of soft footsteps approaching from outside. Instinctively, he feigned ignorance of any unusual occurrence, lying still and pretending to be asleep. Eventually, Lannery sensed a gaze peering cautiously through the narrow window of the room, which was scarcely noticeable but now illuminated by the moonlight cascading in, casting a patchy glow upon the floor. As someone was spying outside, the shape of the light spots was significantly altered. Even with his eyes half closed, Lannery could discern this change, and he could also hear the faint rustling of movements. Nevertheless, he refrained from making any hasty actions, allowing the intruder to continue observing him until he finally heard the careful footsteps retreating. Only then did he fully open his eyes. Sitting up, Lannery rubbed his chin, donned his boots, and stepped outside. What began as a simple intention to assess the situation took an unexpected turn when he discovered a delicate yellow wildflower placed right at his doorstep. This revelation momentarily stunned him, followed by a bemused chuckle. Was this meant as a gesture of reciprocity? Bending down to pick up the flower, Lannery pondered. Although a wildflower held little practical use, the sentiment it represented brought him a sense of ease. The events of the day had left him somewhat disheartened, yet it seemed that the nun was not entirely oblivious to the art of friendship. After a few glances at the flower, Lannery returned to his room, placing the bloom atop a whetstone on the windowsill before climbing back into bed. The following days unfolded in a similar manner. He would present a sprig of mint in the morning, engage in training throughout the day, and feign sleep at night, during which the girl would secretly come to observe him for a time, leaving behind various tokens. Her offerings were not limited to flowers. They included pebbles, a twig, and even a bug encased in leaves. Lannery could only wonder at her peculiar choices, but he deemed that receiving such gifts was preferable to none at all. He had long realized that this little nun was an enigmatic character. This mode of communication was distinctly unique. Yet Lannery had no intention of disrupting the unspoken understanding that had developed. Instead, he allowed it to continue, finding an inexplicable joy in the process. A change occurred during an unexpected encounter. While walking up from the hillside path, he caught sight of the white-robed nun sitting on a bench at the end of the chapel square, quietly chewing on mint leaves. As he glanced in her direction, she was already looking at him, catching him off guard. Nevertheless, he adjusted his path and approached her under her watchful, albeit wary, gaze. "Hello, Leia," he greeted her, but she offered no response. It dawned on him that she could not hear his words. After a brief moment of contemplation, he retrieved a yellow chrysanthemum from beneath his robe, twirled it in his fingers, and then tucked it away. This elicited a shy smile from her, her tousled black hair obscuring her face, yet he could still discern a hint of blush on her freckled cheek. Oblivious to the chewed edges of the mint leaves in her hands, she appeared somewhat anxious, resembling a timid little girl who had mustered the courage to greet a stranger for the first time. This surprised Lannery, as he had always perceived her as spirited and unreserved, seemingly unaware of shyness. Yet now, she exhibited considerable bashfulness. He chose not to linger, smiling at the little nun before placing the mint sprig on the chair beside her and turning to leave. It was not until he rounded a corner that he felt her gaze retreating. In the days that followed, at that same hour, the mute nun would take her place on the bench, seemingly aimlessly nibbling leaves or daydreaming. Yet in truth, she was waiting for Lannery to greet her. Although these exchanges were often fleeting, she made it a point to arrive early each day. Lannery found himself in a peculiar role, akin to nurturing a stray kitten that visited for a meal or engaging in a nostalgic simulation game. Unlike the games that could be easily deleted or restarted, this situation filled him with hesitation, as he sensed he was inadvertently toying with the feelings of an innocent girl, prompting memories of her nice. However, after some contemplation, Lannery did not cease his actions, but rather cultivated a cautious approach. Aside from his interactions with Sister Leia, he also remained vigilant towards other matters. Fortunately, no significant events transpired during this period. The situation in the city appeared to be temporarily stable. Yet, whenever he encountered the hurried figures of church officials in the chapel or square, they seemed preoccupied with some urgent task. Following one training session, Lannery met the blacksmith's son, who informed him that his armor was currently under construction. However, due to an error during the forging of the first suit, it was being remelted and recrafted. Lannery felt no urgency regarding this matter. Historically, there was nearly a year between King Innis's flight and the ascension of Meg, and although circumstances diverged from those of the past, certain events remained constant. For instance, Meg had been exiled to the Free Trade City before his arrival in this era, and King Innis had only recently escaped. Thus, he had ample time to train and to nurture his budding friendship. Day by day, accompanied by sprigs of mint, their exchanges became increasingly frequent. Initially, Sister Leia had been quite anxious, but gradually she relaxed, greeting Lannery with a smile each time they met. He would respond in kind, turning away without further conversation, yet it was evident that she relished these brief encounters. However, such a tiresome form of interaction could not continue indefinitely. Once he noted her growing comfort during their exchanges, he decided to sit beside her on the bench while handing her some mint. This action caused her slender frame to stiffen, a blush returning to her freckled cheeks. Yet, she neither fled nor displayed nervousness, instead continuing to chew on the mint leaves, her fingers gripping the stems with a hint of tension. She clearly endeavored to maintain her composure, glancing around as if searching for something. However, the subtleties of her demeanor betrayed her true feelings. When Lannery made a move, her attention was drawn to him as he produced a yellow lemon, waving it before her eyes and pointing to himself. Lemon. This was Lannery's ingenious method. Since she could not hear, a unique form of introduction was essential. Regrettably, the young woman did not respond as he had hoped. After a moment of surprise, she reluctantly released the green mint she had been chewing and handed it to Blue Lay, simultaneously taking the lemon from his hand. Lowering her gaze to the bright yellow fruit, her small face displayed a look of confusion. Finally, she raised it to her lips, biting into the rind, grimacing as she chewed a few times before swallowing with difficulty, offering Blue Lay a forced smile. Blue Lay was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and returned the leaf to her, pointing to his heart and then to the lemon in her hand. She blinked in apparent understanding, returning the lemon to Blue and reclaiming the leaf, managing to offer him another strained smile. Blue was puzzled by her laughter. After his initial attempts had failed, he found himself somewhat exasperated. His lack of experience in communicating with such individuals became glaringly evident. In modern society, there might have been some means of communication, but here, in this medieval world, he felt utterly lost. The young woman was so near, yet it felt as though a chasm separated them. He was unaware of her thoughts, her expressions, or even the workings of her mind. Blue began to experiment with various forms of communication, gestures, body language, even drawing in the dirt with a twig. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, her responses remained nonsensical, and she might have even perceived him as engaging in play, crouching beside her and laughing at intervals. Her erratic reactions left Blue furrowing his brow in confusion. As a result, the situation deteriorated further. His instinctual responses, once discreet, seemed to catch the attention of Sister Leia, who suddenly withdrew her smile, hastily cramming the half-chewed mint leaf into her mouth. She awkwardly rose and offered Blue a hasty curtsy before turning and rushing away. Blue was left in a state of shock. The following day, he returned to the square as usual, yet the young woman was nowhere to be seen, and the familiar presence that had once greeted him at his door had vanished. It appeared that their relationship had reverted to its initial state. Chapter 99. The Judgment of the Seven, 22. Clearly, not only had their relationship reached an icy impasse, but the little nun had also been avoiding Blue, as he could not spot her during communal meals or in his daily life. Even when she did appear, she would hurriedly sidestep him. This left Blue feeling rather despondent, leading him to ponder various speculations, even inadvertently recalling his past life. Perhaps due to his reincarnation, certain memories from his previous existence felt hazy. Yet some would resurface vividly in moments of nostalgia, such as the plot of a Game of Thrones or fragments of knowledge that did not belong to this world. If he recalled correctly, in another realm, he had attended an unfamiliar primary school, where he had a close friend who accompanied him to and from school, played with him during breaks, introduced him to other friends, and even invited him over. For a child who had just arrived in an alien environment, filled with wariness and anxiety, such a friendship was precious. However, after a classmate jokingly declared he would sever their friendship, he had abruptly ignored the boy, instinctively avoiding him whenever he was present. Such words were meant as an affectionate jest, yet a child's reasoning is often devoid of rationality, failing to grasp the significance of what should have been obvious. In retrospect, that behavior now seemed exceedingly immature and incomprehensible, yet could not simply be attributed to capriciousness. Rather, it stemmed from a different emotional state. Was it a wounded pride? Or perhaps an insidious sense of inferiority? Blue pondered deeply as he returned with his laundry, carried by his attendant, Igo, who curiously inquired about the persistent minty odor on his garments. The nightly attendant routinely handled various chores for his master, including laundering clothes, though the accommodations at the Holy Hall had helpers who volunteered to assist with washing. Today, the boy had come to retrieve the freshly laundered garments. Mint can eliminate bad breath, Blue replied absently. Just chew a couple of leaves, and your mouth will feel fresher. Does bad breath really spread? Upon hearing this, the boy seemed to contemplate something, unaware of how little connection there was between bad breath and the scent clinging to clothing. They say it spreads diseases and plagues. Even Lord Gavin asserts this. My brother never speaks to anyone with bad breath. If foul breath can dampen one's spirits, then it certainly has the potential to spread. Blue responded casually, suddenly looking up at Igo. Do you have any reclusive friends, Igo? Friends who are difficult to get along with, leaving you perplexed about their thoughts? I have no friends, the boy replied, leaving Blue speechless. Perhaps the bean is one, but he merely takes the blows for me. Whenever I misbehave, my parents punish him. I feel sorry for him, yet I suspect he does not consider me a friend. He spoke with a hint of melancholy, for the Red Keep felt desolate. His brothers rarely played with him, and his sister might be his only companion. But are relatives and friends truly the same? Blue could not answer that question. However, after some thought, he remarked, relatives can indeed be friends, as long as they are willing to listen to you, treat you equally, do not reject you, and understand you. As he spoke, a sudden clarity washed over him. Was it merely sensitivity born of pride or inferiority, living in his own world, treating all people and things around him as mere decor, yet longing for genuine contact? Yet upon taking that step, he found himself unable to integrate into the unfamiliar world outside, only to be hurt in the process. What else could he do but retreat? Thus, was the root of the problem not what lay upon the surface? He murmured thoughtfully, What are you saying, my lord? I'm saying it is time you brush your teeth. Igo, your breath stinks. How was that possible? The following day, after training, Blue made his way to Sister Leia's residence. His initial intention was to gently persuade her or forcibly draw her from her isolated world. However, upon arrival, he discovered her embroiled in a scuffle. "Let go of me, you wretched little bastard, just because you've made a mistake. Do you believe you have a right to complain? Release me, or I shall report you to Sister Ada." The sharp words cut through the air as an elderly nun, her face creased with age, furiously grasped Sister Leia's disheveled hair, attempting to pull her away. Yet the young nun clung to another novice nun's arm like a wild animal, refusing to relent, even as the latter slapped her repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. This sight quickened Blue's pace. "What on earth is happening here? She set fire to our roof." The young nun's attention was entirely consumed by her bitten arm and the slaps she had received, while the elder nun found the leisure to respond to him. "Fortunately, we discovered this early, my lord. Otherwise, if the fire had spread, it would have been a grave predicament. May the gods protect us." At that moment, Baylor had seized the young nun's flailing arm and glanced down at the still biting Leia. He gently tapped her forehead, then, seizing the opportunity as she gazed vacantly at him, he pulled her behind him for protection and remarked, "She possesses neither flint nor candle. What could she have used to ignite it? Who knows where she acquired that fire? But who else could it possibly be?" The young nun retorted angrily, clutching her arm marked with 2 rows of bloody bites, her exasperation evident. Perhaps the truth is not so simplistic. To deem her an arsonist solely based on reputation seems rather tenuous, don't you think? This statement momentarily left the elder nun at a loss for words. Yet the young nun immediately countered, "Aside from her, there is no one else who would cause such trouble. Furthermore, even if that were not the case, she deserves punishment, ever since childhood. She has been a source of unrest. If you do not believe me, simply inquire among others, and you will learn of her many misdeeds." "I am well aware of her," Baylor replied. "Thus, I know she has been both deaf and mute since childhood. I believe you're also cognizant of this fact, and therefore should understand that she may not grasp what constitutes right or wrong. After enduring such beatings, how could she possibly remain ignorant?" The nun inquired incredulously. "That may be the reaction of a normal person, but she might not even comprehend what a good person is. What do you think she can understand?" This prompted the 2 nuns to exchange glances, their anger somewhat abated, though their expressions remained stern. "The Lord is kind-hearted, but it is of no use to her," the elder nun stated. "She is a pitiable child. Not only is she an orphan, but she also has physical disabilities. We do not always regard her unfavorably. Initially, we treated her well, and we can understand her mistakes. Yet, look at her. After more than a decade, she remains unchanged, even less obedient than a wild cat. You should know, good sir, we are not lacking in patience. Whether it is useful or not will be revealed in time," Baylor said. "Before that, I suggest you inform the Sister Ida you mentioned, for she will discern who set the fire." Upon hearing this, the 2 nuns shook their heads in resignation, casting a glare at Leia before departing. They seemed to believe that notifying Sister Ida would not yield any punishment for Leia, a sentiment Baylor understood all too well. It was rumored that the elder nun who initially took Leia and held a high position at the Temple of Thought and continued to wield influence even after her death. Lost in thought, Baylor redirected his gaze to the girl in the white robe behind him. She appeared to be shrinking back, seemingly torn between wanting to leave, yet feeling somewhat embarrassed, her robe soiled with dirt, as her hair fell disheveled about her face. Baylor caught his first glimpse of her true appearance. Her petite face bore a slightly upturned nose adorned with a few freckles, and her cheeks were similarly marked. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded an air of innocence. Strangely, despite having received several slaps, her face showed no signs of swelling. Rather, it remained intact, albeit somewhat dirty, as if she had not washed her face in days. "Are you truly innocent?" Baylor inquired softly, though he knew she would not respond, and he did not harbor any expectations for an answer. Alternatively, after raising his hand to sniff his palm, he had already arrived at an answer. The scent of greasy candle wax lingered on his hand, a residue he had picked up when he had pulled Leia behind him. In the past life, at her age, she would have been a high school student, perhaps. Observing this seemingly innocent girl before him, Baylor's feelings were complex. The girl named Leia was indeed an oddity. Despite being punished for her wrongdoings, she appeared to learn nothing from her experiences. Even the harshest of punishments did little to alter her behavior. She continued to act as she always had. He had noticed this quality before even interacting with her. However, he had not given it much thought, believing such matters could be addressed once their relationship improved. Yet now, Baylor found himself questioning whether he could fulfill this guiding task. Cultivating a bond before attempting to guide her seemed a sound strategy, But had no one in this church sought to correct her numerous faults during her upbringing? The overall atmosphere of the Temple of Thought was rather pleasant, not at all resembling the dark and malevolent depictions found in certain novels from his memories. Though it was sometimes difficult to comprehend the thoughts of these ancient clergy, Baylor believed that most of the individuals here could be regarded as good people. As the elder nun had previously stated, they were not people devoid of patience. If a group of nuns could not educate her, how could he succeed? Baylor did not consider himself particularly advantageous in this regard. Although he came from a modern society with advanced ideas, he would never underestimate the wisdom of those from antiquity. Thus, could this task truly be accomplished? Was there any necessity to continue pursuing a connection with her? Should he not focus his energies on the impending trial instead? Baylor found himself lost in contemplation. Initially hesitant for some reason, the deeper he pondered, the more he wavered. Yet just as he stood there, lost in thought, a small, dirty hand suddenly waved in front of him, startling Baylor from his reverie. Looking up, he saw the petite nun staring at him with a peculiar gaze. When she noticed him looking, she raised her hand to offer him a mint leaf, her golden eyes blinking, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating a sense of purity. Staring at the girl for a moment, Baylor finally sighed, took the mint leaf, and placed it in his mouth, disregarding the fact that she could not hear his words. Mumbling indistinctly, "Let us consider this a trial in halting time. Perhaps I should teach you to read?" Communication seems to be the primary issue. As he spoke, he began to walk forward, and for some reason, she no longer exhibited the same aversion as before, instead obediently following at his side, her eyes curiously fixed on him, leaving Baylor to wonder what thoughts were swirling in her mind. He was not merely indulging in fanciful notions. He genuinely began to instruct this girl in literacy. However, he held little hope for success, as she struggled to comprehend even sign language, making the prospect of teaching her to read seem even more daunting. He even doubted whether she had any concept of written language at all. Originally, he had regarded this endeavor as a form of alternative play, expecting little in return. Yet when he began his teaching, he was astonished to find that she could indeed grasp concepts to a certain extent. Beneath the evening light, in a desolate alley of the residential area, he sat on the ground, inscribing the word kindness in the common tongue, then pointed to the girl squatting across from him, gazing up at him. Upon witnessing this, the other party blinked her uniquely large eyes, then hesitantly accepted the branch from Blandly's hand, scribbling a line of identical words on the ground with a semblance of seriousness, before pointing to herself with a look of confusion. Blandly felt an involuntary surge of joy at this, nodded in acknowledgement, and subsequently began to write down a series of other phrases: justice, reason, beauty, gratitude, virtue, flower, mint, tranquility. One by one, the words flowed from the golden-haired knight's hand, the intricate, undull script causing the girl's brow to furrow tightly, yet her hands moved with unwavering speed. As she diligently transcribed the same words, her handwriting somewhat hasty, yet legible. Finally, the knight inscribed the initial word he had taught her: kindness. The girl hesitated before pointing at herself. Blandly smiled at this. She was certainly unable to grasp the meaning of this word, and he could not think of an appropriate way to elucidate its significance. Yet it was undeniably a promising beginning. Thus, in the following days, aside from training, he devoted himself to imparting the nuances of language to her. Gradually, this naive girl began to communicate with simple phrases such as eat, happy, and hello. The most complete and fluent sentence she could muster was, kindness desires mint. As encouragement, every time she penned this phrase, Blandly would reward her with a mint leaf, which brought her immense joy, seemingly delighted by this novel form of communication. Blandly felt a sense of satisfaction as well. He believed that if this continued, she would eventually achieve a certain level of communication, and once they could converse, there would be hope for correcting her various flaws. Moreover, the benefits extended beyond their task. He would not remain here indefinitely, and if she could master the written word, her future life would undoubtedly become much more manageable. The only consideration was, how long would this process take? Blandly was curious. If he failed to complete this task, could he remain here indefinitely? Yet he was also hesitant, for time in the world outside the quest did not completely halt due to his presence within it. It continued to flow. If he lingered here for too long, would his true body succumb to starvation? This thought stirred a sense of unease within him. But reflecting on the fact that he had yet to complete his second task made contemplating the duration of this third task seem futile. So he chose to set such thoughts aside for the time being. Day after day, he poured sweat in the training grounds, then quietly resided in the living quarters to teach the girl, followed by more training and instruction. This repetitive cycle made his days feel mundane yet busy, lacking in upheaval. Yet it brought Blandly a sense of contentment. However, on a somewhat overcast day, a sudden change occurred. Nearly a month had passed since he joined the Sons of the Warrior, when a boy named Dane, the blacksmith's son, came to inform him that his armor had been forged. Blandly thus temporarily left the training grounds and descended the hill toward the Steel Street in King's Landing. Yet, before he could reach his destination, he suddenly sensed that someone was following him. Chapter 101. The Judgment of the Seven, 24. Although it was somewhat peculiar, Blandly, relying on his acute sense of hearing, could discern the frequency and characteristics of a person's footsteps, revealing various issues. For instance, now, as he rode through the bustling streets, he could faintly hear a powerful yet conspicuous set of footsteps trailing behind him. No matter where he went, even as he deliberately ventured into secluded areas, that sound persisted. This led Blandly to a swift conclusion, and as he passed a filthy alley, he plunged his horse into it. Subsequently, while seated atop his steed, he leaned back, retrieving a short bow from his saddle and silently nocking an arrow, aiming it at the alley's exit. He did not have to wait long before a tall figure clad in a black cloak emerged from around the corner, revealing an arrow pointed directly at him from deep within the alley. The newcomer appeared astonished, but not flustered, the face partially concealed by the hood. Yet the dark beard around the chin was quite pronounced. A knight with a bow, he inquired in a composed voice, though his footsteps did not advance any closer. Clearly, if things took a turn for the worse, he would likely make a hasty retreat through the back exit. "Why are you following me?" Blandly asked, scrutinizing the shadowy visage beneath the hood, which felt eerily unfamiliar. "I suspect there is a reason," the other replied, seemingly attempting to lighten the mood with a hint of humor. "Would you mind lowering your bow, Sir Lemon? It makes me a bit uncomfortable." "Lowering it might just lead to my discomfort," Blandly retorted coldly. "Speak quickly. My patience is limited." "You don't appear to be an impulsive knight," the stranger observed. But upon noticing the tension in Blandly's bowstring, he took a cautious step back. All right, I'll speak now. But are you sure you want to do this here?" "I find this place quite suitable," Blandly replied, understanding the implication of his words, but remaining unmoved. His keen ears allowed him to hear numerous sounds around them. So despite the possibility that the stranger had a matter to discuss in secrecy, he did not believe anyone would eavesdrop without being detected. Moreover, he did not trust this stranger. "If you insist," the other hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, speaking softly under Blandly's vigilant gaze. "My name is Raymond Baratheon." Baratheon? The familiar surname made Blandly narrow his eyes involuntarily, but he quickly realized the implications. Raymond Baratheon. He had heard this name both in historical texts and more recently. This individual was a member of the current Baratheon family, one of King Aegon's Kingsguard, who had valiantly saved the King's life when the Red Keep was infiltrated by a frenzied mob of beggars. Of course, that was the original history. In the present timeline, it was not the king himself who was attacked, but one of his sons, and it remained uncertain whether this very man had intervened to save him. "Do you seek me for a reason?" Blandly inquired, though he had already anticipated what the other would say before he spoke. As expected, the first thing out of the stranger's mouth concerned his squire, Aegon. "I know you've hidden Prince Jaehaerys." "What did you say?" Blandly feigned confusion. He could not ascertain whether this man truly was the Kingsguard Raymond Baratheon. Thus he would not readily admit to anything. The other, unfazed, continued. "I gathered information about the young prince from 2 beggars and spent a considerable time investigating in King's Landing, ultimately confirming that it was you, Sir Lemon, the son of a bastard from House Hightower, who abducted Prince Jaehaerys." As he spoke, his beard twitched, seemingly in amusement. "Am I correct?" "So, you plan to snatch him from me?" Blandly countered. The stranger seemed taken aback, then responded with incredulity. "You're admitting it?" "I have no reason to deny it," responded Lannister with a calm demeanor. "Especially since it appears you're already convinced of my guilt. What need is there for further evasion?" His words left the Baratheon intrigued. Yet he did not hesitate. Observing Lannister still aiming his bow at him, he ventured, "The church has not disseminated any information regarding the young prince. So I surmise you have not surrendered him to the church, but rather concealed him for your own purposes. What is your motive?" Lannister pondered for a moment before replying. "A dragon egg?" He recognized that disclosing the truth would likely yield disbelief, and feigning altruism served no apparent purpose. Thus, attributing a motive centered on a coveted dragon egg seemed far more plausible, and if fortune favored him with such an acquisition, it would indeed be fortuitous. This was akin to his previous deception of Rhaenys. The other party fell silent for a moment, but when he spoke again, he seemed considerably more at ease. "Very well. I understand your position. However, I cannot commit to such requirements on behalf of His Majesty. You must await further news. Just one inquiry. What is the current condition of His Highness?" To be honest, he may have gained quite a bit of weight, Lannister remarked. Do you wish to meet him? Where is he? The inquiry was met with eager surprise, clearly unanticipated. At the Hall of Contemplation, Lannister replied. This revelation left the King's Guard momentarily taken aback, his eyes, hidden beneath his hood, scrutinizing Lannister deeply. At dusk 10 days hence, I shall await you beneath the statue in Fisherman's Square, bearing the king's response. With that, he turned and departed without a trace of hesitation, refraining from any further attempts to extract information. Only after the sound of his footsteps had faded did Lannister lower his bow, sinking into contemplation. The absence of a grand search was understandable. They must be wary of royal adversaries, particularly the church, obtaining knowledge and consequently locating the young prince first. Yet, the decision to dispatch a Kingsguard to seek him was rather delicate. The Kingsguard, tasked with the protection of the king, held a position of great honor. With merely 7 such appointments across the realm, in a certain sense, they were akin to celebrities, with many recognizing them. However, this was the nascent era of the Kingsguard, and their notoriety had yet to fully develop. Being so closely associated with the king, the chances of recognition were indeed high. Lannister mused that if he were in their position, he would never employ a Kingsguard for such a clandestine task. Yet that Innis had chosen to do so raised questions. Was he truly so naive? Lannister doubted that ignorance was the reason. Rather, it seemed the king had no other options available. If this were indeed the case, the implications behind it were profound. Shaking his head, he felt that the machinations of power games, irrespective of the era, were perpetually distasteful. Upon returning to the hall, his attendant, Igo, was occupied with hanging the colorful rainbow cloak, a characteristic of the warrior's sons. The small figure precariously balanced on a stool, struggling to drape the cloak over the clothesline. Lannister approached, took the cloak from him, and hung it up himself, engaging the lad in light conversation without divulging the news of the Kingsguard, instead inviting him to assist in removing the new armor he had brought back from the blacksmith. This new armor comprised a rounded helmet, a well-fitted breastplate, gauntlets, greaves, and steel boots, all beautifully silver-plated, glistening in the sunlight, and quite handsome, similar in style to the standard armor of the warrior's sons. However, an unassuming protrusion of metal was present on the right edge of the breastplate, where the blacksmith had ingeniously crafted a mechanism, allowing this novel component to be conveniently tucked away or deployed. Lannister had previously experimented with it at the blacksmith's, finding it analogous to the lance holder he had known. He had another idea regarding this new piece, but he had yet to decide on its execution. Given the current circumstances, there seemed no urgency to rush. After removing the armor, he glanced outside at the sky, and then proceeded to a secluded alleyway he frequented. Upon arrival, a slender figure, initially scanning the surroundings, instantly spotted him and hurried over, her long, dark hair framing a face alight with excitement and pride, extending something towards him. It was a single light gray cotton slipper, wider at the back than the front, adorned with tiny purple garnets that shimmered in the sunlight, appearing freshly cleaned and quite pristine. However, it was just one slipper, not a pair. Lannister could ascertain that the girl had indeed stolen a pair, and the reason only one was in her possession was that she had kept the other for herself. Indeed, it was theft, not her own property, and though lacking evidence, Lannister was quite certain. He sighed, feeling the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. Chapter 102. The Trial of the Seven Sons, 25, Evaluating the Situation at Hand. It was challenging to deem Lannister's plan successful. Since their initial interaction, the little nun's habit of thievery had not only persisted but had escalated. The difference now was that she shared her stolen treasures with Lannister after each act. Rhea had begun to regard him as a friend and even understood the concept of sharing, which was a positive development. Yet, the fact that her offerings were pilfered goods rendered the situation rather delicate. Despite this, Lannister refrained from reproaching her, for she would not comprehend his sentiments. Even if he scolded her, she would remain oblivious, and resorting to physical punishment was out of the question. This child had likely endured more beatings than the average child throughout her life. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express his disapproval. Thus, each time she brought him something stolen, he would take her to return it to its rightful owner and offer an apology. When the original owner was nowhere to be found, he would entrust the item to a venerable nun of high esteem among her peers, requesting her assistance in handling the matter. Lannister believed that in due time, Rhea would come to understand the significance of these actions. He did not fear that his proactive stance would lead to trouble, for Rhea's notorious reputation meant that, irrespective of his actions, others would suspect her, perhaps even grow accustomed to it. Had she not received inexplicable protection within the hall, she would have been expelled long ago. Now, as she remained, accumulating further notoriety seemed inconsequential. This behavior intrigued the nuns. Sir Lemon is a good man. And what good does that do? Rhea is beyond saving. Yet Rhea's willingness to heed him was a positive sign. It would alleviate many complications. May the gods bless him. Among the residents were several older nuns, most of whom found the mute nun a tiresome nuisance, neither able to dismiss her nor educate her properly. Thus, the arrival of someone who could manage her effectively was met with relief. However, while there were favorable opinions, there were also negative ones. Clerics, known for their asceticism and sensitivity to such matters, found it hard to overlook the association between a warrior's son and a nun, leading to unfounded gossip. Such discussions persisted, spreading ever wider. One day, while Bailey was immersed in training, he was summoned by a messenger from Knight Moray for a discussion, or rather, an explanation. The venue for this conversation was a conference room, where in addition to Knight Moray, the son of warriors, Captain Nancy Tabek, training officer Knight Owen, several vice captains unknown to Bailey, and a bald man dressed as a monk were present. Someone informed us that you have been rather close to a nun from the chapel. Captain Nancy, with his ordinary round face framed by thick brows, bore an unusually fierce expression. However, recalling their first encounter, Bailey found it hard to believe he was a serious person. Lady Rhea, Bailey admitted calmly, I am teaching her to read. Reading? This statement seemed to astonish those present, who exchanged incredulous glances. With all due respect, my lord, I do not believe a girl who has been deaf and mute since childhood can acquire literacy, the bald monk interjected, appearing to be affiliated with the chapel rather than the warrior's sons. Have you tried? Bailey countered. Of course not. How could one know it is impossible without attempting? Normal individuals can comprehend why she cannot, the monk insisted, shaking his head. I once thought the same, but the reality proved my understanding to be erroneous, Bailey replied earnestly. She can comprehend written language. I do not know why, but she can. Then why do you teach her to read? Or rather, why do you associate with a nun? A stern vice captain queried, evidently displeased with the complications arising within the knightly order. The notion of a robust knight engaging with a frail nun would undoubtedly invite unfavorable gossip within the chapel, such as merely the prejudice of mortals. Bailey had anticipated this retort and responded promptly. As a wise man once said, seeing bare arms conjures thoughts of nudity, and seeing nudity evokes thoughts of the bed. While this may not directly apply here, the essence remains the same. They presume our companionship must involve impropriety, when in truth, the matter is far less complex. It is merely their depraved minds instinctively gravitating towards lewd thoughts. Indeed, it is instinctive. With all due respect, gentlemen, such individuals are likely not very devout. This statement prompted a cough from the bald monk, while the others exchanged uneasy glances, only Knight Moray maintaining an expressionless demeanor. What then is the truth? He inquired. The truth is redemption, Bailey responded. A girl who has been unable to hear or speak since childhood, knowing nothing beyond the instinctual need for sustenance, resembles a beast. Yet she is human. When a person has sunk to the level of a beast, do they not require salvation? Our nuns will naturally provide her guidance, the monk replied. Your nuns could do little more than slap her, Bailey asserted. There are countless suffering souls in this world. By comparison, she is hardly significant. Indeed, but she is a nun living within the chapel, Bailey declared. We preach that the gods save humanity, yet here, under the very gaze of the deities, there remains one who has not attained redemption. Is this not a grave error? Should we not seek to rectify it? His words prompted the attendees to exchange glances, with no one daring to speak. Sensing he had said all that was necessary, Bailey concluded, This is my purpose, despite the skepticism I may face. I shall persist in this endeavor. If any of you find my intentions dubious, I welcome oversight at any time. With that, he fell silent, and an air of profound stillness enveloped the room. After a moment, Knight Moray gestured for him to depart, and Bailey bowed respectfully before exiting, leaving them to deliberate within. With the door behind him muffling their voices, Bailey felt a twinge of frustration, as he had no chance to eavesdrop. The exchange had been little more than his own rationalizations. He did not genuinely believe his motives were entirely noble and even harbored suspicions of exploiting the young girl's feelings. Nevertheless, he deemed his actions to be good, and thus, despite occasional discomfort, he resolved to continue. He had been preoccupied with the task at hand, never anticipating complications arising from such trivial matters. After some reflection, Bailey dismissed the concern and turned to leave the hill, intending to procure the mint he needed for the day. Chapter 103. The Judgment of the Seven Sons, 26. We accept your explanation. No one shall trouble you over this matter again. That evening, Knight Moray arrived to inform him of this development. In the small cottage, Bailey signaled to his attendant, "I go," to prepare a cup of mint tea for Knight Moray, and then inquired, "Will someone be coming to supervise?" The knight smiled faintly. Who would confess to having base thoughts? Bailey nodded, but Knight Moray's smile faded, and he cautioned, "Your actions are commendable, yet you must be mindful to avoid suspicion. It is not enough to be justified. Trouble can arise nonetheless, and your words have been rather radical. Some are quite displeased with you. To speak the truth is often hurtful." Bailey shrugged, then asked, "What are the consequences of this displeasure?" "You may be assigned to patrol the city, and your training will be temporarily suspended," Knight Moray explained. "I believe you still need further training. After all, we do not lack manpower at present. However, beginning to undertake missions could provide a different kind of experience." As he spoke, he patted the golden-haired knight's shoulder, seemingly offering comfort. Bailey felt no sense of wrongdoing in this. This arrangement seemed entirely reasonable. With the provision of horses and the distribution of armor, the church could not continue to treat him like a noble lord, idling without any responsibilities. It was likely that, even without this incident, his training would soon come to a halt. Yet, it seemed to have arrived a bit sooner than expected. After exchanging a few parting words, Knight Moray departed. Once Bailey had seen him off, he fell into contemplation. In truth, the gender segregation in this world was not as severe as it might appear. While it bore a resemblance to the medieval times from his memories, the attitude toward women was far more lenient, devoid of any notions that women were inherently sinful or tainted. To illustrate, among the 7 deities worshipped by the 7 gods church, 3 were male and 3 were female, with 1 being androgynous, hardly an unbalanced representation. Thus, the outcome of the situation was somewhat anticipated. However, the ramifications it brought forth troubled Bailey. Training all day could be rather monotonous, yet compared to the unproductive nature of patrolling, Bailey was evidently more enthusiastic about his training. After all, he was not a native. There was no need for him to accumulate credentials. However, there were ways to address this issue. With that thought, Bailey unconsciously glanced at the armor hanging on the wall. Ultimately, this matter would come to a quiet resolution, as Bailey offered the lance rack, an accessory of the armor. The efficacy of this device is strikingly pronounced, following experimentation. The disparity in power between the lance with its accompanying mount and a conventional charge is readily apparent. Upon its initial demonstration, it swiftly captivated the attention of Sir Moray, who was then promptly acknowledged by the higher echelons of the knightly order. The realm of Westeros is teeming with knights. Yet the Sons of the Warrior constitute a rather unique subset, distinguished not by their prowess but by their lineage. In truth, despite their resounding fame, the elite among the Sons of the Warrior are few, as the life of a knight of the faith is often marked by hardship and limitations. Excluding a handful of impoverished commoner knights, most hail from noble families and would typically eschew such tribulations. However, with the integration of this exceptional accessory, the capabilities of the Sons of the Warrior would ascend to a new echelon. Although this enhancement is limited to lance charges, its influence undoubtedly extends beyond that. The name Lemon has recently been mentioned with increasing frequency, and in contrast to previous discussions, these mentions are considerably more favorable. Consequently, the benefits accrued are notable. At the very least, he is no longer a nameless figure and now possesses an additional bargaining chip for his aspirations to join the forthcoming trial of the 7. Of course, if this were the only consideration, Lannister would not so readily part with it. His decision was compelled by circumstance. Firstly, his armor is distinctively different from others. Although the accessory is somewhat inconspicuous, it could easily be identified by the discerning eye once donned. Repeated exposure would inevitably lead to its revelation. Secondly, despite the blacksmith's fervent assurances, Lannister is not one to place blind trust in a stranger. Even if the blacksmith maintains secrecy, what of others? A forge harbors more than just one smith. Lastly, Lannister sees no need for discretion. His mission is to join the ranks of the trial and ensure its ultimate victory, a guarantee that cannot solely rely on his individual prowess. The reality is devoid of fantasy. No miraculous elixir exists to instantaneously elevate his combat effectiveness. Faced with skilled adversaries, he feels no sense of superiority. Ultimately, collective strength is paramount. History has already shifted, yet the original chronicles remain a valuable reference in the established timeline. It is the Targaryens who emerge victorious, not the church. Thus, he sees no reason to conceal the matter of the lance mount. The sole concern is whether such knowledge might be disseminated and exploited by enemies, but Lannister does not believe the church would permit such occurrences at this critical juncture. The common folk cannot foresee the impending trial, yet they are bound to maintain strict confidentiality, for it is indeed a formidable weapon. and failing to demonstrate its efficacy before exposure would be a disservice to the gods. Of course, should a traitor divulge this information, that would be another matter altogether. However, to dwell on such possibilities is akin to fretting over whether one might suffer an upset stomach on the day of the trial. While it cannot be dismissed as mere paranoia, it does reflect a certain timidity. Thus, the days resumed their usual rhythm. Yet the narrative of his explanation before the higher-ups inexplicably began to circulate. Some expressed admiration, while others feigned agreement, yet privately harbored skepticism. Nevertheless, none of this affected Lannister. After days of relentless training, upon his arrival in King's Landing, he had reached level 4 in lance mastery, though his swordsmanship remained unchanged, and his proficiency with the shield had also attained level 4. While this level is considerably distant from that of seasoned knights, it is not significantly inferior when compared to newly minted knights of similar age. Although still unworthy in the face of the trial, Lannister felt a sense of satisfaction. However, it was somewhat disappointing that, despite his appearance being akin to that of a knight and his skills being adequately aligned, he had yet to awaken the knightly vocation. After all, in his understanding, the bardic profession merely amalgamates musical instruments and vocal techniques, lacking any extraordinary traits aside from its derivative characteristics. Logically, knights should follow suit. Perhaps there exists a factor he has yet to consider, Lannister pondered. Or is it possible that one cannot acquire a vocation through self-directed learning? In addition, his task of guiding the wayward child had begun to yield observable results. For instance, although Leia's penchant for thievery remained unchanged, when Lannister took her by the hand to apologize, she mimicked his bowing gesture, leaving many of the nuns in a state of astonishment and altering their perception of Lannister, the self-appointed son of the warrior. Of course, Lannister sensed that Leia was likely unaware of the significance of her actions, merely imitating him in a state of confusion. Nonetheless, this marks a commendable beginning. Lannister is confident that, should this continue, she will eventually grasp the concepts of good and evil. Regrettably, matters seldom progress without hindrance. Amidst the mundane yet fulfilling hustle, time passed swiftly. 10 days had elapsed since Lannister reclaimed his armor, and, on the 10th day, he approached the Fisherman's Square in King's Landing with a vigilant heart for their meeting. Initially, Lannister had suspected this arrangement might harbor a trap, yet he encountered the royal guard without incident. Regrettably, the guard did not bring the dragon egg, but rather delivered disheartening news. Dragonstone is now under the control of Queen Visenya. I can no longer approach His Majesty, the middle-aged man, shrouded in a black cloak and sporting a beard, stated solemnly. Furthermore, His Majesty's condition has worsened. He is nearing death. This revelation left Lannister momentarily stunned. While he had harbored suspicions regarding the king's illness, he had not received any concrete information about it until now, hearing directly of King Aenys's deteriorating state, a stark departure from his previous understanding, and the timeline had accelerated considerably. Such news, while impactful, did not alter the immediate situation. However, the ramifications were undeniably significant. Following the death of King Aenys, a new monarch would inevitably ascend the throne, and in the established history, that successor is Maegor Targaryen. Upon Maegor's ascension, he would promptly journey to King's Landing, precipitating the trial. This trajectory of history, if it were to proceed as outlined, would imply that Lannister's time was severely limited. Chapter 104, The Trial of the Seven, 27. The Royal Guard, Ser Raymond Tyrell, evidently did not comprehend the specific changes that might ensue. His purpose in sharing this news with Lannister was merely to caution him against any drastic actions. And having conveyed this, he prepared to depart. However, Lannister unexpectedly intercepted him and, under the guard's watchful gaze, inquired slowly, "What do you believe to be the Queen Mother's rationale for her actions?" The Queen Mother desires her son Maegor to inherit the Iron Throne rather than Prince Aegon. Although sensing that Lannister was an adversary rather than an ally, Raymond Tyrell nonetheless responded. She has long wished for Prince Maegor to be granted the title of Prince of Dragonstone, but the king has not acquiesced to her desires, leading to a significant rift in their relationship. This matter seemed devoid of any need for secrecy, and thus, despite being a member of the Royal Guard, he spoke freely without hesitation. "What do you believe her chances of success are?" "She will not prevail." The King's Guard responded without hesitation. "Prince Aegon is the legitimate heir to the throne, not Maegor. Your Prince Aegon is currently ensnared by the Church in the Riverlands. Once he learns of this news, it may be too late," warned Larys. Historically, that same Prince Aegon was besieged during a post-marital tour, albeit in the west rather than the Riverlands. This deviation caused Larys to recall, albeit fleetingly, his own encounter with an ambush in the Riverlands. Yet he dismissed the thought as the conversation continued. That is precisely why I must inform His Highness. Raymond Valyrian inquired, frowning. What agenda does Sir Lemon have in sharing this with me? Larys did not directly address the question. Instead, he countered, what do you perceive as the most straightforward solution to the conflict with the church? To incinerate them all with dragon fire. The bluntness of this response left Larys momentarily speechless, prompting him to quickly interject. Are you not aware of the circumstances surrounding the doom? While dragon fire may compel some to submit, it will equally incite rebellion among many others. The other remained silent, and Larys continued. Conqueror Aegon established the vast Targaryen dynasty with 3 dragons. Though it appeared formidable, few acknowledged that after the dynasty's inception, Aegon spent his entire life traversing the realm with his dragons, instilling fear in local lords to solidify this nascent kingdom. Even so, there remain those in Westeros who nostalgically yearn for the era of the 7 kingdoms. By employing dragon fire to provoke them once more, you merely sow the seeds of division. Are you not aware that overt tactics are easily evaded, whereas insidious strikes are far more difficult to foresee? What does the knight propose as a resolution to the church's dilemma? The middle-aged man with a scruffy beard inquired, recognizing Larys' ulterior motives, yet equally intrigued by the question. A trial by combat, Larys replied. Regardless of the severity or irrationality of your transgressions, a trial by combat suffices to absolve you of any wrongdoing. The church proclaims that divine forces participate in such judgments, ensuring victory for the righteous. While this notion is utterly absurd, it is widely accepted. Therefore, if one were to triumph in a trial by combat, could the church possibly defy the decree of the gods? So you believe His Highness should utilize a trial by combat to extricate himself from the church's clutches? This statement momentarily stunned Larys, who soon perceived that the bloodline heir's reasoning was somewhat rigid. He might consider this approach, or suggest that you inform him to do so, but it would be far too late, and the church may not acquiesce. Larys shook his head. The distance from Riverrun to King's Landing is considerable by the time you arrive. Queen Visenya will have already crowned Maegor. The other retorted, that is impossible. Prince Aegon is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. No lord would heed Maegor's self-coronation. Maegor is the son of Conqueror Aegon. The Aegon you reference is merely his grandson, Larys replied. Moreover, King Aenys is weak-willed, and his offspring are unlikely to possess a strong character. In contrast, Maegor is the opposite. Do you truly believe that those lords who have suffered under a feeble monarch would prefer him as their heir? Or would they rather align with another faction and witness the Targaryen family engage in a brutal struggle? Larys' assertions were devoid of substantiation, with historical texts offering no relevant records. Yet, he presented these claims simply to sway his counterpart, disregarding the need for evidence, as they sounded plausible enough. The Iron Throne is not something that can be claimed merely by the desires of a few. The King's Guard responded, though his tone had shifted from its initial certainty. Otherwise, are we to believe it can merely be occupied based on ethereal principles and regulations? As a member of a usurper's lineage, Larys had ample authority to comment on this matter. However, he refrained from elaborating further and shifted the conversation. Upon the death of King Aenys, it is highly likely that Maegor will ascend to the Iron Throne. Yet, his most pressing challenge will not be the succession line you mentioned, but rather the church. For the issue of Maegor's bigamy precedes him. His first wife is the niece of the High Septon, and it is precisely him whom the church despises most. Thus, we return to our earlier discussion. How can we resolve the troubles posed by the church, or rather, how can we convince the church to temporarily lay down their arms and refrain from immediately opposing the newly crowned king? A trial by combat? Indeed, Maegor will undoubtedly resort to this, and even if he does not conceive of it, Queen Visenya will likely advocate for a trial to assert her son's legitimacy in claiming the Iron Throne while simultaneously addressing the church's issues. Upon hearing this, the other fell silent, no longer disputing, but instead lost in contemplation. Clearly, he harbored suspicions regarding Maegor's ascendance, though he was reluctant to admit it internally. As the twilight light gradually faded, the two stood face to face in a narrow alley adjacent to the flea bottom of King's Landing. One lost in thought while the other awaited patiently. Soon after, Raymond Valyrian raised his gaze to Larys. What is your purpose in stating all this? As a member of the King's Guard, your position is unique. I suggest you seek another to inform the Prince Aegon you speak of, while you remain in King's Landing. Larys advised, when Maegor is crowned and issues a challenge to those who oppose his rule, you must rise in defiance in the name of Prince Aegon. Why? Naturally, it is for the sake of Prince Aegon's claim to the throne. If your conjectures unfold as you predict, why not wait until Maegor and the church have exhausted their conflict? At that point, what concern is it of yours? If Maegor triumphs in the trial, it effectively legitimizes his claim. And should he falter, do you truly believe that the victors, being the church, would willingly engage in negotiations with your Prince Aegon? The other remained silent, prompting Larys to continue. Once Maegor issues a challenge, you must respond. This will leave Maegor no option to decline. If you prevail in this trial, it would resolve the rift within the royal family, and the church would be compelled to acknowledge the implications of the verdict. Should you win and Maegor's faction refuse to comply, it would equate to a disregard for the god's decree. In such a scenario, you would have the opportunity to win the church's allegiance to Prince Aegon's side. All considered, this is undoubtedly a favorable outcome. It does sound reasonable. The other conceded with a nod, then added candidly, unfortunately, my chances of failure are considerable. Larry smiled at this, revealing his true intent. Thus, you must call for a trial of 7. Chapter 105. The Trial of 7, 28. The Trial of 7 resembles a standard trial by combat, yet the participants comprise 7 against 7, diminishing the significance of individual prowess. Such a trial is sacred and cannot be easily declined. Yet it is not exclusively within the church's purview. Anyone facing accusations or seeking to accuse may request it, organizing the necessary personnel for the contest. Naturally, this does not include common folk. The King's Guard Raymond Valyrian harbored many reservations regarding this, and upon hearing it, he did not immediately reach a decision, instead preparing to return to his lodgings for further contemplation. Lannister did not press the matter, or rather, it would have been futile to do so. If there truly remained a year, he would have ample room for maneuver. Yet the situation had suddenly taken a drastic turn, leaving him no choice but to resort to alternative plans. Transitioning from a passive to an active role, he recognized that within the church, he was merely a gifted novice knight. Although he had contributed a significant invention, it bore little relevance to his combat prowess. On the other hand, with the Royal Guard, Raymond Talartian, while Lannister was not the sole ally, he was certainly a point of leverage. Should the applicant for the judgment of the 7 sons shift from the church to this Royal Guard, his chances of inclusion would significantly increase, or rather, Lannister felt confident he could secure a place through him. However, this approach was inherently precarious, as abandoning the church to pursue an independent course made it uncertain whether he would align with the mission's objectives. The task at hand was to participate in the church's judgment of Meeg, in the name of the son of the warrior, and emerge victorious. Lannister was indeed now the son of the warrior, but if the judgment were not initiated by the church, could a victory still be deemed a success? This was why he had refrained from pursuing such an idea until now, but necessity had compelled him to consider it. Yet, if the church were to also join in. As he pondered this conundrum, he found himself unwittingly walking into the confines of the sanctuary, under the dim night sky. Upon reaching the square at the summit of the Rennies Hills, Lannister, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by a cacophony of footsteps. Turning his head, he caught sight of a slender figure tumbling to the ground. However, under Lannister's gaze, this individual scrambled up without hesitation and continued to approach him. Her disheveled black hair cascading about, and clad in a white robe, she appeared almost like a specter. Yet, as she drew nearer, her face revealed a familiar warmth. This figure was none other than the mute nun, whom Lannister recognized at first glance. Her nose was slightly reddened, and a bloody gash marred her forehead, oozing steadily. Yet her face remained adorned with a smile. She reached out, tugging at Lannister's garment with one hand, while the other offered him a sprig of mint. She seemed to smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety, as if fearing his rejection. This demeanor left Lannister momentarily taken aback, and he began to grasp the situation. Typically, he would teach her literacy in the evenings, but today their conversation had extended far beyond the usual time, and she was likely growing anxious with anticipation. Thus, he accepted the mint, placing it in his mouth, while he reached out to ruffle her hair, further entangling the already chaotic strands. Nevertheless, the little nun did not express dissatisfaction. Instead, her smile widened beneath the tousled locks, as if seeking to please him. This expression was a stark contrast to her earlier frightened demeanor, yet it made Lannister feel somewhat uncomfortable. You ought to learn to adapt to my absence. For one day you shall have to navigate life on your own, he murmured, gesturing for her to sit on a nearby bench. He then retrieved a handkerchief and a small box of reddish-brown ointment, beginning to tend to her forehead wound. The ointment, known as Millfire, originated from the artisanal capital of the free trade city, known for its efficacy in cauterizing and disinfecting wounds. Given the frequent scrapes and bumps incurred during training, Lannister always carried such supplies, and today was fortuitous for their use. She sat obediently, allowing Lannister to apply the heated ointment to her forehead. Though her little head bobbed slightly with the application, her legs remained neatly together, and her hands rested demurely on her abdomen, a posture Lannister had taught her to prevent her from fidgeting. At that moment, she resembled a little lady, and Lannister felt a swell of pride. However, before I depart, I shall find a reliable nun to care for you. By then, you should be able to communicate simply through writing, but no, I must ensure you are settled before the judgment. Otherwise, if I perish, it would be disastrous for you to remain here. That Mead is a madman, resorting to dragons to kill even after winning the judgment. He deserves his ill fate, he muttered, applying the ointment as if making preparations for the future. Leia gazed at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Observing this, Lannister shook his head, completing the application of the ointment before sitting beside her, lost in contemplation. One was enveloped in a melancholy silence, unwilling to speak, while the other, curious yet mute, created a tranquil atmosphere. The sanctuary's architecture loomed like a slumbering beast, its closed doors resembling the creature's unblinking eyes, utterly still as if lifeless for ages. Only the distant chirping of insects and the gentle sound of water cascading from the fountain statue in the square broke the stillness, imparting a hypnotic quality to the night. As summer enveloped the scene, the warmth lulled Lannister into a state of drowsiness, and before long, he succumbed to sleep. He dreamt an extraordinary dream, wherein he transformed into a formidable knight, vanquishing foes in a tournament, ultimately awakening a telepathic ability that crowned him a master of languages. Yet the scene shifted abruptly, and he found himself mute, attempting to teach, but despite his gestures, a group of uniformed schoolchildren remained perplexed. Frustrated, he recalled the possibility of using a phone. But as he reached into his pocket to retrieve it, the dream dissipated instantly. As consciousness gradually returned, the remnants of the dream faded swiftly, leaving only a faint echo within his mind, increasingly indistinct. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a radiant dawn breaking on the horizon, heralding the arrival of a new day. The surroundings were notably serene, and as Lannister's mind cleared, he recalled something, turned to find Leia still seated beside him, her hands clasped in prayer, her demeanor exceedingly tranquil. Leia's habit of praying had been apparent to Lannister since their initial encounters, yet he had paid it little mind. However, upon awakening, he found himself imbued with patience. Reluctant to engage in serious thoughts, thus he observed her closely. What struck him suddenly was the realization that a conventional nun would only pray before the statues or symbols corresponding to the seven gods. Yet, the girl before him was directing her prayers toward the male statue at the center of the square. Puzzled, Lannister waited for her to finish praying. When she looked over with a gleeful expression, he raised his hand, pointing at the statue, and drew a question mark on the ground. This gesture indicated his inquiry about the nature of the statue. In the past, he had taught her to voice questions when confronted with the unfamiliar, after which he would elucidate. Now, applying this method to Leia, she comprehended his intent. She picked up a twig, squatting down as if to write. Yet after a prolonged hesitation, she could not form a single word. Ultimately, she lifted her gaze to Lannister, her eyes brimming with confusion and uncertainty. Renly understood that she was at a loss for words, or perhaps lacked the appropriate vocabulary to articulate her thoughts. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, yet he chose not to dwell on it. However, she was not so easily deterred. After she settled back in her chair, she tugged at Renly's sleeve, gazing at him intently, her lips moving in muted murmurs for quite some time before finally producing a single syllable. Leia's inability to speak stemmed not from a lack of words, but rather from her deafness, as she had often emitted various unintelligible sounds that sometimes bore a vague resemblance to common speech. Renly speculated that she must have mimicked the movements of others' mouths during their conversations. Typically, such imitations were difficult to discern, but today, this particular sound, while not exceptionally clear, was nonetheless comprehensible. This unexpected clarity momentarily stunned Renly, for the syllables she uttered in the common tongue translated to father. Chapter 106. The Judgment of the Seven Sons, 29. The first light of dawn gradually radiated from the horizon, and the once desolate square began to teem with the presence of monks, some strolling leisurely, while others engaged in animated conversation, creating a scene brimming with vitality. In the center of the square, the towering statue, partially bathed in morning light, seemed to radiate a resplendent hue, exuding an air of sanctity. Yet, at the edge of the square, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Seemingly anxious that Renly might not grasp her meaning, Leia repeated the word several times, her eyes hopeful as she sought his understanding. Renly gazed blankly at the youthful visage before him for a long moment, ultimately chuckling as he playfully tapped her forehead, suspecting that some nun had whimsically taught her this in her childhood. After all, many adults, when speaking to children, avoid directly stating that they do not know who their parents are, opting instead for some acceptable explanation, such as being found in a dung heap or having been abducted from a street. It was not entirely unfathomable to attribute the blame to the statue that stood in service of the chapel. Feeling the gentle touch on her head, Leia assumed that Renly understood her, and she let out a soft sigh of relief, her face blossoming into an affectionate smile. Just then, a beam of morning light enveloped her youthful features, and the smile that emerged from beneath her tousled black hair caused Renly to pause. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. He quickly reached out to brush aside the locks that obscured her face, scrutinizing her features intently. With a delicate nose and a round face adorned with a smattering of freckles, she bore the same likeness as before. Thanks to Renly's guidance, she washed her face and brushed her teeth daily, resulting in a clean complexion and gleaming white teeth. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, as if she felt somewhat bashful under his gaze. Yet, she did not resist or express displeasure. Instead, curiosity sparkled in her large, molten gold eyes, which blinked at the towering blonde figure before her, clearly perplexed by his actions. Renly, too, found himself in a state of confusion. Uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he noticed an uncanny resemblance between her face and that of his previous identity. Though her complexion was fair rather than dark, and her eyes possessed an extraordinary hue. Impossible, he murmured to himself. I have done nothing to leave behind an heir, and the ages do not align. His brow furrowed involuntarily, causing the girl, who had been observing him intently, to worry that she had inadvertently incited his ire. In an attempt to soothe him, she raised a tiny finger to smooth the furrow of his brow. The swift movement of her small hand nearly caught him in the eye, and the playful fiddling with his face left him quite astonished. Hastily, he raised his hand to grasp her arm, signaling her to cease. Leia, perhaps interpreting his gesture as discontent, promptly retrieved a small iron tin from the depths of her nun's robe and eagerly offered it to him, stammering in a flurry while her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she might cry. This tin had long been a vessel for her cherished insects, and she had always treasured it, refusing to part with it even when asked. Yet now, she presented it to him without hesitation. Renly felt a mix of emotions swirling within him, but recognized that this could not continue. He refrained from accepting the tin, instead reaching out to gently pat her head in an attempt to reassure her, smiling to convey that he bore no anger. Leia, seemingly unconvinced, persistently pressed the tin into Renly's embrace, determined that he would accept it. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, and her face brightened with joy. Seizing the moment, she cast a cautious glance at the tin as if reluctant to part with it. But when Renly's gaze returned to her, she greeted him with a beaming smile. She appeared to believe that his acceptance of her treasured tin absolved any issues, so even when Renly beckoned her to return to their quarters for rest, she remained cheerful. Trailing behind him with a beaming expression, once inside her home, she insisted that Renly teach her several new words, demonstrating her eagerness to learn. Finally, after Renly had departed and his figure vanished from view, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the window and curled up with her faded yellow bedding, drifting off to sleep. While Leia found solace in rest, Renly could not. His mind remained preoccupied with the syllable he had heard earlier. Logically, he did not believe he would leave a descendant in this world, for he had done nothing to warrant such a notion. Yet, the more he gazed at her face, the more it seemed to resonate with familiarity. Although more than 40 years had passed since the time of the Targaryens, in his memory, it felt as though mere months had elapsed, and he could not fathom a mistake in his recollection. Yet, this must be an error. Otherwise, there was no explanation. Or perhaps, after severing ties with the host, he still lived on? This notion felt flawed as well. If he truly survived, as someone who had rescued the Targaryen queen, he would surely have left some mark beyond Renly. Had the jealous conqueror silenced him? Or did the host have descendants before he took over? As he made his way home, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind, each seeming plausible, yet deep within, another idea lingered stubbornly. What if this were true? What if Leia truly was his offspring, or her existence was intertwined with his? After all, the title child of chaos could not have originated in Westeros without reason, and its emergence might very well be linked to his own status as an outsider. If this were indeed the case, what did child of chaos signify? How had she come into being? Child of chaos, chaos child. Renly found himself adrift in a sea of contemplation, his focus waning. As he walked, his right hand inadvertently brushed against a cool object near his coin pouch, prompting him to grasp it and examine it closely. It was a small iron tin, easily held in one hand, coated in a layer of gray dust, with a blackish-purple cord affixed to it for convenient attachment. Its surface bore a texture reminiscent of rust accumulated over years of friction, and it felt heavy in his palm, as though it contained something substantial within. This is the jar that Leia previously gave to him. She was often seen putting insects into it, yet it was rare to catch her taking any out. Initially, Lannister had little interest in this, but now he found himself intrigued by the behavior of the mute girl. Thus, under the morning light, he opened the iron canister to peer inside. Logically, one would expect it to be filled with a multitude of insects or their carcasses, and Lannister braced himself for an unpleasant odor. However, to his astonishment, he found no trace of filth within. Instead, there lay 3 exquisitely crafted, semicircular concave discs that glimmered softly beneath the dawn's embrace, as if forged from gold. They bore an uncanny resemblance to eggshells. Lannister pondered this with a sense of bewilderment, then withdrew one of the discs for a closer examination, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Leia believed that the statue represented her father. It was implausible for her to have known this instinctively. Who had imparted this information to Leia? Chapter 107. The Judgment of the Seven Sons 30. The life story of the mute girl was rather simple, or perhaps monotonous. Lannister had already inquired thoroughly. She was initially an abandoned infant taken in by a venerable old nun of high standing, who later passed away, leaving Leia to grow up largely ignored. Year after year, she matured within the confines of the sanctuary, her basic needs provided by it, with little to occupy her time beyond causing mischief. The only task she seemed to have mastered was laundry, presumably taught by the old nun. Due to this, the sanctuary's administration once contemplated assigning her the responsibility of washing for the other nuns to demonstrate her worth through labor, but that notion eventually fell by the wayside. However, another nun named Ada, who appeared to have had a close relationship with the deceased nun, was the leader among all the nuns. Thus, despite Leia's numerous transgressions, she was not expelled, but rather often defended and occasionally cared for by Ada. The realization of the complexities surrounding Leia's origins stirred a sense of unrest within Lannister, prompting him to disregard the early hour as he turned away from his home, heading in another direction. Having lived in this residential area for an extended period, he was somewhat familiar with its prominent figures and knew that Ada was likely tending to the flowers in the garden. Sure enough, as he navigated through the labyrinthine alleys of the neighborhood, he arrived at a small plaza ensconced by buildings, where he encountered the esteemed figure revered among the nuns. However, when Lannister inquired about the nun who had adopted Leia, he was met with an unexpected response. "I am not particularly acquainted with Mariah. She hailed from the eastern continent," replied the elderly nun, her hair a mix of black and white as she watered the flowers. She contributed a substantial sum to the sanctuary, which earned her our respect. Yet she was quite reclusive, seldom speaking to us apart from her interactions with that child, Leia. The eastern continent refers to the land across the narrow sea, officially known as Essos, the realm of the free cities. What did she look like? Lannister inquired. She had no hair, and one side of her face bore burns. The rest is rather hazy, as it has been so long. The elderly woman, appearing to be in her 50s, answered slowly, her frail fingers brushing against a vibrant red rose. "I remember her as quite beautiful." Upon hearing this, Lannister furrowed his brow and abruptly asked if you were not close. "Why do you care for Leia so much?" "They say it is out of old affection, because I possess a great deal more patience than the average nun, my lord," she replied with a chuckle. "What you previously mentioned holds true. We should not overlook those in need, especially considering that Sister Mariah's bequest is substantial enough to atone for many of Leia's transgressions." As she spoke, she straightened her back, looking with satisfaction at the once chaotic garden now restored to beauty, then turned to Lannister, saying, "Many have attempted to reach out to Leia, but to no avail. I am uncertain how you managed it, but since you have the ability to change her, I hope you will take good care of her. She is a pitiable child. With Sister Mariah's presence, there was some semblance of care, and I can provide some after her passing, but once I am gone, who will look after her? Certainly not she alone." She continued to ramble, and Lannister listened quietly. When her words finally ceased, he bowed respectfully to the elderly woman and turned to leave. She regarded his retreating figure with a thoughtful gaze, shaking her head before once again reaching in her pocket to retrieve a pouch of seeds, resuming her labors. Though he gleaned little new information from Sister Ada, what he did learn intensified a suspicion in Lannister's mind. Upon returning to his abode, he gently nudged the sleeping bald boy on the bed until the latter stirred awake, mumbling in confusion. The hour was still early, with nothing but the chirping of birds filling the air, and the boy, still dazed from slumber, rubbed his eyes, and groggily answered a question Lannister had posed earlier. I told you, I don't know what happened to my grandmother. My father probably doesn't know either. How could I? Think carefully, Lannister urged, kneeling at the side of the bed with a serious demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, the boy shook his head, but upon narrowing his eyes, he reluctantly pouted and, after some time, finally managed to utter a sentence. It seems my grandmother had an argument with my grandfather before she disappeared, he said hesitantly. It sounded quite fierce, and then she left and never returned. And then? Then I don't know, the boy replied. Perhaps she went back to Dragonstone? Whenever our family has a quarrel, one side usually retreats to Dragonstone, and my grandmother likely did the same. Later, she might have traveled to the Eastern Continent. She often went there. My father said she was always fascinated by it. What else? Any peculiarities? The boy pondered deeply for a while before finally speaking. She had a dragon egg that never hatched. Is that strange? Golden? Maybe, I don't know. As he spoke, the boy suddenly had a flash of insight, recalling some unusual information, but hesitated, fearing it might defame his family. However, seeing Lannister's serious expression, he divulged it. When I was young, my grandfather mentioned that my grandmother might have gone mad, spending her days obsessively studying spells that were utterly impractical. My father doesn't say so, but he mentioned that my grandmother always indulged in fanciful thoughts, such as believing that mundane power was inconsequential and that mastering magic was the true path. For magic could transform one into anyone. She often claimed that her egg was not a dead egg, but a living one, harboring a powerful dragon within. Did that egg ever hatch? I don't know. My grandmother took it with her. It probably didn't hatch. Such things cannot be hidden. But I haven't heard of any new dragons appearing. Lannister nodded. Seeing that the boy had nothing further to add, he patted the boy's forehead and encouraged him to rest. The boy, Igo, found himself wide awake, observing the golden-haired knight's distracted demeanor, and curiously inquired, Why do you, my lord, incessantly inquire about such matters? Does your family have an elder acquainted with my grandmother? Close enough, replied Lannister, rising to approach his bed, while adding, sleep a little longer. After you awaken, accompany me to the cemetery at the chapel. The cemetery? The boy was momentarily taken aback. What purpose do we have there? To pay respects to an old friend. Chapter 108. The Judgment of the Seven Sons, 31. Within King's Landing, several cemeteries were scattered haphazardly in all directions. And atop the Rennie's Hills lay a dedicated burial ground for clergy situated at the far end of the residential area, not far from their abode. The boy instinctively felt a twinge of reverence towards the graveyard and was heavily influenced by various ghostly legends, resulting in his reluctant demeanor when summoned. However, upon entering, his expression turned solemn, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere or realizing that there was nothing truly fearful about the place, and he regained his usual composure. This particular cemetery on the hillside was encircled by a wooden fence, with gravestones standing in orderly rows, most crafted from granite, each adorned with a seven-pointed star emblem. Their drab appearance was unremarkable, and at first glance, they seemed identical. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the faintly engraved names on each gravestone, albeit shallowly etched. This appeared to be a custom of the faith of the Seven, most notably observed among the archbishops of the church, who upon their elevation would relinquish their names, referring only to themselves as the archbishop, for they had become the living embodiments of the divine. Fortunately, these departed souls had not entirely forsaken their identities to become servants of the gods, allowing Lannister to locate the gravestone of Sister Maria. It was nestled among numerous others, lacking any distinguishing features or embellishments, and due to the regular visits from nuns, it was devoid of dust or cobwebs. The only noteworthy aspect was a venerable oak tree growing beside the gravestone. The oak's branches were lush, with several dark crows perched within. Instead of fleeing at the sight of newcomers, they audaciously cawed, adding a raucous sound to the otherwise tranquil cemetery. However, their cacophony was short-lived, as the two individuals below paid them no heed, causing the crows to lose interest and resume preening their feathers, their beady black eyes peering through the leaves. Scrutinizing the pair below, as if plotting something mischievous, Lannister remained oblivious to their antics, or perhaps he had little inclination to engage with them. At that moment, he stood quietly before the rather unremarkable gravestone, his expression somewhat dazed. The scattered clues converged in his mind. The child of chaos, the golden egg, hailing from the Eastern Continent, bearing a lofty status, nurturing a powerful dragon egg. Although there remained many enigmas, and much that was unfathomable. When reflecting upon the circumstances prior to his departure, he began to piece together a few truths. It seemed that the elderly nun who had once taken in Rhea might indeed have been Rennie's, and Rhea was that very egg. Yet, had that once resilient and fragile figure merely a few months past, already been reduced to mere dust, enveloped in contemplation. As the long passage of time inevitably reveals the gradual withering of flowers, stepping back to reflect upon the fleeting moments, he found that a cherished soul had already been forever separated from the living. At this juncture, Lannister's mind felt vacant. He believed he might contemplate many things. Yet in reality, he was devoid of thought, standing silently before the gravestone for an extended period, disregarding the past and the future with only the present gravestone, the oak beside him, and the surrounding serene atmosphere occupying his thoughts. Ultimately, he placed a bouquet of white roses before the gravestone, gently patted the boy's forehead, and instructed him to pay his respects before turning to leave. "Is that it? We're leaving just like that?" The boy, trailing behind, was perplexed. "What else would you have us do? Do you wish to linger here? I thought my lord would engage in lengthy discourse, as I have seen many people speak at the graves of the deceased. What is there to discuss with stone? They shall not hear a word." As he spoke, Lannister suddenly halted, and under the boy's curious gaze, he turned back to the gravestone, falling silent for a moment before singing a ballad titled The Fair Maiden of Summer. This song was a widely cherished folk tune across Westeros, its lively melody and simple rhythm celebrating the purity and beauty of the fair maiden. Yet, as the melody echoed through the cemetery, it cast a veil of sorrow upon the beauty. The boy, standing by, listened intently until the last notes faded, then curiously remarked, "My lord can sing? How have I never noticed this before?" Lannister glanced at him, but offered no response. News of King Aenys's grave illness did not remain concealed from the Seven Kingdoms for long, as he soon succumbed entirely to his ailment. Seemingly prepared for this eventuality, Aenys's brother, Maegor Targaryen, abruptly returned from his exile in the Free Cities, and, seizing the opportunity while his nephew Aegon was besieged by the faith militant in the Riverlands, was the first to crown himself king on Dragonstone, thus becoming Maegor I. He was the third to ascend the Iron Throne, and, simultaneously, a king whose claim was dubious. Numerous ravens spread forth from Dragonstone, disseminating the news of the new king's coronation throughout the Seven Kingdoms, inciting the ire of the faith. For Maegor had not only defied his prior sentence of exile, but also disregarded the long-standing laws of succession, usurping the throne from his nephew. Given Maegor's notorious history, the clergy were incensed, preparing to confront this king, deemed even more monstrous than Aenys, with fervor. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the royal guards reached out to Lannister, evidently stirred by these events. After prolonged discussions, both parties ultimately forged an alliance. Before long, events unfolded as Lannister had anticipated, or rather, as history had dictated. On a gloomy morning, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the coastline, growing ever louder, when Maegor I, mounted on the formidable dragon Vagor, known as the Black Death, descended upon the heights of Visenyaz Hill in King's Landing. The hidden loyalists within the city rallied to his call, converging in droves. The faith regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, yet they refrained from direct confrontation, instead proclaiming their willingness to accept any challenges from those who opposed his rule. Maegor's intentions were easily surmised, yet the faith remained confident, perhaps viewing the Targaryens as little more than dragons and dismissing all else. Thus, the commander of the Sons of the Warrior, Ser Hightower, prepared for battle, though he seemed somewhat inebriated from the previous night's revelry, waking with a lingering haze. By the time he sought to answer the challenge, others had already arrived before him. The challenger is the Kingsguard, Ser Raymond Baratheon, a loyal knight of the late King Aegon. He openly opposes the coronation of Maegor, deeming his polygamous unions and bypassing his nephew Aegon for the Iron Throne as illegitimate, thus issuing a challenge while demanding a more sacred trial by the Seven. The Maegor faction is compelled to acquiesce to this challenge, while Raymond rallies numerous righteous individuals from King's Landing to join his cause. In a public display, a warrior's son responds to his call, known as Lemon. This occurs in the year 41 of the Conquest, nearly 3 months since Renly entered this historical narrative. Chapter 109, The Trial of the Seven, 32. Who permitted you to make such decisions without consent? In the conference chamber, a circle of individuals sat on either side of the table, their gazes fixed upon the golden-haired knight at the doorway, each visage marred by discontent, and the atmosphere was palpably tense. This scene felt eerily familiar. It was far graver than the trivial gossip of the past. The time of Ser Raymond's challenge for the trial of the Seven was in the afternoon, granting him an evening to muster his forces, with the trial set to commence the following day. Renly now faced a formidable dilemma. The inquiry was initiated by Nancy Tabek, the captain of the Warrior's Sons, who was already incensed over a prior indiscretion involving alcohol. Today, however, A member of the Knightly Order had audaciously interjected himself into the Targaryen family feud without permission, and it was enough to stoke his fury. It must be understood that their enmity lay against the entirety of House Targaryen, not merely a single branch. By the gods above, Renly began, his words striking with unexpected intensity, deviating from anticipated rhetoric, yet some remained incensed. The celestial deities deem all incestuous families as abominations, and they have never sanctioned our alignment with such monstrosities, replied a bald monk with an impassive expression. Renly internally mused that this individual should address the High Septon who crowned the conqueror instead, but such retorts seemed mere quibbling, meant only to provoke outrage. Thus, he countered in kind, but the gods demand we uphold justice. He had prepared for this discussion prior to his summons, and his words flowed with fervor. The line of succession from Maegor I is inferior to his nephew Aegon, and his hasty coronation is utterly irregular. Furthermore, his mother, Visenya, allegedly conspired with poison and vile means to assassinate the late King Aegon, so brazenly defying justice. Should they not be judged for this? The latter assertion was a rumor circulating within the city, devoid of evidence, yet sufficient to justify a trial. In response, another red-haired knight interjected. We certainly must partake in the trial, but there is no necessity to side with the Targaryens. To stand with one monstrosity against another? Regardless of the outcome, it contradicts our desired resolution, yet you have recklessly involved yourself. Indeed, we can engage in a second round post-trial, another knight suggested. A second trial between the Church and the Targaryens. Does this imply that you question the outcome of the gods' verdict? Renly queried. It is common knowledge that the trial by combat is the result ordained by the gods, and the trial of the Seven is even more sacred. The Kingsguard's grounds for challenge are polygamy and succession issues. Therefore, if Maegor prevails, should we not acknowledge his polygamy and claim to the throne as legitimate? Before anyone could respond, Renly continued, or do we merely proclaim ideals for millennia that are but empty words, contingent upon the Church's interest for validation? Such candor was rather blunt, prompting the bald monk to instinctively retort. We are servants of the gods, upholding only their glory. Then, under the gods' admonitions, has Maegor's actions not tarnished their glory? Renly queried rapidly. If so, what is wrong with my involvement? There are circumstances that are quite exceptional, Lemon, interjected Ser Moray, who had been quietly seated. While we must uphold the glory of the gods above, we cannot act in haste. Your reckless engagement is indeed excessively rash. I am unfamiliar with such rashness. I only know that Maegor is malevolent and unworthy of the Iron Throne, hence I shall oppose him, Renly declared vehemently, appearing as a true champion of justice, or perhaps an unwise fool. Ser Moray's ire was palpable. How can you assure victory against Maegor? If the gods truly uphold justice, then victory shall be mine, Renly declared without hesitation, for victory belongs solely to the righteous. The gods may not cast their gaze upon you. You could very well perish in the process. Then let me perish in the trial. A true knight ought not to fear death, but must possess the convictions he must uphold, and that is certainly not to compromise. With that, he interjected before anyone else could respond. My lords, if you believe my actions will bring trouble to the Church, then I shall participate in the trial under the name of Lemon, the bastard of House Oscarey, rather than as the warrior's son. He bowed slightly, then resolutely turned and departed, leaving the Church's hierarchy in stunned silence. The red-haired knight finally exclaimed in rage, Behold, this fellow shows no regard for the greater good and demonstrates not an ounce of shame. I propose we expel him from the warrior's sons, lest we be dragged down by him. Whispers of discontent echoed behind him as a gatekeeper knight cast a complex gaze upon Renly as he exited. Admiration, astonishment, and ire all mingled. This reflected the sentiments of many towards the golden-haired knight. Renly, however, paid no mind, his expression impassive as he walked away, yet deep within, he pondered. Ultimately, the Church was unlikely to permit such a trial to transpire, or rather, they would never allow it to exceed their control. The reasoning was simple. For countless years, the trial by combat had effectively represented the decree of the gods, a trial capable of disregarding secular laws. Where the mightiest would be deemed just, many a wicked soul had exploited this to absolve themselves of guilt, time and again. The trial of the Seven was even more sacred than mere combat trials. Thus, as Renly articulated within the chamber, should the Church truly allow this trial to unfold, what would they do upon its conclusion? Acknowledge or deny the outcome? The most probable scenario was that the Church would intervene or be compelled to intervene, for they could not allow Maegor to triumph in public view. Renly believed this outcome was predictable, having contemplated it since he had poisoned the captain of the warrior's son's drink. He was not concerned about being expelled from the church or being dismissed before the trial commenced. He had publicly declared his involvement in the trial as a member of the warrior's sons, even before enemies, thus rendering his participation nearly immutable. Consequently, expelling him at this juncture would be ineffectual and would likely invite scorn. At this moment, being summoned was merely a manifestation of the church's vexation. Vexation at the Imperial Guard's preemptive actions, vexation at Lannister's disregard for the greater situation, and even more vexation at being led by the nose. Aware of this, Lannister felt no obligation to be overly courteous, for he knew that a slight softening of his stance would surely invite a torrent of inquiries and reprimands. It was far preferable to adopt a firmer demeanor and indulge in a bit of verbal sparring. After all, following the judgment, he would no longer require the identity of the son of the warrior. Naturally, this path was fraught with risk, although the plan was meticulously crafted. There was a substantial likelihood that the church would not adhere to conventionality. Until the events unfolded, no one could guarantee how matters would transpire. Hence, a single misstep could lead to complete ruin. Lannister was mentally prepared for such eventualities. If the church chose not to partake in the judgment, it could very well expel him from its ranks. This raised a pertinent question. Was the title of the son of the warrior synonymous with the identity of the son of the warrior? If others perceived him as such, did that mean he was indeed participating in the judgment under that guise? Or, perhaps, he had initially sought entry into the judgment as the son of the warrior, a fact known to many observers, and the news would surely spread rapidly. If he were to withdraw from this role midway, would that still meet the requirements? If it did, that would be fortuitous. Yet, should he face misfortune, he would nonetheless gain insights into the rules of the task. Ideally, however, he would prefer to avoid mishaps, as investing such extensive time in preparing for this task only to merely comprehend the rules would be exceedingly unprofitable. Nevertheless, all of this hinged on the prospect of victory, a certainty Lannister dared not claim. His initial intention was to refine his skills and assess his capabilities before formulating a battle plan. Unfortunately, plans often fall prey to the unpredictable. He found his knightly abilities lacking in comparison to seasoned veterans, relying solely on that lance and a few unrelated skills. As he pondered, he stepped into the residential quarters, only to be startled by a slender white figure suddenly darting from the shadows. Lannister felt a twinge of exasperation at this sight. Since he last stood her up, Leia had become particularly clingy. Any delay on his part would send her into a state of anxious distress, prompting her to seek him out at his residence. It seemed her mind did not accommodate the notion of tardiness, only the dichotomy of presence or absence. Lannister felt a complex mix of emotions regarding this. As the matter of his father weighed heavily on him, he never truly considered himself her father in the literal sense, for she seemed to be a product of immaculate conception. Yet, he sensed that this girl had begun to occupy a different space in his heart, transcending the simplistic and convoluted nature of a mere task objective. This shift, however, did not impede his daily instruction, though his mindset had irrevocably changed. His outward conduct remained consistent, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy and wistfulness. The past couple of days had been overwhelmingly busy, leaving Lannister little time to attend to other matters. He had imparted numerous instructions, yet it was evident that she had not absorbed them. Or perhaps she simply did not comprehend. This left him feeling rather helpless. Yet in the face of the girl's woeful expression, he could not summon any anger. Opting instead to offer comfort, Lemon has gone to pick mint. He inscribed a comprehensible message on the ground while retrieving a few mint leaves from his pocket, relieved to have developed the habit of carrying them. Unfortunately, she did not accept them. Instead, she squatted nearby, gazing at him with a hint of sorrow. Observing her demeanor, Lannister wrote again, "Lemon is training." Given that the girl had previously visited the training grounds, she could understand the term, yet her reaction remained nonchalant. Lannister, wishing to convey a third message, was interrupted as a hand reached out to him, causing him to pause mid-action. He glanced at her slender arm, marked with bites and scratches, and the crumpled mass of dead insects in her palm. After a moment of stunned silence, he accepted her peculiar gift. The girl then wiped her tearful eyes and affectionately nudged his arm with her forehead. Gazing at her smiling face, Lannister felt a momentary disorientation. For reasons unknown, he harbored an urge to abandon the carefully plotted judgment and whisk her away to a tranquil place for dedicated instruction. However, he swiftly suppressed this sudden impulse deep within. After all the meticulous planning, there were no other formidable challenges remaining. They were merely a final hurdle away from success. How could he simply give up? Thus, he lingered momentarily, laboriously teaching her a few new words she could grasp before writing good night in the dirt. The girl nodded reluctantly, and then the golden-haired knight escorted her back to her quarters. As dusk settled, he returned to his own abode, preparing to rest in anticipation of the morrow's trial. However, upon entering his room, he discovered the bald-headed Igo still awake, sitting on a small stool in a sullen stupor. As Lannister entered, Igo eagerly inquired, "My lord, do you truly intend to participate in tomorrow's trial of the Seven?" When news of King Aegon's demise reached him, the boy had wept bitterly into his blanket. Yet by the following day, he astonishingly regained his usual composure, though he had developed a habit of daydreaming, with his countenance often marred by sorrow. "Indeed," Lannister nodded. "Aside from you and Sir Raymond, who else will participate?" Igo asked, worry etched upon his youthful face. "It is difficult to say at present," Lannister replied, tossing his cloak onto the wooden bed. "But I suspect the church will choose to align with us." "Because you persuaded them?" "That has little to do with me. It is the church's own decision." Sighing at Igo's glum expression, Lannister decided to shift the subject, posing another question. "Which members of House Targaryen are siding with Maegor?" "Siding with Maegor?" The boy blinked in surprise, then replied, "Aside from his mother, who would support him?" Then, on Maegor's side, aside from him, there is only Visenya. "The old woman hasn't ridden a dragon in many years. She's far too aged." The boy spoke of Visenya without any reverence, clearly harboring animosity. "So only Maegor can ride dragon?" "Yes," the boy affirmed, then asked, "Are you concerned there may be treachery in tomorrow's trial?" "I do not believe so. If he were to use dragons, he would not initiate the challenge." Lannister nodded, though his thoughts lingered on what lay beyond the trial's conclusion. His inquiry stemmed from the historical context in which the victorious party belonged to Maegor. Yet even after claiming victory, Maegor had not relented, brutally incapacitating the defeated and setting fire to the Shrine of the Seven, incinerating all within, including the 700 sons of the warrior who had been in prayer. This behavior led to a complete explosion of conflict between the two factions, plunging all of Westeros into turmoil. It was not until the era of Jaehaerys, the time when a young boy would eventually reign, that this strife was finally brought to an end. The reason for the inquiry from Lancel was, of course, rooted in his fear that should they fail, history would repeat itself in its original course. He was equally concerned that if they achieved victory, their enemies might act out of desperation. However, as it stands, the only dragon rider among their foes is that Maegor. Thus, if they could eliminate the adversary during the trial, such a predicament would likely be avoided. The boy, Aegon, was oblivious to Lancel's current thoughts. Noticing the golden-haired knight lost in contemplation, he hesitated before finally asking, "May I inquire why, sir? This trial has no bearing on you. Why do you involve yourself?" "For the sake of justice," Lancel replied offhandedly. While this answer might suffice to placate others, Aegon, who knew him somewhat, remained skeptical. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further and, with a serious demeanor, expressed, "Regardless, thank you, sir. Thank you for fighting on our behalf." The boy's adult-like appearance left Lancel momentarily speechless. But he soon recollected himself and suddenly declared, "If you wish to express gratitude, you must agree to one condition." "What is it?" the boy asked earnestly. "If I should meet an untimely demise, you will ensure the well-being of Rhea," he stated. Initially, he had intended to seek out the venerable Sister Ida, given her extensive experience and steadiness, but she had inexplicably departed from the sept, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. "Rhea? Why do you care so much for that mute?" the boy queried, perplexed. He was aware of what others knew and had even encountered Rhea a few times. Thus he found it curious that Lancel would concern himself with such an unlikable individual. Shouldn't a normal person detest or simply ignore her? "She is my half-sister," Lancel replied, refraining from divulging the truth or indulging in notions of redemption, instead feigning seriousness as he continued. "I have observed her for quite some time, and I have come to this conclusion. My original purpose for coming to King's Landing was to find her, though I hadn't mentioned it to anyone, which is why I need you to look after her." This revelation left the boy somewhat bewildered, yet upon seeing Lancel's earnest expression, he quickly grasped the gravity of the matter. "Does no one know this? Not even she herself?" "You're the first," Lancel responded. Upon hearing this, the boy pressed his lips together and suddenly asked, "Are we friends then, sir?" "Indeed, and as friends, you must assist me." "I swear." That evening, Lancel imparted numerous instructions to the boy, ensuring he would memorize them, and only then did he feel a measure of relief as he succumbed to sleep. The unfolding events did not deviate from his expectations. Before dawn, he was roused by the commander of the Sons of the Warrior, Nance Taybeck, who dispatched him to the city to invite the Kingsguard, Sir Raymond Baratheon, to discuss the trial proceedings set for noon. The implications of this invitation were self-evident. Lancel swiftly located Sir Raymond, who who resided in a tavern within the city. Their prior plans involved drawing the faith into the fray, and Raymond had deliberately evaded many righteous souls eager to join, so he naturally accepted the invitation without hesitation. Lancel successfully escorted him back to the September of Baelor. Above all, ensuring Ser Raymond's safety was paramount. As dawn broke, 7 fully armored knights formed a circle beneath the statue in the Sept's courtyard, engaging in discussions regarding the imminent trial. To Lancel's astonishment, he recognized all of them. Commander Nance Tabek of the Sons of the Warrior, Knight Owen the Trainer, the humorously inclined twins from House Caswell, the solemn Ser Maury, and the 2 Baratheons. If Ser Raymond were to perish, the trial would amount to a declaration of victory for our adversaries. Thus we must avoid that at all costs, Commander Nance stated with a grave expression. And the surrounding listeners, clad in their helmets, mirrored his seriousness. Ser Raymond Baratheon bowed to express his gratitude. At present, we are unaware of whom the enemy has rallied, though we can make educated guesses, such as Wit of House Rossthorn, Dars of House Darklyn, and the Bastard of the Water Gardens, Ron, for the Crabclaw Peninsula. After mentioning several names, Commander Nance shifted his tone. Regardless of who they are, our chances of success are considerable, for we possess what they lack. His gaze flickered toward Lancel, a mixture of anger and relief swirling in his expression, reflecting a complex array of emotions. The others shared a similar countenance, except for Ser Raymond, who was somewhat befuddled by the mention of the jousting lance. As long as we make no missteps during the charge phase, we can practically ascertain victory in 1 round. At the very least, we should be able to dispatch more than half of the enemy, rendering the remainder inconsequential. These words elicited smiles among those present. Crafting a single breastplate consumes a considerable amount of time. However, if one were to melt down an existing breastplate and add a modest component, the process becomes significantly simpler. Thus, despite the limited time, they had managed to equip themselves with those special auxiliary parts. To leverage this advantage, we must ensure our weapons can more readily strike the enemy, which is why I believe utilizing a 12-foot jousting spear is far more appropriate than an 8-foot iron-tipped lance. The jousting spear is too fragile and easily breaks, failing to penetrate armor. If we can ensure that all foes are unseated from their mounts, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. As their discussions continued, more Sons of the Warrior gathered around, though they refrained from encroaching too closely, opting instead to observe from a distance. They were all aware of the impending trial of the 7 and understood the significance of the success or failure of the 7 knights. The 7 knights remained oblivious to the onlookers, engrossed in their preparations for the impending battle, until a high-ranking bishop from the September of Baelor arrived to bestow blessings upon them and personally led them down the hill. Along the roadside, numerous spectators had gathered. Lancel anticipated he would attract disdainful glances, yet to his surprise, he was met with cheers and encouragement. A burly man in the crowd shouted his name, while a girl wrapped in a scarf showered him with flowers as he passed. Many voices called out his rather rudimentary name. It was unclear how the events of the night had escalated to this point, but evidently, the sentiments of the populace in King's Landing and the church diverged significantly. Once you dismount, you shall meet your demise, a low voice murmured beside him. Turning to look, he found Ser Maury, a middle-aged knight with a square jaw, sternly gazing at him with his brown eyes. Thus, you must ensure that during the charge, you unseat the enemy without any errors. Only then can you survive this trial. Fortunately, you have devised a fine device, which will significantly improve your odds. Before Lancel could respond, another voice chimed in with a grin. Good sir, let us not underestimate our Lemon Knight. The speaker is the training officer, Sir Owen Knight. His physical strength is formidable, his recuperative abilities remarkable, and his endurance surpasses that of any among us. Do not underestimate him. Sir Lemon is particularly adept at consuming alcohol. At that moment, one of the twins interjected. If the judgment were conducted in this manner, our foes would surely be left without a single pair of trousers. Silence, Amon. At this juncture, how can you still jest? The other twin admonished. For the love of the gods, Amon, at such a critical time, you dare to slander me? The first speaker stared in astonishment at his brother. I'm Ullman. The 2 brown-haired twins continued their banter, gradually lifting the atmosphere, even eliciting a faint smile from the troubled Captain Nancy, though Sir Moray remained stern-faced beside her. I cannot acknowledge that the enemy will grant you time to recover at the onset of battle, he reiterated to Blair. Thus, the words of the others hold no significance. Lemon, remember this, you must not dismount. Even if you can vanquish the foes charging at you, remain on horseback. Engaging the enemy while on foot, armed with spear or sword, will prove exceedingly difficult. His tone was austere, yet one could distinctly sense the concern within him. Blair nodded earnestly in response. "Thank you, Sir Moray." His gratitude was heartfelt. Rising from a humble background as a rescued peasant farmer to the rank of knight, and then the son of a warrior was undoubtedly due to Sir Laren's actions before his demise. But without the meticulous care of the present knight, he could hardly have navigated the church's hierarchy so smoothly. These seemingly inconspicuous acts of assistance, which the knight never mentioned, were nonetheless vital, and Blair always held them in high regard. "I have long been a friend of Sir Laren. It is my duty to look after his progeny," Sir Moray stated, patting Blair's arm. "The gods shall bless you, Lemon." With that, he spurred his steed forward to converse with Captain Nancy once more. By this time, the procession had ventured beyond the Rennies Hills, led by a brown-robed archbishop leaning on a staff at the forefront, followed closely by 7 knights, with numerous sons of warriors trailing behind, and even more monks and nuns surrounding them. The throngs of impoverished congregation members and common folk were astonishingly numerous, rendering the procession a grand spectacle as it emerged. Moreover, the entire capital was stirred into action. From above, one could observe countless figures emerging from every corner of the city, spontaneously forming lines akin to ants, traversing both crowded and spacious thoroughfares, all heading towards the 3 gates of King's Landing: the Lion's Gate, the King's Gate, and the River Gate, closest to the arena situated on the outskirts of the city. Such a display for a customary tournament would typically not garner such attention, but the judgment of the 7, a once-in-a-century event, particularly in opposition to the Targaryen family, was unprecedented, and no one wished to miss it. However, this orderly advance was abruptly thrown into disarray by a resounding roar. People hurriedly looked skyward or shoved each other towards the buildings flanking the streets. Some, just having stepped outside, hastily retreated indoors, opting to avoid the commotion. The mere sound of Dragon's roar sent everyone into a frenzy. The 7 sons of warriors, taken aback, paused their march, but the roar subsided quickly, and they proceeded onwards, encountering no further disturbances until they passed through the gates of King's Landing and arrived at the arena, where they were met only by 7 adversaries. Chapter 112. The Judgment of the 735. The tournament grounds near the King's Gate of King's Landing consisted of a vast grassy expanse, flanked on either side by spectator stands separated by fences. A large crowd was surging from the mist-shrouded Ochre City nearby toward the stands, while many others were already seated. At the center of the stands sat the 2 judges for the tournament, one being the brown-robed Archbishop of the September of Baelor, and the other an elderly woman in her 60s, clad in a long, deep black satin robe. Her countenance was stern, with finely arched eyebrows and a face marked by wrinkles, yet she stood upright, exuding a commanding presence. Standing on the southern edge of the field, Blair had never seen her before, but speculated that she was the Conqueror's queen, the current Dowager Queen, Visenya. Her advanced age struck him as odd, but his attention was drawn more to the 7 individuals opposing them, a few hundred yards away. To his left was Sir Moray clad in silver armor, and to his right, one of the brown-haired twins, all of whom wore the standard armor overlaid with white linen cloaks embroidered with crystal longswords. Some attendants in monk attire were meticulously checking their armor's fastenings, ensuring not a single detail was overlooked. Conversely, the opponents displayed a variety of armor designs. Some were simple, others ornate, some gleamed with vibrant enamel, while others retained a stark steel hue, quietly reflecting the morning light. Among them, Blair particularly noted 2 individuals. One was a robust, middle-aged man with brown hair, adorned in lavish armor, over which he wore an even more extravagant surcoat emblazoned with an orange and black design, resembling a castle aflame. This man, as expected, was the adversary he would soon confront, and though he appeared unremarkable at a distance, Blair could discern his lineage from the emblazoned insignia. He was a member of House Harlaw, the current rulers of the Riverlands Harrenhal, a lordly family long extinct in Blair's time, but now resurgent, particularly since Meagher had taken a second wife from their lineage. Unlike the rules of typical tournaments, the judgment of the 7 mandated that knights charge with lances directly, rather than engage from behind a protective barrier, leaving no room for leniency, and the brutality and casualty rates far exceeded those of ordinary contests. The physique of his opponent, seemingly on par with his own, instilled a sense of caution within Blair. Additionally, he noted another imposing figure clad in jet black armor, adorned with dragon motifs on both helmet and shoulder plates, who wore a black robe lined with red dragons. He leaned on a long sword, dull yet radiating an unusual sharpness, and was conversing with those beside him, occasionally casting indifferent glances towards the church's representatives. This man was Meagher Targaryen, the 3rd king to ascend the Iron Throne, destined to be the most notorious tyrant of House Targaryen. Yet, Blair scarcely had time to observe further before his view was obstructed as Captain Nancy Tabak stepped forward, addressing the knights. The upcoming battle is of paramount importance. Each of us must give our all. Survival is contingent upon it. He did not need to remind the others, for they were all competent knights, but his gaze fell upon Blair, displaying both irritation and a hint of encouragement. You are not without your chances. The charge with a lance relies heavily on horsemanship, and your skills in that regard are commendable. Your contributions have effectively compensated for a previous shortcoming. Thus, it is imperative that upon your appearance in the arena, you maintain unwavering focus. Attune yourself to every movement of your adversary, and react with swiftness that surpasses theirs. Only through such diligence can you truly capitalize on your strengths. The informed members of the church have consistently held the belief that the likelihood of Loras meeting his demise here is substantial, as he has only recently ascended to knighthood, previously having emerged from humble beginnings as a mere commoner. Although he has accomplished something remarkably astonishing, it bears little relevance to the expectations set forth by the tribunal. From any perspective, in this specialized knightly contest, he stands no chance against the seasoned knights. In fact, had circumstances permitted, they would have long since insisted that Loras relinquish his position. After all, this matter is of paramount importance to the church, and not a single misstep can be tolerated. Regrettably, an unexpected action by another party has left them powerless, forcing them to begrudgingly accept the situation. In a certain sense, this behavior resembles the imposition of a tyrant. It is no wonder that many high-ranking officials within the church harbor dissatisfaction towards Loras, including Captain Nancy from the Nighthawk Brigade, who, despite his previous discontent, now regards Loras with utmost seriousness, stating, "Your opponent is Cole Haraway, a knight of considerable renown, though somewhat arrogant. Your information is readily accessible, and he may underestimate you, which could very well present an opportunity for you. Seize it, and victory may be yours." At this juncture, the officiating judge in the central grandstand summoned the representatives of both sides to advance, prompting Captain Nancy to pat Loras on the shoulder before adding, "If we survive this trial, I hope to have a proper discussion with you." With that, he mounted his horse, riding alongside the royal guard, Raymond, towards the designated area. While their counterpart leader, Maegor, mirrored this action. They were en route for a final consultation, signaling that the duel was imminent. The atmosphere thus grew increasingly tense, and Loras felt a sense of foreboding at the captain's ominous words. Beside him, someone seemed to share this sentiment, leading to an inquiry. "Lemon, are you feeling anxious?" The question came from one of the brown-haired twins, who turned to him with a serious expression. "A bit," Loras candidly admitted. "Well, it seems you cannot guess who I am," the other replied, somewhat disappointed. "I was hoping to ask you one last time before I meet my end. But perhaps it's for the best. Those who are nervous often become dull-witted. You are Amon." Loras rolled his eyes, noticing the surprise on the other's face. "Because Amon has halitosis, whereas Almond does not." This remark left the other momentarily speechless, leading him to cover his mouth with his hand, sniffing in doubt, which elicited a chuckle from those around them, and somewhat alleviated the oppressive atmosphere, albeit not entirely. At this moment, not only were the stands occupied, but every available space in the arena was filled with throngs of spectators, seemingly numbering in the thousands. Though silence reigned among the crowd, a cacophony of whispers and murmurs amalgamated, creating a din that was anything but quiet. The sheer number of people made it impossible for Loras to discern anything beyond the immediate vicinity. A cursory glance around revealed two familiar figures among the clergy, Igor and Raya, causing him to furrow his brow, yet with the duel about to commence. He had little inclination to address the two who had brazenly disregarded orders to remain within the city. Upon Captain Nancy's and the royal guard's return, the assembled warriors swiftly mounted their steeds, attendants hurriedly presenting them with shields and lances. Although Loras had no attendants of his own, a few monks approached to assist him, and his black warhorse was already adorned with a headpiece, breastplate, and chainmail blanket. Thus, in appearance, he was now as formidable as his peers, sitting atop his steed with an air of authority. "Remember our agreed-upon strategy," Captain Nancy, leader of the Sons of War, reminded them as he donned his iron helmet. Gripping the 12-foot training lance tightly, his posture slightly bent as his gaze fixed intently on the opposing side. The others mirrored his stance, including the adversaries. As both factions silently faced one another across the arena, an invisible clash brewing between them. When the horn sounded, 7 steeds broke into a brisk gallop towards their opponents. Leaning forward, Loras synchronized his body with the rhythm of his galloping horse, his lance firmly held in hand as the wind howled around him. The faint sounds of plate armor clashing, just audible. His heart raced, beating like a drum, drowning out all other noises, the cheers of the crowd, the rush of the river, the flapping of birds, the neighing of horses. The pace of his stallion quickened, transitioning from a brisk trot to a full gallop. The thunderous sound of hooves pounding the ground, reverberating through the air, as if the earth itself trembled. The limitations of his helmet obscured his view of his companions on either side, leaving him only with the sight of the colorful lance tips of his fellow knights pointing forward. Yet, he soon disregarded all peripheral distractions, fixating intently on the enemy charging towards him, a figure clad in resplendent armor, growing larger and more distinct with each passing moment. The imposing physique, the billowing dark yellow cloak, the heraldic crest emblazoned on the shield, and the angled lance, which appeared blunt at its tip. Most crucially, the lance. Suddenly, Loras awoke to the realization that the opponent wielded the same type of training lance as they did, a 12-foot model rather than the 8-foot spear with a sharp point that a true war lance would possess. But this revelation came too late, for the moment of collision was upon them. From above, one could witness 7 fully armored knights from each side hurtling across the verdant expanse like arrows released from a bow, their lances aimed at their designated targets at the precise moment. Then, in that fleeting instant, a series of thunderous crashes erupted as they collided. Horses whinnied, and screams rang out amidst the uproar of the crowd. The cacophony of sounds burst forth simultaneously, akin to a long-anticipated judgment suddenly unleashed, with death and bloodshed mingling with cries of terror and roars of fury. In the final moment, Loras directed his steed to crash into the flank of his opponent rather than evade, causing his lance to bypass the enemy's precisely held shield and strike against the flamboyant cloak over their left breast. The combination of the lance's momentum and the horse's force propelled the enemy from their mount, sending them spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Their arm twitched momentarily before they lay still, lifeless upon the grass. However, this did not signify Loras's victory. The impact from the collision of the 2 speeding horses sent him reeling, and he too failed to evade the enemy's counterattack, resulting in a dented breastplate. Fortunately, the opponent had not anticipated such reckless aggression, and thus their attack lacked the full force of a proper charge. Loras managed to regain his balance after leaning back, though the pain coursing through him felt as if his very heart were being shattered by the force of the impact. To make matters worse, his steed had now become entangled with splintered shards of the shattered lance, causing it to stumble and ultimately collapse with a mournful neigh. The knight found himself unceremoniously thrown from the horse's back. Chapter 113. The Judgment of the Seven, 36. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of events transpired, and the enemy's strategy was evidently to utilize longer training lances to unseat the sons of the warrior. Yet, they encountered a similar countermeasure. The progression of events deviated from anyone's expectations. At the moment of confrontation, Captain Nancy, the leader of the sons of the warrior, deftly evaded the charge of the enemy before him, simultaneously striking his opponent from the saddle with his lance. However, his companion, Knight Owen, found himself taken aback as the enemy suddenly targeted the eyes of his steed, leading to a miscalculated attack that resulted in both him and his horse crashing to the ground with a horrific cry, his legs clearly crushed beneath the weight of the fallen beast. The enemy sought to capitalize on this opportunity to slay him, yet Knight Murray, who had successfully dispatched his foe, surged forward to engage in a direct confrontation. One of the twin sons of the warrior managed to thrust his lance into the neck armor of his opponent, the tremendous impact seemingly snapping the enemy's neck, while he effortlessly deflected incoming attacks with his shield. Regrettably, his brother, who had jested with Loras prior to the battle, was not as fortunate. His lance struck the enemy's shield, and he too was unseated, rolling and struggling for an extended period before engaging in a foot battle with the enemy, who had also fallen from his horse. In the midst of judgment, the most critical confrontation was between the challenger and the challenged, with Medj wearing intricately carved black dragon armor facing off against the white-robed Kingsguard, Raymond. Despite the prowess of House Baratheon, Medj's unique lineage and rigorous training endowed her with formidable strength and skill, rendering Raymond's lance ineffective as he found himself unseated by a single blow, gasping for breath on the ground, seemingly with several ribs broken. Consequently, Captain Nancy, victorious on one front, hastily rushed to intervene. In a fleeting moment, the battlefield transformed, catching everyone off guard. Only Captain Nancy, Knight Murray, and the twin brothers remained active on the side of the sons of the warrior, while the enemy was reduced to merely 3. Although it appeared that they had the upper hand, Captain Nancy found himself at a disadvantage against the brutal Targaryen, being forced into a retreat almost immediately. It was only when one of the twins joined the fray, turning it into a 2-on-1 struggle that they barely managed to hold their ground. One of the remaining two, Knight Murray, was locked in a standoff with his adversary, while the last twin found himself at a distinct disadvantage, seemingly hampered by a fractured hand from the earlier fall, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable and on the brink of defeat. While combat skills are crucial, luck can be equally decisive. Although the lance rest enhanced the momentum and control during the charge, this advantage diminished significantly when the enemy wielded similar weaponry. It remained unclear whether it was the enemy's fortunate foresight or a breach of intelligence that led to this turn of events. On the expansive grassy field under the sun, the surroundings were teeming with spectators, all intently observing the unfolding duel, occasionally erupting in gasps of astonishment. Amidst the crowd, a bald boy strained to restrain a frail figure from leaving, aided by several nuns, creating quite a commotion, yet none of the spectators attending the judgment took notice. The sounds of clashing steel resonated across the field as three battles erupted with fervor. Knight Owen, having sustained a broken leg, removed his helmet and cast it aside, revealing a tangle of golden hair. He struggled to crawl to the fallen and gasping figure of the Kingsguard, protecting him from further harm, glancing expectantly at his fallen companion nearby, only to be met with disappointment. Despite the diminished advantage of the lance rest, the newly minted knight, Lemon, managed to eliminate his opponent in a climactic moment, an outcome that genuinely surprised him. Yet the fallen golden-haired figure lay still, prostrate on the ground, his chest heaving. He remained motionless, as if several ribs had been fractured, leaving Knight Owen disheartened as he cast a glance at the struggling brown-haired twin. "You jested before the battle. Now look at the consequences," he muttered through labored breaths, a bitter expression crossing his face. Yet, he soon noticed a flicker of movement from his towering companion lying on the ground, causing him to pause. Assessing the current state of the battle, he clenched a handful of dirt, forming it into a ball, and hurled it at the forehead of his fallen comrade at the edge of the arena. The heat from the helmet, now stifling, muffled the cacophony outside, yet he could still discern the distant sounds of encouragement from the onlookers, urging him to rise, alongside faint curses from the enemy's supporters. Amidst all this, Loras felt a profound sense of confusion, his mind clouded, as if ensnared in a dream from which he could not awaken, leaving him with nothing but instinctual breaths and a dazed demeanor. The combined force of the two horses and the enemy's blows had overwhelmed him, causing him to fall heavily to the ground, facing yet another impact, compounding his injuries. In this state of disarray, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a series of sharp sounds echoed in his ears, akin to someone knocking at a door. Loras wished to rise and answer, yet the instinct of the dream held him in place, as if remaining still was the proper course of action. Thus, he remained, listening to the persistent knocking, lost in a haze, pondering a profoundly classic question. Who am I? The knocking continued, and the question lingered at the forefront of his mind. A thought he wished to dismiss, yet it felt undeniably significant. Surrounded by an all-encompassing mist and dreamlike haze, Loras's thoughts became sluggish and chaotic, preventing him from grasping the essence of his predicament, until a sudden, chilling sensation surged within him, akin to plunging into an ice cellar, causing his bewildered eyes, hidden beneath the steel helmet, to shift from vibrant green to icy blue. In that moment, he felt his racing heart begin to steady, and as this feeling manifested, the fog of confusion in his mind was abruptly dispelled, leaving him startled, prompting him to sit upright. Though the helmet restricted his vision, it did not hinder Loras from discerning the current circumstances. Before him lay a vast expanse of deep green grass, where disordered horses and fierce combat unfolded. Across the field, a dense throng of spectators seemed to shout something in unison, while behind him, a deafening roar surged like a tidal wave. Turning to glance at the crowd, he spotted a familiar elderly face, now flushed and shouting at him, with saliva flying as he implored Loras, his fervor evident, splattering the dirt and staining his silver breastplate. "Get up, Sir Lemon. Stand and defeat those monsters. They need you. Indeed, we all need you." "You have bad breath," Loras retorted. Blair murmured in response, unable to restrain himself from glancing down at his own chest. "What is the Jazz saying?" The other party bellowed in inquiry. The surrounding clamor was overwhelming, rendering normal conversation inaudible. Receiving no reply, Blair had already risen to his feet. After scanning the area, he suddenly realized that both combatants had transitioned to foot combat, with no one remaining mounted to confront the enemy. This revelation stirred something within him, causing him to temporarily abandon his premeditated battle strategies and instead hasten toward the nearby, unharmed companion steed. As he sprinted, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, alleviating the sharp pain in his chest and the aches stemming from his fall, as if he had applied ice to a burn, granting him an inexplicable sense of relief. This seemed to be the work of the mutated bloodline power within him. Blair was perplexed as to why this force was still effective despite his altered physique, but he had no time to ponder this long-standing conundrum. Upon reaching the warhorse, he deftly mounted without hesitation. The densely packed crowd erupted in fervent cheers, evidently exhilarated by this resurrection and the imminent changes that the golden-haired knight would bring to the fray. In that moment, an inexplicable force surged forth, and knowledge pertaining to horsemanship, weaponry, and knightly arts flashed vividly in the mind of the golden-haired knight. Simultaneously, his heart, which had previously settled, began to race anew. The impact from earlier still lingered, and the sudden shift in circumstances sent jolts of pain surging through his chest. Yet almost instantaneously a long-awaited message materialized. You have acquired the profession, Knight. Chapter 114, The Judgment of the Seven, 37. You have acquired the profession, Knight. You have gained the occupational trait, the spirit of the bard. The dual messages left Blair momentarily dazed, but then clarity and focus surged within him. Akin to the awakening he had experienced before, yet more pronounced. His entire being felt invigorated, and as he surveyed the battlefield, a fierce combativeness ignited within him. This newfound state might be attributed to his recently acquired occupational trait, yet there was no time for contemplation amidst the unfolding chaos. And thus Blair chose to set it aside for the moment. The steed beneath him neighed in protest, resistant to the presence of this familiar yet unfamiliar rider. And it took some time for the golden-haired knight to soothe its agitation. Finally, with a glint of silver armor, he grasped a weapon that hung at the horse's side. It was a fearsome mace, its handle wrapped in cloth, the sharply defined head glinting with the cold, lethal brilliance in the sunlight. Glancing at the current state of battle, the knight squeezed his mount's sides and charged towards the cloaked adversary adorned with a black bat emblem, who was engaged in foot combat with the horse's original owner. The tournament grounds were expansive, and amidst the multitude of spectators' cheers, the brown warhorse galloped forward, its hooves pounding the earth. The sound was unmistakable, and the enemy with the bat emblem could not ignore it, prompting him to seek cover. At that moment, one of the brown-haired twins, Anman, seeing his companion S approach, recklessly engaged the enemy, wielding his sword with surprising speed despite his clumsiness, disregarding his own exposed vulnerabilities. Within mere moments, he sustained yet another wound. However, this distraction kept the enemy immobilized, and as he bent to retaliate, the armored knight charged forward, swinging the mace with lethal intent towards his foe's face. The bat-emblazoned opponent rolled away instinctively to evade the onslaught, but the knight seemed to anticipate this maneuver. As the enemy rolled on the ground, the knight tightened his grip on the reins, leaning slightly to the side of the horse, and with a powerful swing, the heavy mace struck towards the unsuspecting enemy's head. The mace cleaved through the air, meeting its target with a resounding thud. The cloaked knight was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground with the sound of armor scraping against the earth, accompanied by the faint crack of bones. Blood began to seep from beneath his dented helmet. Blair, though inexperienced with weapons, excelled in horsemanship, and the peculiar sensation coursing through him imbued him with a sharpened focus and a surge of courage, prompting him to attempt such a perilous yet spectacular maneuver. The action was fraught with danger, but the outcome was remarkable, captivating the audience. The fallen enemy convulsed a few times before lying still, evidently slain by the force of the blow. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, many calling out his name. In that fleeting moment, Blair felt invigorated. The brown-haired twin, Anman, despite his own faltering steps, let out a hearty laugh before collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from his joints, clearly exhausted, yet he called out hoarsely to Blair, "Hurry in support. Lemon, don't worry about me." He appeared to be in decent spirits, though his injuries remained uncertain. The knight on horseback had no time to ponder these matters. He nodded to his companion and turned his steed towards the other enemies. At that moment, Captain Nancy and another twin, Alman, were working in tandem against a towering foe clad in black dragon armor, while Sir Moray was engaged in a back-and-forth clash with an opponent bearing a yellow and black checkered emblem. Despite their focus on battle, they could not ignore the events unfolding nearby, and thus the remaining two adversaries felt a chill of foreboding, while their own morale surged. The galloping warhorse charged towards Sir Moray, the sharp mace raised once more towards the enemy's head, but the foe nimbly evaded. However, this distraction provided Sir Moray with an opportunity, as he thrust his sword into the adversary's armpit, drawing forth a spurt of blood. Yet the enemy managed to evade further injury in that moment, resulting in only a superficial wound. The fight continued, but the injured adversary was clearly faltering. Blair refrained from recklessly joining the fray. Instead, he circled the two combat zones on horseback, occasionally swinging his mace, his body brimming with restless energy. At times, he feigned charges at the enemy, mere bluffs, but on one occasion, he committed fully to a second charge. With the mace enveloped in a whirlwind of fury, he surged forward, the enemy narrowly dodging the blow aimed at his head, only to receive a crushing strike upon his shoulder, accompanied by the sound of splintering bones. The foe cried out, clutching his shoulder and staggering backward, whereupon Sir Moray seized the opportunity to retaliate, swiftly bringing him down to the ground. Finally, he lifted the visor of the fallen knight's helm and plunged his sword deep into his chest, following a sudden scream. The only one left resisting was the last of the Black Dragon armored warriors. Meanwhile, their side boasted 4. Once again, the crowd erupted in cheers. The spectators and those gathered at the railings watched with a mix of satisfaction and reluctance, collectively convinced that the outcome of this trial was all but predetermined. The elderly lady, seated with an air of gravitas at the judgment bench, suddenly wore a countenance of ominous dread, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation shifted dramatically as the victorious knight of Mori and Loras charged towards another battlefield. Yet, before they could reach the fray, a sudden change transpired. After a clash, the sword wielded by the twin warrior known as Almond snapped unexpectedly, while the enemy, disregarding Captain Nancy's attack, aimed at his forehead. Thrust a beautifully crafted longsword, imbued with ancient design, through the eye slit of Almond's helmet, resulting in a muffled scream as the warrior's son met his grim demise on the spot. Although Captain Nancy's sword struck hard against the brow of Maegor, it seemingly failed to disorient him. The towering foe, after a furious roar, swiftly retaliated. Under the ferocity of his onslaught, Captain Nancy hastily raised his defenses, yet within moments, his weapon shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Faced with the oncoming longsword, he could only feebly defend himself with his steel gauntlets, utterly powerless to resist. However, after forcing his opponent back, Maegor paid no heed to this incapacitated adversary and instead turned to charge towards the fallen Kingsguard, intent on eliminating this challenger to conclude the tumultuous trial of the Seven. The Blackfire sword, the ancestral blade of House Targaryen once wielded by the conqueror Aegon, is said to be forged from Valyrian steel, crafted with magic, and is renowned for its unparalleled sharpness and resilience, far surpassing ordinary weapons. The sudden reversal of the battle caught everyone off guard. In response, Loras spurred his steed forward, racing past the Knight of Mori, swinging his mace towards the enemy. Yet, the foe deftly sidestepped, simultaneously raising his sharp sword to deliver a brutal slash to the flank of the galloping horse. The rear of the horse, unprotected by saddle, succumbed to the razor-sharp Valyrian steel, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. With a pained whinny, the horse stumbled, nearly collapsing under Loras's control. He managed to rein in the horse just in time, but it was clear it could no longer charge forward. Glancing back, he saw that Captain Nancy had once again engaged the formidable Maegor, valiantly defending himself with a shield he had scavenged from the ground, along with a dagger, struggling to fend off the relentless assault. Among the remaining combatants, besides Loras, only Captain Nancy and the Knight of Mori, who was hurrying to assist, were still able to fight. The other twin lay nearby, consumed by grief and fury at his brother's demise. Yet the toll of battle had left him injured and unable to rise, only able to crawl towards the fray. Sir Owen, whose leg had been crushed beneath a horse, sat incapacitated, shielding the pale-faced Kingsguard behind him. Fortunately, the enemy consisted solely of Maegor, clad in armor adorned with the Red Dragon sigil, while the others lay unconscious or had succumbed to death, unnoticed. The Knight of Mori and Captain Nancy fought valiantly against Maegor, but the prolonged strain of their heavy armor left them fatigued, their reactions growing increasingly sluggish. In stark contrast, the enemy exhibited no such weariness, each movement still imbued with lethal precision. The battlefield was strewn with the bodies of armored knights and their steeds, unable to fight further. After dismounting, Loras prepared to find another horse to evade the enemy, yet the contrasting agility of the foes and their sluggish companions made him hesitate, questioning whether his charge would reach the enemy or if he would be thwarted by their slowed reactions. After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the search for a steed, tightening his grip on a mace as he charged towards the enemy. The battlefield appeared precarious, and as the Knight of Mori hastily blocked an incoming strike from Maegor with his sword, he caught sight of Loras rushing towards them and shouted in frustration. Are you running to your doom? Indeed. Seizing the opportunity, while Captain Nancy collided with Maegor's midsection, compelling him to relinquish his aggressive stance, Loras shouted back, his pace unrelenting, as he swung his mace directly towards the enemy's head. The enemy, momentarily distracted and forced to retreat to evade this lethal blow, abandoned his assault on the Knight of Mori. The middle-aged knight, now half-kneeling, gasped for breath as he stood, while the presence of the two young warriors momentarily deterred the enemy from advancing. Seizing the moment, Loras thrust the mace into Captain Nancy's hands, and before his companion could fully comprehend the situation, he drew forth a blue-hued dagger to cut away the straps of his dented breastplate and the cumbersome greaves on his legs, finally discarding the obstructive helmet that hindered his vision, leaving him clad only in a silver hauberk and loose leather armor. The enemy looked on in astonishment, while his comrades were filled with disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" The Knight of Mori exclaimed, watching anxiously as the young man willingly shed his defenses. Removing armor was simple, but donning it again amidst battle was nearly impossible. Without plate armor, facing the enemy's razor-sharp Valyrian steel sword, the mere chainmail and leather could hardly offer any protection, especially against a thrust. "I will create an opportunity," Loras responded enigmatically, and without waiting for a reply, he reversed his grip on the dagger and charged towards the vigilant figure clad in black. The brief distance closed swiftly, and despite sensing something amiss, Maegor did not hesitate to swing his longsword at the unarmed blonde knight. The gleaming blade, illuminated by the sun, aimed for Loras's forehead, moving with blinding speed, seemingly poised to cleave his skull. In that moment, Loras recalled the teachings of the fallen brown-haired twin from their training grounds. As the enemy's weapon descended, the golden-haired figure suddenly lunged forward, dodging the attack while rolling behind the enemy. Seizing the opportunity while Maegor was caught off guard, Loras thrust his dagger backward with unwavering resolve. With a sudden, muffled scream, Maegor was pierced in the knee, causing him to falter. His weapon, aimed at the agile blonde, wavered as it barely grazed his back, leaving a gash in his chainmail, but no blood to show for it. After rolling on the ground, now covered in grass, Loras sprang to his feet, grinning at the renewed two-on-one confrontation not far away. "It's not easy to fight when all you have is meat shields," he murmured under his breath, but no one heard his words. Despite the unexpected shift in his fighting style, the remaining two sons of warriors wasted no time, seizing the opportunity to advance without hesitation. The clamor of clashing steel reverberated once more, as three figures, one clad in black and two adorned in silver, maneuvered back and forth, engaging in a delicate dance of offense and defense. On the periphery of this tumultuous scene stood a tall figure, gripping a dagger and exhibiting a tautness about his waist. As he circled with predatory intent, strands of golden hair, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, glimmering subtly under the sun's rays. In the distance, three knights languished on the grass, one with broken legs, unable to move, another bleeding profusely from the cracks in his armor. Both of them fixated on the unfolding battle with tense expressions. The last, a figure in a white robe, remained seated, gasping for breath, eliciting sighs of pity from a nearby, bald boy in the audience, who felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he was largely exhilarated, for he sensed that victory in this clash was all but assured. As he relaxed, the boy, Igo, noticed something amiss beside him. The cacophony around them was ceaseless, with the crowd's fervent reactions to the battle's developments echoing in the air. To Igo's left, Leia sat quietly, betraying no signs of agitation after witnessing the vigorous spectacle of the golden-haired figure. However, to his right, he was startled to discover that the nun, who had previously occupied that spot, had been replaced by another. "Sister Ada?" Upon recognizing her features, the boy inquired with curiosity, "When did you arrive?" This nun had been absent for some time, her whereabouts a topic of speculation within the Holy Hall, her disappearance overshadowed by the news of the trial of the seven sons. Igo had even speculated whether something unfortunate had befallen her, making her return impossible. Yet here she was, presenting a curious juxtaposition to his thoughts. Just arrived, the elderly woman, her head wrapped in a pristine white scarf, replied with a warm smile directed at the boy. "Came to watch a fine performance." Chapter 116. The Trial of the Seven Sons, 39. The tumultuous noise surrounding the audience was deafening, mingling with the gentle breeze that swept through the area. Most spectators were engrossed in the combat below. Yet the nun's words diverted Igo's attention momentarily, prompting a perplexed expression. "You arrived late, Sister Ada. The show is nearly over," he explained. "Not necessarily," she replied with a knowing smile, reaching out to touzle the boy's bald head. Igo instinctively recoiled at her touch, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He had merely intended to express his discontent, but he found her hand easily dislodged by his movement. Upon glancing up, he saw that the nun, with her hair interspersed with black and white, was fixated on the ongoing struggle, and following her gaze, Igo realized she was not observing the golden-haired knight, but rather the beleaguered black-armored Meeg. Despite the drawn-out nature of the fight due to their heavy armaments, the situation was becoming increasingly clear. On the deep green grass of the arena, the golden-haired knight, dagger in hand, paced sideways, observing the melee without intervening. It appeared that apart from his initial unexpected strike, he had not found another opportunity to engage, seemingly biding his time for a decisive blow. Yet, the overall dynamics of the battle had not shifted due to his inaction. The enemy, hindered by a leg wound, moved with noticeably diminished agility, each step betraying a hint of sluggishness. Perhaps their prolonged focus on the fight or the looming presence of the dagger-wielding knight had sapped the ferocity from the once feared warrior, who was now retreating under the pressure from the sons of the opposing knights. Many believed he was nearing exhaustion, his strength waning. This was a reasonable assumption. The armor worn by the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms was not designed to impede mobility, yet it was hardly light. Regrettably, the remaining 2 members of the church were equally fatigued. Numerous opportunities had arisen as their foes' stamina dwindled, yet they failed to capitalize on them. Even as they pushed the enemy back, it seemed unlikely they would resolve the conflict anytime soon, unless one considered the ever-watchful golden-haired knight. Though his demeanor diverged markedly from that of the battling knights, the majority of the common folk were thoroughly captivated, urging him to strike down Meeg and end the stalemate. Clearly, the golden-haired figure paid no heed to the cacophony of shouts as he continued to circle the battlefield with deliberate calm. However, perhaps provoked by his frustration or the surrounding clamor, Meeg, cornered against the arena's railing, suddenly absorbed a thrust from Knight Mori's blade aimed at his armpit, solely to bring his own sword crashing down upon Captain Nancy's head. His attempt succeeded, but did not deliver a fatal blow. It merely disoriented Nancy, who staggered momentarily. Knight Mori, witnessing this, swiftly positioned himself to defend, yet Meeg disregarded him, charging toward the distant figure of Lannister, his voice muffled within the confines of his helm. Brimming with rage, "Despicable wretch, I shall flay you alive." His heavy footfalls and guttural shouts elicited a mixture of boos and cheers from the crowd. Despite his leg injury and the blood streaming from his armpit, he seemed to disregard his pain and wounds, sprinting with surprising speed. However, Lannister, having shed his armor for agility, wasted no time in retreating, evading Meeg's furious pursuit, which only intensified his ire. This behavior, naturally unbecoming of a knight, did not concern Lannister, who was indifferent to the audience's judgment. Yet, as he withdrew, he noticed the unique power that had initially bolstered him had waned significantly, becoming almost imperceptible. This realization offered him a fundamental understanding of the attributes conferred by his knightly vocation, though this was hardly the moment for such contemplation. Frustrated that he could not capture his elusive target, Meeg redirected his wrath toward the royal guard stationed in the distance. However, the 2 sons of the knights, who had been trailing closely behind him, re-engaged. Captain Nancy, though appearing little worse for wear despite the blow to his head, wielded a battered round shield for defense, while Knight Mori focused on the offensive. Thus, the exhausted pair, one shield-bearing, the other sword-wielding, continued their relentless engagement with a seemingly invigorated but increasingly sluggish foe. The incessant clang of steel against steel resonated like a unique symphony until, not long thereafter, Lannister, keenly observing the battlefield, seized an opportunity, disrupting the rhythm of the clash. The enemy's defenses were formidable, and with 2 warriors present, it was inconvenient for him to replicate his previous tactic of rolling and thrusting with his legs. Thus, the dagger in Loras's hand targeted the enemy's armpit. However, before he could execute his attack, the adversary, who had been facing away from him, abruptly turned around, heedless of the longsword wielded by Ser Morris, and delivered a fierce kick towards the approaching golden-haired figure, accompanied by a thunderous roar that seemed to express an intense fury towards Loras's presence. The dagger in his hand was insufficient to counter such an assault. At a critical moment, Loras did not retreat, but surged forward, seizing the opportunity to clutch the enemy's kicking thigh just as the blow was about to land. Ignoring the immense force of the impact, he pushed with all his might, sending the adversary staggering backward towards the ground, causing Ser Morris's sword to veer off course and strike the enemy's shoulder. Meanwhile, Captain Nancy, wielding a shield, lunged at the same moment, firmly grasping the enemy's right hand, which held the Valyrian steel sword. This series of events unfolded in an instant. as the previously entangled figures suddenly became a chaotic tangle. One held a leg, another pinned an arm, while the last, seizing the opportunity, thrust his sword viciously towards the neck of the enemy who lay prostrate on the ground. Yet, the adversary managed to evade the strike by tilting his head, and, simultaneously, his unbound left hand, clad in iron, shot up to grip the longsword that had been driven deep into the earth. With a furious roar, he yanked it free, producing a creaking sound, and with the opposing force of Ser Morris gripping the hilt, he astonishingly snapped the sword in two. Clearly, the longsword, having withstood numerous assaults from Valyrian steel, was on the verge of collapse. This final yank was merely the last straw. Nevertheless, Ser Morris was caught completely off guard, stumbling and collapsing onto his foe. The situation swiftly devolved into 3 against 1. Loras, who was still clinging to the enemy's leg, was suddenly struck hard in the ribs by the adversary's other foot, the tip of the steel boot sharply pointed, delivering a jolt of pain that coursed through him. Yet, this attack did not loosen his grip. Instead, he seized the moment to firmly grasp the opponent's other leg. The enemy continued to roar in muffled fury, and the immense strength that surged in his right hand nearly overwhelmed Captain Nancy, who was already fatigued. Seeing this, Ser Morris hastily lifted his visor, and with a single, fierce punch, he struck the enemy's youthful and defiant face, while his other hand struggled to fend off the adversary's left hand. The sound of shattered bone accompanied the enemy's muffled cry, intensifying his thrashing on the ground, while a cacophony of shouts erupted around them, surging like a tide, plunging the entire arena into chaos. The second punch from Ser Morris was blocked by the enemy's raised left hand, but it was merely a passive defense, followed by a third and fourth punch. Despite being utterly exhausted, the middle-aged knight gritted his teeth and unleashed a ferocious onslaught. The clash of steel and flesh resonating in the air, accompanied by the sounds of breaking teeth and anguished cries. On the other side of the arena, the surviving knight, Owen, looked on, his expression filled with excitement, yet he failed to notice that the white-robed figure he had shielded had quietly ceased to breathe. Nearby, one of the twins, Alman, now staggered towards the fray, seemingly intent on avenging his brother with a few strikes, but his injuries slowed his progress. In the audience, Queen Visenya had risen to her feet, shouting something in this direction, but her voice was drowned out by the overwhelming clamor. It was time. Among the crowd, Sister Ida cast a glance at the figure on the tribunal who had risen in excitement, a flicker of pain crossing her features, yet overshadowed by a sense of delight. The boy vaguely heard someone utter these words, mistaking them for a proclamation of victory, and thus paid little heed, remaining instead immersed in the joy of witnessing the knights pummeling his usurping uncle, joining the jubilant cheers of those around him. The mute girl beside him sat quietly, seeming the most composed amid the surrounding chaos, her molten golden eyes fixed on the golden-haired figure grappling with the enemy's legs, her expression contemplative. Then, as if sensing something, her face registered surprise, followed by a stammering attempt to convey something to the boy, yet her words were completely lost in the din, prompting her to rise and dash towards the arena. The boy, unable to hear her voice, noticed her rising silhouette and reached out to pull her back, but grasped nothing. He stood up, ready to chase after her, only to be firmly restrained by a strong hand. "Do not worry about her. She fears not the fire," came the raspy voice. "What are you saying?" the boy asked, perplexed, glancing at the rather peculiar Sister Ida. She offered no answer, instead smiling softly as she reached out with her slightly wrinkled hand to pat the boy's bald head. "What do you believe this kingdom, rife with rebellion, requires, child?" "A wise king," the boy replied instinctively, then struggled to break free, realizing his strength paled in comparison to that of the elderly woman beside him. "No," Sister Ida declared, disregarding the boy's impatience. "What it requires is blood and fire." "Blood and fire?" The phrase was the ancestral motto of House Targaryen. Though the boy did not fully catch it amidst the surrounding clamor, he was nonetheless familiar with its pronunciation, causing him to pause in surprise. "Once, we conquered Westeros with 3 dragons. Now we have 13. Sister Ida's gaze bore down on the boy, her slightly clouded blue eyes brimming with a deep-seated hatred and a thrill of impending vengeance. "In the future, we may have 23, 33, or even 133. It was less a conversation with the boy than a soliloquy. "Your brother was assassinated, your father forced back to Dragonstone, and the entire kingdom mocks him. I can endure that, perhaps dismiss it, as Innis is too soft-hearted. But Visenya shall pay dearly for her cruelty. Indeed, everyone must pay a price. And today is merely the beginning." "What are you talking about?" The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing an ominous premonition. "I say, The grand performance has commenced. The nun replied softly. Successfully completed the task of the Seven Sons Judgment. You have acquired the trait Son of the Warrior. As sweat dripped and breaths grew labored, Ser Morris's fists repeatedly struck the incessantly struggling black-armored enemy beneath him, the steel-clad fingers of his lobster gauntlet stained with blood. Yet, even as the enemy's visage became obscured, he did not succumb completely. Instead, he fought with fierce tenacity. However, this fervor did not endure long before it waned, and Ser Morris, feeling uneasy, delivered a few more punches before finally collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Captain Nancy, still pinning the enemy's right hand, lay alongside him, sweat dripping onto the grass below. The enemy's final struggles were immense, the source of such strength unknown, and even Loras, who had been restraining his legs, found himself utterly fatigued. Upon realizing the enemy had ceased to move, he relaxed completely, rolling onto his back on the grass and gasping for breath. The sunlight in space was intense, and the surrounding atmosphere was filled with a cacophony of voices from the spectators, each expressing their fervent emotions, some filled with rage, others with excitement. At the entrance of the arena, soldiers seemed to rush in, only to be halted by a group of warriors' sons, and from the corner of his eye, he could see a conflict brewing. In another direction, on the judgment dais, the bishop of the Hall of Contemplation sat calmly in his white robes, while an elderly lady beside him stood up, shouting something that was inaudible due to the distance. She may have conceded, as information had begun to surface. Yet at that moment, Loras was too exhausted to ponder the newly emerged details and their implications. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart throbbed painfully and instinctively. His mind yearned for respite, wishing to lie down and cease all thoughts. Unfortunately, this moment of reprieve was abruptly interrupted, as his pale, ice-blue eyes, now devoid of color, gazed vacantly at the sky. He suddenly heard footsteps beside him. He felt someone kneel beside him, and, just as he turned to look, a forceful jolt in his chest caused him to cough involuntarily. "What are you doing here?" Loras intended to scold, but upon turning, he found it was the girl Rhea, clad in a flowing white robe, shaking him. His words transformed into a surprised inquiry. Regrettably, she seemed unable to respond, her face etched with anxiety as she tugged at his arm, urging him to rise. This expression momentarily stunned Loras. Despite his confusion, he hesitated not a second, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to stand with her assistance. Just as he was about to call to his two collapsed companions a meter away, a sudden chill swept over him, casting a shadow on the ground, which quickly morphed into the silhouette of a beast. Alarm surged within him as he instinctively looked up, only to behold a dragon adorned with dark yellow scales, its wings unfurling like a shroud over the sky. The creature descended silently from the heavens behind the arena, and by the time the crowd noticed, it had already reached above the battlefield, plunging the environment into an eerie stillness. Followed by a crescendo of panic that erupted like a tsunami, chaos ensued as everyone frantically rushed toward the exits of the stands. Civilians stationed on either side were quick to flee, and from above, the arena resembled a skyscraper suddenly blasted apart, debris cascading in all directions. Amidst the grassy arena, without Loras needing to prompt them, the two warriors' sons had already scrambled to their feet. Captain Naxus, as he rose, bellowed in rage, using a dragon after losing a duel? The Targaryens deserved to rot in the depths of hell, a pack of wretched curs. He cared little for his dignity, his demeanor akin to that of a reckless street thug, though desperation flickered across his face. Yet he did not flee immediately. Instead, he dashed toward the knight Owen, whose legs were broken not far away. Meanwhile, Knight Moray sprinted toward the closer surviving brown-haired twin, shouting back to Loras, "Protect the girl and get out." In truth, Loras needed no urging. He had already seized Rhea, whose face was a mask of panic, and they began to flee toward a corner of the arena. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps before the dragon suddenly dove towards them. A mighty, wrathful roar accompanied a surge of dark red flames that erupted forth. In that critical moment, Loras instinctively wrapped his arms around Rhea and threw himself to the ground, the heat waves sweeping over them, singeing a few strands of hair, the acrid scent of charred locks filling the air. Miraculously, their positioning spared them from the dragon's fiery breath. The two on the ground narrowly escaped the oncoming inferno, but those behind them were not so fortunate. Knight Moray reacted swiftly, rolling to the side just in time to evade the flames, but the brown-haired figure nearby, along with Captain Naxus, who had yet to reach Owen, only had time to let out a desperate scream before being engulfed by the fire. The heat surged as Owen, witnessing the horrific conflagration from afar, felt his heart shatter. He glanced at the two surviving companions behind him, gritting his teeth as he seized a long sword from the ground, hurling it with all his might at the descending dragon, shouting, "Monster, come for me!" Alas, his blade failed to strike its mark, and the dragon paid him no heed, instead veering in the air and turning back towards its original path. "You monster!" At that moment, Loras had just regained his footing when a familiar voice echoed from behind him. He turned to see Knight Moray desperately hurling a spear he had picked up from the ground towards the soaring dragon. Unlike Owen, his spear struck the dragon's underbelly mid-flight. It caused no harm whatsoever. "Get the girl out of here," Moray shouted desperately towards Loras before retreating, but the dragon merely sneezed, unleashing a torrent of dark red flames that engulfed the fleeing figure. The anguished cries of despair mixed with fury became hoarse and muffled as Moray's towering form, enveloped in flames, collapsed near the spectator's edge, convulsing weakly. The dragon then circled in the sky, its cold, cruel red eyes glinting menacingly in the sunlight, before diving toward Loras. Chapter 118. The Judgment of the Seven Sons End. The dark yellow-scaled dragon charged forth, still emitting no sound, its wings stirring a tempestuous wind. For reasons unknown, it seemed singularly fixated on the 7 knights in the arena, or more specifically, those 3 who had taken part in slaying Meek. The pandemonium around, fleeing crowds and the distraught knight Owen, did not capture its attention. In this tumultuous scene, Loras cast a worried glance at the girl who was still clutching his arm, then broke free from her grasp, sprinting in another direction. Regrettably, his speed could not match the dragon's pursuit, and soon he heard the rush of wind behind him. Accepting his fate, he sighed and stood at the edge of the grass, offering no resistance. However, after several seconds, he felt no searing pain. Instead, a sound of something heavy crashing to the ground drew his attention. Turning, he saw a petite, frail figure standing before him with arms outstretched, shielding him. The spiky, earth-toned dragon had landed nearby, tilting its head to observe the fragile, white-clad figure before it, its violent demeanor seemingly tempered, no longer poised to attack. This unexpected turn left Loras momentarily stunned, and though thoughts swirled in his mind, he had no time to ponder, for as he turned back, he clearly saw the dragon shift its gaze from Rhea to him, its previously subdued fury rekindling, bloodshot eyes glinting. The dragon's mouth began to flicker with flames, indicating that Rhea's protection was faltering. Realizing this, Loras gritted his teeth and dashed toward another direction, knowing the dragon would inevitably turn its focus upon him. The emaciated figure clad in white hastily spread her arms and sprinted a few steps to once again position herself in front of Balin. Though her expression remained hidden, her silhouette exuded an unwavering defiance. Yet, Balin was resolute in not allowing Leia to shield him any longer. As the dragon unleashed its incandescent maw, preparing to unleash a torrent of flame, he abruptly thrust her to the ground. Balin attempted to replicate the maneuver that had previously spared him from the dragon's fire. However, this time, the colossal beast stood firmly on the ground. Due to the angle, the dark crimson inferno, while not directed straight down, cascaded over the expansive back of the golden-haired figure like an uncontrollable deluge of boiling water. The countless rings of silver armor quickly heated to a blistering red, and muffled cries of agony erupted from the frail body pinned beneath, desperately writhing and emitting a series of frantic shrieks. These cries were piercingly shrill, provoking a reaction from the dragon, which, seemingly startled, abruptly ceased its fiery assault and fled in terror, as if it had sensed some overwhelming force. Yet, nothing unusual occurred in the immediate vicinity, save for the towering figure whose back was marred by melted armor, intermingled with flesh, and whose wounds faintly glimmered with a ghostly light. This ethereal glow seemed to emanate from the blood and flesh, imparting a semblance of healing, albeit weakly flickering, with the dreadful injuries showing little sign of improvement. The little girl trapped beneath him had her robe singed away at the calves, revealing a pair of slender yet unscathed legs, a clear indication that the bodily protection she had formed was far from robust. However, the towering figure, his thoughts muddled by pain, was bereft of the strength to contemplate this fact. A patch of hair at the back of his head had been singed away, yet the majority of his visage appeared relatively unscathed. Even the girl pressed beneath him had her anxious expression morph into one of focused determination, as she lifted her chin and gazed up at his downward-turned face, struggling to extract one of her arms from its constraint. She cautiously waved her hand in front of his exquisite eyes, murmuring a series of unintelligible sounds. "What are you saying?" The feeble murmurs were barely audible, destined to go unheard by him, yet the tremor of her lips brought a flicker of hope to Leia, leading her to believe he was no longer in peril. However, Her expression swiftly hardened as the icy azure of his eyes gradually faded, transforming into a lifeless shade of green. The girl stood frozen in shock. The chaos around them did not cease. With her shrieks now silenced, the dragon, which had previously fled in fright, circled back from the skies, causing a commotion among the warriors' sons who had been cautiously inching closer. A voice, tinged with desperation, erupted from the now empty audience seats. "Did you orchestrate this? Make it stop. I beg you." The bald boy, Igo, was pleading fervently with the elderly nun seated beside him. She shook her head in response. "It cannot be halted. Child, not until vengeance is fulfilled. Until then, no one can halt it." As she spoke, the dragon descended onto the grass, crawling toward its target. Sister Ada's gaze fell upon the charred corpse, shielding the girl, then shifted to the girl herself, intact beneath. She sighed with a sense of melancholy. "I did not intend to kill him. I merely sought to frame Visenya. If blame is to be placed, let it rest upon him for meddling in this judgment. He has barely donned the mantle of a knight. Why must he act so foolishly?" Her words trailed off abruptly as she noticed the charred figure suddenly disintegrating into a cloud of dust, causing her pupils to constrict in alarm. A multitude of previously overlooked details rushed back to her mind, filling her with dread as she glanced toward the boy beside her. Before she could voice her apprehensions, a peculiar aura emerged from the arena. Focusing intently, she beheld the dust-coated girl still lying motionless on the grass, gazing vacantly at the sky, her calves exposed. The upper part of her robe singed and wrinkled, yet her entire form appeared to shimmer with an ethereal haze. This haze rendered her somewhat illusory, akin to a reflection upon water, while the surrounding space transformed into a serene lake. As the reflection wavered, invisible ripples radiated outward from her, causing the grassy earth to tremble and the sunlight streaming from above to be persistently repelled, as if being inexorably absorbed. The intangible ripples spread outward in all directions, prompting the nearby dragon to take notice and hastily turn to flee. However, it could not escape the encroaching waves, which soon engulfed it, causing its form to transform into a dragon with leafy wings before plummeting from the sky. The once stony-faced Sir Owen was caught in the ripples, his golden locks swiftly turning white. A group of warrior sons, initially filled with terror, suddenly found themselves diminishing in size, ultimately becoming a cluster of diminutive knights. Some even transformed into females. The empty audience seats creaked ominously as the ripples swept over them, causing wooden railings in one area to blacken and splinter, while in another, tender green shoots sprouted and rapidly grew. A fissure resembling an abyss opened in the trembling ground, causing the verdant earth to collapse inward, as if vast amounts of soil were being devoured by an insatiable void. Sister Ada, although unaware of the nature of these events, unhesitatingly grasped the boy's hand and turned to flee. Yet, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a light, almost whimsical laughter echoed from behind them, familiar yet alien. Chapter 119, The Mark of Chaos. A tumultuous jolt surged through his back, radiating a searing pain throughout his entire being. A sensation so intense that one might wish for unconsciousness. Yet, under the influence of an inexplicable, intangible force, his consciousness remained unclouded, allowing him to pursue his objectives despite the agony. This ordeal was nothing short of torment, each second stretching into eternity, rendering existence nearly unbearable. Until at last, the onslaught subsided, and the mysterious power waned, leaving behind a profound ache that dulled his once indomitable will, plunging him into darkness. In a haze of confusion, balance seemed to return to his original form, the oppressive heat absent, replaced by a soft, soothing embrace of a slick substance. The scents wafting through his nostrils were no longer those of charred flesh and earthy grass, but rather a delicate fruity aroma. Apples, strawberries, and blood oranges from Dorne. This pleasant fragrance mingled with vague conversations and footsteps, enveloping him in comfort. The torment in his back faded into a mere residual illusion, and his vitality gradually returned to normal. Yet, Balin remained lost in a fog of confusion, adrift in an abyss of thought, the lingering pain rendering his mind sluggish. Indifferent to the world around him. Time passed, perhaps a lengthy stretch, or merely a fleeting moment, until two streams of information surfaced, prompting his tightly shut eyes to snap open. His mind regained clarity, his icy blue eyes fixated in disbelief upon the velvet draperies above his bed. You have successfully guided the child of chaos onto the righteous path. You have received a mark of chaos. You have completed all events and gained the trait, Spirit of the Medium. Completed? He murmured, his expression devoid of joy. instead marked by a look of bewilderment. How could this be? She had yet to abandon her thieving habits, still indulged in playing with fire, and had scarcely learned to write. How could this be? This question left him in a state of uncertainty, and as he carefully recalled, the final image in his mind was of the brave figure standing protectively in front of him. Thus, he reluctantly concluded that perhaps his demise had spurred her into a profound transformation, compelling her to truly remember his past teachings. Yet, for reasons unknown, a persistent unease lingered in his heart. A peculiar burning sensation coursed through his left wrist. Lifting it to scrutinize, he noticed two black and white arcs, seemingly simple lines intersecting in reverse, marking the skin where it met his palm. A sense of dizziness washed over him. Blue frowned unconsciously. This must be the chaotic mark, he mused, resembling a tattoo. As he focused intently, he found no explanatory text nor any anomalies, and aside from the peculiar dizziness, this mark appeared utterly devoid of utility. His confusion was intertwined with a profound sense of regret, anger, and unease, accompanied by an inexplicable longing for that world. After observing in a daze for some time, he suddenly retrieved a dagger from beneath the soft pillow, gripping it tightly despite the gnawing hunger in his abdomen. Regrettably, after a prolonged moment of pressure, neither the dagger nor he responded, confirming that this fragrant item had yet to facilitate his entry into that extraordinary realm. After a brief pause, Blue returned the dagger to its place, and, stepping onto the soft, light green carpet, approached the balcony of the exquisite room to take a seat at the table. Outside, dawn was just breaking. Beyond the castle parapets lay a coastline dotted with a few moored vessels. Gazing out, he beheld the brilliant sun slowly radiating its dazzling light at the ocean's horizon, casting a resplendent glow over the deep, gray-blue surface of the sea. The tightly shut windows muffled all external sounds, yet his keen ears could still detect the faint whispers of the tide and the various trivial noises within the castle. Staring motionless at the scene outside, Blue found himself devoid of any other thoughts, simply wishing to empty his mind and immerse himself in the lingering echoes of another world. However, before long, a sudden knocking resounded from the door behind him. "Lord Blue, His Majesty Robert invites you to breakfast." The maid's daily refrain now sounded oddly foreign. "I do not wish to eat breakfast," Blue replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Please inform my brother that I have had some fruit this morning and am already full." The maid's voice reflected concern as she responded, "My lord, are you unwell again?" "What do you mean, again unwell?" Blue frowned at her words, but they did stir a flicker of energy within him. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice, "I simply do not want to get out of bed. I'm not fully awake yet. Just tell him I'm already satisfied. You understand what I mean, right?" "Very well, my lord, I understand," the maid replied, her tone now enlightened, and she departed with a soft patter of footsteps. Yet before Blue could catch his breath, another voice soon echoed, "Lord Blue, I have brought the garments you will need for tomorrow's wedding. Please open the door, as I require you to try them on." The mention of the wedding startled Blue, and he suddenly realized that only a night and half a day had passed, and tomorrow was indeed the day of his brother's grand nuptials. This revelation filled him with an inexplicable sense of absurdity and impatience, yet the relentless interruptions dispelled his melancholic mood. With a sigh, the dark-haired boy slid off his chair and approached the door, opening it. Standing before him was a tall, slender elder dressed impeccably, sporting two small mustaches, alongside a black-haired maid and two guards stationed at the entrance. The elder was the royal tailor, and the maid was responsible for dressing Blue. Once inside, they busied themselves in front of the fitting mirror, ultimately nodding in satisfaction. The reflection revealed a boy with glossy black short hair, a fair and delicate visage, and captivating eyes that complemented his neatly tailored dark green velvet attire edged with gold. He resembled a prince stepped out from a tale, though his overall demeanor appeared rather melancholic. "This outfit fits quite well, my lord, but the yellow lining at the cuffs does not quite match your appearance. So please remove it. I need to make some adjustments," the elderly tailor stated with utmost seriousness. Blue, distracted, nodded absent-mindedly. His thoughts were not focused on what he was wearing, but rather on the misty words that floated before him in the mirror. Race level, LV2. Class, Bard Knight. Class level, Novice. Class traits, sensitive to melody, spirit of the ballad. Knowledge acquired, Heraldry LV7, Swimming LV7, Archery LV5. Knowledge acquired, Poison crafting LV5, Dagger mastery LV5. Fishing LV2. Derived traits, Spirit medium, Valyrian bloodline, mutation. Curse of the Embers, Son of a warrior, Spirit of the medium. The fruits of several months of training lay hidden beneath the knightly vocation. Whenever Blue concentrated on them, The misty words transformed into another line. Osmanship LV6, Lance Mastery LV4. Swordsmanship LV4, Shield Mastery LV4, Spear Mastery LV2. The Bard class exhibited similar traits, save for the class level. His gaze then settled on the 3 newly added traits in the attribute section. Spirit of the Ballad. Whenever you perform an action in accordance with the knightly spirit before others, your combat abilities and physical prowess will be enhanced by the power of belief. Son of a warrior. In battle, you will receive the blessing of a warrior, one of the 7 aspects of the divine, rendering you impervious to pain, while your prayers and requests are more likely to receive a response from him. Spirit of the medium. When a living being harbors a strong desire to communicate with you, you can faintly hear their innermost thoughts. Chapter 120. The Extinction of Dragons. Nestled in the Red Keep, the epicenter of power, even the lives of children seemed unable to maintain tranquility. After hastily trying on the garments, Bluley had scarcely caught his breath when another visitor unexpectedly arrived. The newcomer was somewhat surprising, Tyrion of House Lannister. Although much time had passed, Bluley still remembered him, having previously shown some reluctance to engage. His sudden appearance now piqued Bluley's curiosity. "My sister noticed you skipped breakfast and specifically sent me with these," he said as he entered the room. This young man, 4 or 5 years Bluley's senior, yet of similar height, donned in the Lannister family's signature scarlet silk attire, which only accentuated his peculiar appearance. Bluley seldom commented on others' appearances, but this individual was decidedly distinctive. It was impossible not to notice him. Nonetheless, he endeavored to restrain his gaze, striving to be polite and avoid lingering too long, lest he provoke the other's sensitive nerves. "Please extend my gratitude to your sister, Tyrion," he replied, his gaze drawn to the platter of succulent roasted capon that had just been presented. A sudden pang of hunger surged through him, evidently. After an extended period in the realm of the copies, the true body of Lannister was famished. Thus, he momentarily suppressed the remnants of his thoughts, redirecting his focus towards the impending feast. The servant who had delivered the meal had discreetly taken his leave, leaving only the 2 boys in the room. Seated at a small table on the balcony, one began to slice the food with a dagger, while the other sat in silence, seemingly at a loss for words. This Lannister appeared to bear some diplomatic mission, and it was evident that his presence here was not purely voluntary. Yet, he seemed unable to summon a suitable topic of conversation, his expression betraying an awkwardness. Eventually, his eyes alighted upon a stack of parchment volumes atop a low cabinet in the corner of the balcony. "Are you interested in the church's military endeavors?" he inquired, sighing inwardly in relief. Those books had been collected by Lannister prior to his immersion in the realm, driven by a desire to understand history. But they held little value for him now. "It's nothing much, just browsing," the dark-haired boy replied, his mouth full and his words muffled by grease. The other did not pursue the topic further and began to peruse the book. Lannister paid little heed to this exchange. His thoughts were consumed by the prospect of eating, and the dish before him seemed particularly appealing. Typically, his breakfast would consist of lighter fare, such as porridge, soup, or bread, a habit rooted in his previous existence. However, the relentless growling of his stomach rendered him unconcerned about dietary balance, and the butter-laden roasted capon appeared to him as a divine delicacy. As the name suggests, a capon is a rooster that has been castrated or otherwise rendered incapable of reproduction, raised by farmers and sold at a premium to the nobility or kept by lords themselves. While the meat of an ordinary rooster is not particularly palatable, the specially treated capon boasts tenderness and juiciness that far surpasses regular chicken, enhanced by the subtle creaminess imparted by butter and the medley of spices that fill its cavity. Each bite melds a symphony of flavors, the rich aroma lingering long after, compelling him to indulge again and again, especially for Lannister. Though the church had not prohibited the consumption of meat, it was apparent that the food was seldom delectable. Thus, one boy devoured his meal with reckless abandon, while the other remained engrossed in his reading. The balcony window, previously opened by the departing servant, allowed a gentle sea breeze to waft in, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. It seemed the purpose of the visit had slipped from the Lannister's mind, and Lannister himself paid little attention to these trivialities. However, it was not long before Tyrion appeared to recollect his intent, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Do you know why dragons went extinct, Lannister?" "Because being burned by dragon fire is quite painful," Lannister replied, his response vague and somewhat off-topic. Tyrion faltered momentarily at this. Yet observing his dark-haired companion so relaxed in his feasting, he gradually shed his own discomfort and continued, "My uncle claims the church played a role in the dragon's demise." Tyrion seemed particularly fascinated by dragons, repeatedly steering the conversation back to them. Is that so? Lannister asked, feigning curiosity. Indeed, Tyrion nodded gravely, you see. Queen Alicent during the Dance of the Dragons was a Hightower, and it was a mad monk from the Beggars' Guild who incited the mob in King's Landing to storm the dragon's lair. My uncle said that those who recklessly charged into the dragon's den seemed less like ordinary men and more like fervent zealots of the gods. This information struck Lannister as somewhat rehearsed. He remained silent, concentrating on his meal. Historically, the Church's rebellion had concluded in failure. Faced with the dragons of House Targaryen, the Church was compelled to kneel after suffering countless casualties, ultimately dissolving its armed forces, paving the way for the Targaryen dynasty's most glorious era. However, this splendor was short-lived. Soon ravaged by a civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, also referred to as the Princess and the Queen, the Greens and the Blacks. As the name suggests, the conflict was characterized by the rivalry between two women, the Targaryen princess with a legitimate claim to the Iron Throne and her stepmother, who asserted that her son was the rightful heir. Their discord led to the fracturing of the Targaryen dynasty, igniting a cataclysmic clash between dragons, resulting in the demise of numerous dragon lords and their dragons. By the end of the turmoil, only 3 dragons remained in Targaryen possession, all of which eventually perished, and the hatchlings that followed were either stillborn or monstrous aberrations, incapable of survival. Rumors circulated that scholars were involved, and it was well known that the headquarters of the scholars in the Church's Starry September were located in the old town of the Reach, hinting at a close relationship. Noticing Lannister's silence, Tyrion appeared somewhat uncomfortable, uncertain of how to proceed. Lannister then spoke. Though the Hightower family are the lords and rulers of Old Town, it does not necessarily follow that they would ally with the Church. Furthermore, Alicent, the queen at that time, would have desired her son to inherit the throne and govern the 7 kingdoms, and thus would not have actively conspired to instigate civil strife. The Hightower family of Old Town had a long lineage, having founded the citadel that nurtured the scholarly class, and within their domain lay the Church's former headquarters, the Starry September. Interestingly, many archbishops hailed from their family. In the realm where Lannister had previously resided, the then archbishop was a Hightower, the very figure who rallied the faithful against the monstrous king. Thus, in terms of prominence, this family far surpassed the Tyrells of Highgarden, yet they remained notably understated. This was information absent from Lannister's memories of his past life, but his current education compelled him to acknowledge this invisible behemoth. My uncle says the Hightowers would undoubtedly prefer the dragons to be extinct, perhaps even at the behest of their family, Tyrion began, only to trail off, staring incredulously at Lannister. At that moment, Lannister's expression mirrored Tyrion's shock. He had just realized that the chicken leg he had been gnawing on had begun to twitch. The sight of it writhing as if a living chicken were being savaged by his teeth was both comical and horrifying. Involuntarily, he loosened his grip, and the roasted chicken leg sprang forth onto the table before him, leaving a greasy stain as it rolled and leapt out of the window, embarking on an unexpected descent. The 2 boys instinctively turned to witness the chicken leg crash at the base of the Maegor's holdfast, only to continue its frantic motion, rolling away and disappearing into the spiny, desiccated moat. The atmosphere grew palpably strange. Chapter 121, Retort. The atmosphere within this small bedroom of the Maegor's hold was eerily silent. The 2 boys positioned at the balcony area stood transfixed, gazing out of the window, their expressions frozen in a state of shock as they remained speechless for a considerable duration. Eventually, they exchanged a glance. "Why is the chicken leg you brought moving?" the raven-haired boy inquired, breaking the silence. The blond boy, already taken aback, responded blankly, I don't know. It's cooked, but why is it moving? Could this castle truly be haunted? Balon pondered aloud. At this, Tyrion felt a tightening in his chest, unable to restrain himself from withdrawing his gaze from the window, stammering. Should we call for the guards? That would be prudent, Balon nodded solemnly, his small face grave. But I doubt they would believe what we witnessed. Tyrion nodded in agreement, his complexion paling. He then returned to his seat, growing increasingly restless, his eyes frequently darting towards the remaining half of the roasted chicken. His expression a mixture of fear and burgeoning curiosity. In light of the situation, Balon lost his appetite as well, shifting his chair back a few paces and gesturing towards the food on the table, saying, "This chicken is peculiar. I believe we should take it to Maester Pycelle. Perhaps he can discern why its leg is moving." "I'll handle that," the other boy replied suddenly. "Then I will inquire with our maester. Pycelle is currently preoccupied with wedding preparations, and 1 tea have the time." "Very well, but do exercise caution. The remaining half of that chicken might spring to life as well," Balon warned kindly. Tyrion clenched his teeth and nodded, then stood, trembling as he lifted the plate in preparation to take his leave. At that moment, Balon recalled something, and, as he accompanied Tyrion to the door, he said, "May the warrior grant you courage, Tyrion." Upon hearing this, Tyrion's expression grew more serious. Yet his trembling hand steadied as he nodded firmly at Balon before hastening down the corridor. Balon watched thoughtfully as Tyrion's figure disappeared, then shook his head and closed the door. His gaze shifted to his left wrist. The roasted chicken leg had scuttled away. This seemed to him a matter worthy of investigation. Yet Balon couldn't help but suspect it was somehow linked to him. After all, he had grasped the chicken leg with his left hand, which bore a tattoo known as the Mark of Chaos. Chaos, frowning as he examined the mark on his wrist. Balon hesitated to ascertain its true nature. He touched the door and the walls, but nothing extraordinary transpired. He found himself lost in thought. The girl's affectionate smile lingered vividly in his memory, and the questions he had previously dared not ponder now surged forth uncontrollably. What, after all, is the child of chaos? This query seemed shrouded in a thick fog. Initially, Balon believed this title suggested a connection between Rhea and himself, with him being the embodiment of chaos. Although this suspicion was fraught with uncertainties, it could be justified. After all, his actions upon entering the alternate timeline had indeed veered history onto a different trajectory, verging on chaos. Furthermore, the girl in question, in terms of appearance and lineage, seemed to resonate with him. Yet, as he stared at his wrist, Balon found himself reconsidering. What truly is the child of chaos? Is it genuinely his offspring, or a being formed from powers beyond his comprehension? Does the term child of chaos imply a singular meaning, or does it encompass something more? What does chaos itself signify? The ensuing questions were equally perplexing. What is the nature of this alternate history? Is it a parallel world, or merely a bygone segment of the world he inhabits? The existence of an egg-born creature was already enough to confound Balon, though he had previously reassured himself that this was merely a fantastical realm. The emergence of this mark, an emblem absent from the system's information, left him feeling utterly bewildered. The contrast between the so-called reward and the myriad rewards previously bestowed upon him was stark. The egg of a creature that devours insects, the uncanny resemblance to a benefactor, and an inexplicable aptitude for acquiring literacy. All these seemingly trivial, yet profoundly significant clues surged to the forefront of his mind. Clearly, Rhea could not simply be a bizarre byproduct of egg birth. The girl, intricately linked to dragons, could not merely be his daughter. So what is she? What does the path of righteousness entail? What has become of her? Standing in contemplation with a countenance fluctuating between hope and despair, he sighed, feeling his thoughts entwined in a chaotic knot. Resolving to set aside these matters, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a few books nestled in the corner of the balcony. After a moment of reflection, the raven-haired boy approached and gathered them, returning them to the table. He then seated himself in a chair on the balcony, gazing out at the castle and the sea beyond, a landscape both familiar and foreign. Balon felt a pang of discontent, though not due to the questions that plagued him. Having traversed the realms of reincarnation and alternate timelines, he had grown accustomed to the multitude of enigmas that eluded his understanding, devoid of the compulsion to unravel every mystery. After all, with so little knowledge at his disposal, grasping at straws would only lead to further confusion. His only regret lay in the haste of his departure, leaving him without the opportunity to bid farewell. He would encounter Tyrion again on the morning following the chicken leg incident, coinciding with the day of Robert and Cersei's wedding. Having entered the alternate timeline during the brief interlude before his brother's wedding, Balon emerged without a moment's respite to relax or delve into his newfound abilities. Instead, thrust into a whirlwind of various obligations. The city of King's Landing was abuzz with activity. Common folk chattered excitedly about the impending nuptials, while noble lords busied themselves donning splendid attire and preparing lavish gifts under the attentive eyes of their servants. The venue for King Robert's wedding was the magnificent Great September of Baelor, perched atop the Visegnaz Hill, yet a breakfast banquet would precede the ceremony within the Red Keep. The attendees primarily consisted of family members from both newlyweds and their respective lords and knights, who offered their congratulations to the king with splendid gifts, exquisite jewels, ornate belts, solid gold spurs, and a variety of daggers. Though the new king had been crowned not long ago, his preferences had already become widely known, aside from revelry and combat. Robert Baratheon had a particular fondness for collecting daggers, making their presence among the gifts all the more abundant. Despite his youth, Balon was also expected to present a gift. Initially, he considered rummaging through his belongings for something trivial, as he believed no one would pay heed to his offering. However, the master of the court preemptively devised a suitable gift for him, transforming Balon's offering into a pure gold cloak clasp, neither overly extravagant nor entirely cheap. Yet, presenting gifts was not the only task awaiting Balon that day. At this moment, the middle-aged court steward, distinguished by his prominent nose, incessantly buzzed in the boy's ear, meticulously instructing him on his duties during the forthcoming wedding. In truth, the tasks were rather trivial, merely to assist his elder brother by bearing the cloak and to scatter petals as a flower boy for the newlyweds. Nevertheless, despite the simplicity of these responsibilities, the royal steward appeared to harbor considerable apprehension, causing Bran to feel a tinge of impatience. Thus, upon spotting Tyrion, the imp of House Lannister amid a throng of golden-haired relatives, he resolutely strode towards him, disregarding the incessant prattling of the steward, who regarded him as a mere child. "Good morning, Tyrion," he greeted as he approached, to which the well-dressed, albeit unattractive, boy replied with equal formality. After a brief exchange with a golden-haired gentleman holding his hand, Tyrion and Bran retreated to a secluded corner of the breakfast banquet. For reasons unbeknownst to Bran, the little Lannister seemed somewhat dejected. "Curious," Bran inquired, and Tyrion cast a glance towards Lord Tywin, who was engaged in conversation with the king, before responding in a hushed tone. "Father has taken the chicken away to feed the dogs." His voice was tinged with melancholy. "Why?" asked Bran. "Because he claimed that my reaction upon seeing the chicken resembled that of a beggar encountering a golden dragon." "Did you not send the chicken to your maester?" Bran queried, perplexed. "I had intended to, but then I became curious to see if it might revive, so I refrained from delivering it," Tyrion explained, seemingly anxious that Bran might accuse him of inconsistency, thus pivoting the conversation. "Eventually, my father discovered this, and I had a few words with him. It appeared that the previous incident involving the chicken had fostered a sense of camaraderie between them, as the little fellow seemed a tad brighter, albeit still somewhat disheartened. He cast a wary glance at his bald, middle-aged father, evidently haunted by their prior encounter. Observing his timid demeanor, Bran found it hard to believe he had dared to speak back to an elder. This prompted him to recall a statement he had made to Tyrion the previous day, leading him to ask, "Why did you speak back? Did he say something particularly outrageous?" "Not particularly," Tyrion hesitated. "Father merely wished for me to dispose of the chicken. I did not want to, and when he ordered me to comply, I did not intend to retaliate, yet I could not restrain myself." Chapter 122. The wedding. The throngs of guests arriving for the wedding resembled an ocean of darkness, filling the grand hall of the cathedral, rendering the morning's breakfast gathering but a mere appetizer in comparison. At this moment, Bran stood beneath the statue of a deity at the center of the hall, cradling the heavy golden cloak, fulfilling his designated role as the king's younger brother. To his side stood the wedding couple, the dark-haired king, clad in a brocade of gold and black satin, draped in a velvet cloak, and beside him, a statuesque girl with cascading golden curls in a gown of scarlet silk. They stood before the statue of the father and mother, receiving the blessing of the archbishop. The corpulent archbishop, adorned with a magnificent crown of gold leaf and crystal, was illuminated by sunlight streaming through the cathedral's tall windows, causing the crystal crown to shimmer and refract a spectrum of colors with every slight movement of his head. His voice resonated, echoing through the sea of attendees, shrouded in a reverent silence devoid of even a cough. Bran focused intently on the archbishop's thick, sausage-like lips as they moved, appearing earnest, yet his thoughts had already begun to wander. A revelation from the breakfast gathering had ignited a flicker of curiosity regarding the church, or perhaps the deity it served. If the traits of a warrior's son were capable of invoking the response of a warrior, did that not suggest the existence of deities in this world? If they did exist, in what form might they manifest? Furthermore, what connection did they hold with the historical narratives he traversed? The traits acquired from these historical narratives seemed to resonate within reality. Could this not imply that history and reality were, in fact, one and the same? Or were the so-called deities merely akin to mechanical constructs, responding to specific powers within Bran, granting him wishes as he articulated them? The efficacy of this trait seemed limited, perhaps tied to a duration of existence. Yet the implications it bore compelled Bran to ponder deeply. However, with a packed schedule ahead, he had little opportunity to thoroughly investigate. To what extent could it operate? Could it fulfill all wishes, or was it restricted solely to warrior-related matters? What was its precise duration? The lengthy wedding ceremony proved somewhat tedious, yet the passage of time, engulfed in contemplation, seemed to fly by unnoticed. The ceremony was intricate. In Westeros, the number 7 held profound significance, permeating customs, laws, and daily life, as the deity was perceived as one, yet comprised of 7 aspects. Thus, The newlywed couple was required to recite 7 vows and receive 7 blessings while exchanging promises 7 times. After enduring this extensive ritual, Bran found his arms weary from supporting the cloak, yet upon hearing the choir commence with the wedding hymn, he felt invigorated. Did the assembled guests harbor doubts regarding the legitimacy of this union? The archbishop's authoritative voice reverberated throughout the cathedral, casting an air of solemnity. This inquiry was a customary part of the wedding ceremony, and typically, no one would dare disrupt the proceedings, which indeed held true in this instance. Thus, the ceremonial exchange of cloaks commenced, with the imposing Lord Tywin Lannister stepping forth to remove the cloak from his daughter's shoulders. As the youngest brother, Bran approached in synchronized steps, presenting the heavy golden cloak he held in his hands to his elder brother. Upon receiving the cloak, Tywin unfurled it, enveloping the bride and fastening it with his own hands. Following a deep kiss between the bride and Robert, the archbishop proclaimed here, "In the presence of the gods and the assembled multitude, I solemnly declare that Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon and Cersei Lannister of House Lannister are now wed, united as one body, one heart, and one soul for eternity. Any who dare to interfere with their union shall suffer an unrelenting curse." With this pronouncement, a thunderous applause erupted from the gathered nobility, marking the official conclusion of the wedding ceremony. However, the conclusion of the ceremony did not signify the end of the wedding festivities. Numerous subsequent rituals awaited, such as the couple standing beneath the statue of Saint Baelor to receive the blessings of the populace and nobility, followed by the evening's wedding banquet, culminating in the traditional bedding ceremony. Throughout this process, Bran served as both a page and flower boy, finding the task somewhat monotonous. Worried that the flowers in his grasp might unexpectedly spring to life or manifest some other peculiarities. Fortunately, until the completion of his duties and his return to the Red Keep, no such incidents occurred. Your tasks are nearly complete. During the evening banquet, several noble maidens will invite you to dance. Before that, you should return and practice to avoid any embarrassment later, the steward advised. In the carriage, soft murmurs echoed as Stannis, adorned in a striking ensemble of gold and black, admonished his seemingly inattentive younger brother. "Are you certain?" Lancel glanced at his rather abrasive half-brother. "Me, at such a small stature, going to dance with people? Wouldn't they have to bend down and bounce around?" However, it was evident that Stannis had no intention of addressing this query, as he continued unperturbed. "Regardless of other matters, you must attend breakfast tomorrow. Do not concoct excuses as you did yesterday. It is a matter of courtesy, lest the new queen take issue with you." Hearing such words from another was commonplace. Yet the peculiar delivery from his half-brother struck Lancel as somewhat astonishing, for he had always perceived Stannis to lack emotional intelligence. After the wedding, Mace Tyrell would prepare to depart from King's Landing, and you shall accompany him to the Reach. Observing the boy's perplexed expression, Stannis remarked, "I oppose sending you to be a ward, but Robert insists on it. He is now king, and I cannot quarrel with him." Lancel nodded, anticipating further admonitions, thus feigning attentiveness. Yet, after uttering this statement, Stannis fell silent, merely sitting there, gazing at the boy, occasionally glancing outside the carriage, lost in contemplation, leaving Lancel bemused. Yet, accustomed to this oddity, he dismissed the matter and turned his focus inward, reflecting upon the present, the past, and even the future. The banquet would commence later that evening, and the interim held no demands for him. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Lancel was escorted back to Maegor's Holdfast. However, before he could enter his small chamber, he unexpectedly spotted an individual who ought not to be there, the peculiar man from the Stormlands, from whom he had pilfered a dagger. Chapter 123, The Lost Eggshell. The Stormlander, Holland Reed, was of slender build and diminutive stature, clad in a nondescript gray robe, his appearance quite ordinary, one easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet, Lancel could not help but take note of him, not merely due to his theft, but because this man seemed to possess an unusual essence. Upon encountering Holland, who was being guided by a servant through the halls of Maegor's Holdfast, Lancel instinctively wondered if there was some peculiar magical mark on the dagger that had led him here. Regardless of such thoughts, he approached with a facade of normalcy and greeted, "Long time no see, Lord Holland." "Greetings, Lord Lancel," the man replied, his demeanor seemingly unremarkable, prompting Lancel to breathe a sigh of relief. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What brings you here?" This was a reasonable question, for Maegor's Holdfast was accessible only to select individuals, such as royal offspring or Lannister relatives. "I possess a modest expertise in architecture. His Majesty Robert summoned me to assess the Red Keep and assist in drafting a renovation plan," Holland responded, to which the servant beside him nodded in agreement. Lancel, relieved, replied, "Oh, I see. Please, continue your work, my lord. I must take my leave to rest, as I am to attend a banquet this evening. He turned to depart. But Holland called him back, asking, Lord Lancel, I have heard you keep a black cat? Indeed, Lancel nodded. This was common knowledge within the Red Keep. For the cat had gained notoriety after Lancel's decree, stirring idle gossip among the courtiers. The twins from House Redwine had even foolishly approached Robert, who was not yet king, demanding the cat, resulting in their embarrassment and further amplifying the feline's fame. May I see the cat? Holland inquired eagerly. Why is that so important? Lancel asked, intrigued. Although he recognized the cat's uniqueness, he could not fathom its significance to this Stormlander. The cat may belong to a rare and long-lost breed, Holland replied earnestly. I am quite fond of studying the fauna of Westeros and wish to observe it closely. Such a claim seemed implausible to Lancel, who inwardly scoffed, while outwardly expressing. That sounds fascinating, but regrettably, I have not seen the cat for several days. It has vanished? Holland fronet. Essentially, yes. Or it has wandered off to some hidden corner. Lancel explained. The cat was originally a wild creature. Stannis claims wild cats are hard to tame, so its disappearance does not surprise me. Holland appeared somewhat disheartened, but did not press the matter further, offering a polite farewell. Watching him depart, Lancel pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He had not lied. Ever since he had left the confines of the narrative, the cat had been missing, and its absence weighed on him, for it was indeed a remarkable creature. But what connection could this Stormlander possibly have with it? Was it due to its shape-shifting abilities? Many folklore tales from the north spoke of shapeshifters capable of embodying animals, and Lancel had long suspected that this black cat was one such entity, which explained its remarkable intelligence. His mind wandered through various conjectures, yet the truth remained elusive. This question, amidst his myriad of uncertainties, held little significance, so Lancel chose to disregard it and continued on his path. However, upon turning, he suddenly noticed two sneaky boys peeking around the corner of the open corridor. This made Lancel suspicious that perhaps his cat had been captured by these two mischievous children. Without hesitation, he hastened towards them, accompanied by his two guards. The pair of twins, with their peculiar orange hair, were startled, seemingly not expecting to be discovered. They quickly withdrew their heads to hide. Yet, Lancel had already identified them, and even as they scurried back to their quarters, they could not evade his inquiry. Did you steal my cat? He demanded after knocking on the door. The two faces that emerged from behind the door exchanged glances before responding in unison. We did not steal your cat. Then why did you run when you saw me? Lancel pressed, skepticism evident in his voice. You look frightening, the stockier boy answered cautiously. While the shorter one retorted, if we didn't run, would we be calling you my lord? We have no desire to address you that way. What kind of excuse is that? Lancel frowned, dubious, yet they did not appear to be lying. Thus, he reiterated, you truly did not steal my cat? Only thieves steal. The shorter twin proclaimed defiantly. If we were to take anything, it would be by force, not theft. As soon as the words left his lips, the tall man nudged his companion beside him, whispering in a barely audible tone, do not speak thus. This fellow is now the Lord of Dragonstone, and we must not act recklessly. What of it? Our father is still the Lord of Dragonstone. The shorter one retorted, but then swiftly shifted his focus toward Lancel, saying, I hear you are to become my grandmother's ward at the arbor. That means we shall be family, and thus we ought to grow closer. Therefore, I shall not hold it against you for wronging us. Would you care to join us in our play? I would rather not engage in the company of fools. Lancel replied with utmost seriousness, especially those who are both ugly and foolish, and who bear an uncanny resemblance to one another. This remark caused the shorter man's face to darken, and he glared at Lancel, seemingly ready to roll up his sleeves for a brawl. Meanwhile, the tall man huffed, indignantly retorting, as if you were any more handsome, you loathsome wretch. With that, he slammed the door shut, providing a semblance of sanctuary for his would-be combatant. Unperturbed by the door's closure, Lancel relied on his keen hearing, catching faint sounds from within, and began to furrow his brow in contemplation. They appear to be unrelated to the disappearance of the black cat. But where had his cat truly gone? Initially, Lancel had not placed much significance on it. Yet with the recent arrival of the men from the Reach, he found the search for the cat to be of paramount importance, though he regretted his lack of clues. As he walked back to his lodgings, his mind wandered, and he encountered the imp from House Lannister, who greeted him with a peculiar glance that left Lancel feeling rather bewildered. However, he chose to dismiss it. Upon returning to his chambers, he searched thoroughly, finding no trace of the cat nor any relevant clues. Instead, he stumbled upon a trove of discarded eggshells. A multitude of dragon eggshells he had once deemed unpalatable, which he had meticulously wrapped and secured within a locked box. As the evening's wedding banquet commenced, Lancel remained preoccupied with the quandary of the vanished cat and the missing eggshells. The disappearance of the cat seemed somewhat ordinary, given its nature as a living creature. Yet the absence of the eggshells was decidedly troubling. He had previously confined those shells within his refuse box, and to prevent anyone from tampering with them unbeknownst to him, he had employed a trick from his distant memories, placing a hair over the lock. Thus, should anyone have disturbed the lock, he would have been alerted. However, when he had opened the box earlier, the hair remained intact. Yet the eggshells were nowhere to be found. How could something vanish under the protection of a locked box, a hair, and a door firmly secured? Lancel felt as though he was entangled in a supernatural mystery, compounded by the disappearance of his cat and the sudden appearance of the men from the Reach. A myriad of questions swirled within his mind, and in his distraction, the dark-haired boy found himself slicing a plate of onion and cheese pie into an unrecognizable mess. Oblivious to the fact that the golden-haired boy seated beside him, who had been ignoring him, had glanced his way, opening his mouth as if to speak, only to falter repeatedly. In the expansive throne room, the atmosphere was vibrant with life. Long tables were arrayed around the hall, as servants scurried about, presenting an array of fragrant delicacies. The nobles rose to toast the king as he stood, their voices rising in a jubilant chorus. Amidst the clinking of goblets, renowned singers from across the Seven Kingdoms took turns performing before the royal table, while the air was filled with music and flickering lights, creating an increasingly festive ambience. The king's table, positioned in the shadow of the towering iron throne, was sufficiently large to accommodate all the direct family members of both parties involved in the union. Lancel was seated 3 chairs away from the king, flanked by 2 Lannisters, Tyrion, his contemporary, and a fair-haired youth named Jane. With the surrounding noise, the golden-haired youth engaged in a hushed conversation with Stannis, his smile belied by the fact that he had been struggling for words for quite some time, much to his companion's indifference. Further away, at the heart of the gathering, the young king watched the acrobatic performances of men and women with keen interest, occasionally conversing with those beside him, his words hinting at entertaining tricks and feats. Beside him, the newlywed queen maintained her poised demeanor, eliciting admiration from those who observed her, both openly and discreetly. Of course, due to certain widely circulated rumors, many gazes lingered on a figure clad in a white robe with golden hair, standing solemnly in the shadow of the Iron Throne, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. The instigator of this gathering remained oblivious to the peculiar attention, his thoughts drifting from the matter of the Black Cat to various personal musings, and even contemplating future endeavors. The din of the banquet provided an excellent backdrop for his reflections, yet his reverie was abruptly shattered by the voice of the boy beside him. "I find it curious." Lancel, came the voice, tinged with a complex mix of emotions: anticipation, conflict, disappointment, and anxiety. Lancel turned to see the famously peculiar imp, his features contorted in a way that betrayed his inner turmoil. "What do you find curious?" Lancel inquired. "This afternoon, you mocked their appearance," the boy replied, a hint of incredulity in his tone. Lancel raised an eyebrow, taken aback, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, what of it?" "You said you would not associate with those who are both ugly and foolish," the golden-haired boy continued, fixing Lancel with an earnest gaze. "But why do you choose to associate with me?" This question left Lancel momentarily perplexed, unable to fathom why the boy would pose such an inquiry. Yet before he could respond, the boy continued, "I am far uglier, and I do not consider myself particularly clever. What else more, aside from my unattractiveness? I'm also a deformed dwarf." As he spoke, his heterochromatic eyes scrutinized Lancel's expression. "Given your demeanor when speaking to those two, you ought to disregard someone like me entirely. So why do you not look down upon me?" He pressed, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Is it because of my lineage?" He speculated. "But that cannot be the case. Many treat me with undue courtesy due to my family. Yet their gazes lack the warmth of yours. What could be the reason?" The sensitive and fragile boy, with his wrinkled features, gazed intently at Lancel, as though grappling with a profound mystery. "I have pondered this all afternoon and have yet to arrive at an answer. Can you enlighten me? Why do you dwell on such matters?" Lancel thought to himself with a sigh of resignation. Yet he also recognized his own uncertainties and chose to set them aside for the moment. After a brief pause, he replied, "You may indeed be a bit unattractive, but I do not think you are foolish." This statement prompted the boy to scratch his head, puzzled. "So you believe I am clever?" No, Lancel shook his head, watching as the boy's expression turned blank. "I believe you will be clever in the future." This was, for the most part, a candid assertion, but unfortunately, the boy could not grasp the meaning behind Lancel's words, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Seeing this, Lancel explained, "You enjoy reading?" and you are quite capable of immersing yourself in books. This is significant, for even among the adults, few possess a genuine fondness for reading. Scholars too share this passion. Tyrion shook his head at this. Such an attribute is hardly commendable. The mere love for reading is not particularly remarkable. Lancel replied, yet, a boy who can engage with a book without needing to be urged is, in my estimation, rather rare. As he spoke, he turned away, slicing a morsel of what appeared to be either peacock or heron meat and stuffing it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. So, returning to the earlier question, why is my attitude towards you different from that of others? It is because I have faith in your future. Is that all? The other asked, momentarily taken aback. You believe in the future of dwarf. And why not? What else could there be? Lancel shrugged. Be a bit more optimistic. Tyrion, you possess numerous virtues, though you may be unaware of them, or perhaps you do know yet lack confidence. I suspect this is due to your appearance. But I hold that one's exterior does not dictate the essence of who they may become. Only effort and the choices one makes can do that. Having said this, he paid no mind to Tyrion's expression, lowering his gaze to a bowl of meat stew, gulping it down. However, when the corner of his eye caught sight of an object intruding into his view, he paused mid-swallow, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was a rather dusty, animated chicken leg rolling on the ground. Chapter 125, The Dog That Crashed the Banquet. Within the grand hall, the banquet attendees seemed to number in the thousands. Yet from the long table situated under the iron throne at the far end, one could still discern most of the happenings clearly. This was due not only to the elevation of the table's surface above the rest of the hall, but also because a sizable open space was left in the center, where acrobats and singers performed in succession, and soon many noblemen and women would join in, dancing gracefully. However, just as two jesters, dressed as clowns, were performing their ridiculous dance, a dusty chicken leg suddenly rolled out from among the crowded tables and chairs, making a hasty escape deeper into the hall. Close behind was a dog, a white-haired pet with long ears, its short legs bounding as its ears flopped about, barking excitedly, though its voice was drowned out by the greater clamor of the banquet, rendering it almost inaudible. At the edge of the open area, a middle-aged nobleman, seated and engaged in jovial conversation with those beside him, was the first to notice the white dog darting past, soon followed by the realization of what it was chasing, leaving him momentarily speechless. The few around him who heard the commotion turned to look, gasping in surprise, while an elderly man adorned with a shield emblem on his chest rubbed his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "What on earth is that?" No one answered his inquiry, for the rushing dog had now reached the jesters, one of whom, with ketchup smeared across his face and a pig's bladder in hand, was pirouetting on one leg, only to be knocked to the ground by the dog, emitting a yelp of pain. Many bewildered spectators assumed this was part of the jester's act and erupted into laughter. But those who recognized the truth wore expressions of confusion or fear, or stood there in stunned silence. The Duke of the Riverlands, seated near the head of the table, had been engaged in light-hearted banter with the Duke of the North when he suddenly witnessed a dirt-covered object leap onto his table, subsequently diving into a bowl of bacon mushroom soup, splattering scalding broth all over him. Ordinarily, such an incident would have darkened his countenance, but at that moment, he unconsciously swallowed, his gaze fixed in horror upon the wriggling thing in his soup. Before he could utter a word, the supposed inanimate object abruptly overturned the bowl with a crash and quickly rolled away to the side. Beside him, Eddard Stark was equally astounded, yet rather than remain passive, he swiftly lunged with his dagger as the creature passed, only for it to deftly evade, rolling away with surprising agility. The sound of clattering dishes accompanied the gasps of astonishment from the long table, as the now-soaked chicken leg finally landed in the arms of the Duke of Riverrun. Startled, jumped up, and the dog that had been lurking beneath their table immediately dashed after it. By the gods, what in the world is that? Under the table. On the table, in the open area, chaos erupted amid a cacophony of shouts and frightened cries. Even those who had not witnessed the spectacle were drawn to the commotion, and the increasingly panicked atmosphere prompted many to hastily vacate their seats, while others gathered closer. The young king at the head of the table did not overlook the scene. His eyes widened as he watched the dog and the chicken leg weave through the legs of the banquet-goers. Beside him, the new queen covered her mouth in fear, while two young boys nearby fixated on the familiar sight, their thoughts diverging sharply from those of the others. The farce was ultimately halted by a foot. Unbeknownst to anyone, Stannis had quietly moved into the path of the bounding chicken leg, and, seizing the moment, stomped it underfoot. Feeling the unusual resistance beneath him, he frowned. However, before he could bend down to retrieve the creature, it surprisingly slipped free from his grasp and swiftly escaped, though not before the nearby little white dog, ever quick, pounced upon it, eagerly biting down and chewing. It appeared so impatient, as though it believed it had stumbled upon a delicacy. The chicken leg struggling in its jaws and paws, yet failing to escape, ultimately reduced to nothing but bones by the voracious pup. The once raucous banquet had grown eerily quiet, with hundreds of eyes fixed in astonishment upon the scene, none daring to intervene, not even Stannis, who stood by the dog. The little dog, having achieved its goal, did not retreat, but, seeming almost intoxicated, fell to the ground and barked haphazardly, before, in full view of the astonished nobles. It rose to its hind legs, clutching the leg of a nearby individual, and proceeded to shake. The absurdity of the situation was striking, yet undeniably bizarre. After a brief silence, the tension broke and uncontrollable laughter erupted, shattering the tranquility of the throne room, as one by one, attendees succumbed to fits of giggles. The involved parties remained remarkably composed, quietly observing the spectacle without disturbance, only to see the dog, appearing to have no other abnormalities aside from its apparent excitement, receive a swift kick, sending it yelping away. However, the little dog was far from finished. Upon landing, it quickly sprang to its feet, its eyes ablaze with fervor, and once more latched onto the leg of a figure clad in red robes, continuing to express its primal urges. The laughter of the onlookers grew more boisterous, while the figure clad in red, clinging to someone's leg, appeared to be in a drunken stupor, slumped in a chair at the dining table. Feeling something amiss with his legs, he glanced down in bewilderment, mumbling incomprehensibly, "Whose good little dog are you, so eager to greet?" Clearly oblivious to the preceding events. His words incited a wave of laughter from those around him, including several dukes and even the young king, who erupted into hearty guffaws. Yet beneath the mirth, a lingering question persisted. With no strings attached and no external forces at play, the banquet hall was dimly lit. Yet that did not hinder the guests from discerning the truth. A moving chicken leg? It appeared to be cooked. This was a sight none had ever witnessed before. "So adored by dogs. Henceforth we shall call you Soros, son of a dog." "Ha ha ha," the young king jested, feigning ease while his brow furrowed unconsciously, as others chuckled along. Surely the gods above are impatient, dispatching this dog to urge our king to conclude the banquet swiftly. Whether this was a jest or a self-soothing remark remained uncertain. Regardless, the festivities continued, though many guests seemed preoccupied. Shortly after, the perpetually animated dog was hastily whisked away by a member of the Fry family from the nearby River Bay, evidently a pet of theirs. Yet, few noticed that after kicking the dog away, Stannis bent down to retrieve something still wriggling beneath his feet. After a moment of contemplation, he handed it to the visibly alarmed Grand Maester Pycelle. Chapter 126, Customs and Consequences. Amidst the chaotic upheaval, the wedding banquet persevered, albeit the focus of discussions had shifted away from the wedding itself. Astonishment, contemplation, fear, curiosity, some pretentious individuals began to circulate various implausible explanations, while those with genuine knowledge remained notably reticent, lost in their thoughts. At this juncture, the atmosphere grew restless. Even the king himself leaned in to whisper to Grand Maester Pycelle, inquiring about the peculiar moving object, leaving little room for others to speak. The prevailing theory among the guests attributed the disturbance to witchcraft or the mischief of long-vanished sorcerers, though they were not overly alarmed. After all, this world was steeped in tales of dragons and various supernatural beings, and many had encountered suspicious figures in their daily lives. However, such a blatant display of the supernatural was unprecedented. Others attributed the phenomenon to the ghost of the Red Keep. The notion of the Red Keep being haunted had circulated since the infamous incident involving Renly falling into the secret passage, and now, with mounting evidence, many found themselves increasingly convinced. In some, what began as a joyous wedding feast had swiftly transformed into a symposium on mysterious occurrences. Even the subsequent dancing segment failed to lift the atmosphere, as the red-robed monk Soros, held captive by the dog, unwittingly became the center of attention, his inebriated state rendering him utterly perplexed. However, as the wedding banquet reached its final phase, guests instinctively redirected their focus back to the ceremony itself, particularly to the most anticipated segment, consummation. In Westeros, the concluding stage of a wedding is notoriously barbaric, where the newlyweds are stripped bare by a raucous crowd before being ushered into their marital chamber. This segment is a source of amusement for many and a prime opportunity for the more unscrupulous individuals to take advantage. Renly found this custom rather distasteful. The sight of a throng of people stripping the newlyweds while exchanging lewd jokes made his eyelids twitch. "If anyone dares to do this at my wedding, I shall see to it they lose their hands." As he watched the two newlywed figures being paraded away, Renly remarked to Tyrion, who cast him a bemused glance. "Are you already engaged, Renly?" "Not at all," Renly replied with a wink, prompting Tyrion to exclaim in surprise, finding the sentiment difficult to comprehend. It was evident that what Renly deemed unreasonable had long been normalized by others. Even the parties involved appeared unfazed. The bear Robert laughed heartily amidst the surrounding women, retaliating with playful banter, seemingly oblivious to his bride's predicament. The newlywed queen, who had consistently exhibited grace and decorum, appeared to cope with the situation, subtly expressing her distaste without vocal dissent. Shaking his head, Renly chose to avert his gaze, beckoning his companions to exit the corridor and step into a courtyard to catch their breath. The moonlight cast a cold glow, yet the atmosphere remained vibrant. At that moment, the newlyweds had been ushered into their chamber, signaling the near conclusion of an eventful day. Upon awakening the following morning, the Baratheon dynasty would welcome a new mistress. Were it not for the haunting memories of his past life, Renly would have deemed this new mistress quite amiable, with a kind demeanor and a penchant for gifting him tokens of affection. Alas, she had a brotherly fixation. Lost in thought, Renly suddenly spotted another key figure, who stood silently at the edge of the crowd, gazing blankly in the direction of their departure. "Jaime? Why aren't you following?" The boy beside Renly noticed him too and curiously approached, prompting Jaime to furrow his brow before feigning a casual smile. "It's stifling with so many people. I'm just enjoying the cool breeze here." His words seemed to drain the last dregs of patience from him. Upon noticing Renly, he offered a slight bow as a greeting before turning to leave. He appeared somewhat off today. Watching Jaime's retreating figure, the still maturing Tyrion remarked. He used to revel in the commotion. "People do change," Renly shrugged in response. His girlfriend is getting married, and the groom isn't him. That's bound to sting. Yet, pondering further, he questioned who had truly wronged whom among the three of them. Tyrion, clearly unable to fathom the troubling thoughts swirling in Renly's mind, perched on the edge of the courtyard railing, listening to the distant revelry, and contemplatively remarked, "That dog must have eaten the chicken leg." Renly nodded in silence. "I've heard it was a pet belonging to a girl from House Fry. I saw one of their knights retrieving the dog," Tyrion continued, suddenly winking at Renly. The red-robed monk seemed rather reluctant to part with it. "Let's hope he finds the will to grieve once he sobers up." Renly stroked his chin. "Such a waste for that dog to have devoured it," Tyrion lamented. "It was such an intriguing spectacle, only to vanish in an instant. If only it had truly vanished." Renly thought to himself. He felt that the dog's sudden arousal after finishing the chicken leg was somewhat peculiar, yet he could not articulate exactly what was amiss. For he too remained baffled by the chicken leg itself. He hoped that no untoward incident would ensue. Glancing down at his left wrist, the peculiar pattern there caused him to frown involuntarily. As he walked along the path back to the bacheloress quarters, Archmaester Pycelle was engulfed in a state of heightened anxiety, for the iron canister cradled in his arms trembled incessantly. The raucous commotion behind him faded with each step, and he missed the long-anticipated raucous celebration of the wedding night. The elderly man, with his grizzled beard, could not help but grumble about why Stannis had entrusted him with such an unsettling object, compelling him to hastily depart even before the wedding's conclusion. Moreover, did Stannis not realize that, as a weathered elder, he was particularly susceptible to fright? It would have sufficed to send a couple of soldiers along with him. As he felt the tremors of the canister, the old man walked cautiously along the tranquil paths of the Red Keep, his mind swirling with thoughts. Magic could not exist. It must be some phenomenon beyond our understanding at play, undoubtedly so. Whispering to himself, he seemed to adopt this notion as a mantra for self-preservation. Yet, just as he uttered these words, he suddenly perceived that the canister had ceased its commotion. A pang of foreboding gripped him, but he prudently refrained from opening the canister, continuing instead towards his destination, intent on writing a letter to Old Town upon arrival to report the day's occurrences to the Citadel, and then promptly dispatching the peculiar object to the Citadel for further examination. He harbored no curiosity to investigate further, nor did he wish to unveil the contents of the canister. The Citadel would surely unravel its mysteries in due course. With this thought, the old man felt a modicum of reassurance. At that moment, a maid passed by, leading a fluffy, tawny dog, and upon seeing Archmaester Pycelle, she paused to offer a respectful greeting. The elder returned her courtesy, albeit with a furtive glance. Ordinarily, his attention would be captivated by the feminine figure, yet today, this man of over 60 years found his focus entirely drawn to the maid as companion. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly perceived that the little yellow dog appeared rather charming. Chapter 127, The Vanished Black Cat. When the heavy door creaked shut, All the clamor was abruptly cut off from the outside world. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows upon the green carpet, and the distinct scent of candle wax wafted into the air. The boy, having concluded a day of toil, stood at the threshold, exhaling a sigh of relief, and then murmured to himself, "May the warrior grant me courage." After a brief pause with no response, he dismissively strode towards the bed, collapsing onto it. With Rob's wedding concluded, and thus freeing himself from obligations, he resolved to delve into the exploration of the new abilities he had recently acquired over the next couple of days. The Heart of the Seer, the Son of the Warrior, and that enigmatic Mark of Chaos. Each of these abilities, in comparison to his previous experiences, was increasingly extraordinary. Yet the one that preoccupied him the most, or perhaps caused him the greatest concern, was the Mark of Chaos, an ability that was not even documented within the system's information, as it seemed uncontrollable and, aside from inducing chaos, bore no beneficial effects. The Son of the Warrior might prove useful in battle, yet in his current childlike form, he was unlikely to encounter any skirmishes, and the efficacy of its prayer seemed dubious, aside from a slight reaction he had observed after addressing Tyrion. He had spoken the incantation approximately 7 or 8 times today, without any discernible feedback. Perhaps this enhancement was not overt, or perhaps it was futile to speak it to himself. The Heart of the Seer appeared to activate with any living creature, implying that it was not limited to humans. He contemplated instructing a servant to procure a few birds or other pets for testing the following morning, though he held little expectation, given that its description entailed hearing the thoughts of living beings rather than communicating with them. Merely hearing the sounds of cats or dogs, to him, seemed of little utility. Setting aside these concerns, the most time-consuming acquisition, the night class, was presently useless, as he was only 5 years old, with over 2 months remaining until his 6th birthday. Reflecting on this, the boy furrowed his brow, wishing he could possess the ability to reincarnate as the protagonist from the novels he remembered, emerging as an adult without the burdens of growth and the need to masquerade as a child. Life rarely unfolds as one wishes, such is the nature of existence. Murmuring to himself, he was interrupted by a servant who delivered a bucket of bathing water, prompting him to abandon his musings. Stripping off his clothing and submerging himself in the warm water, he sighed in contentment, leaning back to relax, gradually succumbing to a drowsy sensation. Thanks to his unique lineage, he was unafraid of drowning, which allowed him to occasionally doze off while bathing, only emerging when the water had cooled to return to bed. Due to his peculiar habits, the maids would always avoid the bathing area, and none had noticed his unusual traits. However, this time, Bluebell did not succumb to slumber, for as he languidly gazed into the swirling steam of the bathwater, he suddenly caught sight of a reflection that should not exist. The dark silhouette, with its striking blue eyes, perched quietly at the edge of the tub, its slender form casting a wavering shadow upon the water surface. This figure was familiar, as he had searched for it not long ago, yet it felt foreign, for embedded in its chest was a patch of something that resembled scales, a curious blend of gold and gray hues. Staring transfixed at the reflection in the water, he could not help but glance up at the empty rim of the wooden tub, then lowered his gaze again to the water where a black cat, raising its paw as if to greet him, resided. Bluebell's heart brimmed with confusion. "Have you transformed into a ghost?" He extended a finger into the bathwater, causing the cat's reflection to ripple in response, and it seemed to hear his unspoken words, tilting its head in apparent puzzlement. Perhaps it had yet to realize the peculiar form it now inhabited, for it opened its mouth as if to call out, yet no sound reached Bluebell's ears. In his dazed state, the dark-haired boy felt a chill of horror at the sight before him. Thus, he disregarded the notion of bathing any further, leaping out to don the silk nightgown prepared by the maid, and then returned to the tub to peer into the water once more. The cat had vanished without a trace. This left Bluebell in a prolonged silence. The animated chicken leg, the aroused dog, all had seemingly disappeared, yet the black cat, along with the vivid impression of those scales, lingered in his mind. Initially, Bluebell had believed the cat had simply run off, yet it now appeared that was not the case. If it had not escaped, what had transpired to alter it so? And what those scales? Contemplating these questions, the boy glanced at his left wrist, where the black and white markings induced a sense of disorientation. Could this be the cause? With no answers in sight, his mind felt like a chaotic tangle. In the face of such supernatural occurrences, Bluebell was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Clearly, in such a state, it was improbable that he would have enjoyed a restful sleep that night. Therefore, when breakfast time arrived the following morning, the raven-haired boy appeared somewhat dispirited. "Look at your ghastly visage, Bran. Did you marry a wife yesterday as well?" The young king, seated at the head of the table, chuckled while the blonde lady across from him cast a smile in the boy's direction, albeit her expression seemed rather strained for reasons unknown. I was pondering the matter of that chicken leg, Bran replied. At this, Robert's smile faltered, and after a brief cough, he remarked, "Why should a child dwell on such thoughts? The world is full of oddities. During my time in the Vale, I encountered a headless chicken wandering about, far more terrifying than last evening's events." It was uncertain whether his words were meant to console or if there was some truth to them. Bran merely responded with an "oh" and ceased further conversation, diligently spreading cream upon his slice of white bread. At the table, alongside the king and queen, was Stannis, who had no need to utter a word. Meanwhile, Cersei, who had seemed quite vivacious prior, appeared to be in a less than pleasant mood on her first day as queen. Thus, the breakfast table was dominated solely by the king's incessant chatter. 2 days hence, the Duke of Tyrell will set off for the Reach, and you shall accompany him. In matters of safety, you shall be assured. So I do not intend to dispatch guards for you. However, a household servant is indispensable. Furthermore, Lord Tyrell has promised to cover all your expenses in Highgarden. Their family is quite affluent, yet we Baratheons shan't take advantage of his generosity. Once there, I expect you to make a couple of friends. The Tyrell children would be ideal, and do not forget about House Tarly of Hornhill. I have heard that scoundrel, Randall, recently welcomed a son, which displeases me greatly, but that is of little concern to you. Do make an effort to socialize. Do not isolate yourself, as you did at Winterfell. I am entrusting you with a task from the king, so do not take it lightly. By the way, Bran, once you arrive in the Reach, I expect diligence from you. Pycelle mentioned you have never sought him out for knowledge. That simply will not do. At your tender age, you should be voraciously studying. Unlike in my day, what a tiresome monologue he delivers, thought the black cat, Valyrian, curled up by the boy's feet, gazing up at his little master's face with a look of earnest attentiveness, though a hint of impatience lingered beneath. Observing this, the cat's bushy tail flicked with a tinge of delight. Valyrian harbored a deep-seated disdain for the man seated at the head of the table. For reasons unbeknownst to it, the cat often felt an overwhelming urge to scratch his face, yet word had it that he was the boy's brother, so it had restrained itself from acting upon such impulses. Now, seeing its little master also appear vexed by the man, the cat felt a surge of joy, only to be overshadowed by sorrow upon glancing at the strikingly beautiful boy beside it. Why had the little master been ignoring him these past few days? The feline's small heart brimmed with confusion, even a touch of melancholy. The day it had seen its master sleeping soundly on the bed, it had mustered the courage to leap up and curl up in his arms for the night. However, upon awakening, the boy had ceased to acknowledge its presence. Was he angry? The cat's bright blue eyes flickered to the boy's legs draped over the side of the chair, instinctively yearning to nuzzle against him for affection. Yet recalling that the little master found such gestures bothersome, it merely let out a soft meow, hoping to attract his attention. Alas, he remained indifferent. Thus the black cat, feeling dejected, rested its head upon its paws, sensing it had fallen from grace. Nevertheless, being a clever cat, it resolved not to succumb to despair. After a languid yawn, it casually pressed a small, hard object beneath its paws against the ground, hoping the ensuing noise might capture some attention. It was a diminutive knight's helmet, about the size of its paw, which the cat had discovered the previous day. Last evening, a peculiar tiny knight had been chased by a dog, screaming in apparent terror, even dropping his helmet in the process, which the cat had seized and brought back while crouching behind its little master. The cat's instinct led it to regard this as a trivial matter, yet a persistent voice within suggested that such a small yet realistic helmet might be of great value. Thus, it had carried it about, treating it as a treasure. Yet now, in its quest to attract the little master's attention, it disregarded the notion of treasures, focusing solely on rubbing its paws against the helmet, hoping some heartless soul would notice its antics. The commotion it created was substantial. The clattering of the helmet against the ground was even louder than the annoying man's voice. Regrettably, the boy remained oblivious. Discontent, the cat exerted more force. And so, the diminutive iron helmet continued to scrape across the surface, the sound of hard metal against the checkered marble resounding like a cacophony. Chapter 128, Valyrian. As an astute feline, Valyrian had been feeling rather perplexed over the past few days. The charming little master possessed an alluring presence, a unique power that instilled a sense of calm. Consequently, the cat seldom directed its attention to other humans, though seldom did not equate to never, since the master had never provided it with sustenance. Hunger compelled the cat to temporarily stray from his side. Each time it did so, a surge of irritability consumed it, and upon glancing at others, it was often overwhelmed by an urge to pounce and rend them apart. This impulse was temptingly potent, Yet Valyrian consistently managed to suppress its nature, for it did not wish to trouble its master. However, these past few days, upon realizing that the master was persistently ignoring it, even its deliberate attempts to provoke a scolding failed to attract attention. The cat could no longer contain itself. During a morning foray for food, it leaped from the walls of the Red Keep and pounced upon a passing nobleman, leaving deep scratches across his face. As blood splattered upon its fur, and the man fled in terror, Valyrian experienced a peculiar sense of fulfillment, as if some form of vengeance had been satiated. Deep within, a number surfaced, 43. This number emerged instinctively, though it had not always been thus. It had dwindled over time. Valyrian sensed this number held significance. It was unclear how or why. At times, in moments of boredom, it wondered why it possessed knowledge that should belong solely to humans. What is knowledge? What is a cat? Such bewildering thoughts arose unbidden, leaving the feline in a state of confusion. It shook its head, watching the figure of the man who had hurriedly fled, and began to lick its bloodied paws. Based on its scant but vivid experiences, it anticipated a group of furious humans would soon pursue it, threatening and perhaps seeking to end its life. It had prepared itself for such eventualities, yet as it waited, no one appeared, causing the cat's previously quelled emotions to flare once more. It felt as though those individuals ought not to disregard its presence. They had no justification for their neglect. Were they not fearsome? Why did they not come forth to strike it down, to pierce it, to spill its blood, to hear its anguished cries and mocking laughter, to drag it from beneath the bed, delivering blow after blow? The black cat, assaulted by the vivid imagery arising from the depths of its heart, grew increasingly agitated. Thus, it darted through the corners of the castle for an extended duration, ultimately launching an assault on another individual, an elderly man furtively clutching a dog. There was an inkling of familiarity about this man, yet it mattered not. All that consumed its thoughts was the desire to rend him to shreds. In this endeavor, it succeeded in overpowering the seemingly towering but fundamentally timid old man. Regrettably, its small claws were incapable of truly shredding him, and ultimately, it withdrew in disappointment, its internal count quietly escalating to 42. Instead of fleeing, it chose to remain and wait nearby, yearning to witness the contemptuous gazes of these humans, mirroring its own disdain for them. However, the gray-bearded elder merely sat upon the ground weeping, as if struck by some profound terror, his face awash with tears and mucus. Never once casting a glance in its direction, a sense of disquiet began to stir within the black cat's mind, compelling it to remain close rather than retreat. It fixated on the feeble old man, observing as his dog tucked its tail and fled, and watched a throng of people soon arrive at the scene. Yet still, it found itself utterly ignored, not a single individual casting even a fleeting glance its way. What was amiss? The black cat pondered this perplexity until it returned to its small master, whereupon its agitation diminished, and reason restored, leading to a sudden, dull realization. Could it be that they were incapable of seeing it? Its small master, the two individuals it had attacked, indeed, everyone appeared blind to its existence. To verify this unsettling thought, it resolved to take the risk of sipping a bit of its master's lemon tea. Cautiously, it approached and did so. To its astonishment, its usually disdainful master remained utterly oblivious, even lifting the cup to drink moments later, returning to her book with unwavering focus. A wave of elation surged within its tiny heart, prompting it to leap off the table and prance around its master in jubilant triumph. However, when it recognized that its display garnered not a modicum of attention, the joy swiftly evaporated, its swaying tail drooping as a profound sense of desolation enveloped its entire being. That night, the black cat, Valyrian, huddled in a corner, staring blankly at its slumbering master, feeling as though its very life had lost all significance. The following morning, when a bird was delivered as a substitute for it, the cat erupted in indignation akin to a tiger whose territory had been encroached upon, baring its teeth in a menacing threat towards the servant. Yet, as though no one could perceive it, no one responded. The servant stood respectfully aside, while its master eagerly entertained the ugly bird in the cage, completely disregarding its presence. The black cat, engulfed in frustration, contemplated striking the insufferable servant, yet rationally deemed such an act imprudent. Ultimately, it collapsed onto the carpet in a fit of sulking. In that moment of despair, it suddenly noticed that the color of the fur beneath its neck appeared slightly different from that surrounding it. This observation triggered fragmented memories in its small mind. Recalling the day it had leapt onto its master's bed to sleep, it vividly remembered the bed, imbued with its master's scent, seeming to glow with transparency, and how an intricate pattern had illuminated its master's wrist before it perceived a golden object ascending from beneath the transparent bed, ultimately finding its way into its own fur as it lay in the path of its ascent. Was that not how it transpired? Yet, the black cat felt an unsettling sense that it had overlooked something significant. What could it be? A laugh that sounded somewhat mad? Or perhaps a rotund pig with leaf-like wings? As these thoughts swirled, the cat's innocent heart brimmed with confusion, for it could not recall having seen or heard such things before. Yet here they were in its mind. Never mind a reason. Such matters were trivial. With that, the black cat lay despondently, feeling a lack of purpose, even disregarding the pangs of hunger that soon arose. However, when a peculiar commotion emerged from the direction of its master, it could not help but tilt its head to glance over. To its shock, it beheld its master, who had been deep in thought atop the marble pedestal of the toilet, now ensnared by a vividly colored snake coiled around his waist. The serpent's head was raised, its pale yellow slitted eyes coldly fixated on the cat, its tongue flickering incessantly. The black cat sensed a palpable threat, but was more concerned by its master's oblivious expression in the face of danger. Instinctively, it leaped up and emitted a desperate cry, dashing forward without hesitation. However, the ostensibly formidable serpent, displaying unexpected agility, swiftly uncoiled from the boy's waist and disappeared into the depths of the marble commode. Relieved, the cat's voice echoed with youthful astonishment. By the heavens, my belt. Chapter 129. On the road. The 2 days following the wedding were relatively tranquil, save for the incident where blue ribbon marks on the left hand of Bran Stark flared up while he was in the restroom, causing his belt to inexplicably slither away. Curiously, it was reported that Maester Pycelle had been attacked by an unknown creature, found sobbing on the ground, bloodied and covering his face, which sparked considerable gossip. The servants claimed a dog had assaulted him, as one had been sighted near the scene, but the old man vehemently denied this, asserting that it was merely his newly acquired pet. Yet when pressed for specifics about the attacker, he faltered, failing to articulate what had truly assailed him. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity, garnering little attention from Bran. After the wedding, the only pressing task remaining was the move from King's Landing, a chore made light by the presence of servants, thus relieving Bran of any burden. Instead, he began indulging in the leisurely pursuit of bird-keeping. He acquired a delightful canary, its feathers a vibrant orange-yellow with hints of green, rendering it irresistibly charming. Alas, upon its arrival, despite Bran's attempts to engage the bird, it remained indifferent, preoccupied with preening its feathers and occasionally chirping, as if disinterested in any form of connection. Bran assumed that a bond would develop over time, dismissing the matter. However, upon awakening the next morning, he discovered that the canary had vanished from its cage, leaving behind only a scattering of disheveled feathers. Bran was immediately on alert. Though there was no time to pursue the culprit, their departure was imminent. The royal wedding served as a temporary conclusion to a series of preceding events. Although a tournament to celebrate the marriage was set to unfold, not everyone found it captivating. Thus, apart from the knights preparing for the contest, many left the bustling city of King's Landing, journeying back to their respective realms. The Starks of the north and their vassal lords, the Lannisters of the west, the Tullis of the Riverlands and the Tyrells of the Reach. Hundreds of lords dispersed from King's Landing, heading towards the four corners of the continent of Westeros. Among them, the Tyrell entourage, as one of the foremost noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, was particularly striking. Unlike their modest arrival, the retinue now numbered no fewer than 100, comprising stable hands, cooks, servants, sworn knights, and crossbowmen. Over 20 wagons were laden with armor, tents, and supplies, with one grand wagon adorned with a golden rose at the center, flanked by valiant knights, while soldiers secured the perimeter. At the farthest edge, industrious servants scurried about, all in service of the 2 occupants within the wagon. A tall, jovial Tyrell Duke cheerfully elucidated the heraldry of his vassal families, while across from him sat a boy with short, coal-black hair, listening intently. His striking blue eyes blinked occasionally, revealing fleeting moments of distraction. In truth, he was already well acquainted with the tales being recounted. The wagon was substantial, its interior lined with golden silk, concealing a smooth oak and metal framework within. Spacious and drawn by 6 horses, the muffled sounds of the driver's calls filtered through the walls of the carriage. Given the length of their journey and the boy's inability to ride, the Duke had arranged this splendid carriage for their comfort, relishing the opportunity himself, as prolonged horseback riding could be quite taxing. As the caravan progressed, a cacophony of sounds filled the air, the vast earthen-hued city of King's Landing becoming increasingly obscured, ultimately swallowed by the verdant mist behind. Surrounding them were undulating plains, with gray roads shrouded in fog stretching in every direction, where figures traversed freely. Mounted riders, uncovered wagons, ox carts, merchants, missionaries, and farmers on foot. King's Landing, the capital of the entire continent of Westeros, was a nexus from which roads diverged to reach any castle in the Seven Kingdoms. It is well known that the earliest knights hailed from the Reach, as did the first scholars, and, of course, the earliest singers and gardeners. Therefore, your studies at Highgarden should not be a cause for concern, young Loras. If you have studied the history of the North, you would know that the ancestors of House Stark are also descendants of our common progenitor, Garth the Green Ant, underscoring the Reach's ancient lineage and rich heritage. Bored during the journey, the young duke with curly brown hair began to regale Loras with various historical legends and tales of the Lords of the Reach. While Loras was already familiar with some of the information, there was much that remained unknown to him. However, he did not absorb all of it, for the duke's words were often laced with boastful exaggerations. For instance, the claim that Brandon, the builder of the Stark Castle, descended from the shared ancestors of the noble families of the Reach, was largely unsubstantiated aside from certain folktales. Some legends even suggested that the founders of House Lannister of the West and House Baratheon of Storm's End were also descendants of Garth. It was said that this legendary figure from the Age of Heroes could touch barren women, including those past childbearing age, and render them fertile, illustrating the extent of these embellishments. Leaving King's Landing did not evoke any sense of loss for Loras, as he had few acquaintances there, primarily just his two elder brothers. The former, as king, was preoccupied with affairs of state, while the latter, as master of ships, was equally elusive with his constant duties. Thus, Loras's departure bore no weight on their fraternal bond, which had never been particularly strong. Beyond that, his familiar connections were limited to Ser Davos, the Onion Knight under Stannis, and the King's Guard member, Barristan. However, Davos had already departed towards the rainforest of Storms and following the wedding, tasked with overseeing the lands bestowed upon him by Stannis. Barristan had come to bid farewell, but his questions left the dark-haired boy at a loss for words. Where has that black cat, Valyrian, gone? Loras pondered. You ask me, but I know not where it wanders. The explanation he offered was that the cat, being wild by nature, had simply run off. As for Barristan, the melancholic Kingsguard felt a twinge of disappointment. Do not doubt, Loras, on our journey, we will encounter many castles. But you must believe that Highgarden is the fairest of them all, not just in the Reach, but across the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. The words broke through Loras's reverie, and he beheld the Tyrell Duke, with his curly brown hair, gazing proudly at a distant, swaying castle. This duke was quite the vain individual, repeatedly extolling the virtues of his lands and lineage, yet Loras found no annoyance in his words, aside from understanding his own unique attributes. His greatest aspiration had always been to become a traveler, deeply curious about the legends, stories, and customs of various locales. Is Old Town as foul as King's Landing? He inquired, posing a rather pointed question. Foul? The Tyrell Duke shook his head at the query. I must say, King's Landing is the most odorous city I have ever encountered, given its overcrowding. Old Town, on the other hand, does not smell pleasant, but I have seldom visited, so I cannot say if there have been any recent improvements. Is the water of the Red Lake truly red? Of course. How else would it earn such a name? Is the Iron Oak Throne truly a living oak tree? We all say so, but those cursed Dornishmen have prevented us from witnessing it. As they conversed, Loras felt a burgeoning excitement for the life that awaited him, primarily due to his newfound freedom from his brother's oversight. However, the boy inside the wagon unconsciously furrowed his brow, his left hand discreetly concealing a sudden emergence. It was a tender green shoot sprouting from the corner of the carriage seat, appearing to be an ordinary blade of grass. But its presence on the fur-covered cushion was decidedly unusual, having materialized due to Loras's accidental touch. Discounting this peculiar occurrence, the future held much promise. He mused quietly. Over the past few days, the mark on his left hand had manifested 3 times, once turning a button on his attire to stone, another softening a dagger in his grasp, and the last turning a wooden cup he held into a heap of sand, spilling its contents into his lap. One can only say that the sole stroke of fortune was that he found himself within the confines of his own tent at that moment, shielded from the prying eyes of others. Yet, the childish rumors that ensued caused him considerable distress. While the situation appeared both peculiar and amusing, the uncontrollable ability it entailed left Lares feeling rather vexed. As the party continued its journey, each member harbored their own thoughts, while outside the group, discussions regarding their travels never ceased. News of the young brother of the king, Lares, being sent to Highgarden as a ward had already spread throughout the Riverlands, bolstered by the intentional and unintentional proclamations of certain individuals, leading to much speculation. Chapter 130. The Gates of the Old World. The noble lords of the upper echelons busied themselves with preparations for His Majesty the King's wedding, while merchants, travelers, and even hired knights engaged in fervent discussions about the event. Even after the wedding had concluded, the chatter persisted. For the people of the Riverlands, aside from the wedding and the king himself, the most discussed topic remained the young brother, Larys. Since King Robert had chosen to send his brother to Highgarden as a ward, it naturally signified that His Majesty was no longer inclined to pursue the matter of the Riverlands' allegiance to House Targaryen. Within the raucous confines of a roadside inn, a plainly dressed merchant spoke to his companion. Of course, there will be no inquiries. After all, a considerable portion of land has been lost on the other side of the Stormlands. It matters not to us, as long as taxes do not increase. Dragonstone should rightfully be granted to the king's eldest son. Could that fellow named Larys possibly be our future king? Unthinkable. He possesses no claim to the throne. However, traditionally speaking, what do you suppose the Duke Larys looks like? What would a mere boy possibly be like? Within this wilderness inn, one could never be short of mercenaries, traders, travelers, and minstrels, thus ensuring a plethora of information, albeit with falsehoods dominating the majority. Seated at a corner table on the ground floor, the woman known as Winda quietly listened to the myriad discussions around her while sipping from a bowl of rabbit stew. Her presence drew no attention, as she was wrapped in a headscarf and donned a drab-gray robe, adopting a most unassuming appearance. Women traveling alone across the Seven Kingdoms were relatively rare, but not entirely non-existent. Moreover, she resembled a local peasant. Who would suspect that this seemingly inconspicuous woman was once a notorious and fearsome bandit, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms? Departing from King's Landing and traversing the road known as Rose Avenue, the further they ventured toward Highgarden, the more discussions regarding their lord proliferated. It was evident that the arrival of the Duke of Dragonstone was perceived as a peace overture from the newly crowned king, with many locals from the Riverlands welcoming the prospect. After all, the Seven Kingdoms were enjoying a post-war tranquility, and the people of the Riverlands were keen to avoid the specter of war once more. However, Winda South's purpose in this place was not to gather information she already knew, but rather to seek insights into matters that remained elusive to her. With the boy's elevation to Duke of Dragonstone, the conditions of his prior promises had begun to materialize. Furthermore, before the two dukes departed King's Landing for the Riverlands, he had taken Winda and her son along, who had been waiting in King's Landing. Yet, adhering strictly to the main party was not in the nature of this former bandit. Despite the recent cessation of hostilities, dangers still lurked. Gaining an understanding of the local dynamics in an unfamiliar environment was imperative. Thus, throughout their journey, she chose to remain at the forefront of the group, diligently seeking information for her young master. A crone with a reputed gift for prophecy had been mentioned, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Beware, the shadowy bobcats in the woods have been particularly active. Take care as you travel. Have you heard? A woman calling herself Migrin recently fell from the sky, clad in armor, crushing several of Lord Caswey's pigs. Is she the one inciting the local farmers to rebel against King Robert? Indeed, a madwoman. She berates the Baratheons as traitors and claims she will slay every warrior's son. What nonsense has escaped the lips of this lunatic? Everyone knows the realm has long been devoid of warriors' sons. After all, Migrin's reign has been over for more than 2 centuries. Truly a madwoman. What has become of her? Word has it that our Lord Caswey is busy hunting her down, all because of some pigs, not simply for the pigs. Throughout this journey, Winda had heard similar tales of miraculous occurrences no less than 3 times, each more extravagant than the last, leaving her feeling rather incredulous. Had such tales of falling from the sky become a recent fad in the countryside? She recalled similar stories circulating in King's Landing before their departure. A multitude of sea fish inexplicably emerged from a well in Flea Bottom, inciting a frenzy among the local paupers. Experience had taught Winda that such tales were mostly fabrications. Yet, the weariness of travel made listening to such stories a welcome distraction. However, she did not hear the entirety of the conversation, for a middle-aged merchant clad in a linen tunic abruptly seated himself across from her. "Good lady, the journey is long. Why traverse it alone?" he inquired, his brown eyes assessing the hidden beauty of her face as he smiled. Winda, with a smile of her own, responded, while her hand subtly gripped a dagger, plunging it into the wooden table with a sharp thud, the tip embedding itself deep, causing her hand to tremble slightly. It was a warning, a signal. The merchant's smile faltered as he straightened in his seat, clearing his throat before asking, "I hail from Old Town. May I inquire where you come from?" King's Landing. The middle-aged man stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Is there any intriguing news from there? I mean, aside from our King Robert's wedding? Word has it that customs duties are set to increase. Does that count as intriguing?" "That is indeed dreadful," he sighed. Then, without waiting for Wenda to respond, he continued. "Recently, a group of shadowy figures has emerged in Old Town, seemingly from the eastern continent, proclaiming that the gates of the old world have been opened, urging everyone to seek out this door and close it, lest chaos from beyond consume the entire world." Coughing, he added, "Many doors in Old Town have been shattered by these lunatics. I hear that Count Hightower is considering expelling them from the realm." Wenda could not help but chuckle at this. The world was never short of madmen, and religious zealots were in abundance. For instance, a cult in the eastern continent that worshipped the King of Light, R'hllor, struck her as quite abnormal. She was also aware of a sect called the Faith of the Seven Stars, where each adherent obsessively venerated a meteorite that had fallen from the heavens, proclaiming it could save the world. Such messages are rather impractical and of little use to Wenda, who, after hearing them, dismissed them without much thought and turned to inquire about other matters. "Do you have any knowledge regarding the Iron Islands? For thousands of years, the Iron Islands have been the principal adversaries of the Riverlands. Thus, residing in the Riverlands, if there is to be any threat, it would indeed be from the Ironborn. All we know is that the mild-mannered King Corran met an unfortunate end in battle at the Shield Islands, and his son Balon has ascended as the new king." The merchant remarked, "Consequently, we have refrained from venturing to the Iron Islands lately, until we discern the temperament of King Balon. No one dares to assure whether he will adhere to the former customs." Wenda nodded and subsequently shared another piece of news. The former Prime Minister of House Aaron has journeyed to Dorne, purportedly to discuss peace talks, which might restore your trade routes to Dorne. Upon hearing this, the merchant raised an eyebrow. "Restoring trade routes? That is indeed good news. May the gods bless, and I hope Prime Minister Aelin's endeavors proceed smoothly." A golden-haired woman, dressed as a farmer, let out a light laugh in response, and after exchanging a few more words, the merchant concluded this information exchange. Watching him depart, Wenda narrowed her eyes. Such exchanges of information are quite commonplace during travels. Throughout her previous journeys, she had encountered similar situations, with the gleaned intel often lacking practical value. However, that individual did not appear to be a mere merchant. Rather, he resembled a trained spy. Could there be a lord nearby engaged in conflict? She pondered silently. Chapter 131, Highgarden. As they continued onward, the weather gradually turned colder. However, this was not due to a further journey southward, but rather an indication that autumn was approaching. The climate in this world is remarkably peculiar, with no discernible pattern to the changing seasons. For instance, this summer has persisted for nearly 2 years, while in Loras's recollection, there were 2 winters entirely engulfed in snow. Summer and winter dominate this realm, whereas autumn and spring are rather fleeting. The pace of the carriage was slow, with numerous stops at various castles throughout the Riverlands, and by the time the procession arrived before Highgarden, the principal castle of the Riverlands, over a month had elapsed. The group was substantial, and throughout the journey, soldiers dispatched by the lords of the Riverlands accompanied them for protection, thus no unexpected incidents occurred, except for Loras's left hand. The chaotic Mark's manifestation could not be controlled and was utterly unpredictable, rendering Loras cautious even in the most mundane activities, severely impacting his daily life. He wore gloves, yet sometimes this ability would disregard their presence, and, at other times, it would directly affect the gloves themselves. Eventually, he devised a rather unorthodox solution, wearing 2 pairs of gloves. This method, though seemingly implausible, proved surprisingly effective in practice, providing Loras with some relief despite his confusion. Aside from the troubles wrought by his left hand, he was left to contend with the fatigue that arose from the relentless journey. The continuous travel for over a month became tiresome, even though they frequently paused to partake in the grand feasts hosted by the noble families of the Riverlands. Loras was fortunate that his constitution had improved significantly, allowing him to withstand the long trek without falling ill. In contrast, the Duke of Tarly, who traveled alongside him, inadvertently caught a chill. However, considering the frailty of children, a scholar from the Riverlands accompanied the group, preventing the Duke's condition from worsening. So by the time they reached their destination, the Duke was nearly recovered. Highgarden is said to be the most beautiful castle in all the 7 kingdoms. This phrase was the most frequently uttered during the journey, and while Loras had once been skeptical, he now found himself in agreement. The carriage traversed the hilly plains, and as he gazed into the distance, he beheld a castle constructed entirely of pristine white marble, perched atop a gently sloping hill. 3 successive walls rose in tiers, encircling the hill. From afar, the towers, greenery, and fortifications displayed a peculiar aesthetic, evidently crafted with meticulous design. Surrounding the castle, a dense pine forest thrived, adorned with numerous watchtowers. As the procession departed the plains and entered the woods, a broad river gradually came into view, bathed in sunlight. The glimmering waters flowed past the edge of the pine forest, where small boats drifted lazily, the lush islands adding to the scenery. An immaculate castle of Highgarden stood majestically on the opposite bank, as if it were a realm inhabited by woodland sprites. This castle was not only visually stunning, but also quite expansive. The architectural arrangement ascended along the contours of the hill, resembling a small town at first glance. In reality, it served as the exclusive residence for the talented members of House Tyrell. By comparison, Storm's End was but a humble abode. Loras mused inwardly. The procession through the pine woods finally halted at the riverbank before the castle, where a straight stone bridge spanned the entire river, connecting to the gate of the first tier of the castle's walls on the opposite side. Loras and Duke Mace dismounted their carriage and walked toward the entrance, with others following behind. The air was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds, and the waters on either side flowed at a leisurely pace. At the bridge's end lay the entrance to Highgarden, and, as prior notice had been given, the gate stood open, with a throng of elegantly dressed noblemen and women awaiting their arrival. The number of welcoming attendees was considerable, and the atmosphere was quite grand. But this was to be expected, as Loras did not merely represent himself, but also the king behind him. "Welcome, Lord Loras. We have eagerly anticipated your arrival." As they approached, a beautiful woman with flowing silver hair curtsied gracefully before the dark-haired boy. "Just call me Loras, my lady," the dark-haired boy replied with a bow, his expression earnest. "Please don't refer to me as Lord. It's far too cumbersome. I'm still enjoying my childhood." His youthful voice brimmed with sincerity, easing the previously formal atmosphere considerably. The silver-haired woman smiled softly at his words, and those beside her also revealed faint smiles. "Come, Loras, allow me to introduce you. This is my beloved Lady Ellen. This is my eldest son, Willis, and this little chubby fellow is my second son, Garland. And this is the joy of homecoming rendered Duke Mace particularly warm-hearted." With each introduction, Loras courteously bowed to each individual, displaying remarkable humility and politeness. Such demeanor was indeed appropriate. Although both he and Duke Mace Tyrell held the title of Duke, the realities of their respective standings were worlds apart. Loras's title was but a pleasant-sounding appellation, while the territories and power he truly possessed likely paled in comparison to that of Mace's vassals. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, Highgarden, or rather, the riverlands it represents, constitutes one of the most formidable regions in terms of comprehensive strength, not to mention Loras's diminutive island. Even the Stormlands of House Baratheon could not rival it. On the continent of Westeros, the riverlands boast the largest population, the most flourishing culture, and the most fertile land. Were it not for the abundant gold mines within the Westerlands, even the wealth of the riverlands would surpass all others. In stark contrast, the Stormlands, adjacent to the riverlands, appeared utterly impoverished. Due to climatic and geographical issues, the lords of the Stormlands were each impoverished, and House Baratheon, their ruling family, was equally devoid of substantial wealth. From the early hours, Loras suspected that, apart from the north, the Stormlands were perhaps the most impoverished realm among the 7 kingdoms. His mother, hindered by her mobility, awaited him in the banquet hall, where preparations for the welcoming feast were already underway. After exchanging pleasantries, the group passed through the castle gates, traversing a verdant path brimming with thorns and hedges, as the Lady of Highgarden remarked. "I hope Lady Olenna does not grow impatient while waiting." Upon hearing this, Loras stuck out his tongue, for he had heard tales of her irascible temperament. The boy appeared somewhat anxious, prompting subdued laughter from those around him. A neatly dressed, slender youth chuckled and remarked, "Grandmother indeed possesses a fierce temperament, yet I believe she merely delights in speaking the truth, which can sometimes be quite hurtful." This was Valyrian, the eldest son of House Tyrell, a seemingly gentle lad a few years Loras's senior. Beside him stood a chubby boy with brown hair, appearing to be of similar age to Loras. For instance, she has always been quite critical of Garland's physique, frequently bringing it up for discussion. The elder brother's comments elicited a resentful glance from the round-bellied youth. "Valyrian, must you always mock me in front of guests?" "My dear brother, you must discern what constitutes mockery," the brown-haired lad replied with a smile, which only served to further inflate the chubby boy's cheeks in indignation. The others found the exchange quite amusing, and Loras considered these 2 brothers rather entertaining. He was not particularly familiar with them, as the play he had once seen did not feature their characters. Yet in reality, they were pivotal figures of the next generation of House Tyrell. In contrast, a certain young lad he knew was merely learning to walk, being led along by the Duchess, while another was but an infant, cradled by a nurse and soundly asleep. Chapter 132, Aftershocks. The welcome feast held at Highgarden was a grand affair, attended by the direct and collateral branches of House Tyrell, loyal vassals, and nearby lords and nobles. Throughout the festivities, singers and jesters took turns to perform, the proceedings reminiscent of those at the Red Keep. However, unlike the gatherings at the Red Keep, the atmosphere here was less crowded, with attendees exuding decorum and refinement that fostered an elegant and tranquil environment, allowing one's nerves to ease and relaxation to ensue almost effortlessly. As the center of attention at the feast, Loras felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of those around him. Nevertheless, having weathered numerous tempests, including the downfall of 2 kings, he managed to maintain his composure, exhibiting a noble demeanor that seemed beyond his years, which drew curious glances from both overt and covert observers alike. However, this surprise rarely exceeded the bounds of normalcy. Having donned a mask of pretense since infancy, Loras adeptly controlled his demeanor, avoiding excessive suspicion from those nearby. Among the numerous attendees, only a few truly warranted attention. Valyrian, the heir to this castle, was a gentle and astute youth in his teens. Born of a beautiful mother from the old town of Hightower, who possessed an exquisite and dignified presence. His younger brother, Garland Tyrell, exuded the playful energy and innocent charm characteristic of childhood. Additionally, the direct line of House Tyrell included 2 infants, Loras and Marjorie, though their tender ages rendered them of little significance at present. Of course, Loras did not overlook the most venerable member of House Tyrell, the widow of the former duke, and his future guardian, Lady Olenna Redwine. She was a diminutive, wiry woman clad in green, seated prominently and exuding a brisk and decisive demeanor, although the flickering candlelight revealed her sparse teeth when she spoke. Your grandfather was a good man. He married a Targaryen. When I greeted you, I mentioned that they wished for me to wed another Targaryen. How many years ago was that? I can hardly recall. It matters little. In any case, my child, enjoy your time at Highgarden. Clearly, she had no intention of engaging in further conversation with her future ward, and Loras, understanding her sentiment, politely took his leave, thereby missing the ensuing dialogue. Do you comprehend? The frail old woman turned her head to gaze at her son, who stood behind her. What do you mean, mother? The tall Duke of Tyrell inquired, momentarily taken aback. I mean, I was of the same era as his grandfather, you fool. What were you thinking? Allowing a 5- or 6-year-old child to become my ward. Am I now to have a younger brother than your son, without my knowledge? The Duke wished to argue that he and Robert were of similar ages, and if Robert's younger brother could not be his ward, what else could he be? However, he was well aware of his mother's formidable nature, and chose to remain silent. Unfortunately, she was not inclined to let the matter rest. I wonder what your deceased, dim-witted father would think of this. The elderly lady rubbed her jaw, her previous words seemingly aggravating her already sparse teeth and intensifying her discontent. It's really of no consequence, is it? The Duke, sensing the conversation taking a negative turn, cautiously responded. Indeed, it matters not, the old woman replied with surprising ease, leaving the Duke momentarily astonished, but her next words soon rekindled his unease. And what of Jenna? She is nothing but a foolish, plump little hen. You actually expect her to become the queen of the 7 kingdoms? I thought perhaps this could salvage our family's previous misfortunes. You know, mother, if we... How could that deer forsake the lion that supports him to approach us thorny roses? Do you truly believe he is as foolish as you? The elderly lady interrupted without hesitation. I'm not a fool, mother. I was almost successful, had it not been for... If you're not a fool, then what are you? I am your son, mother. The Duke replied with a tone tinged with dissatisfaction, placing particular emphasis on the word son. That phrase irritates me the most. The old woman retorted, for it makes me question whether I inadvertently damaged my womb while inebriated, resulting in your arrival into this world as such a dullard. The Duke found himself at a loss for words, and clearly had no intention of challenging his formidable mother. With a sigh, he turned to leave, seeking to distance himself from the discomfort. However, the old woman abruptly grasped the hem of his garment, her expression turning serious as she asked, Now you see, the things you have done in King's Landing have already spread. How do you think the Tullus will react? After all, they are merely a landed knightly family. With a little reassurance, what could they possibly think? The Duke replied dismissively, like soothing a dog? The old woman retorted sharply. How do you suppose the lords will feel about you treating them like a pack of dogs? No, a whole pack of dogs? How can this be considered mere jest? The Duke replied, although it is indeed true, Yet Jenna has not ascended to the throne. The betrothal remains valid, and I believe it shall have no bearing on our affairs. You must understand, a corner dog will bite, the elder retorted with a sneer. And what do you propose I do? The Duke of Mace responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. Are you suggesting I should apologize? The elder did not address this query, but abruptly shifted the topic. In your previous correspondence, you mentioned that someone has taken advantage of you? Indeed, the Duke of Mace admitted. Otherwise, I would not have contemplated such matters. It was evident that he was already seeking to justify his actions. Who was it? Have you identified them? The Duke's expression faltered. At the time, his primary focus had been on how to conquer Robert, and he had not paid much heed to this matter. We were short-handed, and there were too many from King's Landing, thus. All that is required is a simple answer. Found or not found. The elder remarked while rubbing his jaw. Do you think I relish hearing your excuses? None. The Duke of Mace promptly replied. There are no leads. Excellent, the elder commented. Not only have you been toyed with, but you're also oblivious to who has done so. The elder's gaze drifted toward the dark-haired boy in the banquet, laughing with his grandson, and he sighed, saying, You risked your reputation for a fleeting jest and have drawn the lion's attention. What do you have to show for it? Amir Berafian Brat. Pray tell, what utility does he serve other than causing me discomfort? Were you intentionally bringing him here to vex me? This is sufficient to implicate Robert. Do you believe that we, as the defeated, have not suffered significant losses? What do we rely upon? The favor of that stag? Better something than nothing, the Duke defensively countered, his face betraying his discomfort. Indeed, the elder nodded in agreement, eliciting another moment of silent despair from Mace Tyrell. However, a subsequent remark made his expression turn serious. What was it that they say? Lannisters pay their debts? The elder inquired, with a pointed implication. Clearly, she referred to the deteriorating relationship between the Tyrells and the Lannisters in light of recent events. Are we to fear them? The Duke of Highgarden responded with righteous indignation. If all goes well, the next king shall bear half the blood of lions, and our good neighbors to the east have now transformed into Stannis, whom you besieged for nearly a year. The elder reminded him, What is your plan? Will you do nothing and wait to see if these small issues evolve into larger problems? The Duke of Mace remained silent, seemingly not having given this matter much thought. The elder sighed. You haven't discovered who it is? Very well. The sea monster appears rather docile of late, which simply will not do. Bring it to me. Mother, are you referring to the Iron Islands? The Duke of Mace was taken aback. What does this have to do with our dealings with the Lannisters? Use your wits. My dear son, the elder lamented. What good does it do me to be driven to exasperation? Chapter 133, The Mouse. If you do not have a habit of rising late, my Lord Lancel, a servant shall come to knock promptly before breakfast and escort you to the dining hall. Following the conclusion of the welcome banquet, the heir of Highgarden, the next Duke of the Reach, Valyrian Tyrell, personally accompanied Lancel to the castle to arrange his quarters. As they walked through the serene, white corridor, the youth with chestnut hair addressed the dark-haired boy beside him. After breakfast, it will be time for Master Lomi's lessons. You have already met Master Lomi's at the banquet, so I shall refrain from further introduction. Currently, he divides his time to instruct both Garland and me. Garland is still learning to read, while I have a fondness for astronomy. If you, my Lord Lancel, share this interest, you may join me. Of course, it is best to align with your current studies. Perhaps we could consult with the master tomorrow morning. Just call me Lancel. There is no need for such formality. Lancel interjected. You are grandmother's ward and the Duke of Dragonstone. I cannot be so impolite, came the reply, followed by jest. Unless you wish for me to refer to you as uncle? Lancel chuckled lightly, prompting his companion to continue. Before noon, I shall need to study etiquette with my mother. I believe you will join me for that. In the afternoon, my father will meet with the lords from across the Reach who come seeking counsel, and will also deal with various matters concerning our domain. During this time, I will remain by his side. If you're interested, you may accompany us without hesitation, as my father has given permission for this. The youth spoke in a gentle tone, his eyes reflecting warmth, appearing exceedingly hospitable. He wore a typical brown leather tunic among the nobility, adorned only with a golden rose embroidered on the chest, giving him the air of a squire. From what Lancel gathered at the banquet, he was indeed a squire, currently training under Highgarden's master-at-arms in the ways of knighthood. In the afternoon, I will practice riding and archery. I regret that you cannot join me, my Lord Lancel. You are still too young. However, you may practice swordplay with my brother Garland, provided your health can withstand a certain level of training. If you're interested, we could assess your capabilities tomorrow. Lancel nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, while his companion continued to detail various aspects of life at Highgarden. As the conversation flowed, the golden rose upon his chest seemed to bloom slowly in Lancel's gaze, akin to a book fluttering in the wind. upon arriving at the door to his quarters. The courteous youth bowed slightly. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my Lord Lancel, and welcome to Highgarden." Lancel returned the bow and watched the boy's retreating figure as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. He found Valyrian to be far more engaging than his father, displaying a remarkable maturity for one so young, with an attitude that was sincere and amiable, devoid of the pampered arrogance often found among noble offspring. Yet, he did seem a touch overly polite. With this thought, Lancel redirected his gaze to the room that had been prepared for him. This chamber was significantly larger than the small room he had in King's Landing, yet it did not lack an exquisite charm. The pale marble floor, illuminated by candlelight, shimmered with a soft glow, while the surface was covered with a pristine green carpet, perfectly laid and devoid of dust. The boy at the doorway glanced to his left, where the intricately carved wooden door of the bathroom came into view, much like that of the Red Keep. Beyond that, a study desk, bedside table, fireplace, bookshelf, an exquisite silver-framed mirror, wardrobe, and even a liquor cabinet adorned the space. A quick survey revealed that the room was furnished with all necessities. The bed, though not overly large, was perfectly adequate for one person. It was draped in silken sheets and cushioned with a down mattress, while soft blue curtains enveloped the bed, exuding an air of elegance and cleanliness. Everything in sight was exquisite, the only lament being that the glass windows here were not as grand as the floor-to-ceiling bay windows of the Red Keep. While not small, they resembled oval mirrors, the glass lacking purity, allowing the moonlight to filter through and cast a hazy glow upon the pale marble floor, creating an ethereal and dreamlike ambience. At the pinnacle of the pristine white tower lies this chamber, where upon opening the window and gazing outward, one can behold the vast expanse of the sprawling fields beyond the colossal castle. Tonight, the serene starry sky envelopes the land, and the fields, adorned with patches of blooming rose gardens, sway gently in the nocturnal breeze. It is said that the fields to the east of the High Court are overrun with the golden roses emblematic of House Tyrell. Yet, in the dim light of night, their beauty remains elusive. Nonetheless, Bran eagerly anticipates the enchanting sight that will greet him when the sun slowly unfurls from the eastern horizon. In summary, as a newcomer, he finds great satisfaction in all that surrounds him, the people and the environment alike. If only the presence of a certain item were absent, it would be even better. Murmuring softly, he reclines against the soft headboard of the bed and raises his left hand. Adorning his left hand is a black velvet glove, which lends an elongated appearance to his otherwise somewhat delicate fingers. The joints of the glove tremble incessantly, and, at a fleeting glance, it seems as if his fingers are in a state of agitation. However, it is not Bran who is in motion. Frowning slightly, he removes the glove, and an astonishing transformation occurs. Beneath the black glove lies a thin white silk glove, which upon revelation appears to come alive, wriggling free from the boy's grasp. It flutters about the room like a frightened bird, seemingly in a state of panic. Clearly, a glove cannot possess eyes, yet after a brief flurry, it finds the exit that the boy had intentionally opened, swiftly darting towards it and vanishing from sight in no time. Bran promptly secures the window, blocking the cold wind outside. After a moment of contemplation, he turns and drags out a chest that had been tucked beneath the bed, unlocking it with a black iron key hanging around his neck. This chest serves as his refuse bin, brought along from King's Landing and delivered to his room by the servants prior to the banquet. However, his current actions are not merely to inspect for missing items, but rather to examine a particular object within. Inside this wooden chest rests a sealed glass vial. Its somewhat opaque glass lacking transparency, yet it sufficiently reveals the existence of a gray-furred mouse. A mouse that appears rather dim-witted, exhibiting no movements apart from the instinctive act of breathing. Yet, it is not merely a mouse. After observing it for a moment, Bran retrieves the glass vial and, disregarding appearances, slumps to the floor, cradling the vial in his hands and shaking it vigorously. Amidst the cacophony, the indistinct gray form within is tossed about chaotically, resembling a tangled mass. Yet no cries of distress emerge, and ultimately, when the shaking ceases, the mouse remains blissfully unaware that it has transformed into a small white hen. Upon witnessing this, Bran uncaps the vial and prods inside with a dagger, prompting the little hen to glance up at him and emit a series of clucks, but does not respond further, leading Bran to seal the lid once more and resume his vigorous shaking. Thus, the hen morphs into a toad, the toad into an apple, and the apple into an octopus. With each shake, the creature within the vial undergoes endless transformations, resembling a mass of pliable dough, while its expression and certain instincts remain unchanged. Eventually, When the contents of the vial coalesce into a floating gray energy orb, Bran finally halts, thoughtfully observing this gray substance as it sways momentarily before gradually reverting to its mouse form. The mouse is, in fact, its true identity. And the reason for its remarkable transformations is simple. He had fed it a tender sprout that had grown from the carriage seat. Chapter 134. Substitution and Transmutation. The journey from King's Landing to Highgarden has been quite lengthy, yet during this time, Bran has not been idle. Employing gloves to stifle the emergence of the mark on his left hand has proven to be merely a temporary measure. If he cannot definitively resolve the chaos wrought by this mark, Bran fears that he may never again lead a life akin to that of a normal person. Thus, he has been clandestinely conducting experiments. To address the mark, one must first comprehend it, and this forms the foundation of Bran's initial hypothesis. The mouse within this vial represents a facet of his understanding. In addition, he has other references, such as the cup that turned to sand, the limp dagger, the button that became stone, and the gloves that transformed into a bird. Throughout his journey, the mark has manifested numerous times, providing ample material and reference points for his experiments. Consequently, he has drawn numerous conclusions. The most fundamental observation is that the creations spawned by the mark can be categorized into two types, those that are alive and those that are inanimate, or in other words, those that move and those that do not. The moving creations include the initial chicken leg, his belt, the velvet cloak that suddenly came to life during their travels, and of course, the gloves that morphed into a bird. These phenomena appeared inexplicable at first. Bran initially believed the mark imbued these items with life. However, he later arrived at an alternative conclusion. The mark has inserted various creatures into these objects. This hypothesis had been hinted at with the belt, as although he had been somewhat distracted at the time, he had nonetheless observed the belt's movements post-transformation, akin to a snake slithering. Subsequently, during their journey, his cloak, too, animated, taking on a form that clearly resembled a hollow fabric pony. The later transformation of the gloves into a bird mirrored this situation. To further validate his hypothesis, Bran attempted to stab the most conspicuous pony within the tent. And although the cloak's interior contained only air, the act of stabbing produced a startlingly vivid struggle, as if the creature were genuinely pierced. When it ultimately succumbed, reverting to a lifeless cloak with a gaping hole, Bran discovered the body of a true pony, an invisible corpse. This realization confirmed for him that the emergence of the mark did not bestow life upon inanimate objects, but rather inserted living creatures within them. However, this raises further questions. How is this illogical insertion executed? From where do these animals originate? Are they summoned from thin air? Or do they come from some other incomprehensible realm? These myriad inquiries weigh heavily on Bran's mind. And when he notices a line-like flower sprouting from the sleeve of the arm gripping the dagger, he grasps another crucial insight. Although the pony has perished, the force that caused it to be embedded within the cloak has not dissipated. Rather, it has transferred to his sleeve, which has now been filled. Thus, the conclusion becomes straightforward. The process of the mark's manifestation is one of embedding one existence within another. However, the creations spawned by the mark are not limited to these embedded living beings. There are also the buttons that have turned to stone and the cups that have transformed into sand. If one considers these two phenomena, it seems that it is not merely a matter of insertion, but rather a substitution, wherein one existence is replaced by another. The items such as buttons and cups have undergone a complete transformation, resulting in a change in their appearance. In contrast, objects like belts, chicken legs, gloves, and capes have not been entirely substituted. Thus, they can only don their original facade while engaging in activities that are starkly incongruous with their appearance. Without delving into the origins of this substitution, the mechanics of the replacement, the existential dilemmas post-replacement, or the peculiarities of incomplete substitutions, simply grasping the concept of replacement has provided some relief to Bran. However, he soon found himself grappling with another mystery. If it is indeed only a substitution, then what does it signify that a blade of grass has sprouted from the leather cushion? Has this grass replaced a portion of the cushion's surface? Bran had initially entertained this notion, but after conducting an experiment with the grass and a mouse, he found himself compelled to revise, or rather, expand his hypothesis. The ability of the chaotic mark is not confined to mere substitution. It also encompasses a form of transformation, an inexplicable metamorphosis. Consequently, he arrived at two conclusions. The manifestation of the mark merely releases two types of energy, one associated with substitution and another with transformation. The second conclusion posits that the energy released during the mark's manifestation is singular. It integrates spontaneously into the objects it encounters, resulting in a substitution effect that replaces one existence with another either wholly or partially. However, there exists a slight probability that this may lead to mutations in the objects. Such mutations have caused the cushion to sprout grass and have transformed the mouse that consumed this grass into a fantastical creature capable of remarkable shape-shifting. Though this shape-shifting seems rather inconsequential, the implications it raises have profoundly altered Bran's expectations regarding the chaotic mark. The duration of the mark's energy release is uncontrollable. Yet once emitted, this energy remains largely fixed. Objects that have undergone complete substitution do not contain energy. However, by eliminating those that have been partially substituted, this energy can be released anew. Furthermore, situations akin to the transformation of the grass can also be manipulated by him. In essence, if his hypothesis holds true, he could actively create peculiar beings similar to this mouse. What purpose this would serve remains unclear to Bran, or rather, he remains uncertain. Given the uncontrollable nature of the secondary emission of that intangible energy, along with its inherent unpredictability, Bran fears that when he takes action, this energy may infiltrate his own body. Thus, aside from the initial experiment involving the young foal, he has only used the grass to nourish a single mouse, refraining from creating additional experimental subjects. In other words, he is yet to ascertain whether the energy release is one or twofold. Nor is he certain whether the entities produced through transformation merely alter their appearance like the mouse, or if they possess other capabilities. Beneath the flickering candlelight in the exquisite chamber, the dark-haired boy languished on the cold floor, contemplatively gazing at the tattoo on his left wrist. What marvelous changes might occur should this energy truly infiltrate a human body? On the following morning, after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast with the Tully family, Bran was led by two brothers, one older and one younger, into the scholar's chamber to begin outlining his future academic pursuits. The scholar serving the castle of Highgarden was named Lomies. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a robust countenance, standing under the sole window of the room. His baldness accentuated, and from the remaining tufts of hair on the sides, it was evident he had once been a striking blonde. Regrettably, the harsh realities of life had prematurely ushered in the signs of aging. I specialize in the study of ravens, languages, history, astronomy, and medicine. And I also possess a certain understanding of the training of hunting dogs and falcons, he proclaimed after exchanging pleasantries. May I inquire what you have studied during your time at Storm's End and Dragonstone, my Lord Bran? There is no need for further study in heraldry, and I have nearly mastered the basics of the common tongue, Bran replied. In truth, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, though he refrained from disclosing much of it. However, these two subjects alone were sufficient to demonstrate his diligence, as such knowledge typically permeates the formative years of every noble child. Under normal circumstances, a child of less than 6 years would not exhibit such erudition. Are you certain you do not wish to continue your studies? Lomies inquired, furrowing his brow, sensing that the boy was somewhat prone to exaggeration. Heraldry encompasses the familial houses of all of Westeros, my Lord Bran. Our studies must extend beyond the sigils pertinent to the Stormlands. Bran merely shrugged. The scholar then procured a tome on heraldry and began to meticulously examine Bran's knowledge. In which region of Westeros is Bear Island located? The north, within the harbor known as Ice Bay, west of Winterfell, Bran responded readily, continuing without prompting. The rulers of Bear Island are the Mormonts, whose sigil features a great bear amidst a green thicket, with their house motto being "Here we stand." The current head of House Mormont is Jorah Mormont, who inherited his position from his father, Jeor Mormont, along with the family's original history. The torrent of information prompted frequent nods from the scholar, who then inquired about the remote territories of the Vale, the lesser houses of the Iron Islands, and the mountain lords of Dorne, his skepticism gradually giving way to intrigue. Standing quietly to the side, the brown-haired youth Velas could no longer contain himself and glanced at the chubby boy who was approximately Bran's age, or perhaps even a year older. The boy, noticing the look, pouted and muttered under his breath before his brother could speak. "I've tried hard too, but if I can't remember, what can I do?" Though his voice was barely audible, it effectively brought the question and answer session to a halt. Lomies, seated behind the desk, cast a sidelong glance at the chubby boy, then cleared his throat and turned to Bran. "Very well, my lord. You indeed need not delve further into heraldry, and I shall not assess your proficiency in the common tongue. Now, let's get to the crux of the matter. What would you like to learn from me?" "History and languages," Bran replied after a moment's reflection. While it seemed that the world he had entered could be altered, that instance was singular, and he could not ascertain whether the next world he entered would connect with the previous one. Of course, he could not guarantee when he would next enter. The dagger that had accompanied him remained eerily silent, its scent faint, and despite nearly 2 months having passed since he acquired it, it had shown no sign of growth. Although he had entered a new environment, this castle evidently lacked the rich heritage that would allow Bran to catch a whiff of its fragrance. Regarding languages, aside from the common tongue, I am proficient in High Valyrian, Low Valyrian, and the dialects and idioms of the 9 free cities that stem from it. Additionally, I am quite skilled in Dothraki and Trade Tongue, and I possess a basic familiarity with Carthene and Lyseni. Notably, there is the Old Tongue of the North, an exceedingly ancient language, which, it is said, is still spoken by the wildlings beyond the wall. Do you intend to learn all of them, or just a selection? High Valyrian served as the lingua franca of the ancient freehold of Valyria, and following its cataclysmic demise, the language fell into disuse. However, Loras, intrigued by its nuances, learned from Rennies that this tongue was intricately connected to dragons. Low Valyrian, on the other hand, is essentially synonymous with the common tongue spoken across the 9 free cities of the eastern continent. Of course, each city has its own localized dialect, necessitating a classification of sorts. With dreams of adventure, Loras harbored aspirations to explore the eastern continent, and thus, he would not overlook this language. As for other languages, such as Dothraki or Old Tongue, he held little interest. He was neither captivated by the savage nomads of his memories, nor did he wish to engage in perilous dialogues with wild men in the treacherous far north, leading him to forego the time required to learn them. He did, however, express a certain curiosity about the trade language, as it was a professional jargon utilized among sailors and pirates across the seas. Upon articulating his thoughts, the bald scholar nodded in agreement, effectively solidifying Loras's academic pursuits within reach. Yet, unbeknownst to all, due to the discovery in his left hand, Loras was also preparing to delve into a field deemed futile by many scholars, the study of magic. Chapter 135, 2 months. Beneath a brooding sky, several multi-masted ships glided slowly across the dim sea, their sails billowing in the autumn breeze, revealing the prominent nettle whip pattern upon them. On the deck of a ship named Contemplation, the black-clad captain, Iron Axe, gazed longingly at the hazy silhouette of an island in the distance, his heart aflame with unquenchable desire, causing his eyes to narrow instinctively. Captain Iron Axe, I still believe it rather ill-advised for us to set sail against King Balon's decree, whispered the middle-aged first mate, concern etched upon his weathered face. Even the drowned priest cannot prevent the Ironborn from venturing forth. It is an innate right bestowed upon us by the drowned god, one that none can strip away. The captain, known by the moniker Iron Axe, snorted derisively. How could Balon ever rival the drowned god? But if King Balon were to discover this, the first mate's countenance paled, yet he quickly reassured himself. Though Balon is not as lenient as the late king, he is hardly a tyrant. Then what do you fear? Balon has yet to secure his position upon the seastone chair. Do you think he possesses the bandwidth to concern himself with our trifles? The black-clad Iron Axe grinned widely. Besides, we are merely going out to fish. We do not intend to engage in anything untoward. His eyes, however, were greedily fixed on the faint outline of the island. No need for violence. Merely appearing in the water surrounding that all could yield a handsome reward, a lucrative venture for the Iron Axe captain, who had languished under the weight of peace for far too long, impoverished to the point of desperation. Yet deep down, he harbored another yearning, one that sought the ancient paths once trodden by the Ironborn before the rise of the Targaryen dynasty, a path of pillage and destruction, rather than merely scraping by on fishing and mining in a forlorn isle. Unfortunately, the time was not yet ripe. Lost in such regretful contemplation, Iron Axe was suddenly startled by a fleeting white shadow, its peculiar form prompting him to lift his gaze. After a few moments of scrutiny, he furrowed his brow and signaled for his first mate to fetch a bow and arrow. He aimed at a white bird, now soaring leisurely around the ship, blissfully unaware of its impending fate. Thus, when an arrow whizzed through the air, the creature had no time to react before it was pinned to the mast with a resounding thunk, struggling momentarily before falling still. The precision of the shot earned cheers from several sailors nearby, prompting Iron Axe to scold them lightly. Following his orders, a sailor scaled the mast like a monkey, making his way to retrieve the arrowed target. Initially perplexed as to why his captain would have him fetch a dead bird, he was astonished upon reaching the site to discover that it was not a bird at all, but a small white glove, fluttering gently in the sea breeze. What curious thing. What kind of wind could blow it to resemble a bird? He mused, yet his thoughts did not hinder his actions. Bracing himself on a mast with one hand, he deftly dislodged the arrow with the other, biting down to hold the glove in his mouth before beginning his descent. As he climbed down, he sensed the glove moving oddly, but with the strong winds, he paid it no mind. Once back on deck, he presented the whimsical glove to his captain. The surrounding sailors, equally perplexed, speculated, "Did you hide the bird?" Is this glove a ruse to fool Iron Axe? Are you daft, Doran? Look at the material of this glove. It is far more precious than any bird. But why is it a glove? How should I know? The black-clad captain paid no heed to his crew's chatter, instead fixating on the pristine glove in his hands, brow furrowed in silence. A strange sensation gripped him. It felt as if the glove was moving of its own volition, rather than being merely swayed by the wind. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw the glove flip and tumble towards the deck, prompting him to reach out and catch it firmly. Yet as he did so, an inexplicable wave of trepidation washed over him, and after a moment of bewilderment, he could not help but glance back at his crew. An unsettling thought emerging in his mind. The ancient path shall not perish. In the courtyard, the dull yet resonant sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed. As two boys clad in makeshift armor crafted from wooden scraps sparred, their faces glistening with sweat. Perhaps due to the exertion, their movements appeared quite clumsy. Faster, faster. What's the matter, Sir Garland? Did you not have enough to eat today? A middle-aged instructor, clad in brown and black leather, stood nearby with arms crossed. His light brown hair tied back in a ponytail, keen brown eyes scrutinizing the boys' every move, occasionally offering admonishments. Meanwhile, amidst the fervent training atmosphere, a series of crisp, melodic harp notes floated down from above, intertwining with the sounds of clashing weapons and shifting feet, evoking a sense of a battle backdrop. Such a dullard Tob. You had the chance to strike his head, yet you keep hitting his arm? Do you think this is merely child's play? If you remain so timid during a real battle, you will be slain before you even know it. The instructor's voice was laced with irritation, and the boy being chastised flushed with embarrassment. However, his opponent fared no better in this training session, his portly figure rendering him somewhat awkward, and the acerbic instructor took every opportunity to mock him. Sir Garland, do you know why the pig that Wilder raises is always getting beaten? Why? Because it doesn't know how to dodge. The plump boy's face contorted with indignation, tinged with a hint of grievance. I simply cannot help but listen to Laris's harp, which is why I am so easily distracted. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the figure lounging against the wooden railing of the loft above, the black-haired boy, his peer, who seemed to revel in leisure while effortlessly strumming his harp. In the eyes of the plump boy, this carefree individual was utterly irksome. Do not make excuses. Young Lord Garin, the sounds of true battle are far more jarring than these, the instructor asserted, directing his gaze toward the green-eyed boy seated opposite the plump lad. You see, although he may not be fully unrestrained, Tobin has not allowed those sounds to distract him. The instructor's words caused the boy named Tobin to flush anew. He cautiously glanced at the plump boy before seeking solace in the encouraging gaze of his own lord above. As a commoner thrust into practice with the offspring of nobility, he felt an acute sense of trepidation, and the instructor's light commendation only served to amplify his anxiety. Despite having engaged in this practice for over 2 months, the shy boy remained exceedingly apprehensive. Yet, when faced with Tobin's gaze, his lord merely offered a reassuring smile, the harp in his hand producing a cascade of cheerful notes. Thus, Tobin was compelled to continue their practice, albeit with a heart full of trepidation. The harp's melodious strains enveloped the air once more, weaving a tapestry of rhythmic elegance, seemingly played with nonchalance. The two boys, engrossed in their combat training, paid it no mind, yet the passers-by in the corridor above could not ignore it. Accompanied by a chorus of admiration and attention, someone's bardic experience points were quietly accumulating. Indeed, accumulating. Though not reflected on the system panel, Lares, immersed in his playing, could sense an invisible force coalescing around him, drawn forth by the attention of those nearby, a stark contrast to the solitary practice he had endured before. Lares believed this was the true path to advancing his vocation. The solitary method he had previously employed seemed misguided. After all, the skills encompassed within his knightly profession were already considerable, yet his level remained merely entry-level. Coupled with the circumstances surrounding his initial embrace of knighthood, he could easily infer certain truths. Only through engaging in related activities would his corresponding profession gain the nourishment it required. Why this was so, Lares could not say, much like he could not ascertain the specifics of his left hand's condition over 2 months prior. Regarding such extraordinary phenomena, he only vaguely speculated that they might pertain to some form of belief or power, yet the particulars remained a mystery known only to the heavens. Regardless, he felt assured that, should he continue on this path, his profession would inevitably ascend. Thus, he dismissed thoughts of the why, though the timing of that ascension remained an enigma. Lost in thought, his fingers abruptly halted, and he shook off his previous carefree demeanor. Sitting upright and assuming a proper posture, feigning immersion in the ocean of music. Alas, This ruse did not escape the notice of others. The silver-haired lady, approaching from a distance, furrowed her brow, quickening her pace and prompting the cluster of maids behind her to scurry in pursuit. "Mind your manners, Lares. Do not behave like a country lout," the lady admonished as she drew near, and without waiting for a response, continued sternly, "Come with me. Though the timing is inappropriate, I must once again instruct you on the proper etiquette of sitting." Upon hearing this, Lares blinked, obediently following her out, while the plump boy, witnessing the scene, erupted into gleeful laughter, only to be met with a scolding from the harsh instructor. It was hard to imagine that during these 2 months spent at the court, the most challenging figure to engage with was not the renowned Thorn Queen, but rather this seemingly dignified and elegant duchess. Chapter 136, Etiquette and Divinity. Your hand posture must be relaxed, natural, not stiff as a piece of wood. Yes, relaxed, just like that. Your head should not be held too high, and crossing your legs is absolutely forbidden. Do not fixate your gaze on others' eyes, as this will induce discomfort. Such focus is only appropriate when expressing your opinions or listening. The most crucial point: always maintain clean attire, and absolutely do not sit carelessly on the wooden railing or in dirty places. Servants may wash your clothes, but your appearance is solely your responsibility. The authoritative voice of the woman resonated from a bright, spacious room. As the black-haired boy diligently adjusted his posture in accordance with the Duchess's instructions, his focused demeanor betraying an eagerness to learn. Yet, after just over 2 months of interaction, the Duchess had come to understand that the boy's natural laziness masked a remarkable potential. Whenever he attended her lessons in etiquette, he appeared to embody perfection. Yet once he departed from the curriculum, he reverted to a carefree demeanor, as if he had never learned anything at all, an exasperating sight. Of course, given that he was not yet 7 years old, such behavior was not entirely unexpected. Rather, the boy's performance was already commendable. However, Lady Allery felt that her husband's adopted son could achieve even greater excellence if only he would apply himself more diligently. "I understand your feelings, Lares. Maintaining proper posture is indeed tiring, but once you become accustomed to it, integrating it into your habits will render it effortless. You must strive to achieve this, and I believe you can do so with relative ease." Aside from the earnest voice of the woman, the spacious room was devoid of any other sound. The autumn breeze wafted in through the window, rustling the withered leaves and gently tapping against the nearby paintings. In a Million-style portrait, a man and a woman stood. The man, resplendently dressed, was none other than Duke Mysterial of the Riverband, while the woman was the Duchess before him. Her silver hair and short gown were rendered with such vividness in the painting hanging above the pale green feathered bed, surrounded by casual yet harmonious furnishings. It was evident that this was the residence of the Duke and Duchess. In the past, Lares would come here alongside the court's heir, Velis, and his younger brother to learn the ways of nobility, but now he found himself alone, receiving individualized attention. The lesson continued for an extended period, only interrupted when the sky outside darkened, and a robust young nurse rushed in, cradling a wailing infant. "Madam, you must think of a way. Lady Marguerite has been crying incessantly, and I cannot soothe her." The nurse's anxious voice, mingled with the sharp cries of the infant, transformed the Duchess's previously stern countenance into one of concern as she hurried away. Meanwhile, Lares leaned in curiously to catch a glimpse of the rosy-faced baby swaddled in blankets. His only impression being that the child was somewhat unattractive. Such a loud voice, he muttered quietly, then appropriately bowed to the Duchess before taking his leave. As he exited the room, he encountered another familiar figure from his memories. A pretty young child with thick brown hair and large, expressive eyes stood outside the door, held by another nurse. Upon seeing the black-haired boy step out, she cheerfully greeted him. "Brother Lares." "You should call me uncle," Lares corrected. "Brother?" the child, bewildered, inquired, seemingly unaware of the meaning of the term uncle. Upon hearing this, Lancelot affectionately ruffled his hair, eliciting a silly grin from the boy, which, unfortunately, caught the attention of the Duchess, who was already frazzled by her daughter's loud cries. She cast a glance in their direction. Startled, the child promptly sealed his lips, and the dark-haired boy lost interest in teasing the little one. After a brief cough, he hastily turned and departed. As he traversed the corridor, numerous servants greeted him with respect, and he occasionally encountered members of the Tyrell family branch, who were equally courteous. Lancelot reciprocated their salutations in kind. Life at Highgarden was simple yet fulfilling. After rising and enjoying breakfast, he would proceed to the Maester's Tower to study languages and history. Subsequently, he would join 2 companions in the Duchess's company to learn the etiquette of nobility, thus completing the morning's tasks. In the afternoons, Lancelot occasionally visited the administrative hall at the forefront of the castle to listen to Duke Mace as he dealt with matters concerning his vassals and knights. However, he spent most of his time honing his skills as a bard. When there were banquets in the evening, he would partake. On other occasions, he would retreat to his chamber to read. His gloves proved useful, allowing him to maintain a sense of calm regarding the occasional mishaps with his left hand. And more often than not, tranquility reigned. Last month, his 6th naming day passed quietly, unannounced to anyone. However, it seemed the Tyrells were already aware, as the silver-haired Duchess personally orchestrated a grand and lively celebration. After the naming day, Master Cleos from Windfall sent him a letter, congratulating Lancelot on another year of life and inquiring about his studies. The old man was currently assisting in managing the affairs of Storm's End, while Duke Stannis remained at King's Landing and had yet to return. News from his domain, Dragonstone, also arrived via ravens, penned by a scholar named Cans, who had been newly assigned there after Lancelot's elevation to nobility. Though he had never met him nor heard of his name, the letter was succinct and decisive. Overall, there was little to concern him from the outside world. He simply needed to focus on growing and learning in the Bastion of Highgarden or conducting experiments. This suited Lancelot's wishes perfectly. Life within the castle was also uneventful, though he occasionally struggled with sleep, often sensing the presence of someone beside him. Yet, upon waking suddenly to investigate, he found no trace of anyone. Over time, Lancelot began to wonder if he was experiencing some sort of haunting. His progress in experiments concerning his left hand had been minimal, as he remained apprehensive about the potential repercussions of a secondary release affecting himself. He had hoped for a repeat of the last incident with the plant, but that had not occurred. This might have been due to the gloves restricting the energy's manifestation, or perhaps the mark had only been emitting replacement energy rather than any transformation. In any case, he had made little advancement in related experiments. After more than 2 months of study, his etiquette skills had progressed from LV1 to LV2, while his extensive historical studies yielded no historical skills. Rather, he had quietly acquired a level 1 legend lore. Language studies were a monumental task, showing little progress. Aside from his overt academic pursuits, he was also self-studying magic, which left him feeling quite dazed. The material on magic in Westeros was scarce, if not for the vast library of Highgarden. He might not have found even a single relevant tome. Yet, even with the availability of specialized texts, he felt utterly lost due to the plethora of technical jargon and convoluted passages. Upon careful examination, the only conclusion he could draw was that in this world, there were no supernatural energies akin to magical elements. Instead, wizards performed rituals not to harness some force of nature, but to invoke deities. The names of these entities, the Lightbringer Rulaller, the Three-Faced God, the Black Goat, the Mother of the Storm, the Lord of the Skies, the Lady of Tides, and the Stone Bull of Valyrian, were largely unfamiliar to Lancelot, as the 7 gods dominated the religious landscape of Westeros, with the only heretical belief belonging to the old gods of the north. Chapter 137, War Rises Again. Magic seemed to have morphed into theology. While Lancelot could at least grasp a vague concept of magic, having read countless fantastical novels in his past life that depicted it in various forms, the notion of gods left him scratching his head. Previously, while at Windfall, he had inquired about magic from Maester Cleos, who had informed him that this seemingly ineffective study was scarcely understood even by the most learned in Old Town, where those pursuing it were often ridiculed. Old Town was already the knowledge hub of Westeros, and if few there mastered the subject, it was evident that Highgarden would have even less to offer. However, reading alone left him perplexed. He had hoped that studying this discipline in conjunction with his left hand's unique powers might yield some extraordinary results. It appeared that this path was utterly blocked. The incomprehensibility of the texts, coupled with the impossibility of worshipping any deities, forced Lancelot to abandon this line of inquiry and redirect his focus elsewhere. He concentrated on acquiring knowledge, mastering etiquette, performing music, and occasionally activating his left hand to explore whether it could stimulate different experimental materials. Days in Highgarden flowed in a mundane yet fulfilling manner. However, after nearly 3 months of residence, he suddenly heard a rather peculiar piece of news. It was a gloomy afternoon, and within the administrative hall of the castle, a scout was reporting to Duke Tyrell, who sat upon an oak chair. The scout's words caused the young duke to momentarily halt his motion of stroking his left hand's ruby ring and repeat his question with incredulity. Several longships from the Iron Islands have attacked the Isle of Tears? Indeed, my lord, the scout, clad in leather armor and dust covered from travel, replied. However, their numbers were few, They seized some valuables and women amidst the chaos before hastily retreating, inflicting little harm upon the locals. The Isle of Tears belonged to the Westlands and was the domain of House Farman, not far from the Lannister stronghold of Casterly Rock, thus naturally under the protection of the Lannister fleet. Yet, the audacity of the Ironborn to launch an attack was shocking. The sparsely populated hall, containing a mere dozen individuals, was filled with bewildered expressions as they struggled to comprehend the rationale behind such behavior. How brazen! Did those Ironborn believe it was 3 centuries ago? Were they so bold as to enact their so-called ancient ways? Lancelot was eager to witness how the Lion would address this affront. His knights and vassals were rife with discussion, while the Duke himself pondered deeply, his mind involuntarily recalling his mother's recent words and his subsequent actions. But logically, such behavior should not have occurred. Why would they be driven to such madness? He could not help but ask, is it possible that Balon has rebellious intentions? Our informants report that this must have been the captain's unilateral decision. The scout replied, it is said that Lord Balon is quite furious about this matter. A retainer with a black beard nodded in agreement and remarked, Lord Balon Greyjoy has recently ascended to the Seastone chair and has yet to solidify his position. It would be illogical for him to provoke the West at such a precarious juncture. However, since King Robert's ascension, no one from the Iron Islands has come forth to pledge fealty. Another voice interjected, Balon ought to travel to King's Landing to kneel before the new king. Yet he has not done so. Perhaps he harbors rebellious thoughts? Standing beside the Duke, the Castellan of Highgarden, Garth, spoke up. Those Ironborn are consumed with thoughts of restoring their ancient ways, oblivious to the fact that the current era bears no resemblance to the past. The possibility of unrestrained pillaging is utterly non-existent. To provoke the unified 7 kingdoms? Preposterous. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud flatulence escaped him, leaving the council chamber in stunned silence. Everyone quickly closed their mouths or suppressed their breaths, casting their eyes upward toward the ceiling. Garth the Castellan was the young Duke's uncle, notoriously rotund, with a round face, a bulbous nose, and a substantial belly. His digestive troubles often led to involuntary flatulence, a fact that had become commonplace among the attendees, and he chuckled without a hint of embarrassment. Thus, the atmosphere remained heavy and taciturn until the wind from outside whisked away the unpleasant odor, prompting someone to resume the conversation. He may have such intentions, but I doubt he possesses the means, remarked the black-bearded retainer. Recently, a group of deranged drowned men has emerged from the Iron Islands, claiming to be holy warriors under the banner of the drowned god. They consider submission to the Iron Throne a disgrace to all Ironborn, and the surrender of the Greyjoys to the Targaryens during the conquest is deemed the utmost humiliation. They are rallying the Ironborn to resist the rule of the Greyjoys and the Iron Throne. Under these circumstances, it is unlikely that the Greyjoys would entertain thoughts of rebellion. The drowned god's son? This title piqued the curiosity of the assembly, although not everyone was well-versed in history. It is often said that one's greatest adversaries may possess the most intimate knowledge of oneself, and the nobles of the Riverlands were indeed long-standing foes of the Iron Islands. That was a figure from centuries past, Garth chuckled. Even the oldest of Ironborn could not possibly still follow a charlatan who perished over 200 years ago. Have they lost their minds? Perhaps they truly have. Otherwise, why would they attack Fair? Ironborn are all madmen. The ensuing discussions were met with indifference by the black-haired boy, who stood silently alongside the brown-haired youth at the Duke's right hand, lost in contemplation. Despite the passage of time, he had only experienced 3 iterations of this world and could not easily forget his first. Indeed, he had personally eradicated that deceiver, the drowned god's son. Historically, this very figure had met his demise during the reign of King Aenys, meeting a similarly grim fate. Yet, that was nearly 3 centuries ago. How could he or his followers resurface now? Was there a deviation in the original narrative? Bluley meticulously recalled memories of his past life. Aside from the education and experiences he had undergone after his reincarnation, his understanding of the Iron Islands was limited to a eunuch and a madman. Through the Greyjoy family's eunuch, raised in the north, he could vaguely recall a rebellion against the Baratheon dynasty. However, the specifics of that rebellion and its unfolding remained elusive to him. Clearly, his knowledge was not an exhaustive compendium. Hindered by the vagueness of certain memories from his previous existence, he struggled to recall even the simplest of facts, let alone the convoluted background of a half-finished television series. Ultimately, he found no answers to his inquiries, resigning himself to categorize them as mere occurrences fated to transpire in this world. Yet, inexplicably, Bluley felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu, as if something was profoundly amiss. What could it be? He pondered deeply, but could not discern the cause. In the days following the assault on Fair Isle, the entire continent simmered with turmoil, yet for one ensconced within the castle, life remained largely unaffected. It was not until nearly a month later that he chanced upon relevant news. It was reported that Lord Balon of the Iron Islands had penned a letter to King Robert upon the Iron Throne, claiming that internal strife within the Iron Islands hindered his ability to fully command his vassals. He asserted that he had personally executed the captain responsible for the plunder of Fair Isle along with several crew members, promising to quell the unrest and provide a satisfactory explanation to the Queen's family. Simultaneously, he indicated that he would heed King Robert's summons to King's Landing to swear fealty, provided he could suppress the rebellion. It appeared that this newly appointed king of the Iron Islands was relatively straightforward and seemingly had no intention of rebelling against the Iron Throne. However, during Bluelay's 5th month in Highgarden, an unexpected revelation surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly sweeping across all of Westeros. Under the cover of night, a vast fleet from the Iron Islands stealthily infiltrated the coastal territories of House Lannister, launching a surprise assault on the pivotal city of Lannisport, incinerating a multitude of warships anchored in the harbor. The naval forces of the West were effectively dismantled, leaving significant stretches of coastline devoid of defensive capabilities, thus rendering them vulnerable to the unbridled retribution of the Ironborn, and the flames of war engulfed all in its path. Chapter 138, Rumors. This sudden insurrection stirred the hearts of countless individuals, even prompting Bluelay, who typically shunned such matters, to contemplate whether his brother's rule would falter as a result. Many lords harboring animosity toward the Baratheons quietly observed, eager to witness how King Robert, who had usurped the Iron Throne, would manage this unforeseen rebellion. The king's response was straightforward, without hesitation, without negotiation, and without indulging in trivialities. He summoned the lords and knights of the Seven Kingdoms to march westward and engage in battle. Thus, the winds of change swept across the continent of Westeros. Are you not the least bit concerned, Bluelay? In a courtyard of Highgarden, the brown-haired youth, Varys, leaned against a pristine marble column, contemplatively gazing at the black-haired boy seated on the railing engrossed in a book. The passage of over 5 months had rendered the heir to Highgarden considerably less impolite than at the outset, indicative of a burgeoning camaraderie between the two. This is your brother's kingdom. I am but a child, Bluelay replied without lifting his gaze. Worrying does no good, so I choose not to. While this may sound rather juvenile, upon reflection, it contained a kernel of wisdom. After months of interaction, Varys discerned that this boy possessed a remarkable maturity, which further invigorated his own thoughts. If you could witness this war firsthand, I believe you would find solace, he ventured tentatively. Waiting in the castle for news can be quite excruciating. It's not too bad, Bluelay casually responded. A year ago, Robert was away at war, and we were besieged in Storm's End for an entire year. That was far worse than now. The brown-haired youth found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, he candidly expressed, allowing the Ironborn to wreak havoc unchecked will undoubtedly have significant repercussions for the future of the Riverlands. Thus, my father has resolved to heed His Majesty Rob's call, and is currently rallying his vassals to take up arms. As he spoke, he noticed the boy's gaze shift from the tome before him to himself, prompting Vaylez to earnestly declare, I wish to witness this war firsthand. You know, Lancel, I shall eventually become a knight, and a knight cannot shy away from the trials of war. Then go, by all means, and seize the opportunity to broaden your horizons. Lancel replied, blinking in surprise. My father forbids it, citing the myriad dangers that accompany such ventures. The brown-haired youth replied, a note of resignation in his tone. War is fraught with peril, Lancel acknowledged with a nod. When we were at Whispering Fort, we faced starvation. Many nearly succumbed to hunger. Yet, I have reasoned that if the war proceeds smoothly, we shall encounter no danger. However, should it falter, the Ironborn would be free to unleash their disruptions upon the West and the Riverlands, rendering even Highgarden unsafe. That does seem plausible, the dark-haired boy replied, somewhat dazed. Vaylez rolled his eyes at this response. Lancel, cease feigning ignorance. Can't you share your perspective? Having spent considerable time together, Vaylez had come to understand that this boy was far from the simpleton he pretended to be. What perspective? Are you merely hoping to persuade your father to allow you to join? Lancel, having seen through Vaylez's intentions, spoke bluntly. Let me be clear, that is impossible. You are the heir to Highgarden, and I am but a guest of the royal family. Should anything befall you, it would be a significant loss for Highgarden. If harm were to befall me, how do you think your father would explain it to my brother? The abrupt shift in tone was unsettling. Yet Vaylez felt invigorated by it. Do you not yearn to witness the ocean and the realities of war? Moreover, the Iron Islands, I've heard their customs are quite unique. I've seen enough. It is merely two factions clashing, with the battlefield merely shifting to the sea, Lancel remarked dismissively. The Iron Islands? There is nothing remarkable about it. Just a desolate land. Vela suspected he was either boasting or simply dismissing the matter. So he sighed, haven't you grown weary of being cooped up in the castle? The world beyond is vibrant and brimming with wonders we have yet to comprehend. Intelligent and mature, yet lacking enthusiasm for most matters, Lancel appeared somewhat languid. This was Vela's assessment of him. However, he was intrigued by the novel, such as magic and the mysterious tales of the children of the forest and the others. His curiosity piqued. Unfortunately, Velas was unaware that for Lancel, possessing a peculiar left hand meant that the surprises and novelties of life were already abundant, thus rendering him indifferent to such pursuits. The Duke is indeed correct. War is perilous, especially naval warfare, where victory cannot be determined merely by numbers, Lancel remarked, his eyelids drooping. Thus, I prefer the safety of remaining in the castle. After all, didn't you mention wanting to go hunting recently? Walking the dogs? Flying the hawks? I'm rather looking forward to that. His escapades in the dungeon world had sufficiently quelled Lancel's yearning for adventure. In reality, he desired a tranquil existence. Unwilling to lead a life fraught with constant turmoil and concern for his safety, which he deemed utterly dreadful. Moreover, he was still quite young. However, what held little interest for Lancel was a source of great allure for many young nobles who had not yet faced adversity, and thus the brown-haired youth did not relent. We need not go to the front lines. Simply being in the rear with my father and Count Redwine would suffice. Unless the tide of battle turns overwhelmingly against us, we are unlikely to encounter any danger. Lancel remained unmoved by this argument. My plan is to gather some friends of our age to approach my father with a proposal, not just the two of us. This way, the likelihood of success is considerably greater. Lancel shrugged. Are you truly so timid? Lancel, I do not believe you are that kind of person, Velas pressed, employing a challenge to spur him on. I am but a child. My courage is naturally limited, Lancel replied, raising his book, feigning concentration. Yet Velas persisted, unveiling a series of enticing prospects he had prepared in advance. They say there is a sea dragon skeleton on the Iron Islands. A sea dragon. How intriguing does that sound? Do you not wish to see it? The so-called followers of the drowned god seem to have appeared out of nowhere. No one had ever seen them before. Lancel, are you not curious? I heard a monstrous sea creature was sighted near the Iron Islands, resembling the sigil of House Greyjoy. Rumors are hardly reliable. Lancel could no longer contain himself, interjecting. Sailors claim to have encountered mermaids, ice dragons, and even the storm god. Who knows if they truly saw them, or simply dreamt it after a night of debauchery? Mermaids? I cannot say. The brown-haired youth shook his head. But a sea ghost did recently emerge, and it even has a name. Oh, what name? Lancel inquired, intrigued. While the mere mention of supernatural beings was often dismissed, in a feudal society steeped in superstition, a named specter carried an air of credibility. Lancel recalled that this world indeed possessed supernatural forces, albeit rare. I believe it's called Jaspy. Many sailors along the western coast claim to have encountered it. Supposedly, this sea ghost asks everyone it meets for directions to White Gull Village. And after inquiring, it simply vanishes without a trace. No one knows where this White Gull Village actually is. Jaspy? White Gull Village. Lancel furrowed his brow, finding the names somewhat familiar. Chapter 139. A letter from King's Landing. The atmosphere grew heavy after the last words were spoken, and under Velas's astonished gaze, Lancel pondered for a moment, ultimately acquiescing to his proposal. Why the sudden change of heart? Velas asked, perplexed. I wish to behold what this sea ghost truly looks like. Lancel confessed candidly. The names White Gull Village and Jaspy, though long past and of little significance to him, stirred memories from the recesses of his mind. The first time he ventured into the Drowned Man dungeon, he had encountered a boy from his village named Jaspy, while he himself had been called Harrel, hailing from White Gull Village. Thus, the question arose, why would a character from the dungeon, or rather, someone who had perished, suddenly materialize in the real world, transforming into a so-called sea ghost? Was it that Jaspy had indeed become a sea ghost in the original history? Or had some subtle transformation occurred in this world that he failed to comprehend? He could not help but contemplate the so-called followers of the drowned god. This question seemed of great importance, prompting Lancel to reconsider his stance. However, prior to this, he had much to contemplate and prepare for. For instance, if he truly set sail, would the curse upon him manifest? For instance, how might one persuade Duke Tyrell to grant permission for oneself to join? The chestnut-haired youth perceived the likelihood of success in his plan to rally a petition as exceedingly low, Thus he held little hope, or perhaps one could say, akin to his treatment in King's Landing. Under normal circumstances, he would find it impossible to leave this castle, leaving him no choice but to resort to unorthodox methods. Pondering this, he bid farewell to the jubilant Valyrian, who had succeeded in his persuasion, and returned to his chamber within the Highgarden castle. He then retrieved a piece of parchment, typically reserved for practicing his penmanship, from the bookshelf, and employed a dagger to trim it to a suitable size. Ultimately, the boy seated himself at the desk, grasped a quill, dipped it into the inkwell, and commenced fervently inscribing upon the letter. As dusk approached, the sunlight filtered through the translucent pale green glass, casting a hazy yet beautiful glow, illuminating lines of pure black text that resembled wondrous riddles birthed from the depths of a foggy ocean. The incessant scratching of the quill against the parchment filled the air, as the delicate script gradually consumed the entirety of the letter. At last, the dark-haired boy procured the sigil of the crowned stag from his wastebasket, dipped it in crimson wax, and pressed it upon the letter, thus creating a remarkably convincing royal forgery. He mused quietly to himself, marveling at the unforeseen advantages of not changing the sigil. Temporarily setting the letter aside on the desk, he disregarded appearances and sat upon the carpet, lifting the glass jar from the trash, peering into it to observe the quietly breathing mouse within. Taking a deep breath, he began to shake the jar vigorously. Seagulls, tree stumps, tomes. Only when the jar transformed into a befuddled raven did the boy cease his efforts, satisfied with his handiwork. The following morning, within the scholar's tower, a balding middle-aged scholar was imparting knowledge and insights regarding the outbreak of the war. The leader of the rebellion, Balon Greyjoy, was the son of King Quellan, a leader of the Iron Islands who diverged from the norm. His governing ambition was to integrate the Iron Islands into the Seven Kingdoms, for which he not only employed scholars to serve the Iron Islands but also liberated all enslaved workers therein, while imposing heavy taxes upon his vassals who exploited salt wives, and actively participated in the foreign wars of the Seven Kingdoms. This series of actions stood in stark contrast to the ancient customs of the Iron Islands, as Quellan appeared prepared to forsake the traditional ways upon which his people had relied. His wisdom and methods, however, sufficed to quell the discontent among his vassals. Regrettably, before he could realize his ambitions, he perished in the war against the Shield Islands, the scholar lamented with a sigh. The Shield Islands were a series of isles off the western coastline of Highgarden, safeguarding the river that connected Highgarden Castle to the sea, thus protecting the entirety of Highgarden and the Reach. During Robert's rebellion, the Iron Islands maintained a stance of observation, and only when the rebellion's victory appeared certain did they finally dispatch their fleet to assault the Reach, Robert's former adversary, thus grasping at the tail end of the conflict. Unfortunately, their gains were meager, failing to significantly impact the Reach, and King Quellan, who sought to abandon the traditional ways of the Iron Islands, met his demise in that very war. Consequently, his eldest son, Balon Greyjoy, who revered the old ways, ascended to the Seastone chair. Interestingly, Quellan's participation in the war had been spurred by his son's encouragement. With Quellan slain in battle, Balon Greyjoy assumed the Seastone chair, but time was short, and his foundation precarious. Thus, how would he garner the support of his vassals as the new king? Addressing 3 attentive students, the bald scholar analyzed a war, one that starkly contrasts with his father's ambitions, would rally the traditionalists of the Iron Islands behind Balon. Meanwhile, with King Robert's recent coronation, the timing of the war seemed fortuitous. Quellan's peaceful reign had lasted long enough that many might endorse his vision of integration with the Seven Kingdoms. Listening intently, Blaine suddenly inquired, how did Balon manage to persuade the lords to abandon Quellan's efforts and rally behind him in rebellion within such a short span? This question pertained to the very causes of the war. While Blaine was aware of its existence, he felt that it should not have erupted so prematurely, and stemming from the suspicions that had arisen the previous day, he harbored an inkling that perhaps he was connected to these events, a notion he deemed rather irrational. He certainly needed to secure the support of those individuals. The naval strength of the Iron Islands was formidable, but that was predicated upon the unity of all Ironborn. If he could not even pacify his own stronghold, then launching a war would be exceedingly unwise, or rather, excessively reckless. Valyrian nodded in agreement beside him. That question will have to wait until our victory in the war, and Balon himself can provide the answer, the scholar deftly sidestepped, signaling the conclusion of the day's lesson. As he too found the question perplexing. My plan has reached its midpoint. I am currently preparing to contact the brothers Brian and Edric Fossaway, the bald scholar remarked to Blaine in a subdued tone after the class concluded. Just let me know when you plan to petition, Blaine replied. What are you two discussing? The chubby boy felt a sense of exclusion creeping in, but after exchanging a secretive glance, The two did not address his inquiry and instead departed the room. The chubby boy sulked, pouting in discontent. Meanwhile, after concluding his teaching, the bald scholar, Lomies, traversed the stone steps leading to the Ravenry, contemplating his 3 students. Young Valyrian remained as astute as ever, while the young Lord of House Baratheon displayed a remarkable perspective and distinct thought process that left him quite astonished. The only one needing more attention was young Garland, who, being the second son and still quite young, did not require extensive learning on certain matters. Perhaps this should be inquired of the Duke? Lost in thought, the scholar's musings were abruptly interrupted by a jarring collision to his forehead, halting his steps. Upon raising his gaze, he realized he had arrived at the entrance to the Ravenry. The scholar's daily responsibilities, aside from serving as a physician, primarily involved tending to the ravens and managing correspondence. Thus, teaching was but a secondary task. Consequently, Lomies frequented the Ravenry, visiting it after each lesson, rubbing his throbbing forehead. The scholar produced his key and unlocked the door, only to be met with a cacophony of raucous cawing. Gazing into the brightly lit, cluttered room, he beheld rows of raven cages, each containing countless small, beady eyes fixated upon him, with several of them intermittently squawking, "Baldy, Baldy, Baldy. Should I discover which insufferable wretch taught you that, I shall surely give him a clean shave," he muttered to himself, suddenly noticing an unfamiliar raven standing near the window. Its diminutive size striking him as odd, yet the tag affixed to its leg revealed it had come from King's Landing. What command does the king issue now? Or perhaps a message from Maester Crescent? He speculated inwardly, approaching the unusually docile raven and, with a curious mindset, extracting the letter bound to its leg. As I unfolded the letter and focused my gaze upon it, the bald scholar could not help but furrow his brow after a moment's contemplation. What a ludicrous decision this was. Shaking his head, he carefully stowed away the letter and subsequently confined the honest raven within an empty cage, hastily departing from the scene to report this matter to the Duke. Chapter 140. The Useless Ones. In the resplendent garden of Highgarden. After the bald scholar had concluded his report, he quietly took his leave, while the couple sat face to face at the stone table, engaged in conversation. The Duke of Mace, adorned in fine garments with chestnut curls, pondered over the letter in his hand, while the silver-haired Lady Ellen furrowed her brow and interjected. "I do not agree with your decision to take the boy, Joffrey, on this voyage, Mace. It is far too perilous." "I share your sentiments." Duke Mace nodded in agreement. "Yet, it is the king's command, and we have no choice but to comply. That child is not yet 7 years old," Lady Ellen reminded him. The Duke chuckled softly. Perhaps the customs of Storm dictate that no opportunity for a child's training should be overlooked. Lady Ellen sighed in exasperation. "Truly, they are a barbaric lot." At this, Duke Mace cleared his throat, cautioning, "The spiders weave their webs not only in King's Landing. Some things are better left unsaid. Must we remain so vigilant, even in our own garden?" Lady Ellen complained. "What more can we say? Was it not the same during the reign of the Mad King?" Duke Mace scoffed. "I had expected that upon Robert's ascension, that Spider would be executed or exiled, yet he has managed to retain his position." He shook his head regretfully. "Such a pity. I still believe bringing Joffrey along poses a significant risk." Lady Ellen returned to the subject. "The boy appears healthy now, but he was frail in King's Landing. What if he falls ill aboard the ship?" "I shall take the scholar with us," the Duke replied. "If he proves ineffective, then I shall bear no blame. Perhaps we should write to his grace, urging him to reconsider," Lady Ellen proposed. "Such a trivial matter does not warrant a letter." Duke Mace disagreed. "Moreover, even if we did, time is of the essence. Robert should have already departed from King's Landing, ever eager to charge in a battle." At this point, he suddenly recalled that his eldest son had recently expressed a desire to accompany them, and thoughtfully remarked, "You know, since his grace is so trusting, perhaps I should bring Valyrian along as well, to broaden his horizons." Duke Mace Targaryen was a man of grand ambitions, always hoping his eldest son would emerge as a distinguished knight and an exemplary ruler, for a ruler must comprehend the nature of war. Thus, he found himself swayed by the notion. "No, Valyrian absolutely cannot accompany us," Lady Ellen asserted without hesitation. "One child is already a considerable risk. Why invite another? If we must take Joffrey, then why not have Valyrian as company for him? This is not a mere hunting expedition. I believe we are virtually assured victory in this conflict. There is little danger," Duke Mace explained. "That is still not acceptable." The chestnut-haired youth, Valyrian, remained oblivious to the fact that his sole opportunity to join had been extinguished by his mother's decree. He was at that moment animatedly persuading 2 peers visiting the castle. He could scarcely fathom that someone had already deviated from his plans, attending to their own affairs. In the quiet chamber, as he regarded the slightly awkward, slender boy before him, Joffrey felt a wave of emotion. Who would have imagined that the little rascal he had once lured with a golden dragon would prove to be so adept at lockpicking and thievery? Disguising himself as a messenger from King S Landing, and under Joffrey's guidance as an insider, they infiltrated the Scholar S Tower to eavesdrop. Seizing the opportune moment, while the scholar and his servants were distracted, they stealthily ascended to the uppermost chamber to deliver the bird. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated deception unfolded seamlessly. Although Joffrey could have achieved his goal without the boy named Tobin, his presence undoubtedly simplified the endeavor. Tomorrow morning you shall accompany me once more, and then discreetly retrieve that bird, Joffrey instructed, his thoughts remaining unperturbed as he patted the boy on the shoulder, commending, "Well done." Encouraged, the boy blushed slightly and hesitantly inquired, "Sir, may I come with you?" He sensed that the gentleman intended to venture out, though the specifics eluded him. "Not at all," Joffrey firmly denied. "Your task is to remain here and undergo your training. But my mother said I must stay close to you. Your orders are to stay here," Joffrey reiterated, causing the boy to lower his head and mumble in acquiescence, ceasing further objections. The boy's mother was not currently within the castle, but was active nearby Highgarden, reasoning that appearing as a female guard would draw too much attention, and being a maid would be too restrictive. Instead, she opted to act as an informant outside, ensuring she could promptly communicate any developments to Joffrey. Joffrey considered her logic sound, and thus acquiesced, though he did not believe her presence would yield any substantial assistance. Unless an invasion were to occur at Highgarden's River Inlet, or if Highgarden were to rebel against the Baratheons, in which case an informant would be of little use. The woman, whom Joffrey deemed inconsequential, proved to be rather valuable if she could relay the snippets of information she had gleaned during her travels. Indeed, even if she failed to do so, she was still of some worth, for at that moment, she had unexpectedly encountered a peculiar woman inquiring after her young lord's whereabouts. "Not yet 7, are you certain?" In the desolate inn, a woman cloaked in black conversed with the innkeeper, her voice hoarse and strange. "I cannot say for certain. I merely remarked that the young lord appears to be under 7, the plump innkeeper replied. "Blue eyes, black hair?" "Indeed, such beautiful eyes they are," the innkeeper exclaimed. "I have seen many children, but I have never encountered one with such striking eyes. You know, madam, he was quite polite and greeted me with, 'May the warriors bless your health, my lady.' Truth be told, it was the most sincere blessing I have ever received." "And where is he residing now?" "Where else?" The innkeeper responded. "He is, of course, staying in the home of Lord Tyrell. I must say, madam, such a beautiful and polite child deserves to dwell in a magnificent castle. Individuals like us are hardly worthy of that privilege." The woman nodded, leaving behind a few coins before turning to depart. The black hood obscured her face, yet a glimmer of silver hair was revealed as she turned away. In a corner, Wenda narrowed her eyes, then rose to follow her outside. Though she had not discerned any specific intent, it was evident that this individual was not inquiring idly about her lord. Wenda prepared to shadow her closely, ready to adapt her approach should the situation demand either confrontation or stealth. However, upon her departure from the inn, she was suddenly struck by the unsettling realization that the peculiar woman had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Frowning and surveying the desolate dirt path in front of the inn, the female bandit felt an inexplicable shock, but before she could ponder further, a tremendous force struck her from behind. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 141, Setting Sail and the Violet Eyes. The war erupted without any buffer, and on the third day after the royal letter arrived, the fully armed knights and soldiers of Highgarden began to board the multitude of transport ships moored in the river outside the castle. While heavy armor was cumbersome for naval battles, the prospect of land combat necessitated that the knights don their respective plate armors. Duke Tarly was no exception. Under the commanding presence of the formidable Duke of the Riverlands, the core team embarked on the vessels. Among them was the diminutive Bran Stark, appointed by His Majesty the King as an observer. Yet, before boarding, he found himself confronted with a dilemma. "You are quite inconsiderate of our friendship, Bran," lamented the brown-haired youth, Valyrian, whose eyes brimmed with melancholy. "I was the one who proposed this. How could you abandon me and set off alone?" His plan to accompany the expedition had crumbled, as the Duchess had personally discussed the matter with him the previous evening, leaving Valyrian with no choice but to acquiesce. It was frustrating to see Bran succeed while he faced failure. "I had no choice," Bran blinked and replied. "It was all your father's decision." "Then why didn't you forge that letter to include me as well?" Valyrian, unaware of Bran's forgery process, suspected that the unexpected letter was undoubtedly a fabrication. Thus the outcome was not difficult to surmise. Adding you would have been too conspicuous and would have displeased your father, Bran replied earnestly, then rose on his toes to pat Valyrian on the shoulder. Stay safe at Highgarden, and I hope you enjoy the hunting expedition soon. When I return, I will share the details of the war with you. You shall not expect me to help you conceal this matter, Valyrian retorted, visibly displeased. I trust you will. Bran replied with a cheerful smile, and disregarding his companion's expression, he stepped aboard the ship, guided by the guards towards the designated quarters. Meanwhile, he began to quietly contemplate the upcoming voyage in his mind. Before long, the transport ships anchored along the riverbank would set sail along the waters of the Mander River towards the western coast. Their destination was the Shield Islands, where they would rendezvous with the lords of the region. Yet, Bran's involvement was limited to this phase. He had no intention of remaining with the fleet throughout the journey. His goal was solely to locate the rumored Jasper, rather than to observe the unfolding warfare. Moreover, the curse he bore deterred him from sailing far with the fleet. Should a storm be summoned, it could spell disaster for the war effort. On the stone bridge, Valyrian tarly gazed at the ships slowly receding into the distance. His thoughts awash with complexity. On one hand, he felt disheartened that the instigator of this predicament was left abandoned within the territory, while on the other, he marveled at Bran's unexpected ingenuity. As a precocious, noble youth, Valyrian was astute and eager to learn, aware of the path he wished to pursue in the future. Thus, his intentions in proposing to join the military expedition were not merely driven by youthful curiosity, but rather a desire to broaden his horizons. As for that dark-haired boy, while his precocity intrigued Valyrian, he understood that Bran lacked ambition and exhibited a laid-back demeanor, showing no mature plans or aspirations for his future lordship, seemingly no different from those who squandered their days relying on their status. Yet, when challenges arose, the boy he perceived as aimless swiftly surpassed him, leaving Valyrian, who considered himself to possess mature thoughts, standing dazedly in his wake. "What troubles you, Valyrian?" inquired a rotund boy clad in green, tugging at the brow-haired youth's sleeve with curiosity. "Are you reluctant to part with your father?" "Not at all," Valyrian sighed. "I suddenly feel that there is much I still need to learn." This statement left the little boy somewhat bewildered. "Are you referring to learning to identify the stars in the sky? There's so many stars. You certainly have a great deal to learn. Astrology is merely a personal hobby. I'm in other areas." As they spoke, the two brothers, along with the farewell party, made their way back to the castle. That evening, the atmosphere within the castle grew somewhat somber. Without the irritating presence of the habitual harp-playing nuisance, the brown-haired youth felt a sense of disorientation while practicing his lance charge. Thus, he concluded his practice early, wiping the sweat from his brow, and headed towards the Scholar's Tower. With time still on his side, he intended to read for a while before dining. However, before Valyrian could reach the Scholar's Tower, he unexpectedly spotted a stranger in his line of sight. A woman was engaged in conversation with a maid, her tall and slender figure turned away from him. The silver hair cascading from her black cloak instinctively reminded him of his mother, though upon closer inspection, he noted the color was not quite the same. "Who is she?" A surge of curiosity welled up within Valyrian, and as though sensing his gaze, the woman in the black cloak suddenly turned to glance at him. Her face was striking yet peculiar. At first glance, she appeared young and beautiful, but upon a second look, she seemed to embody the weariness of an ancient soul. In the dim light, her deep blue eyes exuded a fierce, almost aggressive intensity, causing the sheltered brown-haired boy's heart to tighten. Yet his anxiety was fleeting, for she swiftly turned and departed, vanishing from view in mere moments. "Who was that?" Valyrian asked, momentarily dazed, as he called out to the maid for information. "She is a member of the lady's family," the maid replied. "Mother's relatives? How was I not informed?" Valyrian was taken aback. "Well," the maid appeared perplexed. "I cannot say for certain, young master, but if she were not from the lady's family, how could she have entered the castle?" Valyrian felt a sinking sensation in his heart and hurriedly inquired, "What did she discuss with you?" She inquired about Lord Bran, his character, appearance, temperament, and whether he has any peculiar habits, the maid answered. "And what else?" She also asked where he had gone. The maid added, her tone growing cautious. "Have I caused any trouble, young master?" "No, perhaps I was simply unaware that my mother's family had visitors," Valyrian reassured her, not wanting to incite panic or allow rumors to spread within the castle. The maid felt somewhat relieved, and Valyrian pressed on. "Did she mention her name?" "She did not." The maid recalled. Then, noticing her master's frown, she added, "But I did see that lady's eyes were, perhaps, violet." Chapter 142, Arrival and Conversation. The river known as the Mand River flows westward directly into the sea, while its eastern course delves deep into the expansive lands of the River Bay region. Its broad surface glides with a gentle current, making it the largest river in the area. The Iron Men once relied upon this waterway, sailing forth to plunder the banks of the Mand River, until the ancient royal family of River Bay fortified the 4 islands at the western mouth of the river, thereby curbing their advances. These 4 islands would later be collectively known as the Shield Islands, which for countless years have defended River Bay and the High Garden from Iron Men invasions, serving as a crucial strategic stronghold. In the dim light of dawn, before the first rays of sunlight had emerged, a substantial convoy from High Garden arrived at Green Shield Island, the closest of the Shield Islands to the mainland. The ruling family, the Chase Stars, warmly welcomed Duke Mace and his entourage, having prepared accommodations and provisions in advance. By the time the sun had yet to rise, the island was already bustling with activity, ablaze with the flickering glow of firelight. The soldiers and knights, having finally reached their destination, were invigorated, and Duke Mace Tyrell stood atop the castle's watchtower, engaging in fervent military discussions with his assembled vassals. As their conference concluded, the young Garland, having taken a brief rest within the castle, suddenly approached. Standing at the top of the watchtower, where others had already descended, the dark-haired boy, wearing a serious expression, addressed the towering Duke. "I believe my presence is merely a hindrance to you, my Lord Mace." "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" The busy Duke was momentarily taken aback by the child's interruption, his patience wearing thin. "It is quite evident," Garland replied, gesturing with his open palms. "I am far too young to endure such a lengthy journey. My brother, Sir Rob, has been rather inconsiderate." His candid words revealed his discontent, prompting the Duke to instinctively nod in agreement before clearing his throat and responding, "Perhaps His Grace believes there is no possibility of defeat in this war, Garland, and thus wishes you to learn something from this experience. At the very least, he should have sought my opinion first." Furrowing his brow, Garland retorted, "But he ought to have consulted me beforehand." Observing the boy's apparent unease, Duke Mace sought to reassure him. "Fear not, Garland. There will be no unforeseen dangers. Remain comfortably in the ship's cabin, attended to by servants. It is no different than being at Highgarden." "No, my Lord Mace," Garland insisted. "I still deem my presence a bother. Hence, I have devised a solution." "A solution?" Duke Mace raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What might that be?" "Simply assign me to a merchant vessel," Garland replied, with the innocent frankness characteristic of youth. "They say merchant ships are not involved in combat, and I see many such vessels anchored by the island. Rather than remain with the warships, it would be best to place me on one of those." "But merchant ships lack any capacity for defense," the Duke chuckled, amused. "You will be safer with me. However, when battle ensues, merchant vessels need not participate." Garland's eyes sparkled with hope. "You could instruct the ship to remain close to the shore. Thus I would still partake in the war. If real danger arises, we would simply flee to land." "Absolutely not." Duke Mace shook his head. "Such a half-hearted approach would not sit well with your brother." "You could simply say it was my request," Garland stated earnestly, "or claim that I fell ill en route and had to return to land for treatment. Sir Rob would not blame you for that, would he?" The Duke pondered this, finding himself tempted. It was indeed inconvenient to have a child during wartime, especially one as significant as the King's brother. Any mishap could lead to dire complications. If this plan were executed, it might indeed serve as a viable solution. This child was quite perceptive, albeit his ideas were somewhat naive. "I have an even better suggestion, Garland," Duke Mace declared. "What is it?" The boy blinked in curiosity. "Feign illness now and remain on the island. This way, should Sir Rob happen to arrive, I would have a legitimate reason for your absence." "But my brother may very well come here," Garland replied, troubled. "I am not truly ill. If he sees me in good health, he would be quite furious. Moreover," he added, "this place may not be entirely safe. I have heard that the Lannister ports near Casterly Rock have been attacked." Duke Mace waved dismissively. "If it becomes unsafe, you can always retreat back to Highgarden. Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements before we depart." These words elicited a sigh from Garland, who then remarked, "Very well. My lord, truth be told, I do wish to explore a bit. Remaining cooped up in the castle is dreadfully stifling. During wartime, wandering about is hardly safe." Duke Mace countered, shaking his head. "Only around the coastal castles, I believe it should be fine," Garland persisted. "If we do encounter Iron Men, we can always run back to land." Did this child truly believe the Iron Men confined their activities solely to the sea? The Duke could not help but laugh at the thought. "I shall consider it, Garland, and provide you with an answer before we depart." "Very well," Garland sighed, slightly disappointed. "May the warriors bless you with victory." Duke Mace thanked him with a smile. The boy then turned and descended the watchtower ladder, his disappointed expression fading as he pondered. The phrase "I shall consider it and give you an answer" was, more or less, tantamount to a refusal, and Garland had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. The ideal scenario would have been for Mace Tyrell to agree to his proposal of assigning him to a merchant ship, allowing Garland the freedom to pursue his own objectives. Yet, it was evident that the Duke was not so foolish as to neglect an important guest. Nonetheless, this conversation had largely achieved Garland's aim, to remain on this island. Indeed, this was his true objective, or rather, his foundational goal. Due to the existence of the curse, Garland could not accompany the main forces, making this step essential. Yet he also did not wish to abandon his original purpose for venturing out, to uncover the truth behind the sea demon, Jasper. Thus, he would need to devise a way to leave this island. For now, Garland had no concrete ideas, but felt confident that it would not prove overly difficult. As for his safety, he harbored no concerns. His only worry during this expedition was the curse. He did not believe his safety would be compromised in this war, or in the conflict taking place upon the ocean. In a certain sense, the sea was his domain. Chapter 143, A Sudden Assault. Perhaps the tides of war had shifted. Less than 2 days following their discussion, the soldiers anchored here began to board the welcoming warships, setting their course for the northern seas. Unsurprisingly, Garland was left behind on the island, feigning illness. What course of action should he take next? Sneaking away seemed unrealistic. Should he pretend to be returning to Highgarden? It seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps it would be wise to first familiarize oneself with the fundamental circumstances of this island. Standing at the end of the deck, gazing at the gradually receding shadows of the fleet, Balon found himself deep in contemplation. The family that governs this verdant isle of Green Shield is known as the Chester family, led in this generation by the conservative and sensitive middle-aged noble, Mabed Chester. Balon had meticulously observed him during the banquet welcoming Lord Tyrell, noting that his crest featured a green hand with fingers in disarray. What secrets might be concealed within this? Wars tend to endure for prolonged periods, affording Balon the luxury of time to ponder his strategies without haste. Happy Waterbird is at your service, young master. What do you require? Whatever is within our means, we shall surely fulfill. A sycophantic voice interrupted the boy's musings. Turning to look, he saw a short, rotund man with a round face standing beside him, beaming with delight. He was Captain Pusley, the master of a transport vessel, whose ship, due to the outbreak of war, was now docked at the port of Green Shield Island alongside several other merchant ships, all requisitioned. Although Balon feigned illness on the island, it did not imply he was under house arrest. While he had yet to devise a means of departure, it did not hinder his quest for information. After all, it was said that the so-called sea ghosts were initially discovered by these merchants. Thus, he found himself aboard this vessel. Of course, he was not alone. Several guards lingered nearby, and numerous soldiers outside the ship occasionally cast their watchful glances in their direction. I wish to visit Fairy City. Can you take me there? Balon inquired, blinking expectantly. That is out of the question, young master. There is currently fighting taking place there, and war is perilous. Captain Pusley quickly shook his head, casting a curious glance at the charming young lad, yet refraining from probing further. Balon's true identity was known only to the Earl Chester of the island and the guards left by Duke Tyrell. Others were unaware, primarily for his safety, given the unique nature of being the king's brother. Hence, Captain Pusley only recognized him as a young master from some noble family, with no further knowledge. He harbored little curiosity, for the affairs of noble families could often be intricate, and digging too deeply generally yielded no advantage. Why don't we explore Old Town? There are many intriguing places there, the stout captain suggested, eagerly hoping the young lad would acquiesce, thus allowing his ship to escape the ramifications of war. However, the boy's next words filled him with disappointment. Forget it. I have no intention of going there. Balon shook his head in refusal and shifted the conversation, asking, I've heard there is a sea ghost named Jasper that haunts Fairy City. Do you know anything about this? Somewhat, replied Captain Pusley. Balon's heart leapt at the captain's words, but his brows soon furrowed. However, most of the information is rather mundane, such as the creature's frightful appearance. It can come and go like a specter. Young master, if I may be frank, although there are many strange occurrences at sea, the majority stem from the ramblings of long-suffering sailors. After all, such tales are best suited for entertaining harlots. What else? Balon pressed, unwilling to relent. I've heard he often inquires about a place called White Gull Village. That must be a fabricated name by some sailor. Captain Pusley chuckled. In my years of trading, I've never come across such a place. Perhaps it exists on land? It appeared he would need to seek answers himself. Balon inwardly sighed. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed someone watching him. Turning his head, he beheld a tall woman clad in coarse fabric leaning against a nearby mast, whose who smiled faintly upon catching his gaze. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with short silver hair and a countenance radiating a certain boldness, albeit her expression seemed somewhat awkward. Strange, he mused, feeling an inexplicable sense of abnormality about her. Though he could not pinpoint why, he turned to Captain Pusley and inquired, "Who is that person?" "That is Miss Tiana. She initially boarded my ship intending to go to Cliff Rock City," the stout captain sighed. "Unfortunately, with the war erupting, we are unable to approach there, and she can only wait idly. I pride myself on being a trustworthy merchant, yet it is a disgrace to accept payment and be unable to fulfill the transaction." He lamented. Balon merely pursed his lips in response, choosing silence. After a brief interaction, he sensed that the captain was a bit insincere, lacking the gravitas one would expect. After mulling it over, he found no further cause for concern and, after a few mundane exchanges, turned to leave with his guards, pondering whether to seek information on other ships. However, before he had taken more than a few steps, his progress was abruptly halted. The peculiar woman he had noticed earlier had stepped into their path. "Miss, do you require something?" One of the guards stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before the boy. "Something important," she replied, taking a few steps closer before suddenly delivering a fierce headbutt that sent the guard staggering backward with a cry, simultaneously snatching the sword from his waist with swift precision. With a deft sidestep, she evaded another guard's sword strike and casually flicked her weapon, slicing through his palm. Blood spattered as the seasoned guard of House Tyrell lost his grip on his sword, which clattered to the ground. The other guards, now alerted, rushed forward, but the suddenness of the attack left them vulnerable, allowing the woman to nimbly slip through their encirclement. She advanced with long strides until she stood before Balon, who was flanked by two guards. One tightened his grip on his shield while the other lunged with his sword, shouting in fury, "Reinforcements, enemy!" The sharp command was abruptly cut off as the assailant feinted, drawing out an opening, then struck the guard's forehead with the flat of her sword, sending him crashing to the ground in a daze. With a powerful kick, the woman sent the shield-bearing guard reeling backward, the impact ringing out as the shield clattered against the ground. In that fleeting moment, a gap appeared in Balon's defenses. The entire encounter transpired with astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, she had breached their ranks and stood directly before him. Stunned, Balon observed the unfolding chaos and, seeing the towering figure before him, surrendered by raising his hands in a gesture of compliance. "What do you intend to do?" "I will cooperate," he blinked and said, "as long as you refrain from violence." "You are quite the amusing child," she replied with a light laugh, seizing the collar of his tunic and addressing the surrounding guards who were quickly regrouping now. "If you do not escort me to Cliff Rock City, I shall eliminate him." As these words fell, the boy, who had been discreetly toying with a bronze ring on his thumb, felt a flicker of realization and promptly became entirely earnest. Chapter 144. Tiana. When the news of Duke Blandly's capture reached him, Count Chest of Green Shield Island was clandestinely ensconced in his kitchenette storeroom, engaged in some unspeakable activities with a gaunt young female kitchen aide, to the extent that it took the servants quite a while to locate him. Upon hearing the news, the previously irritable and restless Count Chest was doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fervor in an instant. How could it be possible for him to be captured? There were so many guards by the boy's side. The Count stammered, his lips trembling in confusion. Yet the servants were evidently unable to provide an answer. Thus, the disheveled middle-aged nobleman hurriedly made his way to the scene of the incident. At that moment, numerous warships had only recently departed, and the islanders were still busy with tidying up and wrapping up affairs, largely unaware of the happenings at the port, only vaguely sensing that something was amiss. Therefore, when they saw their lord hurrying towards the port in disarray, curiosity swept over them. What had transpired? They heard rumors of a disturbance at the port. Who could be so audacious? Surely it couldn't be the Iron Folk? How could that be? The influx of visitors from Highgarden had been substantial, and few had noticed a child in their midst. Even if they had, they could hardly have guessed at his true identity, especially with so many of the Duke's vassals accompanying him. However, while the bystanders were oblivious, Count Chest was acutely aware, and thus he was filled with anxiety, even more so than if his own son had been captured. The port area was already cordoned off by stationed soldiers, and upon the Countess' arrival, he approached with a group to negotiate. However, the woman accompanying the captured young duke was resolute, asserting that unless a vessel was dispatched to take her to the vicinity of Cliff Rock City in the west, she would not release her captive. Count Chest resorted to threats and entreaties, yet all proved futile, and ultimately he had no choice but to comply with her demands and arrange for a ship to convey her. "With all due respect, my Lord Chest, we cannot explain this to his grace," As the merchant ship slowly departed the port, the captain of the Tyrell Guard, his face a mask of concern, remarked, "I cannot bear the consequences of losing Duke Blandly, and I trust you cannot either." Rest assured, I am certainly not idle," Count Chest replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, while offering a smile to the captain. "The sailors, cooks, servants, and all the crew are my people. There will always be an opportunity to rescue our young Duke. Trust me." "I remain unconvinced, my lord," the captain retorted, equally noble in birth and undeterred by the Count's demeanor. "Before the young Duke was captured, he was surrounded by your men as well. How did that woman manage to succeed? I am curious as to how such a dangerous woman infiltrated your port. If memory serves, your men were closer than mine at that time," Count Chest responded, his smile fading as he spoke coldly. "Shall I remind you? Your negligence is far more severe than mine." The atmosphere fell into a moment of silence, and the two exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to avoid further discussion on the topic. "What shall we do now?" "First, we must contain the news," the middle-aged count said through gritted teeth. "We must rescue that child. We absolutely cannot allow this incident to affect the Duke's campaign. I have always warned that Green Shield Island may not be safe, yet no one heeded my words." In the swaying captain's cabin, the dark-haired boy spoke with an inexplicable mood, casting a sidelong glance at the woman nearby who was diligently polishing her newly acquired sword. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have been captured by you." "Such a naive child," the woman replied, not bothering to turn her head, her gaze fixed on the half-sword in her hands. "If I wished, I could extract you from castle with ease." She appeared to be a spirited young woman, her combat style wild. Yet her posture was poised and graceful as she sat, evoking in Blandly a fleeting memory of the Duchess's teachings during his time at Highgarden. This made him all the more curious about the woman before him. "Are you of noble blood?" he inquired. "No one is more noble than I," she answered with an air of certainty. "Then why engage in such activities?" The boy pressed on. "Because I want to," she replied, glancing at him momentarily. "Now, shut your mouth. You are not permitted to speak unless I command it." "Why?" The dark-haired boy blinked innocently. "Are you annoyed? If you utter another word, I shall cut off my tongue or sever my fingers." "Very well, I shall remain silent." Blandly acquiesced, then turned to sit properly in the chair behind the table, adopting a demeanor of earnestness. His destination was near Fairy City, and the Cliff Rock City she referred to was also situated within that maritime expanse. Thus, despite being captured, the circumstances aligned favorably for Blandly. Therefore, he resolved not to disrupt the current situation, but to probe subtly and glean insights into her character. However, unbeknownst to him, this woman, who introduced herself as Tiana, found herself intrigued by his composure, or rather, by the curious little fellow who remained unperturbed despite his abduction. Observing the boy's face, she took particular note of his striking eyes and raven-black hair, inquiring, "Whose child are you?" Blandly remained silent, prompting a raised eyebrow from her. "Answer my question, or else." "You told me to refrain from speaking," the boy replied, feigning innocence. He was aware of his unusual behavior for a child, yet he could hardly resort to tears, so he opted to maintain a sturdy facade. This, in turn, would facilitate a closer rapport. "I command you to answer now," she insisted firmly. This question posed a challenge. Without grasping the true identity of the woman before him, Blandly felt that any mention of his family could risk exposure, as she did not seem to be of common origin. However, if he were to speak the truth. Thus, the boy fell momentarily silent. But upon detecting her growing impatience, he sighed and confessed, "I am from House Tully." "The Tullys of Riverrun?" the woman inquired, her deep blue eyes narrowing instinctively. "What brings you to Green Shield Island?" "To see the world," he replied. "Who is your father?" At this, Blandly's mind raced, and he declared, "Blaine Tully." "The current head of House Tully?" she inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed. "He is quite formidable." The woman nodded thoughtfully. "Samwell Tully is indeed a notable figure," she remarked, casting a few more scrutinizing glances at Blandly before returning to her task of polishing the sword. Blandly, too, lapsed into silence, lost in contemplation. The Tully family of Riverrun stands as one of the most powerful dynasties in the Riverlands, with their current head, Lord Edmure Tully, having dealt a significant blow to the ostentatious Baratheons during Robert's rebellion. This led to Robert himself being forced to abandon his ancestral stronghold, Storm's End, and flee in a state of disarray to a town in the Riverlands, akin to a dog without a master. Thus, it can be said that Edmure Tully is a figure of considerable renown throughout Westeros, his reputation in the Riverlands rivaling even that of his liege lord, House Manderly. Furthermore, many, at least among the nobility of the Riverlands, are aware that Edmure's eldest son is but a little over a year old. Yet, the woman before him seems utterly oblivious to this fact. Observing the tall figure seated in front of him, Edmure finds himself in contemplation. At the very least, he can ascertain that this woman, who appears to hail from a noble lineage, is not a local of the Riverlands. The name she mentioned, Samwell Tully, is one Edmure is quite familiar with, for in both his past life and the present, he has come to know the individual that this name represents. In the series of his former life, there exists a cowardly rotund character named Samwell, who inexplicably ascends to the rank of a maester. In reality, he is the true eldest son of Edmure Tully, currently just over a year old. Therefore, the individual she references cannot possibly be him. Edmure is not mistaken. She must be speaking of Samwell Tully from the era of Aegon I, the patriarch of House Tully during that time, who was renowned for his martial prowess, having slain countless Dornishmen and was regarded as a barbarian. However, while it is not particularly exceptional to laud contemporary figures by referencing those of antiquity, the manner in which she speaks leaves Edmure feeling peculiarly unsettled, as if her familiarity lies more with the Earl of Riverrun from over 2 centuries past than with Edmure Tully himself. Chapter 145, The Ignorant. The tall woman, named Tyanna, is an exceedingly peculiar individual. On the 3rd day of her captivity, Edmure arrives at this conclusion. As an important captive, she is obliged to remain by his side at all times. They share the same sleeping quarters. And even when he needs to step outside onto the deck to relieve himself, she stands behind him, vigilant. Though this arrangement makes Edmure decidedly uncomfortable, it allows him to observe this female captor closely. Firstly, her temper is exceedingly volatile, and she exhibits a remarkable degree of conservatism. Excluding Edmure, a mere child, any male aboard the vessel who dares to gaze at her chest for even a moment too long is met with her wrath, often resulting in physical confrontation. Yet, at times, when she believes herself unobserved, she engages in self-exploration, her expressions shifting to something quite odd. Additionally, she is a heavy drinker. Despite being surrounded by enemies, she indulges in copious amounts of liquor each night, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of inebriation interfering with their endeavors. Naturally, she ensures that Edmure, as her hostage, tastes her drink first to ascertain its safety. Her tolerance is considerable, yet she has indeed succumbed to drunkenness on several occasions, primarily because she previously feigned intoxication to lure others aboard into a rescue attempt, resulting in several being cast overboard. Consequently, there are no longer any aboard with the audacity to challenge her. In truth, Edmure has had multiple opportunities to strike her down if he so desired. Lastly, her posture reveals a degree of refinement, yet she is markedly lacking in knowledge, or, rather, the erudition expected of someone of noble birth. For instance, her understanding of the contemporary noble leaders of the Riverlands, and indeed all of Westeros, is woefully inadequate. She knows little of the Tully family, even Edmure's pretense, and can only name Robert Baratheon, and that is solely due to his status as king. Her knowledge of the preceding Targaryen reign, particularly that of the mad King Aerys, is equally scant, and when Edmure recounts the tales, she regards him with a smirk of skepticism. Indeed, Edmure finds himself recounting the details. The female captor, Tyanna, is woefully uninformed about many aspects of Westeros, yet her thirst for knowledge is insatiable. Initially, her inquiries were infrequent, but as days passed, she began to request that Edmure enlighten her about various regions of the Seven Kingdoms, perhaps due to her boredom, or perhaps for other reasons. Edmure perceives no need for secrecy and decides to use this opportunity to glean information from her. Thus, he shares openly, and, as their exchanges continue, a semblance of camaraderie begins to develop between them. While she is astonished by this child's depth of knowledge, she is more than willing to accept it, growing increasingly pleased with such an honest captive. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor has shifted significantly from her initial rigidity. Likewise, Edmure finds himself quite content with this enigmatic yet similarly motivated female captor, having deciphered her temperament. However, on the 7th night of his captivity, he is unexpectedly knocked unconscious, only to awaken to find himself in an environment far removed from the sea, now on a shallow shore. Though a dull ache lingers at the back of his head, he pays it little heed, instead staring in bewilderment at the woman who carries him. "How did you get ashore?" he inquires. "There's a battle at sea, and none aboard are my allies. Perhaps a horde of pursuers is right behind us." The woman, with a boy clinging to her neck, responds without turning. "Do you take me for a fool? Would I risk the sea when I could sneak ashore? Then why not take land from the outset?" Edmure frowns, questioning her intentions. "What purpose do you have in going to Green Shield Island? There was no battle initially." She replies with a cold laugh. "Otherwise, why would it be such a hassle? As she approaches a small path leading to the beach, she halts, releasing Edmure to walk on his own. But now, having secured you, my intentions align even more closely with my desires. As she speaks, a smile graces her lips. Edmure sighs, rubbing the still, aching back of his head, and glances back to see a small boat bobbing with the tide at the end of the beach, but the ship they had come from is nowhere to be seen. Are you still intending to go to Castle Rock? He squints, inquiring as he turns back to her. Of course, she replies without hesitation, but first, I must acquire a horse, otherwise, it will be a long journey. As she continues on her path, Edmure follows closely behind, his gaze fixed on the tall woman before him, a torrent of thoughts surging within him, yet he suppresses them all. Finally, he asks, why you wish to go to Castle Rock? Do you have kin among House Valyrian? Kin? She pauses, then suddenly turns to him, asking a seemingly unrelated question. Did Maegor Targaryen truly leave no descendants? Maegor? Edmure is taken aback, but answers nonetheless, not a single one. The Targaryen bloodline that followed primarily descends from the line of the younger queen. The elder queen's lineage ceased entirely after Maegor's death. Why? She cannot help but inquire. He married 7 wives. How could he leave no children? 6, not 7. Edmure correct her. So why? Perhaps there was something amiss with him. Edmure answers casually. But her hand instinctively moves to her chest, a look of doubt crossing her face. Yet the next words she hears send a shiver coursing through her entire being. However, it is said that the reason for Maegor I's lack of offspring is that all of his women were poisoned by one of his queens. Who is it? It was Larys who spoke, his words suddenly faltering, and then he cast a thoughtful glance at the other person. Tyanna, the Tyanna of Old Town, hailing from Pentos. The other party did not respond, turning away to continue walking, her expression inexplicably darkening. Larys followed behind her, wisely refraining from further banter, while he too fell into contemplation. This woman before him clearly spoke with a sophistication not typical of commoners, even exceeding that of many minor nobles in terms of etiquette. Yet she was utterly ignorant of the basic knowledge expected of nobility. Or rather, her understanding seemed peculiarly skewed. She was familiar with the surnames of lords across the 7 kingdoms, yet knew nothing of the current rulers. Initially, Larys speculated that her ignorance stemmed from her origins outside of Westeros, perhaps from one of the free cities on the eastern continent, which would align with her hair and eye color. After all, such traits were not uncommon in the East. Yet at that moment, a different thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could this woman named Tyanna be an ancient soul? A person reborn in the modern era? After days of continuous encounters, a plethora of clues surged through his mind, intensifying his suspicion. Her evident noble demeanor was at odds with the times. Not only was she unfamiliar with the current great houses, but she also lacked knowledge of many kings from the Targaryen dynasty, despite her keen interest in such matters. The concept of time travel and reincarnation was one Larys could easily accept, considering he himself was a perfect example. However, the notion of an ancient person traversing into the world of a song of ice and fire warranted deeper contemplation. As he pondered, Larys unconsciously glanced at his left wrist, a look of skepticism in his eyes. One of the known abilities of the mark was substitution, and he had always been curious about the origin of this substitution. Was it from his surroundings or from other realms? Yet, why couldn't it be from another point in time? After all, he possessed the ability to traverse history, and he recalled that in that show he remembered there were others capable of observing and even intervening in history. Nevertheless, this thought felt unsettling. Although he had experienced several instances, he had always been attentive to the fact that if a living person truly came through, he would undoubtedly have noticed. As his mind raced, Larys suddenly raised his voice, inquiring of the woman ahead. Are you the Tyanna? The Tyanna of Old Town? From 200 years ago, upon hearing his words, the woman's pace faltered instinctively. Chapter 146, A Candid Admission. At this moment, it was merely dawn, the light dim, and they found themselves on a desolate path not far from the sea breeze wafting in, mingled with the chill of the approaching winter, causing goosebumps to rise. After the boy's words, the silver-haired woman abruptly halted, then turned to look at him. What did you say? Tyanna, gazing up at the stern-faced, spirited woman. Larys replied without hesitation. I mean, you were the Tyanna from over 200 years ago, the third wife of Maegor I. The Tyanna, who met him in Pentos during his exile to the free cities for bigamy. The woman's reaction led Larys to make a conjecture. And despite the directness of revealing someone's secret, he was currently quite irritable due to the sudden arrival on shore. And he was eager to confirm whether his suspicions were accurate, leaving him unconcerned about the implications. Why do you say that? The tall woman with short hair narrowed her eyes, her tone oddly incredulous. From 200 years ago? How absurd. You must be speaking in your sleep after drinking. Lares interrupted her with a serious expression, as her astonishment was evident. You've mentioned strange things several times, like wondering why I am here? How could this be? 200 years, this world isn't real, and so on. So you think I'm a person from 200 years ago? Because of that, sleep talk? Exactly. Lares nodded, then curiously asked, Are you really from 200 years ago? In truth, the notion of sleep talk was mostly nonsense. But Lares couldn't reveal that his conclusions were derived from his analysis. Such a revelation would seem too threatening. He currently presented himself as a precocious child familiar with history and the political landscape of Westeros, with odd yet immature thoughts. He did not wish for this female brigand to draw any other conclusions. The woman remained silent, her deep blue eyes fixed intently on Lares, her emotions complex. Was it vigilance? Rejection? Acceptance? Or perhaps joy? Lares was not allowed to ponder further, as the tall woman suddenly crouched down to maintain eye contact with the boy, taking a deep breath before solemnly declaring, I am indeed not of this era. Her words seemed to invite a response from the boy, and upon hearing this definitive statement, Lares' pupils dilated in surprise. This appeared to please her, prompting her to continue. As you have heard, I hail from over 200 years ago, to be precise. 242 years ago, and my name is not Tiana, but, at that moment, she hesitated slightly, but perhaps recalling something, her expression grew resolute, and she finally gritted her teeth to utter, But I am Maegor Targaryen. Upon hearing this, the boy instinctively took a step back, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. Maegor is a man. Are you suggesting otherwise? The boy nodded vigorously, his expression of terror entirely unfeigned. It is the will of the gods. The woman who called herself Maegor declared solemnly, The maiden? The crone? The mother? I cannot fathom the true visage of the divine, but indeed, it is they who have transformed me into this form, and it is they who have brought me to this world full of errors. The boy was once again left bewildered, yet the woman continued without pause, her voice filled with fervor. Dragons are the treasures of the world, the eternal truth. They can never truly be extinguished. All who conspire to destroy them shall eventually face the wrath of the returning dragons. The cowardly Hightower line has been a mistake from the very beginning, and the Iron Throne, once in their hands, could not even endure for 300 years. Orys Baratheon was merely a dog raised by his father. What right do his descendants have to usurp the throne? How can the foolish bastards of the Seven Kingdoms support him? What is the reasoning behind this? Where's the law? There were countless points to debate in her words, but at that moment, Lares had no desire to counter her claims. Instead, after she paused, he hurriedly inquired, Is it truly the gods who sent you? I mean, if the gods do exist. Before the stern-faced woman before him, the boy cautiously arranged his words and tentatively remarked, If there truly are gods, have you not already incurred their wrath? Wrath? Maegor was momentarily taken aback, then recalled her reputation in this era, furrowing her brow in displeasure. I am uncertain how that group of scholars has portrayed me, but I could never be mad to such an extent. Furthermore, the history currently known is vastly different from my own experiences. For instance, she paused, her brow furrowing as she recalled a peculiar elder from her memories. For instance, my brother Innes's mother, Queen Rhaenys, did not die in Dorne. Moreover, while I did engage in the trial of 7, the instigator was not a member of the church, but a traitor, an accursed Targaryen traitor. As she spoke, her face was filled with resentment and bitterness, causing Lannister to suddenly comprehend the situation. The source of this ancient time traveler was evidently the altered historical replica world that he had influenced, and the reason she could traverse here became clear. The boy's gaze instinctively fell upon his left wrist, enveloped by his sleeve. His previous suspicions were now confirmed. The origin of this mark was neither from the surrounding world nor from the other end of time, but from the very historical replica he had altered. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief, for this mark had indeed originated from that world. Yet why did this happen? Why had Maegor transformed into a woman? How did she come to appear in this world? If this was indeed due to the mark, why had he not noticed it? Did you win that trial? Lannister couldn't help but interject. In our history, you emerged victorious in that trial. Her expression shifted to one of peculiar strangeness, a deeper hatred flickering across her face than when she had mentioned the Targaryen traitor. No, she replied, the despicable scoundrel employed poison during the trial, and I unwittingly fell victim to his scheme. And then? Lannister, the scoundrel, inquired with a nonchalant expression. What transpired next? He was eager to know this detail, or rather, it was the crux of his curiosity, yet she did not respond to his question, instead gazing gravely at the young boy before her. Do you believe I am Maegor? You do not appear to be lying, Lannister nodded. In truth, He had come to this conclusion after piecing together various clues. Otherwise, a rational individual would merely consider her a madwoman. What about your feelings? The woman asked, her voice unexpectedly tense. What do you feel upon encountering a king who ought to exist in history books, now transformed into a woman? Feelings? Lannister blinked in response. Since her arrival in this world, Myga Targaryen had not experienced a single day of tranquility. Initially, she had merely crushed 2 pigs. Yet that wretched Baron Caswell pursued her relentlessly. At first, she suppressed her fury due to the changes in her body and environment, hoping to return to Red Keep in King's Landing. But upon learning that the Targaryen dynasty had been usurped by the Baratheons, she could no longer contain herself, revealing her identity to rally the loyal subjects of House Targaryen against this inexplicable Baratheon king. However, not only did no one support her, but some even mocked her as a madwoman. I am a man, and I am not mad. I am the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, a dragon rider. A being you lowly peasants are not even worthy to look upon. Initially filled with rage, she later realized that this world was no longer the era she once knew. It was 2 centuries later. Those lords and nobles who had once pledged their loyalty to her had long turned to dust, and their descendants did not even recognize her. Thus, her fighting spirit was extinguished. The transformation of her gender seemed to have dulled her intellect, and the passage of time left her utterly bewildered. The relentless Baron Caswell pursued her, and at first, she thought it absurd that he would chase her over 2 pigs. Eventually, she discovered that the old man, with his yellowed teeth, had taken a liking to her. Taken a liking to her? She had not dealt with that old scoundrel simply because she had yet to find the time to address the matter, not due to a lack of capability. Therefore, when she deemed it necessary to eliminate that repugnant old bastard, she did so. Yet even after she ambushed Baron Caswell's entourage and personally castrated him, she still felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and confusion. Who am I? Where should I go? What should I do? Aspirations, ambitions, enemies, kin, power, and desires had all undergone tumultuous transformations, leaving her feeling disconnected from everything she once knew, to the point where even basic self-sufficiency became a challenge. She had once sought to uncover the reasons behind her transformation, but upon reflection, the last image she retained was of that accursed knight of the church, his iron-gloved fist. And then she awoke here. Thus, that line of inquiry came to an abrupt halt. The unfamiliar world seemed fraught with peril, and the realization that her actions and even thoughts were becoming increasingly feminine caused her great distress. After dispatching that old scoundrel, she managed to seize a modest fortune, sufficient to ensure her basic sustenance. With this money, she stumbled through a period of indulgence, drinking, feasting, and sleeping in inns. However, the act of disposing of a noble did not come without consequences. Before long, she found herself pursued. Fortunately, her training on Dragonstone had instilled in her a basic level of vigilance, enabling her to evade the ambushes that followed. She subsequently escaped the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ambush. It was then that she realized a profound truth. What she had lost was not merely her crown and that part of her anatomy, but something far more fundamental, her noble identity. Without nobility, the lords of Westeros could hang her or drown her at will, even if she were innocent. No one would come to her defense. Without nobility, she was relegated to mingling with the foolish rabble, occasionally encountering a nobleman whose gaze held either contempt or hypocritical pity, never a sense of equality. Without nobility, she lacked the means to maintain her livelihood, forced to wander aimlessly, either working for nobles or laboring as a peasant, or even resorting to banditry, constantly preoccupied with how to procure her next meal. Without nobility, she lacked even the basic right to propose a trial by combat. Without nobility, was she even human? Upon realizing this, Myga clenched her teeth in frustration and set her first goal, to amass a significant fortune, then flee to the eastern continent where the aristocracy did not exist, to establish her own enterprise, and once she fully comprehended this era, she would consider her future. Indeed, running away seemed the wisest course of action. Though she was haughty, she was not a fool. The loss of her identity as a Targaryen and a dragon had sharpened her wits, making her acutely aware that a woman could not even become a knight, let alone reclaim her noble status. Despite her profound disdain for the usurping Baratheon dynasty, the physical changes she had undergone left her ill-prepared to entertain grand ambitions of restoring order. Thus, she resolved to journey to Storm's End. The nobility of the Stormlands were generally affluent, and the Valyrian family in Storm's End was among the most prominent of them. In truth, with her skills, it would not be overly difficult for her to find a wealthy noble to kidnap for ransom. However, Such actions would not only attract a bounty on her head, but also yield little in terms of financial gain. Storm's End, on the other hand, was different. From what she understood, the Valyrians were relatively easy to manipulate, and owing to her past tenure as a prime minister, she was privy to a secret passage leading to the gold mines beneath Storm's End. Once there, she could surreptitiously amass a fortune, with little chance of repercussions. Meg was quite pleased with this plan. However, at that moment, she found herself in the Riverlands, and reaching the coastal castle would require a lengthy trek through the mountains. A venture that would consume considerable time. Hence, she decided to take the more convenient sea route. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, bolstered by the money she had pilfered en route. She gathered sufficient fare and secured passage on a merchant ship. Yet, the outbreak of war forced her to halt at the desolate island of Grey Shield, with further travel indefinitely postponed. At first, she could tolerate this delay, or rather, the absence of dragons had imbued her patience with newfound depth. But during casual conversation, she suddenly discovered a grave issue. Storm's End was no longer the place she remembered. The gold mines beneath it had long been exhausted, and the Valyrian family within the castle had fallen into decline. In a fit of anger, Meg resolutely altered her plans. Forget Storm's End. The path of being hunted and extorting ransom was the true course of action, and so she proceeded as such. The process was remarkably smooth, perhaps too seamless. Before she could even finalize her target for kidnapping, a noble child swaggered onto her ship, inquiring about this and that. Seizing such a fortuitous opportunity, she capitalized on it. And with her remarkable agility, she successfully captured the child. Once in her grasp, she declared that the lord of the island would be whatever she said, providing ships, personnel, and wealth, all in exchange for a promise. This revelation suddenly made Meg realize that the casually abducted child was not so simple. Further inquiries confirmed her suspicions. He was the eldest son of House Tully, the current lord of Riverrun, and his father was a prominent general in the Riverlands, held in high esteem. Consequently, her original intentions shifted dramatically. She now aspired to orchestrate a grand scheme. Thus, while her intended route remained unchanged, her target was entirely different. Naturally, she could not divulge this to the child. Although he appeared young, he was exceedingly clever and unpredictable. Instead of exhibiting anxiety over his kidnapping, he seemed rather excited about Storm's End. Meg found herself puzzled by the boy's thoughts, yet she was disinclined to concern herself with the musings of captive. Having contemplated the historical accounts of this era regarding herself, she had reached a conclusion. The scholars of Old Town were indeed lacking in discernment. How could she be perceived as a madwoman devoid of reason? Nevertheless, despite her rejection of the world as history, she remained acutely aware of her own life as trajectory, particularly the absence of descendants, which darkened her mood significantly. Just as she was engulfed in this melancholy, the boy suddenly pierced through her facade, or rather, discerned her origins. She was taken aback, momentarily flustered, but upon realizing he was merely a child, her panic subsided, replaced by a burgeoning thought. The boy clearly did not expect her to be a man, but how would he perceive her if she revealed her true identity? Or, if she made this revelation public, how would the people of this era regard her? Would they still see her as a woman? A certain undercurrent of hope ignited an impulsive desire within her, compelling her to act. True to her expectations, the boy reacted with astonishment and skepticism, yet after her explanation, his expression bore no signs of distress, as if he found it not so difficult to accept. A surge of exhilaration welled up within her. After a prolonged period of despair regarding her gender, Meg seemed to glimpse a new hope. Yet, to bolster her confidence, she could not resist inquiring about his feelings upon hearing all this. The boy hesitated momentarily, but did not remain silent for long. "I feel like the world has changed a bit," he said, though it seemed an ambiguous statement, judging by the boy's demeanor. He evidently did not view himself as a monster, which lifted Meg's spirits, previously weighed down by despair. Unable to contain her laughter, she rose and continued on her way, her resolve reinvigorated. With heartfelt admiration, she remarked, "You truly are a remarkable little fellow. I almost hesitate to send you to the Iron Islands." Iron Islands? The boy, who had been deep in thought, suddenly paused, then could not help but inquire, "Aren't you headed to Storm's End?" At this, the woman's smile faltered. Chapter 148, On the Road. The previously relaxed atmosphere abruptly turned tense with this question. In response to the dark-haired boy's inquiry, the silver-haired woman hesitated, then narrowed her eyes. "Of course, I intend to send you there for a far greater reward." Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of embarrassment for revealing too much. But Meg did not dwell on it. What difference would it make to speak the truth? It would merely render the child less compliant. Yet she did not believe a child's disobedience would lead to significant consequences, despite his cleverness. To her surprise, the boy's expression did not change upon hearing this. He simply responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," and fell silent. "Aren't you afraid?" Meg raised an eyebrow and asked, "The Iron Islands are full of your father's enemies. Worst case, we can just pay a ransom," Bran replied. "It's not like I'll lose a limb." While defeated noble captives could indeed be ransomed back under the customs of Westeros, such rules might not hold in the Iron Islands, especially considering the boy's father was a significant power in the Riverlands. The child was clever, yet still rather naive, Meg thought to herself. It is only natural for a child, raised in a castle amidst abundance, to possess a limited understanding of the outside world, primarily gleaned from history books and the tales spun by wandering bards. One might surmise that such a child believes the world beyond the castle walls to be idyllic. With a sense of inexplicable sentimentality, the tall woman chose to disregard the boy's reaction, turning away to continue her path. "You are quite an intriguing lad. Perhaps I may yet reconsider," she remarked. Lannister cast a fleeting glance at her retreating figure, remaining silent. His earlier words were merely an attempt to swiftly conclude the topic. In truth, he could not be so naive. He found it rather presumptuous of this migrant to assume certain things. For instance, how would she navigate to the Iron Islands? With whom would she trade? Lacking any proof of identity, how could her trading partners ever trust her claims? And why would they even consider trading with her? Surely, a more forceful approach would be more effective. Lannister remained uncertain of her intentions. Perhaps she was harboring a scheme, but such matters were of little consequence. He did not believe he would be sent to the Iron Islands. Although the absence of the sea left him feeling somewhat insecure, he still felt in command of the overall situation. The notion that this woman might harbor plans to transport him there for her own gain was misguided. Once they reached the domain of the sea, the choice would no longer rest in her hands. He felt no particular anxiety over this. Rather, his mind was preoccupied with another pressing concern. What, indeed, had become of the world? He was astonished by the woman's gender, yet beyond that, her origins were unmistakably linked to the previous chapter of his existence. This connection led him to ponder the origins of the followers of the drowned god from the Iron Islands, whose identity seemed equally clear. The drowned god's son had led a second rebellion, only to meet his demise, sacrificed to the feeble King Aenys. Yet, the death of the drowned god's son did not imply the annihilation of his followers. Thus, if the Marquis Boar could indeed allow individuals from that world to traverse into his, the emergence of such a group was not entirely incomprehensible. But why would such a crossing result in a change of gender? Was there some force at play during the transition? Or was there another reason altogether? It was all quite bewildering. As he ambled through the dim light, the boy traced his fingers over his left wrist, pursing his lips in silence. This chaotic mark had manifested after he completed the task of guiding the child of chaos toward righteousness. Initially, he believed its uniqueness stemmed from the power bestowed upon him by his system. However, reflecting on past missions, where rewards were closely tied to the completion of events, he began to wonder if there existed another possibility. Lannister's mind involuntarily conjured the image of a freckled girl with an upturned nose, her affectionate smile vivid in his memory. Though upon reflection, the sentiment felt wholly transformed. What precisely was the child of chaos? This question bubbled up from within him, occupying a significant portion of his thoughts, yet, as was customary, he remained unable to decipher the answer. Nevertheless, he resolved to understand the events that had transpired. Muttering to himself, the boy raised his gaze toward the figure of the woman ahead. Her claims of being sent by the gods were undeniably farcical. Yet her origins from that world were indisputable. Thus, it was imperative that he extract every morsel of knowledge she possessed. From her existence, it was evident that the world had not simply frozen or dissipated upon his departure. He was eager to learn what had unfolded in his absence. The duo, one large and one small, had landed on a beach that did not extend far beyond the confines of Green Shield Island, separated only by a small expanse of water, thus remaining within the realm of the river bay. Uncertain of any pursuers behind them, the cautious silver-haired woman wisely avoided the coastal road, choosing instead a winding path. Fishing villages, woodlands, streams, fertile fields, cottages, manors, and orchards dotted their journey. As they delved deeper into the river bay, traces of civilization became increasingly apparent. The gentle turn of a windmill, groups of women gathering firewood, roosters crowing at dawn upon earthen walls, barking farm dogs, and knights in either worn or resplendent armor hurrying to battle. War had stirred the continent of Westeros into a frenzy, inciting discontent among the common folk. Yet for certain mercenaries, hired knights, and even brigands, this conflict presented a rare opportunity for profit. In such times, Lords often resorted to hiring those they typically scorned as a source of manpower, selecting some of the more capable mercenaries to serve as their vassals. For these itinerant hired hands, seizing the chance to amass wealth while finding a dependable lord to sustain them for life was a cherished aspiration. Indeed, the goal was that simple. Everyone understood that knighthood marked the beginning of nobility, yet this assertion was misleading. A mere title of knight would not confer any wealth upon the knight, and the daily expenses necessary to maintain this status often compelled them to engage in menial tasks, running about or resorting to theft. Only by securing a fief could a knight transition from a mere knight to a landed knight, taking the first steps toward true nobility. However, even a landed knight could not be considered a complete noble, as they lacked the right to execute. Thus, the knights of this world were not quite as glorified as one might imagine. The chivalric ideals extolled in poetry were often mere embellishments for noble scions to boast about. While the majority of common knights struggled to find enough to eat, often sleeping in the wilderness to save on expenses, leaving little room for such lofty thoughts. Though he had traversed this world for over 6 years, the black-haired boy, who had never strayed far from his guardian, felt a sense of strangeness in all of this. The medieval world, which he had once perceived as ancient and rudimentary, now appeared vibrantly alive as he observed it firsthand. The wildflowers swaying in the breeze, the creaking of ox-drawn carts, the bleating of sheep, and the wholesome smiles of farm girls, all painted a vivid picture. This was a tangible world. The boy mused as he sat astride his horse, feeling the warmth and presence of the woman behind him. Yet, he quietly added, it was also a chaotic world. It was the year 284 of the conquest of Aegon, and autumn was drawing to a close. War had flared on the western shores of the summer sea, drawing countless souls toward its tumult, while others sought to evade it. Such contradictions spoke to the unchanging nature of human civilization. But none of this could disrupt the natural order of existence. On a dim morning, the first snowflakes of winter drifted down with a chilling breeze. Chapter 149. The door and the coordinates let me go, you fools destined for the depths of the abyss. You have no authority to seize me, nor to apprehend Lord Prester of Yenhua City. He is an outright charlatan, and you heed the commands of a deceiver to capture your true master? You possess no such power. A white-bearded elder was vociferously protesting as he was unceremoniously dragged by 2 burly soldiers towards the inn's entrance. Despite his fervent struggles and the furious flush of his face, his frail body rendered him incapable of breaking free from their grasp. Thus, accompanied by the soldiers' relentless tugging, the elderly man, clad in a tattered silk robe, was forcibly ejected from the wooden inn situated at the edge of a forest. His irate yet subtly fearful voice faded into the distance. What a lunatic! Once his cries were no longer audible, the inn gradually resumed its previous clamor, with farmers, merchants, hired knights, and travelers pausing to engage in lively discourse about the incident. Who does not know that the Earl of Priesterburg in the city of Emberfire is a bald-headed old man without a chin? Someone chuckled, adding, and he has no beard either. True enough, his attire did bear resemblance to that of a nobleman, albeit perhaps he had not bathed in quite some time. The prevalence of lunatics seems to be on the rise. Listening to the patron's chatter, the middle-aged innkeeper, polishing a glass, directed a comment towards a silver-haired man seated at a nearby table. Not long ago, I heard of a fellow from Casterly Rock claiming to be the Duke of Lannister from over 2 centuries ago. He merely spoke of it, but then he actually went to the castle at Casterly Rock and shouted for the Lannisters inside to recognize their ancestor. The innkeeper chuckled and shook his head, as if the tale amused him greatly. And what became of him? Inquired the silver-haired man, sporting a close-cropped hairstyle. What's could happen? The innkeeper replied. Our Duke Tywin kicked him off the castle walls into the sea, drowning him. I heard that His Majesty was visiting Casterly Rock at the time. Such an embarrassing incident would be intolerable for anyone. The short-haired man took a sip from his glass, his expression growing rather peculiar. Opposite him, a dark-haired boy clad in coarse linen also wore a curious look, propping his chin on one hand while the other, gloved in bandages, absent-mindedly tapped on the table leg as if lost in thought. The unusual sight prompted the innkeeper to glance at the pair once more, but he paid them little mind. As an innkeeper, he had encountered many eccentric individuals. Indeed, they were mother and son, although the silver-haired man dressed much like a man. The keen-eyed innkeeper had noticed the unnatural curve of his chest beneath the dark cloak the moment they entered the inn, indicating that he was not entirely male. However, given that many women don male attire in the 7 Kingdoms to avoid complications, he dismissed it, allowing a flicker of goodwill to prompt him to offer a warning. The woods outside have been rather unsettled lately. I would advise you to rent a room here for the night and consider taking a different route. Are there bandits? The boy across from the silver-haired man asked curiously. There is indeed a band of outlaws, but I haven't heard of them robbing anyone in quite some time. The innkeeper replied, perhaps they have disbanded and returned to farming. Once they are scattered, what unrest could remain? I've heard tales of Ironborn making their way into the woods. The innkeeper continued, many locals claim to have seen their shadows. If that is the case, then those Ironborn are rather benevolent, the silver-haired man scoffed. If they were truly seen, they would not leave witnesses alive. They would wait for the local lords to hear the rumors and then be hunted down. Clearly, she did not believe this, suspecting he was merely trying to swindle her. The innkeeper shook his head at her dismissal and fell silent. With the absence of conversation, the silver-haired man began to devour a plate of pork pies, while the boy opposite him chewed slowly, his mind elsewhere. The Lannister fleet had been incinerated, rendering the coastal regions of the West vulnerable to the Ironborn's incursions. Thus, it was not entirely implausible that Ironborn had indeed ventured this far, though the proximity to Casterly Rock made their audacity questionable. The two individuals in question were Meera and Bran. At this juncture, they had been traveling for over 2 months since landing, reaching a point just north of Casterly Rock, not far from Bran's destination of Fairy Isle. During their arduous journey, Meera had taken Bran's suggestion to disguise herself as a man, while Bran had long since discarded his expensive silken garments for the simple attire of a peasant boy. Yet, her striking appearance rendered this disguise less than effective. To enhance the illusion, Bran had tousled his hair and remained quietly inconspicuous. He had come to a significant realization. The nature of their crossing was not merely a consequence of the imprint's replacement effect, but rather that the chaotic mark upon his left wrist was not simply an uncontrollable ability. It was a gateway, a passageway linking him to the world of his previous adventure. Each time this passage was activated, it generated a peculiar force, resulting in a replacement effect or transformation between the two worlds. Yet, in truth, this extraordinary power was merely a byproduct. The primary function of the mark was that of a portal, a coordinate, or in simpler terms, a door. Behind the door lay the world he currently inhabited, while before it lay the historical realm of his past adventure. When someone within that realm pushed open this door, the peculiar force that Bran referred to as chaos would emerge, bringing with it numerous complications. Indeed, someone must push it open. The manifestation of the mark was not random. It depended on whether someone on the other side was attempting to open the door. This insight was not derived from Meera, but rather from the elderly man who had just been taken away. He too was a traveler, and he had become so flustered that he proclaimed himself the true Earl of Pre-Sturberg, claiming that the current one was an impostor. He explained that he had been sent out of the castle by the false Earl using sorcery, though in reality, he had merely opened a door to find himself in another world while he was preparing to relieve himself. Bran had engaged in brief conversation with him, and thus easily gleaned the truth. The timing of the elderly man's restroom break coincided precisely with the date of Bran's last imprint activation, and it had also occurred in the morning. Additionally, he learned that the day Meera had appeared in this world was the same day Bran's wrist had manifested the mark while he was en route to Highgarden. Considering the myriad of rumors he had heard along the way, Bran ultimately concluded that the mark was indeed a door, or corresponded to a door, and the mark upon his wrist served as a teleportation coordinate. Certainly, considering the seemingly numerous followers of the drowned god from the Iron Islands, the door in question may not merely pertain to its shape or size. Moreover, given that Maegor was in a state of unconsciousness prior to his arrival, it is plausible to surmise that the opening of this door did not necessitate the active participation of the individual involved. It stands to reason that this door is not fixed in place, but rather manifests randomly throughout that world. Thus, what truly transpired in that realm? This question lingered incessantly in the mind of Balon. The elder had been oblivious to the events at hand, only aware of the passing of King Aenys, while Maegor, disregarding the outdated succession laws, sat opposite Balon. This silver-haired woman had no inkling as to why she found herself in this world. One might say that after being rendered unconscious during that trial, she awakened to find herself here. These were not inquiries made directly, but rather relentless probing and conjecture, leading Balon to form his conclusions. Hence, the mark corresponds to a door. The other world is not stagnant, but has undergone a peculiar transformation that has altered Maegor into a woman and allowed the door to frequently appear across that realm, being opened successively, ushering beings or objects through, while chaotic forces burgeon from the mark, causing disturbances. "Hey lad, what are you pondering?" A familiar voice interrupted Balon's reverie. He lifted his gaze to find the silver-haired woman, clad in masculine attire, glaring at him with annoyance. "Hurry up and eat. We have urgent matters to attend to. Why are you dawdling like a woman?" Balon regarded her as somewhat foolish, and upon hearing her words, he silently reined in his thoughts, taking a hefty bite of his pie. His observations throughout their journey had led him to this unwavering conviction. Chapter 150. Chaos is a Staircase. The urgent matter Maegor mentioned was not of great significance. It involved replacing the horseshoe of a chestnut steed named Red Whirlwind. The horse's hooves, akin to human nails, are prone to splitting when subjected to excessive force, thus rendering the application of horseshoes indispensable, much like fitting shoes upon a horse. However, the original shoe purchased from Lannisport seemed ill-fitted, and after a bumpy stretch of travel, it had unexpectedly come loose, preventing them from continuing their journey. Consequently, they were compelled to halt at a roadside inn during the day to inquire if any farriers resided nearby, all the while seeking to satiate their hunger. Indeed, satisfying their hunger was secondary. Their primary objective was to gather information. The task of replacing a horseshoe is not one that just anyone can undertake. It requires a certain level of skill. Yet, despite their location being devoid of bustling crowds, they had heard of a farrier residing in a nearby village. Thus, after finishing their pies, they led the horse in the direction they had ascertained. Along the way, the woman beside him continued to hurl invectives, her sentiments predominantly revolving around a desire to never encounter that horse trader again, threatening to break his legs if she did. Balon considered this a trivial issue, not warranting such prolonged lamentation. Nevertheless, he understood that her relative's recent visit had put her in a particularly foul mood. Yet, Balon could not help but regard her as a fool, or perhaps an eccentric. His interactions with her led him to seriously question whether this irritable companion had sustained a concussion during their earlier combat, resulting in her peculiar behavior. For instance, she could effortlessly rob a passerby when funds were scarce, yet insisted on traversing a considerable distance to replace the horseshoe for an old horse she had purchased. She could ruthlessly snap the neck of a bandit as easily as one might twist a chicken's neck. Yet she expressed severe discontent at Balon climbing a tree to procure birds' nests for their meals. Moreover, although her methods of acquiring wealth were swift, and she possessed a significant amount of savings, she treated the money she had stolen with utmost frugality, meticulously conserving every copper coin as if she were a miserly old woman. Balon found this behavior astonishing. One would not expect someone of royal lineage, who had never known want and had even briefly ascended to kingship, to exhibit such parsimony. Yet, she undeniably was stingy. Whether this was her inherent nature or a result of the transformation into a woman remained unclear. Overall, their journey together had been relatively pleasant, devoid of conflict, partly due to Balon's generally compliant demeanor and partly because, despite her quirks, her temperament did not veer towards outright brutality. She may indeed possess a volatile disposition and a lack of patience, coupled with a rebellious streak that compelled her to act on whims. Yet these traits diverged significantly from the historical accounts of her character. Perhaps the essence of femininity had softened her, or perhaps her abrupt arrival in the present had shielded her from the experiences that would have fully molded her tyrannical nature. However, none of this could obscure Balon's awareness of their true identities, nor could it diminish the significance of their current path. He had essentially gleaned all that he was curious about from her, yet the reason for not fleeing remained singular: that sea demon. Despite Balon feeling he had grasped the chaotic mark well enough, one perplexing matter lingered. The world beyond the door ought to correspond to the one he had encountered in his second trial. So why did figures from his first trial also manifest here? Could it be that Jasper and those followers of the drowned god were akin to the denizens of the second trial? This was a possibility, for in a sense, they all belonged to one world. Yet Balon dared not confirm this notion, and escaping on land was far from convenient. He lacked certainty. Thus, he remained dutifully in the wake of this female brigand, prepared to venture into the seas and test his fortune, hoping to come across that sea demon. If fortune favored him, all the better. If not, escape would be feasible. "Hey lad, what are you thinking about?" The voice beside him interrupted his musings once more. Turning his head, he saw the silver-haired man who had been leading the horse handing the reins to a hunched old man clad in an apron. His gaze fixated on Balon with suspicion. They had arrived at the place to replace the horseshoe. "I was contemplating the matter I overheard at the inn," Balon casually replied, secretly wondering if she had awakened some feminine intuition, as she had suddenly become so perceptive. "The spirits of the forest children of Red Lake?" the silver-haired man inquired, raising an eyebrow. "No, it pertains to that imbecile Lannister shouting about his forebears," the boy retorted, broaching a rather apparent topic. "Consider this. If your people keep flooding into this realm, it might not matter if their numbers dwindle, but if they increase, just think about it. Noble lords, once of lofty birth and privilege, suddenly reduced to nothing, stripped of their identities, would they willingly become farmers, servants, mercenaries, or even bandits. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Upon hearing the words, the other party let out a derisive laugh. Would you be willing to transform from a king into a beggar, begging for alms? Bran merely shrugged, offering no response. For the question had already been answered. The answer lay in the man before him, who sneered at Bran's words. Chaos is but a staircase. He recalled a saying from his past life regarding this world. Reluctance necessitates resistance. It calls for usurpation, even the pursuit of conflict for its own sake. Yet such actions would undoubtedly threaten the existing ruling class of Westeros. He pondered silently the extent of this upheaval's potential impact. The class order in this world seemed remarkably steadfast, with many noble families tracing their lineage back millennia. The Stark family of the North, in particular, was rumored to have existed for 9,000 years, a thought that was nothing short of terrifying. After waiting for the better part of the day, as dusk began to settle, they led their newly shod chestnut horse back to the inn they had previously occupied, intending to spend the night there and resume their journey at dawn. However, it was not long before regret for this decision took root. The darkness deepened, and just as the two sat in the inn's common room enjoying their supper, a band of armed men suddenly burst through the door. Almost immediately, the terrified screams of the innkeeper pierced the air. "Ironborn, you wretched lot!" His words culminated in a chilling shriek, and soon the once tranquil inn, nestled at the forest's edge, erupted into chaos. The sounds of slaughter echoing as the scent of blood began to permeate the atmosphere.